Chapter 1 only costs 1,000 yuan, and that's shocking? Ding! The amazing cashback system has been successfully activated. System is loading. Inside the coffee shop, Zhou Qing sat at a table by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking up in a daze. It took her a while to realize that what she had just heard was not a hallucination. We're all adults here. I've already made my conditions very clear. I'd like to add one more thing. I have a psychological aversion to certain types of partners, so I won't undergo a premarital medical examination. He listened as the 32-year-old woman in front of him, 3 years older than him, continued to recount her new Treaty of Versailles. Although Zhou Qing was somewhat impatient, he still tried his best to remain restrained. After all, this was the sixth blind date his family had arranged for him recently, and his mother was indeed getting on in years and was eager for him to settle down as soon as possible, so he had to give her an explanation. Okay, go ahead. If there are any other conditions, you can state them all at once. Zhou Qing nodded perfunctorily in response. Well, there were a few less important things I wanted to mention later, but since you've put it that way, I'll make it clear all at once. First of all, the marital home must be newly purchased, and it must be registered in my name. A mortgage is fine, but I won't be helping with the loan repayments later. This needs to be written into the prenuptial agreement. No, you actually said it when I asked you to. Looking at the old turtle in front of me, still rambling on as if making a wish at the wishing well. Zhou Qing had no interest in listening any further. Ding! System loading complete. Shocking lottery system. By causing shock among members of the opposite sex, you can earn lottery points, which can be used to participate in a lottery from the system's prize pool. An excited heart, trembling hands. The arrival of this system seems rather sudden. All it takes is to shock the opposite sex. Zhou Qing glanced at her blind date subconsciously and tentatively asked, "What if I could meet all the conditions you just mentioned? Isn't this what we're supposed to do?" The woman frowned, looking displeased. Yes, that's right. Moreover, I feel that these are not enough. It would be best to add a few more clauses, such as ceding territory and paying reparations, swearing allegiance, etc. Zhou Qing was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter in exasperation. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Didn't you start the joke? Take a piss and look in the mirror. With your appearance, people who don't know you would think you participated in World War II. What makes you dare to talk about this and that? You've been scrolling through Xiahonshu for a few days and you really think you're a princess? Zhou Qing stood up, unable to bear it any longer. After wiping his hands with a tissue, he said, "I've already paid for the coffee. Consider this a small reward. Next time you make a wish, go find your girlfriends. Don't fucking try to get coins from other people. Damn it. You idiot." After throwing it away, Zhou Qing ignored the other person's completely green face, pushed open the door and left. Once outside, Zhou Qing lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and glanced at the system notification again. How to impress the opposite sex? Dude. What era are we living in? What could possibly shock even a Tier 0 player, besides her brother's downfall, is something Zhou Qing couldn't think of. Even if it were possible, it wouldn't be something an ordinary young person like myself could accomplish. I thought my suffering was finally over and my cheat code had finally arrived. But this level of difficulty is almost comparable to the third brother becoming a permanent member of the UN Security Council. Feeling a bit down, Zhou Qing turned around and went into an esports internet cafe on the street. He hadn't sent the revised contract to the client yet, and the client had already texted him several times during his blind date. Turn on the computer. Is this your first time here, sir? We're having a promotion. Top up 100 and get 200 free, top up 200 and get 500 free, top up 500 and get 1500 free. The receptionist was a young woman who looked like a college student working part-time. She seemed a bit shy and awkward when introducing the activities. Then let's top up 1,000. This internet cafe isn't far from home, and my nephew, who's just starting junior high, will be spending his summer vacation here soon. At that time, I won't have time to deal with his antics. Deposit 1,000 and get 3,000 free. I guess I'll have a lot of peace and quiet for the whole summer vacation. Thinking of this, Zhou Qing felt a little sorry for the money, but still took out his phone to scan the code without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Ding Feng. Lottery points plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Su Mengmeng. Lottery points plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Joe Shauka. Lottery points plus 10. Friendly reminder, the host has accumulated 30 lottery points, enough for 3 beginner lottery draws. Would you like to begin now? For unexpected system notification sounds rang out, catching people off guard. Zhou Qing was completely confused. As I turned to sit down, I noticed 3 young women sitting side by side on the sofa in the rest area, looking at me with curious eyes. Their hair colors were all vying for attention, and they wore shorts, tank tops, black stockings, mini skirts, leather shoes, and suspenders. Although their clothes were different, they all went for the coolest and most revealing style. His arms and thighs were covered with tattoos of various colors. Judging from their expressions, they had clearly spent the night in this internet cafe, sitting there waiting for someone or something. Having just returned disappointed from the golden leftover warrior, Zhou Qing couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion upon seeing 3 young and energetic figures. It has to be a spirited young woman. A mere 1,000 yuan, and you're already shocked? Start. As soon as I silently recited the command, the system voice arrived as scheduled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a DuPont lighter. Ding. Congratulations on your stay. You've received a free Lacune Fujiyama residence drink. Along with the 3 mechanical beeps, Zhou Qing also received a text message notification that the money had been credited to his account. 10,000 yuan, and you've got it all? There's also DuPont lighters, which are pretty much the top of the line price, around 10,000 yuan. Zhou Qing had seen them a few times when meeting clients before wealthy bosses who love to smoke all like to carry them around as handheld items. As for the Fuji Mountain residence, although each one costs more than 10,000 yuan, they are basically in a state of having a price but no market. 1,000 yuan can buy a reward worth nearly 30,000 yuan? My gloomy mood from the morning was instantly swept away. Looking at the 3 spirited young women again, Zhou Qing also found them quite attractive. He immediately stepped forward, took out a cigarette lighter from his pocket, actually from the system's inventory, and handed it to them. Want one? Ah, thank you, uncle. The 3 young women were taken aback at first, then immediately accepted it with a sense of flattery. Uncle? Upon hearing this address, Zhou Qing felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. I'm clearly not even 30 yet, and as for my looks, even John Lone would be humbled by me, and Lian Lai would avoid me. So why are these 3 calling me uncle? However, the 3 of them looked quite young, around 18 or 19 years old. He couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. After the 3 returned the cigarettes, he waved his hand, took out another pack, lit it, and said, "You guys keep them." Fujiyama residence is not commonly seen, and it is not available in ordinary supermarkets or convenience stores, so the 3 energetic young women didn't seem to mind. But lighters are different. This thing is like a luxury item. Even if the style and color are incredibly outdated, you can tell at a glance that it's extremely expensive. Especially Zhou Qing's DuPont Gatsby model, with its pure gold body, exudes a high-class feel. An aura of nouveau riche is immediately apparent. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Ding Feng. Lottery points plus 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Su Mengmeng. Lottery points plus 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Joe Shauka. Lottery points plus 10. Zhou Qing smiled with satisfaction. Although not a single word was spoken, the emotional value was still off the charts. It has to be a spirited young woman. If it were that wishing fairy from before, she would probably just frown and say, "Can you please not smoke? I don't like men who smoke." For items worth tens of thousands of yuan, the other party will remain indifferent. I even felt a little amused. Let's go, we've been up all night, we need to go back and get some sleep. We still have to go out and have some fun tonight. Just then, a few energetic young men came out of the restroom, all wearing white t-shirts, tight pants, and white loafers, looking as thin as if they were malnourished. It seems these people were together last night and are now planning to go home. Holy crap! It's only been a short time, and you guys have already sent another package of good stuff. Compared to the energetic young woman, the energetic young man seemed to be more worldly wise. Upon seeing the Fujiyama Ju cigarette in one of the men's hands, he immediately widened his eyes and, without saying a word, went forward to take it and smoke it. Get out! Get out! Where are you guys? This Lacune drink was given to us by uncle. Did you go to the toilet to eat shit? They even made us borrow money from a prostitute website. The 10 yuan I borrowed last time, they still haven't paid me back. If anyone comes to you again, they're a son of a bitch. With a small mouth open, birdsong and fragrant flowers fill the air. Zhou Cheng, who was standing next to him, was completely stunned. The energetic young man was equally impressive, spouting classic Chinese quintessences from the moment he opened his mouth. What the hell? You call this licoon? Hey lady. Do you even know Fujiyamaju? It's $1,000 a pack, and the three of you each have one, that's $150 already. The three young women were instantly dumbfounded and subconsciously looked at Zhou Qing. Is this cigarette so expensive? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Ding Fong. Lottery points plus 30. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Su Mengmeng. Lottery points plus 20. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Zhou Xiaoka. Lottery points plus 10. Chapter 2. Is this what you call your own people? System, draw a prize. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host. Zhou Qing discovered that the basic lottery prizes were mostly around 10,000 yuan each, ranging from small items like cigarettes and lighters to large items like TVs and refrigerators, but the most common prizes were cash rewards. In other words, Zhou Qing earned 120,000 yuan in just over 10 minutes. Uncle, thank you for the cigarettes, bye-bye. The group of young men and women were quite polite. They even nodded and said goodbye to Zhou Qing before leaving. Will this allow them to leave? Zhou Qing was not about to let go of this hard-won opportunity. So he quickly stepped forward to stop them, saying, "Wait a minute." The group of people, including several energetic young men, immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at the group with puzzled expressions. Uncle, is there anything else? Now it was Zhou Qing's turn to be embarrassed. How can this be explained? You can't exactly say, "Don't rush off, I haven't had enough of showing off yet, I want to ask you for some gold coins, can you?" After thinking for a moment, he quickly explained, "It's nothing, it's just that I have a younger sister who seems to be hanging around this area lately, and I wanted to ask you about her." Upon hearing that they needed to inquire about someone, the group immediately looked troubled and hesitated. After all, young men are loyal and value friendship. These guys are all annoyed by their parents coming to their door, and none of them want to betray their friends. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me treat you to a meal, Zhou Qing said with a smile. Their eyes lit up immediately. One of the girls, with her dyed purple hair, heavy smoky makeup, and short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, immediately perked up, looking for someone, right? Don't worry, uncle, there's no one in this area I don't know. You don't need to tell me your name. Just send me a picture of your sister, and I'll help you find her. Hee, okay. Let's go eat and chat while we eat. If you want to get things done, you have to eat first. However, this was just an excuse, and Zhou Qing wasn't in a hurry. As for where to eat? Soon, a spirited young man offered a suggestion. Come on, uncle, I'll take you to our usual place. We're not bragging, we know this area like the back of our hand, and the owner is one of our own. Soon, the group arrived at a Shaxian snack shop. It's you guys again? You've come at the right time. Let's settle your bill for the meal last time, and also take that old, broken phone you left here. It won't even charge. Get it now. As soon as they entered, the middle-aged boss saw this group of familiar figures and immediately came up, cursing. Zhou Qing cast a questioning look at the group. So this is what you call your own people? The young man leading the group was clearly embarrassed. After all, he had just made a boast and then been proven wrong, which made him lose face. Old Wu, that's not fair. Do you think I'm the kind of guy who's short of money for a meal? This money. I have to pay it today, no matter what. The group avoided Zhou Qing and formed a circle at a distance, whispering amongst themselves. You have 7 yuan and 50 cents, I have 10 yuan and 20 cents, and 7 people still can't scrape together 35 yuan. Isn't that awkward? One of them glanced at Zhou Qing subconsciously. He was immediately pulled back by the others. They only said they'd have a meal, they didn't say they'd pay the bill. Let's keep things separate. Finally, Zhou Qing couldn't stand it any longer and, his face burning, took the initiative to say, "Boss, that's fine. I'll pay for their meal. We'll settle the bill after they finish eating." The boss glanced at Zhou Qing. He was well dressed and had a respectable appearance, so he didn't seem to be with this group of people. He nodded and then said nothing more. Thanks, uncle.
Now, the group lowered their heads, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
The prestige we had just displayed is now completely gone. Well, let's see what everyone wants to eat.
One of the energetic young men brought out the menu, while the others scratched their heads and remained silent.
The bills have already been settled, so there's no reason for someone to treat us to a meal again, right?
Upon seeing this, Zhou Qing immediately waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing, just a few dozen yuan.
Order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat, as promised.
Upon hearing this, the group cheered up again. However, considering what had happened earlier, they were quite restrained when ordering.
I'd like a stir-fried rice noodle dish. Then I'll have some rice noodles. Let's have a rice bowl, just some hot and sour shredded potatoes will do.
After listening to a round of conversations, Zhou Qing laughed, not hearing a single risque story. He decided not to let them dawdle any longer, immediately took the menu and put it aside, then said to the owner, cook up a few hot dishes, meat or vegetables, whatever you like, don't worry about the price, just make sure it's according to the number of people.
Would you like to drink?
Zhou Qing's gaze shifted over, and the others were all taken aback. He then nodded subconsciously, drink.
As long as they can drink, that's fine. Bring 2 more cases of beer, and that'll be enough for now. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Ding Feng.
Lottery points plus 10. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Su Mengmeng.
Lottery points plus 10. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Zhou Xiaoka.
Lottery points plus 10. To be honest, this meal wasn't too expensive. But that depends on who it is. For these young men who barely have enough to eat, this meal was practically a feast. More importantly, Zhou Qing's attitude showed that he didn't care about money at all. That's incredibly extravagant.
Seeing all eyes focused on him, Zhou Qing felt his face burning. No, this meal only cost a little over 200.
Is it really necessary?
If this were in the eyes of a fairy, she would find it disgusting at first glance.
If it weren't a Michelin 3-star restaurant, she wouldn't even dare to take out her phone to take a picture. Shaxian snacks, are they even fit for human consumption? Uncle, I'm not going to say anything more. I'll show you how to spin.
The purple-haired girl seemed to be the leader of the group, and she had a generous personality. After a case of beer was brought over, she immediately started performing a talent show to express her gratitude. The little mouth is plugged, the little bottle is shaken. The bottle of beer was gulped down in no time. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and looked at Zhou Qing excitedly. Uncle, how was it?
Want to do another one? Enough. Enough.
Zhou Qing quickly pressed his hand down. If he said it wasn't enough, the other party might show off the whole box.
This meal. The group kept calling him Uncle Hao Yong and Uncle Dewey.
Especially the 3 spirited young women, their curious eyes never left them from beginning to end.
Zhou Qing felt the meal was well worth the money. You've made money and gained emotional value, isn't that enough? Of course not.
Unfortunately, the other party hadn't slept all night, and even if Zhou Chang wanted to continue, the young people were simply too sleepy.
Uncle, I'll try to find out for you later. Once everyone's here tonight, just come over. Let's add each other on WeChat first, and I'll contact you later. Okay, no problem. The purple-haired girl pulled out her battle-damaged cell phone.
Zhou Chang scanned the QR code and saw the friend request that popped up: a black and white headshot, a username consisting of arrogant and unlovable, and a bunch of characters.
He immediately accepted the request. This is hardly a young and energetic girl.
This is clearly the gateway to his wealth.
Okay. Let's get together again tonight. Chapter 3 is all about it. It's all about the double seaweed screen.
This house in Jiangcheng.
It was bought by Jiang Qing's parents.
They originally intended it to be his future wedding home. Now that they have paid the down payment and done the basic renovations, all that's left is to add the soft furnishings.
Perfect timing.
The system gave me a refrigerator and a TV today.
He clicked to claim. Not long after, a technician came to help with the installation. You have a refrigerator and a TV, but how can you do without a sofa and a coffee table?
He made over 100,000 yuan in just one afternoon today.
He's a bastard if he doesn't use that money.
So he opened the online shopping app and immediately started browsing.
A simple sofa? Even a dog wouldn't use it. Anyone who dares to introduce it would immediately rip out their crotch. It must be genuine leather. The bigger the better, those who know, know. The washing machine must have a dryer combo. Purchase. Smart air conditioning for the whole house. Purchase. We need a gaming room, right?
For playing games while working or something.
Does it also include design and installation? Purchase. If you have a gaming room, you can't be without computers, right? 5,090? Dual screen design, smart gaming chair. Buy it all.
Zhou Qing's hard-earned wallet emptied again within just a few hours.
The after effects of impulsive consumption are not spiritual satisfaction, but a period of emptiness.
After entering a state of sage-like tranquility, he lay sprawled on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and a sense of regret gradually arose in his heart.
Alas! I've fallen into the consumer trap designed by capital. Looking back after paying, there are many things that were completely unnecessary. For example, esports rooms. Well, we still need to have esports rooms. But a smart gaming chair isn't necessary, a regular one will do just as well. And those dual seaweed screens, honestly, even dogs wouldn't use those.
Just then, the purple-haired Dragon King suddenly sent a message.
Finish it up.
We'll make sure it has 2 seaweed screens.
Money is worthless, you can always earn more if you lose it.
Zhou Qing did a somersault and immediately sat up in bed. WeChat showed that Zhuadao Nobody Loves Me had sent a location.
Opening the map showed that it was on the trendy street, the Fast 8 Billiards Hall. The trendy street isn't exactly a high-end commercial pedestrian street.
The reason this place is famous is simply because every night, it automatically spawns a large number of energetic young men and women.
Everywhere you look, you see either JK mini skirts or tattooed long legs.
Zhou Chang arrived at the billiard hall sign, which indicated it was on the 2nd floor. To get up there, one had to go through a narrow corridor and stairs. A row of will-o'-the-wisps were parked on the left side of the entrance, and a group of energetic young men were filming short videos, nodding and swaying their heads. On the right, there were 7 or 8 young women squatting. A strapless tank top and 3 pairs of hot pants. At a glance, there's a wide variety of long legs, both in black and white stockings. Smoking with his legs spread apart, he didn't even consider the possibility of flashing. As Zhou Qing passed by, looking down at her, her breasts were indeed very large and her skin was incredibly white and supple, far surpassing those 30-year-old young women.
Shurima! Your emperor has returned.
Zhou Qing was thrilled.
He wouldn't leave easily tonight unless he made $1 million or 2. Uncle, why are you so late?
Just then, one of the group of young women stood up and walked over. Zhou Qing then recognized him as the purple-haired Dragon King he had seen during the day. Come to think of it, he had almost forgotten what the girl's name was. Apart from the 2 young women accompanying him, no one else recognized Zhou Qing.
Someone immediately asked, Ziyan, who is this old man? Why did you bring him here? This is against the rules. Shut up, long-haired guy. This is my uncle, he's just here for a visit. Purple Swallow? Isn't this girl's name something like Ku? Oh well, maybe that's just their nickname.
Ziyan walked over and pulled Zhou Qing aside, lowering her voice and saying apologetically, Uncle, this area is all our brothers and sisters, and we usually don't bring outsiders here to play.
Didn't you want to find your sister? How about I add you to the group? You can send a small red envelope as a token of appreciation, otherwise I'll have trouble explaining it. What do you think? As Ziyan spoke, she took out her Syrian-style phone screen, which displayed a group chat. Take a closer look at the chat content. Hiss. Zhou Qing gasped. The content here is absolutely explosive, even by the standards of the explosive world. I'm here to show off, but this group is probably. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone post a short video. Add. We absolutely have to add this group chat. Zhou Qing took out his phone and scanned the QR code without hesitation. Uncle, send me a 3-digit number, it's too little and I'll lose face. 100? Zhou Qing nodded. It wasn't much, he'd just consider it a membership purchase, ignoring the risks. However, just then, a tall girl brushed past him, and delay bumped into Zhou Qing's arm, causing his hand to tremble and accidentally press 2 extra zeros. No, isn't the maximum amount for this red envelope 200? Zhou Qing immediately became anxious. This is all the wealth he currently possesses. But the next second. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked by Xiaoxin. Lottery points plus 10. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Wu Qingyue.
Lottery points plus 10. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Johan.
Lottery points plus 20. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Su Tiantian.
Lottery points plus 50.
The system notification sounds, like a pot exploding, began to ring incessantly in my mind. A red envelope was like a bombshell dropped on a ship. It unearthed countless young men and women who were secretly observing.
Holy crap! Where did Ziyan find this old man? He actually dropped so many gold coins.
That's incredibly impressive.
At everyone, ha ha ha. I robbed over 400 yuan, karaoke tonight, buddy, you're on the terms. No, it's a 10,000 yuan red envelope, why did I only get 6.8 yuan? Ziyan hadn't expected Zhou Qing to be so generous.
Looking at the 200 plus yuan she just received, her voice trembled with excitement. Uncle, how did you give me so much?
10,000 yuan is an astronomical figure in the eyes of this young man.
I was just saying it casually, I didn't expect Zhou Qing to be so helpful.
How about that? I didn't embarrass you, did I?
The pain on Zhou Qing's face had long since disappeared, replaced by a calm smile.
It seems that what he just did was just a routine operation for him. But what she was really thinking was, how many times did the system sound just now? Of course not. You're too kind, uncle. Ziyan was speechless with excitement.
After tonight, she could already foresee her status among her girlfriends. Zhou Qing also looked pleased. If you spent that 10,000 yuan on handbags to meet your dream girl, she might not even blink an eye. I'll have to complain to my best friend later that this is an out-of-season style and I can't show it off at all.
But what about those energetic young women?
It instantly maximizes your emotional value.
The one on the left looks really impressive, and the uncle on the right is so domineering.
And the friend request notifications kept coming in, quickly turning into a bright red 99 plus. Zhou Qing clicked on it and swiped around casually. Putting aside the style, the profile pictures above all show incredibly youthful and fresh-faced girls, all around 18 or 19 years old. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Qing opened the system interface and glanced at it.
In just a short while, I actually gained more than 500 points. Converted to the value of the initial reward, that's roughly over 500,000. If we were to describe it in terms of business, that would be a 5,000% return on investment.
This sudden windfall gave Zhou Qing a bold idea.
How about trying this gold-level lottery that costs 100 per draw? Let's give it a try. System, give me 5 shots. Is Chapter 4 about to explode with gold coins again? Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 130,000.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a length bonus of 1 centimeter.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 120,000.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the right to use the presidential suite for 7 days.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 110,000. As expected, it was pretty much what Zhou Qing had thought. The prizes in the gold tier of the lottery are usually worth around 100,000 each time. He was slightly taken aback when he saw the 1 centimeter length bonus.
As expected of a product from the system. I am very pleased. 1 centimeter may be short, but it depends on where it's added.
With the added benefit of a 7-day stay in the presidential suite, Zhou Qing was already enjoying the blissful life despite her backache.
Looks like I need to hurry. Ziyin is here, the usual?
It truly lives up to its reputation as a gathering place for the spirit. Even the receptionist is a typical spirited young woman, with short, green hair that reaches her ears, a whole row of all sorts of sparkly earrings, and dark circles under her eyes.
Even a novice would shake their head at the sight of her. Wildcat, what brings you tonight? Where's Brother Shui? Ziyan seemed somewhat disappointed, apparently because she hadn't seen her ideal man. Wildcat? Why not call it a panda?
Fortunately, the younger sister had a firm grasp on her emotions. As soon as she finished speaking, she straightened up and even raised her voice slightly. Recharge my card for 2 hours, give me 2 packs of soft Chinese liquor, and a can of Brave the World for each of us.
It's my treat today. Uncle, are you drinking or something?
Ziyan turned her head and handed over a packet of soft Chinese noodles. Zhou Qing quickly estimated that the billiard hall was priced at 25 yuan per hour, 50 yuan for 2 hours, plus 2 packs of soft Chinese liquor, which would be 150 yuan, and everyone would also have a bottle of Yongchuang. I just received 200 yuan, and I don't plan to keep a single penny for myself. All of it was used to treat guests. That girl is something else. In terms of mental state, Zhou Qing is nowhere near as good as him. But what am I here for? How can he act cool if he makes the young girl pay? Just as Zhou Qing was about to wave his hand in refusal, 2 grinning, energetic young men walked out from the side. They had long, blue hair, wore ripped clothes, and were adorned with various metal pendants, making them look like QQ avatars at first glance.
Zian, where did you find old Deng tonight? Are you going to be throwing gold coins again? Zhou Qing's face darkened. Couldn't you just say that behind my back? But then I thought, isn't this what I'm here to do? Then he waved his hand dismissively. Alright, I'm not going to make you pay up. Your monthly subscription, oh no. Then let's top up 8,000 first. Forget about the alcohol, but I'll trouble you to go downstairs and buy each of us a cup of milk tea later. I'll round it up to 10,000 for you, and keep the rest as a tip. As Zhou Cheng spoke, he immediately swiped 10,000 yuan over and lit a Fujiyama Ju cigarette. I don't smoke Zhonghua cigarettes, smoke mine instead. Bite. The DuPont lighter made a crisp sound. The moment the flames ignited, the entire billiard hall fell silent for a few seconds. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Li Sini. Lottery points plus 30. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Wang Kersen. Lottery points plus 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Zhang Yuding. Lottery points plus 20. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Lu Siki. Lottery points plus 10. This time, Zhou Qing counted clearly, demonstrating his exceptional mental arithmetic skills. No more, no less, exactly 110 points. He earned another 110,000 yuan with tears in his eyes. She has to be a spirited young woman. I love her naive and innocent look. If you were on a date with a girl and you went up to the internet cafe manager and said you'd deposit 10,000 yuan, she wouldn't think you were generous at all, she'd just think you were an idiot and would post it online to insult you. He noticed the energetic young men around him silently staring at him. The young woman's eyes lit up. She seemed eager to rush up and strip Zhou Qing naked on the spot. Zhou Qing was thrilled. Is this a billiards hall? This is clearly a paradise on earth. Uncle, why did you rush so much? Ziyan was stammering, and even if she recharged that much, there was no need to give a tip. All things considered, there's still about 1,000 yuan left. That's over 1,000. Oh, I'm just doing this because you guys seem to know each other quite well, so I'm doing you a favor. Zhou Qing's words instantly boosted Ziyan's prestige. The little girl's face was flushed with excitement, her chin held high, as if she wanted to look down on everyone around her. The young woman next to her was also very understanding. Sister Ziyan, when did you meet this uncle? He's amazing. He's so generous. Of course, there are also some sullen and clueless young men. Purple Swallow is awesome. She gave old Deng another bunch of gold coins. Ziyan glared at him, and the other party immediately shut down. Then he looked at Zhou Qing somewhat embarrassedly, his expression as if he were admitting his mistake. No. 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 Boom. Uncle's here to rake in gold coins. Don't stop. Seeing that Zhou Qing didn't take it to heart, Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief, her tone seemingly a little distressed about the money. There's no need to top up so much. How long will it take to spend 8,000 yuan? It's okay, you guys can have fun while I'm gone. With just a casual remark, Ziyan's chin was practically raised to the sky, and she practically walked sideways. As they walked along, the energetic young men around them all put down their pool cues and cast envious and jealous glances in their direction, while the energetic young women squinted at Zhou Qing with their faces flushed and shy. Zhou Qing used to play billiards a lot when he was in school. However, after a long time, one inevitably becomes a bit rusty, and after a few strokes, one's skill level is immediately exposed. After 2 games, the respect in the young woman's eyes gradually disappeared. Zhou Qing was also getting a little carried away. Damn it! Sure enough, in my eyes, no matter how much money you make, if your skills aren't up to par, you're just not good enough. If you're bad at cooking, you need to practice more. How can this be allowed? Should I deposit another 10,000 to renew my loan? That's not showing off, that's being an idiot. Just then, an untimely, somewhat mocking voice suddenly rang out. Ah, isn't that Ziyan?
They found another new and old player to rake in gold coins. That's impressive, their strength is really solid. The leader was a young man with a buzz cut and white hair, his tattoos covering his forehead. He wore a white t-shirt and jeans, and walked with a swaying gait like someone having epilepsy. As for those following behind, there were 4 or 5 energetic young women, one in red, yellow, blue, and green.
Are we just putting together a diagram?
Zhou Qing's anger subsided, partly because he was amazed that this energetic young man really didn't lack for girls.
On the other hand, there's excitement. This is the chance to show off. This kid doesn't seem to get along with Ziyan. Sure enough, upon seeing the newcomer, Ziyan's face immediately darkened. Zhou Chang, clench your stinking ass tighter. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to hear barking like a dog. Go eat your ass somewhere else. Once the two of them open their mouths, the silencing is practically unstoppable. In an instant, the room was filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Zhou Qing looked at the red, yellow, blue, and green colors, especially the little blue one, which was clearly a new addition. Not only did he not have any tattoos, but his eyes also seemed nervous and evasive. Although she's not very old, she's made quite a few changes. Her long legs are white and straight, and she's absolutely stunning. Old dang, where the hell are you looking? Looking at my girl right in front of me, you want a beating, don't you?
That guy named Zhou Chang is clearly a powder keg. He's easy to spot. He had barely finished speaking when the pool cue was already almost shoving into Zhou Qing's face.
Zhou Chang, you fucking want to cause trouble, don't you? This is my uncle. Watch your mouth. What's wrong with my uncle glancing at you?
It's all because of that little slut next to you. Why are you dressed so provocatively?
On her own turf, Ziyan certainly couldn't lose her composure.
The voice rose in volume, and the energetic young men and women around immediately put down their pool cues and looked over.
Wow! This is going to be a war. Chapter 5, A Meeting at the Zoo?
Zhou Qing ignored the cue stick that was almost poking into his eye, and casually flicked out a cigarette, offering it to a young woman with blonde hair next to Zhou Chang.
Hey little sister, wanna have a smoke or a milk tea? His gaze, however, bypassed everyone else and landed on the little blue-haired boy. It's so damn white.
Her legs were long, straight, and full and well-proportioned. Most importantly, her smooth calves and arms were completely clean, without a single tattoo. Among this group of colorful mythical beasts covered in tattoos, she was like a white rabbit, with innocent eyes, and she took the initiative to exchange glances with them.
Uncle, I want to drink strawberry boba chips milk tea. That little movement is so sweet, and that little face is so adorable. Holy crap!
Zhou Chang whistled inwardly.
This is much more appealing than those mass-produced internet celebrity faces. Old dang.
You fucking bastard, you stole my girlfriend right in front of me.
Zhou Chang's rationality was completely ignited. With a roar, he was about to swing his cue stick down.
The energetic young men around them swarmed around them, and the atmosphere instantly became tense.
Stop it! A crisp reprimand came from the front desk.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the green-haired, short-haired stray cat had walked over at some point. She was carrying an empty wine bottle and deliberately made a vacant look in her eyes to appear cool.
Swallow, leopard. What do you want? Are you causing trouble here and hoping Brother Phylong will skin you alive?
Swallow, leopard, flying dragon.
Zhou Qing almost burst out laughing.
Goodness, with this stray cat added to the mix.
A meeting at the zoo? I'm afraid I'm going to have to see the king of beasts today. Zhou Chang, also known as Brother Leopard by Wildcat, was clearly extremely wary of Brother Flying Dragon.
His face turned pale and then red, and the veins on his hand gripping the cue stick bulged, but he didn't dare to take another step forward. Just as the stalemate was at its peak, a series of heavy and orderly footsteps suddenly came from the narrow stairwell of the billiard hall.
Police. Routine check. Everyone, show your IDs and squat down against the wall.
A sharp shout, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. 7 or 8 figures in uniform rushed in and instantly took control of the entire area. The once arrogant and domineering young men and women instantly turned into docile quails, skillfully crouching down with their heads in their hands. Zhou Qing was also stunned. He looked at Zhou Chang, but the kid showed no surprise whatsoever. They even proactively extend their hands.
I'm familiar with the process, so let's get started. The cold handcuffs clicked shut, the whole process flowing smoothly and skillfully. Zhou Chang, it's you again. Come with us. Okay, uncle, be gentle.
Before leaving, Zhou Chang turned around and shouted at Xiaolan and the other young women, "Wait for me. I'll be out in a few days at most. Don't let Lao Deng mess with me." After giving them a lecture, the police officers escorted Zhou Chang and his group of high-priority targets away. The pool hall was a third less crowded, but that didn't stop the young men and women from indulging in their entertainment to the fullest.
What just happened was just a minor incident.
The music roared again, and the sound of billiard balls hitting the glass rose and fell, restoring the chaotic scene once more.
"Uncle!
It's all my fault, I frightened you."
Xian approached with an apologetic expression.
Zhou Qing waved his hand.
He wasn't surprised at all.
He hadn't seen such a frivolous and impulsive way of handling things in a long time, and he was extremely excited. The billiard hall was filled with smoke and was extremely noisy. Suddenly, the two best friends who had just been holding hands while going to the bathroom started pushing and shoving each other over who could add Zhou Qing on WeChat and who could get closer to her.
"Get out of my way.
You're blocking my way from talking to my uncle.
You fucking get the hell out of here. Look at yourself, do you think I'd even want you? Fuck your mother."
There should be a silencing effect here. War was about to break out, and it was rare to see women fighting. Zhou Qing had really learned something new. Tearing, pulling hair, pounding chest, screaming.
The black strapless tank top was pulled off on the spot, revealing a pink sports top underneath.
The tight hot pants ripped with a tearing sound during the tugging, turning into a thong. A white sneaker flew out in an arc and shattered the window glass with pinpoint accuracy.
Playing pool? What's more fun than a live version of Crow's Zero?
This visual spectacle, this impact, is far more exciting than any Hollywood blockbuster.
It looked like things were about to escalate.
Zhou Qing even put down his pool cue. "The glass is on me, I'll pay for it.
I'll pay for all the milk tea and popcorn." Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Lu Qian.
Lottery points plus 10. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Sun Feiyu.
Lottery points plus 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. System notification sounds were frantically flooding Zhou Qing's mind.
You two stop fighting, or I'll give you each 200 yuan. Zhou Qing originally wanted to appreciate this primal vitality a little longer and maybe even get some more gold coins, but his phone in his pocket started vibrating wildly at an inopportune moment.
Caller ID, sister-in-law.
His company leader, who was also his sister-in-law, couldn't reach him, so she immediately launched a series of urgent calls. Zhou Qing sighed and could only leave amidst the regretful gazes of the group of young women.
"Back at the company. Why do you smell like that?"
Sister-in-law Lin Wanqing pinched her nose and looked up from behind the desk with a disgusted expression.
"How's that girl I introduced you to? Did it work out?"
Zhou Chang slumped into the sofa in the reception area, spread her hands, and looked utterly dejected.
"What can we do?"
"They want a large apartment, the right to name their child, and they also want my parents to die on the spot so as not to tarnish her noble life." Lin Wanqing frowned, shook her head and sighed. "Girls these days are all brainwashed by what they see online, they're all like that." "That is not all," Zhou Chang leaned back and added quietly. "She also inquired about our company's situation, implying that I should find a way to kick you and my brother out of the company so that she could take over as the boss's wife."
"What?"
Lin Wanqing instantly exploded, slamming her hand on the table, making the fine mahogany surface vibrate.
"Who does she think she is? Shameless bastard. She thinks she can kick us out? Dream on.
We must never associate with a woman like her again." My sister-in-law was so angry that her chest heaved, and she cursed for a full 3 minutes without repeating herself. Zhou Qing chuckled inwardly. All right, calm down," he quickly reassured her.
"Why did you call me back in such a hurry? What's wrong?" "Accompanying a client."
Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and suppressed her anger.
"Lu Xuanqi, he's the leader of our project in the south of the city, but you know, he's a bit difficult to deal with." Lu Xuanqi's mother is more than just difficult to deal with.
When Zhou Qing met this leader in the reception room, one word immediately popped into his mind: greasy. With his receding hairline, gold-rimmed glasses, beer belly, and lecherous little eyes, he never took his eyes off the legs of the young female receptionist in the company. I offered him a drink, but he said, "Don't offer me a toast until we've gone around the table." Offer him a cigarette, but he won't smoke the thick ones, the thin ones, or the flavored ones.
The party is finally coming to an end. "Mr. Lu, I'll make some arrangements for tonight." Let's go to Golden Age to relax, have a bath and a massage, a one-stop service, how about that?
Zhou Chang wore a professional fake smile.
Hey! Xiao Zhou, I have to say something to you.
Lu Xuanqi waved his hand, looking utterly bored.
The women at the bathhouse are too professional, like they're clocking in for work. It's boring, I don't like it. Besides, is this how you test your cadres? Dislike? Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat. That old man, he's got some pretty fancy ideas.
Just then, his phone screen lit up.
Chapter 6, If you like dating younger women, why don't you just say so? A short video sent by Zian.
In the video, lights flash, and several young women with heavy makeup line up in front of a small booth, waving their hands wildly at the camera. The table in front of them was tiny, barely the size of a palm, with only 4 bottles of beer pitifully laid out.
Their voices were enthusiastic. Uncle, want to come out for a drink? Blue Ocean Bar on Trendy Street, waiting for you.
Before Zhou Qing could reply, Lu Xuanqi, as if smelling blood, suddenly leaned forward from behind. His eyes were fixed on the screen, which featured several youthful yet worldly young women. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he pointed at the screen, his tone leaving no room for argument.
This place is great. Xiao Zhou, let's go here tonight. You have to come with me.
Zhou Qing's smile froze.
I'll stay with your mom. If you like dating younger women, why don't you just say so?
Why did you have to go through all this trouble, and even drag me into this mess to be your pimp?
The Trendy Street at night is another world. The entire street has practically become a runway exclusively for trendy young women.
The cropped tank top accentuated her still youthful waistline, while the super short shorts were outrageously short, like 2 strips of cloth just cut from the pant legs, barely covering her vital parts. Even worse, some girls had half of their buttocks exposed, swaying with their walk, and their shorts were so short that it looked as if they had only tied a belt around their waist before going out. Lu Xuanqi's small eyes, hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses, almost popped out of their sockets. He pressed himself against the car window, his Adam's apple bobbing, swallowing repeatedly, muttering indistinctly, good place, it's really a good place. The car stopped in front of the Blue Ocean Bar. Before Zhou Qing could speak, Lu Xuanqi had already impatiently pushed open the car door and rushed up the narrow, dark, rusty stairs in a few steps. As soon as I opened the door, a wave of heat hit me. The deafeningly loud, lowbrow music, the pungent smell of smoke, the strong smell of alcohol, and the toxic fumes from a mixture of more than a dozen cheap perfumes instantly enveloped the two of them. The bar was dimly lit, crowded with people, and a chaotic dance floor was in the center.
Lu Xuanqi's neatly tailored cadre jacket and trousers looked completely out of place among this group of monsters and freaks.
The blonde-haired bartender behind the bar was even stunned for a moment, almost thinking that a leader from some department had come down for a surprise inspection.
Sir, or two. A booth. Zhou Qing said succinctly, skillfully pulling out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and handing it over.
The blonde-haired man immediately understood, a fawning smile spreading across his face. He shouted into the room, "Distinguished guests, please have the best seats arranged for you." Instantly, a young woman dressed as a bunny girl, holding up an LED sign welcoming the older brother, swayed her hips seductively and led the two to a relatively quiet corner booth. Before he could even settle in, Ziyan arrived with a whole host of beautiful women. She changed into a daringly cut black tight-fitting mini-skirt, with fishnet covering her thighs, perfectly outlining her figure. With her signature long purple hair and heavy smoky makeup, she looked like she had just come from the set of an adult film from Japan, exuding allure. The girls behind her were equally impressive, wearing tank tops, hot pants, black stockings, and fishnets, the more revealing the better.
Uncle! You finally arrived.
Ziyan pushed past Zhou Chang and sat down next to Lu Xuanqi. She picked up the soft Zhonghua cigarettes that Zhou Qing had placed on the table, lit one, and did so with practiced ease. The other girls also joined in without any hesitation, laughing and joking as they crowded around, filling the booth to the brim.
Uncle, what would you like to drink? A young woman with dyed pink hair asked in a coquettish voice.
Order.
Order whatever you want.
Lu Xuanqi waved his hand, his eyes already unsure where to look. The girls chattered away as they ordered a mix of imported liquor and beer, which came to just over 1,000 yuan. Zhou Qing chuckled inwardly at their naive and unsophisticated expressions, then leisurely flicked his cigarette ash and waved to the waiter beside him.
Get one of everything on your drink menu, except for beer. The energetic young woman immediately fell silent.
All eyes were on Zhou Qing, including Lu Xuanqi, who had just been enjoying himself.
The waiter was also stunned, stammering to confirm, "Sir, you mean, all of them?" Zhou Qing was too lazy to waste any more words.
He took out an unopened Yuhua stone from his pocket, threw it on the table with a thud, and spoke arrogantly.
Can't you understand human language? Here's the drink, and these cigarettes are yours. Have a blast tonight. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Ziyan. Lottery points plus 20. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Lu Fangming.
Lottery points plus 20. Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully caused shock among Yingfang, Su Mengmeng, Zhou Xiaoke, and others. Total lottery points plus 100. In an instant, nearly 200 points were earned.
Zhou Qing was overjoyed.
200 points, converted into rebates, are at least 200,000 yuan in cash.
Tonight's spending is not only completely free, but I can also make a profit.
When I got the bill, I just asked my sister-in-law to reimburse me in full.
I was so happy.
The entire bar seemed to stir because of Zhou Qing's shout. Soon, many girls from the nearby booths came over with their glasses, hoping to get some drinks and cigarettes, and also to take some photos to post on their WeChat moments with captions thanking the uncle for his kindness. These young ladies are much more sensible than those old bastards who only know how to ask for money. Their target was clear. The younger-looking Zhou Qing was actually Lu Xuanqi, who seemed richer and easier to fool.
Uncle, can I add you on WeChat?
My dad was harassed by debt collectors and ran away a long time ago.
How about you become my godfather? Godfather, you look so manly.
The cloyingly sweet nicknames completely charmed Lu Xuanqi, smoothing out all the wrinkles on his face. He hugged one of them in each arm, calling out, "Oh, my good daughter," and "my sweet daughter," incessantly. A group of girls led an old man who was about the same age as them all together to a disco. Zhou Qing watched coldly from the sidelines, shaking his head inwardly. I wonder if this old man will ever remember to approve a big order for the company once he's had his fill of playing around. After a few rounds of drinks, the waiter came over with the bill and handed it to us respectfully.
Sir, the total is 100,080.
Let me round it down and give you a discount, so I'll charge you 88,000. Lu Xuanqi was having a great time when he heard this.
He waved his hand and shouted in a thick tongue, "Xiaozhou, pay the bill. Put the rest of the wine on my tab, on my goddaughter's tab." Zhou Qing followed his gaze and saw Ziyan holding her phone, affectionately hugging Lu Xuanqi's neck and taking a selfie.
The two were almost touching, laughing heartily.
Wow, they become so close after just one night? After leaving the bar, Lu Xuanqi was clearly still not satisfied and insisted on going for a late-night snack.
But here's the problem, the car Zhou Qing drove had so many seats that even 3 people couldn't fit in the back.
At this moment, Lu Xuanqi was surrounded by 6 young women, all of whom were clamoring to go with their godfather.
Finally, Lu Xuanqi waved his hand and let the 2 prettiest girls sit on his lap, while the rest were piled up like a human pyramid and stuffed into the back seat.
Zhou Qing immediately understood and took the initiative to open the driver's side door. "Mr. Lu, you go ahead. I have some urgent business at the company and need to go back."
"Don't worry, I've already settled the bill." After saying that, he left in a flash before Lu Xuanqi could react.
Chapter 7 I've Loved.
The next day, Zhou Qing wanted to sleep in, but was woken up by a phone call from his sister-in-law, Lin Wanqing.
The woman on the other end of the phone couldn't contain her excitement and praise. "Xingzi, you did a great job last night. Lu Xuanqi just called me personally and said he was very satisfied with our reception. We got the biggest order for that project in the south of the city."
Just as Zhou Qing was about to go back to sleep after hanging up the phone, her phone rang again.
Caller ID, Lu Xuanqi. "Xiaozhou, where are you? Come out and meet me, I need to talk to you." Zhou Cheng, with messy hair and yawning, arrived at the agreed-upon apartment building. Those who know what an apartment is like.
Lu Xuanqi looked radiant and full of energy, appearing 10 years younger than he had been the day before. He pointed upstairs.
"Boss, do you know anyone upstairs?" Zhou Qing asked casually.
Lu Xuanqi chuckled, revealing a mysterious expression that only men would understand.
He lowered his voice, his tone full of smugness. "My new goddaughter whom I just met last night lives here.
I finally managed to get a date with her, and you're not here, that's not good."
Zhou Qing's lips twitched, and a million curses ran through his mind.
That old lecher Lu Xuanqi really went to great lengths to pick up a young, spirited girl. Lu Xuanqi deliberately puffed out his plump, woman-like chest and smugly led the way, looking just like a weasel. The elevator ascended smoothly and stopped on the 28th floor. With a ding, the door opened. Lu Xuanxi took out his room card and swiped it lightly on the door lock.
Drop.
The moment the door opened, an indescribable, complex smell, like an invisible hand, suddenly gripped Zhou Qing's throat. The lingering alcohol, the tar from cheap cigarettes, the cloying sweetness of cheap perfume, the sour stench of leftover food fermenting in takeout containers, and the unique sweat and foot odor of a teenage girl, all these smells combined to almost knock Zhou Qing off her feet. Zhou Qing subconsciously took a half step back. This is clearly a garbage transfer station. In the living room, 6 or 7 girls lay sprawled on the sofa, the carpet, and even under the coffee table. The straps of their pajamas had slipped down, revealing large expanses of snow-white skin. Their long, slender legs were crossed without any defense, each in a more undignified posture than the last. Leftover barbecue skewers and empty wine bottles were scattered everywhere, and several fake bags were tossed in a corner like trash, next to a stack of unopened express delivery boxes. Lu Xuanxi acted as if he were at home, familiarly stepping over a body lying on the ground, while considerately muttering, "Hey, be careful, don't step on my daughter." Zhou Qing's lips trembled violently, and her eyelids twitched wildly as she followed him into the master bedroom. The scene in the bedroom was even more extreme. At least 4 girls were crammed onto that 2-meter wide bed. The blanket was kicked to the ground, and several women's bodies were intertwined. Snoring and sleep-talking went hand in hand. Farting and teeth grinding are of the same kind. "Godfather, you're here?" A lazy, husky voice came from the bed. Xian rubbed her sleepy eyes and propped herself up from the crowd. Her silk nightgown was wrinkled like a clump of dried salted vegetables, and her chest was exposed. She yawned, her eyes still a little dazed, but when she saw Lu Xuanxi, a sweet smile immediately spread across her face. "Wait a minute, I'm going to wash my face." She staggered into the bathroom. Clatter. A pink-haired girl on the bed was woken up, turned over, and ended up facing Zhou Qing. The two had met a few times. She squinted at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly grinned and stretched out a slender arm. "Hey bro, got a cigarette? Can I have one?" Zhou Qing handed him a soft Zhonghua cigarette. The young woman didn't stand on ceremony. She took the cigarette, put it in her mouth, and then pulled out a pink lighter from under her pillow. She lit it with a click, took a deep drag, and exhaled a string of thick smoke rings. Call. Soon, the second, the third, also woke up and followed suit, each trying to get a cigarette. In an instant, the room was filled with smoke, so thick that people couldn't open their eyes. The Tyndall effect was even manifested. Just then, Zhou Qing felt his trouser leg being gently tugged. He looked down and saw a thin, fair-skinned girl who had somehow climbed to the edge of the bed and was looking up at him. The girl appeared to be the smallest in stature, but her eyes revealed a cleverness. She was only wearing an oversized t-shirt, the hem of which was rolled up, revealing the edge of her pink underwear. "Uncle," she said readily. "My phone is out of service, could you top up my phone credit by 5 yuan? Zhou Qing wanted to laugh. He took out his phone, pointed at the number the girl had given him, and tapped the screen with his finger. "I topped it up." "Thank you, uncle," the girl smiled sweetly. The next second, a text message popped up. "Dear customer, you have successfully recharged 100 yuan. Your current phone credit balance is 45.8 yuan. The girl checked the text message several times before looking up at Zhou Qing in disbelief. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Su Mengmeng. Lottery points plus 10. "Uncle, you're so kind." Su Mengmeng stammered, a blush rising on her cheeks. She then sat up abruptly from the bedside and leaned over to kiss Zhou Qing on the face. Zhou Qing felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively leaned back, perfectly dodging the attack. "Are you kidding me?" Putting aside the possibility that these young women might have some strange infectious diseases, just the thick layer of foundation on her face, enough to scrape off 3 pounds of putty, would ruin my Armani shirt if I rubbed it on her. Seeing that her kiss had fallen through, Su Mengmeng wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she giggled and leaned against Zhou Qing's leg. At this moment, the other young women in the room, who had fully regained consciousness, actually started working. Zhou Chang was curious about what kind of work they did. Their fingers flew across the keyboard as they sent messages on various social media platforms. "Brother, are you there? I haven't eaten yet, I'm so hungry. Hey handsome, can you lend me 50 yuan for a meal? I'll pay you back double when I get paid. Why, I'm in a bad mood today. Is there any handsome guy who can send me a red envelope to cheer me up?" Zhou Qing's phone vibrated several times in his pocket. He unlocked his screen without making a sound and was shocked to find several identical requests for food in his WeChat account, with the profile pictures of the people in front of him.
Here come the points.
He chuckled and clicked into each chat window one by one, sending a 200 yuan red envelope to each one.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Ding Feng.
Lottery points plus 20. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Zhou Xiaoke.
Lottery points plus 10. Byte.
A series of system notifications rang in my mind. Almost simultaneously, the phones of the two girls next to Zhou Qing emitted a ding-dong notification sound indicating that payment had been received.
Holy crap!
A young woman with gray hair suddenly jumped out of bed, holding up her phone and screaming excitedly.
Sisters! Look! Someone sent me 200. Another guy with short, blonde hair excitedly chimed in, I have one too. I've finally caught a sucker. This idiot old dang is really rich and stupid, haha.
The room was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Zhou Qing smiled and slowly shook his phone, the screen showing the records of the red envelopes he had just sent.
Are you talking about me?
The two girls' laughter stopped abruptly, and they awkwardly shrank back. The gray-haired girl immediately muttered something to Su Mengmeng, who was standing next to Zhou Qing.
Meng. This wasn't sent to us by us, it was sent to us by him.
Zhou Qing was stunned.
When did he become Su Mengmeng's old man? Su Mengmeng's mental state was clearly beyond that of an ordinary person.
Instead of being displeased at all, she snuggled up to Zhou Qing even more affectionately, nudged him with her elbow, and spoke in a sweet voice.
Uncle, look, they all have them, I want one too. She blinked and lowered her voice.
Send this to me, and I'll take pictures of me in my underwear, in all sorts of poses.
Chapter 8, Old Ginger is Spicier.
Zhou Cheng lowered his voice and leaned close to Su Mengmeng's ear, who was engrossed in grabbing red envelopes.
Is this the legendary Bang Lao Dang?
Su Mengmeng didn't even look up, her fingers flying across the screen, but she said without hesitation, Brother, this is nothing.
If we're talking about the ceiling, it has to be Sister Xian.
She snatched a red envelope, looked up happily, and added with a sly look in her eyes, but Uncle Lu's doesn't count.
He's doing it because he's willing. Ours is a two-way street. Zhou Chang nodded knowingly, secretly amused the word was quite trendy.
Just then, Ziyan, who had just finished washing up and changed into a silk slip dress, clapped her hands, instantly attracting everyone's attention. She put one hand on her hip and held her phone high with the other, saying this.
Sisters, quiet down. I, Ziyan, have an announcement to make today.
As soon as the words were spoken, the young men and women who had been lounging around in the living room instantly perked up, sitting up straight on the sofa and carpet, each with a mobile phone in hand and expectant faces. Zhou Qing was stunned for a moment. Although she felt that this was a bit childish, she still readily took out her phone. Ziyan cleared her throat and said firmly into her phone screen, From today onwards, Lu Xuanqi is my godfather.
After saying that, I started operating the machine. Ding ding. Zhou Qing's phone rang.
In the group chat family on Trendy Street 409, a bright red 888 yuan red envelope appeared.
Then came the second one.
The group administrator reacted instantly, pinning a system message to the top, a warm welcome to Lu Xuanqi, the godfather of Ziyan from Trendy Street, to the group.
Copy. Follow the formation, someone shouted.
Instantly, the screen was flooded with the same sentence. Before Zhou Qing could react, Su Mengmeng nudged him with her elbow, Brother, did you grab the red envelope? If you did, quickly copy and send it out.
That's the rule of the game.
Zhou Cheng did as instructed.
No sooner had the message been sent than a profile picture with the username Xuanqin Roy meaning may you have good fortune and everything goes smoothly, that is, Lu Xuanqi himself sent 5 huge red envelopes containing 888 yuan each. Wow! Uncle Lu is so generous. Thank you, Godfather. The group chat was in an uproar.
Zhou Cheng also managed to grab a few dozen yuan, and her heart stirred slightly.
Seeing his clueless expression, Su Mengmeng whispered a little explanation, Here, whoever gives out the most red envelopes is the boss. It's about status, you know? Zhou Qing thought to himself, isn't this just the same as sending gifts to streamers? Just then, a conspicuous ID popped up. Snake Demon of Trendy Street, oh, by Jiayan, is that all? You old fool, are you trying to fob me off like this?
A message accompanied by a nose-picking emoji is full of sarcasm.
Ziyan's expression changed slightly, but she did not retort.
She turned around and clung to Lu Xuanqi as if she had no bones, her voice carrying a mix of grievance and coquettishness. Godfather, look at her, let's not stoop to her level. Lu Xuanqi was most susceptible to this kind of thing. With the beauty's encouragement, his vanity instantly surged. He laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Experience? I'll show her what real strength is today. He picked up his phone and started tapping the screen frantically. 1, 2, 3, 10 888 yuan red envelopes exploded in the group like a machine gun. However, he stopped after sending the 10th red envelope. Oh dear. What bad luck, my bank card has reached its spending limit. Zhou Qing thought to himself, this isn't just a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. The air seemed to freeze. Ziyan's smug smile froze, gradually turning into disappointment. The news about Trend Street Snake Demon is trending again, this time even more brazenly. Ah! I'm dying of laughter. That's it? That's it? My record is 20. This is only 10. Did your sugar daddy get them from Pinduoduo? At Trend Street Purple Swallow. A series of sarcastic remarks struck Ziyan like a slap across the face. Zhou Qing looked at Ziyan's tearful appearance, and then at Lu Xuanqi, who looked embarrassed and angry. His mind raced. This was a golden opportunity. He'd take the gamble. He suddenly stood up and quickly typed a line in the group chat. Xingzhou, Ziyan's godfather's phone has reached its limit, I'll send the rest on his behalf. Before he finished speaking, he opened the red envelope, entered 888 as the amount and 100 as the quantity, and then pressed the send button. The next second, the entire Trend Street family group went completely crazy. The screen was covered by an impenetrable red envelope. 100 red envelopes, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly flooded everyone's phone screen. Holy crap! 100 announcements. Holy shit! My phone is frozen. Su Mengmeng and the others screamed, frantically clicking the screen to grab red envelopes while excitedly waving their arms. Sister Ziyan. 100. You're the only big sister on the trendy street now. Ziyan was completely stunned. She stared blankly at her phone screen, her eyes instantly reddening, and she trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, in Zhou Qing's mind, the system's notification sounds were coming one after another. Successfully shocked Su Mengmeng, plus 10 points. Successfully shocked Li Shui, plus 10 points. Successfully shocked Xian Duo, plus 50 points. Host detected causing a large-scale public shock event, reward points plus 50. Cash rebate of 100,000. We made a killing. We really made a killing this time. Ziyan suddenly came to her senses, screamed, and pounced on Zhou Qing with open arms, as if she wanted to give him a passionate kiss. Zhou Chang leaned back instinctively, and as she got closer, he subtly shifted his body to the side, while loudly proclaiming, "It was all President Lu's idea, I was just doing it on his behalf." In short, all the credit and face were given to Lu Xuanqi. Ziyan paused, then turned around and, without hesitation, planted a kiss on Lu Xuanqi's oily face. Lu Xuanqi was stunned by this sudden display of favor, and now, after being kissed by the beauty, he was even more elated, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Zhou Qing. He pulled Zhou Qing to the balcony, handed him a cigarette, and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Zhou, how much is that money? I'll transfer it to you right away." Zhou Chang put on a humble and respectful expression and smiled modestly. "Mr. Lu, what are you saying? I'm just glad you're happy. It's nothing." He sneered inwardly, "The records of 100 red envelopes in the group are all there, can't you see them?" Lu Xuanqi was extremely satisfied with his attitude and patted him heavily on the shoulder. "You young man, you know how to handle things. Your company is lucky to have you. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to another big business deal later." Zhou Chang nodded, seemingly casually reminding him, "President Lu, these young girls can be quite aggressive, not as good as a live streamer." Lu Xuanqi exhaled a smoke ring dismissively, his eyes holding a knowing, amused look. "It's just for fun, to have some fun. Spending real money at least makes a sound and provides some entertainment. It's better than giving gifts to those female streamers who you can't even see on the leaderboard, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing said nothing more, but silently gave him a thumbs up. Old ginger is spicier. Chapter 9, Cayenne? Or the top-of-the-line model? Value for money. Lu Xuanqi chuckled, the cigar between his fingers trembled, and ash fell in a flurry. "Xiao Zhou, you're still young. You can't even touch a hair on a female streamer's head by sending her rockets. But what are you buying when you spend money on them? You're surrounded by admirers, you're the center of attention, you're this kind of He gestured with his chin toward the group of people in the living room who were still engrossed in the red envelope frenzy, his eyes full of the mockery of a controller.
It's this kind of tangible vanity. The happier they are, the happier I am. Their spending of my money is like making me famous. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation.
Zhou Qing felt a chill run down his spine. He understood instantly. Lu Xuanxi was not the old man who was shot, he was the hunter who held a shotgun and leisurely watched his prey revel in the trap. He didn't enjoy the girls' youth, but rather their madness fueled by money. He saw prey greedily crawling into the cage following the bait, and he enjoyed the absolute sense of dominance that came from crushing everything with the power of money. Looking again at Ziyan, who was surrounded by her sisters in the distance, holding up her phone like a queen, her face flushed with excitement, Zhou Qing couldn't help but feel a pang of pity.
This girl, seemingly worldly and sophisticated, is actually as innocent as a blank sheet of paper.
She thought that with her youth and cunning, she had snagged a rich husband and become the undisputed queen of the trendy street. Little did she know that all her glory was nothing more than a handful of grains thrown by a hunter, and that her joys and sorrows had already been priced.
The farce finally came to an end in the middle of the night.
Returning to the bridal chamber his parents had prepared for him, the moment he pushed open the door, a refreshing coolness rushed towards him. The newly installed rosewood air conditioner is running quietly, remotely turned on in advance, keeping out the summer night's heat. Zhou Qing slumped heavily into the Italian leather sofa that the system had gifted him. The soft leather perfectly supported his tired body, making him feel so comfortable that he wanted to fall into a deep sleep.
But he couldn't. Tonight's harvest was enough to keep him excited until dawn.
He closed his eyes, and with a thought, his consciousness sank into the system space.
System, initiate the lottery. Ding. 500 points consumed for a premium lottery draw.
Congratulations, host.
You have won a top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne. The vehicle paperwork is complete. Pick up your car at the Porsche Center in this city in 3 days with your ID.
Zhou Qing suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her heart pounding.
A Cayenne? Or the top-of-the-line model?
His hands trembled as he unlocked his phone and quickly typed the model number into the search box. When the official guide price of over 3 million came into view, he felt his breath almost stop. The phone almost slipped from his hand, the string of zeros magnified infinitely in his eyes, making him feel dizzy.
This isn't just money anymore, it's a house on wheels.
Before he could recover from the huge shock, the system notification sounded again.
Ding. 100 points consumed for a regular lottery draw.
Congratulations, host, you have won a Vision Recovery Card perfect grade.
Use it now? Use it.
Zhou Qing said without hesitation. A barely perceptible warm current instantly flowed into my eyes, initially causing a slight soreness, which then turned into a refreshing coolness. He blinked subconsciously, and when he opened his eyes again, the whole world seemed to have been instantly reset in high definition. The dust particles floating in the air, the delicate texture of the paint on the walls, the warped and weft lines of the curtains in the distance, everything became clearer and sharper than ever before. He took off the black-rimmed glasses that had been with him for several years and casually tossed them onto the coffee table. Standing in front of the mirror in the entryway, the young man's eyes, no longer obscured by the lenses, appeared exceptionally bright and spirited, and the contours of his facial features became much clearer.
Her entire demeanor suddenly became several levels higher. He smiled with satisfaction and continued to count his spoils. With a rebate of 200,000 yuan from 100 red envelopes, plus his previous savings, his bank account balance has exceeded 400,000 yuan. In addition, the system also gave him some extra rewards such as special edition cigarettes and limited edition liquor, which he casually piled up in the storage room. The thrill of sudden wealth surged to the top of his head, and Zhou Qing felt a little giddy. He opened the mobile game he often played, looked at the glittering skins and items in the store, and clicked the recharge button as if possessed. One order of 648, then another 648. By the time he came to his senses, tens of thousands of yuan had already been spent like water. The little character on the screen was equipped with top-tier gear, and his combat power skyrocketed. The guild channel was filled with praise from the big shots. But Zhou Qing felt nothing but endless emptiness and regret. Damn it, what a nouveau riche mentality, he muttered under his breath, then abruptly shut down the game. This money was wasted. I have to earn it back from those young women. However, in the next 2 days, the group of girls who were still lively and energetic in Lu Xuanxi's apartment seemed to have vanished into thin air, and no matter how many times he tagged them in the group chat, no one responded. Only their WeChat moments remained bustling with activity.
Today, we're in a booth at the city's most exclusive nightclub, where champagne towers are piled higher than a person.
Tomorrow I'll be showing off my newly acquired luxury handbag, with a caption thanking my brother for the treat.
The day after tomorrow, I'll be checking in at a trendy restaurant again, and every photo in the 9-grid layout exudes an air of extravagance and decadence. Zhou Qing observed the situation with indifference, showing no urgency. He knew that no matter how dazzling the fireworks were, they would eventually burn out. Sure enough, on the morning of the third day, his phone vibrated. It was a group message from Su Mengmeng.
Brother, are you there? My phone is out of service because I didn't pay the bill. Could you lend me 10 yuan to top up my phone credit?
I'll pay you back as soon as I have the money.
Pleading.
Zhou Qing smiled, glanced at the message, then locked his screen without replying.
Chives should be allowed to grow longer before being harvested.
These girls have just fallen from the heights of wealth and are going through a period of great psychological adjustment.
They are emotionally numb and are no longer easily shocked. Making a move now would be too inefficient in terms of reaping the shock value.
Just as I was pondering this, a WeChat message from my cousin popped up, accompanied by a photo and a brief description.
Xiaoqing, I've found you another one. She works at a bank, is 31 this year, and is quite good looking, isn't she? Her family is well off, and she's definitely an independent woman.
Zhou Qing clicked on the photo. A woman in a business suit, with exquisite makeup and sharp eyes, was facing the camera.
The background was the skyscrapers of Lujiazui. He let out a long sigh.
The last blind date his sister-in-law labeled him as a good match was one he went on with his older brother for courage, and now that woman is harassing his brother every day in various ways.
My second sister-in-law also said this is reliable. Why don't you meet her? Just consider it a meal. My cousin's message followed quickly. All right.
Unable to resist the repeated persuasion of her family, Zhou Qing finally agreed. After hanging up the phone, he walked to the window and looked down at the bustling street below. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. He turned and went into the bedroom, changed into a newly bought casual suit, and picked up his phone and keys. Before leaving home, he specifically took a taxi to the center to pick up his car. He's going to drive this brand new Cayenne.
I just wanted to show off, nothing more. Chapter 10 Today it's my treat, order whatever you want.
Mirror Flower Watermoon is a high-end fusion concept Chinese restaurant whose name alone suggests an average cost of 4 figures per person. As Zhou Qing drove the Cayenne slowly into the restaurant entrance, the security guard who had been dozing off leaning against the guard post suddenly twitched. He stood up almost as if ejected, his gaze lingering on the highly recognizable car logo and exaggerated quad exhaust pipes for half a second before flashing an incredibly enthusiastic smile. His right hand swiftly pressed the button for the lifting lever, while his left hand raised in a standard salute. Zhou Qing, with one hand on the steering wheel, slid into the car expressionlessly.
His Cayenne wasn't alone in the parking lot.
On the left is a Bentley Flying Spur, on the right is a Maybach S-Class, and further away are several Rolls-Royces and Ferraris, like a small-scale top-tier auto show. Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly realized that tonight's meal would probably cost him a fortune.
Fine, let's just consider it a test of the shock threshold of high-end people.
As soon as Zhou Qing got out of the car, the waiter greeted her with a smile and gracefully opened the heavy glass door of the restaurant.
Good evening, sir. Do you have an appointment? I made an appointment with someone. My surname is Zhou.
Okay, Mr. Zhou, this way please. The restaurant is dimly lit and minimalist in design, with each table spaced far apart and separated by carefully designed bamboo groves and flowing water features to ensure absolute privacy. A faint scent of sandalwood filled the air, accompanied by soft classical music, making one unconsciously slow down their breathing. The waiter led him to an elegant booth by the window and handed him a substantial menu. Zhou Qing glanced at it and casually gave the order.
Bring me a pot of hot water first.
The waiter's professional smile remained unchanged as he bowed slightly. I'm sorry, sir, our restaurant does not provide hot water. However, we have prepared Evian mineral water from the Alps and natural spring water from the Wui Mountain Nature Reserve for you, 88 yuan per serving.
Which would you like?
Zhou Qing's eye twitched slightly. He opened the menu, and the first page was for drinks. Freshly squeezed orange juice is 128, hand-drip Blue Mountain coffee is 388, and a seemingly ordinary bottle of red wine has 4 zeros after the price tag. He closed the menu without making a sound, and tapped his fingertips lightly on the table. Then let's have spring water, iced.
Okay, please wait a moment. Waiting for someone is always boring.
Zhou Qing took out his phone and opened the mobile game that had made him spend tens of thousands of yuan on it.
As soon as it went live, the guild channel exploded. Holy crap! The big boss is online. Wow, that guy's awesome. Last night's recharge completely stunned our server's top spender.
He ignored the praise and focused on grinding in the game.
The top-tier character effects on the screen are dazzling.
All troops, attack. After an unknown amount of time, the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the ground came from afar. Zhou Qing looked up and saw two women walking towards him.
The one in the lead is his blind date.
She had a neat short haircut, exquisite makeup, and a well-tailored royal blue silk shirt. The Cartier Ballon blue bracelet on her wrist shimmered subtly under the lights. She exudes an aura of elite, mature woman. Her best friend, who was following behind her, seemed to have tried to imitate her but ended up looking like a dog instead. Although she was dressed in designer clothes, her heavy makeup couldn't hide the acne scars on her face, and her eyes were arrogant. The two sat down opposite him, and the best friend's gaze immediately fell on Zhou Qing's still-lit phone screen, letting out an undisguised sneer.
How old are you? Still playing such childish games?
Zhou Qing sneered inwardly. Judging from the fine lines around their eyes and their slightly tired skin, these two are at least 35 years old. They've really lived in Seoul, yet they still have the nerve to say others are old. He slowly locked his phone screen, leaned back on the soft sofa, and a playful smile appeared on his lips.
There's no other way. Waiting for someone for too long, I have to find something to do to pass the time. The implication is that you are late.
The bank employee's expression stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment, but she quickly resumed her formulaic smile. She extended her hand and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Lan, and this is my best friend, Li Li." Zhou Qing shook her hand symbolically for a moment, then withdrew his hand. Zhang Lan seemed unfazed by his coldness and cut straight to the point. "My cousin told me that Mr. Zhou works in sales and is now a manager?
His annual salary must be quite good, right?"
It carried the scrutinizing tone of an interviewer.
"It's all right, not much.
I only have a few 100,000 in the bank," Zhou Qing replied casually.
Hundreds of thousands?
Her best friend's voice suddenly rose, but then she realized she had lost her composure and lowered her voice.
This amount of money wouldn't even meet the minimum threshold for wealth management clients at our bank. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow. They've finally arrived.
He wasn't angry, he just smiled faintly, placed the car keys on the table, and made a soft snapping sound.
Porsche's shield emblem shines brightly. I don't have much savings.
Most of it went into buying cars.
I just got a Cayenne.
Oh, and I also have an apartment, but it's still on mortgage.
Ding.
Slight shock detected in Li Li, points plus 10.
Ding. Zhang Lan's slight shock was detected. Points plus 15.
A faint notification sounded in Zhou Qing's mind, which disappointed him greatly.
That's all? The impact of luxury cars on them is far less than they imagined.
Sure enough, her best friend's expression immediately turned rather unpleasant. His eyes finally showed a slight change. But that was only a fleeting moment of surprise, which quickly subsided. Mr. Zhou is truly a young man of great talent. She praised him verbally, but her eyes remained calm. Zhou Qing completely lost his patience.
Surprisingly, even a 3 million Cayenne couldn't generate any buzz.
He leaned forward, placed his hands crossed on the table, and looked directly at the other person.
Ms. Zhang, we're both quite busy, so let's be frank. What specific requirements do you have for a partner? Zhang Lan was very satisfied with his directness.
She gracefully picked up the 88 yuan spring water, took a sip, and then slowly spoke.
My requirements aren't high.
My own monthly salary isn't high, only a little over 5,000 after tax, so I hope the man can have a stable and relatively high income. A house is a must, preferably paid in full, but if it's a mortgage, the down payment can't be less than 70%. Also, according to our local custom, the bride price is 888,000 yuan, all of which will be given to my sister to raise in luxury, not a penny less. As she spoke, her phone screen lit up, and a text message notification for a credit card repayment popped up. Zhou Qing had sharp eyes. Although it was just a glance, the long repayment number that almost overflowed the screen still stung his eyes. A bank employee with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, burdened with an exorbitant credit card bill, brazenly demanded that the man provide an apartment and a dowry of nearly 1 million yuan.
Zhou Qing's anger flared up instantly.
He suddenly felt that saying even one more word to this kind of woman was a waste of his life. Then, he deliberately handed the menu to his best friend, whose face was covered in acne. "Ladies, stop chatting and order. It's on me today, order whatever you like." He ran his finger across the menu, muttering to himself, this boiled pork slices looks good, quite flavorful. And also spicy blood curd, spicy chicken, and a dry pot of braised pork intestines, waiter. Chapter 11. I'm not interested in airports. He ordered dishes that were all very oily and spicy, the kind of dishes that are most likely to cause skin problems. Sure enough, Li Li's face turned green instantly. She glared at Zhou Qing as if she wanted to kill him with her eyes. Zhang Lan's expression turned completely cold. She picked up her handbag and stood up. "Excuse me, I suddenly remembered that I have an urgent meeting at the bank, so I'll have to leave now." After saying that, she turned and walked away like a gust of wind, her high heels clicking on the ground without looking back. Watching their hasty retreat, Zhou Qing felt inexplicably relieved. He called the waiter over and paid the bill. No more, no less, exactly 888 yuan. He was seething with anger and told the waiter to pack up all the greasy dishes. Driving a luxury car worth 3 million yuan while carrying a few boxes of boiled pork slices home, the image is utterly ridiculous. He decided to go to the supermarket first to buy a few cans of beer so he could have a good drink at home. In front of the supermarket's refrigerated display case, Zhou Qing was picking out beer when he suddenly caught sight of 3 familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. It was the same 3 traffic light sisters I met in front of the Shaoxin snack shop that day. The 3 of them were gathered around the snack aisle, arguing about which flavor of potato chips to take. The girl in the middle with long, icy blue hair had changed her outfit today, a black tank top, super short denim shorts, and over-the-knee boots. With her smoky makeup, her legs were dazzlingly white under the supermarket lights. A supermarket clerk in uniform was standing not far away, arms crossed, staring intently at them. Zhou Qing chuckled inwardly. He picked up 2 packs of chilled Budweiser and strolled over. To the astonishment of the 3 men, he casually pulled a brand new pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, flicked it with his finger, and the square cigarette box traced a precise parabola in the air. Then, Xiao Lan subconsciously reached out and caught it, and the familiar hardness and weight made her pause for half a second. The other 2 girls also came over to take a look, and when they saw the golden Chinese characters, their pupils dilated in unison. Ding! Strong shock detected. Points plus 10. Ding! Strong shock detected. Points plus 10. Ding! Strong shock detected. Points plus 10. In an instant, 30 points were credited to my account. Zhou Qing felt relieved. Indeed, dealing with these young girls is much simpler and more direct than dealing with those self-important elite women, and it's also much more cost-effective. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to take out his lighter, Xiao Lan tore open the cigarette pack, pulled out a cigarette and handed it to his mouth. With her other hand, she pulled out a pink plastic lighter from somewhere, and with a click, a cluster of orange flames appeared. Zhou Qing lit a cigarette in her hand and took a deep drag. The emotional value is instantly maximized. Thanks. He glanced at their empty shopping baskets, then looked at his watch. It was almost 10 p.m. Have you eaten? Xiao Lan shook her head, the red-haired girl next to her rubbed her stomach, and the green-haired girl turned her gaze to the instant noodles on the shelf. Zhou Qing rubbed the cigarette but between his fingers. Come on, come home with me. I just packed a few dishes, one person can't finish them all. The 3 looked at each other, their eyes filled with hesitation and a hint of wariness. Zhou Qing saw through their thoughts, scoffed, and threw his cigarette butt into the nearby trash can. I'm not interested in airports. It's just a meal. Consider it repaying the favor of you lighting my cigarette earlier. These words only fueled Xiao Lan's competitive spirit. She puffed out her chest, revealing a rather impressive figure outlined beneath her black tank top. Who's afraid? I've had my ID card in my pocket for years. With that, she waved her hand and said, let's go. Let's freeload. What are we afraid of him for? When it was time to pay, Zhou Qing had just put the beer and a few snacks on the conveyor belt when the clerk, who had been watching them for a while, walked over quickly, stood in front of them, and crossed his arms. Excuse me, everyone, please wait a moment. The 3 girls' expressions changed instantly, and their previous fearless demeanor vanished completely. Take off your coats and take out everything inside, the shop assistant said coldly. Amidst the strange looks from the surrounding customers, the 3 of them hesitantly unzipped their jackets, and potato chips, chocolates, spicy strips, self-heating hot pots, all fell to the ground with a clatter. Zhou Qing rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. He didn't even bother to look at the girls' faces, which had turned a deep purplish red, and simply waved to the cashier. "Sweep up, these, and everything on the ground, it's all on me." The cashier and shop assistant were stunned. Finally, under Zhou Qing's indifferent gaze, they hurriedly picked up the items on the ground and scanned them one by one.
The total is 133.5 yuan.
Zhou Qing scanned the QR code to pay, picked up the shopping bag, and walked out without looking back. Only after they stepped out of the supermarket and breathed in the slightly cool air did Xiaolan catch up, asking with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty, "Uncle, thank you."
You drove here?"
Zhou Qing hummed in agreement and pressed the car key. Not far away, in the most conspicuous spot in the parking lot, two soft beeps sounded, and the car lights suddenly turned on.
"Holy crap!" The red-haired girl's exclamation was simple and direct. "Holy shit!"
The green-haired girl's vocabulary was obviously about the same.
Xiaolan's mouth dropped open.
She stared intently at the shield-shaped car emblem that gleamed metallically under the light, her voice trembling. This is a Porsche?
It must be very expensive."
Zhou Qing opened the car door, tossed the shopping bags into the passenger seat, and glanced back at them. "Get in the car, what are you standing there for?" The three of them seemed to wake from a dream, and they approached almost on tiptoe, very cautiously. "Uncle, this car must cost over $1 million, right?" the green-haired girl asked.
"We've got over 300 done."
Zhou Qing casually started the engine.
The V8 engine roared in a deep rumble. The girls instantly snapped to attention. Ding! Extreme shock detected. Points plus 10. Ding! Extreme shock detected. Points plus 10. Ding! Extreme shock detected. Points plus 10.
Another 30 points. Zhou Qing was in a great mood, and even the steering wheel felt lighter.
These energetic young women are so much better.
They provide plenty of emotional value and have a low threshold for shock. They're practically walking points earning babies. The three girls, who had been so unruly just moments before, became reserved. Before opening the car door, they even patted the dust off their clothes in unison. After getting into the car, they didn't dare to breathe too loudly, for fear of damaging the top-quality leather seats with their cheap denim. The car drove smoothly into the night, and a moment of silence fell over the carriage. To break the awkward silence, Zhou Qing casually asked, "Do you often go to the supermarket to get things?" He deliberately used a rather euphemistic word.
To everyone's surprise, Xiaolan and her friends made no attempt to hide it.
The red-haired girl even seemed a little smug. "That's called flying.
We're really good at it, we just made a mistake today. Last time we went to a buffet, we even flew a whole tub of Haagen-Dazs." What's wrong with Chapter 12? Is your butt leaking electricity?
Yes. The green-haired girl also became interested. "And that grilled cold noodles place downstairs, it's only 5 yuan a serving, we fly every day, and the owner still hasn't found out about it." As they excitedly shared their glorious stories of flying cars and food, Zhou Qing's lips twitched and a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in his heart. These few rascals, lest they accidentally blow up their own home too. When Zhou Qing opened the door, the motion sensor lights in the entryway turned on, revealing a minimalist yet luxurious interior. Immediately, another collective gasp of surprise rippled through the room.
"My goodness!
Uncle, your house is so beautiful. This TV must be at least 100 inches. Little Blue, on the other hand, seemed to have discovered a new continent. With a cheer, she kicked off her boots, the smell of which was neither pleasant nor unpleasant. She plopped down on the Italian leather sofa, barefoot, and rolled around comfortably a couple of times.
"Wow!
This sofa is so soft.
Uncle, is this thing quite expensive?"
Zhou Qing changed into slippers, put the dishes on the dining table, handed her slippers, and replied without turning her head.
"Not bad, 38,000.
No sooner had she finished speaking than, with a whoosh, Little Blue, who had been nestled in the sofa, sprang up as if she had a spring under her bottom, standing straight on the carpet with a look of terror on her face.
Ding! Slight shock detected. Points plus 3.
Zhou Qing was amused by her reaction and turned around to tease her.
"What's wrong? Is your butt getting an electric shock?" Xiaolan's face flushed red instantly.
She stammered for a long time before the red-haired girl next to her couldn't bear to watch any longer and came to her rescue. "No, she's on her period and didn't put anything on her pad.
She was afraid of getting you dirty."
As she spoke, Xiaolan even reached into her shorts and checked to make sure there was no hemorrhage before letting out a long sigh of relief. Zhou Qing's eyes twitched at that action.
"They're so careless. They threw away a bunch of food,
but didn't even think to throw away a bag of sanitary napkins to use. Zhou Qing shook her head, both amused and exasperated, and opened the side-by-side smart refrigerator in the kitchen to get some ice. As soon as the refrigerator door opened, soft LED lights illuminated, and the neatly arranged imported beverages and ingredients inside drew another round of amazement. As Zhou Qing pressed the automatic ice-making button, a clattering sound was heard, and crystal-clear ice cubes automatically fell into the cup. At the same time, the system notification sound rang out.
Ding! Shock detected. Points +5.
On the dining table, the heavy oil and spicy dishes that Zhang Lan had despised as garbage in the game Mirror Flower Water Moon had now become delicacies.
The three girls devoured the food in a flash, their mouths greasy with oil. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food,
they completely let loose, taking off their coats when they got hot, revealing their tank tops and tattoos, and starting to play drinking games and dice.
Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the whole room. Zhou Cheng leaned back in his chair, watching their unrestrained and carefree antics.
Suddenly, he felt that these 3 energetic young women were much more adorable than the aloof bank employee who talked endlessly about houses and dowries and even worried about her skin when eating spicy chicken. After a hearty meal and drinks, and with the alcohol taking effect, the 3 of them were completely exhausted and sprawled out on the sofa in increasingly undignified postures. The red-haired girl propped her legs up on the coffee table, while the green-haired girl rested her head on the red-haired girl's stomach, drooling in her sleep. Only Xiaolan remained somewhat conscious, idly scrolling through short videos on her phone, the screen light casting flickering shadows on her smoky-eyed face. The air was filled with the smell of leftover food and alcohol, mixed with the cheap perfume smell of the girls. As Zhou Qing tidied up the mess on the table, looking at the 3 girls who seemed to have lost their backbone, a question suddenly popped into his mind. He leaned against the kitchen doorframe, carrying a garbage bag, and casually asked a question.
I'm a little curious, are you guys really that hungry? A few days ago, Zian posted an announcement in the group chat. Didn't that old man Lu Xuanqi give away tens of thousands of yuan in red envelopes? Didn't you guys manage to grab any?
Xiaolan looked away from the screen, glanced at him lazily, and gave a self-deprecating laugh.
I managed to snag it. My hands are practically giving out.
She sat up straighter and stretched out her fingers, painted with black nail polish, counting them one by one, buying this little tank top, replacing the phone screen, 300, getting this blue perm, 500, having a drink, 400, getting a manicure, another 200.
In the blink of an eye, the money is gone.
Zhou Qing's eye twitched upon hearing this level of consumption was truly ahead of its time.
That's not the main thing.
Xiaolan sighed, tossed her phone onto the sofa, and sank back into it.
The most damn expensive thing is the room rate. Room fee?
Zhou Qing asked, puzzled.
Yeah, people like us who have nowhere to go have to stay in hotels at night, right?
The esports hotel over there on the trendy street costs 100 yuan a night for a standard room, and we girls split it, so each of us paid 10 yuan.
Boys don't need to pay. On what grounds? Because they can't take down old men, they don't have money.
We women can find a big brother or a top supporter to ask for some pocket money, but what can the men do besides work as gaming companions in internet cafes? This logic is practically a self-contained closed loop. Zhou Qing was speechless for a moment, feeling that these kids' consumption habits were probably 100 years ahead of Wall Street.
You guys stay here for 100 yuan a night? He still found it a bit unbelievable.
Xiaolan's voice suddenly rose. That's why we don't have money for food.
Uncle, look.
She changed the subject, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Zhou Qing.
Your house is so big, and your sofa is so soft, how about, we stay here tonight? They even held up 3 fingers, solemnly promising, we promise not to make a fuss. Tomorrow morning, we'll mop the floor and wash the dishes for you, making sure everything is spotless.
Zhou Qing looked at her, then glanced at the pile of bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen sink that they planned to throw directly into the trash can after they finished eating, and was speechless. This young lady is incredibly youthful, but also incredibly toxic.
Even if they're not sick, are we going to let them sleep here for one night? When they wake up tomorrow, their home will probably be completely destroyed. No.
Zhou Qing's refusal was decisive and left no room for negotiation. Xiaolan's face fell, and the red-haired girl next to her was also woken up, rubbing her eyes as she joined the persuasion team. Zhou Qing, having been driven crazy by the noise, finally waved his hand and made a final concession.
Here's what I'll do, I'll book a hotel for you nearby, a double room, enough for the 3 of you to squeeze in.
Upon hearing that they could sleep in a free hotel, the 3 girls cheered again, their disappointment at being rejected vanishing instantly. After putting on her shoes and walking to the door, Xiaolan came over hesitantly, pointing her index finger at her index finger, and muttered shyly,
Uncle, could you give us another 20 yuan? We won't have breakfast tomorrow morning. Zhou Qing looked them over and then realized.
Since we entered, only Xiaolan has been playing on her phone. The other two girls' pockets are empty.
Chapter 13. Uncle, you're such a good person. Where are your phones?
Sell it then, the red-haired girl said nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. I traded my 13 for a 12, then my 12 for an X, and finally couldn't even keep my 8. I ended up with a few hot pot meals and 2 pairs of second-hand A-class shoes. Mine is about the same, the green-haired girl added.
Now I rely entirely on my friends' social media posts to get around when I go out.
Zhou Qing was completely convinced.
He took out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code.
Let's add each other as friends, I'll transfer the money to you. Xiaolan quickly scanned the QR code and accepted the friend request.
Zhou Qing opened her WeChat moments.
The profile picture was of a pure-looking girl with bangs and wearing a white dress, against a backdrop of blue sky and white clouds. This was completely different from the image in front of her, who had long blue hair and heavy smoky makeup. Without asking any further questions, he sent 2 red envelopes, each containing 200 yuan. Here you go. Go downstairs to the convenience store and buy some food, and some things a girl should use.
Look at how uncomfortable you are.
Xiaolan's face instantly turned as red as a boiled shrimp, but when she saw the 2 red envelopes, her shyness was immediately replaced by ecstasy. She let out an excited shout, almost dropping her phone, and then lunged forward to give Zhou Qing a quick kiss on the cheek.
Uncle, you're such a kind person.
A warm, soft touch and a sweet, cloying lipstick scent flashed by. The other 2 girls stared wide-eyed.
400 for a kiss? That's a steal.
They exchanged a glance, immediately understood each other, and pounced on Zhou Qing with bared teeth and claws.
Uncle! I want a kiss too. And I want to thank you too. Get lost.
Zhou Qing was so frightened that he backed away, pushing their heads away with one hand each.
You all better behave yourselves. The 3 of them were jokingly ushered into the elevator.
As the elevator doors slowly closed, the 3 of them stood side by side, and with perfect coordination, they made a heart shape with their hands in front of their chests. Zhou Qing shook his head, both amused and exasperated, and turned to close the door. However, the peace and tranquility did not last long. The next afternoon, while he was slacking off at work, a phone call came in.
Hello, is this Mr. Zhou, our esteemed platinum member? This is XX Express Hotel.
The guest who booked room 302 last night has already checked out, but the items consumed in the room have not been settled.
What did you consume?
2 buckets of instant noodles, 3 bottles of cola, 1 bottle of sports drink, 2 bags of potato chips, and a box of Durex condoms. Zhou Qing's temples throbbed.
How much? It's 212 yuan and 50 cents in total. Let me round it down to 200.
Zhou Qing sighed helplessly, hung up the phone, and silently transferred 200 yuan. He could even picture the 3 girls looting the room of everything edible, drinkable, and usable, then patting themselves on the back and leaving with an air of nonchalance.
This little points baby is really naughty.
After get off work, Zhou Qing didn't go straight home, but instead drove his Cayenne to the trendy street.
He parked his car in the usual spot and walked into the billiard hall with practiced ease. A deafening, cheesy DJ dance track hits you right in the face. Ziyan was sitting in a booth with her group of younger brothers and sisters. After a few days apart, this group's style has changed again. They've gone from their previous dazzling rainbow look to a collective dreadlock and denim style, looking like they just came back from mining in Jamaica. Hey, Brother Chang is here.
Ziyan, with her sharp eyes, waved to him. Zhou Qing walked over and ordered himself a beer.
Ziyan leaned closer and lowered her voice. That Lu Xuanqi bought me a new phone a couple of days ago.
Oh? Then, we slept. She exhaled a smoke ring, her tone flat.
But don't worry, I'm an adult.
It was a mutual decision, and he didn't force me. Zhou Qing tightened his grip on the wine bottle, unsure of what to say.
Ziyan chuckled and stubbed out her cigarette. Uncle.
She leaned forward, her eyes, heavily lined with eyeliner, sparkling as she stared at Zhou Qing.
Do you have any other suitable older men around? Could you introduce another one to your sister? Zhou Qing almost choked on his beer.
He waved his hands repeatedly, as if trying to shake off some plague.
That's all, that's all.
I don't have that many bad guys like Lu Xuanqi around me to shoot. He thought that this absurd matter should come to an end. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, a turning point arrived. 2 days later, he was staring blankly at his computer screen in his office when his brother's phone call came without warning, his tone more excited than ever before.
Shengzi. You're my lucky star. This is a huge order. Zhou Chang was startled by the shout. What order? Remember the Wanda Group in the south of the city that I mentioned to you?
They make high-end building materials. Their boss, Mr. Wan, just called me personally, specifically asking to have dinner with you to discuss the exclusive supply contract for our company's new phase of housing development.
Zhou Chang frowned, and an alarm instantly went off in her mind. Mr. Wan? Never heard of him. Dude, are you kidding me? You specifically asked for me? I'm just a newly promoted junior employee, why should I? How would I know?
They said it was Lu Xuanqi who introduced you, saying you're young and promising, have connections, and are very capable.
They insisted that you be there.
On the other end of the phone, the older brother's voice was trembling with excitement.
I've sent you the address. Tonight at 7 p.m., at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. You'd better do your job well, kid. If you close this deal, I'll give you a 100,000 yuan bonus at the end of the year. Lu Xuanqi. Zhou Chang hung up the phone, his eyes instantly turning gloomy.
That old lecher, he was definitely up to no good. On the surface, they're introducing business, but who knows what kind of shady business they're up to behind the scenes. He subconsciously touched his kidneys.
Is Mr. Wan going to cut my kidney? Could he be a perverted old man with a good sex life?
With a sense of tragic heroism, Zhou Chang drove his Cayenne and arrived at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion on time. Inside the private room, there was a mahogany round table and gilded tableware, an extravagance that was astonishing. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a beer belly greeted him warmly. It was Wanda.
Oh, it's brother Zhou Qing, isn't it? Come, sit down.
Your brother has praised you to me countless times, saying you're a promising young man with a handsome appearance.
Wanda's enthusiasm was a bit excessive.
He held Zhou Shang's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. His shrewd eyes looked Zhou Qing up and down, making Zhou Qing feel uneasy. He suddenly withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping across the private room, where he noticed a young man sitting next to Wanda. He was a young man in his early 20s, with excessively fair skin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored casual suit, exuding a refined air. However, her every move exuded an indescribable femininity, and her orchid fingers were raised more perfectly than a woman's. At that moment, he was looking down, engrossed in playing on his phone, completely oblivious to Zhou Qing's arrival, as if everything around him was irrelevant.
Chapter 14, the main topic has finally arrived.
Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat, but then she breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out she brought her son with her. Judging from this young man's weak and unassuming appearance, he's probably become dull-witted from studying too much and is oblivious to what's happening around him.
Come here, shall we, greet them. Wanda patted his son on the back.
The young man named Wan Shangyi then raised his head, glanced indifferently at Zhou Qing through his glasses, nodded perfunctorily, and quickly looked back at his phone screen. This attitude completely dispelled Zhou Qing's doubts.
It seems I was overthinking things. This was just a purely business social event. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Wanda frequently raised his glass, chatting and laughing, but never mentioned the contract. Instead, he kept subtly inquiring about Zhou Qing's private life. Brother Zhou, you don't have a girlfriend, right? What kind of girl do you like? Where do you usually go for fun? You young people probably go to trendy streets all the time, right? Zhou Qing felt extremely uncomfortable under the question and could only give vague answers. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Wan Shangyi was always looking down at his phone, occasionally giving a strange smile that sent chills down his spine. Finally, it seemed that Wanda had laid enough groundwork. He cleared his throat and gave his son a wink. Xiaoyi, there's a document in the car, could you go get it for me?
Wan Shangyi reluctantly stood up and slowly walked out. The moment the door to the private room closed, the smile on Wanda's face vanished, replaced by deep sorrow. He grabbed the mutai on the table, poured himself a full glass, drank it all in one gulp, and then slammed the glass down on the table. Brother Zhou, to be honest, I've come to you today because I want to ask you for a favor.
Here it comes. The main topic is finally here.
Zhou Qing sneered inwardly. This tactic was exactly the same as that of the old fox Lu Xuanqi. He leaned back slightly, ready to flip the table and leave at any moment.
However, what Wan said next made him freeze in place.
The CEO of this conglomerate, whose net worth is over 100 million yuan, had red eyes and a choked voice.
My son, he's gay.
Zhou Qing's brain went blank on the spot. There's too much information he needs to restart.
Wanda seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions.
He grabbed the bottle and started chugging down his liquor while pouring out his grievances to Zhou Qing. He recounted everything from discovering photos of men on his son's phone to catching him behaving intimately with a male classmate, his voice choked with tears.
Sadness is contagious, especially when combined with alcohol.
Wanda drank more and more, and Zhou Qing kept him company, drinking one cup after another. Finally, the two grown men, arm in arm, rushed into the bathroom and started churning the toilet, a process colloquially known as learning the dragon's roar.
After vomiting, both of them were much more sober.
Wanda splashed cold water on his face, his eyes bloodshot.
He grabbed Zhou Qing's arm, his eyes pleading. "Brother, let's not drink this wine. I want to ask you for a favor." Zhou Qing's heart tightened, wondering if it was some kind of mess with Lu Xuanxi. Could it be that Mr. Wan wants me to seduce his son? That's so ridiculous.
He was about to refuse firmly when he heard Wanda speak in an almost pleading tone.
"Brother, do me a favor, straighten my son's back." Zhou Qing almost choked on his own saliva. Straighten it out? What a joke. He quickly waved his hand, not wanting to take on this hot potato. Mr. Wan, please calm down. This is not my area of expertise. I'm just a real estate agent, not a psychologist, much less a relationship guru. Just kidding, turning a straight man gay is incredibly difficult, let alone straightening a gay man. What if that kid takes a liking to me? Wouldn't I have to sacrifice my body for my brother's contract?
Countless images of sacrifice flashed through Zhou Qing's mind in an instant, making his hair stand on end. Wanda, however, seemed to have grasped at the last straw, holding his hand tightly with a resolute attitude.
"No. Director Wang said you know a lot of girls, and they're all the kind that are really, really energetic. He said you have a lot of yang energy, which can counteract the evil energy in my son. Just take him out to have fun, find some girls, and let him see how good women are. I'll cover all the expenses. I'll reimburse everything. Strong yang energy? Overcoming evil energy? What era are we living in? People still believe in this." Zhou Qing was both amused and exasperated. "And don't worry," Wanda emphasized. "Regardless of the outcome, I'll sign the contract for the South City project to your company. After it's done, I'll personally give you this amount." He held up 5 fingers. Zhou Qing began to hesitate. Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, the door to the private room was pushed open, and Wan Shangyi walked back with the documents in her hand. The worry on Wanda's face vanished instantly, and he returned to his composed and strategic CEO demeanor. He patted Zhou Qing on the shoulder, his tone amiable. "Xiaoyi, this is Uncle Zhou Qing. From now on, you will follow him around more often and learn about how to conduct yourself in society." Wan Shangyi glanced at Zhou Qing indifferently, said nothing, and simply nodded slightly. That look made Zhou Qing feel uneasy. "Study? Study my ass. This is like forcing a hot potato on yourself." Zhou Qing was on the verge of tears, watching helplessly as Wanda made an excuse to leave first, leaving Wan Shangyi with an innocent look on his face. Bringing such an effeminate young nobleman home? Zhou Qing didn't even dare to think about it. What if he were to be? He dared not think any further. Left with no other choice, he took out his phone and tapped on Xian's profile picture. He quickly typed a message and sent it. "Didn't we say we were going to introduce old Deng last time? Found him, come quick, let's fight the collapse." The message was sent and a reply popped up in the chat box in less than 3 seconds. Xian, who was playing dice with her girlfriends in a booth at a nightclub, replied almost instantly. "Arrogant and unlovable, I want it. Where? I'm coming right now. Damn it, I just ordered a few molds, and I've spent all my money." Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Zhou Qing breathed a long sigh of relief. A rich second-generation guy with gold-rimmed glasses faces off against a group of incredibly energetic and spirited young women. This is really interesting. 1 week later, on the trendy street. As Zhou Qing led Wan Shangyi through the crowded streets, his brows furrowed involuntarily. In this past week, he has truly experienced what effeminacy means. Wan Shangyi is a man of few words and few expressions, but his eyes, behind his gold-rimmed glasses, seem to be equipped with radar, precisely locking onto every passing male, scanning him from hairstyle to shoe tips with more detail than an X-ray.
Zhou Qing even suspected that this kid could recite the height, weight, and measurements of all the men within 5 meters of Wan Shangyi in 3 seconds. Jingle. The moment you push open the bar door, you're hit by deafening music and a wave of heat. The sharp-eyed bartender spotted Zhou Qing almost immediately, his face instantly breaking into a smile even warmer than a father's, and he rushed over in a flash.
Oh my! Boss Zhou. You finally arrived. Please come in, please come in. Chapter 15. This setup is really exaggerated.
The DJ in the center of the dance floor was very perceptive. He immediately cut off the music he was playing, grabbed the microphone, and screamed with all his might.
Family members.
Let's welcome Mr. Zhou, who has generously donated 100,000 yuan in cash, with the loudest screams and applause.
The entire venue erupted in cheers.
Countless gazes, a mixture of shock, envy, and jealousy, focused on Zhou Qing like searchlights.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have successfully caused widespread shock.
Lottery points plus 150. Zhou Qing's expression remained unchanged, but he was secretly overjoyed.
He skillfully pulled a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the bartender, his movements fluid and practiced, as if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times.
Same as always, let's find a booth. Any new ideas lately?
The bartender took the cigarette, bending even lower, his fawning smile practically dripping with oil. He leaned closer mysteriously, handed a tablet computer to Zhou Qing, and lowered his voice, his tone full of temptation. Mr. Zhou, look, this is our new Supreme Emperor package, specially prepared for distinguished guests of your caliber. 199,900, all expenses are on you.
Dragon lanterns lead the way,
fairies scatter flowers, DJ rap for an hour. The prestige is off the charts.
199,000? Zhou Qing didn't even lift his eyelids.
Anyway, with that sucker Wanda reimbursing him, he'd dare to order even 1.9 million, let alone 190,000.
He tapped the tablet lightly with his fingertip. This is it.
2 words, seemingly light and casual, yet like a depth charge, detonated among the bartender and the eavesdropping crowd.
The bartender was stunned for a full 3 seconds before he reacted, his voice trembling with excitement. Okay. Boss Zhou. We'll arrange it for you right away. He practically tumbled and crawled backstage.
The next second, all the lights in the bar suddenly went out, and the DJ's high-energy roar once again resounded through the sky.
My God. Family. What did I just see?
Boss Zhou, our esteemed Boss Zhou, just ordered as Supreme Emperor said meal worth 199,000. Tonight, at Blue Ocean Bar, the entire bill is on young Master Zhou.
Oh whoa. The entire bar erupted in cheers.
Screams, whistles, and banging on the table merged into a violent wave of sound. Immediately afterwards, 8 shirtless men carried a gleaming golden dragon lantern and charged out majestically from backstage. Wherever they went, dry ice spewed forth and white mist swirled, creating a scene resembling a fairyland. Countless bikini-clad fairies carried flower baskets and scattered cheap, discarded flower petals everywhere.
This is quite an extravagant display.
Zhou Qing sat calmly in the booth, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, while system notifications kept popping up in his mind. Just then, a familiar figure rushed over in a flurry of activity. It was Zi Yan, who had come after receiving the news. Behind her followed a large group of energetic young women and several energetic young men with spiky, dreadlock hairstyles.
Uncle. You're playing this high game?
Zi Yan plopped down, lowering her voice, and a cheap perfume mixed with alcohol wafted over.
What's wrong with your cousin? Why, does he always hang out with men?
His eyes are practically glued to them. Zhou Qing followed her gaze and saw Wan Shangyi staring intently at the amount of hairspray used by the young men with pompadour hairstyles, his expression one of academic research. He specially arranged for the molds that Zian had ordered to sandwich Wan Shangyi between them, one on the left and one on the right.
Zhou Qing smiled enigmatically and did not answer.
At this moment, the 3 sisters from the traffic light group also came over. Yin Fang, who was in the lead, pointed to the expensive bottle of Ace of Spades champagne on the table, her eyes shining.
Uncle, is this the legendary Ace of Spades? It's real gold. Could you buy us a drink? Drink if you want.
Zhou Qing leaned back on the sofa and waved lazily.
You can take it to take a bath. It was just a joke.
Unexpectedly, Yin Fang's eyes lit up, and she actually unscrewed the bottle cap, pretending to pour the golden liquid onto her hand.
Holy crap! Fang Jia, you really washed it?
Xiao Ko, who was sitting next to her, exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of the people in the surrounding booths.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Ding Fong.
Lottery points plus 10. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Zhou Xiaoka.
Lottery points plus 10.
Zhou Cheng withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, then glanced at Su Mengmeng on the other side, who was holding her phone and frantically spamming various WeChat groups with messages like, "Brother, are you there?
Hey little brother, can you send me some money?"
Mengmeng has no money for food, and other similar begging messages.
He frowned as he read it.
No wonder nobody will pay attention to you if you post like that.
Su Mengmeng pouted, looking aggrieved. Then what should we do?
Zhou Cheng took her phone, operated it on the corner of the booth, and then instructed Yin Fong, "Come on, you, lie there and play dead." Yin Fong was confused, but she obediently lay down on the sofa and pretended to be completely drunk. Zhou Cheng snapped a photo, added a caption, and sent it to the group.
Anyone's child is drunk and unattended? Address, Booth B08, Blue Ocean Bar. Looking for a kind person to take her home. Transfer 50 to get her home.
After doing all this, he tossed the phone back to Su Mengmeng. In less than 5 minutes, the WeChat transfer notification sounds started ringing incessantly, as dense as machine gun fire. Su Mengmeng stared wide-eyed at the 50.00 that kept popping up on her phone screen, her jaw practically dropping to the ground. At 2 in the morning, the noise gradually subsided. Zhou Qing stood up, preparing to leave. He glanced at his side and saw that Wan Shangyi had been thoroughly drunk by the group of young men with pompadours. He was now leaning affectionately on one of the men's shoulders, a satisfied smile on his lips. He pushed Wan Shangyi, who was as soft as a lump of mud, to Xian, a mysterious smile on his face. "Take him to a shared room tonight."
"This kid, it's his first time, he's shy and easily embarrassed."
Ziyan looked at Wan Shangyi's hand, which was unconsciously resting on the waist of the airplane-shaped mansion, and felt that something was wrong, but she still casually agreed.
"All right, leave it to me, uncle." On the sofa, Yin Fong was already unconscious, curled up like a kitten.
Zhou Cheng, with practiced ease, booked a nearby hotel for the three of them, then called over a bartender and slipped him a few red bills. Find 2 quick-witted people later to escort them to the car and safely get them to their hotel rooms.
"All right, Mr. Zhou. Don't worry."
Stepping out of the bar, the noise and heat were left behind. Zhou Qing let out a long sigh of relief. "I made a fortune in points tonight, but the task of straightening out Wan Shangyi is still a long and arduous one." At 8 o'clock the next morning, a piercing sound of an electric drill suddenly came. He sprang from the bed, his head throbbing from the hangover, and he instinctively cursed. He rubbed his temples and habitually brought up the system panel.
Host, Zhou Qing. Bank card balance, 593,750 yuan. Lottery points, 375.
Inventory, Porsche Cayenne, 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes soft pack, 12 bottles of Feitian Mutai.
Chapter 16. You know nothing.
Last night's lavish feast costing 199,000 yuan, along with the subsequent scattered shocks, actually brought him another 300 points.
These energetic young men and women are truly his inexhaustible source of points. Premium lottery, 3 chances. Zhou Qing issued the order without hesitation. The points on the panel were instantly cleared, and a golden wheel began to spin rapidly, its light dazzling. Ding!
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained a Richard Mille watch.
With a beep, a completely transparent, intricately designed wristwatch appeared out of thin air and landed on the bedside table with a thud. The roulette wheel spun again.
Ding!
Congratulations, host.
You have received a permanent attribute boost, appearance plus 3. An indescribable warm current instantly swept through Zhou Qing's body.
He felt that his skin had become more delicate, and his bone structure seemed to have been fine-tuned by a top artist, with every angle approaching perfection.
He walked to the mirror.
His eyebrows and eyes were still the same, but his overall temperament had been elevated by more than one level.
What was originally ordinary and pleasing to the eye had now gained a touch of heroic spirit. Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have received a permanent attribute boost, strength plus 2. Another warm current surged through my body, sweeping away the fatigue of the hangover and replacing it with an explosive sense of power. Zhou Qing clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked. He felt as if he could punch through the wall that had been harassed by the electric drill last night. He picked up the Richard Mille watch with satisfaction and put it on his wrist.
The cool sapphire crystal case pressed against my skin. This thing is even rarer than a cayenne.
After getting ready, Zhou Cheng drove to Wanda's building materials factory. The huge factory was filled with the roar of machines and the smell of dust and metal. In stark contrast to this rugged environment was Wanda's lavishly decorated office.
Wanda had been waiting for a long time.
When he saw Zhou Cheng come in, he immediately stood up from his mahogany executive chair with a warm smile on his face. However, his gaze paused noticeably when it swept over Zhou Cheng's wrist. The crystal clear, extravagantly designed watch refracted a dazzling light under the lamp. A barely perceptible hint of disdain flashed in Wanda's eyes, but it was quickly masked by a smile.
"Brother Zhou, you've arrived."
He greeted him warmly, offering him a cigar.
"How was my son last night?"
His tone was both expectant and anxious, just like an old father waiting for his son's college entrance exam results to be released. Zhou Cheng took the cigar but didn't light it, just toyed with it between his fingers, his expression indifferent. "Don't worry, Mr. Wan, your son had a great time at the bar with some of my friends last night. Young people are full of energy, and I'm too old to keep up, so I came back first." He deliberately obscured his friend's gender. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Wanda slapped his thigh in excitement, causing the teacup on the table to jump.
"Drinking is great. Drinking is the way to go. How can a real man not drink?"
His face was flushed, and he could already see his son surrounded by women on either side.
He pressed for an answer. Is it with a girl?"
"Yes, they are all young and pretty girls," Zhou Cheng said without changing his expression.
"Great. Great." Wan rubbed his hands together excitedly and couldn't wait to take out his phone.
"I'll send him a video call. I need to see it with my own eyes." The video call connected quickly, but the image that appeared on the phone screen instantly froze the smile on Wanda's face. The camera shakes violently. The background is a cheap hotel room with yellowed wallpaper and leftover takeout boxes piled in the corner. Wan Shiny, his precious son, was curled up in the narrow gap between the bed and the wall, covered with a wrinkled suit jacket, his greasy hair plastered to his forehead, sleeping like a dead pig. Several instant noodle containers were scattered on the ground. Zhou Cheng was also stunned. He hadn't expected Ziyan to arrange for people to be in such a place.
"This isn't straightening up, it's practically sending them to the Beggars Guild for a taste of life."
The air in the office fell into a deathly silence.
This Zhou Cheng's mind raced, and he instantly found a perfect excuse.
He pointed at the screen with a serious expression.
"Mr. Wan, your son has severe mysophobia. This is an illness that needs treatment. I think we should first break down his psychological defenses at the root, which is called desensitization therapy."
Wanda stared blankly at the mess on the screen, then looked at Zhou Cheng, who had a professional expression on his face, and nodded in deep agreement.
Yes. You're absolutely right, bro. This kid is just too clean, and a bit effeminate. That's how you should fix him."
He seemed to have found a kindred spirit, and his trust in Zhou Cheng reached a new level. He directly took out a black card from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhou Cheng's hand.
"Hey bro, take this card. It has a limit of 10 million and no pin.
The whole thing is up to you to straighten out my son. Money's no object, swipe it as you please." A woman in a skirt suit, presumably Wanda's wife, quickly intervened, saying, "Old Wan, this.
You don't know anything." Wanda glared and forcefully stuffed the card into Zhou Cheng's pocket.
"Brother Zhou is a man destined for great things. Don't judge people with your petty perspective." Before leaving, Wanda specifically left his driver, Yubao, with Zhou Cheng.
"This is Yubao, the person I trust most. If you need anything, just tell him to do it."
Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng sat in the back seat of Wanda's Maybach, and Yubao returned carrying several shopping bags with luxury brand logos, along with a box.
"Mr. Zhou."
Yubao's expression was blank, but his tone was very respectful.
"These are some outfits that Mr. Fong instructed me to buy for you.
Also, Mr. Fong said that your watch is too conspicuous and might offend young Master Wan, so he asked you to change into this one first." Zhou Cheng opened the box, and inside was a green wristwatch, crudely made, clearly a high-quality counterfeit. Yubao added, "President Fong also said that once the matter is settled, he will definitely give you a Richard Mille watch that is exactly the same as the one you have."
Zhou Cheng understood instantly.
That old fox, Wanda, didn't believe his watch was real at all. He just thought he was a poor kid wearing a fake watch to show off. Sending him clothes and fake watches was to prevent him from being exposed and ruining his grand plan.
Interesting.
Zhou Chang leaned against a Ferrari driven by Yu Bao by the roadside, took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, and handed one to Yu Bao.
Brother Leopard, tell me, what exactly happened with Wan Shangi?
Yu Bao took the cigarette, lit it skillfully, took a deep drag, and exhaled a sigh in the smoke. Mr. Fong is busy with business and has neglected to discipline his son since he was a child. He has adopted a tiger dad policy.
Tiger dad policy? Yu Bao's eyes held a complex expression.
It's the old saying, raise sons frugally and daughters lavishly. Mr. Fong believes that boys should endure hardship, so from a young age, he has strictly controlled the allowance given to the young master, and even forbids us subordinates from secretly slipping him money.
He says it's to temper his will. Chapter 17. Uncle, your trick really works.
Zhou Qing was stunned. A billionaire raised his only son with a frugal upbringing.
They won't even let their subordinates get paid? If I were to master all arts, I would rebel too. And rebel to the death.
All right, Brother Leopard, just drop me off at the entrance of the residential area ahead.
Zhou Chang stubbed out his cigarette. I'll go alone. If there are too many people, I'm afraid that kid will get annoyed. Yu Bao nodded and escorted him to the entrance of the residential area.
After getting out of the car, Zhou Chang did not enter the residential area, but instead turned into the underground parking garage next door. A few minutes later, accompanied by a deep and violent engine roar, a black Porsche Cayenne roared out of the garage exit. With just one press of the accelerator, the black lightning bolt vanished from the street corner in an instant. Yu Bao, who was parked on the side of the road, stared at the rapidly shrinking black dot in the rearview mirror for a full 10 seconds before picking up his phone and dialing Wanda's number.
Mr. Fong, we've lost them. A furious roar came from the other end of the phone. Lost them? What kind of car are you driving? A Ferrari. What kind of car can outrun a Ferrari?
Yu Bao's Adam's apple bobbed, and he uttered a few words with difficulty.
It's a Porsche Cayenne, the top of the line Turbo GT. I checked, the on-road price is around 3 million.
After a long while, Wanda's voice, filled with suppressed shock, finally came through the receiver.
Damn it! In the rearview mirror, Yu Bao's astonished expression was truly remarkable.
Zhou Chang was immediately in a great mood. The feeling of overwhelming the other party's perception with absolute strength is even more satisfying than earning $1 million. In high spirits, he used Wander's black card to buy a family bucket for 5 people, and even thoughtfully added a few servings of egg tarts and chicken wings. He drove around to the downstairs of that budget hotel whose signboard had faded, and holding a KFC, he waved his black card at the sleepy internet cafe manager at the front desk.
Send breakfast up to room 302.
The moment the door to room 302 was pushed open, a strange, sour smell, a mixture of cheap perfume, leftover takeout, and alcohol fermenting together, hit Zhou Ching like a physical attack, heading straight for the top of his head. He instinctively held his breath. The room was a mess, with takeout boxes and empty wine bottles piled up like a small mountain. Wan Shangi and the other 2 young women were still fast asleep in bed, while Su Mengmeng, with her messy pink hair, was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, intently tapping on her phone screen. On her phone screen, WeChat chat windows were switching rapidly. Brother, we're almost there. Please wait a little longer. The moment the message was successfully sent, she clicked on the other person's profile picture without hesitation and deleted them as a friend. The action was swift and seamless.
Z.
Su Mengmeng looked up, saw Zhou Qing, her eyes lit up, and she proudly waved her phone.
Look, I've made 800 in just one morning.
Zhou Qing shook his head helplessly and placed the KFC on the only relatively clean corner of the table. Take it easy, don't go too far and really attract the police. The rich aroma of fried chicken was like a battle horn, instantly piercing through the haze of a hangover. The corpses on the bed began to wriggle, and one by one, with their hair in a mess, they sat up groggily.
Uncle.
Yin Fawn, with her hair in pigtails, rubbed her sleepy eyes and mumbled indistinctly.
Don't we have to go to work today? I'll take you guys out to have some fun.
Zhou Chang pulled out a few tissues from his pocket and carefully placed a thick layer on the chair. Just as he was about to sit down, he felt a chill run down his spine, so he ultimately chose to stand.
Wow! Really?
Bai Jiayan instantly woke up and excitedly jumped off the bed.
Before I go out to play, can I remove this Lu Xuanqi tattoo? It looks so unlucky.
As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Shangi, who had been silent in the corner, suddenly sat up straight, a strange light flashing in her eyes behind her glasses.
Uncle, I want to get a tattoo too.
Zhou Qing almost spat out the soy milk he had just opened. My goodness, my job is to straighten you out, not to send you to join the underworld. Why don't you just fly to the moon, he thought to himself, but his face remained impassive.
Oh? What kind of tattoo do you want?
A morbid excitement appeared on Wan Shangyi's face. I haven't decided yet, but I heard them say that getting a tattoo is both painful and pleasurable. I
want to try it.
Zhou Qing felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up.
This kid's psychological problems are more serious than he imagined. Meng.
He immediately shifted his focus. Find him a temporary tattoo so he can get a feel for it first.
Okay. Su Meng responded and pulled a huge suitcase out from under the bed.
The moment the box was opened, Zhou Qing felt as if her eyes had been subjected to secondary contamination. Dirty clothes, cosmetics without lids, a tangled mess of data cables, and even a pair of underwear with fuzzy edges. Su Meng rummaged through the mess for a while, and finally handed over a piece of plastic sheet as if it were a treasure.
A majestic dragon spanning the shoulders.
10 minutes later, Wan Shangyi looked in the mirror at the dragon that had spread across her fair and slender shoulders. He took a picture, which was unusual for him, and posted it on his WeChat Moments.
In less than a minute, a row of question marks appeared from the elders below.
Let's go, I'll take you go-karting, Zhou Qing suggested.
I don't mind spending money on Wander's card anyway.
When the group arrived at the underground parking garage and saw the menacing, all-black Porsche Cayenne, the gasps of several young women nearly lifted the roof off.
Holy crap! Uncle! Is this your car?
Zhou Qing ignored them and tossed the key to the dumbfounded Wan Shangyi.
Will it be open?
Wan Shangyi instinctively caught the keys, his hands trembling. I have a driver's license, but this car, it must cost 3 million, right?
Zhou Chang nonchalantly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. What are you afraid of? A man has to be tough. If you crash, your dad will have to pay for it.
The Porsche's engine let out a deep roar as it slowly drove onto the street. Wan Shangyi gripped the steering wheel, his palms sweating with nervousness.
On the road, a white BMW X3 repeatedly tried to cut in front of us.
Wan Shangyi slammed on the brakes, his face turning red, but he didn't even dare to honk the horn. Zhou Qing frowned as he looked at him, opened the window and yelled at him. Wan Shangyi's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word.
Bai Jiayan, sitting in the back, couldn't stand it anymore.
She rolled down the window, leaned out halfway, and unleashed a string of profanities at the BMW that needed to be censored. The richness of her vocabulary and the smoothness of her logic made it a true art of language. The BMW driver, his face turning pale and then red from the insults, slammed on the brakes and blocked the road. A bald, burly man with a fierce face got out of the car and walked aggressively toward this side. Just as tensions were rising, another energetic young woman in the back row, who hadn't said much until now, moved with lightning speed, pulled something out of her bag, and threw it out with a whoosh. A white, blood-tinged shadow slashed through the air and landed precisely on the bald man's face, which was contorted with rage.
Chapter 18, Give each of us 10,000. The world is quiet.
The bald, burly man stood frozen in place, his expression shifting from anger to astonishment, and then to utter disgust and despair. Hurry up, the crowd urged frantically. Wan Shangyi suddenly realized what was happening, stepped on the gas, and the Porsche instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt and shot off. Looking at the fading scene in the rearview mirror, Zhou Chang helplessly handed a tissue to the girl in the back seat. It was so dirty.
Uncle, you don't understand.
The girl who threw the sanitary napkin looked smug. This is called heavenly gui suppressing evil. A man who covers his head with a sanitary napkin will have bad luck for a whole year. The carriage was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The three girls started chattering about their fighting experiences, from smashing beer bottles to kicking someone in the face with a high heel. The content was so explosive that it had to be censored for the entire broadcast. Zhou Qing felt as if her ears had been polluted. He turned to look at the driver's seat and found that Wan Shangyi not only showed no aversion, but was listening intently, even fascinated. His back straightened and his eyes became confident. The car stopped at a go-karting club called Speed Zone, which came into view.
At the front desk, a female sales clerk with exquisite makeup was looking down at her phone.
Hearing footsteps, she lazily raised her eyelids, her gaze sweeping over the flashy hair of the several young women before finally settling on Zhou Chang and Wan Shangyi.
Playing with cars?
The cheapest package is 120 minutes, in a regular car.
Scan the code if you want. She tapped her chin on the QR code on the wall.
At that moment, three men arrived, and her introduction changed again. Boss, I recommend the premium package.
Deposit 5,000 and get 10,000.
This wasn't the first time Zhou Qing had experienced being treated differently. He said nothing, but slowly took off his watch and casually placed it on the cold marble countertop. With a flick of his wrist, the Richard Mille watch came out. Immediately afterwards, the Porsche car keys were carelessly tossed aside, making a soft snapping sound. The saleswoman's eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, instantly became fixed on the car keys. Her breath caught in her throat for a moment, the contempt on her face vanished instantly, and she immediately became obsequious. Zhou Qing spoke slowly.
What kind of discounts do you offer for recharging 10,000 here? The saleswoman's eyes lit up completely.
She suddenly stood up straight, her voice sickeningly sweet. Sir.
Of course.
A recharge of 10,000 yuan makes you our highest level VIP member, who gets an exclusive champion grade go-kart with the best performance, and no need to queue, you can play anytime.
Zhou Qing laughed, a laugh tinged with a mischievous amusement.
He pointed to Wan Shiny and a few young women behind him, who were completely dumbfounded.
Recharge 10,000 yuan for each of us.
He pulled out the black card that Wander had given him from his pocket, held it between two fingers, and flicked it lightly on the counter.
The POS machine beeped. Payment successful. Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully caused Wang Wan to be deeply shocked.
Lottery points plus 50.
The system notifications sounded again. Amidst the incredulous gazes of other guests and staff, Bai Jiayan and her companions erupted in piercing screams and joyfully rushed towards the VIP exclusive car selection area, their every step radiating excitement. After several high-speed laps, everyone was a bit tired and took a break to drink beverages. As soon as Zhou Qing sat down, his phone received a video call request.
It is Yinfeng.
After the call connected, a clean-cut face with a slightly languid air appeared on the screen. She appeared to have just woken up, with the hotel's cheap printed sheets in the background.
Uncle, did you buy the KFC this morning? It's me. Zhou Qing took a sip of cola. Stop stealing anything from the hotel, you hear me?
In the video, Yinfeng giggled, and the camera swayed, revealing her smooth, fair shoulders and collarbone.
You were here? Doesn't that mean you saw my sleeping posture completely? Zhou Qing's lips twitched slightly. I didn't.
I was kicked out by the smell as soon as the door opened.
TCH, you're just saying that.
Yinfeng winked playfully at the camera, her voice low and seductive.
Want to take a look now? I'm not wearing anything at all.
As she spoke, she turned the camera, and the blanket was indeed lifted a corner. Although it was quickly covered up again, that fleeting glimpse of Snow White was enough to make people's imaginations run wild. Zhou Qing's heart stirred slightly. It must be admitted that Yinfeng is the most beautiful of the three sisters at the traffic lights, and she has a strange sense of purity about her, unlike her two companions, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu, who look like they've been through a lot in the real world. But his face remained calm, even showing a hint of disgust. It's poisonous, I won't look.
Yinfeng wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, she was amused by his gentlemanly demeanor. Let's not talk about this anymore. Where are you guys playing? It's so noisy.
Go-karts.
Damn it. Wait for me. I'm coming right away.
The call was abruptly ended. Half an hour later, when Yinfeng arrived at the club with her two girlfriends in a flurry of activity, they were stopped at the entrance by three men wearing tight t-shirts and with slicked back hair.
Hey beautiful, all alone?
Come hang out with us brothers, I'll top up 500 for you, you can have as much fun as you want. The greasy man at the head of the group revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth, his eyes roaming brazenly over Yinfeng's body. Just as Yinfeng was about to lash out, a lazy voice came from behind them.
500 yuan?
These days, you'd give more than that to a beggar. Zhou Qing walked over slowly with his hands in his pockets, not even glancing at the three greasy men, and went straight to Yinfeng. Little sister, ignore them, come with me, we'll each top up 10,000.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully caused Yinfeng to be extremely shocked.
Lottery points plus 20. Ding. Congratulations, host. A series of notification sounds rang out again.
The smiles on the three greasy men's faces froze as they watched Zhou Qing magically swipe three more membership cards worth tens of thousands of yuan and hand them to Yinfeng and the other two. Their expressions were quite varied.
Holding the heavy VIP card, Yinfeng blinked her big eyes and asked a question that went straight to the heart. Uncle, can I get a refund for this?
Zhou Qing almost laughed out of anger and shook his head. I can't return it, but you can sell it secondhand to someone else. After saying that, he reached out and casually ruffled In Fong's soft hair, then grabbed her wrist and led her towards the helmet section.
Come on, let's pick out your own helmet.
Amidst the adoring gaze of the saleswoman and the ghost-like expressions of the three greasy men, In Fong's face blossomed into a radiant smile. She happily reached out and took Zhou Qing's arm, practically pressing herself against him. However, this sweet and harmonious atmosphere did not last long. Bai Jiayan had just come off the track, taken off her helmet, and flicked her eye-catching blue ponytail when she happened to see this scene. Her face instantly turned cold, and she rushed over, pulling In Fong away from Zhou Qing.
What are you doing? Don't you know the rules of Bang Laodang? Chapter 19. I even saved my first time for uncle. Rules?
In Fong puffed out her chest without backing down.
If we're talking about who came first, I was the one who met you first, uncle.
Bai Jiayan let out a sneer, her eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Give me a break.
Didn't you already give your virginity to that idiot Zhou Chang? Still pretending to be innocent. You're talking nonsense.
In Fong's face instantly turned bright red as she retorted in a shrill voice.
I even saved the first one for my uncle.
She suddenly turned to Zhou Qing, her eyes brimming with tears, a desperate determination in her eyes.
Uncle! You don't believe me, do you? How about we go check the car right now? Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Zhangli.
Lottery points plus 30. Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have successfully shocked Li Xiaoyun.
Lottery points plus 30.
Clatter. I heard the sound of two small receipts falling to the ground behind me. Zhou Qing turned around and saw the two female staff members who had just processed his card frozen in place, still holding the handing over the card, their mouths agape, their eyes filled with the words, "My worldview is shattered, and even superglue can't fix it." This explosive argument has clearly exceeded their comprehension. After a moment of deathly silence, the two female staff members seemed to suddenly come to their senses, their faces flushed with an unusual blush. They mustered their courage, shamelessly took out their phones, and walked towards Zhou Qing.
Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat?
Before they could finish speaking, In Fong and Bai Jiayan, who had been at each other's throats just moments before, suddenly shouted out in unison.
No! The two men stood on either side of Zhou Qing, glaring angrily at the two poor staff members. Watching the two girls leave heartbroken, Zhou Qing touched his nose and suddenly felt that spending tens of thousands of yuan today was truly worthwhile. Bai Jiayan shook off In Fong's hand and took a step closer. In Fong, have you thought this through? This thing can't be faked. Should we go to the car later, or find a secluded corner so uncle can deflower you personally?
In Fong's face was drained of color, but she still held her neck stiffly.
Bring it on! Who's afraid of who?
Wan Shiny watched from the sidelines, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets.
His naive worldview was clearly undergoing a magnitude 18 earthquake. He hadn't realized that the battles between women could be this intense. Bai Jiayan let out a cold laugh, turned around and left, leaving behind a harsh threat. Fine, you wait and see.
The moment she disappeared around the corner, In Fong's forced courage deflated like a punctured balloon. She turned around abruptly, her fingers icy cold, gripping Zhou Qing's clothes tightly. Her voice was already trembling with sobs, and her watery eyes were filled with fear and dependence.
Uncle! Uncle! What if she really comes? Can I sleep at your house tonight? I'm afraid she'll have someone ambush me. Zhou Qing was speechless. These little brats are fearless when they cause trouble, but they cower faster than anyone else afterward. He took out his phone, tapped on Bai Jiayan's WeChat profile picture, and typed quickly. Zhou Qing, that's enough. We're all sisters, why make things so tense? The message was sent but disappeared without a trace, and there was no response for half a day. Zhou Qing knew that the girl's anger hadn't subsided. He was wondering whether he should make a call when his phone screen lit up. Bai Jiayan, uncle, let me guess, wasn't this exactly what you were waiting for? Did you want to get this little slut into bed? It was followed by a teasing, mischievous smiley face. Zhou Qing's eye twitched. What was this little brat thinking? He replied righteously. Zhou Qing, nonsense. Am I that kind of person? The message had barely been sent when the go-kart club's doors were suddenly pushed open, and the other two traffic lights, Little Yellow and Little Green, rushed in, panting, their faces showing the excitement of someone who had just escaped a disaster. Fong Fong. Don't be afraid. Brother Chang has been released. He just called and told us to come pick him up. Yin Fong was startled and suddenly looked up. Her gaze darted quickly between Zhou Chang and her two companions at the door, her eyes filled with complex emotions, hesitation and struggle, but in the end, she released her grip on Zhou Qing's clothes. She glanced at Zhou Qing, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a barely audible sigh. She turned and ran out with her friends, quickly hailed a taxi and disappeared around the corner. TSK Tisk. Bai Jiayan had somehow wandered back, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, looking at Zhou Qing with a gloating expression, her ponytail swaying back and forth.
Uncle, did the duck that was almost in your hand fly away? Night falls and the city lights come on. Ignoring Bai Jiayan's teasing, Zhou Qing led her and the still excited Wan Shangyi into a lively alley.
At the end of the alley, the sign of a Shaxian snack shop glows with a warm yellow light.
The restaurant had greasy tables and chairs, faded menus on the walls, and the air was filled with the mixed aroma of peanut butter and stew. Several young women dressed in outlandish clothes were engrossed in eating fried rice from their bowls. Boss, 5 servings of the family reunion roast meat rice, please. Zhou Qing's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out the noise in the shop.
The proprietress looked up, paused for a moment, and asked to confirm, 5 portions?
Yes, 5 copies. Zhou Qing took out a few red bills from his pocket and slapped them on the table. Pack the meat generously, and add sausage, braised eggs, and dried tofu. Also, bring the best soup.
1 serving costs 30 yuan, so 5 servings would cost 150 yuan. This price is nothing short of a mini tsunami in this store.
The group of energetic young women eating fried rice all looked up at once, rice grains still clinging to their chopsticks, their eyes filled with disbelief. They looked at Zhou Qing, then at Wan Shangyi and Bai Jiayan behind him, who looked completely at ease, as if they were looking at a few aliens. At Shaxian Snacks, people hesitate for a long time before ordering a 15 yuan fried rice, but this man ordered 5 30 yuan top-of-the-line set meals without even blinking.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully shocked Chen Lily. Lottery points plus 10.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully attracted Wang Xiaomei's attention.
Bite.
A series of system notification sounds rang cheerfully in Zhou Qing's mind. Zhou Qing smiled and gestured with his chin towards the stunned girls.
What are you looking at? Still not full?
Boss lady, give each of these girls the same thing, it's on me.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully caused widespread shock.
Lottery points plus 50.
The girls burst into excited screams, their eyes instantly filled with admiration as they looked at Zhou Qing. Wan Shangyi excitedly tapped the rim of his bowl with his chopsticks. The dragon tattoo he had on his arm that day had garnered countless surprised glances at the go-kart club, making him feel like a gangster in a movie, and he felt completely elated.
Uncle, this meal was great. Shall we go to a bar to have some fun later, or maybe play a game of pool?
Zhou Qing pushed the bowl of roast meat rice, piled up like a small mountain, in front of him, speaking casually.
I'll do whatever you say.
Wan Shangyi's eyes shone brightly, as if he had gained supreme power. With a wave of his hand, he exuded an air of commanding authority.
We have to have them all.
Let's warm up with some pool first, then head to the bar at 10 p.m., and drink until we drop.
Chapter 20 is practically overflowing with trains.
Before he could finish speaking, the curtain of the snack shop was roughly pulled open, and a gust of cold wind swept in. Zhou Chang led 7 or 8 energetic young men in a grand procession, instantly making the already cramped space even more crowded. His gaze swept across the store and immediately locked onto the bird's nest, a smile spreading across his face. Hey, Swallow, haven't seen you for days, and you still haven't killed that old man with your bullets?
Bai Jiayan didn't even raise her head.
She slowly picked up a piece of char siu, blew on it to cool it down, and put it in her mouth before lazily lifting her eyelids.
Hey, isn't this Brother Chang? You just got out and you're already eating this? TSK, you're really being treated like this.
Boss lady, give him a braised egg, it's on me. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Zhou Chang, her smile growing increasingly malicious.
Forget about the sausages, I bet they ate a lot of them inside. Puff.
The store erupted in suppressed laughter as the young women, who had just been treated by Zhou Qing, laughed uproariously. Zhou Chang's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, his dignity being publicly humiliated and trampled on.
He glared fiercely at Bai Jiayan, then waved his hand and roared at his accomplices behind him. What are you looking at? Order. Order as much as you want.
Fried rice, fried noodles, duck leg, braised egg, add it all. A group of people loudly ordered nearly 300 yuan worth of food and each grabbed a bottle of beer from the freezer.
For them, who usually make a living by buying snacks from convenience stores, this was undoubtedly an astronomical sum.
After finishing his meal, Zhou Chang went outside to light a cigarette for some fresh air. The night was deep, and the alley was dimly lit. He leaned against the wall and vaguely heard Zhou Chang's low voice making a phone call in the darkness not far away. His voice had lost all its arrogance and was filled with an almost pleading humility.
Mom, I'm out. Could you ask Dad to transfer this month's salary to me first? I want to buy an electric scooter to deliver food.
Really, Mom, I promise this time, I'll definitely work hard and never cause trouble again. Hearing the faint sobs coming from the other end of the phone, Zhou Qing paused slightly, the fingers holding the cigarette between his fingers, and slowly exhaled a puff of bluish-white smoke.
He couldn't help but sigh.
Just then, Zhou Chang emerged from the shadows. He slammed a large bag of steaming hot braised food onto the plastic table in front of the snack shop with a dull thud, his chin raised so high it seemed to pierce the ceiling.
Guys, after we finish this junk, let's go clubbing at Dynasty Club tonight, it's on me. The girl next to Zhou Qing explained that Royal Dynasty was also a bar.
His eyes darted around, and he asked,
Are there quite a few older girls here? Dynasties? There are plenty. Bai Jiayan licked her oily lips. Great, Brother Chang is awesome. Perfect timing, I also want to check out the Snake Demon's territory.
Zhou Qing noticed that even Zhou Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of apprehension when this name was mentioned.
The group hailed 2 taxis and headed straight for the Dynasty Bar in the city center.
As soon as Zhou Qing got out of the car, he was stunned by the scene before him.
The interior design of the royal palace is excellent. The entire space is cleverly divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The lower level is a chaotic dance floor, the middle level is a semi-open booth, and the upper level consists of individual suspended private rooms separated by one-way glass. People inside can look down on everyone, while those outside can only see a blurry shadow. Here, the guest's status and position are clearly defined by the spatial layout, with different classes clearly distinguished at a glance. As soon as they stepped through the gilded gate, a spirited young woman in a black pleated skirt and smoky makeup swayed up to them, chewing gum and giving Bai Jiayan a disdainful look. Hey, isn't this Bai Jiayan? Haven't seen you in a few days, you've made something of yourself. I heard you got messed up by your old godfather?
These words were extremely malicious, and countless onlookers immediately turned to watch the spectacle unfold.
Bai Jiayan didn't even raise an eyebrow.
She reached out and took Zhou Qing's arm, practically pressing her entire body against him. She paused, glanced seductively at Zhou Qing beside her, and lightly traced her fingers on his strong arm. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of boastfulness.
I also have my uncle. See?
He's handsome, rich, and most importantly healthy and young. Everyone's eyes, regardless of gender, turned to Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his lips twitched uncontrollably.
Sister Dai Dai.
Wildcat was quick-witted. She spotted a woman in a business suit with a voluptuous figure in the crowd and immediately waved. The woman known as Sister Butterfly walked over, her gaze sweeping over the group of strangely dressed young people. When her gaze fell on the seemingly understated yet expensive watch on Zhou Qing's wrist, her eyes suddenly lit up. The distance melted away instantly, replaced by a warm smile.
So you're Yanzi's friend. Please come in.
Here, I'll take the liberty of tidying up card holder number 8 for you, and I'll cover the cost of storing the wine and fruit platter. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered and crowded around Sister Dai Dai as she walked inside. However, when Zhou Qing reached the number 8 card holder, he stopped. This is a spot located in the very corner of the middle floor, with a cramped view, almost half of which is blocked by pillars. Just diagonally above them, in the number 5 card holder with an excellent view, sat the girl in the pleated skirt who had been provoking them earlier, and a woman with a tattoo of a green snake coiled around her arm, presumably the snake demon Bai Jiayan had mentioned. They were looking down at us with mocking eyes. Zhou Qing didn't speak, but simply raised his hand, past card holder number 5, and pointed directly above it to a suspended private room with a wide view in a prestigious location.
Let's sit over there. He was referring to card pack number 3.
Sister Dai Dai's smile froze, and she quickly leaned over, lowering her voice to dissuade her.
Brother, that won't do. Room number 3 is the VIP area, with a minimum spend of 100,000, which isn't worth it. You guys can have some fun, room number 8 is fine.
Her subtext was clear: don't try to impress others when you're not, you'll be the one who loses face if you can't pay the bill. Zhou Chang and his companions also wore mocking expressions, waiting to see how Zhou Qing would step down. Zhou Qing simply withdrew his hand, his tone nonchalant.
Only 100,000?
Sister Dai Dai's charming smile froze instantly, her professional fake smile stuck at the corner of her mouth, making her look extremely ridiculous.
Bai Jiayan and the others were dumbfounded, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg.
Even the snake demon in the number 5 card pack above stopped shaking its wineglass and looked over in astonishment. Amidst the deathly silence and countless incredulous gazes, Zhou Qing remained unfazed and took the lead, walking towards the stairs leading to the upper area, leaving behind a chorus of whispers.
Damn, what's he trying to prove by being a rich guy? 100,000. Can he really afford that? Or is he just drunk and bragging? Just wait and see, he'll be crying when he swipes his card later.
Chapter 21. This is the minimum spend of 100,000. Zhou Qing's steps were steady and powerful, but his mind was clear. 100,000 yuan brought collective shock to everyone in the Royal Dynasty bar, from top to bottom, and generated at least half an hour of continuous discussion and focus.
No matter how you look at it, this deal was a win-win. Ding!
The system has detected that the host is creating an extremely high level of anticipation. A shock warning has been triggered. He had already calculated everything clearly in his mind. This round of points was a sure thing. Sister Dai Dai followed behind Zhou Qing, her high heels clicking on the smooth steps, a hint of disdain already in her eyes. In this Royal Dynasty bar, she had seen too many clueless young people who were trying to appear more important than they were. She deliberately slowed her pace to walk alongside him. Brother, actually, the most top-tier room in our dynasty is the number 1 skybox. It faces the center of the dance floor, has an excellent view, and can even connect to the DJ booth, so you can DJ yourself. It's just, the minimum charge is a bit high, 1 million. Zhou Qing paused for a moment as expected.
1 million?
The system is amazing, but with $1 million in cash flow, there are plenty of good things to do with it. He said nothing more, walked straight to the door of VIP room number 3, and pushed open the heavy soundproof door. The luxurious scene inside is immediately apparent, with genuine leather sofas, holographic projections, and a huge curved floor-to-ceiling window that overlooks the entire venue. Before Sister Dai Dai could speak again, he slumped onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and casually swiped across the electronic menu on the table, pointing to the top line of text.
This is it, the Supreme Emperor set meal, give me one. Brother, are you sure? This is the minimum spending requirement of 100,000.
Zhou Qing and his brothers followed, their faces etched with undisguised mockery. Zhou Qing ignored her, took out a plain black card from his wallet with only a simple gold Wheatear logo on it, and casually tossed it on the table.
Swipe your card. Sister Dai Dai's smile froze.
This card is Wander's Infinite Black Card, with a credit limit of at least 8 figures. There are no more than 2 people in the entire city who possess it. Her mind went blank. Sister Dai Dai picked up the POS machine with trembling hands, her fingers shaking so much that she couldn't enter the numbers correctly. When the 4 green song typeface characters for payment successful popped up, her worldview completely collapsed. Buzz. Just then, the music in the entire venue suddenly stopped, and a bright spotlight tore through the darkness, projecting precisely down from the dome and illuminating the entire box 3 as if it were daytime. The DJ's magnetic voice resonated throughout every corner of the bar via the surround sound system. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Zhou in booth number 3 for his lavish spending of 100,000 yuan on the dragon set. Tonight, everything is on Mr. Zhou's plate. The entire Royal Dynasty bar was in an uproar. Countless gazes, filled with envy, jealousy, greed, and curiosity, converged from the dance floor, the booths, and every dark corner, propelling Zhou Qing and his group of spirited young women to the pinnacle of fame. The service at the Royal Dynasty is indeed top-notch. Before the words were even finished, a team of security personnel in uniform and with upright posture stood guard outside the private room, blocking any attempts to approach and cause trouble. Immediately afterwards, waiters filed in like a stream, their trays laden with exquisite barware and crystal-clear ice buckets, a spectacle comparable to that in a movie. Zhou Qing leaned back on the sofa and beckoned to Sister Dai Dai, who was completely petrified beside him. The service is good. Go, call over a few atmosphere-creating crew members, the best ones. He paused, his gaze piercing through the glass as he looked down at the serpent demon in booth number 5, whose face was ashen, and a wicked smile crept across his face. Oh, by the way, order 2 for Miss 1 in booth number 5 too, it's on me. Don't let her be too lonely.
Put. Bai Jiayan was the first to burst out laughing. This is absolutely devastating.
She took a women's cigarette from Zhou Qing's cigarette case, lit it, took a deep drag, then walked to the French windows and flicked the bright red cigarette butt at Wan Shangyi's position below. The spark drew a graceful arc in the sky and landed precisely on the snake demon's leather skirt, burning a barely perceptible hole.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sis.
Bai Jiayan feigned surprise and covered her mouth.
It slipped.
We're on high ground here, so we have a habit of throwing things down.
Who told you to be down here?
The snake demon's face instantly turned a deep liver color. She stood up abruptly, pointed upstairs, and began to curse loudly. She immediately called security to file a complaint. However, the security guards only politely advised the swallows. Bai Jiayan immediately put on an innocent and obedient expression, stubbed out her cigarette, turned around, picked up a bottle of glittering Ace of Spades champagne from the ice bucket, and looked at Zhou Qing with pleading eyes like a little girl asking for candy.
Uncle, is it all right if I open a bottle of champagne to celebrate?
Zhou Qing was amused by her dramatic performance and waved his hand with great enthusiasm.
Open them. Except for that bottle of Louis XIII, open all the remaining Ace of Spades.
He pointed to the expensive champagne tower on the table, his voice suddenly rising to a crescendo that drowned out the deafening music.
Don't even mention opening a bottle, you can use it to take a shower tonight. Ding. Explosive shock detected. Range, entire arena. Points plus 58. Ding. Achievement achieved, spend a fortune. Reward, 1 premium lottery ticket. Oh whoa.
Yin Fang, Su Mengmeng, and Zhou Xiaoke, the three energetic young women, screamed excitedly. They had never imagined that the kind of scenes they only saw in TV dramas would actually happen to them. They each grabbed a bottle of Ace of Spades, shook it wildly like in the movies, then jumped onto the gleaming coffee table, facing the dance floor below, and opened the bottle without hesitation.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The golden liquid mixed with white foam cascaded down like 3 waterfalls from the sky. That wasn't wine, that was money, that was showing off, that was ruthlessly crushing everyone below.
The drinks spilled from their youthful bodies and drifted onto the dance floor.
Instead of avoiding the champagne rain, the people on the dance floor surged even more frantically downwards, bathing in the shower of champagne and howling. Green Snake, who was seated at booth number 5, turned pale, then black, before finally smashing her wine glass and slinking away with her entourage amidst the chaos and derision.
Amidst the chaotic crowd, Zhou Qing's gaze precisely spotted a corner.
That was the lounge area, where Zhou Chang and his female companion Yin Fang, among others, were sitting crampedly in a small booth. There was only a lonely fruit plate on their table, and each person held a bottle of beer. They swayed mechanically amidst the frenzied atmosphere around them, looking so out of place. Zhou Chang withdrew his gaze and looked in front of him. Bai Jiayan stood on the highest point of the coffee table, holding a champagne bottle high, the golden liquid dripping down her hair.
A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou Qing's lips. This wave of points is a huge windfall. Chapter 22 System, Advanced Lottery, 6 consecutive draws. At 2 a.m., Zhou Qing had earned enough money and was ready to go home. Under the eaves at the entrance, several familiar figures were huddled together, shivering. It was Yin Fang, Su Mengmeng, Zhou Chang, and Xiaolan among them. Their lips were white from the cold, damp night wind as they anxiously refreshed the ride-hailing app on their phones. In this city that never sleeps, ride-hailing services are harder to book than luxury goods in the early hours of the morning.
Zhou Qing walked over, took out the almost untouched pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and handed it to Yin Fang.
Oh, you're still here? Need me to give you a ride?
Yin Fang's eyes lit up. She had been eyeing these cigarettes for a long time back in the private room. She happily reached out to take it, but before her fingertips even touched the cigarette, a thick arm suddenly blocked her way. I don't need your fake kindness. Zhou Chang's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Zhou Qing.
We'll walk ourselves.
Yin Fang, who was standing next to him, tugged at his sleeve, her eyes showing some timidity, but Zhou Chang took it as encouragement and straightened his back even more. Zhou Qing's gaze lingered on his face for half a second, her eyes calm. He withdrew his hand, put the cigarette back in the pack, and said nothing more, only uttering 2 words in a low voice.
All right.
He turned and walked to the roadside, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Leopard, come to the gate of the Imperial Palace to meet me. Zhou Chang scoffed, about to mock him for showing off by calling some junk car, when a deep engine roar came from afar, tearing through the rain. With a beautiful drift, it came to a smooth stop in front of Zhou Qing.
The scissor doors slowly rose like wings, revealing Ferrari's futuristic cockpit.
The mockery on Zhou Chang's face froze, and Yin Fang and the others gaped, forgetting to even breathe. They watched in disbelief as Zhou Qing casually got into the supercar they had only ever seen in videos, as if he were going home. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of the passers-by, he sped away, leaving only a blatant red taillight and a spray of water everywhere.
Ding. Strong shock detected. Points plus 20. Ding.
Host has successfully completed an invisible show-off maneuver, triggering an achievement.
Reward, plus 20.
Once you get home and close the door, all the noise from the outside world is shut out. Zhou Qing tossed the wine bag aside and slumped onto the sofa.
With a thought, a pale blue virtual screen unfolded before his eyes. System, Advanced Lottery, 6 consecutive draws.
The light screen swirled, and 6 golden treasure chests appeared one after another, then burst open in quick succession.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received 1.4 million yuan in cash.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have gained strength plus 2.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received 1.6 million yuan in cash.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received 1.8 million yuan in cash.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained hangover relief pills bottled, 1,000 pills. The next moment, a text message sounded. Wonderbank, dear customer, your account XXXX received a deposit of 1,400,000 yuan at XXXX.
Current balance.
Wonderbank, dear customer, your account XXXX received a deposit of 1,600,000 yuan at XXXX. Wonderbank, dear customer, your account XXXX received a deposit of 1,800,000 yuan at XXXX.
Total, 4.8 million. Is a mortgage enough?
Zhou Qing suddenly sprang up from the sofa, his fists clenched, an indescribable sense of ecstasy and release making him unable to resist letting out a long howl.
That was awesome. He slept soundly that night.
The next day, he wasn't woken up by the alarm clock, but by the frantic vibrations of his phone.
A barrage of calls.
He swiped open the screen in a daze and was instantly overwhelmed by a flood of missed calls and WeChat notifications.
It all belonged to Xian and Yinfeng. Open WeChat, and you'll see the latest voice messages. Brother Chang. Something's happened.
I, Wan Shangi, am in a fight with those guys.
They're all in jail. Come quick. Zhou Qing jolted awake, instantly sober.
He rushed to the police station and saw the familiar group of people sitting on the bench, looking dejected. Ziyan had scratches on her face, and Yinfeng's hair was a mess. On the other hand, Wan Shangi and his brothers and sisters weren't doing much better. A smart and capable policewoman saw him, strode over, and poked his forehead hard with her finger in exasperation.
Zhou Qing. You're really something. Your phone was off for a whole day and night?
You've gotten yourself into so much trouble.
Zhou Qing smiled awkwardly.
The woman in front of him was his cousin, who was also the deputy director of the police station. My cousin lowered her voice, her eyes filled with anxiety. The other party's father, Wanda, the chairman of Fonda Group, will be here soon.
You're just waiting to get a scolding.
Before he could finish speaking, a commotion broke out at the doorway. A middle-aged man, dressed in a well-tailored custom suit and with his hair neatly combed, strode in, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black.
His imposing presence silenced the entire police station. It is precisely Wanda.
Without even glancing at anyone else, he walked straight to Wan Shangi and nervously examined the injuries on his son's face.
But when his gaze fell on Wan Shangi and Ziyan's tightly clasped hands, his brows instantly furrowed into a deep frown. What's going on?
Wanda pulled Zhou Qing aside to a corner, his face grim.
Was this your doing?
Zhou Qing's brain was racing. She couldn't very well say that she had overslept. He remained unfazed.
Chairman Wan, I deliberately didn't answer the phone. Wanda was taken aback. Zhou Qing continued his nonsensical ramblings with a straight face. Flowers in a greenhouse can never grow into towering trees.
I want to test young Master Wan's courage and see if he dares to draw his sword when faced with conflict after leaving my protection. He gave Wan Shangi and Ziyan a thumbs up, his tone full of approval.
The result didn't disappoint me.
Young Master Wan truly lives up to his reputation as your son. He's responsible and a real man. He dares to stand against the whole world to protect his woman. The anger in Wanda's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a sense of relief and pride. But when he glanced at Ziyan's heavily tattooed arms and exaggerated purple hair, he hesitated again.
But, that girl? This is just the first step, to temper one's character.
Zhou Qing's voice was full of seduction. Once young Master Wan has fully matured and returned to the right track, I will arrange another accidental affair for him, and find a normal girl from a respectable family who is gentle and virtuous to comfort his wounded heart. At that time, everything will fall into place naturally.
Wanda gasped.
First, let your son experience the passion and love of the martial arts world, then shatter it all with your own hands, let him see reality clearly, and finally arrange a perfect ending for him?
This plan is ruthless. That's a complete disaster.
He turned and walked back to Wan Shangyi's side, patted his son's shoulder hard, and looked at him with approval in his eyes.
Well done, like a man.
Wan Shangyi was somewhat baffled by the praise. Xian, who was standing next to him, had been pretending to be a well-behaved young wife, seemingly trying to show off. She glanced nervously at Zhou Qing, and after receiving a knowing look, she immediately pulled a crumpled women's cigarette from her pocket, awkwardly offered it to Wanda, and forced what she thought was a sweet smile.
Uncle, hello, do you smoke? The smile on Wanda's face froze instantly. Chapter 23 is too beautiful to look at.
Zhou Qing almost choked on his breath and nearly lost his composure on the spot. He couldn't help but imagine a future family gathering, with a table laden with delicacies in the Wan family mansion. By Jiayan no, it should be Wan Jia's young mistress. Ziyan, with her newly dyed granny gray hair and gleaming tattooed arms, skillfully lit a cigarette and raised her glass boldly to the Wanda couple at the head of the table. Uncle, Aunt, Happy New Year.
Stop raising fish, bottoms up.
The scene was too beautiful to look at. He glanced at Wanda, who was already petrified beside him, and then looked at Ziyan, who was snuggling with Wan Shangyi not far away, her eyes full of stars.
Is this girl truly in love with this rich second-generation heir, or is she after the countless assets of the Wanda Group?
Zhou Qing couldn't see through it either.
It's best not to get involved in this mess for now.
As everyone stepped out of the police station, a gust of cold wind sobered them up a bit. Wanda, along with Wan Shangyi and Ziyan, who might be his daughter-in-law, got into a magnificent Maybach.
Before leaving, Ziyan blew Zhou Qing a kiss through the car window. Zhou Qing pretended not to see it.
He turned around and took only Yin Fong, Su Mengmeng, and Zhou Xiaoke with him.
I'll take you back.
His tone was flat. She had only taken a few steps when Yin Fong's body suddenly went limp, and she swayed precariously. If Su Mengmeng hadn't caught her in time, she would have collapsed to the ground. Zhou Qing reached out and touched her forehead. It was burning hot.
Does he have a fever?
Yin Fong's cheeks were flushed an unnatural red, her lips were chapped, but her eyes were watery and her voice was so weak it was almost blown away by the wind.
Brother Qing. Can I stay at your house for one night? I don't want to go home.
If my mom sees me like this, she'll definitely kick me out. Her voice trembled slightly, a vulnerability that would strike any man's weak spot.
Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat.
He instinctively wanted to refuse, but looking at Yin Fong's pitiful appearance, he swallowed the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue.
All right then.
When they got home, they stood awkwardly in the entryway as soon as they opened the door, not even daring to change their shoes. Zhou Qing poured 2 glasses of hot water and handed them over, then walked into the living room as if by accident, taking out his wallet and keys from his pocket.
A stack of red banknotes spilled out.
He bent down to pick them up and casually stuffed a few into the gaps in the sofa cushions. After doing all this, he picked up the suitcase containing 4.8 million yuan in cash from last night, raised his chin at the 3 girls who were sipping water on the sofa, and spoke half jokingly and half seriously. I'm going out to run some errands and deposit some money. Don't you dare take advantage of my absence and run away with my money. Yin Fong and the others quickly waved their hands, their faces turning pale with fright.
Wanda Bank, VIP customer area.
As soon as Zhou Qing entered the hall, he felt a venomous gaze fixed on him. He looked up and saw the same guy from his blind date yesterday, who had a smug look on his face.
She was wearing a bank uniform today, so she obviously works here. Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhou?
Fu Sol, clutching a stack of documents, glanced sarcastically at the suitcase in Zhou Qing's hand.
What, here to deposit money? You think you can chat with me just because you're depositing a penny or two? Don't you think that's beneath you?
Zhou Qing couldn't be bothered with such a clown. He walked straight to another window, put his suitcase on the counter, unzipped it, revealing a dazzling red color.
He calmly addressed the bewildered young teller inside. Hello, deposit money. 4.5 million.
All eyes were immediately drawn to Zhou Qing and his open suitcase. The mockery on Fu Sol's face froze instantly. The next second, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed out of the office.
Sir!
Oh dear, what a distinguished guest.
Why didn't you give us a heads up? This is no small matter, you didn't have to queue up yourself. Please come upstairs to the VIP room, your tea has already been brewed.
Just then, another figure hurriedly approached. It was none other than the old Indian dove who had been with Sol yesterday. She forced a warm smile and grabbed the manager's arm.
Manager Lou. He's a friend of mine. I'll take care of him.
Zhou Qing looked at her coldly and smiled mockingly.
Friend? Then tell me, what's my name?
The old Indian turtle dove's smile froze on his face. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word.
Manager Lou's face instantly darkened.
He flung her hand away and hissed, "You ignorant brat, get out of here.
Can you take responsibility for offending our esteemed guest?" Amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd, the old Indian turtle dove slunk away to the side.
After depositing the money, Zhou Qing walked out of the VIP room with her newly issued gold card. As he passed through the lobby, he overheard Fu Sol whispering to his colleagues, his tone dripping with sarcasm.
What's with the attitude? It's just a beat-up Cayenne, acting like the world's richest man.
A young man next to her who seemed to know a lot about cars glanced at her as if she were an idiot.
A beat-up Cayenne? Ma'am, are your eyes okay?
That's a Porsche Cayenne GT, there aren't many in China, and with all the options, it starts at 3 million RMB.
300 Ws.
Both Fu Sol and the Indian old man who had just arrived were stunned as if struck by lightning, their faces turning deathly pale.
When I got home, the house was very quiet.
Zhou Qing changed her shoes, but instead of immediately going into the living room, she took out her phone and opened the monitoring software disguised as a calculator. In the video, 3 girls are sitting side by side on a sofa, hugging cushions, quietly watching cartoons on TV, occasionally whispering a few words about the plot.
Since he left, their activities have not left the sofa.
Zhou Qing zoomed in on the surveillance footage and precisely located the gap between the sofa and the wall. Those several thousand yuan are still lying there quietly, untouched. He turned off his phone, letting down his last bit of guard.
This girl named Yin Fong seemed to be more innocent than he had imagined.
Just then, the phone screen lit up and a WeChat message popped up. It was a friend request notification from Indian Old Dove, followed immediately by a message.
Zhou Qing, hello. I'm Bai Xiaolian. We met yesterday. Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner.
Looking at the message that was 24 hours late, Zhou Qing chuckled and swiped his finger to delete the chat box. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly, dispelling the continuous rain. He stretched, feeling a surge of energy and an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Suddenly, I realized that this kind of life, occasionally showing off and getting slapped in the face, is actually quite interesting. The smile on Zhou Qing's lips hadn't completely faded before it froze on her face. He had just deleted Bai Xiaolian and, out of sheer boredom, reopened the monitoring software disguised as a calculator. He intended to take one last look before going to take a shower, but what he saw on the screen made him frown.
Shortly after he left.
After whispering to each other, Su Mengmeng and Zhou Xiaoke exchanged a knowing glance and tiptoed to the sofa.
The surveillance camera had excellent sound quality. He could even hear their excited panting. A hand, trembling, reached into the crevice of the sofa. Then there was another one.
They grabbed the several thousand yuan and quickly stuffed it into their pockets.
Zhou Qing's eyes instantly turned cold. I see. It seems he was overthinking things.
These girls, who live on the fringes of society, have no real innocence whatsoever.
Chapter 24, Why is the money still there? However, what happened next was completely unexpected.
After an unknown amount of time, Yin Fong, who was lying on the sofa pretending to be asleep, suddenly sat up with a start. She seemed to be having a nightmare. Her face was deathly pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She looked around and realized that Su Mengmeng and Zhou Xiaoke were nowhere to be seen, and she had a bad feeling. He scrambled to the sofa, groping for something in the crevice with his hands.
It was completely empty. She frantically dialed the phone. Where's the money? Where did you take Brother Qing's money? Give it back to me right now.
After something was said on the other end of the phone, Yin Fong's sobs grew louder, filled with pleading and despair. That's Brother Qing's money.
He'll think we're thieves. I beg you, please give it back.
The surveillance footage ended there, as Yin Fong had already rushed out the door in tears. Zhou Chang leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze was complex and unreadable. About an hour later, in the surveillance footage, Yin Fong returned looking distraught. She was clutching a wad of cash tightly in her hand. He walked to the sofa and carefully stuffed the several thousand yuan bills back into the gap between the sofa, meticulously restoring it to its original state. Zhou Qing received a text message on his phone informing him that he had been unlinked from the go-karting club account. She sold the membership cards. A membership card worth 10,000 yuan only yielded a few thousand yuan in cash. This silly girl. Zhou Qing stubbed out his cigarette and shook his head, both amused and exasperated.
He changed his clothes and went out.
When he returned with a takeout coconut chicken hot pot, Yin Fang was lying on the sofa, breathing evenly, seemingly fast asleep. But Zhou Qing noticed that her long eyelashes trembled almost imperceptibly the moment he opened the door. He didn't expose him, and instead placed the pot base and ingredients on the table, instantly filling the entire living room with a rich coconut aroma.
"Dinner's ready," he said softly.
Yin Fang, as cheerful as ever, sat up rubbing her sleepy eyes, sniffed the air, and her eyes lit up. "It smells so good."
"Brother Qing, you're so kind."
She skipped and hopped to the dining table as if nothing had happened. During the meal, she chattered on about interesting things in her circle, her eyes crinkling with laughter, but she didn't mention a word about money. Zhou Qing listened quietly, occasionally placing a piece of tender chicken on her plate.
Just then, his cell phone rang. "Caller ID, mother." Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat. He answered the phone, but before he could even speak, his mother's voice, 8 octaves higher, boomed from the receiver. "Zhou Cheng." "What do you mean? The girl I introduced you to, such a wonderful girl, and you deleted her on WeChat? Are you trying to drive me crazy?" "Mom, it's not what you think, we're not right for each other."
As Zhou Qing was frantically explaining, he suddenly felt a weight on his leg. Yin Fang had somehow gotten close to him, like a slippery white snake, and wrapped herself around him softly. Her head naturally rested on his lap, and she looked up with her innocent little face, blinking her big eyes as she watched him make a phone call. A sweet, refreshing scent of shower gel, mixed with the unique fragrance of a young girl, forcefully entered his nostrils. The warm, soft touch came from her thigh, and Zhou Qing's body stiffened instantly. His mind was filled with uncontrollable images of her wailing on the surveillance footage, and now, so close, her delicate collarbone glistening with moisture. This little devil. Zhou Qing felt his throat was a little dry and his mind was wandering when, fortunately, the doorbell rang and saved him.
Ding dong.
Su Mengmeng and Zhou Shaka returned, carrying large bags and small packages, clearly having just finished a shopping spree.
"Brother Cheng, we're back." After changing their shoes, the two entered the living room and their eyes instinctively drifted towards the sofa. When they saw Zhou Qing casually pull out a wad of red banknotes from the sofa cushions, weigh them in his hand, and then stuff them back in, their faces turned deathly pale, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "How come the money is still there?" They exchanged a horrified glance, then pulled Yin Fang to the balcony, where they began to argue fiercely in hushed tones. "You put it back? You're insane. That money wasn't ours to begin with. A card worth 10,000 yuan. You're only exchanging it for a few thousand? Are you stupid?" The arguing inside the house hadn't stopped when Zhou Qing's phone started ringing incessantly again. His mother had mobilized the entire family's phone lines, bombarding them with calls. Zhou Qing was at his wits' end. After hanging up on the seventh relative, he finally surrendered. He took a deep breath, opened WeChat, found the profile picture that had been blocked, and clicked to remove it from the blacklist. Almost the instant my finger left the screen, the message popped up, as if the other person had been waiting on the other side of the screen all along. "By Xiaolian, I knew you'd change your mind. Tonight at 8 p.m., Mag Restaurant, see you there." Zhou Qing looked at the message, then looked up at the three young women on the balcony who were still chattering and arguing. Their brightly colored hair was particularly eye-catching under the light. He smiled. "Pick up your phone and reply slowly and deliberately." "Sure, I'll bring a friend along, it'll be fun." He really wanted to see what kind of interesting expression this self-proclaimed elite, arrogant old Indian dove would have when he saw this group of spirited young women. "Are you done arguing?" Zhou Qing's gaze swept over the three of them, finally landing on the still shaken Yin Fang, and he said calmly, "Are you free tonight? Come with me to dinner." "Yes. We're free. Brother Qing, we're definitely free." "No." Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, offering two possible answers. Su Mengmeng panicked and grabbed Yin Fang's arm. "Are you crazy? We made plans to go to karaoke with Brother Filong tonight." "Brother Filong?" Yin Fang reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling and her voice becoming shrill. "That scumbag. He tried to get me drunk last time,
and even wanted me to blow up balloons for him.
You guys go if you want, I'd rather die than go.
Su Mengmeng and Zhou Xiaoke both looked somewhat unnatural. Zhou Qing's eyes turned cold. He knew exactly what that meant. I originally wanted to invite Bai Jiayan, that sharp-tongued girl, because she's absolutely explosive when she's roasting people. But I was afraid that Wan Shanyi, that jealous person, would misunderstand and cause unnecessary trouble.
At present, this frightened little sparrow seems to be the only and best choice. Alright, then Yin Fong will come with me. Zhou Qingyi turned his gaze to the other two.
You can go see your brother Filong now.
The smiles on Su Mengmeng and Zhou Xiaoke's faces froze, their eyes filled with resentment.
Zhou Cheng saw through their thoughts, chuckled, leaned against the doorframe, and lazily threw out the bait. Really not going?
Wanda Plaza, buy whatever you want. Buy whatever you want?
The two girls' eyes lit up instantly, and their breathing quickened. But when he thought about what had just happened, he hesitated again, his feet seemingly rooted to the spot. Zhou Qing's gaze slowly drifted towards the sofa in the living room.
Oh, right.
I deliberately put those few $1,000s in the sofa cushions. Their faces looked as if they had been slapped hard, the color draining away instantly, turning from flushed red to deathly pale.
So they already knew. My little bit of cleverness is a joke in front of the other party. Fei. Brother Filong is still waiting for us. We're leaving now, Brother Qing. The two couldn't stay any longer and practically fled the room, forgetting even to take their shopping bags.
The door slammed shut, and the world became quiet.
Chapter 25, What's Lacking is Confidence.
Zhou Qing then turned around and looked at Yin Fong, who was at a loss for what to do.
The girl's pilling hoodie and faded jeans seemed out of place in this exquisitely decorated apartment.
He glanced at the time. There were still more than 3 hours left.
Let's go. Where are we going, uncle? Yin Fong asked timidly, still reeling from the shock she had just experienced.
I'll take you to buy some battle robes. The car drove smoothly on the way to Wanda Plaza. Yin Fong sat in the passenger seat, her hands gripping the seatbelt tightly, without saying a word.
Zhou Qing looked straight ahead. Those few $1,000 were a test.
Yin Fong's body trembled violently, and she turned her head to look at him in disbelief.
I want to see what kind of people you really are, Zhou Qing said without a trace of emotion. Congratulations, you've passed. Yin Fong's eyes instantly reddened.
She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a single word.
She could only turn her head to look out the window. Wanda Plaza.
The lights were dazzling, and the crowds were surging. Yin Fong was like a chipmunk who had wandered into a world of glass, filled with curiosity and timidity about everything around her. Her little hands gripped Zhou Qing's clothes tightly, as if afraid she would get lost if she wasn't careful. Zhou Qing didn't take her directly to those luxury brands, as that would scare her away. He patiently accompanied her, starting by browsing through trendy boutiques one by one, allowing her to gradually get used to the place. Finally, they entered a minimalist decorated brand women's clothing store. Following the enthusiastic recommendation of the sales assistant, Yin Fong changed into a black and white pleated skirt suit. When she walked out of the fitting room and stood timidly in front of the mirror, even she was stunned. Is the girl in the mirror still myself? Uncle, this is too expensive. She looked at the price tag of 1,600 and her tongue was tied. For her, who usually spends no more than 100 yuan on a single piece of clothing, this is an astronomical figure. He didn't answer, but simply took out his bank card from his wallet and handed it to the sales assistant with a flourish. I bought it. The next hour. Shop after shop, Zhou Qing swiped his card with practiced ease, while Yin Fong's expression went from shock to numbness, and finally to a sense of unreality. She was like a delicate marionette, letting Zhou Qing and the sales assistants manipulate her, changing her into one beautiful dress after another that she never dared to dream of before. When the two walked out of the mall carrying 7 or 8 shopping bags, Yin Fong looked completely refreshed. A pure white, tight-fitting short-sleeved t-shirt outlines the girl's youthful yet full curves, while a pair of straight and slender legs are visible beneath a black, high-waisted, hip-length pleated skirt. Paired with thick-soled black leather shoes, the look exudes a wild sexiness amidst the innocence. Even her dry, yellow hair seemed much more pleasing to the eye against the backdrop of her brand-new clothes. It's beautiful. But Zhou Qing always felt that something was missing. Just then, they passed by a gold shop. The dazzling lights illuminated the gold and jewelry in the display case, making them shimmer and sparkle. A sales assistant, who was introducing a bracelet to a customer, inadvertently raised her hand. In that instant, Zhou Qing understood. The gleaming gold bracelet on the saleswoman's wrist was almost blinding. He glanced at Yin Fong instinctively. The girl wore only a faded red string on her wrist and cheap plastic earrings that cost a few dollars a pair.
What they lack is self-confidence. It's a kind of confidence that comes from within, enveloped in material possessions and respect.
Zhou Qing suddenly recalled his student days, when he felt ashamed in front of the girl he liked because of a pair of counterfeit Nike shoes, and when he was silent at a class reunion full of designer brands because of a cheap t-shirt.
Material possessions can only decorate the exterior. What truly allows a person to stand tall is inner confidence. Let's go somewhere else.
Without saying a word, he took Yin Fong's still somewhat cold hand and walked straight into the brightly lit gold shop. The glass door closed behind me, shutting out the noise of the mall.
It's time.
Tonight, he not only wants to leave that arrogant old Indian dove speechless, but also wants to help Yin Fong regain her self-confidence.
The air conditioning in the jewelry store was blasting.
Zhou Qing held Yin Fong's small hand. Her palms were icy cold and covered in fine sweat. A female sales assistant approached, wearing a formulaic, sweet smile. But when his gaze fell upon Yin Fong's brand new yet still undeniably awkward outfit, the sincerity in his smile vanished instantly, leaving only a perfunctory grin.
Zhou Qing took it all in without any reaction. He released Yin Fong and walked straight to a counter displaying gold bracelets, lightly touching the polished glass with his finger. Take out that 3-ring model and let's take a look. The sales assistant's gaze followed his finger. That 3 Lives 3 Worlds is a best-selling item in the store. It has a trendy design and uses high-quality materials. It's priced at 48,800 yuan, which is not something this little girl can afford. She had already labeled the two of them as wasting time by looking but not buying. Sir, this is a classic design from Chow Tai Fook. The 3 rings represent the past life, the present life, and the next life, which has a very auspicious meaning. The sales assistant introduced the design in a formulaic manner while slowly taking out the key, seemingly reluctant. Zhou Qing, however, was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and turned directly to Yin Fong, beckoning to her. Yin Fong moved over in small steps. The bracelet was taken out and placed on a red velvet tray, its gold gleaming. A delicate little bell hung from one of the rings. Zhou Qing picked up the bracelet and grabbed Yin Fong's slender wrist without saying a word. The faded red string on it was glaringly obvious. He untied the red string, casually tossed it into the nearby trash can, and then slipped the heavy gold bracelet onto his wrist. The size is just right, not too big or too small. The cool gold touching her warm skin sent a shiver through Yin Fong, as if she had been struck by an electric current. She subconsciously shook her wrist. Jingle.
A clear and melodious bell rang out in the quiet jewelry store. That voice was like a magic spell, instantly shattering the hard shell of inferiority deep within her heart. She stared blankly at the dazzling gold ring on her wrist, watching the light it reflected under the lamplight, a light so mesmerizing it was almost mesmerizing.
Is this mine? This is it, wrap it up.
Zhou Qing's voice pulled her back to reality from her daze. He took out the black gold card and gently placed it on the counter. The moment that card, representing ultimate wealth, appeared, the saleswoman's expression was incredibly varied, shifting from contempt to astonishment, and then to extreme flattery and fear, all in just 1 second.
Yes, sir. I'll pack it for you right away.
Her waist was almost bent at a 90-degree angle. As Yin Fong left the jewelry store, she felt as if she were floating on clouds. She would occasionally raise her wrist, listening to the crisp ringing of the bell, and the smile on her lips was impossible to hide, radiating a genuine and luminous confidence. When they passed by the Apple store, Zhou Qing pulled her inside again.
It's time to get a new phone.
15 minutes later, Yin Fong had a brand new Pro Max in her hands. Zhou Qing watched her clumsily stroke the smooth screen of her new phone, then casually opened WeChat and transferred 5,000 yuan to her.
Pocket money. With a beep, the transfer was completed.
Yin Fong's fingers trembled on the screen, and her eyes reddened once again.
Chapter 26 tastes good.
After getting back into the car, Yin Fong remained silent for a long time. The atmosphere inside the car was so quiet it was almost oppressive, with only the bell on her wrist occasionally making a soft, intermittent sound as the car bumped along. Finally, she mustered her courage, turned her head, and looked directly into Zhou Qing's eyes. The timidity in those eyes had faded, leaving only a resolute determination to burn one's bridges.
Uncle, you're spending so much money on me, you're not thinking of sleeping with me, are you?
Zhou Qing's fingers, which were gripping the steering wheel, paused slightly, then he smiled knowingly. He turned his head to meet her gaze, his eyes deep and intense.
Yes, he said casually. May I?
His composure surprised Yin Fong. She had imagined countless possible responses, whether it be concealment, anger, or hypocrisy, but she never expected such a blatant admission.
My heart started pounding uncontrollably. The next second, Yin Fong did something that shocked even herself.
She abruptly unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned in, and pressed her soft lips precisely onto Zhou Qing's lips. Inexperienced and clumsy, yet possessing a wild and untamed spirit,
Zhou Qing's pupils suddenly contracted. Instantly separate.
Yin Fong sat back in her seat, fastened her seatbelt, her cheeks flushed, but she still looked at him stubbornly. Zhou Qing stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, where the faint scent of her shower gel seemed to still linger.
It tastes good.
Yin Fong's face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. Zhou Qing chuckled and was about to start the car when his phone rang at an inopportune moment.
Caller ID Wanda. He pressed the answer button and turned on speakerphone. Hey, Uncle Wan. Zhou Qing. I'm about to be driven crazy by my little brat.
Wanda's roaring voice came through the receiver, making the car interior buzz.
Do you know what he just said to me?
He said he doesn't want to take over my job, he's going to set up a street stall.
Selling fucking fried rice.
Zhou Qing barely suppressed a laugh.
But
Yin Fong, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud.
What kind of bullshit worldly pleasures does he want to pursue? He wants to experience life. I'll experience his ancestors for 18 generations. The empire I worked so hard to build, and he wants to go to the street to cook? Wanda was so angry that he spoke without thinking.
I'm telling you, Zhou Qing, I'd rather he were gay.
Really?
Yin Fong laughed so hard her body trembled, leaning towards Zhou Qing, her restless little hand gently drawing circles.
Zhou Qing's body tensed instantly, and her breathing became erratic. Seeing that he didn't react, Yin Fong became even bolder and playfully blew a breath into his ear. Then, she said indistinctly, Uncle.
Just let him set up his stall. How will he know how hard it is to make money if he doesn't experience some setbacks?
Zhou Qing gasped.
He felt all the blood rushing to one place, while his brain had to keep working at high speed to deal with Wanda on the other end of the phone.
Uncle Wan.
His voice was a little hesitant.
I think we can let him try.
When his business starts to pick up, you can find a few city management officers and a few actors to cause trouble for him every day and overturn his stall. Let him understand that in this society, just being good at flipping a wok is useless. Money and power are what truly matter.
Yin Fong paused for a moment. Uncle, paper? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Wanda exclaimed in realization on the other end of the phone, praising it highly. You're quick-witted, kid. Okay, let's do it this way. Hey. What's that noise over there? Why are you making such a racket, like a bellows?
Zhou Qing felt like she was about to explode.
It's okay, Uncle Wan, I'm at the gym. I'll hang up now. He hung up the phone quickly and tossed it aside.
Yin Fong finally raised her head, her cheeks flushed an unnatural red. She simply rolled down the car window and turned her head to the side.
Ha! 2A.
Zhou Qing was both amused and exasperated by her bold actions. The car restarted, and the atmosphere inside became somewhat awkward. Yin Fong stopped acting up and simply leaned back quietly in her seat, watching the neon lights rushing past the window. Her expression suddenly became somewhat downcast. Uncle, she said softly, her voice filled with melancholy.
I'm not that kind of woman of the night. I'm only like this with you.
Zhou Qing hummed in response but did not reply, listening quietly.
You are a good person.
A good guy card almost made Zhou Qing crush the steering wheel.
Uncle, do you know? There are generally only 3 possible outcomes for us spirited young ladies.
The best option is to marry a small business owner, manage the cash register, and become a boss's wife. A slightly less ideal option is to become a tutor, or marry an honest, ordinary person and live a stable life. The worst option is to waste your youth and end up working in a foot massage parlor, massaging people's feet. She lowered her head, her voice even softer. Last night at the police station, I called my dad, but he didn't answer.
I called my grandparents, but they acted like they didn't hear me.
Zhou Chang and the others, besides saying a few empty words like, "Don't be afraid, I'm here," were completely useless. That's when I realized that the only person in this world who would actually help me out was you.
Zhou Qing's heart was inexplicably touched.
He took out cigarettes and a lighter from the storage box and handed one to Yin Fong. Yin Fong lit the cigarette skillfully, took a deep drag, and then held the lit cigarette to Zhou Qing's lips. Zhou Qing didn't mind and took a puff from her hand as well.
Acrid smoke swirled between the two. Uncle.
Yin Fong suddenly smiled slyly, turned her head, and whispered mysteriously in his ear.
Let me tell you a secret. What? I just forgot to rinse my mouth. Zhou Qing stared wide-eyed. Holy crap.
His lips twitched, but he couldn't help himself and muttered under his breath, "Little vixen." Yin Fong leaned back in her chair, looking at his helpless yet amused profile, her eyes gleaming with smugness. The car eventually stopped in front of a top-notch steakhouse called M-Box. The doorman, dressed in a sharp tailcoat, respectfully opened the car door. The moment Yin Fong stepped out, she was instantly stunned by the magnificent scene before her. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the dome, refracting a dazzling light like diamonds.
The floor is as smooth as a mirror, and the melodious sound of a violin flows in the air. Every detail here reeks of money.
Yin Fong instinctively gripped her newly acquired phone, like a Cinderella who had stumbled into high society, unsure of where to look.
She secretly snapped several photos quickly, intending to post them in her group of girlfriends to show off. Chapter 27. Zhou Qing. You're just playing us. Zhou Qing. Over here. A clear female voice rang out.
Zhou Qing looked in the direction of the sound and saw two stylishly dressed women waving at him from the window. One of them was the micro-Indian old dove. Today she wore a classic Chanel little black dress, her makeup was exquisite, and her every move exuded the superiority of an urban white-collar worker. When her gaze passed over Zhou Chang and landed on Yin Fong behind her, the enthusiasm on her face instantly froze, and her smile became stiff. Her best friend, Fu Shou'er, made no attempt to hide her disdain as she looked Yin Fong up and down.
Brother Qing, this is a relative of yours?
Bai Xiaolian suppressed her displeasure and forced a smile. This little girl is dressed in trendy brands, which look quite new, but you can smell her timid in poor air from 8 feet away. Before Zhou Qing could speak, Yin Fong had already put on an extremely obedient demeanor, bowed slightly, and spoke in a sickeningly sweet voice.
Hello, Auntie.
Fu Sol almost spat out the mouthful of lemonade he had just drunk. She slammed her hand on the table, her face turning ashen. Who are you calling Auntie?
How old are you to call people Auntie?
Yin Fong blinked her innocent big eyes, her gaze as clear as a spring.
I was born in 2007. Auntie, how old are you? In 2007.
The words that followed losing soul stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single one. She is 32 years old this year, which makes her more than 10 years older than this young girl. That one call of Auntie made her head spin.
Bai Xiaolian's complexion wasn't much better either.
When ordering food, as if out of revenge, Fu Sol deliberately took the menu and ordered only the most expensive items.
A Wellington steak, medium rare. And a pan-seared foie gras, a black truffle pasta. Set meal, please, 1888. Just like her, Bai Xiaolian said listlessly.
Yin Fong leaned closer, glancing at the menu items that often cost 4 figures, and exclaimed softly, "Uncle, this place is so expensive." Zhou Cheng smiled and leaned back on the soft sofa in a languid posture.
It's all right, your aunt is treating.
Upon hearing this, Fu Sol slammed the knife and fork in his hand onto the plate with a clang. She glared at Zhou Qing, her voice shrill. "Zhou Qing, what do you mean?
Are you even a man? You expect us women to treat you, and you bring this little brat along to freeload?" Yin Fong's face instantly darkened.
She suddenly stood up, grabbed Zhou Qing's arm, and started to walk out.
If you can't afford it, don't. Stop whining. Uncle, let's go, I'll treat you to Shaxian snacks. All you can eat.
At this moment, her spirited and assertive personality returned, showing no fear whatsoever.
Hey! Don't go.
When Bai Xiaolian saw that the eligible bachelor was about to disappear, she quickly stood up to smooth things over. She gritted her teeth, glared at her best friend, and put on a smile again.
Just kidding, sit down, sit down. I promised it would be my treat, and I'll definitely keep my word.
The meal was fraught with tension. Bai Xiaolian kept trying to find topics to talk about, from work to hobbies, and from fitness to travel, desperately trying to get closer to Zhou Cheng and show off her excellence. Yin Fong, however, was not buying it and seized every opportunity to act coquettishly.
Uncle, this steak is so hard to cut, can you help me?
She pouted and pushed the plate in front of Zhou Qing.
Zhou Qing picked up a knife and fork and skillfully cut the steak into small pieces. Seeing the subtle intimacy between the two, Bai Xiaolian's anger burned brighter and brighter. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. She put down her knife and fork and stared intently at Zhou Qing. Brother Qing, you still haven't told me, what kind of relative is she to you? Your cousin? Zhou Qing wiped her mouth with a napkin, looked up, met her probing gaze, and then glanced at Yinfang beside her, whose face was full of expectation. He smiled calmly. A girlfriend, you could be considered a kind of relative, right? Ding. Points plus 30. What did you say? Fu Sol slammed his fist on the table again, this time drawing the attention of the surrounding diners. You have a girlfriend? You have a girlfriend and you still come out to meet us on a blind date? And you even want us to treat you? Zhou Qing, have you no shame? Before she could finish speaking, Yinfang made a lightning-fast move, wrapping her arms around Zhou Qing's neck and clinging to him like a koala. She looked defiantly at the two women opposite her, a victorious smile playing on her lips. Auntie, so you had ulterior motives for inviting my uncle to dinner? You wanted to woo him? Bai Shelian's face flushed red and then turned pale, speechless for a long time after being choked by this blunt remark. She took a deep breath, decided to throw off all pretense, and pointed at Yinfang, questioning Zhou Qing, what's so good about her? A mere greenhorn. Me. I have a bachelor's degree, graduated from a 211 university. Yinfang lazily raised her eyelids, poked her little head out from Zhou Qing's arms, and uttered 3 words in a low voice. I'm young. Bai Shelian's chest heaved violently with anger. I work as a client manager at the headquarters of Wanda Bank. My annual salary is 300,000. Yinfang shook the jingling gold bracelet on her wrist, her tone becoming even more contemptuous. I'm young. You. Bai Shelian felt like she had punched cotton. All her advantages became pale and powerless in the face of the word youth. She turned to Zhou Qing in a fit of rage. Zhou Qing. You're just messing with us. We're not treating you to this meal. Whoever wants to pay can pay. After saying that, she pulled up Fu Sol and made a move to leave. The restaurant manager immediately came over with 2 security guards, a professional smile on his face, but his tone left no room for argument. Ladies, your bill hasn't been settled yet. What are you arguing about? Find him. Fu Sol pointed at Zhou Qing. Just as the situation reached a stalemate and the police were about to be called in, Zhou Qing slowly took out the pure black card from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. Waiter. 2 of the most expensive A5 Wagyu beef set meals on the menu. And open a bottle of 90 Petrus. The manager's pupils suddenly contracted. An A5 Wagyu beef set meal costs 18,000 yuan. A Paytas card from 1990 that's incredibly expensive. He immediately recognized the legendary black card, and his attitude instantly changed 180 degrees, bowing respectfully. Yes, sir. The head chef will personally cook for you right away. Ding. The entire audience was shocked. You have gained 2,888 points. Soon, the restaurant's top chef pushed a food cart to the table and cooked for Zhou Qing and Yinfang on the hot plate. The premium Wagyu beef sizzles under high heat, releasing an aroma that sends shivers down your spine. Bai Shelian and Fu Sol stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to leave or stay, their faces turning a deep purplish red under the watchful eyes of all the diners in the restaurant. This is the scene that the police saw when they arrived. Ultimately, with the police's intervention, Bai Shelian and Fu Sol had no choice but to pay the bill of over 3,000 yuan for their own meal, looking dejected, and slunk away from the scene. Back in the city center, Yinfang drank some red wine, and her fair cheeks glowed with a charming rosy hue. She didn't turn on the lights, walked barefoot to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, leaned against the cool glass, slightly tipsy, and looked down at the dazzling lights of the city below. Chapter 28. Uncle, how about we do it again? After taking a shower, this is the silhouette I saw. The girl's exquisite curves were faintly visible in the moonlight, as beautiful as a painting. As if by telepathy, Yinfang turned around, and their eyes met unexpectedly in the dim air. Without a word, Zhou Qing walked over and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Yinfang turned around, stood on tiptoe, tilted her head back, and offered her warm lips to him. This kiss was much more lingering and deeper than the one in the car. Alcohol fueled lust, and the air temperature rose steadily. Clothes were scattered all over the floor from the living room to the bedroom. Then, naturally, the inevitable happened. Zhou Qing doesn't seem like a young man in his early 20s at all. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuations in Yinfang. 20 points awarded. Her misty eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit, and she wrapped her arms around his neck,
demonstrating her determination through her actions.
This night was destined to be sleepless.
The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, gently illuminating the disheveled bed. Yin Fang curled up beside Zhou Qing like an exhausted kitten. As soon as Zhou Qing moved, Yin Fang beside him let out a soft hum like a cat and snuggled closer into his arms. He looked down at the girl's peaceful sleeping face, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyelids, and the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if she were having a sweet dream.
The stark contrast between last night's frenzy and the present tranquility gave Zhou Qing a surreal, unreal feeling.
He carefully pulled his arm out, intending to get out of bed to cook 2 bowls of noodles, but the phone he casually picked up immediately started vibrating incessantly the moment he unlocked it. Dozens of missed calls, hundreds of WeChat messages and text messages. At the top of the screen, the sister-in-law's avatar was flashing wildly.
You have a girlfriend? Why did you need your aunt to introduce you? Aren't you just playing with your elders?
Bai Xiaolian cried all night, I'm about to drive her crazy. Immediately following was a barrage of messages from dozens of relatives in the family group chat, starting with his mother's voice messages.
Zhou Qing. Where the hell have you been? You won't answer your phone. I heard from your sister-in-law that you found a young girl? When are you bringing her home to meet us? Your dad has already prepared a red envelope.
Qing, your third aunt's husband asked you how old that girl is and where she's from.
Xiaoqing, is she reliable? Don't let anyone scam you.
Zhou Qing's temples throbbed. Before he could even swipe away from the message, a text message popped up from a VIP client manager at Wanda Bank. Mr. Zhou, regarding the situation you reported yesterday, our bank has decided to suspend employee Bai Xiaolian from her duties.
Thank you for your supervision and feedback. Wow, Mr. Wan is incredibly efficient.
Zhou Qing remained calm and was about to silence her phone when an unfamiliar number persistently called. He frowned as he answered the phone, and a clear, excited voice came through the receiver.
Uncle. It's me, Bai Jiayan. You're awake? Hey, I have some great news.
Wan Shangyi and I are officially opening our fried rice stall tonight at 8 p.m.
It's right downstairs from our usual billiards hall. You absolutely have to come and support us.
Zhou Qing was stunned.
A fried rice stall? Their efficiency is astounding. Yesterday she was crying and sobbing in the police station, and today she's going to be a pioneer in entrepreneurship?
After hanging up the phone, he shook his head, both amused and exasperated, went into the kitchen, tore open 2 packets of instant noodles, and poached 4 eggs.
The aroma of steaming hot noodle soup filled the air, dispelling the last trace of ambiguity in the room.
When he returned to the bedroom with the bowl of noodles, Yin Fang was wrapped in the quilt like a snail, with only her big, bright eyes showing. Hearing footsteps, she peeked out from under the covers. Her long, black hair was disheveled and draped over her shoulders, which, combined with her plain, unadorned face, gave her an astonishingly pure and alluring look.
Uncle, it smells so good.
She sniffed with a smile and reached out to take the bowl of noodles. The blanket slipped off with her movement, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin that made Zhou Qing dizzy. The mottled red marks left from last night are shocking to behold.
Zhou Qing coughed lightly, looked away, and asked with concern, Can you still go out today? Or should I stay home with you for the day?
Yin Fang slurped up a big mouthful of noodles, her cheeks bulging. Hearing this, she didn't pretend to be shy, but instead nodded frankly, her voice muffled, I can walk, but it still hurts a little. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something, suddenly put down her bowl, blinked her big, watery eyes, leaned forward slightly, and murmured softly.
Uncle, how about we do it again? Cough. Cough, cough, cough.
Zhou Qing almost choked on a mouthful of noodle soup, coughing repeatedly in shock from these outrageous words. He stared in disbelief at the energetic young girl before him. Her amazing recovery ability was indeed far superior to that of an old hag like Bai Xiaolian. Seeing Zhou Qing's disheveled appearance, Yin Fang giggled and collapsed onto the bed, like a little fox who had just stolen a bite.
An hour later, Yin Fang finished washing up. She changed into a floral dress.
With her bare face, she looked exactly like a female college student who had just entered the ivory tower, so pure and innocent that you could squeeze water out of her. When Zhou Qing drove his black Cayenne and parked it downstairs in his sister-in-law's apartment complex, the sister-in-law, who had come to deliver something, nearly popped her eyes out. She pulled Zhou Qing to the corner of the wall, her voice low.
Zhou Qing, are you crazy? Is she even an adult? And this car? Where did you get the money to buy a Cayenne? Did you take the money from the card boss Juan gave you?
Seeing his sister-in-law's expression as if the sky were about to fall, Zhou Qing felt the timing was perfect. He calmly took out his resignation letter from his pocket and handed it over.
Sister-in-law, I'm quitting this job.
This money is what I earned from stock trading. It has nothing to do with Boss Juan.
Stock trading?
The sister-in-law looked at him suspiciously, as if she thought he was kidding. She took out her phone and checked the transaction history of Zhou Qing's salary card in front of him. When she saw that there were indeed no large sums of money coming in besides her salary, the shock on her face finally turned into horror.
She believed it.
As she was leaving, her sister-in-law's gaze towards Yinfang changed. She was both warm and polite, and insisted on giving her a thick red envelope, saying, "Here, girl, this is a gift from your sister-in-law since it's our first meeting."
On the bus, Yinfang opened the red envelope. Among the stack of brand new red banknotes, there was a lone 1 yuan coin. 10,001?
Zhou Qing glanced at it and smiled, commonly known as 1 in 10,000. In the afternoon, when Zhou Qing appeared at the billiards hall with a completely transformed Yinfang, the young women who were puffing away on cigarettes were all petrified. Su Mengmeng's cigarette fell to the ground, and Zhou Xiaoka's cue slammed into her foot with a thud.
Ding!
Detected intense emotional fluctuations in Su Mengmeng, points plus 30.
Ding! Zhou Xiaoka's intense emotional fluctuations detected. Points plus 30. Ding!
Detected a stray cat exhibiting intense emotional fluctuations.
Points plus 30. Fong, Sister Fong? You've been possessed? Su Mengmeng stammered, circling around Yinfang twice.
Yinfang proudly raised her chin and, mimicking what she did in TV dramas, elegantly tossed her hair.
Chapter 29. Watch your mouth.
Zhou Qing ignored the group of noisy girls and focused her gaze on the corner. Su Mengmeng was squatting on the ground, with 7 or 8 old mobile phones of different models lined up in front of her. She was frantically refreshing various WeChat groups with both hands.
Hey bro, wanna try the newly opened heartbreakingly delicious fried rice? Delivery throughout the city, it's so delicious you'll cry. Order now and get a free kiss from the beautiful owner photo. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, Su Mengmeng's eyes lit up.
She immediately put down her phone and came over, a fawning smile plastered on her face, as she expertly extended her hand.
Uncle, I need your help urgently. Could you transfer 30 yuan in phone credit?
Several of my phones are out of service, which is affecting my business. Zhou Qing looked at the group of younger sisters who had finally started to support themselves and was at a loss for words.
At least I don't have to rely on Ben burning anymore to make a living, although I probably won't be able to break this habit of asking for money anytime soon.
Zhou Qing casually transferred 50 yuan to Su Mengmeng, too lazy to pay attention to her exaggerated thanks. He has become completely numb to these small sums of money. Instead, he is more concerned about Yinfang's movements. Yinfang scanned the billiard hall, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, as if searching for someone.
Where are Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu? Aren't they with you?
She walked up to Su Mengmeng, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible worry. Su Mengmeng was looking down at 7 or 8 phones when she heard this. Without looking up, she waved her hand impatiently.
Don't even mention it.
Those 2 silly girls went with Brother Philon to play some kind of balloon-blowing game.
They got drunk and even kicked down the toilet door. The boss just blocked them and kicked them out.
Zhou Qing's gaze sharpened.
Blow up balloons?
A string in Zhou Qing's mind tightened instantly.
Once you get it, you're ruined. Yinfang's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and she grabbed Su Mengmeng's arm. What? How dare they? Where is Philon? There's no use in rushing.
Wildcat slammed the gleaming glass down on the bar with a sharp clang.
Let's go to the Emperor's Hall of the Dynasty KTV tonight, they'll definitely be there.
After saying that, she raised her eyelids and glanced at Zhou Qing with a half smile, her eyes filled with amusement at the prospect of a good show.
By the way, uncle, let me remind you. That Philong is Zhou Chang's real older brother.
You've stolen his own brother's girlfriend.
Think twice before you go over there tonight.
Zhou Qing met her gaze, his expression unchanged, and simply nodded calmly.
Zhou Chang's elder brother, Philong, he wanted to see just how much influence he carried.
At 6 o'clock in the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun gilded the entire trendy street. A loud engine roared as it approached, and a brightly painted 3-wheeled food cart, surrounded by a group of energetic young men, pulled up imposingly at the entrance of the billiard hall. On the front of the car, the 4 neon characters 4 Sisters Fried Rice flashed arrogantly. Bai Jiayan jumped out of the driver's seat, dressed in neat work clothes, her long hair tied in a high ponytail. She looked less disheveled than the night before and more dashing. Zhou Qing noticed that the once flashy tattoos on her arms and neck had now turned into mottled red marks, clearly indicating that she had just undergone laser removal.
Have you washed it? Zhou Qing handed him a cigarette.
Bai Jiayan took the cigarette, grinned, and her smile was so bright it was dazzling. She raised her wrist, revealing a small and delicate new tattoo, 2 elegant Chinese characters, Shang-Yi.
Yes, I've washed them all. From now on, I'll only have his name on me.
In the kitchen behind the food cart, Wan Shangyi, who was stirring a large ladle, was suddenly startled. In the firelight, his dark cheeks turned red to his ears, and his eyes were filled with indescribable emotion and warmth.
Zhou Qing sighed inwardly. That girl Yanzi is truly wild and ruthless.
She's ruthless to herself, and even more so to men, hitting them where it hurts. This possessiveness, which leaves no way out, could probably drive a pure-hearted young man like Wan Shangyi to his death.
Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the entire street corner. Wan Shangyi's skills exceeded everyone's expectations. His movements were fluid and graceful.
The fried rice, fresh from the pan, was golden and distinct, piled into an elegant round tower on a plate using a Western-style mold, and then drizzled with a secret sauce, making it look as good as a 5-star hotel. Bai Jiayan personally brought a specially made fried rice to Zhou Qing's table.
Uncle, try our Shangyi's cooking. It's a special cumin curry flavor. I don't just make it for anyone else.
She put down the plate, leaned close to Zhou Qing's ear mischievously, lowered her voice, and her gaze darted back and forth between Zhou Qing and Yin Fang.
How was it, uncle? You too, last night? Puff.
Yin Fang almost spat out the mouthful of cola she had just taken. A sip of her delicate face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple.
Zhou Qing didn't seem to care.
He scooped up a spoonful of fried rice, calmly put it in his mouth, and then his eyes lit up.
The taste is truly amazing.
He looked up at Bai Jiayan, who had a gossipy look on her face, and suddenly became interested.
How did you two get together? Tell me about it. Ha ha ha.
Bai Jiayan laughed so hard she almost fell over, slapping her hand on the table without any restraint.
How else can we get together? I'm a pro. The surrounding young men let out a knowing chuckle.
But as she laughed, Bai Jiayan's eyes slowly reddened. Her smile faded, and her voice sounded weary.
Actually, we're quite similar.
She told Zhou Qing that she fought desperately, got tattoos everywhere, and made herself look like a female hooligan, all just to get even the slightest bit of attention from her parents. Wan Shangyi, a genius with amazing culinary talent, is willing to work as an assistant in the kitchen for a meager salary, all in order to rebel against his tyrannical father who only wants him to inherit the family business. 2 rebellious souls neglected by their families see in each other a version of themselves who are equally lonely and yearn for recognition. Yin Fang listened quietly, and before she knew it, her eyes were already wet with tears. She lowered her head, and a hot tear silently fell into the fried rice in front of her. The word empathy felt heavy at this moment. Just then, a sharp and sarcastic voice pierced through this rare moment of warmth.
Hey, isn't this our sister Yanzi? What's up? You quit being a KTV hostess and started selling food instead?
The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a heavily made-up woman walking towards them arm in arm with a bald, obese man, her face full of disdain. It was the snake demon who had a grudge against Bai Jiayan before.
The snake demon, in a high-pitched, sarcastic tone, continued to speak. Shall we try your fried rice? Forget it, who knows if you have any infectious diseases. Bai Jiayan's face instantly turned cold. Watch your mouth.
Before anyone could react, Zhou Qing's voice rang out. The bald man was intimidated by Zhou Qing's imposing manner, but then became enraged. He stepped forward, his thick fingers almost poking Bai Jiayan's face.
Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?
Believe me, one phone call and your mess will disappear from this street tomorrow.
Chapter 30, shall I try it too?
He suddenly flung his hand, deliberately showing off the gleaming gold watch on his wrist, arrogantly flaunting it.
See that? Vacheron Constantin.
A poor bastard like you couldn't afford a watch strap even if you worked your whole life.
Zhou Qing didn't even lift his eyelids.
He simply and leisurely unfastened the Richard Miller from his wrist and casually placed it on the plastic table in front of him.
Click.
A soft sound, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Its unique tonneau-shaped case and intricate skeletonized movement exude a breathtakingly expensive aura under the night sky. Richard Miller, RM011, that's only a little over $1 million.
Zhou Qing's tone was flat.
Tell me, if I were to announce right now that whoever slashes that woman's face, this watch belongs to them.
Guess how many of these energetic young men around you would be willing to do it for me?
Hiss. A collective gasp and the sound of swallowing filled the air. The eyes of all the energetic young men instantly turned red, and their breathing became heavy. His eyes, like those of a hungry wolf, were fixed on the snake demon's face, which was covered in makeup.
More than $1 million. That's not just money, it's something that can change their lives.
The bald man's face turned a deep liver color, filled with shock and anger.
You fucking dare.
This watch of mine can buy your and your girlfriend's lives.
Zhou Cheng finally laughed, a cruel mockery in his smile. Really? You don't believe me?
He slowly raised his hand and extended 3 fingers.
Shall we give it a try? 3, 2.
As he began the countdown, several of the closest young men unconsciously took a step forward, their hands already reaching for the folding knives in their pockets.
A chilling killing intent instantly locked onto the trembling snake demon. 1.
At this moment, the snake demon's pupils shrank to pinpoints due to extreme fear.
Stop. Stop counting.
The snake demon clung tightly to the bald man's arm, her voice trembling uncontrollably, her face a mess of foundation mixed with cold sweat.
Godfather. Forget it. Let's go. Let's go.
Those greedy, insane, and reckless eyes chilled her to the bone, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The bald man was sobered up instantly by this blatant murderous intent. Taking advantage of the snake demon's pulling, he found a way out and pointed at Zhou Cheng with a fierce but cowardly expression.
Oomph, you win.
If you've got the guts, come to the Imperial Dynasty tonight.
Let's see how I deal with you.
Zhou Cheng smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He leaned back lazily in his chair and elegantly put the Richard Mille watch back on his wrist.
No, I wouldn't dare.
He was too lazy to even get up, just tilted his head and smiled knowingly.
How about, we settle this right now?
You just wait.
The opponent's defenses collapsed completely, and their last shred of dignity was crushed.
He practically dragged the snake demon, whose legs were already weak, and amidst the undisguised contemptuous laughter of the group of energetic young men, he scurried into the crowd and disappeared.
The crisis is over. Uncle. You were so cool just now.
Yin Fang was the first to rush over, excitedly hugging Zhou Cheng's arm, her bright eyes filled with admiration. The sadness and vulnerability I felt earlier vanished, replaced by a sense of pride and excitement.
Holy crap. Uncle. Can I touch this watch? Over $1 million. I've never seen so much money in my entire life. Quick. Take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. The caption should be me and my top fan.
The other young women swarmed around Zhou Cheng, taking pictures of the watch on his wrist, their flashes going off everywhere.
Uncle. Su Mengmeng went even further, pushing through the crowd and practically clinging to Zhou Cheng, whining in a sickeningly sweet voice. Can I try it too? Please. I'll do whatever you say.
Before she could finish speaking, Yin Fang immediately grabbed Zhou Cheng's arm even tighter and glared at her warily.
Uncle is mine.
Su Mengmeng curled her lip in disdain, looking Yin Fang up and down with an aggressive gaze.
TCH, you get your period sometimes, don't you? Mind your own business.
Yin Fang's face flushed instantly, but she didn't back down and retaliated quickly and fiercely.
I don't have mouth ulcers.
The people around burst into laughter, and Zhou Cheng was speechless. The extent to which these two girls argued always exceeded his expectations. Su Mengmeng was momentarily speechless, but quickly changed the subject.
By the way, Uncle, are you going to the Imperial Dynasty tonight? That guy named Lagu, one of the snake demon's henchmen, stole the mold I just got last week.
Zhou Cheng's eyebrows twitched.
Crawfish? What kind of weird name is that?
A picture of a small, menacing crawfish popped into his mind.
And what's so good about your mold?
You're as skinny as a skeleton, you'd fall over in the wind.
So what? Su Mengmeng tossed her head triumphantly and pulled out her phone, waving it around. I ordered a new one. A 1.85 meter tall PE student with 8-pack abs. It'll make that crawfish drool.
As the farce came to an end, Bai Jiayan and Wan Shangyi began to tally up the results of the night. The result was both laughable and absurd. After a whole night of work, after deducting costs, there was only a paltry $70 left in the cash register. Most of the fried rice ended up in the stomachs of these energetic young women, becoming their snacks while watching the show. After the stalls closed, the hustle and bustle of the trendy street gradually faded away. Zhou Qing followed the two to a dark and damp basement, which served as their temporary kitchen. Without saying a word, Wan Shangyi took off his shirt, revealing his strong back, and buried himself in the sink, washing the dishes and preparing ingredients for tomorrow. The rising heat mixed with sweat quickly soaked through his waistband, and beads of sweat slid down his taut muscles, glistening in the dim light. Zhou Qing handed him a cigarette and lit one for himself.
Have you really thought this through? That girl Yanzi is different from ordinary girls.
Wan Shangyi took the cigarette but didn't smoke it. He held it between his foam-covered fingers, his gaze fixed through the swirling smoke on Bai Jiayan, who was humming a song as she wiped down the food cart not far away, his eyes filled with unwavering determination.
Uncle, my mind is made up, he said firmly. It's not just for Yanzi.
I also want to prove to my dad that I can live a decent life without his help. Zhou Qing didn't ask any more questions, and just silently smoked his cigarette. In this world, there are always some stubborn souls who, even after being given special treatment by the tattooed girl, still declare war in their own way. As night deepened, luxury cars gathered in front of the Royal Dynasty KTV, and the place was bustling with noise.
The huge neon sign turned half the sky into a mesmerizing purple.
As Zhou Qing and his group entered the magnificent and deafening hall, they spotted two familiar yet unfamiliar figures amidst the surging crowd.
Little Yellow and Little Green.
His once iconic yellow-green hair has been replaced by a head of cheap, multicolored dreadlocks. The so-called miniskirt and hot pants she was wearing were all very short. Their faces were covered in heavy makeup that didn't suit their age, and their eyes were empty and numb under the chaotic lights.
You.
Yin Feng's voice caught in her throat, and she couldn't utter a single word afterward.
Sister Feng. Uncle. The two girls' eyes lit up when they saw them.
They enviously reached out and touched the Cartier bracelet on Yin Feng's wrist and greeted her politely. But that obedience seemed incredibly cheap and contrived.
Chapter 31. They're all family.
Just then, a shady-looking figure sauntered over. It was a flying dragon. He also sported dreadlocks, chewed betel nut with red residue in his mouth, and had a vacant, defiant look in his eyes. He tilted his head, pointed at Zhou Qing with his chin, and then glanced at Yin Feng beside him.
You're the idiot who stole my little brother's girlfriend?
Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, seemingly wanting to give Zhou Qing a hard time. But just as his hand reached mid-air, it was intercepted by a much thicker arm and shoved away violently. If you've taken too much, get the hell out of here. A burly, bald man appeared behind them at some point, speaking in a menacing tone. He didn't even glance at Zhou Qing, but instead scolded Feilong.
Take them away, they're in the way.
Feilong seemed quite wary of the burly man, and reluctantly withdrew his hand. Then, with a sinister grin, he put his arms around Xiao Wang and Xiao Luo's waists, one in each hand, and led a few of his underlings upstairs.
Sister Feng.
Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu were half hugging and half pushing away by them. They showed no resistance on their faces, but turned around and silently looked at Yin Feng.
Yin Feng instinctively reached out, wanting to grab them.
But her fingertips only touched a patch of cold air. Surrounded by Feilong's group, their figures quickly disappeared around the corner of the stairs leading to the VIP rooms on the second floor. At that moment, the staircase, illuminated by countless colorful lights, became a dividing line from which there was no turning back. Yin Feng's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, her fingertips icy cold. The little girl, who had been so lively and proud to be called uncle by Zhou Qing just moments before, now looked like a soulless puppet, her delicately made-up face ashen. The slight sense of satisfaction Zhou Qing felt from crushing the bald man was instantly washed away by this heavy sense of reality. He sighed, put his arm around Yin Feng's shoulder, and half pushed, half carried her towards the reserved booth. The extravagance within the imperial palace was far more glaring than the neon lights outside. The enormous crystal chandelier refracted a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, and the air was thick with the sticky scent of alcohol, tobacco, and hormones.
Every corner was a stage for the hunt and being hunted by urban men and women. Bai Jian has completely switched modes.
As soon as she entered the venue, she was like a fish back in water, all traces of the smoky, street-side fried rice stall vibe vanished, replaced by a sense of ease and comfort. She didn't even glance at Zhou Qing, grabbing Wan Shangyi's arm and plunging into the center of the dance floor, twisting wildly to the raging electronic music, like a bewitching flower blooming in the dark night. Wan Shangyi's movements were somewhat stiff, clearly not quite used to this occasion, but looking at Bai Jiayan's unrestrained smile, his eyes were full of doting, letting her lead him astray.
Uncle! Look! My new mold! Isn't it cool? Su Mingming's enthusiasm always manages to precisely break any dull atmosphere.
She presented a man to Zhou Qing like a prized possession.
Zhou Qing's eyelids twitched.
The young man in front of me was as thin as a boning knife drawn from its sheath, with a slicked back, shiny pompadour and a tight t-shirt that accentuated his bony chest. Under the dim light, the tattoos on his neck, resembling shrimp veins, were clearly visible.
Is this the 1.85-meter-tall physical education student with 8-pack abs she boasted about? It seems the invention of beauty cameras should win the Nobel Peace Prize.
Uncle, hello, uncle. The young man with the pompadour was clearly a little flustered. Zhou Qing ignored him. As soon as he sat down, a head popped out from behind the partition of the next booth, its face full of provocation.
Hey, isn't this the adorable bitch? What's this, another new breed? Is this a mantis that's become a spirit?
The one speaking was a crayfish. Su Mingming instantly bristled, put her hands on her hips, and went into full fighting spirit.
Who do we have here?
It's just a crayfish.
What, didn't your mother tell you to hold onto a leash when you go out? And you too.
She flicked her finger and aimed it at the mold.
You pick up the trash that I leave behind and treat it like a treasure, don't you feel a great sense of accomplishment? Who the hell are you cursing?
Crawfish slammed his hand on the table, half of his body leaning over. A top-tier online feud between two spiritual young women suddenly began without warning. All sorts of vulgarities were like free machine gun bullets, spraying out in a spectacular display that left Zhou Qing in awe. That's what nightclubs are all about anywhere else, you have to censor everything.
Uncle!
Bai Jiayan emerged from the dance floor at some point, her face flushed from exercise, and whispered in Zhou Qing's ear.
It's too noisy here, shall we move to booth number 1? It has a better view and is quieter.
Zhou Qing glanced at her, a mocking smile playing on his lips.
Kiosk number 1?
Minimum spend of 1 million.
Do you think my money grows on trees? Oh dear.
Bai Jiayan puffed out her chest smugly, her eyes gleaming with calculation.
Didn't Uncle Wan give you a black card with a limit of 10 million? Just use his card, it's not like you have to spend any money. In an instant, Zhou Qingchuan understood.
Amidst the bright lights and bustling crowds, he remained remarkably clear-headed.
I see. How could a seasoned veteran like Wanda possibly lower himself to personally ask for this card?
Using his daughter-in-law's words was the most brilliant move. They saved face while achieving their goal. However, if this card ends up in Bai Jiayan's hands, it would be much more interesting than if it were in my own. He smiled, said nothing more, and took out the jet black card from his wallet. Instead of handing it to Bai Jiayan, he placed it steadily in front of Wan Shanyi, who had just returned. 9,280,000 remain, to be returned to their rightful owner. His voice wasn't loud, but Wan Shanyi's expression instantly turned incredibly awkward, and he stood there helplessly. Bai Jiayan, however, had no such reservations. She snatched the black card and, like a child who had received candy, excitedly kissed it before turning around to show it off to a girl dressed in a flamboyant manner not far away.
Butterfly, look. Mine. From now on, I'll take you shopping.
I'm sorry, Wan Shanyi said, her face flushed red as she lowered her voice to explain.
I didn't mean anything by it, I just didn't want Uncle Wan to misunderstand.
Yanzi, she's too blunt, please don't take it to heart. Zhou Qing simply picked up his wine glass, gently swirled the ice inside, and smiled without saying a word. He took out his phone, opened Wanda's WeChat account, and transferred 820,000 yuan directly.
Ding dong.
The other party rejected it immediately. A message was then sent.
They're all family.
Zhou Qing deleted the chat history and put her phone back in her pocket.
This is a tacit understanding among adults.
He looked up at Bai Jiayan, who was waving a black card in the distance, drawing gasps from the crowd, and gently shook his head. When a young woman with a frivolous personality acquires wealth that is undeserved of her status, the disaster has only just begun. The fighting on the other side of the partition has escalated. What started as a verbal argument between Su Mingming and the crayfish escalated into a life-or-death drinking contest. Bottles of Jägermeister and vodka were churned down like water, and deafening music stimulated his emotions. Amidst the clamor, a soft, slightly cool hand gently grasped his. Yin Fang approached without anyone noticing, her eyes still red, but with a hint of pleading in them.
Uncle, if you're tired, let's go back. Are you tired? Zhou Qing's heart seemed to skip a beat. Life after graduation is like a never-ending year. He looked for a job,
relied on his older brother, bought a house with his parents' hard-earned money, took on a 30-year loan, and then there was endless blind dating.
He thought his life trajectory had been welded shut.
Even after obtaining the system, he still worked desperately.
They desperately try to shock people, desperately try to show off, and desperately try to make money.
He was like a wound-up actor. He was truly exhausted. Seeing the weariness in his eyes, Yin Fang's eyes suddenly lit up.
Uncle, let's go back to your hometown. Chapter 32. If this guy didn't act tough, it would be an absolute injustice. This is the perfect season for eating crayfish and drinking ice-cold beer. During the day, we go fishing and boating, and we don't think about anything else. Let's have a barbecue in the yard tonight. I'll grill eggplant and chives for you, okay?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Long felt a surge of joy.
Yes.
Before he was even 30, he was worth tens of millions, owned a large apartment and a car in the city center, had millions in savings in his bank account, and was accompanied by an 18-year-old bride.
He returned home in glory.
In front of those relatives, classmates, and old neighbors who once looked down on him, he casually revealed all of this.
Isn't this even more awesome than throwing $1 million in cash in a karaoke bar?
If this guy didn't act tough, it would be an absolute injustice. It was late at night, and Zhou Qing had already driven away. Inside the carriage, only the faint scent of perfume emanating from Yin Fang and the cool fragrance of high-quality leather remained. Zhou Qing gripped the steering wheel, and the city lights rushed past. He had never felt so relaxed. All the systems, points, and the tycoon persona became insignificant when it came to taking Yin Fang back to her hometown. Yin Fang curled up in the passenger seat, her face turned to the side, her long eyelashes casting two small shadows in the dim light. She seemed to be asleep, her breathing even, having let down her guard that she had been maintaining in the KTV.
The highway was empty and silent late at night. Zhou Qing's heart was as calm as it had ever been before. But he remained quiet for only a short while. The streetlights at the village entrance still had that dim, lifeless yellow glow. But on the road surface, there was a dazzling, brand new red carpet. As the car headlights swept across, I saw my own little villa brightly lit, with a familiar figure standing at the door. Old man Zhou Jiangwo, with a half-burned Hontishan cigarette dangling from his mouth and a string of 100-shot anti-aircraft guns nearly half his height in his hand, smiled in the lamplight, his wrinkles resembling a blooming old chrysanthemum. Dad, these firecrackers?
Before Zhou Qing could finish his question, Zhou Jiangwo had already seen Yin Fang sticking her head out from the passenger seat. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of teeth that were yellowed from smoking, and with a click, he lit the fuse with the lighter in his hand.
Holy crap!
Zhou Qing slammed on the brakes, and before he could finish speaking, the world exploded.
Crackling. Boom. Crackling. Boom.
The deafening noise, comparable to a demolition site, made the entire village feel as if it had been bombed. One by one, lights came on in the dark houses, and the sounds of barking dogs, crying children, and cursing women rose and fell.
Zhou Jiangwo seemed not to hear him.
He stood at the entrance of the alley and shouted at the top of his lungs at the neighbors who had been awakened and were peeking out.
What are you looking at? My son. Zhou Qing. He's brought his girlfriend home.
At the dinner table, the mother held Yin Fang's hand, looking her over from head to toe, inside and out, as if she wanted to give her a full-body CT scan with her eyes.
Yin Fang had probably never seen anything like this before.
Her face was slightly flushed, and she lowered her head, looking so obedient that you could pinch water out of her. She called out uncle, aunt, hello in a sweet and soft voice.
Oh my, this girl is so pretty.
Li Xiaomei smiled broadly and put a dark, murky thing into Yin Fang's bowl with her chopsticks.
Come on, Fang, have some turtle to nourish yourself.
Zhou Qing looked at the table full of milky white turtle soup, braised wild eel segments, and stir-fried pork kidneys, and her temples throbbed. Each dish felt like a sharp blow to his back, filled with the parents longing for a grandchild.
He didn't even dare to look his parents in the eye. With enough tonics, this night is destined to be sleepless.
The wooden bed in my hometown creaks with every turn of my body. Zhou Qing and Yin Fang are turning things around far too frequently. The walls were as thin as paper, and next door was my parents' room.
In the darkness, Zhou Qing could clearly hear his own heartbeat and Yin Fang's equally rapid breathing beside him.
The two tossed and turned like pancakes until dawn, when they finally fell into a deep sleep amidst the chaos.
3 poles in the sun.
Zhou Qing opened her eyes. Sunlight was already filtering through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden patch on the floor. Yin Fang was like a kitten, curled up in the quilt, only her big, watery eyes showing, her cheeks as red as ripe apples.
It's all your fault.
Her voice was barely audible, tinged with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance.
Last night, Auntie must have heard it.
Zhou Qing's heart fluttered, and she was about to lean over and say something tender when a rough shout suddenly came from downstairs, almost blowing the roof off.
Zhou Qing! Holy crap! You've struck it rich. Get down here and let me see your Cayenne.
It was Lu Yang, his best friend from childhood. Zhou Qing rubbed his temples helplessly. He circled the car, marveling at it, then took out his phone and took pictures from every angle before quickly posting them on his WeChat moments.
Caption: guess how much my brother's car costs? Hint: it's not just a Cayenne, it's much better than a Cayenne. The comments section quickly exploded. You're bragging again, aren't you? Did you adulterate your crabs and make a dirty profit? You think I won't report you? Is this photoshopped? Do you even have someone like this among your group of poor buddies?
Just then, a video call request popped up. Upon seeing the caller ID, his eyes lit up, and he sneered the phone towards Zhou Qing. On the screen, a face appeared, bare yet still beautiful, with hair tied in a high ponytail, fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and wearing a set of gray tight yoga pants that perfectly outlined her breathtaking curves.
She was Lu Yifei, the school beauty in high school.
Zhou Qing's heart felt as if it had been gently squeezed by an invisible hand.
That was the white moonlight etched in his memories throughout his adolescence. Hey, Yifei, going for a morning run? Lu Yang answered the video call with a grin. You saw my WeChat moments?
Believe it or not, the car belongs to my brother Zhou Qing, he just bought it.
How about we go out for dinner tonight, a get-together with old classmates?
On the other side of the screen, Lu Yifei's gaze passed over Lu Yang and landed on Zhou Qing behind him, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes.
Ding! Shock detected in Lu Yifei. Points plus 10. Zhou Qing frowned silently. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang excitedly patted Zhou Qing on the shoulder, lowered his voice, and couldn't hide his pride. Bro, pretty cool, right?
She's divorced and raising a child on her own.
I'm pursuing her.
Tonight, I'll give your future sister-in-law a chance to get to know you again.
Zhou Qing smiled.
He opened Lu Yifei's WeChat moments, where almost all of her photos were of her working out in yoga pants. Each photo was carefully composed, showcasing what she was so proud of. Things have changed, and the white moonlight has finally fallen into the mortal world. Just then, soft footsteps came from the stairs. Yin Feng had already changed her clothes. A simple pair of jeans, a pure white t-shirt, and long hair draped over her shoulders, she managed to exude a touch of innocent allure. She walked downstairs and paused slightly when she saw Lu Yifei's profile picture still displayed on the screen of his phone.
Then, she walked to Zhou Qing's side and naturally, with an undeniable force, wrapped her arm around his. Who is this? Lu Yifei's eyes lit up instantly, her gaze sweeping over Yin Feng's delicate face.
As Zhou Qing felt the softness and strength in his arm, the ripples in his heart caused by the white moonlight strangely subsided. He smiled, pulled Yin Feng closer to him, and spoke in a calm yet clear tone.
My girlfriend, Yin Feng. Lu Bo's spittle almost landed on Zhou Qing's face as he excitedly zoomed in on Lu Yifei's WeChat moments.
He scrolled through photos of yoga pants, each with a background resembling a carefully chosen gym or cafe, and the poses exuding a subtle sense of smugness.
See that? That figure, that aura. Let me tell you, the men who chase after her could line up from the east end of the village all the way to the county government.
Only I am somewhat of a childhood sweetheart to her.
Chapter 33. Have you heard of yoga pants from the 5 outer counties?
Zhou Qing's gaze lingered on the background details of the photos, and his expression gradually became strange.
He ignored Lu Bo's boasting and instead asked a seemingly random question. Have you heard of yoga pants from the 5 outer counties? What the heck? Lu Bo looked bewildered, clearly not following Zhou Qing's train of thought. There are rules about pants?
Zhou Qing casually handed the phone back to him, warning him, this kind of woman doesn't care about the 2 packs of cigarettes or the hundreds of yuan in red envelopes you give her during holidays. What they want isn't small change, but big change that can completely transform their lives. These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the smugness on Lu Bo's face. He stiffened his neck, and his voice rose 8 octaves.
You don't know anything. Fei Fei isn't that kind of person. She's never asked me for a single penny. Now that you're rich, you look down on us old classmates, huh? Zhou Qing was too lazy to argue. Some truths can only be understood when you suffer setbacks and get hurt. He looked at Lu Bo's flushed face and just smiled faintly. Lu Bo felt slighted, snorted heavily, opened the car door and got into his beat-up Hyundai. The engine roared unwillingly, kicked up a cloud of dust, and sped away.
Zhou Qing shook his head and turned to go upstairs. As soon as he reached the top of the stairs to the second floor, he saw Yin Fong sitting on the edge of the bed, holding her phone. The light from the screen reflected on her face, creating an uneven glow. She didn't notice Zhou Qing. It was filmed in a private room in a bar. The heavy metal music was deafening, and the colorful disco balls were spinning wildly. In the scene, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu, whom I had seen in KTV before, were drunkenly leaning on different young men, smoking cigarettes, their eyes vacant, exchanging alcohol-smelling French kisses with different men. The video is short and plays on a loop. Yin Fong watched quietly, her eyes gradually reddening. Finally, a hot tear fell onto the phone screen, leaving a small water stain. She looked up and saw Zhou Qing at the door, her eyes filled with helplessness.
Uncle, can we help them?
Zhou Qing fell silent. He walked over, took her phone, and turned off the glaring video. He knew very well that some people weren't stuck in the mud waiting to be pulled out, rather, they were born into the mud and had long since given up struggling.
Any external intervention is only temporary.
He didn't answer, but simply reached out and gently ruffled Yin Fong's hair.
As evening fell, the lights of the county town came on.
Zhou Qing drove Yin Fong to the largest shopping mall in the county.
From trendy brands to accessible luxury, the sales assistant completely transformed Yin Fong's outfit from head to toe.
Just as Yin Fong was looking at the five-figure dress in the mirror, feeling somewhat lost, Lu Bo's WeChat message popped up. It was a location and a short message. The usual spot, Fei and the others are all there, hurry up. The location they were looking for was a hole-in-the-wall restaurant called Fatty's Stir Fry, hidden in a greasy alley, which was their favorite place to skip classes in high school.
Zhou Qing frowned. This place was completely out of place compared to the exquisite backgrounds in Louis Fei's WeChat moments.
When the car was parked in front of Fatty's Stir Fry, it attracted the attention of almost the entire street. Beside a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class sedan, a slender figure was leaning against the car door.
It's Louis Fei.
She had clearly also noticed the imposing luxury car. When Zhou Qing got out of the driver's seat, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, which then turned into a perfectly timed smile as she approached him.
Zhou Qing, long time no see. Your car is really imposing.
Before he could finish speaking, the passenger door opened.
Wearing a newly bought dress and carrying a small handbag, Yin Fong walked gracefully and swiftly between the two.
She ignored Louis Fei's outstretched hand and instead took the initiative to grasp the other's hands with both of hers, a naive smile on her face and a voice that was sickeningly sweet.
Hello, Auntie. You must be my uncle's high school classmate, right? You look so young. Aunt?
Louis Fei's smile froze instantly, and even the corners of her carefully maintained eyes seemed to have a few more fine lines because of those two words.
Ding. Louis Fei's intense shock detected, points plus 50. Zhou Qing's temple throbbed, and he quickly tried to smooth things over. Cough, don't call her that. She was born in 2007 and doesn't know any better.
He turned to Louis Fei and forced an apologetic smile, just call me sister.
As soon as he finished speaking, two more women walked into the alley.
Both were wearing tight yoga pants. One had a voluptuous upper body that stretched her t-shirt to its limit, while the other had a stunningly perky peach-shaped buttocks that swayed gracefully as she walked.
Fei, were you getting impatient?
The three huddled together, their eyes scanning Zhou Qing and the car like radar, before resuming their casual conversation and laughter. However, Zhou Qing keenly sensed something extremely out of place. From the moment they met until now, all three women, including Louis Fei, have been glued to their phones, but none of them have taken photos of themselves with the car, the small restaurant, or even their own group photos to post on social media.
This is quite different from their usual style of posting 9-grid photos even after just one Starbucks drink. Zhou Qing understood instantly.
It's not that they didn't want to take pictures, but that they looked down on this place. The greasy tables and chairs, the dim lighting, these don't match the carefully crafted personas they've created.
If you don't like it, why did you meet here and sit here so calmly? The answer is self-evident.
Before the dishes were even served, the three women had already cleverly set up their formation.
Their seating arrangement, intentionally or unintentionally, surrounded Zhou Qing in the middle, forming a stable triangle, while Lu Bo and Yin Fong were squeezed to the outer edge.
Their conversation, seemingly casual, always focused precisely on Zhou Qing. Yin Fong sat next to Zhou Qing, her little face puffed up with anger. She had turned on her beauty camera, intending to take a group photo to assert her dominance, but seeing the three women in yoga pants gesturing like mothers disciplining their children, she silently turned off the camera. That greasy square table has now become a battlefield without gunpowder.
Yin Fong was ostracized by the invisible aura created by the three women.
The stalemate was broken by a faint, lingering fragrance. Su Hui, wearing black yoga pants, was the first to move. She rose gracefully, her movements as fluid as if in slow motion, her waist twisting in a breathtaking arc, deliberately displaying her full profile to Zhou Qing without reservation. When she stood up straight, the thin sun-protective clothing that should have been loose was stretched taut by the amazing silhouette of her chest, and the edge of the lace lining was even faintly visible. A well-maintained, delicate hand was gracefully extended towards Zhou Qing.
"Hello, handsome, my name is Su Hui. I run a small flower shop in the county town.
Please take care of me in the future." Her voice was gentle, but her eyes were like hooks, fixed intently on Zhou Qing.
Zhou Qing understood perfectly.
Every movement of getting up was designed, with precision down to the display effect of each frame.
Zhou Qing is currently unemployed. He grasped that soft hand, touched it briefly, and then let go, his tone as indifferent as if he were talking about today's weather. "I plan to come back and do some farming with Lu Yang to make a living." As soon as the words were spoken, Annie, who was wearing green yoga pants in the corner, clearly showed disappointment in her eyes. She sat back down listlessly, not even bothering to look at Zhou Qing again. However, Su Hui's smile became even more charming.
Instead of withdrawing her hand, she casually tucked a stray hair behind her ear, her gaze landing precisely on Zhou Qing's wrist, and smiled sweetly.
"This handsome guy is joking. Wearing a Richard Mille watch worth over $1,000,000, going back to his hometown to start aquaculture? With that kind of cost, are you planning to raise lobsters or a dragon king?" Chapter 34. Hello, uncles and aunts. Zhou Qing's pupils contracted slightly. He was shocked this woman's level was frighteningly high.
That seemingly simple handshake was just a ruse. The real purpose was to see the brand and model of my watch clearly at the closest possible distance. What's even more terrifying is that she could recognize Richard Mille, a top-tier watch brand that's considered niche even among the wealthy, at a glance.
"What? A watch worth over $1 million?"
Annie, who had just sat down, suddenly bounced up again, as if she had a spring in her buttocks.
She moved too hastily and completely misjudged the distance to the table.
Her magnificent breast slammed solidly against the edge of the table, causing all the plates on the table to bounce. "Ouch," she cried out coquettishly, rubbing her chest, her face full of undisguised excitement and flattery. She deliberately bent down, pointing her bottomless cleavage at Zhou Qing, her voice so sweet it could be drawn out in silk. "Hi handsome, my name is Annie, and I'm a small streamer. Feel free to come to my live stream room when you have time. My ID is Annie Sweetheart." In this delicate atmosphere, the roar of an engine grew louder as a black Audi Q5 rudely squeezed in and stopped next to the car. The car door opened, and a young man wearing a brand new polo shirt, but still carrying a faint smell of the sea, jumped out.
It was Lu Yang.
He excitedly unloaded a huge styrofoam box from the trunk and shouted at the store.
"Chef Chen. We just got some grouper and lobster, please prepare them for me. It's on me tonight."
Lu Fei subconsciously wrinkled her nose and subtly shifted her body away from Lu Yang. Lu Yang loudly arranged the seafood, then plopped down and noticed Yin Fong, who had been quietly huddled next to Zhou Qing. The girl had purple hair, her head down, and her fingers were swiping on her phone screen.
Ayoko, who is this little sister?"
Zhou Qing naturally put his arm around Yin Fong's shoulder and pulled her closer to him.
"My girlfriend, Yin Fong."
Yin Fong raised her head at just the right moment, blinked her doe-like eyes, wore an innocent smile, and spoke in a clear and loud voice.
"Hello, uncles and aunties." "But..."
Lu Yang almost spat out his beer. The expressions on the faces of the three women opposite them instantly became incredibly interesting. They exchanged a glance, and then a burst of sharp, sarcastic dialect rang out like a machine gun, aimed directly at Yin Fong.
"Where did this wild girl come from?
Her hair is dyed like a parrot's, and she's wearing a big gold chain.
How tacky.
Judging from her appearance, she's probably from some KTV and Zhou Qing has booked her, right?"
"Tsk tisk, men these days like this kind of thing, it's something new."
They thought they were speaking in a low voice and in dialect, so they were confident that Yin Fong would not understand them. Yin Fong finally couldn't help but turn off her phone, and looked up again with that sweet and harmless smile on her face, as if the foul language from before was just a passing breeze. She tilted her head, looked at Zhou Qing, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice.
"Uncle, are they talking about me behind my back?"
Zhou Qing's face was almost overflowing with tenderness as he reached out and affectionately pinched Yin Fong's nose.
"Silly girl, they're praising you."
He chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the three women opposite him.
They said that your gold jewelry doesn't quite match your hair, and it doesn't quite suit you.
The next second, Zhou Cheng made a move that silenced the entire audience. He slowly and deliberately unbuckled his watch strap and gently and tenderly placed the $1 million Richard Mille, with its dial as intricate as a work of art, onto Yinfang's slender wrist. The size was slightly large, but it made her wrists appear even wider. Zhou Cheng lifted her hand and whispered in her ear. "This looks much better." He paused, then added the last 3 words. "It's yours." Yinfang's mind went blank, and her heart pounded wildly. She suddenly looked up and saw Zhou Qing's smiling eyes. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she leaned forward and planted a deep kiss on his lips.
"Thank you, uncle. You're so kind."
Across the table, the faces of Su Hui, Annie, and Louis Fei, 3 meticulously painted faces, were drained of color. They forced themselves to remain calm, but the uncontrollable twitching of their lips and the flames of shock, jealousy, and resentment that almost burst forth from their eyes completely betrayed their already crumbling hearts. Everyone's attention was focused on the red Richard Mille watch on Yinfang's wrist, which still shone brightly under the dim light.
"That's not a watch. That was the down payment for a 3-bedroom apartment in the county town, a brand new BMW 5 Series, and the pure profit of Su Hui's small flower shop after 10 years of not eating or drinking.
And now, it has been so casually given away, like a plastic bracelet, to a purple-haired girl of unknown origin." At that moment, Su Hui, Annie, and Louis Fei's brains completely shut down. Their prized beauty and meticulously designed curves are as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of this overwhelming financial power, which can be described as violent.
Another series of system notifications appeared.
After the initial shock came a burning jealousy that seemed to erupt from their eyes, threatening to reduce Yinfang to ashes. Zhou Qing seemed oblivious to the 3 murderous gazes directed at him. He simply reached out and affectionately ruffled Yinfang's fluffy purple hair, the soft touch of his fingertips against her skin. "I always thought this watch was too cartoonish and didn't match my style as an old man." He chuckled softly. "It fits your wrist perfectly and makes your skin look fairer." His gaze shifted to Yinfang, and he lowered his voice to give her instructions. "Girl, listen up, this thing is called Richard Mille, it's a legitimate product.
Don't let it end up like those old membership cards, sold as scrap, understand?"
Yinfang's heart was still pounding wildly in her chest, a mix of immense happiness and unreality making her dizzy. She nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice, then with a nimble turn, she sat directly on Zhou Qing's lap, her arms wrapping around his neck, hanging on him like a koala. Outside, the sun was setting, and the last rays of its magnificent glow shone through the greasy glass window, landing perfectly on her raised wrist. The intricate tourbillon refracted a dreamlike halo in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Uncle, you look so handsome," she exclaimed sincerely, her voice sweet with a hint of boasting, but her eyes secretly glanced at the 3 ashen faces opposite her. The stalemate was broken by a sudden voice and a figure.
"Cousin. Am I late?"
A young man with striking yellow hair, dressed in a smart, tight-fitting outfit and shiny loafers, rushed in. Lu Yang felt like he had seen his savior. He immediately stood up, put his arm around the blonde-haired man's shoulder, and introduced him loudly.
Come, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Jiang Kuan. You can just call him Shunzi." Shunzi, true to his name, is an extremely adept person at handling situations. He glanced at the table and immediately distinguished the priorities. He took out a pack of Chinese cigarettes from his pocket, flicked his wrist, and handed one out to Lu Yang with utmost respect. "Hey Yang, have one first."
Then, his gaze precisely locked onto Zhou Qing, who was being tethered by Yinfang, and his face immediately broke into an even brighter smile as he flicked out another cigarette and offered it to him.
"This must be Brother Qing, right? I've heard so much about you. Your wife is so beautiful."
The word sister-in-law filled Yinfang's heart with sweetness. Zhou Qing was amused by his smooth and effortless actions and waved his hand.
"I don't smoke." Lu Yang was called Brother Yang, Zhou Qing was called Brother Qing, and Shunzi was Lu Yang's cousin. This chaotic generational hierarchy left everyone present somewhat bewildered, and the tense atmosphere at the table was finally somewhat eased. Chapter 35, Is this what you call top-notch value for money?
Just then, the proprietress came up carrying several steaming hot platters.
"Here it comes.
Stir-fried blue crab, steamed lobster with garlic and vermicelli, and sizzling razor clams."
The aroma of the delicious food instantly overwhelmed everyone's sense of smell.
Those plump, roe-filled swimming crabs paired with ice-cold snow beer are simply a match made in heaven. Yinfang was originally like a wary little animal, keeping a close eye on the 3 yoga pants group opposite her out of the corner of her eye, afraid that they would cause some trouble again. But the moment the first bite of sweet and succulent crab meat slid down her throat, all her defenses crumbled instantly, and she became completely immersed in the battle with the delicious food. A meticulously planned drama about the mother teaching her son was aborted due to internal strife before it could even officially begin.
After a few rounds of drinks, Annie seemed unwilling to accept defeat.
She turned her attention to Louis Fei beside her, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for everyone at the table to hear.
Hey Fei, speaking of which, when are you and Liu Yang getting engaged?
We're all looking forward to your wedding.
Smack!
Louis Fei slammed her beer glass heavily on the table, spilling the beer. Her face turned extremely ugly in an instant, and a cold, piercing gaze was fiercely directed at the talkative Annie. And shrank back under her gaze, but blinked innocently. Shunzi, being the shrewd person he is, was not about to miss such an opportunity to show off. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, he immediately jumped up, rushed to the convenience store next door, and returned with 3 drooping red roses in his hand.
Yang Ji. Here's your chance.
He shoved the flowers into Liu Yang's hand and then led the cheering.
Propose. Propose. Marry him. Marry him.
The commotion attracted the attention of other diners in the restaurant, who joined in the commotion. Putted in this predicament, Liu Yang, in a moment of impulsiveness and fueled by alcohol, actually knelt down on one knee in front of Louis Fei with a thud. Yin Fang stared wide-eyed, leaning enviously on Zhou Qing's shoulder and muttering to herself.
Uncle, look, how romantic.
Zhou Qing sneered inwardly.
As expected, Louis Fei's face showed no emotion whatsoever, only growing disgust and impatience. She looked down at Liu Yang.
Amidst the deafening cheers, she held up 2 fingers, disdainfully pulled one of the 3 roses from the pile, and spoke in a tone as cold as the winter wind.
Liu Yang, get up. I just ended a failed marriage and I'm not in the mood to think about these things right now. Thank you for the flowers.
After saying that, she didn't even wait for Liu Yang to react before turning around and leaving. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground was resolute and loud. Seeing this, Su Hui immediately stood up, said I'll see her off, and quickly followed her out. The jeers abruptly stopped, leaving Liu Yang still kneeling on one knee, like an awkward stone statue. Shunzi scratched his head and leaned closer to whisper his suggestion.
Bro, this won't do. This place is too tacky. You should take your wife, oh no, take Sister Feifei to a Western restaurant, have a candlelight dinner, and hire 2 violinists. The most important thing is the ring. Once you show off a 10-carat diamond ring, every woman will be kneeling before you.
I know a cousin who specializes in selling rhinestones, fakes, exactly the same as the real thing.
Get out. Liu Yang stood up abruptly and interrupted him irritably.
Shunzi was met with a cold shoulder, but he was not discouraged.
He quickly came up with a new idea. Bro, don't be down. Come on, let's go to karaoke. I have a cousin who works as a waiter at the Royal Dynasty KTV. He can give us insider prices, making it the best value for money. Half an hour later.
Inside a private princess room at a KTV, decorated in a pink and suggestive style. Liu Yang, Zhou Qing, Yin Fang, and Shunzi sat blankly on the huge U-shaped sofa. Opposite them stood 10 princesses, all with exquisite makeup and dressed in revealing clothes, but with slightly blank expressions, standing in a neat row. On the large glass coffee table, there was only a single bottle of beer, which Shunzi had just stolen from Fatty's stir-fry shop.
Liu Yang was completely dumbfounded by the bizarre scene. He turned his head and asked his cousin in a sleepwalking voice. Dude, this is what you meant by maximum value for money?
Liu Yang's face was greener than the bottle of snow beer that had been stolen from him. He stared intently at the lonely bottle of beer, while across from him stood 10 long-legged, slender-waisted princesses.
Is this what you call top-notch value for money?
A waiter wearing a vest, clearly Shunzi's cousin, approached with a troubled expression, lowering his voice almost pleading.
Brother Shunzi, how about we order a case first?
Shunzi straightened his neck, his voice suddenly rising in pitch, sounding righteous and assertive.
Why order drinks? Why not just go to a street food stall? We're here for the atmosphere. Don't you understand? We're here to sing. To sing with the princess. The waiter was about to cry. Liu Yang wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground.
The 10 princesses were looking at them as if they were looking at 10 idiots.
Zhou Qing couldn't stand it any longer.
He leaned back on the sofa, rubbed his temples, and casually raised his chin at the nearly petrified waiter.
Give me the menu.
A heavily made-up middle-aged woman immediately came running over in high heels, carrying a thick, gilded menu in both hands, her face plastered with a professional, obsequious smile.
Boss, what would you like to order? Our Ace of Spades and Louis XIII have just arrived, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed.
The madam had a sharp eye and immediately recognized that Zhou Qing was the core of this group. She thought she had caught a big fish, but then she saw Zhou Qing flip straight past the brochure of the most expensive foreign liquors and move on to the sections for beer, juice, and snacks that cost tens or hundreds of yuan. Her heart sank little by little. Oh no, another one who's just pretending to be a big shot for no reason.
However, the next second,
with a snap, Zhou Qing slammed the heavy menu shut and pushed it back to the center of the table.
Give me one.
The madam's smile froze, her mind went blank for a moment, and she subconsciously asked a question.
Boss, you mean, you want them all? Zhou Qing nodded. Yes, one of everything on the menu, including all the fruit platters and snacks.
A series of system notification sounds exploded in Zhou Qing's mind, pleasant to hear.
The madam was completely stunned.
In her more than 10 years in the industry, she had seen people throw money around, but she had never seen anyone throw money around like this.
Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat.
He snatched the menu, feeling as if his heart was bleeding.
82,000. Not 82.
That's enough for him to make a down payment on a small apartment in the county town. Shunzi, oblivious to the situation, muttered, Brother Qing, this is such a bad deal.
You could buy so many roses for over 80,000 yuan. Please wait a moment.
The madam snapped out of her daze, her voice trembling with excitement, and immediately pulled out the POS machine.
Zhou Qing remained calm, scanning the code and entering the password with practiced ease.
The madam looked down to confirm, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her breathing became more rapid.
Boss, please have a seat. We'll arrange it right away. Right away.
The madam's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn, transforming from a professional, fake smile to genuine, heartfelt devotion. She personally directed the process, and soon, carts poured into the private rooms like an assembly line. The amber liquid of Hennessy XO, the deep blue bottle of Royal Salute, cases of Corona and Budweiser, a mountain of various fruit platters, chilled seafood in gravy, spicy duck heads, flavored edamame. The large glass coffee table was instantly filled to the brim, a dazzling array of luxurious items that left one speechless.
Boss, how about we upgrade you to our VIP suite for free, the madam suggested, bowing and scraping. No need, this place is fine.
Zhou Qing waved his hand. What he wanted was to create such an exaggerated sense of contrast in this pink and ambiguous private room.
Once the purchase is satisfactory, the service will be upgraded immediately. Chapter 36 Girl, you deserve this watch.
The 10 princesses, who had just been expressionless, now had a renewed sense of professionalism in their eyes. They surrounded her with great enthusiasm, pouring drinks, requesting songs, and playing drinking games, giving it their all.
The atmosphere instantly went from freezing to boiling point.
Later, the princesses even started drinking contests among themselves to compete for the chance to toast Zhou Qing. At first, Lu Yang was a little reluctant to spend the money, but after a few glasses of foreign liquor, he quickly let loose, hugged a sweet girl, and sang loudly, shouting out all the frustration of his failed marriage proposal. Shunzi thrived, relying on her spirit and temperament to challenge each other in the princess group and having a great time.
At 1 o'clock in the morning, the noise subsided.
Zhou Qing stuffed the unconscious Lu Yang and Shunzi into the designated driver's car, while he drove his own car, with Yin Fong, who was also slightly tipsy, into the empty midnight streets. The car was quiet, with only soft music playing. Yin Fong leaned against the passenger seat, tilted her head, and gazed intently at Zhou Qing's profile through the colorful neon lights outside the window. After driving for a while, she seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly sat up straight, carefully took off her Richard Miller watch from her wrist, held it in both hands, and handed it to Zhou Qing.
Uncle, this is back to you.
Zhou Qing looked straight ahead, controlling the steering wheel with one hand, and smiled.
What, you don't like it? If you don't like it, I'll get you a different one tomorrow. How about green? They say if you want to make a living. No.
Yin Fong shook her head violently, her head bobbing like a rattledrum, biting her lip.
It's too expensive. I know you did it at the restaurant to save face for me.
Zhou Qing didn't reply, but steadily stopped the car at the next red light. He turned his head, his deep gaze falling on Yin Fong's face, which was a mixture of conflict, reluctance, and clarity. He suddenly smiled, a smile devoid of any mockery, only pure seriousness.
Girl, you deserve this watch.
Yin Fang felt her mind go completely blank for a moment.
Does she deserve it? Does a homeless girl who disguises herself with blue hair and tattoos deserve a watch that can buy a house?
Seeing her standing there blankly, Zhou Chang pretended to reach out to take the watch.
Since you don't want it, I'll give it to that princess who sang the best earlier. She seemed to like it. You dare!
Yin Fang instantly flew into a rage, snatched the watch back, and clutched it tightly in her hand. With her other hand, she angrily pounced on him, scratching and clawing at his body.
Don't touch the other princesses. They're all bad. I will judge you in the name of the moon.
She shouted out cringeworthy lines and started groping Zhou Qing, tickling him.
Stop fooling around, we're driving. No. Judgment. Judgment.
5 minutes later, the car parked on the side of the road began to sway slightly and rhythmically with the help of the two people.
It was late at night when I got home. Yin Fang was practically dragged into the bedroom by Zhou Qing.
The little girl was completely exhausted and fell into a deep sleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, a satisfied sweet smile still on her lips. Zhou Chang took a shower, walked into the living room shirtless, and opened the system panel.
Current shock points, 985. He was so close.
He looked at the number, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes.
Once I've accumulated 1,000 points, I'll do something big.
Zhou Qing picked up her phone casually, intending to browse her WeChat moments to see if Liu Yang, the down-on-his-luck guy, had posted any posts expressing his melancholy after drinking. Before my fingertips even touched the screen, a WeChat group message popped up abruptly, accompanied by a buzzing vibration.
It's Su Meng Meng. The message was a generic, overused template. Hey bro, are you there? I'm a little short on cash lately, could you lend me 200 yuan to buy a new skin? I'll pay you back next month when I get paid, pity, pity. Zhou Qing didn't even twitch her eyebrows.
For these young women, getting paid next month is basically the same as winning the lottery. He was too lazy to type with a tap of his finger. He brought up the transfer interface and entered a number.
Transfer 500 yuan. Send. The action was performed in one smooth motion, as casually as if he had simply scanned a code on a shared bicycle. The next second, the melody I had been waiting for finally began to play in my mind. Ding.
Host behavior detected as causing severe emotional fluctuations.
Target Su Mengmeng's shock value points plus 10. It's done.
Zhou Qing smiled almost imperceptibly. For a young woman who only wanted to scam 200 yuan for skins, this sudden 500 yuan was like a huge sum of money falling from the sky.
Sure enough, the reply in the chat box was almost instantaneous. Su Mengmeng. Thank you, brother. You're so generous. I love you, brother. Kneeling.
Zhou Qing casually replied, no need.
A bright red exclamation mark appeared prominently. The message has been sent, but the recipient has rejected it.
Zhou Qing was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter.
This girl took the money and then deleted the old pervert's post?
That's straightforward. Before he could do anything, a new friend request popped up at the top of the screen.
It's still Su Mengmeng.
The application message carried a fawning yet panicked tone. I'm so sorry, uncle.
I was wrong, uncle.
I thought some burly guy had hacked your account, uncle. Don't be angry, I'll show you something good. It's free, shy. You shameless, cute little thing. A furious shout exploded in my ears, carrying the lingering effects of alcohol and a strong smell of vinegar. Having woken up at some unknown time, Yin Fang, like a cat guarding its food, snatched Zhou Qing's phone and tapped the screen with her slender fingers. Before Zhou Qing could stop them, the other party seemed stunned by the scolding, and then a series of pictures were sent over in a flash. All of these are Su Mengmeng's private photos, with very little clothing, extremely seductive poses, and the background is still that familiar pink KTV room with ambiguous lighting. Yin Fang's face flushed instantly, whether from anger or embarrassment, she didn't know. She threw her phone into Zhou Qing's arms, her chest heaving violently.
Look at her. Look at her. Shameless. She's seducing you.
Looking at that puffed-up face, Zhou Qing couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender.
Block her right now. My eyes are only on my little Fang.
After he coaxed and tricked Yin Fang into the bathroom to wash up, and the living room returned to quiet, Zhou Qing calmly picked up his phone and accepted Su Mengmeng's friend request. He ignored the string of ingratiating emojis the other person sent and typed directly.
Doesn't Bai Jian have a black card? Why are you still attacking Lao Dang online?
A few seconds later, Su Mengmeng sent a long voice message, her tone full of complaints.
Don't even mention it, uncle. Sister Yen is a big boss now, busy opening a gym with a partner, she's always elusive. Brother Wan is even more amazing, he's always there with his fried rice stall, rain or shine, saying he wants to experience the realities of life. We little guys have to make a living, right? Chapter 37 Uncle, you're a coward. Jim? Zhou Qing was slightly taken aback. This answer far exceeded his expectations. He thought that, given Bai Zheyan's personality, she would probably use the money to rent out a nightclub or bar, and eventually burn through it all in alcohol and social interactions. The gym was much more reliable than he had imagined. A strange sense of relief welled up inside me. As long as Wan Shangyi isn't dragged into this mess, even if those tens of millions go down the drain, that old fox Wanda probably won't hold a grudge against me. Lost in thought, the bathroom door clicked open. Yin Fong came out, her body still damp with moisture. She changed into the strawberry floral maxi dress she had just bought that afternoon. Her long, dark hair was still damp and draped over her shoulders. Her face, cleansed of all the weariness of the day, was as white as jade under the light, exuding a fresh yet playful charm reminiscent of a wildcat. Uncle, is it good?
She stood in the center of the living room and turned around gently. The hem of her skirt billowed up. Before Zhou Qing could answer, she suddenly smiled slyly, bent down slightly in front of him, grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands, and suddenly lifted it up.
Zhou Qing's breathing stopped instantly. Zhou Qing! Zhou Qing! Your aunt and uncle are here. Quickly bringing Fong down so they can see her. Downstairs, Li Xiaomei's mother's shouts pierced through the door at an inopportune moment, like a bucket of cold water poured on just the right spot. Just as Zhou Qing breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden weight pressed down on him. Yin Fong had somehow straddled him, her arms around his neck, her warm breath on his ear. Uncle, don't go down yet. Wait a minute.
Zhou Qing's voice was a little hoarse.
The elders are here. A mischievous glint flashed in Yin Fong's eyes.
She nuzzled his cheek with the tip of her nose, her voice soft and gentle, yet carrying a deadly provocation.
Uncle, you're a coward.
In the end, Zhou Qing went downstairs alone. In the living room, Auntie and Auntie were sitting on the sofa chatting with Li Xiaomei, and the coffee table was full of fruit.
Oh my nephew is downstairs. The aunt was the most enthusiastic.
She stood up with a smile and took out a thick red envelope from her bag and stuffed it into Zhou Qing's hand.
Where's your girlfriend?
Your mom says she's as beautiful as a fairy. Zhou Qing accepted the red envelope with a wry smile. She's getting dressed up upstairs.
What's the point of dressing up? Do we need to dress up to see us?
The aunt standing to the side curled her lips, her tone carrying a hint of sourness.
Young people these days are so vain.
They're young but already crave enjoyment and don't know how to live a down-to-earth life.
Zhou Qing didn't reply.
Instead, he walked to his aunt's side, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, his breath low but his voice crystal clear.
Auntie, did you see the watch on her wrist? The aunt was taken aback. Richard Miller, 1,300,000. Zhou Qing's tone was calm and even.
He then pointed with his chin to the Cayenne outside the window, which still looked imposing in the night.
And that car downstairs, 3 million.
My aunt's pupils contracted sharply in an instant, as if an 8-magnitude earthquake had occurred. The sarcasm and disdain on her face froze and shattered instantly, then reformed into fawning at a speed visible to the naked eye.
It's such a shame he's not an actor. Oh dear. This child, now that you're here, you should dress up nicely. It's your first time meeting your elders.
Her attitude underwent a complete 180-degree reversal, and her voice rose 8 octaves.
The aunt watched in stunned silence. Zhou Qing, you used a curse on that girl?
Zhou Qing straightened up, his calm and collected smile returning to his face, and he shrugged.
No.
His gaze swept over the two elders' blank faces, and he spoke slowly and deliberately.
I prefer to call it money power. Ding.
Detected that the host's display of wealth has caused a significant impact. The target person, Auntie, has gained 20 points in shock.
Ding. Target anti-shock value points plus 15. Ding.
Congratulations, host. Your shock points have surpassed 1,000 points. The special lottery system has been unlocked. My aunt's distorted face finally returned to normal, but the fawning wrinkles deepened as she smiled.
She slapped her thigh and said affectionately, "Oh my, I knew it. Our Zhou Qing is so successful.
The girlfriend he found must be a lucky charm for him. By the way, let's get down to business. Half of the reason we came here is to see this fairy-like niece-in-law, and the other half is to call your mom to go to your grandma's grave tomorrow.
It's been 1 year since my grandmother passed away.
According to the customs of my hometown, the first anniversary of his death should be celebrated in a grand manner. As Zhou Qing's grandson, he was already beyond the 5th degree of mourning, so he shouldn't have had to come in person.
The mother's eyes lit up.
She glanced in the direction of the stairs, her eyes sparkling with the click-clack of abacus beads.
Yinfang, why don't you come with us?
Let us get acquainted with the place, and let your grandmother see you from heaven.
This is a clever way of putting it. It's both an invitation and a recognition of one's status.
A clear, cheerful reply came from upstairs, tinged with barely suppressed excitement. Great, Auntie.
I love lively atmospheres.
It seems that the concept of being afraid of trouble simply doesn't exist in the genes of this spirited young woman.
Nonsense.
The father, who had been silent all along, frowned and slammed his teacup down. The mountain is smoky and noisy, with burning paper money and setting off firecrackers.
How can Xiaofang, a city girl, endure this for 5 or 6 hours?
Li Xiaomei was immediately embarrassed. She glared at her husband and then looked to Zhou Qing for help. Zhou Qing was in a dilemma, torn between her mother's desire to show off and her father's genuine love. At that moment, the aunt grabbed Yinfang's hand as she came downstairs and shook it warmly.
Oh, brother-in-law, you don't understand. It's good for young people to experience the everyday life. It's all right, tomorrow you can ride in your uncle's pickup truck, it's spacious. Out of the corner of Zhou Qing's eye, he saw a blue pickup truck outside the window that was stuffed full of yellow paper ingots. The truck bed was piled high, and when the wind blew, you could smell a strange smell of cheap paper and ink mixed together. A thought flashed through my mind like lightning. He stepped forward and subtly pulled Yinfang behind him, a perfectly appropriate hint of apology on his face. Mom, I'm afraid tomorrow won't work. We need to go buy a car for Dad this afternoon.
The living room fell silent instantly.
All eyes were on him.
Zhou Qing, facing everyone's gaze, spoke more naturally. Yinfang feels sorry for Dad, saying that he rides his electric tricycle every day through wind and rain, which is too hard for him, and has been talking about getting him a decent vehicle for a long time. Yinfang was incredibly quick-witted. She understood almost the instant Zhou Qing finished speaking. She peeked out from behind Zhou Qing, a sweet smile on her face, and nodded emphatically.
Yes, Auntie. We want to give Uncle a surprise.
The aunt gripped Yinfang's hand, her strength increasing instantly, and her expression changed from "you have to go" to "you shouldn't go." She slapped Zhou Jiandi's thigh hard, her voice even louder than Li Xiaomei's.
Listen to this. Listen to this. What is filial piety?
Being filial while the child is alive is better than burning more paper money. Sister, brother-in-law, don't delay the children from doing their important business.
Come on, we'll take care of the grave sweeping.
After saying that, she practically dragged Li Xiaomei and Zhou Jiangwo, who were still in a daze, away in a flurry. The door slammed shut, and the world became quiet again. Yinfang breathed a sigh of relief, and then, like a little squirrel showing off its treasure, she took out all the red envelopes that her aunt had just given her, as well as the few she had saved up before, and piled them on the coffee table.
Uncle, I have a cash and bank transfer totaling 43,600. If that's not enough, how about we sell this watch first?
She rolled up her sleeves and carefully looked at the priceless Richard Miller watch on her wrist, her eyes filled with a resolute determination to go all out. Zhou Qing was both amused and touched, but his heart warmed. He reached out and gently flicked her forehead with his finger. Silly girl, your uncle is rich. I said that just now to save face for you.
Chapter 38 Seeing the World.
He looked at Yinfang's slightly flushed cheeks, his voice lowering, carrying a hint of seduction. In the future, when others ask, Dad can confidently tell them that this car was bought by my daughter-in-law. Yinfang's face flushed red to her ears. She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible.
Who is your wife? You haven't even bought flowers yet. You haven't confessed your feelings yet.
In the afternoon, the group headed straight to the car market, accompanied by Lu Yang, who had been summoned by Zhou Qing with a phone call. Halfway there, we ran into Shunzi, who was riding a small electric scooter and was covered in sweat. When Shunzi heard that it was for his uncle to buy a car, his enthusiasm instantly skyrocketed, and he patted his chest and guaranteed it.
Brother Qing, you've come to the right person. My cousin owns a car dealership up ahead, we're acquaintances. I'll definitely get you the lowest price possible. Maximum value for money.
As a result, following the direction he pointed, the group stopped at the entrance of a dusty used car market. Zhou Qing's lips twitched as he looked at the old cars with cheap refurbished paint and odometers full of stories. In the end, it was Lu Yang who made a phone call and summoned his friend who worked at a car repair shop. My friend was a straightforward person, not one for many words. He took them directly to a reputable 4S dealership, and after comparing several options, they finally decided on a Toyota Prado. It's spacious, sturdy, and durable. Driving it back to the village will make you look good. During the test drive, Lu Yang sat in the spacious back seat, habitually took out his phone, and took a picture of the brand new interior, captioning it, "To broaden one's horizons." Less than a minute after the post was published on WeChat Moments, Lu Weifei's comment appeared. "Lu Weifei, bro, you got a new car? Congratulations." A hint of joy appeared on Lu Yang's face, and he quickly typed a reply. "Lu Yang, it wasn't me, it was Qinggu who bought it for his dad, as a gift to the old man." After sending it, he stared at the screen with anticipation. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The dialog box remained silent. He clicked into Lu Weifei's WeChat Moments. The latest post, updated 5 minutes earlier, was a selfie of her in tight-fitting cycling gear against a backdrop of a riverside greenway. The caption read, "The weather's so nice. I'm going cycling with my girlfriends. That's all for now." The light in Lu Yang's eyes dimmed little by little. He felt as if his spine had been removed, and he slumped back in his chair. Zhou Cheng saw everything, swiped his card, and tossed the car keys to Lu Yang. "Let's get in the car, find a place, and I'll drink with you to drown your sorrows. It's still that same fat guy stir-frying food at the same street stall, and it's still that same greasy square table." This time, however, those slender girls in yoga pants were missing. After a few rounds of drinks, Shunzi launched into his cost-effectiveness theory, spitting as he criticized everyone from upscale clubs to roadside bars, before finally waving his hand dismissively. "Let's go. We'll go to the Emperor Hotel again. I know the manager there well, he'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly, and the price-performance ratio is top-notch. The familiar karaoke room, but not the pink one from last time." This time, Lu Yang seemed to have completely let loose, drinking one glass after another. When a woman claiming to be a music teacher silently shielded him from another deep water bomb, a strong, potent drink offered by Shunzi, Lu Yang merely glanced at her with bleary, drunken eyes. The girl wasn't stunningly beautiful, but she had a gentle, approachable charm, like a girl next door. She didn't say much, but when he drank too much, she handed him a glass of warm water, and when he felt dizzy, she patted her leg to indicate that he could lean on it for a while. Lu Yang actually lay down on it. The event ended in the early hours of the morning, and everyone called a designated driver. As Zhou Qing was helping Yingfang get into the car, he caught a glimpse of the music teacher quickly catching up with Lu Yang, who was already unsteady on his feet, and swiftly stuffing something into his coat pocket. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of barely perceptible concern. "Take this to tide you over, and remember to drink some warm milk before you go to sleep, it's good for your stomach." Lu Yang froze for a moment, then looked down and took something out of his pocket. It was a bear-shaped cookie, well packaged, and seemed to still have a faint trace of body warmth. Zhou Qing started the car and looked in the rearview mirror at Lu Yang, who was standing by the roadside, holding a biscuit in his hand, and hadn't moved for a long time. He never expected this. The yoga pants that haunted his brother's dreams and required him to dress up carefully and cater to his every whim would ultimately be defeated by a bear-shaped cookie secretly slipped to him by a music teacher at a karaoke bar. Early morning. Zhou Qing was awakened by a series of dense electronic sounds. Shock value points from Wang Xiulan plus 10. Shock value points from Zhang Suihua plus 10. Ding. Shock points plus 20. He suddenly opened his eyes, the faint blue light of the system panel still lingering on his retina. Wang Xiulan? Zhang Suihua? Who? Zhou Qing rubbed his temples, unable to recall those two names. It's most likely someone the parents know, but what could have shocked them so early in the morning? He rolled out of bed, wide awake. A rustling sound came from downstairs, mixed with a faint smell of fish from the river. As Zhou Qing walked down the stairs, he saw his mother, Li Xiaomei, squatting in the yard, struggling to pick crabs and shrimp out of a dark green trap, muttering something to herself. But his father, Zhou Jiangwo, was nowhere to be found. "Mom, where's Dad?" Li Xiaomei didn't even look up, just snorted irritably, her hands untangling the fishing net, her movements filled with resentment. "Where else could we go?" "To Wangzhuang. They woke me up early this morning, saying they wanted to eat their oven-baked sesame cakes and insisted on going to buy some." Zhou Qing was stunned. Wangzhuang is more than 10 miles away from here. A round trip by that old tricycle would take at least an hour.
Just for a sesame seed cake?
Just as he was about to say something, the roar of an engine came from the direction of the village entrance, accompanied by deafening DJ music, the rhythm so strong that the ground in the yard began to tremble slightly.
The next second, a brand new white Prado roared to life, shattering the tranquility of the village in the early morning.
With a drift, it came to a precise stop in front of its own house. The car door opened.
Zhou Jiangwo got out of the driver's seat.
He had his hair slicked back in a shiny slick, with enough hairspray to catch flies, and he was wearing a brand new polo shirt with the collar standing straight up. His movements as he got out of the car were incredibly graceful. With a flick of his wrist, he slammed the car door shut. He seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, from a countryman bent over by the years back to the spirited young man who dared to headbang in a disco 30 years ago. He was given a new lease on life.
"Uncle, you look so handsome today."
Infang had gotten up at some point and was standing at the door, looking at Zhou Jiangwo with bright eyes. That praise ignited the fuse. Zhou Jiangwo's wrinkles instantly blossomed into a wide smile. He cleared his throat, straightened his back, and his voice became even louder. Li Xiaomei suddenly stood up and threw a large, menacing crab into the bucket, splashing water everywhere. Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot.
"Finished showing off? Now get your clothes changed.
Take these big ones to Wu Laoer's house."
"Okay. All right." Zhou Jiangwo responded cheerfully and walked briskly into the house.
His back view exuded a sense of exhilaration that had been suppressed for half a lifetime and was finally being released. Zhou Qing smiled knowingly as he watched the scene. This car was a worthwhile purchase. He turned his head and looked at Infang, who was standing beside him with an envious expression, and an idea popped into his head.
"How about I enroll you in driving school too?" In the final chapter, 39, pride bows to reality.
Infang's face fell instantly, she pouted, and her voice was soft and sweet.
"But it'll be very sunny when I'm learning to drive."
Despite muttering those words, she still obediently nodded.
"All right."
After lunch, Zhou Qing kept his promise and took Infang straight to the largest shopping mall in the city. He didn't look at anything else, went straight into the jewelry store, and, as if buying vegetables, bought a complete set of necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings for his dumbfounded mother. Li Xiaomei cursed the spendthrift for wasting money, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face, and her fingers were trembling slightly. After leaving the jewelry store, Zhou Qing pulled her into a high-end cosmetics counter, where she immediately bought a set of La Mer products.
Back home, Li Xiaomei kept muttering about the waste, but her actions betrayed her true feelings.
She couldn't wait to change into her new clothes, carefully putting on her heavy, glittering jewelry piece by piece. Then, she awkwardly applied expensive skincare products in front of the mirror. Finally, she pulled Zhou Jiangwo, who had also changed into new clothes, and they went out with great pride and arrogance.
"I went to visit someone." Sure enough, Zhou Qing's phone started vibrating incessantly. Shock level from Aunt Li plus 15. Shock level from Aunt Wang plus 20. Shock level from Zhao San at the east end of the village plus 20.
The system's notification sound was like a revolutionary song playing on a loop at a village radio station, ringing incessantly. In the evening, Lu Yang called, with background noise.
"Brother Cheng. Room 888. Let's go out and have some fun."
Zhou Qing was somewhat surprised. This childhood friend, who always believed in the importance of cost-effectiveness and would rather eat at a street stall than go to a restaurant, actually chose a high-end place like a private room, and it sounds like he was the one who organized the gathering. When Zhou Cheng arrived with Infang and pushed open the door to the private room, he understood. The private room was filled with smoke, and Shunzi was singing loudly with a girl who looked to weigh over 200 pounds in his arms. Clearly, he had once again put his principle of cost-effectiveness into practice.
Sitting next to Lu Yang was the music teacher.
Today she changed into an elegant dress, wore minimal makeup, and sat there quietly, like a lily in a secluded valley. As soon as Lu Yang's wine glass was full, she would gently reach out and cover it, replacing it with a glass of warm honey water. When Lu Yang's forehead is sweating, she will immediately hand him a warm towel. When Lu Yang got up to go to the restroom, his steps were a little unsteady, and she would immediately follow, supporting his arm just in time. They offered him drinks, wiped his sweat, and helped him up. After a series of smooth and skillful moves, Lu Yang's defenses, built up through alcohol and romantic relationships, crumbled completely. The way he looked at her was a complex mix of dependence, confusion, and despair.
The following days became Lu Yang's KTV tour. He seemed to be addicted, organizing parties every few days, always at the same KTV.
Zhou Qing would occasionally reciprocate by treating Lu Yang to a meal. The shock value contributed by the different friends Lu Yang brought each time was enough to cover all the expenses for the night, and there was even some profit to be made. The smell of disinfectant and cheap perfume mixed together in the KTV corridor became the most familiar background for Zhou Qing during this period.
1 week later,
Lu Yifei, who was far away in one of the 5 counties, finally couldn't sit still any longer. She looked at the bright red credit card payment due date on her phone calendar and felt a surge of irritation. At this time of day, Lu Yang's old Wuling Hongguan would usually be parked downstairs in her car, loaded with several large boxes of plump, juicy hairy crabs. She only needs to take a few photos, post them on WeChat Moments, and she can make a net profit of several hundred yuan by reselling them. She can also keep the best ones to give to her parents and enjoy the various seafood he brings along.
But now, there is no news of Lu Yang.
That familiar profile picture never liked her posts again.
For Lu Yifei, this is not just a matter of a few thousand yuan in overdue payments.
If you default on your payment, your credit record will be tarnished, and your credit card limit will be reduced. Her meticulously maintained fitness routine, yoga, afternoon tea, and sophisticated attire, this entire refined persona built on excessive consumption will collapse in an instant. She stared at Lu Yang's WeChat profile picture on her phone screen. The man's face and stacks of red banknotes kept overlapping in front of her eyes.
Ultimately, pride bowed to reality.
She took a deep breath, her fingers flew across the screen, and then sent. The message was simple, just 3 words, but it exhausted her composure from the past week.
Lu Yifei, what are you doing?
At this moment, Zhou Qing was reviewing the results of his battles over this period of time. With a thought, the deep blue system panel unfolded on his retina, displaying a line of numbers that were crystal clear.
Shocking points balance, 1045.
Collect enough points for 1 grand prize draw, or redeem 3 special prize draws from the system. A text message from the bank announcing a mortgage deduction woke him up like a bucket of cold water. My bank account balance is rapidly dwindling. I need to replenish it as soon as possible. The next morning, after dropping off Yinfang, who was still sleepy and complaining about how hard it was to learn to drive, at the entrance of the driving school, Zhou Qing sat alone in the driver's seat of the domineering car and took a deep breath. System, conduct a special lottery draw, 3 consecutive draws.
Points 300. Points 300. Points 300. A special lucky draw is underway.
The illusory image of the roulette wheel spun rapidly before my eyes, its light flowing and eventually transforming into 3 dazzling pillars of light.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained Vacheron Constantine 56th Collection Full Calendar Watch Model, 4000E000AB548.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received 1,800,000 yuan in cash.
Deposited into the system's dimensional bank, available for withdrawal at any time. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired Krav Maga Combat Mastery. The moment the last reward landed, a massive torrent of information, so complex it almost burst my brain, rushed in. Joint locks, vital point strikes, one-hit kills, disarming opponents with bare hands. Countless of the purest, most ruthless, and killing for all fighting techniques seemed to be etched into his nerves and muscles. He could even feel the phantom pain of shattering his throat bone through his knuckles, and the memories of countless dodges and counterattacks were imprinted deep within his muscles. Zhou Qing suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. He subconsciously clenched his fist, and his knuckles made a series of crisp cracking sounds.
An unprecedented sense of power and confidence rose from the depths of my spine.
He composed himself before his gaze fell on his wrist.
A stainless steel watch with a warm, lustrous sheen.
The blue dial is as deep as the night sky, and the full calendar complication showcases the ultimate mechanical aesthetics.
Vacheron Constantine, the blue dial version of the 56.
Although it doesn't hold its value as well as the RM, its list price of 3.6 million is enough to make it an unmissable focal point in any situation.
This is a more understated, yet more lethal form of luxury.
Zhou Qing was admiring the new artwork on her wrist when her phone suddenly rang.
Caller ID, Su Hui.
He raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button.
Hello, is this Zhou Qing?
A sweet, yet cunning voice came through the receiver.
I'm Su Hui. What is it? Zhou Qing's tone was flat and indifferent.
Oh dear, why are you being so cold?
Well, it's Yifei's birthday today, and a few of us old classmates want to celebrate with her.
We're getting together at our usual spot tonight, you absolutely have to come.
Chapter 40, a cayenne is also included.
Zhou Qing tapped her fingertips lightly on the steering wheel.
Louis Fei's birthday? What a coincidence at this time.
He hung up the phone and dialed Lu Yang directly. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and Lu Yang's voice sounded hoarse and tired.
She told you to call me?
No, she called me.
I was thinking about the two of you. I don't want to go.
Lu Yang's refusal was decisive and straightforward, yet it revealed an undeniable struggle. Zhou Qing sighed, her voice softening slightly.
Go, Lu Yang.
Some things are better said face to face than argued 100 times on WeChat. You need to let her see with her own eyes that you are doing well now. This is your battlefield, don't be a deserter. All that could be heard on the other end of the phone was heavy breathing. After a long silence, Lu Yang seemed to have made up his mind.
Okay, I'll go over there. Dinner was once again at that dimly lit, greasy hole-in-the-wall restaurant.
It was as if it were a silent understanding, or perhaps a deliberate arrangement by Louis Fei, who wanted to use a familiar environment to awaken some long-faded memories. When Zhou Cheng led Yinfang into the store, Louis Fei and Annie, who were wearing tight yoga pants that deliberately accentuated their fitness progress, had a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of disdain in their eyes.
However, Su Hui's gaze was fixed on Zhou Qing's wrist as if drawn by a magnet. Zhou Cheng, you changed your watch again?
Her voice was full of disbelief. The eyes of everyone present immediately focused on it. Zhou Qing didn't even look up, she simply picked up the menu.
Oh, the one from before?
Yinfang wore it for fun, so I just bought a new one to wear.
Shock value points from Su Hui plus 25.
The air seemed to freeze for a second after he said that.
Just casually bought a new watch? That's a Richard Mille.
A Richard Mille worth tens of millions.
Like a child who's tired of playing with a plastic toy, just casually gave it away?
Su Hui felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart. She pointed tremblingly at the blue dial watch on Zhou Qing's wrist, her voice trembling.
This is a Vacheron Constantine. A 56.
I just saw it in a magazine last month. This watch costs over 3 million.
Louis Fei and Annie's minds went blank.
They both gasped in unison, and their gazes toward Zhou Qing changed from initial contempt to greed.
More than 3 million. This number was like a bombshell, shattering their carefully constructed sense of superiority. Shock level from Louis Fei plus 10.
Annie's shock level plus 15. However, something even more infuriating happened that drove them to the brink of madness. Yinfang pouted, tugged at Zhou Qing's clothes with her little hands, and said in a soft, coquettish voice.
Uncle, this watch isn't very nice. It's blue and not cool at all. How about we buy matching watch straps for couples next time?
She completely ignored the astronomical figure of over 3 million and simply focused on evaluating the item's appearance. This attitude is more deadly than any display of arrogance. It conveys only one message: money, to us, is just a number. The two women, both wearing yoga pants, were practically green with envy. Zhou Cheng affectionately pinched Yinfang's nose, his smile widening.
Okay, whatever you say.
Once you get your driver's license, you can keep driving that Cayenne, and you can buy whatever watch strap you want.
Even the Cayenne comes with it. Another major piece of news.
And could no longer contain herself.
She leaned forward slightly, deliberately lowering the neckline of her already tight yoga top.
With an unintentional movement, the shoulder strap slipped down, revealing a patch of fair skin. She giggled and kept moving closer to Zhou Qing, the strong scent of her perfume almost filling his nose.
Brother Qing, you're really amazing now. How come we never noticed before?
Zhou Qing frowned slightly and leaned closer to Yinfang without making a sound. The scent, a mixture of cheapness and desire, made him feel physically uncomfortable. Just as the suffocating atmosphere reached its peak, the hotel door was pushed open.
Lu Yang finally arrived.
He was carrying an exquisite birthday cake, but there was no smile on his face. However, everyone's gaze passed over him and fell on the passenger door behind him. The car door opened, and a figure stepped out gracefully.
It's not about heavy makeup, nor is it the cheap sexiness of nightclubs.
She wore an elegant off-white long dress, her long, smooth black hair was loosely tied up with a hairpin, and her face was covered with just the right amount of light makeup. She had no air of worldliness about her. Instead, she exuded a gentle and serene scholarly air, her demeanor completely unlike that of a music teacher, but rather that of a true teacher. It was that KTV hostess who made Lu Yang fall for her. Amidst the stunned silence of everyone, she walked to Lu Yang's side, naturally taking his arm, and gave the people at the table a polite and gentle smile. In that instant, all the color drained from Lu Yifei's face, leaving her deathly pale. The chopstick she was holding could no longer support her weight and fell with a thud onto the greasy table. Lu Yang ignored the piercing gaze that seemed to see right through him, and calmly pulled out a chair for Hu Yu to sit down.
Let me introduce you to my girlfriend.
Lu Yifei's body trembled violently, and her fingernails dug deeply into her palms. The woman named Hu Yu seemed frightened by the tense atmosphere. She shyly smoothed the stray hairs behind her ear and gave everyone a slightly apologetic smile.
Hello, my name is Hu Yu.
Her voice was soft, like a spring breeze brushing across a lake, perfectly complementing her elegant long dress. On the other hand, the trio opposite them, dressed in tight yoga pants that deliberately accentuated their body curves and exuding an air of wealth, seemed to come from two completely different worlds.
This stark contrast is itself a form of silent crushing.
Su Hui was the first to recover from her shock, her sharp voice breaking the awkward silence.
Lu Yang. What do you mean? You were proposing to Yifei 1 minute, and the next minute you found this sleazy woman? What do you take Yifei for?
What does my brother take you for? Shunzi, who had been holding back her anger, slammed her hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and glared at Su Hui with bloodshot eyes.
How many times have you sent king crabs? How many meals have you treated my brother to? When he poured his heart out to you, did you ever give him a straight answer? Ha! Exactly.
Even the restaurant owner couldn't help but peek out from the kitchen, holding a greasy spatula in his hand. Xiao Lu has paid for all the orders he's signed these past few months himself. Anne's face turned pale and then flushed, but she continued to stubbornly argue.
That was a test. How can you know if a man is sincere if you don't test him? A test?
Shunzi laughed out of anger, pointing at Lu Yifei with a ruthless, desperate air in his voice.
If this keeps going on, my brother will become a monk, and your Lu Yifei will go through menopause. What a load of crap. This statement is extremely crude, yet it contains profound truth. Lu Yifei could no longer maintain her haughty demeanor.
She suddenly stood up, her body trembling slightly with anger, and her icy gaze pierced Lu Yang.
Lu Yang, is this what you mean? Lu Yang didn't answer.
He simply picked up a glass of beer from the table and downed it in one gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed countless bitter and resentful feelings. His silence was the loudest answer. Chapter 41: A Toast to This Damned God.
Lu Yifei's eyes instantly reddened.
She grabbed her designer bag and squeezed out a venomous blessing through gritted teeth.
Okay. I wish you happiness.
After saying that, she stormed out of the shabby restaurant that had made her lose face without looking back. Annie and Su Hui exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed her out in a disheveled state.
The oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated. Zhou Qing looked at Shunzi, who was filled with resentment, and wanted to ease the tension, so he made a joke. Well done, you've got a sharp tongue.
I thought someone like you, who's all about value for money, would just keep putting up with this. Little did he know that these words were like igniting another powder keg.
Shunzi plopped down and angrily gulped down a large mouthful of wine. Value for money? Sha.
A few days ago, I was in her live stream and she said she was hungry, so I gave her a 6 yuan gift to treat her to some barbecue skewers.
Do you know what she said?
She called me a poor bastard in front of thousands of people. She said my money wasn't even enough for her to buy a pack of tissues. Even Zhou Qing was stunned by these words.
However, something even more shocking happened.
Hu Yu, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly picked up her phone, glanced at the screen, then stood up and bowed slightly to Lu Yang. Her voice was still gentle, but it carried a hint of businesslike distance.
Mr. Lu, the final payment has been received.
It was a pleasure doing business with you.
I'll be leaving now. After receiving the transfer, she didn't hesitate at all.
She walked straight to the roadside, got into a ride-hailing car, and disappeared into the night. The whole process was smooth and seamless, like the curtain falling on a play that had been rehearsed countless times.
Zhou Qing was completely dumbfounded.
He looked at Lu Yang, who had no expression on his face, and felt like his brain wasn't working properly.
What are you playing at?
Lu Yang didn't answer, but instead pulled out 2 unopened bottles of mutai from under the table, slammed them on the table, and poured himself a full glass. He picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy liquid burned his eyes until they turned red.
Then came the second cup. Shunzi, while I'm away, I'd like to ask you to take good care of my parents. Zhou Qing's heart tightened suddenly, and an ominous premonition enveloped her. What do you mean? You're short of money? Name your price, up to 10 million, name your price.
Liu Yang ignored him, poured a third glass, and raised it high, as if to toast the vast night.
Damn God.
The third glass of wine was poured down his throat again. Shunzi, who was standing next to him, was already in tears. He grabbed Liu Yang's arm, his voice trembling uncontrollably.
Brother, do you have some incurable disease?
Under the tense, almost suffocating gaze of the two, Liu Yang raised his head, his face bearing a sorrowful, resigned expression, and nodded heavily.
Zhou Qing's mind went blank.
His first instinct was to communicate with the system to see if there were any miraculous pills or medical technologies available, no matter how many points it would cost. But just then, Liu Yang, who had just looked like a hero at the end of his road, suddenly burst into tears. He cried with snot and tears streaming down his face, looking like a 300-pound child.
I can't get it up. I can't get it up. I haven't even used it yet. Why?
That night, Huyu, she even put her long hair up, just waiting for me. I ate 3 large plates of oysters, drank a bottle of Sanbian wine, and secretly took 3 small blue pills, but it was all useless.
Why am I such a coward? Why? Zhou Qing's hand, which was reaching into his pocket to summon the system, froze in mid-air.
He opened his mouth, looking at the man in front of him who was crying uncontrollably. All the sympathy, sadness, and tension in his mind were instantly replaced by an absurd emotion. All he wanted to say at that moment was a curse word. Absurd, absolutely fucking absurd. Looking at Liu Yang, who was crying so hard that his most private dignity as a man was torn to shreds and laid bare on the table, Zhou Qing felt a surge of sympathy and sorrow that had just risen in his heart. This feeling was instantly replaced by a stifling sense of frustration, as if he wanted to laugh but couldn't. Ultimately, the farce ended with Liu Yang getting completely drunk and being half dragged, half carried into a taxi by Shunzi. Before leaving, Liu Yang, his eyes red, grabbed Zhou Qing's arm and mumbled incoherently, "Brother? I'm going to see a urologist, the shop, the crabs in the shop, you." Before he could finish speaking, he completely lost consciousness. Zhou Qing stood at the restaurant entrance. The night wind blew by, carrying a mixture of cooking fumes and alcohol. He exhaled a long breath of stale air. A tragic story of a sword hidden for 28 years, only to be broken when it was finally drawn. Liu Yang left and never came back, as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a mess.
Dozens of restaurants wait for his king crab deliveries every day. Ultimately, the matter fell to Zhou Qing's father, Zhou Jiangwo.
When Zhou Qing handed over the keys to the brand new Toyota Prado, the old man cursed him as a spendthrift, but the light in his eyes was brighter than the car headlights. This newly minted owner of a domineering car was looking for a way to unleash his arrogance, so he decided to deliver crabs. He took the job. Thus, Zhou Qing's life entered a peculiar cycle of extreme regularity. Early in the morning, he drove his Cayenne to the driving school, where Yin Fong, wearing a strawberry-patterned miniskirt and looking very excited, was dropped off. During the day, he transformed himself into his father's assistant. Zhou Jiangwo led the way in his Land Cruiser Prado, while he followed behind in his Cayenne, forming a convoy of 2 luxury cars that drove through the city's streets and alleys in a grand procession, specifically, delivering crabs. When the restaurant owners saw a man in an old-fashioned shirt jump out of the driver's seat of a Land Cruiser, followed by a young man driving a Cayenne, unloading boxes of crabs from the trunk, their expressions were more varied than if they had seen a ghost.
Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, you've struck it rich?
A familiar restaurant owner asked, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his hands trembling slightly. Zhou Jiangwo puffed out his belly, tucked his car keys into his waistband, grinned, revealing teeth yellowed from smoking. "Hey, small business, small business."
However, not everyone is so easy to talk to. We're not cooperating anymore.
The manager of a seafood restaurant looked at the 2 glaring cars parked at the entrance, his face turning ashen.
Delivering crabs in a Land Cruiser?
Are your crabs made of gold or studded with diamonds?
Don't think I don't know you're showing off to me, making fun of me for not earning enough, huh?
In the course of half a month, Zhou Qing accompanied her father so much that she almost wore out her legs, and was also scolded by people several times. Some people suspected that their crabs were of dubious origin, some were envious of how much money they were making, and 2 restaurants even refused to cooperate with them anymore. But Zhou Qing didn't care, because the real harvest time was when he took Yin Fong to visit relatives and friends after nightfall.
"Auntie, this is for you." A case of Mutai and 2 cartons of Huazi cigarettes were slapped onto the table. Shocking news from Aunt Lufin, points plus 10. Shocking news from my niece, points plus 15. My cousin's envy and jealousy earns me 10 points.
The system notification sounds rang in my mind, more lively than firecrackers during the Lunar New Year. 2 weeks later, Yin Fong successfully obtained her driver's license. She was sitting in the passenger seat, happily counting the thick stack of red envelopes she had received from visiting relatives over the past 2 weeks, just like a little money grubber. Zhou Chang parked his car in the underground garage of the residential complex and took a deep breath. His gaze fell on the line of gold text on the system panel. Show-off factor, 1015-1000. Finally, that's enough. Chapter 42 System, Special Lottery activated. System, activate the grand prize draw. Zhou Qing's heart pounded wildly, and her mind began to wander. Is it the Lamborghini Veneno or the Pagani Huayra? Or how about getting a penthouse duplex in Thompson Riviera? Special lottery begins. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward. It's here. Zhou Qing's breathing stopped. Delivery drone system in 2050 current unlock progress 1%. The expectation on Zhou Qing's face froze instantly. What is that? A delivery drone. He frowned and clicked on the reward details. Lines of cold text appeared before my eyes. This system comprises a main server, an AI intelligent dispatch core, and 1 million next-generation delivery drones. By 2050, this system will completely replace delivery drivers and monopolize the global instant delivery business. AI will automatically plan the optimal route, avoid congestion, and reduce delivery time between any 2 points in a city to less than 5 minutes. Zhou Qing was stunned. He's not some country bumpkin who's never seen the world. He knew perfectly well what that meant. From the internet to real estate, and then to short video live streaming, every era has a huge opportunity that can make even a pig fly. Countless ordinary people have taken advantage of this trend to achieve upward social mobility and explosive growth in wealth. And now, a future opportunity, one that could revolutionize the entire on-demand delivery industry, is laid bare before him. If we could monopolize the national food delivery market. An indescribable sense of dread shot from his tailbone straight to the back of his head, making every pore on his body tremble. He stood under the air conditioner vent in the garage, and despite the warm air, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. It wasn't because of the cold, but because of an extreme, ambitious excitement. Uncle, are you cold? Yin Fong's clear voice pulled him back from that grand blueprint. She put down the red envelope in her hand, leaned closer, and placed her warm little hand on his arm, her breath sweet as orchids. Shall I warm you up? Zhou Qing felt a shiver run through him. Looking into the girl's clear yet slightly seductive eyes, the overwhelming ambition in his heart finally transformed into a firm decision. That evening, he held Yin Fong's shoulders with utmost solemnity. Let's go back to Binjiang. The next morning, Zhou Qing's parents stuffed the trunk and back seat of the Cayenne with all sorts of local specialties, so much so that there wasn't even room to put their feet down. Back in Binjiang, Zhou Qing found her elder brother and sister-in-law's shop bustling with activity, their orders for Lushuanxi and Wanda keeping them practically glued to their feet. Zhou Chang put down the gifts, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left them alone. For his first stop, he didn't go home, but drove directly to that familiar trendy street. You open it. Zhou Qing handed the key to Yin Fong. Yin Fong was a little nervous, but mostly excited. She carefully gripped the steering wheel and brought the huge Cayenne to a smooth stop on the side of the road. The car door opened. Yin Fong got out of the driver's seat, her $1 million Richard Mille watch gleaming in the sunlight, her other hand adorned with gold bracelets Zhou Qing had bought for her, which jingled with her movements. At that moment, all eyes on the street were focused on it. Those young women who had previously ignored Zhou Qing and even looked down on him were now staring wide-eyed, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. Shocking news from Huang Shanshan, points plus 20. Shocking news from the stray cat. Points plus 25. Shocking news from Su Mengmeng, points plus 20. System notification sounds came one after another. The former traffic light trio are now completely different people. Zhou Chan leaned against the car door, watching the envious, jealous, and even slightly regretful looks in the eyes of those young women, a faint smile playing on his lips. He couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. The leeks here are still the easiest to harvest. No, it's still easier to earn points here. Su Mengmeng was the first to lose her composure, swaying her hips as she moved closer. Her eyes, adorned with delicate eyeliner, scanning Fong like radar, finally locking onto the Richard Mille watch face. Uncle, which sacred mountain have you been heading to make your fortune lately? Her voice was sweet and cloying, with a hint of sourness. We've missed you so much. Zhou Qing's gaze swept past her, lightly sweeping over the familiar yet unfamiliar faces around him. On their faces, envy and jealousy twisted into a complex emotion, like an overturned pallet.
I went back to my hometown.
He exhaled a smoke ring, the smoke blurring the expression on his face.
Where is the purple-haired Dragon King? The shop is so busy, didn't she come to lend a hand? Sister Yen?
Su Mengmeng curled her lips, her tone carrying a hint of disdain and even more longing. He is a big boss now, busy buying and opening gyms, he doesn't have time to care about us girls. Yin Fong stood to the side, listening to these words, a hint of unease flashing across her face. She tried to speak several times, as if she wanted to ask something, but she swallowed the words back. Su Mengmeng saw through her thoughts and, before she could speak, cut to the chase, don't look for Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu anymore. Her words instantly triggered an eerie silence.
They are now.
Even lower than the lowest prostitute, not even a dog would touch her.
What the hell did you say?
Yin Fong instantly exploded, grabbing Su Mengmeng by the collar, veins bulging on the back of her hand. The gold bracelets on her wrists clattered together with a loud clang.
Meng. Explain yourself. The young women around them swarmed around them, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Su Mengmeng showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, she raised her hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to step back.
She looked at Yin Fong, who was trembling with anger, with a cruel smile on her lips.
Don't believe me? Go check out the back alley of nightclub tonight.
$50, or even a pack of cigarettes, can make them behave like dogs.
You can see whatever you want to see.
Yin Fong's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and the hand that was gripping the other person's collar loosened weakly. She refused to believe it and frantically searched through the crowd, dialing several phone numbers that were already switched off. In the end, she could only return to Zhou Qing's side with a distraught expression.
Not far away, Wan Shangyi's stall was bustling with activity.
The once dejected young man is now dressed in a clean chef's uniform, his hair is neatly combed, and he looks radiant, as if he has been reborn. His walk-flipping movements were fluid and graceful, the sauce tracing perfect arcs in the air, and the counter in front of him was polished to a shine, reflecting his image. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, he grinned, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. Uncle,
how about some of my newly developed cumin curry rice? It'll wake you up. Night fell like a dirty curtain, ruthlessly covering the entire city. Yin Fong finally couldn't resist and dragged Zhou Qing into the chaotic nightclub.
Instead of finding it upon entering, they wandered around to a dimly lit alley behind the bar that reeked of rancid water and urine. They saw it by the faint light cast by the distant neon lights. In a corner piled high with trash cans, 2 figures, little yellow and little green, huddled in the shadows like 2 abandoned stray cats.
Chapter 43 Fei Gu. She's my girlfriend?
Their eyes were glazed over, and they wore eerie, infatuated smiles, completely oblivious to their surroundings. An elderly man with gray hair walked shakily past and reached his withered hand inside Xiao Huang's clothes, groping her.
Xiao Huang didn't react at all, just staring blankly ahead.
A moment later, the old man contentedly took out a 20 yuan old bill, stuffed it into her hand, and turned to disappear into the alleyway.
Xiao Huang clutched the money, and together with Xiao Lu, they silently squatted back down in the corner.
In that instant, Yin Fong felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart, causing her unbearable pain. With a sob in her voice, she walked forward step by step.
Little yellow, little green, let's go home, okay?
She reached out to pull the 2 of them, but they let her drag them along without reacting. Just as Yin Fong was on the verge of collapse, 7 or 8 figures blocked her way at the alley entrance. The leader was Zhou Chang and another young man with dyed yellow hair and fierce eyes. The moment Zhou Chang saw Zhou Chang and Yin Fong, he was first taken aback, then his gaze fell on the glaring Richard Miller pendant on Yin Fong's wrist.
He understood everything in an instant.
Jealousy, humiliation, anger, all sorts of emotions erupted, completely washing away his reason. Damn it, he roared, his eyes bloodshot, as he reached back to pull something out of his waistband.
Etc.
The blonde-haired guy next to him, Feilong, grabbed his hand. Feilong's eyes grew even more greedy, brazenly scanning Yin Fong's curvaceous body.
Hey, isn't this Fong? Feilong grinned lewdly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Got a big boss on your side, huh?
Fine, since you're so rich, give us brothers a few thousand for our hard work, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless, and let this big boss experience what real life is like in this alley.
Brother Fei. She's my girlfriend? Zhou Chang panicked and looked at Feilong pleadingly. Smack.
Feilong retaliated with a resounding slap, sending Zhou Chang staggering.
Your girlfriend?
He spat on the ground.
Your head is so green you could race horses on it, and you're still pretending to be all sentimental with me? Get lost.
Zhou Qing watched all of this calmly from beginning to end, as if he were watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. Only when Fei Long and his gang approached step by step with sinister smiles did he slowly raise his phone, the screen illuminating his expressionless face. The camera is already on and uploading to the cloud simultaneously, he calmly stated the facts. Your actions have already posed a threat to my personal safety. If you take another step closer, I will consider it an indiscriminate attack and will exercise unlimited legitimate self-defense.
The alley was deathly silent for a moment.
Immediately, a deafening roar of laughter erupted.
Ha 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 ha. Defense? With your skills, you bookworm? Damn it. Who are you trying to scare? Brothers, get them.
The ear-piercing laughter ripped through the alley's deathly silence, and the thugs pounced on them like a pack of hungry wolves. When Su Mengmeng and her friends rushed over, the battle was already over. In the narrow alley, Fei Long and his 7 or 8 men lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their bodies and groaning in pain. The worst off was Zhou Chang, who was sitting against the wall with a gleaming butterfly knife stuck in his shoulder, his clothes soaked in blood. Zhou Qing stood in the middle of this mess. He slowly put his phone back in his pocket, popped a cigarette out of the pack, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a windproof lighter with a snap. The deep blue flame danced in his deep pupils. In my mind, system notifications rose and fell, dense yet pleasant. Zhou Cheng took a deep drag of his cigarette, then slowly exhaled, swirling the smoke as he arrogantly exhaled.
He was secretly overjoyed. This wave of points, no, this act of bravery is absolutely amazing.
The piercing sirens ripped through the chaos as they drew nearer, and the red and blue flashing lights blared wildly against the filthy walls. A police car made a neat drift and came to a stop at the alley entrance. The door was flung open, and a burly middle-aged man strode in. It was Chief Lei. His sharp gaze swept across the entire scene, and when he saw the 7 or 8 young men writhing and groaning on the ground, as well as Zhou Chang, whose shoulder was pierced by a butterfly knife and whose face was as pale as paper, his pupils suddenly contracted. Finally, his gaze settled on the figure standing in the middle of the mess, leisurely puffing out smoke.
Brother, what's this? Director Lei's voice betrayed in barely suppressed astonishment.
He knew Zhou Qing, but the Zhou Qing in front of him was so unfamiliar that it made his heart tighten. Zhou Qing didn't say anything, but simply handed over the phone. The video was playing on the screen, the picture was stable and the sound was clear. Fei Long's extremely arrogant face, the weapon in his hand, and his provocative, threatening shouts were all clearly visible.
Director Lei understood everything at a glance.
His eyes sharpened, and he no longer hesitated.
Self-defense.
He uttered the 4 words, then waved to the police officers behind him, his voice as cold and hard as iron.
Take all those involved in the case away.
Several police officers immediately pounced on him like wolves, subduing and handcuffing him with swift and fluid movements. When Fei Long was lifted up by the 2 police officers, he grimaced in pain, but still turned his head and stared at Zhou Qing with a venomous gaze, the resentment in his eyes almost tangible. Zhou Qing seemed oblivious, only adding a light, casual remark in a voice only the 2 of them could hear as they brushed past Director Lei. Director Lei, I suspect they're using contraband to control underage girls, those 2. He nodded his chin toward Little Yellow and Little Green, who were still staring blankly in the corner. The moment the words minor were uttered, Lei's expression changed drastically, shifting from professional seriousness to thunderous rage. He turned around abruptly, staring intently at Fei Long, who had already been put into the police car, his eyes seeming to want to torture him to death.
Get people. Director Lei grabbed the walkie-talkie and practically shouted. Squads 3 and 4, all personnel on standby, immediately proceed to the nightclub on Trendy Street and cordon off the area. Expose these scumbags' secrets. The order was given, and it felt as if all the air in the street had been sucked out. Soon, sharp sirens wailed from all directions, and 7 or 8 police cars, flashing blinding lights, instantly surrounded the entire block like a steel torrent. The entire Trendy Street was stunned into silence by this sudden spectacle, with countless heads peering out of windows, their faces filled with shock and horror. Hearing the notification sound ringing in his mind again, Zhou Qing's smile became even more amused. On the way home, the atmosphere inside the car was terribly oppressive. Yin Fang remained silent, staring intently at the rapidly receding neon lights outside the window. Her beautiful profile flickered in and out of focus amidst the light and shadow, her expression as taut as a stone. She finally snapped when the car came to a complete stop. Why did you do that?
She turned her head sharply, staring at Zhou Qing with bloodshot eyes.
Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu are victims too. If you send them to jail, how will they ever face anyone again?
Zhou Qing did not answer. He turned off the engine, opened the car door expressionlessly, and dragged the still screaming Yinfang out of the car and into the elevator. The door slammed shut. Yinfang was met with the Zhou family's strictest discipline. After a long while, Yinfang, completely exhausted, curled up in Zhou Qing's arms. Zhou Chang lit a cigarette afterward before slowly speaking, his voice slightly hoarse.
Filong has something on them. Photos, videos, or something else.
Even if we take them away today, Filong can find them tomorrow and use those things to force them to do even worse things.
Chapter 44. This level of cost effectiveness.
He exhaled a smoke ring, the smoke blurring his cold, handsome profile. Only by completely removing Filong, this rotten thorn in their bones, and letting the police thoroughly investigate him, will their incriminating evidence disappear. It's far better for them to stay inside for a few days and clear their names than to have their lives ruined by those scumbags outside. The sobbing in her arms stopped abruptly. Yinfang suddenly raised her head, looking at Zhou Qing with teary eyes. She finally understood that beneath this man's seemingly cold and ruthless behavior lay the most humane solution. She moved her lips, but all her words ultimately boiled down to an apology slurred in a heavy nasal tone.
Sorry.
Then, as if she had thought of something, a blush rose on her cheeks, and she snuggled closer to Zhou Qing, her voice barely audible.
How about, we chisel it again?
This night was destined to be a night of harvest.
With a thought, Zhou Qing opened the system lottery interface. More than 300 points, enough for 3 advanced lucky draws.
A flash of golden light, and a series of system notifications exploded in my mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 screaming pills.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received 1.4 million in cash.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden recipe for Shaxian snacks including the complete process.
Zhou Qing's expression froze instantly. The cash and Shaxian recipe are normal, but what the hell is this screaming pill? He clicked on the item description out of curiosity. Screaming pill, as the name suggests, a magical pill that can make anyone scream in agony. The introduction is simple and direct, saying nothing, yet it seems to say everything. Just as he was studying the thing, the virtual pill icon suddenly flashed, turned into a barely perceptible stream of light, and slid into his throat without warning. A surge of heat instantly rose from his abdomen and flowed to his limbs and bones. Zhou Qing's expression changed, as if a prehistoric beast was awakening inside his body. Without saying a word, he summoned Yinfang. Downstairs, a primary school student, who was studying late into the night, scratched his head in frustration and yelled at the kitchen, "Mom! The people upstairs are drilling again. Can't a person get any sleep?" The next day, feeling refreshed, Zhou Qing contacted Liu Yang, who was receiving treatment for a hidden ailment at a men's hospital. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he then dialed Shunzi's number. "Shunzi, are you free?
I've taken over a Shaxian restaurant, come over and lend a hand, I'll calculate the shares for you."
On the other end of the phone, Shunzi clicked his tongue, seemingly quite tempted. "Shaxian?
That stuff is really good value for money, but I'll pass. I'm fine raising my crabs. It's a bit less money, but I get the freedom." Zhou Qing didn't insist. After hanging up the phone, he took Shunzi, who looked curious, and walked into the familiar Speed 8 billiards hall. To his surprise, the moment he pushed open the door, the noise in the entire billiard hall seemed to be silenced. All the young women, whether they were playing ball or chatting, seemed to be frozen in place, turning their heads in unison. The next second, they all stood up straight, bowed deeply to him, their voices in unison, filled with heartfelt reverence.
"Hello, uncle."
The shouts rose and fell, creating a wave of sound in the billiard hall that left Shunzi dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He stared blankly at Zhou Qing, then at the group of young women around him who treated him with the same respectful deference one would show to a school principal.
"This place is simply paradise."
Shunzi tentatively took out a bottle of iced tea from his pocket and handed it to a girl with smoky makeup next to him. The girl was flattered and accepted the gift with both hands, thanking the man repeatedly. He flicked out another cigarette, and another girl immediately came over, holding it in both hands to light it for him, her eyes full of admiration.
An unprecedented sense of satisfaction instantly overwhelmed Shunzi's rationality.
Such great value for money. A bottle of beverage and a cigarette are enough to earn such sincere gratitude and admiration.
Isn't this 100 times better than fighting wits and courage with crabs in the mud every day? Brother!
Shunzi turned around abruptly, grabbed Zhou Qing's arm, and his eyes burned with an unprecedented flame, a kind of fanaticism that came from finding the true meaning of life.
I'll stick with you. Don't make me go back.
I majored in business administration in college. Zhou Qing was taken aback by his sudden outburst of passion, and her lips twitched.
Business administration? Which diploma mill would include PUA and the fishpond theory within the scope of business administration?
He grumbled inwardly, but kept a straight face.
Right now, the Shaxian snack shop is indeed short-handed.
Although Shunzi is a simple-minded guy, he is obedient and hardworking.
Okay, stay.
Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Shunzi was so excited she almost jumped for joy.
Just as things settled down on his end, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Su Mengmeng, holding a glass of iced cola, approached Shunzi with a beaming smile.
Her big eyes blinked, and her voice was sickeningly sweet. Brother, we're family now. I rented a single room nearby, but I'm so scared living alone.
How about, we share a room?
Zhou Qing's eyelids twitched, and almost subconsciously reminded him, he can't withstand collapse. Upon hearing this abrupt and incoherent remark, Su Mengmeng blushed and spat out a curse, but Shunzi didn't understand. He puffed out his chest, patting it loudly, his face radiating blind confidence. It's nothing.
I'm in great shape. I wrestle with crabs in the mud every day, that's how I got here.
Seeing Su Mengmeng giggle and pull Shunzi into a corner, the two of them huddled together, whispering sweet nothings. Zhou Qing could only shake his head helplessly.
Good luck, brother.
He turned and walked towards the bar, where Lu Yang was lying there listlessly, holding a thermos in his hand. A fishy smell mixed with goji berries, seahorse, and some indescribable substance wafted out. Your plan to open a physical store is still too risky, Lu Yang said, taking a sip of the strangely colored soup with a worried expression.
What if we lose money? Your wedding house. Drinking your 3-whip soup might make you a little bolder?
Zhou Qing was too lazy to waste words with him. He took out a small transparent bottle from his pocket, poured out a black pill the size of a fingernail, flicked it with his finger, and it landed precisely in front of Lu Yang.
Try this. Lu Yang picked up the pill with a puzzled look. What is this? A power pill?
Screaming pills, Zhou Qing said succinctly.
Aside from being physically demanding, there are no side effects. Mother Lu Yang's face turned green instantly. This name was just too damn outrageous.
But then I thought about it again, and considering my recent state of being unable to exert myself, I figured I might as well give it a shot. He steeled his resolve, tilted his head back, and swallowed the pill whole.
Less than half a second.
Lu Yang's face instantly turned a deep liver color, and a fiery heat surged from his dantian to the top of his head. He felt his blood boiling, as if a sleeping lion had suddenly awakened.
A miracle drug. Lu Yang's voice trembled.
He stood up abruptly, his hand shaking as he grabbed his phone, dialed a number, and rushed out.
Who you? Honey. Stop shopping. Half an hour. No. 10 minutes.
Wait for me at the Super 8 Hotel entrance. He was swept out of the billiard hall like a gust of wind. Exactly 1 hour later, Lu Yang returned. He held Hu Yu, whose face was flushed and whose eyes were alluring, and he was radiant. He stood up straight, walked with a swagger, and had a smug look on his face, like a general who had just won a world-class battle.
Brother!
He rushed over, grabbed Zhou Qing's arm tightly, and his eyes burned with a murderous intensity.
This medicine. Where did you buy it? Give me a few more. No. I want as many as you have.
Chapter 45. Seeing how hard you've been working, take some nourishment. Zhou Qing disdainfully shook off his hand and poured 20 more pills for him. Use them sparingly.
If you're sick, you still need to go to the hospital for treatment.
This stuff only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. As soon as he finished speaking, Shunzi, who was covering half of his face, came over crying, with a clear 5-finger mark on his face, which was red and purple.
Brother, they're not prostitutes. Zhou Qing understood immediately.
This guy was probably just spouting that same old cost-effectiveness rhetoric again. Sure enough, Shunzi explained, looking aggrieved, that he had just told Su Mengmeng that he could share an apartment with her for the price of a Coke, which was incredibly cost-effective. But before he could finish speaking, he was slapped across the face. Just then, Shunzi overheard Lu Yang excitedly discussing with Hu Yu, "Honey, this medicine is so potent.
Let's go back to our hometown this weekend and let my parents try it too. They'll be so happy."
Shunzi jolted awake, staring blankly at the radiant Lu Yang and the stunning Hu Yu, then at the burning handprint on her own face.
City people, they're going way too far with their entertainment. Brother, I've been thinking about it. Shunzi swallowed hard, his face turning pale. The city is full of traps, I want to go back to the countryside. I'd rather go back to raising my crabs. In the afternoon, Zhou Qing ignored Shunzi, whose worldview was constantly collapsing and being reshaped, and took Yin Fong to the police station. In the visiting room, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu were in much better spirits than yesterday. Although they were still thin, their eyes had regained a bit of sparkle. Upon seeing the fried chicken and milk tea that Zhou Qing brought, their eyes lit up. They buried their heads and wolfed down the food, their mouths greasy as if they hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. After the visit ended, Director Lei personally escorted them out. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, clearly indicating he hadn't slept all night, but he was unusually excited. Brother, you've really been a great help this time. Director Lei patted Zhou Qing's shoulder hard and lowered his voice. We found a lot of good stuff in that gang's place. If we follow this lead, we can uncover a huge case. Zhou Qing smiled, casually slipped a screaming pill into his hand, and winked, Brother Lei. You've been working so hard, you should take some nourishment. Director Lei's eyes widened instantly. He looked down at the unremarkable black pill in his palm, then looked up at Zhou Qing's meaningful smile, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. He had been a policeman for 20 years and this was the first time he had ever received such a gift. He certainly had no idea that in the future, this little pill, which he had taken as a joke, would become a hard currency harder than gold. Meanwhile, at this moment, in the Fast 8 billiards hall, Shunzi, who should have been packing his bags to return to the countryside, was holding a small notebook and seriously calculating in front of a group of smiling and energetic young women. A Coke for a slap is a -100 in terms of value. A bottle of iced tea for a thank you is a +50 in terms of value. A cigarette for a lighter is a +80 in terms of value. As I left the police station, the afternoon sun was a bit too bright. Yin Fong squinted, the gloom that had lingered over her for so long seemingly melted away by the sunlight, making her feel much lighter. She turned her head to look at Zhou Qing's strong profile, her steps becoming somewhat light and cheerful. Uncle, her voice carried a sweet aftertaste of relief. Once Little Yellow and Little Green are born, can we go back to my hometown for a visit? Zhou Qing paused in his steps. His hometown? In an instant, what flashed through his mind was the franchise contract for Shasan Snacks, the progress of the renovation, and Shunzi's face, which was full of cost-effectiveness. We are at a crucial stage of territorial expansion, there's no time for idyllic pastoral scenes. He was trying to come up with an excuse when he felt a warm breath close to his ear. Yin Fong tiptoed, her soft hair brushing against his neck, her voice as soft as a feather tickling his heart. My hometown is very quiet at night, and the bed is very big. Zhou Qing's pupils suddenly contracted. That seemingly casual remark, like a depth charge, exploded with a deafening roar. Franchise agreements and renovation progress were instantly shattered. He could almost smell the shampoo scent on the tips of her hair, mixed with a hint of a young girl's unique fragrance, like an invisible hook that lured away all his plans and reason. He cleared his throat, his expression instantly becoming incredibly serious and concerned, as if his earlier hesitation had been merely an illusion. Yes, you're right. After going through something like this, they really need to find a peaceful place to recuperate for a while. It's settled then. That evening, Zhou Qing planned to find a restaurant nearby to gather Lu Yang, Shunzi, and other core members as a pre-opening mobilization meeting. When the call was made, the background noise on Lu Yang's end was so loud it sounded like a spider's web. He yelled at the top of his lungs, I'm not going. I'm here with you researching the clinical response of the new drug. The data is crucial, we can't let it stop. The phone was abruptly hung up. Zhou Qing was speechless and turned to look at Shunzi. Shunzi closed his notebook, put it in his pocket, and said with a serious expression, Brother, this meal is too cheap. I'll use the cost of a cup of iced tea to win over a girlfriend, and then throw a celebration party. That's when I'll maximize the value. Well, one is obsessed with biological experiments, and the other is obsessed with sociological research. Zhou Qing was too lazy to deal with these two oddballs anymore, so he simply returned to the Shasen shop where he was debugging the equipment. The pot still held the braised dishes I tried making that afternoon, their aroma rich and savory. He simply sent Su Mengmeng a WeChat message. Less than 10 minutes later, accompanied by a burst of chattering laughter, Su Mengmeng led 5 or 6 energetic young women in, rushing in like a pack of wildcats that had caught a whirlwind of fish. Wow! Long live Brother Qing! It smells so good! Is this braised chicken feet? Zhou Qing handed over the disposable lunchbox and waved his hand, saying, "Take the rest of what's left in the pot with you, don't waste it."
The girls immediately cheered and rushed forward, creating a chaotic scene. Shunzi, like a war correspondent, moved precisely through the crowd, his phone screen displaying a QR code, a commercial smile on his face. "Beautiful lady, add me on WeChat, I'll notify you immediately of any store promotions."
Beautiful lady, are you a Gemini?
We seem to be destined for each other. Watching Shunzi thrive in the spider cave, radiating the aura of a scumbag who casts a wide net, catches many fish, and chooses the best, Zhou Qing rubbed his temples and pulled him aside. "If you can't handle braised food, find 2 professional catering chefs.
Salary isn't a problem, the key is to have solid skills."
The next day, when Zhou Chang went to the store again, she almost thought she had wandered into the wrong film set.
Shunzi did indeed hire 2 employees, who were standing in the kitchen. The one on the left was wearing a daringly tailored black stepmother dress.
She had a curvaceous figure and 3-inch long, extravagant manicure on her hands, which was multicolored and studded with diamonds. Zhou Qing seriously suspected that her nails would outlive Shunzi's life. The one on the right has a bust so large it defies gravity, and her t-shirt neckline is taut. Her main occupation is probably a wet nurse. Zhou Qing's blood pressure spiked, and her fists clenched so tightly they cracked.
Is this the professional chef Shunzi found? Did she hire a KTV hostess to cook for her?
Just as he was about to lash out, he saw the 2 women deftly pull out aprons from their pockets and tie them on. The woman in the stepmother's dress rubbed her hands in the sink, and her 10 seemingly indestructible manicure nails fell off neatly like flower petals, revealing her clean and slender fingers. The wet nurse casually grabbed a handful of flour and kneaded it, exuding the air of a seasoned master craftsman.
Chapter 46: The Visitor is a Guest.
Immediately afterwards, Zhou Chang witnessed what magical realism was all about. The woman on the left deftly moved her hands, making the dough seem to come alive at her fingertips. Before long, the steamer was filled with beautifully pleated dumplings, each with as many as 18 pleats.
The woman on the right is even more exaggerated.
She holds a large wok like a toy, with flames rising and the aroma of the wok swirling around her.
She stir-fries rice noodles with such fragrance that they are irresistible. Her wok flipping technique is even more elegant than that of a Michelin-starred chef.
Shunzi suddenly appeared, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. "How about it, bro? My cousin's live streaming company has these 2 food streamers under his wing. They don't want a salary, they just want this space. They stream for 2 hours every day and cook for us too."
Zhou Qing was shocked. This operation was like bringing a script that would make capitalists weep into reality. However, good times are always fleeting.
Just after 1 p.m., the 2 live streamers smiled sweetly at the camera, clocked out on time, took off their aprons, put on manicures, and swayed away, leaving behind a messy kitchen and a stream of hungry customers in the afternoon.
Zhou Qing's face darkened again.
Before he could speak, Shunzi had already pulled out his phone, expertly pressed the voice message button, and sent a group message: "Urgent mission. 1 month's worth of dinners provided, 2 temporary afternoon shift workers needed, come immediately." As soon as the voice finished speaking, Su Mengmeng and another girl with pink hair appeared at the door as if they had been respawned. Without saying a word, the 2 rolled up their sleeves and started cleaning the table, their floor wiping movements even more efficient than professional cleaners. Shunzi pulled out his notebook again and started doing the math in front of Zhou Qing. "Brother, look, the live streamer handles the morning rush hour, and Mengmeng and the others handle the afternoon and evening. 2 girls per group, working in shifts, and they can eat their fill of braised food and staple foods in a month. The material cost, at most, won't exceed 6,000 yuan, which is much more cost-effective than hiring 2 part-time housekeepers."
That's great value for money.
Zhou Qing's eyes twitched as he listened.
He suddenly realized a more serious problem. If you bring all these psychopathic girls here to work, what will my shop become?
A shelter for psychopathic girls?
Brother, you need to have a broader perspective.
Shunzi was prepared, lowered his voice, and his eyes gleamed with wisdom.
I've already spoken to them.
After 8:30 p.m., all the young ladies can get a 50% discount on everything by showing their WeChat Moments post. This way, we can clear out the leftover ingredients from the day and avoid waste, while also staggering their gathering times so as not to affect regular daytime customers.
It's a win-win situation and maximizes value.
Zhou Qing opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Looking at the nascent Shasan snack shop before him, he already envisioned a future scene.
During the day, it serves as an affordable canteen for nearby office workers and residents. But at 8:30 p.m., the scene changes dramatically.
The entrance is filled with colorful modified electric scooters, and the interior is occupied by all sorts of people with various tattoos, such as dragons with arms and legs, 8-faced Buddhas, and arm and leg tattoos.
Amidst the aroma of braised food, they discuss which disco to go to for a night out.
Zhou Qing suddenly felt that he probably couldn't repay the favor he had done for Director Lei by giving him that screaming pill. His shop might soon become a key target of the Municipal Bureau's investigation. Zhou Qing was completely oblivious to the commotion in the store. His entire focus was on the virtual screen in front of him. 2050 Delivery Drone Collaborative Combat System. Once the base stations are deployed, theoretically, his Shaxian snacks could cover the entire city and be delivered to any corner within 15 minutes. Cost-effectiveness and off-peak traffic generation are all inferior in the face of absolute technological barriers.
Bang! The glass door of the small shop was violently pushed open, slamming against the doorstop with a loud bang.
The scent of cheap perfume mixed with arrogance was like an invisible shockwave that instantly filled the entire space. Zhou Chang frowned and looked up from the virtual screen.
A huge crowd blocked the entrance.
The woman at the head of the group was dressed in a well-tailored white suit, her hair was neatly combed, and her red lips were alluring, giving her the air of an elite businesswoman.
She is Bai Jian.
However, a snake demon, her former nemesis, was following behind her. The snake demon was currently clinging tightly to a bald man with a receding hairline. The man was pot-bellied, greasy-faced, and wore a gleaming gold Rolex on his wrist. His eyes were filled with the murky light of excessive indulgence. Behind them were a dozen or so young women dressed in matching black crop tops and shorts, each with heavy makeup and an arrogant posture.
100 Family Swallow.
Almost the instant Zhou Chang saw who it was, Yin Fang, who was standing next to him, immediately bristled. She stared intently at Bai Jian, her fists clenched, her face turning deathly pale.
Bai Jian had obviously seen her too. A contemptuous smile played on her lips, like an empress surveying her own territory.
Her gaze swept around the simple shop before finally settling on Yin Fang, filled with the smugness of a victor. That look in her eyes was like a poisoned steel needle, piercing deep into Yin Fang's heart. She was so angry that she was trembling all over, her chest heaving violently, as if she was about to pounce on him at any moment. A warm, dry hand gently pressed down on her shoulder.
Guests are always welcome, Zhou Qing said calmly.
Yin Fang's anger seemed to be forcibly suppressed by this force, but the hatred in her eyes grew even stronger. Zhou Qing's gaze passed over by Jian and landed on the group of spirited young women behind her, then narrowed slightly. A familiar figure was swaying his hips as he squeezed his way from the back of the crowd to the front. It was my old nemesis, the snake demon. Today, the snake demon was clearly dressed up carefully, wearing a super short leather skirt that barely covered her buttocks, which perfectly outlined her proud curves. She swayed her hips and walked unsteadily to the bald man's side, leaning against him coquettishly, but her eyes were as venomous as a snake's, fixed on Zhou Qing.
Oh, isn't this our Uncle Zhou?
Her voice was sweet and charming, yet full of undisguised sarcasm.
What's wrong? Tired of being a big boss? You've switched to opening a Shaxian snack shop to experience the hardships of ordinary people? TSK, there's not even a place to put your feet down here.
Yin Fang's rationality completely collapsed at this moment.
Smack!
A crisp, loud slap echoed through the small shop. Before the snake demon could finish speaking, the force of the blow sent her head tilting to the side, and her left cheek swelled up visibly.
The air froze instantly. You fucking dare to hit me?
The snake demon screamed, covering her face. The dozen or so young women behind Bai Jian instantly erupted in a frenzy, poised to charge forward.
However, their movements froze the next second.
Zhou Qing didn't even glance at them, but slowly stood up from the chair. His movements could even be described as somewhat casual, but that invisible pressure instantly weighed on everyone's hearts. Those few puppets, as if paused, froze in mid-air, their forward momentum gone, their faces filled with terror.
What the hell are you all standing there for? Get him! The bald man, feeling humiliated, roared in anger.
But his roar stopped abruptly the next second. His gaze inadvertently swept over Zhou Qing's raised wrist, and then, his entire being, along with the furious expression on his face, suddenly froze. Vacheron Constantine, Heritage Collection. The platinum watch case reflected a cold, expensive light under the cheap lights of the small shop.
Chapter 47. What are you all standing there for? Waiting to give birth?
The snake demon noticed her godfather's unusual behavior and followed his gaze.
What the hell? A guy who runs a Shaxian snack shop is wearing a Vacheron Constantine worth over 3 million?
A series of system notifications rang in Zhou Qing's mind.
He calmly took a small wax pellet out of his pocket.
Brother, only children argue about right and wrong. Adults only consider the pros and cons.
This is called the screening pill. The name is a bit crude, but the effect lasts for an hour, no less. The bald man poured the dark, black pill into his mouth. It all happened in no more than 3 seconds. It's reacting. He was so excited that he was incoherent, and his voice was trembling. It fucking works. The next second, he grabbed the snake demon and scurried into the kitchen. The kitchen is full of hot oil. We're not responsible if you get burned, Zhou Qing's indifferent voice rang out. The bald man paused, his gaze finally settling on the brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class parked by the roadside. Without saying a word, he rushed out of the store and climbed into the back seat. Zhou Cheng slowly took out his phone and, in front of everyone's pale faces in the store, dialed 110. Hello, is this a police officer? I want to report a crime. There is a public indecent assault in front of the Shaxian Snacks restaurant on Jinsha Road.
A few minutes later, the police car that had rushed over stopped, and the uncle stared dumbfounded at the Mercedes-Benz, not knowing where to begin.
Zhou Qing walked to Yinfang's side, reached out and ruffled her hair, his voice gentle. Are you feeling better now?
Yinfang burst out laughing, but her tears flowed even more fiercely. Bai Jiayan and her group of silent followers were already pale with fright, standing still and not daring to move.
Zhou Qing's methods were far too brutal. The person who single-handedly killed Feilong was someone everyone would be afraid of.
Zhou Cheng stepped forward, gently patted Yinfang's still trembling back, then turned around, his gaze calm, sweeping over the group of pale-faced women.
What are you all standing there for? Waiting to give birth?
He commands respect without anger.
The young women were so frightened that they instinctively tried to run away.
Sit, Zhou Cheng uttered softly.
No one dared to move, and no one dared to disobey.
Bai Jiayan gritted her teeth and was the first to pull out a chair and sit down. Seeing this, the others also found seats and sat down, their movements as restrained as elementary school students.
Zhou Qing ignored them and went straight into the kitchen. Soon, the sizzling sound of hot oil came from inside, and a domineering aroma of meat forcefully rushed into the nostrils. What is this? Everyone's brains have gone into a state of shutdown. A few minutes later, Zhou Qing came out carrying a tray. He placed plates of steaming hot chicken leg rice in front of each of the young women with a clattering sound. Golden and crispy chicken legs, bright green vegetables, and glistening rice, simple and straightforward. He then took out a steaming basket of dumplings and a small portion of braised dishes and placed them in front of Wan Shangyi. Eat up, it's fresh out of the pot. Zhou Cheng pulled up a chair and sat back down, picked up a drone part that wasn't fully debugged yet, and started fiddling with it as if no one else was around. Looking at the chicken leg rice in front of her, and then at the focused man, Bai Jiayan felt a surge of emotions that almost overwhelmed her. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of chicken leg meat, and put it in her mouth. The skin is crispy, the meat is tender, and the rich sauce explodes on your tongue. Delicious. So delicious it makes me want to cry. She wolfed down her food while secretly observing Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing didn't even look up, his fingers flying across the drone's circuit board. Suddenly, the two locked eyes. Bai Jiayan quickly looked away. Zhou Cheng asked indifferently, lowering her voice, How did you end up hanging out with the snake demons? Bai Jiayan froze, only then realizing that she had brought the snake demon with her. An awkward expression flashed across her face, but it was quickly replaced by a sassy smile. Hey, it's just a way to make a living. I took over a gym, but how can my old girlfriends support it? I need to find some partners who can attract customers. As she spoke, she cautiously observed Zhou Qing's expression and tentatively asked, Uncle, you're not angry with me, are you? Zhou Qing finally stopped what she was doing. He looked up, his deep eyes gazing at her silently. Won't. He shook his head and sighed softly. I brought you into a circle that didn't belong to you. Forcing your way in must have been exhausting, right? That's the sentence. Gentle yet poignant, it accurately struck the softest spot in Bai Jiayan's heart. She anticipated that Zhou Cheng would turn on her, humiliate her, and retaliate with even harsher methods. They even prepared to flee. But what she didn't expect was that what she received was understanding. In that instant, all the pretense, all the toughness, all the grievances, exploded in her heart like a punctured balloon. My eyes welled up with tears, and they instantly filled with mist. Tired my ass. I'm perfectly fine. Bai Jiayan suddenly lowered her head, using the act of shoveling rice into her mouth to cover up her embarrassment, but her voice was filled with uncontrollable sobs.
She forced down her emotions, took out her phone from her bag, swiped open a promotional poster, and pushed it in front of Zhou Qing, her tone regaining its usual arrogance. "Uncle, look how hard I've worked. How about you get me a membership card to support me?
Which girl do you like? I'll give you a 20% discount."
Zhou Qing glanced at the promotional page, which featured several hot personal trainers striking seductive poses, with a line of small print emphasizing one-on-one deep stretching and muscle activation therapy.
Finally, 4 words were highlighted: special services. He raised an eyebrow, feigning a joke. "Are you trying to kill your uncle?" "Not entirely."
Seeing that she had successfully changed the subject, Bai Jiayan immediately raised her chin smugly and began to peddle her business acumen.
"Our target customers are those born in the 1960s and 1970s.
She counted on her fingers, her eyes shining. "Think about it, those born in the 80s have to support their families, those born in the 90s are working like oxen, and those born in the 2000s are penniless. Only those retired seniors have money, leisure, and medical insurance.
That's our blue ocean market."
This astonishing and unconventional statement made Shunzi, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, stare wide-eyed and drool with envy.
He rushed over, his face pleading, "Brother Ching. Brother Chang. Please help me top up 10,000 too. I beg you."
Zhou Qing glanced at him sideways. Shunzi pulled out his iPhone 8 Plus with its screen shattered into a spiderweb pattern and, in front of everyone, painstakingly scraped together 10,000 yuan by piecing together money from WeChat, Alipay, and Huabei.
"All right."
Zhou Qing grabbed his hand and rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. "I'll deposit 100,000 into your account, so you can try it out twice first." He knew all too well the tricks of these gyms. Shunzi, driven by lust, could easily spend 100,000 or 200,000 yuan and still not get a personal trainer's WeChat. Let him face setbacks a couple of times, experience some harsh realities, and he'll naturally behave.
"Thank you, uncle. You're like my own father."
Bai Jiayan's face lit up instantly, and her address of uncle was sweeter than ever before. Yin Fang, who was standing to the side, did not touch her chopsticks. She just watched the scene coldly, her eyes filled with vigilance. The farce ended, and Bai Jiayan left with her sisters, who were both satisfied and still shaken. Only Zhou Qing, Yin Fang, Shunzi, and the silent Wan Shangyi remained in the shop.
Chapter 48: Imperial Fitness.
Wan Shangyi nervously rubbed his hands together, hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke, his voice full of worry. "Uncle, I know I am not qualified to say this, but can you persuade Yanzi?
The path she has taken is too dangerous."
Zhou Qing sighed deeply, his gaze falling on the almost untouched steamed dumplings in front of him. "If you want me to help her, fine.
But you have to work for me."
Wan Shangyi was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously picked up a steamed dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. With its thin skin and generous filling, one bite releases a burst of hot and delicious broth in your mouth. The incredibly delicious aroma that hit him right in the head left him completely stunned, his eyes widening instantly. All the delicacies he had ever tasted in his life paled in comparison to this one steamed dumpling. He was trembling with excitement, and he suddenly stood up, nodding emphatically, "I'll do it."
"Uncle, I'll do it with you."
He desperately needed an opportunity, a chance to stand up again, a chance to protect his woman with dignity. Zhou Qing nodded in satisfaction, but when he turned around, he caught a glimpse of Shunzi holding his phone, grinning foolishly at Su Mingming's back as she bent over wiping the glass not far away.
Wan Zhouqing followed his gaze and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Well, another one is ruined. Zhou Qing wanted Wan Shangyi to start work immediately. Wan Shangyi stubbornly retied her apron, her movements resolute.
His eyes were red-rimmed and his voice was hoarse.
"Uncle, let me finish the last stall."
The child is a bit stubborn and wants to use the way he knows best to make a clean break with that cowardly and incompetent past.
Moreover, he has a responsibility to his loyal customers who trust him.
Zhou Qing did not stop him, but simply watched him quietly, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. True change never comes from external forces, but from inner awakening.
He nodded and let him go.
As night deepened and the city lights came on, the sky was dyed a strange violet color.
Yin Fang went to see Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu. Zhou Qing didn't go home.
Instead, he took the opportunity to drive to a brightly lit commercial street based on the location on his phone.
Royal Dynasty Fitness.
The 4 gilded characters shimmered under the neon lights, giving off a cheap, worldly feel. As Zhou Qing pushed open the door, a sweltering smell, a mixture of sweat, cheap perfume, and hormones, hit her. A girl wearing peach-colored yoga pants immediately came to greet us with a sweet smile. She subtly turned to the side, deliberately presenting her shapely hips and slender waist to Zhou Qing at a perfect angle.
Handsome, is this your first time here? How about getting a membership and trying out our one-on-one private lessons?
Zhou Qing's gaze lingered on her face for half a second before he calmly said, I'm looking for Bai Jian. The girl's smile froze instantly, and the deliberately created sweetness quickly faded away. She looked Zhou Qing up and down, then casually pointed towards the equipment area, saying in a cold tone, It's over there.
Find it yourself.
After saying that, she swayed back to the front desk, lowered her head and continued playing with her phone, not giving Zhou Qing another glance. Zhou Qing didn't care at all and strode through the area filled with the sounds of clashing metal and heavy breathing from men. Then he stopped in his tracks. The scene before him truly surprised him.
The so-called private one-on-one gym area is a vivid and sensual paradise.
An elderly man with gray hair, who looked to be at least 60 years old, was being pressed down on a yoga mat in an extremely suggestive position by a young instructor wearing fluorescent green yoga pants, who was pressing his legs down hard. Not far away, an old man with a beer belly, around 50 years old, had his arms locked in a cross by a yoga instructor in red pants. The instructor's thick legs made his face turn red, but he had an expression of ecstasy. The most outrageous one was a balding man in his 40s, who was lying on a bench press, being assisted by a female coach to do squats. His few remaining stubborn strands of hair, with the rise and fall of his body, brushed precisely against the snow-white skin, one stroke at a time.
Zhou Qing's gaze finally settled on the corner.
Bai Jian was kneeling beside a middle-aged man's legs, stretching his legs. The man's hand, adorned with a gold watch, would occasionally stealthily grope her. Bai Jian's body stiffened for a moment, but she quickly recovered, forcing a smile and surprisingly swallowing her anger as she gently promoted the product. Brother Wang, your muscles are too stiff, you'll need to do stretching regularly. We happen to have a promotion, recharge 10,000 and get 3,000 free, it's a great deal.
10,000?
The man jerked his leg back as if in shock, and stood up with a look of disdain.
Are you fucking money mad? 10,000 yuan, and I can sleep with 100 women like you.
He walked out cursing, but as he passed Zhou Qing tripped over him, and he fell flat on his face with a thud.
Zhou Qing didn't even glance at him, and walked straight up to Bai Jian. You accept this kind of scum? Bai Jian's face turned deathly pale.
She stood up in a panic and saw Zhou Qing about to sit on the bed. She almost screamed, Don't sit.
It's unclean. If she says it's unclean, then it's definitely unclean.
Zhou Qing's body reacted instantly, and she jumped off the edge of the bed like a catapult, her face full of disgust. 10 minutes later, Bai Jian led him to a waterbed room. Bai Jian stood awkwardly to one side, finally mustering her courage, her voice barely audible, Brother, please, don't tell Wan Shangi about this, I beg you. She didn't dare look Zhou Qing in the eye, silently walked to the corner, squatted down, and lit a cigarette. The crimson flames flickered at her fingertips, and amidst the swirling smoke, her usually arrogant face was now etched with weariness.
You can lie to those employees.
Zhou Qing's voice suddenly rang out.
Don't fool yourself.
Without a stable source of high-end customers, this kind of business won't last. Get out before you get too deeply involved. It once again precisely exposed all her pretense. Bai Jian took a deep drag of her cigarette, as if trying to inhale all her grievances into her lungs, but she did not refute him. She handed the tablet to Zhou Qing and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Brother, let's start class. Zhou Qing took the tablet, swiping her fingers across the dazzling array of prices. From a 999 yuan trial class to an 8,888 yuan quarterly card, and then to a lifetime membership costing tens of thousands of yuan, this was going all out with the money they'd used to pay their final expenses. He flipped through the pages expressionlessly, but his fingers suddenly stopped when he reached the page showcasing the top personal trainers. In the photo, a familiar figure wearing tight black yoga pants is performing a challenging yoga pose in front of the camera, showcasing the curves of her body to the fullest.
This teacher is actually Louis Fei.
The information next to it reads, Shanghai resident, 28 years old, postgraduate student in dance.
Except for the age, nothing else matches. What's wrong, uncle? You've got your eye on her?
Bai Jian approached unnoticed, her tone teasing.
Your taste is terrible. Don't you just like young girls? This one's not young anymore.
Zhou Qing ignored her, took a picture of the tablet with her phone, and sent it to Liu Yang. On the other side of the screen, Liu Yang, who was farming Hu Yu in the jungle, suddenly had his phone ping. In the chat box, a two-word reply came instantly.
Wait for me.
Chapter 49 Love rises with the bell.
Hey, bro. We don't allow photos here. Bai Jiayan reminded him resentfully.
Zhou Qing ignored him, tapped his finger lightly on the tablet, and transferred 100,000 yuan to Bai Jian's QR code. Then, without looking up, he continued turning the page. Bai Jiayan's complaints were instantly silenced by the notification sound of the funds arriving, and her eyes lit up like two 200-watt light bulbs. Excitedly, Bai Jiayan rubbed her hands together and moved closer to Zhou Qing, her voice sickeningly sweet. "Uncle.
How about I deposit another 100,000?
If I deposit another 100,000, I'll meet my sales target for this month."
Zhou Qing's finger stopped again. The photo showed another familiar figure, Su Hui.
Then Zhou Qing shook his head.
"Don't let me be the only one who collapses."
A smile played on his lips.
"Call Lu Xuanxi.
Make him deposit 100,000 yuan into your account.
If he refuses, just say you're dating Wan Shangyi."
Bai Jiayan was stunned, her mind racing. A few seconds later, she glanced at Zhou Cheng with a complicated expression, said nothing, and walked out thoughtfully with her phone in her hand.
Zhou Qing then calmly dialed Su Hui's number.
Less than a minute later, the door to the private room was pushed open, and Su Hui, dressed in a gym uniform, stood in the doorway in surprise, looking at the leisurely man on the sofa, and blurted out,
"Zhou Qing?"
Zhou Qing raised his head, a faint smile on his face, as if he were seeing an old friend he hadn't seen for many years.
"Haven't seen you for a long time." The color drained completely from Su Hui's face in an instant.
She never imagined that she would run into Zhou Cheng here, in this way. After her brain went blank for a full 3 seconds, she struggled to force it back on. A stiff smile crept onto his lips, but he looked trembling no matter how you looked at it.
"Mr. Zhang, is this your first time here?"
Her voice was dry.
"How about we go to the equipment area and do a few sets of dumbbells to warm up?"
Zhou Qing shifted to a more comfortable position, lazily rolled over, and lay face down on the massage bed with its ambiguous purpose. He turned his face to the side, his eyes filled with a knowing and playful gaze.
"Stop with the fluff."
He tapped lightly on the bed, making a knocking sound, which made Su Hui's fragile nerves tense up.
"Let's get down to business." Zhou Qing was from the same hometown. Tai Shi is dead.
Su Hui trembled and subconsciously took half a step back, her face even paler than before. She knew perfectly well that she couldn't escape it.
You haven't exercised yet, your muscles aren't even activated."
She stammered, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands.
"How about I measure your body fat percentage first? Our equipment is imported from the USA, and it's extremely accurate."
She didn't dare to meet Zhou Qing's gaze at all, instead anxiously glancing repeatedly toward the door of the private room. As a mysterious figure, Su Hui knew perfectly well that Lu Yifei was right behind her. Just then, with a loud bang, the door to the private room was violently kicked open from the outside. A figure rushed in like a whirlwind, filled with anger and anxiety. The moment she saw the person who had arrived, the last glimmer of hope in Su Hui's eyes was completely extinguished. She closed her eyes in despair and began the lesson. The person who came was Lu Yang.
Zhou Cheng squinted, pretending not to see Su Hui's lifeless expression, and even deliberately raised his voice, pointing loudly at Lu Yang at the door. "What are you standing there for? Where's Bai Jiayan? Take Boss Lu to find the ace personal trainer, number 26. Treat her well." Lu Yang glared at Su Hui before being taken away.
Su Hui felt as if all the bones in her body had been removed. She gently pressed Zhou Qing's back and gasped for breath. Only after Lu Yang's footsteps faded into the distance did she reopen her eyes, her gaze towards Zhou Qing now incredibly complex. Zhou Qing immediately got up to watch the show, eager to see what was going on. She bit her lower lip, as if she had made some difficult decision, and took a few steps forward, reaching out to tightly pull Zhou Qing, who was about to get up. Her voice was barely audible, yet she persisted with a desperate gamble. "Zhou Qing, for the sake of our past acquaintance, I can give you some special services." Zhou Qing stopped in his tracks. He looked down at Su Hui's slightly trembling hand, and his face became calmer than ever before. "Love arises with the sound of the bell." He spoke slowly, and Su Hui was stunned. Zhongji was deeply troubled. After saying that, he gently pushed Su Hui's hand away and walked out without looking back. This statement is truly cruel to a girl who is trying to sell her dignity. By the time Zhou Qing arrived at the private training area number 26, the show had already begun, and she had clearly missed the exciting moment when the two met. But it's not too late. Lu Yang and Lu Yifei were facing each other across a huge floor-to-ceiling glass wall. One is inside, the other is outside. They are only a step apart, yet it feels as if they are separated by thousands of miles. One looked at her with heartache, the other with evasive eyes. The melodramatic atmosphere grew increasingly thick. Tisk. Bai Jiayan, who had been smoking a cigarette at some point, came over and scoffed at the scene before her, scattering ash all over the ground.
I don't understand you guys. We're all old acquaintances, why bother with all that? Just go to a hotel, take off your long underwear, and solve all your problems in one go.
Zhou Qing ignored her, instead putting his hands behind his back, looking up at the cheap crystal chandelier on the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, and speaking in a tone of aria, as if he had experienced many hardships.
You don't understand. This is called seeing only ruin and losing my beloved. Bai Jiayan almost choked to death with a puff of thick smoke.
She looked at Zhou Qing as if he were a lunatic, then suddenly lifted her short sleeve, revealing her gaudy arm with 2 lines of crooked artistic characters tattooed on it. She pointed at the words above, her face full of disdain.
See? ZJL, unwavering until death, HMJ, my love for life. I was once crazy in love too. And what happened afterward? Even if we met, we'd just have sex and let bygones be bygones. Why all the nonsense? Suddenly, as if remembering something, she mischievously leaned closer to Zhou Qing, blowing smoke in his face. Uncle, seriously, you're so knowledgeable, how many relationships have you had? Zhou Qing's feigned serious expression froze instantly, and he stood there completely still. This problem is a precise attack on the mind and spirit.
Enraged, he glared at his customers and deliberately shouted, "How dare you talk to a customer like that? Such terrible service.
Go get me a stool and brew me a pot of the finest Da Hong Pao tea. I'll complain about you."
Bai Jiayan rolled her eyes and was about to retort when a calm male voice rang out uninvited behind them.
Oh? Young man, you're quite young, yet you have such a refined hobby?
Zhou Chang and Bai Jiayan turned around at the same time. A middle-aged man wearing a Versace silk shirt and a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist was smiling at them. 2 men in black yoga pants followed behind him, exuding a powerful aura and clearly not to be trifled with. Bai Jiayan's expression changed slightly. She quickly stubbed out her cigarette and respectfully called out, "Third brother." The man waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, but his gaze remained fixed on Zhou Qing.
"Let me introduce myself. My surname is Zhang. My friends in the underworld give me face and call me third brother. I'm the boss of this dynasty." He walked up with a smile and patted Zhou Qing on the shoulder. "Brother, I'm not interested in what you and Donkey Baldy are up to. I just want to know, is that pill you have that can keep someone going for an hour real?"
Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to speak to negotiate when he heard footsteps behind him.
Lu Yang and Louis Fei walked over side by side.
The two seemed to have reached a reconciliation, shaking hands and hugging, a routine completed. Although their expressions were still somewhat complicated, at least they were no longer at odds.
Chapter 50. Is this fucking Shaxian snacks?
Lu Yang walked up to Zhou Qing, took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented determination.
"Zhou Qing, I've made up my mind. I'm not going back to my hometown."
He paused, then spoke each word with conviction.
"I heard you want to redefine Shaxian? Count me in. Let me invest, or I can work for you, either way is fine." Zhou Qing was overjoyed upon hearing this.
Although Lu Yang is usually unreliable, his ability to sell such expensive crabs throughout the entire county all by himself is top-notch.
This is like a partner falling from the sky.
Zhou Qing suppressed his elation, but a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he nudged him with his elbow.
"Sure. You can join if you want."
He drawled out the words.
"How about you call me boss first?"
Lu Yang, always eager to please, immediately bowed 90 degrees and shouted loudly in a servile tone.
"Boss Zhang, I pay my respects to you. Boss, could you give me another 20 screaming pills?
I used 5 yesterday, and my stock is running low."
5? Zhou Qing exclaimed in surprise. "Is Huyu still alive?"
"Of course he's alive," Lu Yang said, pursing his lips.
"But it's probably already a complete failure." Zhou Qing promptly gave him another 20.
The two chatted and laughed, completely unaware that the smile on the third brother's face behind them had long since vanished. Bai Jiayan was startled and instinctively tried to smooth things over. She quietly moved closer to Zhou Qing, lowered her voice, and whispered in what she thought was a clever tone, "Third brother, shall I make you a pot of tea?"
Third brother didn't even lift his eyelids, squeezing out a single word through gritted teeth. "Roll."
Zhang San's gaze shifted from Bai Jiayan and returned to Zhou Qing's face. Zhou Qing, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He took out his phone, glanced at the time, and showed just the right amount of annoyance on his face. Oh dear, it's already this late. Lu Yang, you should focus on your private lessons. My Shaxian snack shop is waiting for me to go back and do the accounting. He patted Lu Yang on the shoulder. Remember, you're one of my people from now on. Be smart and don't embarrass me, your boss. After saying that, he actually turned around and walked out of the gym as if no one else was there. Only after Zhou Qing's figure completely disappeared through the door did third brother's ashen face slowly soften. He looked at Lu Yang, who was still dumbfounded, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Around 8 p.m. that evening, when Zhou Qing returned to the entrance of the snack shop that embodied his grand vision of redefining Shaxian, he was completely petrified. Instead of the pale white energy-saving lights, the shop was shrouded in a dazzling display of colorful rotating spotlights. The deafeningly loud, cheesy DJ music leaked from the crack in the door, each drumbeat precisely hitting his temple. Looking through the glass door, the place was filled with smoke and bustling with people. Dozens of young men and women crowded the small shop, some drinking heavily, some rolling dice, and some even standing on the tables, swaying wildly to the music in hot pants and short skirts. Is this some kind of Shaxian snack? This is clearly a grand opening promotion for a disco dance hall in a rural urban fringe area. Zhou Qing kicked open the shop door, his roar echoing throughout the store. Shunzi! The music stopped abruptly. Shunzi quickly ran out. He was holding a plate of freshly cooked fried rice noodles, his face beaming with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Zhou Qing grabbed his collar, feeling her blood pressure spike to the breaking point. This is the mess you made? Brother! Brother Chang! Shunzi showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he excitedly held his phone up to Zhou Chang, opened the payment record, and exuded a smug air. Look, bro! Today's sales figures. It's broken records. Business is good, isn't it? Zhou Chang looked closely and saw that the payment records were densely packed, but the amounts were all 3 yuan, 1 yuan, 1.5 yuan. He then turned to look at the menu on the wall, where the cheapest dish of mixed noodles was 8 yuan, which didn't make sense either. What the hell is going on? DIY, bro. Shunzi slapped his thigh, praising his own business genius. I was thinking, since we have all the ingredients ready, let them cook for themselves. They can use our rice and flour, stir fry and cook their own food, and I'll charge them a venue fee and a basic ingredient fee per person. See how cost-effective that is. Small profits but quick turnover. Zhou Qing was so angry that his vision blurred. He pointed at a young woman who was using the bone broth he had bought at a high price to cook spicy strips, his voice trembling. Wan Shangyi. Does Wan Shangyi know about this? I know. Shunzi said matter-of-factly, sticking out her neck. Brother Yi told me to go for it. He said that if there's a sex-holy maiden among them, he can find a disciple. He pointed to the kitchen. Don't worry, Brother Yi instructed that the expensive ingredients, such as meat bones and stew pots, are all locked up. They're using only the cheapest rice and noodles. Zhou Qing closed her eyes in despair. It's hopeless. This shop is completely beyond saving. Fortunately, there's still the option of drone delivery. He waved his hand wearily, too lazy to argue with these two brilliant but foolish individuals anymore, and prepared to go to the kitchen to pack a few meat bones for a late-night snack, hoping to salvage some of his losses. As soon as I reached the corner, I saw Su Mengmeng holding her phone, speaking in a sickeningly sweet, coquettish voice. Honey, you're the best, I love you the most, moi. Zhou Qing frowned, feeling like she was about to throw up her dinner. Who are you talking to? When Mengmeng saw it was Zhou Qing, she handed over her phone with a grin, showing off her chat history. My new online boyfriend, look, isn't he handsome? The screen displayed an account with an anime avatar, and judging from its Chinibu delusional speaking style, it was probably run by a high school student. Zhou Qing glanced at the chat history and saw that it was all about this kid making empty promises, while Mengmeng was mindlessly sending messages like husband is so great and husband is awesome. Zhou Qing picked up the phone expressionlessly, her fingers flying across the screen as she sent a message. Honey, I want to buy you an Optimus Prime Transformer, but I'm 10 yuan short. Can you lend me the money? The other party remained silent for a long time. It took so long that Mengmeng thought the other person had gone offline before two red envelopes slowly popped up on the screen. One costs 5 yuan. Half a day later, another 5 yuan was received. Without hesitation, Zhou Qing clicked to claim the reward at lightning speed, then found the other person's profile picture, blocked them, and deleted them as a friend. A series of actions completed smoothly and effortlessly.
The entire process takes no more than 3 seconds.
Su Mengmeng stared in disbelief, her mouth agape in an O shape.
Uncle, you even broke the child? What do you mean by collapse?
Zhou Qing handed the phone back to her, a smug look on his face as a teacher. This is called teaching him about the dangers of society in advance, so he won't be swindled out of his fortune later. He got a lesson for $10, so he made a profit. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Qing's phone rang. It was Yin Fong calling, asking him to pick her up at the entrance of the trendy street.
Chapter 51, Lessons Learned in One Go.
When he arrived by car, he saw Yin Fong also holding her phone. Her usual bossy and forthright demeanor was completely gone, replaced by a gentle and tender expression.
Okay, don't cry. It's nothing, just being scammed out of 10 yuan. Be good, don't cry, your cousin will transfer 10 yuan to you in a bit, okay?
Zhou Qing, inside the car, remained silent. The world is sometimes just a small closed loop. He silently started the car and dialed Director Lei's number.
Director Lei, is there any progress in the case of Fai Long and his gang?
On the other end of the phone, Director Lei's voice was low and mysterious. Progress is going smoothly.
However, Xiao Zhou, I need to ask you something. That screaming pill. I have a friend who's very interested in it. Zhou Qing understood immediately.
He took a small bottle from the storage compartment and poured out the last 3 dark-colored pills.
Lei, I only have 3 left, I'm saving them all for you. Enough.
Lei Su on the other end of the phone was overjoyed, his voice rising 8 octaves, before lowering his voice to reveal a crucial piece of information.
Don't worry, Fai Long and his gang are too heinous.
With multiple crimes, they'll be sentenced to at least 17 or 18 years.
Your shop will be safe from now on.
After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qing glanced at Yin Fong, who was still gently comforting her cousin in the passenger seat, and felt a mix of emotions. He remained outwardly calm, but his fingers flew across the screen as he transferred 200 yuan to Su Mengmeng's WeChat account.
Hush money.
After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and spoke in a relaxed tone.
Alright, stop comforting me. It's not a big deal. I'll buy your cousin a transformer later as an apology.
Yin Fong hung up the phone, turned her head, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly in the night. She didn't say anything, but simply unbuckled her seatbelt, and then, to Zhou Qing's astonishment, flipped over and straddled him. The cramped interior of the car instantly created an ambiguous and dangerous atmosphere.
Half an hour later.
Yin Fong rolled down the car window, looked out at the dark night, and spat out a mouthful of thick, white phlegm.
Late at night, in the back alley of a Shaxian snack shop,
Zhou Qing was testing the second-hand industrial drone he had bought online. The first test flight, carrying a box of packaged meat bones, took 45 minutes to fly from the alley to the residential area 3 kilometers away. Too slow. Disassemble, modify, or replace with a more powerful motor. The second flight lasted 30 minutes.
It's still slow.
Optimize wind resistance, simplify the payload structure, reprogram the flight path, and avoid all traffic lights in tall buildings.
The third time, 20 minutes.
The fourth time, 10 minutes.
The fifth experiment.
Like a black lightning bolt, the drone tore through the night sky and hovered precisely above the preset coordinates. The time was frozen at exactly 5 minutes. Zhou Qing looked at the timer on her phone screen and exhaled a long puff of white steam. In this increasingly fast-paced era of big data, even delivering takeout is a race against time. The next day, as dawn broke, Zhou Qing opened his eyes in a state of hangover exhaustion, his consciousness still stuck in the quagmire of modifying motors and programming code. He instinctively reached out and touched the side, only to find it cold and empty.
He sat up abruptly. Yin Fong is no longer here.
The air was filled with a fresh aroma. The smell filled his nostrils, banishing the last trace of his sleepiness. He followed the scent out of the bedroom and saw Yin Fong wearing his apron, busy in the small kitchen. She hummed an unknown TikTok song, her ponytail swaying with her movements, her face beaming with joy.
Uncle, you're awake?
She turned around and smiled. On the table was a bowl of thick soup that was still steaming. The broth was milky white, with several neatly cut pieces of eel meat floating in it, garnished with bright green scallions. This was a skill that Zhou Qing's mother had specially taught her before she left. Zhou Qing sat down, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in his mouth. The vital energy depleted in the body due to staying up late is being replenished at a visible rate. His gaze once again locked onto Yin Fong.
An hour later.
Yin Fong's cheeks were flushed with the afterglow of the encounter. She lay languidly on Zhou Qing's chest, her fingertips tracing circles on his abs. She hesitated for a moment, her voice barely audible. "Uncle, I'd like to lend some money to Xiao Wang and Xiaolu to buy them some new clothes."
Zhou Qing didn't even lift his eyelids. Lending money among young women is like throwing good money after bad, it's always a one-way street. He saw through it all long ago. How many? 30,000? Okay.
His quick agreement surprised Yin Fong. She happily pecked him on the cheek, then rolled out of bed and pulled a thick envelope from her bag, slapping it on the bedside table. There was exactly 30,000 yuan inside, no more and no less.
"Uncle, can you pay for me?"
Yin Fong turned her head away somewhat embarrassedly, and lowered her voice even further. "If I give it to them, they'll think I've made a fortune since I started dating you, and they'll come to me for everything, it'll never end."
Zhou Qing instantly understood her concerns. That's not the point. The key question is, how did she come up with this idea? This is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary young woman. Who taught you that? Ha?
Yin Fong was taken aback, then her cheeks turned even redder, almost as if they were about to bleed.
No one taught me.
It's just, the 5,000 you gave me last time, they borrowed it all in less than 2 days. Zhou Qing fell silent.
People can't teach each other.
Experience teaches people, they understand it in one go.
In the morning, at a Shaxian snack shop.
When Zhou Qing arrived at the shop, Wan Shangyi was already sweating profusely in the kitchen, cleaning up the mess that the kids had made the night before. Zhou Qing handed over a sealed spice packet.
"This is a week's supply." Wan Shangyi solemnly accepted it, but did not ask a single question about the recipe.
Zhou Cheng knew perfectly well that he wasn't wary of Wan Shangyi, but rather of Bai Jiayan, a woman like that. Given her personality, once she knew the core recipe, she could open a Bai Jiayan Shaxian Grand Hotel right next door the very next day.
"Uncle." Wan Shangyi wiped his hands and spoke hesitantly. Can I take on an apprentice? I found a promising kid among those kids yesterday."
His tongue is sharper than a dog's, he can tell whether there's too much or too little salt with just one bite.
"Can."
Zhou Qing agreed without hesitation. He is planning to open a second and third branch, laying the ground base stations for his drone delivery empire.
"We are short-staffed."
No sooner had she finished speaking than a little girl ran in from outside the door. She was the same spirited young woman who had used bone broth to cook spicy strips yesterday. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, she immediately stood up straight and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle.
"Hello, Uncle Boss."
Zhou Qing watched as she pulled out a small notebook and followed behind Wan Shangyi. Wan Shangyi would say something, and she would quickly write it down. Her serious expression reminded Zhou Qing of Shunzi. The two live streamers Shunzi hired are truly a complicated story. The difference between people can sometimes be greater than the difference between people and dogs.
Chapter 52. Not embarrassed enough?
He took out his phone and dialed Shunzi's number. On the other end of the phone, there was deafening music and howling screams.
"Bro. What's up? I'm having a meeting with the brothers right now."
Shunzi's voice was so excited it was almost splitting. A vein throbbed on Zhou Qing's forehead.
"Come back here." "No way, bro. I got my cousin to print 3,000 flyers. Don't worry, in less than 3 days, we'll have the whole food delivery business in this area. I've even found the writers, those energetic young guys, they're all really good drivers."
Zhou Qing held her forehead in despair. "Go, register with a food delivery platform right now.
Then contact me and I'll teach you how to use drones for delivery. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, on the trendy street."
Zhou Cheng was driving, Yin Fong was sitting in the passenger seat, and two restless little girls, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu, were in the back seat. Barbershop, clothing store, shoe store. Zhou Qing was like an emotionless credit card swiping machine, giving the two girls a complete makeover from head to toe. The cheap highlights were trimmed and replaced with a more flattering dark brown, and the revealing bodysuit was replaced with a proper dress and t-shirt. Although the tattoos on their arms and necks wouldn't disappear anytime soon, the unfamiliarity and surprise in the eyes of the two girls standing in front of the mirror were genuine. At least, he looks like a normal person now. As night falls, the city lights begin to illuminate the night. Zhou Cheng drove the car, carrying the three girls, onto the national highway leading back to their hometown. In the back seat, Little Yellow and Little Green chattered excitedly, sharing their amusing stories from their circle. Who got into a fight over territory, and who was envied by their girlfriends for dating a rich guy. To Zhou Qing, the stories of those spiritual young women felt like they came from another parallel universe. He gripped the steering wheel, looking at the small patch of road illuminated by the car headlights ahead, when a bizarre yet curious thought suddenly popped into his head. What kind of magical land is their hometown that can continuously nurture so many spiritual young women? A 7-hour drive is enough to crush the city's glitz and hustle, and then knead it into the dust of the tires. When Zhou Qing's Cayenne turned off the national highway and onto the dirt road that even the navigation system hesitated to navigate, the night was already as thick as ink that couldn't be dissolved. There are no streetlights here. The headlights pierced the silent darkness, illuminating only endless bumps and mud ahead. There was no smooth cement road, only 2 deep ditches worn into the ground by tractors and tricycles. On both sides of the road are dark fields and haphazardly built houses, like randomly discarded building blocks, without any order or life. Zhou Qing's brows furrowed into a knot. He had seen rural areas before, but he had never seen such a desolate place, forgotten by modern civilization. Turn left at the next intersection, it's the third shop. The little yellow car in the back seat lowered its voice, losing all the luster it had shown on the trendy street. The car stopped in front of a 3-story building. The building was new, but the doors and windows were closed, with only a faint yellow light shining through from the second floor. Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu got out of the car, opened the trunk, and clumsily took out the new clothes and shoes that Zhou Qing had bought for them. An elderly woman in pajamas opened the iron gate on the first floor, and the hinges emitted a piercing scream. Her cloudy gaze swept over the 2 girls, then past them, and coldly landed on Zhou Qing's mud-splattered Cayenne. There were no hugs, no words of concern, not even a single word. The old lady simply turned to the side, making a small gap. The younger sister dared not react. The old woman said impatiently, "Come in, what are you standing outside for? Not embarrassed enough? I feel like she's not my granddaughter, but a cat or dog, a burden." The 2 girls' backs slumped instantly. Carrying large and small bags, like 2 children who had done something wrong, they lowered their heads and quickly slipped into the narrow crack in the door. The iron gate slammed shut behind them with a loud clang, isolating them from the outside world. The atmosphere inside the car froze instantly. Looking in the rearview mirror, Zhou Qing saw that Yin Fang's profile was taut. "Is your home like this too?" he asked uncertainly. Yin Fang didn't say anything, but simply pointed ahead. "Drive a little further ahead, and it's right next to that crooked tree." The scene at Yin Fang's house was exactly the same. The same dim lighting, the same green screen window crawling with moths and mosquitoes. An elderly man with a hunched back was engrossed in watching a worn-out television set with static, so much so that the sound of a car engine outside the door didn't disturb him at all. A large, skinny yellow dog rushed out from the corner of the house and barked wildly at Zhou Qing's car wheels, its voice sharp and mournful. "Roll!" Yin Fang got out of the car and kicked the dog in the belly. The big yellow dog whimpered and tucked its tail between its legs, retreating back into the darkness. The ferocity of that kick made Zhou Qing's heart skip a beat. He watched as Yin Fang took out 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and 2 bottles of mutai from the trunk, silently walked into the courtyard, and placed the items on the octagonal table in the main room. Throughout the entire process, the old man watching TV didn't even turn his head once. "Grandpa, I'm back." Yin Fang's voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. The old man just mumbled a hum, his gaze still fixed on the television screen. Zhou Qing stood by the car and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. He recalled how his parents would start preparing a week in advance every time he returned home, and they would even change the couplets on the door to welcome my son back to his hometown in glory. He finally couldn't hold back and asked Yin Fang in a low voice, "Didn't you tell them we were coming back today?" Yin Fang's body stiffened for a moment. She turned around, her back to the light in the room. Zhou Qing couldn't see her expression, but he could clearly see that her eyes reddened in an instant. That shade of red wasn't one of sadness, but rather a complex mix of grievance, anger, and resentment. She didn't explain anything, but simply walked over and grabbed Zhou Qing's wrist with surprising strength. Let's go, let's go." Zhou Qing was pulled into the car by her. The Cayenne turned around, and the roar of its engine shattered the deathly silence of the village. As the beam of the car headlights swept across the second floor of the small building, a light in one of the windows snapped on. The only 4-star hotel in the county town became their temporary haven. The heating in the room was on full blast. Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu called, their voices trembling with tears, and quickly agreed to go out for drinks together.
Pain needs alcohol to dilute it. This is an undeniable truth in their circle.
Zhou Qing drove with Yinfang in the car, following the location on his phone, and arrived at a brightly lit food stall. The scene before him made Zhou Qing think he had stumbled into a low-budget gangster movie set. More than a dozen barbecue stalls lined up along the road, filled with smoke and bustling with noise. The air was thick with the pungent smell of cumin, chile, and cheap beer. And the diners weren't riding motorcycles or cars, but rows of heavily modified old man's cars. The car body was painted in all sorts of colors and equipped with a deafening sound system and blindingly bright LED lights. The most eye-catching thing is that they all have green license plates that start with D. A group of energetic young men dressed in tight pants and loafers were straddling the vehicle, shaking their heads and expertly tapping their legs.
Chapter 53 is thrilling. It's fucking thrilling. When Zhou Qing's black Cayenne slowly drove into the area, all activities were put on hold. All the music, the sounds of rock, paper, scissors, and the boasting disappeared in an instant. Hundreds of eyes were focused on the luxury car that stood out starkly from its surroundings. A collective shock was detected. Reward points plus 110, plus 1 regular lottery draw. The system notification sound rang in Zhou Qing's mind like a screen being refreshed. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Fong Fong. Over here. A woman's voice rang out. Yin Fong waved familiarly and led Zhou Qing to the busiest stall. The stall owner was a charming and mature woman with a full arm tattoo. At that moment, she was smoking and sweating profusely in front of the grill. When she saw Yin Fong, she grinned, picked up a piece of red-hot charcoal from the stove, brought it to her lips, and with a hiss, lit a cigarette. That sense of chivalry was even more palatable than what was portrayed in the movies. Sister Pang, the usual. Yin Fong had regained her usual hearty manner. Okay. The fat woman exhaled a puff of smoke, her gaze sweeping over Zhou Chang with a scrutinizing look. Zhou Qing ignored him, pulled out a plastic stool and sat down, looking at the menu, and said only one sentence. Give me one of each of your most expensive items. Fatty raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and turned to yell at the kitchen. Soon, Little Yellow and Little Green arrived. The moment they stepped into this area, they were like fish returning to water, and the timid demeanor they had shown at their doorstep vanished completely. They greeted the young men at the next table with practiced ease, accepted cigarettes offered by others, and seamlessly integrated into one social circle after another with just a few words, making them veritable social butterflies. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, a loud, cheesy electronic music suddenly burst out from the speakers of a roadside food stall across the street. The decibels were so high that the beer bottles on the table were buzzing. The group of energetic young men stood up, holding up bottles of liquor, and launched a blatant provocation at Fatty's sister. The diners were instantly enraged and began shouting and cursing. Fatty, however, remained calm and unhurried. She pulled a remote control from her feet and pressed a button on the stall's roof. Buzz. A gigantic, multicolored, rotating disco ball suddenly lit up, its dazzling beams instantly enveloping the entire arena. Accompanied by even more rousing music, it forcefully suppressed the arrogance of the opposing side. This is just the beginning. The chubby girl grabbed a bottle of beer, tilted her head back, and chugged it down. Not to be outdone, someone on the other side immediately downed 2 bottles in a row. While some people were dancing on the table, others were opening bottles with their fingers. A completely illogical contest, a pure competition of who was more arrogant and who was more daring, unfolded on both sides of the road in this small town. Zhou Qing held a glass of draft beer, watching the surreal scene unfold before him. Those young people screaming desperately, those cheap lights, those absurd actions of trying their best to prove their existence. He suddenly understood. He understood the silence of Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu at the door, the ferocity of Yin Fong kicking the dog, and why they had become spiritual girls. In this barren, oppressive, hopeless, and disrespect-lacking land, this almost manic self-expression is the only sense of existence they can find. This is the birthplace of this spirited young woman phenomenon. And Fatty Sister is the guide for these energetic young women. The sound of the music was like a heavy wall, slamming hard into Zhou Qing's eardrums. The colorful disco ball lights on Fatty's stall spun wildly, cutting the swirling barbecue smoke into countless bizarre and colorful blocks. Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu acted as if they were on a dance floor. They held beer bottles high in one hand and waved the other hand wildly in the air.
Their bodies swayed violently to the rhythm of the cheesy electronic music, leading a group of energetic young men and women to join hands and stand shoulder to shoulder, turning this greasy food stall into an open-air disco. In Fong didn't rush into the crowd, but she couldn't help but hug Zhou Qing's arm tightly, swaying her whole body to the beat of the drum, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Isn't it exciting?" she practically shouted in Zhou Qing's ear, the scorching smell of alcohol hitting him in the face. Looking at the chaotic scene of the demons dancing before him and feeling the force on his arm, Zhou Qing was both amused and exasperated.
"This is more than just exciting, it's practically performance art," he yelled back. "Exciting! This is fucking exciting."
The revelry lasted less than 20 minutes when a sharp, familiar siren blared from afar, instantly shattering the noisy night sky.
However, the expected panic did not occur.
The chubby woman calmly pressed the remote control, and the disco ball light went out. As if receiving some kind of instruction, the crowd skillfully turned off the stereos on their old-fashioned music players, and the music stopped abruptly. The young men and women who were just jumping around suddenly became well-behaved diners, heads down, eating their skewers, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. The police simply drove around slowly, without even rolling down the windows, and sped away. A storm was swept away without a trace. Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu returned to their seats, still feeling quite excited, followed by several new sisters they had just met on the dance floor. They plopped down, and the table instantly became crowded. Zhou Qing glanced at it and his heart skipped a beat. Including him and Yin Fong, there were 8 girls sitting at the table, while there were only 2 men. This stark 8-to-2 ratio immediately made him the center of a storm, with countless curious or inquisitive gazes fixed on him. A young man with a grey pompadour hairstyle, clearly not one to be outdone, swaggered over carrying a Gucci crossbody bag and slammed it onto the table with a thud, splashing a few drops of beer foam.
"Hey girls, you're all here. Don't you want to get to know each other?"
His greasy gaze swept across the faces of several new girls, his intent undisguised. Before the girls could speak, a heavy voice broke in.
"Lu Gang, are you stealing your dad's weed again to sell and raise money to buy a bag?"
Fatty stood on the table like a mountain, holding a plate of sizzling, oily roasted lamb chops, her eyes full of mockery. Lu Gang's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and he retorted, his neck stiff, "You're talking nonsense. I earned this myself."
"Really?"
The chubby woman slammed the lamb chop down, counting on her thick fingers as she slowly muttered to herself.
"Your dad came over for drinks the day before yesterday and said the family accounts didn't match up, there was a difference of exactly 6,000 yuan. TSK, that bag of yours, it's top tier among replicas, it must have cost a lot of money, right?"
"Put!" Someone burst out laughing first, and then the entire table, and even those at the neighboring tables, erupted in a burst of laughter.
Lu Gang's face flushed red and then turned pale.
Amidst the laughter of the crowd, he grabbed his bag from the table and slunk into the crowd without daring to utter a single word. Fatty's sister acted as if she had done something insignificant. She picked up a bottle of beer, pried it open with her teeth, and gestured towards Yin Fong with her lips. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it clearly reached everyone's ears.
"What's the point of talking to that kind of person?
The watch on your boyfriend's wrist could buy a truckload of wheat, over 300 million yuan. In an instant, all the laughter froze. A dozen pairs of eyes, like searchlights, all shot towards Zhou Qing's wrist. The $3 million watch subtly reflected a faint glow under the dim light.
Chapter 54. Are you a dog? Do you like to eat ham? Shock level from Little Chili plus 55.
Shock level from the Black Stocking Day Cup Pursuer plus 60.
Fong's shock level increased by 40.
The system notification sounds came like a waterfall, and Zhou Qing's points instantly surged again. A wave of emotion surged within him, and he looked at the chubby woman in surprise.
Who exactly is this woman? Her eyesight is incredibly sharp.
When it came time to pay the bill, Zhou Qing's surprise deepened. Fatty glanced at the messy table, didn't even touch the abacus, and rattled off a string of numbers, accurate to 1 cent. Zhou Qing used her phone's calculator to press the numbers, and it was accurate to the last detail. This mental arithmetic ability far surpasses the level expected of a barbecue stall owner with tattooed arms. On the way back to the hotel, the Kayan's cabin was filled with a faint smell of alcohol and barbecue.
Who is that chubby lady? Zhou Qing finally couldn't help but ask.
Yin Fong rolled down the car window, and the night breeze dispelled some of her drunkenness. She shook her head, her tone indifferent.
"I don't know.
I heard that he used to be an accountant at a big company, but he did something wrong and was imprisoned for a few years. After he came out, he started selling barbecue here.
An accountant who had served time in prison set up a barbecue nightclub on the street. Zhou Qing gained a deeper understanding of this small county town.
The next morning, before the hangover headache had completely subsided, Yin Fang's phone rang. It was her aunt calling. Her voice was loud and clear, and she warmly invited them over for dinner. Zhou Qing wanted to decline, but seeing the difficulty and expectation on Yin Fang's face, he swallowed his words. When the car arrived in town, the scene before Zhou Qing completely stunned him. Yin Fang's aunt's family, along with several unfamiliar relatives, actually set off a string of firecrackers by the roadside, which exploded with a deafening roar. Amidst the billowing smoke, the simple yet warm smiles on the faces gave him the illusion that he was being inspected by leaders. The banquet was extravagant, with a huge table full of dishes, prepared entirely according to the standards for a new son-in-law's first visit. Zhou Qing had taken the hangover cure that the system had given him in advance. He accepted all the toasts from Yin Fang's uncle and aunt's husband without batting an eye. After several rounds, the two middle-aged men were dazed and their tongues were tied. Finally, they both collapsed onto the table, unconscious. After a satisfying meal, my aunt came over with a slightly apologetic expression, rubbing her hands together. "Xiao Zhou, I'm so sorry, we don't have enough rooms at home. Tonight, you'll have to squeeze in with my Xiao Tao." No sooner had the words been spoken than a resentful young boy's voice came from the inner room.
"I don't want to. I want to be alone."
Zhou Qing's eyelids twitched. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. My aunt's face darkened, and she rushed into the inner room, grabbing a tall, thin boy by the ear as she came out. That boy was the online boyfriend that Zhou Qing had casually blocked for a 10 yuan red envelope.
Yin Fang's cousin, Xiao Tao.
When Xiao Tao saw Zhou Qing, his eyes widened in humiliation and anger.
"Do you want some peace and quiet?" Auntie tightened her grip. "Then you go sleep in the toilet. Let your brother-in-law sleep in the bed."
"Just for one night," Yin Fang whispered to Zhou Qing, her eyes pleading. Zhou Qing could tell that she had a deeper bond with this family than with the coldness of her own family. This was her safe haven.
Moreover, how could Zhou Qing let the child sleep in the toilet? "It's fine, sleeping with my brother is fine." He readily agreed.
Inside the room, Xiao Tao stood with his arms crossed, his back to Zhou Qing, exuding a rebellious aura that kept strangers at bay.
Zhou Qing had his own clever ways of dealing with these immature teenagers.
Without wasting any words, he turned on his phone screen and opened the popular mobile game. The glittering V10 VIP badge and the warehouse full of limited edition skins shone brightly on the small screen. "To fight or not to fight?" he asked succinctly. Xiao Tao's body stiffened for a moment, and he secretly glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. The moment he saw the account, all the anger and resentment in his eyes vanished.
"Hit." A single word, swift and decisive.
Seeing his cousin already wearing headphones and completely immersed in the game world, Zhou Qing's lips curled into a smile. He went to the balcony and quietly sent a message to Su Mengmeng.
"If that guy named Xiao Tao contacts you again, just say your account was hacked, understand? Hush money, 1,000.
In the early morning, Zhou Chang was awakened by a warm, wet, and slippery sensation. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Yin Fang's magnified, playful, and smug face. Her eyes curved into sly crescent moons.
"Good morning."
Zhou Qing's brain froze for half a second, then he pushed her head away, both amused and exasperated.
"Are you a dog? And do you like ham?"
Yin Fang giggled as she rolled off the bed, her movements as light as a kitten. Zhou Qing's gaze unconsciously swept to the other bed, where his cousin Xiao Tao was fast asleep, sprawled out on his back, one hand still tightly gripping his phone, the other hand in a claw shape, probably still casting some kind of spell in his dream.
The screen was dimly lit, and the chat interface remained on the dialog box with Meng Meng too. The last message was from Xiao Tao. "Meng Meng, my buddy's account is amazing. Tomorrow I'll give him some cheat codes, and once I inherit his account, I'll carry you to the top rank."
Zhou Qing chuckled to himself that 1,000 yuan hush money was well spent. Downstairs, the uncles who had been drinking heavily last night were nowhere to be seen. They must have slipped away early to avoid being scolded by their wives. Only her uncle, wearing an apron, was scooping something out of a large pot. The rich aroma of chicken soup wafted into Zhou Qing's nostrils, instantly whetting her appetite.
"You're awake? Come quick, I just made some chicken soup noodles."
My uncle smilingly and brought 2 large bowls of steaming noodles to the table, topped with golden poached eggs, and served with a plate of refreshing pickled radish.
Zhou Qing was truly hungry.
He devoured 2 large bowls of food in a flash, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
The last vestiges of his hangover were completely dispelled by this heartwarming breakfast.
After I finish eating, I have to go to the school to pick up your cousin Xiao Xiao.
Uncle wiped his hands. Uncle, I'll do it.
Yin Fang volunteered, waving the Cayenne car keys in her hand, her face beaming with barely suppressed excitement.
I can drive now. My aunt and uncle exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a complex sense of relief.
They looked at their niece, who had once been so rebellious that she gave them headaches, and now seemed like a completely different person, with a more composed and responsible demeanor.
This change made them genuinely happy. The Cayenne was driving smoothly on the country road when Zhou Chang lit a cigarette.
Suddenly, his phone rang, and the words "straight flush" appeared on the screen.
Brother! I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? As soon as the call connected, Shunzi's signature loud voice boomed out. Zhou Qing's face instantly darkened.
He exhaled a smoke ring and spoke succinctly.
Bad.
Our drone was confiscated by the urban management officers and the police station during a joint enforcement action because we didn't register it with the relevant departments when we were delivering food.
Zhou Qing's face darkened even more.
He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger.
Okay?
My cousin, who works as a police auxiliary officer at the local police station, bailed me out. Shunzi's voice suddenly rose, and he was so excited that he was spitting as he spoke.
Bro! Your drone is awesome.
They tried to shoot it down with jamming guns, but it was completely useless.
The signal is incredibly stable. My cousin said if we sold this thing to Pony Ma, we'd be rolling in money. How about we quit food delivery and start making screaming pills? I have another cousin. Chapter 55. A plan formed in his mind. Beep. Zhou Qing hung up the phone immediately.
He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples in frustration.
Sell off the core technologies as a package? That's something only a fool would do.
The value of this drone goes far beyond simply delivering a few takeout orders. More than an hour later, the Cayenne stopped in front of the gate of a vocational college. Beneath the faded school nameplate, an old man in a worn-out security guard uniform stood like a gatekeeper, blocking the way. Vehicles from outside the school are not allowed to enter.
The old man didn't even lift his eyelids. Zhou Qing skillfully rolled down the car window and offered him a cigarette. Sir, could you please make an exception and let me pick someone up?
The old man took the cigarette, tucked it behind his ear, and remained unmoved.
Regulation. Zhou Qing wasn't annoyed. He took out an unopened pack of cigarettes and stuffed it into the bag. This time, the old man didn't even reach out, he just glanced at it and snorted.
Hey, this old man is pretty stubborn, Zhou Qing thought to himself.
With a quick glance, an idea came to him.
He picked up his phone, dialed a number with great seriousness, and shouted into the air.
Hello? Principal Gao? Yes, it's me, Zhou.
Hey, it's nothing serious, it's just that the security guard at your school won't let me in.
Yes, I'm right at the gate. Zhou Qing's performance was incredibly moving.
After hanging up the phone, she handed it to the security guard, raising her chin slightly.
Our principal wants you to take this call.
Yin Fang watched from the side, stunned, wanting to say something but holding back.
Unexpectedly, the old man didn't answer his phone at all.
Instead, he took out his old-fashioned mobile phone from his pocket, slowly dialed a number, and turned on speakerphone.
Hey!
Nephew, there's someone at the door who says he's your friend and wants to talk business with you.
Zhou Qing's expression froze instantly.
Yin Fang leaned closer and whispered a reminder in his ear.
Brother, he's our principal's maternal great-uncle.
Zhou Cheng wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground right then and there. Just as he was about to step on the gas and drive off, a pink electric scooter suddenly came to a stop next to him. A woman wearing a red tracksuit jumped out of the car. It was the same chubby woman we had met before. The chubby woman glanced at the awkward situation inside the car, then at the stubborn old man, and burst out laughing. Uncle, they're here to pick up Xiao Xiao, Yin Fang's cousin.
Picking someone up? The old man finally raised his eyelids and looked them over.
You should have said so earlier. He slowly pressed the remote control, and the electric sliding gate creaked open.
The Cayenne was finally able to drive onto campus.
Having just suffered such a huge embarrassment, Zhou Qing's anger surged.
He absolutely had to make up for that shock. The next second, he became a drama queen. He quickly put on his sunglasses and rolled down all 4 car windows.
He rested his left elbow on the windowsill, propped his chin up, and a wisp of smoke curled from the cigarette between his fingers, a wicked and arrogant smile playing on his lips. He turned the car stereo up to maximum volume, and the deafeningly loud, lowbrow DJ music instantly filled the quiet campus.
Everybody, dunk on me. No, no.
Yinfang's face flushed red to the roots of her neck. She wished she could bury her head in the crack of the seat, cover her face tightly with her hands, and let out a desperate groan.
Brother, I'm begging you, please turn it off.
However, Zhou Cheng had a different picture in his mind.
Shock level from Li Xiaomei of class 2, plus 30. Shock level from Wang Qingqing of class 3, plus 20. Shock level from all 4 girls, plus 150.
System notifications flooded in like a tidal wave, and points were surging at a visible rate. Zhou Cheng drove the Cayenne at a snail's pace, circling back and forth along the main road, the playground, and the library of the campus. Little did he know that wherever he went, countless students would turn their heads and look at him as if they had seen a ghost.
Damn, is that guy crazy? Leaving the window open and the air conditioning on in this sweltering heat? That music almost killed me.
I don't care if the company dies. After several rounds, Zhou Cheng was satisfied with his score of over 200 points, and was close to 1,000 points, just one step away from the next grand prize draw. He parked his car downstairs at the teaching building and put out his cigarette. Just then, a girl wearing a pleated skirt and with her hair in a high ponytail walked out of the building. The girl with the high ponytail was Yinfang's cousin, Lin Xiao. When she saw the Cayenne, her fair face flushed bright red. Her first instinct was to turn around and pretend she didn't recognize the Cayenne that was so famous throughout the school. Zhou Cheng brought the car to a steady stop and turned off the engine. The deafening DJ music stopped abruptly, and the world became quiet for a moment, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. He took off his sunglasses and looked at the crowd not far away with great interest. Lin Xiao stood out among her classmates with her tall figure. She wore a t-shirt, jeans, and faded canvas shoes. Among her classmates, all with elaborate makeup and wearing tight-fitting tank tops, she stood out like a white swan, her bare face looking completely out of place. She was holding a thick stack of professional books in her arms, and a worn-out suitcase stood at her feet. The girls around her gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing, but they all tacitly kept a safe distance of more than a meter from her. No one was willing to stand with her and play a supporting role.
Zhou Cheng nodded inwardly. This girl had an unpolished quality, both aloof and stubborn.
Just then, a few boys with dyed yellow hair, earrings, and the smell of cheap tobacco swaggered over, their eyes brazenly sweeping over Yinfang, who had just gotten off the bus. Today, Yinfang wore a floral print sundress, her long hair flowing down her shoulders. With her bright and beautiful face, she looked every bit the pure yet alluring female college student, a stark contrast to her usual energetic and bossy self.
Hey, Lin Xiao, is this your sister?
The blonde-haired leader whistled frivolously.
That's really something. Much better than you taciturn guy.
Lin Xiao's body trembled slightly, and her head drooped even lower, almost burying itself in the book in front of her chest. Yinfang's face instantly turned cold, a cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she stepped forward to protect Lin Xiao behind her.
Which class are you guys in? Watch your mouths. Are you looking for a death sentence?
The boys weren't afraid at all. Instead, they laughed even harder, revealing teeth stained yellow from smoking.
Oh my, sister is so hot, I love it.
The blonde guy leaned forward with a sly grin.
Yes, sister, I want to die. Can I die in your bed? A burst of laughter immediately erupted around them.
Yinfang was trembling with anger and was about to explode when she heard a low growl from behind her.
Buzz. The Cayenne's engine let out a suppressed roar. The lost face must be regained in a more explosive way.
Zhou Cheng sat in the driver's seat, expressionless, shifted into D gear, and slammed his right foot on the accelerator. With a screeching sound as the tires screeched against the ground, the front of the car hurtled straight toward the laughing boys. The pungent smell of burnt rubber filled the air instantly, and billowing white smoke rose into the air.
Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene.
The smiles on the boys' faces froze instantly, turning into extreme fear. Their pupils contracted sharply, and they scrambled to get away, but their legs went weak with fright, and they collapsed onto the flower bed.
Chapter 56. What's with smoking at such a young age? Confiscated.
Yinfang screamed in fright and instinctively covered her eyes, unable to look any further.
Squeak. A screeching sound of brakes rang out.
The car stopped just a fist's distance from the blond man's knee, the strong airflow even blowing his trouser leg.
Time seemed to stand still. Buzz, buzz. Zhou Cheng remained unfazed and casually floored the accelerator twice more.
The roar of the engine was like a death knell, each roar causing the boys' hearts to clench painfully. Beneath the blonde-haired man, a suspicious, warm liquid quickly spread.
System notification sounds flooded the screen like a waterfall. Shock level from Zhao Mei of Class 2 plus 20. Shock level from Huang Shan of Class 1 plus 30. The shock level from the female students watching has increased by 100. Zhou Cheng then opened the car door, took a long stride, and moved with fluid grace. He walked up to the terrified blonde guy, looked down at him, took a cigarette from the pack, and shoved it into the guy's still trembling mouth without giving him a chance to object. Clatter. The flame from the lighter illuminated his deep eyes and lit the cigarette. Little friend, Zhou Cheng patted his cheek. If I provoke her again next time, the brakes might not work. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a dashing figure and a group of dumbfounded onlookers. Lin Xiao raised her head and stared blankly at the man's back, her eyes burning with a bright light, as if something had been ignited. Upon seeing this, Zhou Qing's heart stirred, and he suddenly thought of Guo Xiang at Fengling Ferry. The moment she saw the Condor hero remove his mask, it must have been a similar scene. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you causing trouble? The security guard arrived at breakneck speed on his valiant little electric scooter, with the gold-plated cigarette Zhou Qing had given him earlier still dangling from his mouth. He immediately noticed the still burning cigarette in the blonde-haired man's mouth, frowned, and snatched it away. What are you doing smoking at such a young age? Confiscate it. After saying that, he gave Zhou Qing a meaningful glare. The old man rode away on his electric scooter, and the atmosphere at the scene finally calmed down. Uncle! You were so cool just now. Yin Fang snapped out of her daze, grabbed Zhou Qing's arm, and practically hung on him, her eyes filled with admiration. On the way back, when the Cayenne passed the school gate again, it encountered the chubby girl riding a small electric scooter again. She had a thick stack of reports in her front basket and was in a hurry. When she saw the Cayenne, she simply nodded to the person inside the car, then twisted the accelerator and disappeared around the corner. While Yin Fang was taking Lin Xiao to a roadside milk tea shop to buy drinks, Zhou Qing closed his eyes and a thought struck him. After that last flurry of activity, my points have already overflowed. It's time for a big one. System, initiate a top-tier lottery. Grand prize draw activated. 1,000 points required. Prize pool being generated. Please choose between the following two options. Two options, shimmering with golden light, appeared before Zhou Qing's eyes. Option 1, 200 ready-made screaming pills. Option 2, one low-spec version of the screaming pill extraction machine. He hardly hesitated. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, or raising a chicken to lay more eggs? Even a 3-year-old could answer this question. I choose option 2. Selection successful. The low-spec version of the screaming pill extraction machine has been delivered to the system inventory. Please check it. A thought probed into the warehouse, and a sleek, futuristic, silver-white machine floated silently. There was also a detailed instruction manual next to it. Zhou Qing quickly glanced through it. The low-end version, as the name suggests, extracts pills that are only half as effective as the original. However, the ingredient list suddenly showed more than a dozen different kinds of whips. Looking at the bolded description of its effects on strengthening the body and kidneys in the instruction manual, Zhou Qing's smile widened. Lin Zhao's face was flushed as she walked to Zhou Qing's car window, her voice barely audible. Brother Zhou, what would you like to drink? She dared not look him in the eye, her gaze wandering until it landed on the gleaming Cayenne emblem. In those clear eyes, the breathtaking scene from just moments before was reflected admiration, curiosity, and the shyness of a young girl's first stirrings of love intertwined into a burning flame. Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat. He understands that look in someone's eyes all too well. In one's life, especially during the most innocent years, one will always encounter one or two people who are exceptionally amazing. The person streaked across the sky like a comet, radiating brilliance. If fate does not bring them together, this light will become an unforgettable mark, a benchmark by which they measure all members of the opposite sex, a benchmark that no one can ever surpass. He didn't want to become Lin Zhao's benchmark. Anything is fine, anything light is fine. He shifted his gaze from her face, looking into the distance, his tone indifferent, deliberately creating distance between them. Oh, okay. Upon receiving the reply, Lin Xiao felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She turned around and practically ran into the milk tea shop, her back view radiating joy. Inside the shop, Yin Fang was leaning against the bar scrolling through her phone when she saw her cousin looking like this. She couldn't help but tease her. Hey, Xiao Xiao, do you have a fever? Your face is as red as a monkey's bottom. The process of searching for the yellow and green teas is far less relaxing and enjoyable than buying a cup of milk tea.
It took 7 or 8 calls to get through, and the two people stammered that they were resting at a budget hotel in the county town. When Zhou Qing parked his Cayenne at the hotel entrance and led Yin Fong and Lin Xiao into room 308, a strong smell of cheap alcohol mixed with the unique sweet and pungent odor of photinia flowers hit them.
Photinia flowers don't taste very good.
Lin Xiaoshang didn't know what the taste meant, but instinctively frowned.
Yin Fong's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot.
She pulled Lin Xiao behind her and used her body to block her view. Zhou Qing remained expressionless, raised her hand and knocked lightly on the half-closed door. The knock was light, but it instantly froze the romantic atmosphere inside the room.
Pack yourself up and come out. I need to talk to you.
His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrating power. A chaotic rustling sound suddenly filled the room, accompanied by hushed arguments and the rustling of clothes.
5 minutes later, the door opened.
Little Yellow and Little Green changed their clothes, their hair was messy, and their faces were still flushed. Behind them, 3 equally young, even younger looking, energetic young men stood shirtless and helplessly in the corner, like 3 quails who had done something wrong. Inside the room was a chaotic battlefield. The crumpled sheets, scattered beer cans, and several used transparent packaging packages stuck to the edge of the sink and in the corner of the ceiling were all clearly visible. A cleaning lady was mopping the floor with a look of disgust on her face, muttering curses under her breath.
Her voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Young people these days, they really don't know how to take care of themselves, they make such a mess.
Xiao Huang was a bit shy, and the scene made her blush.
She glanced at Zhou Qing guiltily and whispered, "Uncle, this is our boyfriend whom we just met."
Zhou Qing's gaze swept over the 3 skinny young men with cheap tattoos of a blue dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, ignoring Xiao Huang's explanation.
Chapter 57 Fighting and then there's faking an accident?
He took out a cigarette case and handed one to each person.
Vocational and Technical College, do you know any students there?
The 3 young men were flattered and accepted the cigarettes. One of them quickly pointed to the one who looked the youngest among them. "Let's get to know each other."
"Uncle. Liang is still a student at that school."
The boy called Liang quickly nodded and bowed, forcing a fawning smile on his face. Yin Fong understood immediately, took out an unopened pack of cigarettes from her small bag, slammed it on the table, and her eyes instantly regained their sharp, bossy look. "There are a few clueless brats who keep harassing my sister.
I'd like to ask you guys to help teach them a lesson."
Upon hearing that there was work to be done and that Hua Zi would be there, the 3 energetic young men immediately perked up, their previous dejection vanishing.
"Don't worry, sister-in-law. We've got this covered."
"Damn it, how dare he touch my sister-in-law's sister?
I'll break his arm. Let him know what society is like."
They made it sound incredibly grandiose. Upon hearing that someone's arm was to be dislocated, Lin Xiao turned pale with fright and tightly gripped Yin Fong's sleeve, pleading, "Sister, let it go."
I'm fine, don't make a scene."
Zhou Qing gave Yin Fong a wink.
All right, look how scared you are."
Yin Fong patted Lin Xiao on the back, then said to Zhou Qing,
"Uncle, I'm out of cigarettes.
You talk to them first, I'll go downstairs to buy a pack." After sending Yin Fong and Lin Xiao away, Zhou Qing took out 20 red banknotes from his wallet and slapped them lightly on the table. The 3 men's eyes were instantly drawn to the scene, and their breathing quickened. No need to break arms or legs. Zhou Qing's tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. "Every few days, I would find different people to fight those guys with blonde hair. I didn't have to win, they'd just fall over with a single touch. Then I'd report them to the teacher, saying they were bullying their classmates." The 3 energetic young men looked at each other, puzzled.
What kind of approach is this? Are there really cases of people faking accidents during fights?
Zhou Qing saw through them, a cold smile crept across his face, and added a comment. "By the way, hide some steel pipes, machetes, or similar items under their beds in the dorm." The 3 of them gasped in unison, a chill running down their spines. They roam the streets, believing in fists and guts, and fighting is commonplace for them. But they never even considered such a ruthless and bloodless method of killing.
This is 100 times more vicious than simply breaking a leg.
I'll give you another 2,000 after it's done. Zhou Qing pushed the money over, stood up, and patted each of them on the shoulder in a very low voice.
"Remember, don't make too much of a fuss. The goal is to ruin their reputations and get them kicked out of the school." That evening, the liveliest bar in the county town. The deafening music was replaced by soothing blues.
Zhou Qing sat alone in a corner booth, a cigarette between his fingers, watching the swaying figures on the dance floor. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure at the bar. Her voluptuous figure was perfectly outlined by a tight black dress, and the large tattoos on her arms were faintly visible in the dim light. She wasn't drinking. In front of her was a laptop, and she was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, intently staring at the densely packed tables on the screen. It's that chubby lady. This is the third time I've encountered this in one day, at a food stall, in front of a hotel, and now at a bar. Fatty's sister isn't actually fat, she's just plump with a mature woman's charm. But when she puts on glasses, she instantly becomes completely unrelated to the down-to-earth term fatty sister. However, the contrast between his tattoos, which exude a gangster vibe, and his gold-rimmed glasses and financial statements is so striking that it's unforgettable. Fat sister's fingertips traced the financial statements, her nails painted a dark red. A thick stack of A4 paper was spread out on the bar counter, each page densely covered with numbers. Her brows were furrowed, and the cold light from the screen reflected off her glasses. Zhou Qing stood by the booth, feeling a chill run down her spine. Is this still the same gangster boss? The feeling is that a sophisticated and mature female financial analyst, after get off work, carries a machete and a baton to collect protection money on a side job. He instinctively touched his watch. Fatty, aren't you tired with so many bills? He asked tentatively. The chubby woman didn't even lift her eyelids, it's just hard-earned money. Suddenly, she stopped writing with her pen and looked through her glasses at Zhou Qing's face. To trick a young girl into giving you a watch worth over $1 million, I'm ashamed of my own audacity. The air suddenly froze. The group of energetic young men in the booth were boasting in hushed tones, but upon hearing this, they all fell silent, gasping in unison. Yin Fong was so anxious she almost jumped up. No. Uncle didn't lie to me. We've met the parents. She gripped Zhou Qing's arm tightly, afraid that if she was misunderstood again, she would break down on the spot. Fatty glanced at Yin Fong indifferently, thinking she was still a naive young girl. She snapped the pen shut, filled her glass, and drank it all in one gulp. The movement of his Adam's apple conveyed an indescribable sense of determination and boldness. Then it seems I misunderstood you. She raised her hand to wipe away a drop of wine from the corner of her mouth, her expression remaining calm and composed. But young lady, you must remember, there is no man in this world you can trust. Zhou Qing raised his glass, clinked it with hers, and downed the strong liquor in one gulp. He felt a burning sensation in his stomach, but forced a smile. Sister Fatty is so amazing, she wouldn't be afraid of men, would she? He tentatively took out his phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. Maybe we can collaborate sometime in the future. The chubby woman didn't refuse, she simply handed over the QR code. As Zhou Qing scanned the background, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the other party's image, the high walls and iron windows of Tilankio prison, shrouded in shadow. In an instant, various legends of the underworld flashed through his mind. Some said that people from Tilankio were either crazy or cunning, but Fatty's sister had become a legend, living a free life and being able to do finance, do business, and be a boss. This truly demonstrates their professional competence. A strange sense of awe rose in his heart. This kind of woman should not be provoked, much less be easily provoked. He couldn't help but lower his voice and ask, Fatty, were you hurt by some man? Ah Liang leaned closer and whispered mysteriously in a voice only they could hear, brother, didn't you know? Some people say. Fatty's sister doesn't actually like men at all, she's a. The rest of the words were swallowed up by the music in the dance floor, but the meaning was already clear. Zhou Qing shuddered and instinctively hugged Yin Fong tightly. He suddenly realized, geniuses do indeed have quirks. As night deepened, the crowd dispersed, leaving only a few dim yellow lights flickering. As Yin Fong led him away from the bar, she kept looking back, feeling that Fatty's sister's eyes were staring at the back of her head, which sent chills down her spine. Before 6 o'clock in the morning, a pig-like scream shattered the quiet ceiling of the old house in the county town. Xiao Tao! Come out here right now! The door to the next room banged loudly, and my little cousin jumped out wrapped in a bedsheet, his face covered with fresh fingernail marks. Brother, she hit me again. He complained to Zhou Qing, feeling wronged. Before he could finish his rant, he was dragged back into the house for further education. Yin Fong's father's house was bustling with activity, yet there was an inexplicable awkwardness about it. The table was filled with the aroma of food, but the only 2 goose legs were placed into Zhou Qing's bowl and his stepmother's son's bowl by Grandma. No one paid any attention to Yin Fong the whole time. She sat there like a ghost, only occasionally poking at the rice grains with her chopsticks. Chapter 58 Can I sleep? The stepmother smiled and served tea and water, constantly trying to subtly inquire about Zhou Qing's family's house, car, and savings. The father pretended to be concerned, but every sentence he said was just platitudes. He kept circling around the topic, just to find out if he could ask for more money as a bride price. Before the dinner ended, no one asked Yin Fang how she was doing lately, and no one cared about her work or life. It was indeed oppressive, making it hard to breathe. On the way back, the two remained silent for a long time. Yin Fang looked out the window at the fields rushing past without saying a word. But as night fell, she suddenly became unusually proactive, turning all her grievances and anger into frantic demands, making Zhou Qing almost give up even his bones 3 times in total. The next morning, with dark circles under his eyes, he fled to the trendy street for refuge, wanting nothing more than to get away from the vacuum cleaner. Shunzi waited at the store entrance early, his hands full of plastic bags. He unloaded a bunch of cabbages, potatoes, and tomatoes from the trunk of his ride-hailing car, along with 5 pounds of chicken feet and 10 pounds of pork ribs piled up like a mountain. He rushed into the kitchen with a big smile. "Bro, I found a gem for buying groceries, even cheaper than the wholesale market. We have suppliers, why are you buying so much?" Zhou Qing had a splitting headache, looking at the mountain of fresh ingredients with a deep sense of worry. Will that little bit of money cover the gas costs? Shunzi scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "Brother, this is called being thrifty." Just then, Lu Bo's phone rang, and he excitedly reported the good news: the boxed meal orders from the film studio and the internet celebrity base had been secured. Zhou Qing became interested. "How did you win him over?" "Bro, you have no idea, after that director took the scream pills, TSK, his condition." Shunzi chimed in, her eyes gleaming. "Yeah, the director signed a contract on the spot, saying he'd cover all the crew's meals from now on, and even asked if he could sell the screaming pills at wholesale price." Zhou Qing's forehead throbbed. The cost of the ingredients for the screaming pills was several thousand yuan each, and these people were using them as gifts? How many boxed lunches would they have to sell to break even? Just as I was struggling with this decision, a screeching sound of brakes shattered the morning tranquility. A pink McLaren drifted to a stop in front of the store, its engine still roaring, and a Calabash brother jumped out of the driver's seat. Yes, that's right, it's the Calabash brothers. The other person took off their helmet, revealing a beautiful face with a smooth jawline and delicate features, making them more eye-catching than any internet celebrity on the street. Then, in her high heels, she walked straight to the counter and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Is this the place that sells that magic little pill?" All eyes turned to her, including Shunzi, who was cutting potato shreds and forgot to clean up the blades on the cutting board. She felt that the scene was even more surreal than last night. Zhou Qing felt that something must be wrong with this world. Did he fall asleep on his way home after that frustrating dinner at Yin Fang's house and then travel to some parallel universe? Otherwise, this scene cannot be explained. The girl wore a tight, shiny purple bodysuit that accentuated her tall, slender figure, making her appear to have no excess fat. However, the visual impact was far less than the hairstyle on her head. Her long purple hair was fixed in a standard gourd shape, with a green hairband wrapped around the base of the bun, exuding an aura of unconventionality and spiritual pollution. Zhou Qing felt like her eyes were going to be burned if she looked at this scene for even one more time. Even more deadly, the human-shaped Calabash brother suddenly opened its mouth and emitted a sweet, cloying voice that could make any normal man's hair stand on end. "Brother Wan Shangi." The last syllable of the note lingered in a meandering, zigzag pattern, as if it were wrapped in 3 pounds of honey and 5 pounds of tongs, precisely piercing through the kitchen curtain and giving Zhou Qing goosebumps. He felt that the soy milk he had just drunk was causing a terrible chemical reaction in his stomach. He suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Shunzi. "What's going on?" Shunzi's face was more wrinkled than the unsold bitter melon on the cutting board. He looked miserable and almost squeezed the cabbage in his hand until it was watery. "Brother, I'm my ex-girlfriend." Zhou Qing's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His gaze swept back and forth between Shunzi, who was so frugal that he even compared prices when picking up vegetable scraps, and the pink McLaren by the door, before finally settling on the lively Calabash brother. He gestured incredulously. "You're chasing cost-effectiveness and this is what you end up with?" "Brother, let me explain." Shunzi stomped his foot. "The last time I went to the gym, I was thinking of doing some massages to relax, and that's how I met her. She insisted that I look like her deceased first love, and on the spot, she gave me an iPhone 17 Pro Max and insisted that I be her boyfriend." Zhou Qing frowned deeply, and then? "Then I thought I'd bring her back for a meal to save some money." Shunzi beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting his actions. Who knew she'd fall for Wan Shangi at first sight? The key thing is she promised to give me another one tonight.
It seems the phone is the main focus. Zhou Qing was completely speechless. He watched as the Calabash brothers had already disappeared into the kitchen, chattering around a blurry figure, with brothers flying all over the place, and the saccharine concentration in the air was so high it was choking. He felt his values were being rapidly eroded, and all he wanted to do was slip away and make a quick getaway. He had barely taken half a step when a slender arm blocked his way. The Calabash brothers suddenly reappeared in front of him, their delicate, internet-famous faces tilted upwards, their large, bright eyes blinking. "Uncle, you look pretty safe. How about being my boyfriend? I'll give you an iPhone 17 Pro Max in return." Zhou Qing was instantly caught in a dilemma. This damn materialistic society has even started wholesaling love? This. It's okay. Calabash brother blinked nonchalantly, his tone innocent yet self-righteous. "A girl as outstanding as me, having 2 boyfriends isn't unreasonable, is it?" Zhou Qing's CPU completely overheated. In a moment of quick thinking, he tried to shift the blame, pointing towards the kitchen. "Well, you should deal with your Wanshangi brother first. There's always a first come, first served order." This logic clearly appealed to Calabash brothers, and she immediately beamed. She pulled out a thick wad of red banknotes from her Chanel bag, took out 10 bills, and stuffed them into Zhou Qing's hand. "Here's a reward for you. Keep an eye on him for me." Seeing Shunzi's envious gaze, almost drooling, Zhou Qing slapped the money onto his chest. "Here, this is your advance on wages." Shunzi took the money, moved to tears, but didn't forget to defend his actions. "Brother, I used the money from selling that phone last time to buy Meng Meng a new phone. She said her phone was always not receiving messages, which was causing her trouble." Zhou Qing raised his hand to his forehead, feeling a throbbing sensation in his temples. He was too lazy to expose that the little brat was just selectively ignoring Shunzi's messages. "That's called selective blindness. Have you ever experienced it, bro?" He couldn't be bothered with this mess any longer, so he turned around and fled the troubled area of the trendy street, stepping on the gas and heading to the gym. Caught between a chaotic family situation and an emotional whirlwind, he desperately needs a pure physical act of self-destruction to purify his soul. The music at the gym's front desk was deafening. A girl wearing a tight-fitting sports vest saw Zhou Qing come in, her eyes lit up, and without saying a word, she immediately performed a perfect split on the smooth front desk, her 2 long legs stretched straight. "Hey bro, wanna sign up for a membership? Need a personal trainer?" Zhou Qing was now physiologically exhausted by all the flashy female creatures. He remained expressionless and went straight to the point. "Can I go to sleep?" Chapter 59. Is this some kind of performance art? The receptionist's sweet smile froze on her face, her mouth slightly agape. Ding! Shocking news from the receptionist, points plus 30. The system notification sounded, but Zhou Qing remained completely unmoved. The next second, the girl's shocked expression quickly switched back to professional sweetness, even adding a more suggestive hook. "Sure, I'm a top-notch personal trainer. My massage, relaxation and sleep aid services are the most professional." Zhou Qing, too lazy to waste words, slammed the membership card on the table and waved his hand. "Deduct the class hours." The girl swiped the card on the machine, and when she saw the long string of zeros on the screen indicating the recharge amount, her pupils contracted sharply, and she even paused for a moment. Ding! A second shock from the receptionist, plus 60. Zhou Qing was led into a quiet massage room. He lay on the soft massage bed, smelling the aroma of essential oils, and felt his eyelids were as heavy as a ton of bricks. That top-notch personal trainer's technique was indeed professional, with just the right amount of pressure, making him feel so comfortable that he almost groaned out loud. And then he really fell asleep. When he woke up, it was almost dusk. The top-rated personal trainer was sitting on the stool next to him, arms crossed, staring at him with a complex look that was a mixture of resentment, unwillingness, and disdain. It's as if he's some kind of ultimate scumbag who spent a fortune to buy a top-tier escort for a night, only to end up just chatting under the covers. On the way back, the night breeze was slightly cool. Zhou Qing kept the car window open, letting the city's neon lights dance on his face. As he passed a barbecue stall, he saw 2 familiar figures. Third brother and Donkey Baldy were squatting on the curb, each with a skewer of large kidneys, their mouths dripping with oil. Zhou Qing stopped the car and greeted them. When his third brother heard that he was recently involved in drone delivery, he immediately became interested. Baldy's eyes lit up, and he leaned in, forgetting to wipe the cumin seeds from the corner of his mouth. "Brother, this is a great idea. Need any help? I can't guarantee anything else, but we know every nook and cranny of this area like the back of our hand. Maybe we can help you with deliveries?"
Looking at Donkey Baldy's face, which suddenly seemed exceptionally sincere and pleasing to the eye under the smoke of the barbecue stall, Zhou Qing felt a moment of disorientation.
This world is fucking insane.
But damn it, it seems like he's mad just the right amount of time. Zhou Qing had just taken a half step when he slid back to his starting position with a moonwalk.
Does Brother Donkey also think drone delivery has potential?
He turned around and stared intently at Donkey Baldy, his eyes gleaming with a look that seemed to echo in his ears like the melody of high mountains and flowing water meeting a soulmate. In this era where Calabash Brothers and Split's yoga pants are everywhere, it's amazing that someone can still keep up with his thought process. The bald donkey was startled by his sudden enthusiasm. He subconsciously reached out and awkwardly smoothed the few stubborn, unyielding hairs that were growing on his head. He felt uneasy under Zhou Qing's intense gaze. I was just being polite and casually striking up a conversation.
Why did this kid take it so seriously? Then, of course I think it's a good choice.
The words had already been spoken, so I had no choice but to grit my teeth and continue making them up. Donkey Baldy cleared his throat, forcibly drawing on the business acumen he had learned from short videos, and struck a thoughtful pose.
Times are progressing.
Technology is the primary productive force. This kind of repetitive, low-value-added manual labor will inevitably be replaced by artificial intelligence and automated equipment sooner or later.
This is an inevitable trend that cannot be reversed.
Zhou Qing took it all to heart.
What a kindred spirit! He grabbed the bald donkey's arm, his hands trembling with excitement. Come on. Brother, I'll treat you to dinner. Let's find a place to sit down, eat, and talk things over.
The third brother, who had remained silent the whole time, shook his head secretly as he watched Zhou Qing's eyes light up.
Young people are still young people, their vision is still limited.
If drones replace food delivery workers, how will the livelihoods of the tens of thousands of food delivery riders who rely on their own 2 feet be ultimately resolved? But he said nothing, simply stubbed out his cigarette, and followed behind the two men. Zhang San also wanted to build a great empire back then, but running a business is never that easy. The three of them strolled over to a nearby Shaoxian snack shop. As soon as Zhou Qing lifted the curtain, he was stunned by what he saw.
The small shop was completely empty, with not a single customer in sight.
Shunzi was standing at the door, holding a wad of 30 yuan change in his hand. Whenever a customer wanted to come in, he would rush up, stuff the money into their hand, and urge them to leave with a big smile.
Is this some kind of performance art? Brother, this isn't my fault.
As soon as Shunzi saw Zhou Qing, he rushed over and hurriedly pointed to the kitchen.
It's that sixth child.
She said she was worried about tiring out her brother Wan Shangyi, so she booked the whole store. Shunzi was excited but also felt a little guilty. She said she'd compensate each customer she persuaded to leave with 50 yuan. Brother, I was just trying to save her some money. 30 yuan is enough for them to buy a bowl of noodles next door. As he spoke, he discreetly folded 20 yuan in half and quietly stuffed it into his pocket, which already looked quite bulging. Just as Zhou Qing was about to explode, Shunzi added another sentence, which made him swallow back the scolding he was about to utter. Moreover, for every customer she drives away, she will compensate our store with 50 yuan for lost business.
Zhou Qing's eyes lit up.
He quickly calculated in his mind that during the lunch rush, this restaurant could accommodate at least 200 people.
200 times 100, that's 20,000 yuan.
This isn't just being extravagantly wealthy, it's burning money like it's toilet paper. Zhou Qing shook his head.
As long as he didn't lose money, that was fine.
He turned and shouted to the kitchen, Wan Shangyi. Give me a chicken leg rice with pigeon soup, and extra sauce. He then looked at the bald man next to him. Brother, what would you like to eat?
Order whatever you like, it's on me. When has a man like Donkey Baldy, who frequents glamorous nightclubs, ever set foot in Shaoxian snacks?
He looked at the simple menu on the wall, his face full of unease. In the end, he reluctantly ordered the same chicken leg rice as Zhou Qing, and did not forget to whisper a reminder, put less sauce on it. I heard that eating too much salt can make you lose hair. Third brother, on the other hand, kept it much simpler, ordering only a bowl of pickled mustard green noodles for 5 yuan. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached. Sixth brother had arrived. Calabash brother rushed to their table like a gust of wind, and with a thud, slammed a thick stack of red banknotes onto the table, at least 1,000 yuan.
No ordering food.
I told you not to tire out my brother Wan Shangyi. She stood with her hands on her hips, speaking with an air of self-righteousness.
Take this money and go eat seafood across the street. Don't get in the way here.
Seeing the three people standing there dumbfounded, she frowned and reached for money in her small Chanel bag. Zhou Qing silently put the money into his pocket, showing no intention of leaving. Shunzi, who was standing to the side, was filled with remorse and regret.
Why didn't he think of that? Hire a few shills to come into the store repeatedly and get kicked out repeatedly. Isn't that just a perpetual motion machine of cash? I really missed out on 100 million. Little sister, haven't you had enough of this? Zhou Qing was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be her third brother, who had been like a background character the whole time. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his third brother's striking features did indeed resemble the spoiled Calabash brother in front of him. Brother! Calabash brother's arrogance vanished instantly, and he pouted aggrievedly, his voice so soft it was like a mosquito's hum. Didn't you promise not to interfere with my freedom this summer vacation? Although he was still muttering to himself, the fear in his eyes was genuine. Chapter 60. This kid is a talent. Under the unquestionable gaze of the third brother, the Calabash brothers were finally taken away by him, unwillingly, as if he were a chick. Looking at the steaming chicken leg rice in front of him, Donkey Baldy suddenly felt bored and tasteless. He put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, and said, "Hey bro, I'm organizing a get-together tonight. I'll invite a few friends from our circle and introduce them to you. More friends, more opportunities, right?" This was exactly what Zhou Qing wanted, and the two immediately exchanged contact information. But after adding him on WeChat, Donkey Baldy still lingered, shifting his position on the chair. Finally, he made up his mind, leaned closer, lowered his voice, and asked mysteriously, bro, do you still have those screaming pills? I'll pay 100,000 for each one, I'll take as many as you have. Clang! A loud crash came from the doorway, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Zhou Qing looked up and saw Lu Yang standing blankly at the door, holding a huge white phone box. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, turning him as pale as paper. The commotion startled the bald man, who turned around and asked, "What's wrong with him? Is he possessed?" Zhou Qing remained calm and picked up a chicken leg without changing his expression. "Oh, the crab farmer. He probably heard me say that he wanted to eat steamed hairy crabs tonight, and he felt sorry for the crabs that just died in his pond." After finally getting rid of the suspicious and paranoid Baldy, Lu Yang walked in absent-mindedly, his lips trembling and his voice shaking. "Qing. Brother Qing, those pills, are they really that valuable?" Seeing his friend's heart-wrenching expression, as if he had lost hundreds of millions, Zhou Qing couldn't bear it. He patted his shoulder and comforted him, "I have the formula. Once it's mass-produced, it won't be worth this price anymore." He paused, then his tone became serious. "However, before that, you absolutely must not give this thing away as candy to anyone again." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qing's phone vibrated. It was a message from Yin Fong. "Uncle, are you coming home for dinner?" Below the information was a picture. The picture shows a table full of dishes, but the presentation is utterly appalling. The stir-fried vegetables were dark and unrecognizable, the cola chicken wings were of unknown origin, and there was a plate of cucumber salad that looked like it had been hit by a meteorite. In one corner of the photo, you can vaguely see a hand holding chopsticks, with a conspicuous band-aid on the index finger. Zhou Qing's heart softened instantly. He replied immediately, "I'll be right back." As I pushed open my front door, a mixture of burnt food wafted out. In the kitchen, Yin Fong was wearing an apron that was too big for her, her back to him, busily working at the stove. A playful strawberry pattern peeked out from under the apron's hem. Hearing the door open, she turned around and saw Zhou Qing. Her eyes immediately curved into two beautiful crescent moons. "Uncle, you're back. Sit down and eat first, the soup will be ready soon." But at this moment, Zhou Qing had no appetite whatsoever. He wants both food and people. He smiled and approached step by step. Amidst Yin Fong's gasp of surprise and embarrassment, he stretched out his arms and swept her petite figure, along with her comical oversized apron, into his arms around her waist. "Uncle! The apron. I haven't taken off my apron yet." The girl's cheeks flushed instantly, and she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Zhou Qing lowered his head and chuckled softly in her ear, his warm breath making her ears burn. "Perfect timing, I'll teach you how to make a new dish that requires an apron." Zhou Qing certainly didn't get to eat any culinary disasters. What kind person would choose vegetables over seafood and abalone? As Yin Fong, her face flushed, was tidying her stray hairs, Zhou Qing's phone suddenly rang. It was Donkey Baldy's phone call. Zhou Qing reluctantly answered the phone. The bald man on the other end of the phone had barely suppressed excitement in his voice, with loud music and voices in the background. Hey bro. The meeting's all set. Binjiang International Hotel, penthouse suite. Everyone here's a big shot in the industry, let me introduce you. You have half an hour, hurry up. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qing felt both amused and exasperated. Uncle, why don't you go ahead and get busy? Yin Fong said softly. Let us go together. Zhou Qing blurted out without thinking, and ruffled the girl's hair. Just consider it, going to freeload a good meal. Outside the door, Shunzi pressed his ear against the crack in the door and heard everything clearly. Upon hearing that they were going to the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, his eyes practically lit up with envy. He immediately shoved the door open like a tiger, nearly knocking over Yin Fong, who hadn't been able to stand properly. Brother! Take me with you. Shunzi rushed forward, grabbed Zhou Qing's leg, and cried, Brother, you have to take me with you in this situation. I can't let you down. Zhou Qing kicked him away. What are you going to do? Be a doorman? I'm the general manager of your drone delivery project. Without batting an eye, Shunzi took out his phone, opened a picture, and handed it to Zhou Qing. Brother, look. I've already bragged about it to Meng Meng. I've even finished making the company website. Zhou Qing looked closely and almost fainted. That so-called official website is clearly just a picture casually photoshopped with Meta Xiuxiu. The background is a picture of a technology park found online, with a few crooked characters photoshopped in the middle, Jingtian Technology, leading the future. There isn't even a click button, it's just a static image. That kid's got talent. Brother. Shunzi saw Zhou Qing's unfriendly expression and immediately put on a pitiful look. Yin Fong, who was standing to the side, couldn't bear it and gently tugged at Zhou Qing's sleeve. Uncle, let's take him along. It'll be more lively with more people. Zhou Qing sighed and was about to nod when Shunzi immediately pressed his advantage, a chrysanthemum-like smile spreading across his face. Brother. Since you're the general manager, you need a secretary, right? Bring Meng Meng along too. She can handle things. As soon as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open again, and Su Meng Meng poked her head in. She was clearly well prepared, wearing a well-tailored black business suit that hugged her curvaceous figure, with sheer black stockings on her legs and sophisticated makeup on her face. If it weren't for the faint blue tattoo on her arm, she would have truly looked like an elite white-collar worker. Zhou Qing's temples throbbed, and he finally nodded helplessly, but his eyes instantly turned extremely serious as he warned Shunzi, word by word, listen up, tonight, you're not allowed to blow your head off. Binjiang International Hotel is a veritable money pit. The fountain at the entrance alone is sculpted with Poseidon, the sea god from Greek mythology, and the water splashes up like countless pieces of gold under the dazzling lights. Su Meng Meng and Bai Jiayan practically walked in with their heads tilted back, looking at those uniquely shaped Podocarpus macrophyllus trees, wishing they could take out their phones and take 18 pictures. The door to the presidential suite was pushed open by a waiter, and the overwhelming atmosphere of luxury was almost suffocating. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the dome like a frozen waterfall, melodious jazz music flows in the air, and well-dressed men and women, holding champagne, chat and laugh in small groups. However, this harmonious scene was shattered the moment the person who had entered was seen. A woman in a backless black evening gown turned around. It was Bai Jiayan. She was holding a glass of red wine, and the moment she saw Su Meng Meng, the gentle smile on her face froze, and her eyes turned cold and distant. Meng Meng, what are you doing here? Su Meng Meng looked surprised, but quickly recovered. She subconsciously straightened her back and met the other person's gaze without showing any weakness. What, if your sister Yanzi can come here, why can't I, Su Meng Meng, step into the same place? Zhou Qing frowned slightly. He was shocked to realize that these two once inseparable, spirited young women had long since parted ways and were now like strangers. Chapter 61, here's 100,000 yuan for you, let's break up now. Yin Fong leaned close to his ear and whispered, I heard from Xiao Ku and the others that Sister Yanzi has now connected with other circles and doesn't hang out with us anymore. Just as the awkward atmosphere was about to freeze, the door to the private room was pushed open again. Baldy Donkey walked ahead with a beaming smile, bowing and scraping as he led the two men inside. Walking in front was a stern-faced young man, none other than third brother Zhang San. Behind him followed a reluctant-looking girl, his sister Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin was initially dejected, looking as if she had been forcibly kidnapped, but when her gaze swept across the entire room and finally settled on Wan Shangyi, her dim eyes suddenly burst forth with an astonishing light, and her whole being seemed to be instantly injected with full fighting energy. She shook off Zhang San's arm and rushed straight to Bai Jiayan. Wan Shangyi was standing right next to Bai Jiayan, and the two seemed to be talking in hushed tones. You're the girlfriend who seduced my art schoolmate?
Zhang Yin's tone was full of hostility as she stared intently at Bai Jiayan. Before Bai Jiayan could react, Zhang Yin had already pulled a black card out of her small bag and slammed it on the table next to her, making a crisp sound.
Here's 100,000 yuan, and we'll break up now. All eyes in the room were instantly drawn to it.
Bai Jiayan's face flushed red instantly, as if she had suffered a great humiliation. Before she could speak, Zhang Yin frowned when she saw that she was unmoved, as if she felt that the price was not enough.
500,000. 1 million.
The sound of raising prices was crisp and decisive, just like in a vegetable market.
Bai Jiayan trembled with rage.
She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh, and squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Zhang Yin, don't go too far.
Feelings can't be measured by money.
The people present all wore expressions of anticipation, whispering among themselves. Only Zhang San walked to the bar, poured himself a drink, and stood by and watched.
Enough!
A sharp shout broke the absurd standoff.
Su Mengmeng suddenly stepped forward, shielding Bai Jiayan behind her and glaring at Zhang Yin. Do you even know the rules of us spiritual girls?
At this moment, she and they transformed back into the cool, confident women who led their sisters to dominate the streets. Zhang Yin tilted her head, her eyes flashing not with anger or disdain, but with a pure, almost naive curiosity.
Young and energetic girl?
She blinked and asked softly.
What is that?
That look in his eyes, that question, suddenly touched Zhou Qing. He seemed to see himself as a child, dressed in tattered clothes, peering longingly through the crack in the door of the Children's Palace Performance Hall, watching the children inside in their beautiful costumes, only to be ruthlessly driven away by the adults. Those eyes were also filled with curiosity about another world. Shunzi, wearing a suit a size too big, was so nervous that her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, which she kept wiping with her cuffs.
The blue tattoo on Su Mengming's arm was faintly visible under the light of the crystal chandelier.
Bai Jiayan held Wan Shangyi's hand tightly. Holding the black card, Zhang Yin is still waiting for the answer from the spiritual young lady regarding rules. Zhang San's fingers gently caressed the inside of the wine glass, but his brows were already furrowed.
Clearly, Su Mengming's sharp edge displeased him.
The bald donkey was incredibly shrewd. He immediately noticed the change in his third brother's emotions and subtly gave the snake demon behind him a wink. The snake demon immediately understood, took a step forward, and its narrow eyes were full of sharp sarcasm.
And who do you think you are? Who are you talking to here? In this industry, who knows anyone like you? You can't even give your name, so what are you pretending to be? Every word she said hurt Su Mengming's self-esteem.
She was so angry that she was trembling all over, her lips were shaking, but she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. She subconsciously glanced at Bai Jiayan beside her, her former best friend, hoping to see a glimmer of support in her eyes.
However, no.
Bai Jiayan simply lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the ornate carpet pattern, and tightly gripped Wan Shangyi's hand.
It was a silent cut. Su Mengming's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Enough!
A clear, crisp female voice rang out. It was Yin Feng.
With an encouraging look from Zhou Qing, this usually timid girl straightened her back and stared intently at the snake demon.
If you keep babbling on here, believe me, I'll take a picture of your face and post it online, making you an internet celebrity.
I've even thought of a title: A Thug Appears at a High-End Dinner Party. These words were crude and blunt, yet surprisingly effective.
The snake demon's face instantly turned a deep liver color, never expecting Yin Feng to publicly sever ties with him.
In the dead silence, Shunzi sneakily leaned close to Zhou Qing's ear and whispered rapidly in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Brother, that guy with glasses, the one that Donkey Baldy introduced as some kind of drone expert, is not him at all. I saw him at the Heaven on Earth Club. He's just an office clerk who carries bags and pours water for the boss." Zhou Qing's eyes narrowed suddenly, a glint of shrewdness flashing across them. Interesting.
Hey, everyone, harmony brings wealth, and peace is the most important thing. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Bald Donkey quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling broadly as he pressed the snake demon back into his seat. We're all friends, let's not ruin our friendship. Zhou Cheng patted Yin Feng on the shoulder, signaling her to sit down.
Shunzi then ran over to Su Mengming's side and whispered words of comfort. Only Zhang Yin seemed completely oblivious to the heated exchange, still innocently asking, "So, what exactly is a spiritual young lady? Is it a profession?"
After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere finally eased up. The bald man cleared his throat and began to introduce the so-called VIPs one by one. This is Wang, a leading expert in our field of drones. Zhou Qing, carrying a pot of mutai, with an innocent smile on his face, took the initiative to offer a toast.
Expert Wang, I've heard so much about you. I'll need your guidance on my project in the future.
After 2 glasses of baijiu, the so-called expert was flushed, his eyes began to dart around, and he mumbled some professional jargon that no one could understand. When it was Shunzi's turn to talk about the junior employee, the man pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and introduced himself with an arrogant expression. My surname is Li, and I work in the city's approval department. The implication was that he was a leader with real power. Zhou Qing's smile remained unchanged, but she already understood and silently memorized his name. Just then, Shunzi probably felt the time was right, and suddenly stood up, picked up his wineglass, and tried to regain the face he had just lost.
Dear leaders and bosses,
I am Shunzi, the general manager of Qingtian Technology's drone delivery project. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at him as if he were an idiot, and an awkward silence filled the air.
Shunzi's face flushed red instantly.
In a moment of quick thinking, he grabbed a bottle of beer.
I'll spin one for everyone to liven things up.
He tilted his head back, the bottle neck to his lips, but because of nervousness, his hand trembled, and with a plop, half a bottle of beer foam sprayed all over the snake demon's face, soaking her head and face. The scene became even more chaotic.
Shunzi hurriedly apologized and then drank another glass of baijiu, hoping to regain his dignity by drinking heavily.
However, after only a few ounces, he was already dizzy, unsteady on his feet, and started talking nonsense.
Chapter 62, The Battle of the Top Stars? Another wave?
While everyone's attention was drawn to the lively Shunzi, Zhou Qing quickly took out his phone and searched for the leader's name and information.
The result came out instantly, no such person could be found. A high-level game? What a scam!
Zhou Qing put down his phone, picked up his glass again, and this time, his eyes changed.
He went alone, directly facing the entire arena.
Brother Donkey, he shouted, his voice booming, his gaze piercing the bald donkey.
Let's not keep going down one drink after another.
You and I are brothers, let's drink 3 cups right here today and become sworn brothers, how about it? Before Donkey Baldy could react, Zhou Qing had already downed 3 cups in a row, his movements fluid and seamless.
He instantly took control of the entire private room's rhythm.
Before the first hot dish was even served, the experts and leaders, led by Donkey Baldy, had already been plied with drinks by Zhou Qing in a relentless barrage, their eyes glazed over. Brother Hiccup, I'm not surnamed Donkey Bald Donkey, with a thick tongue, grabbed Zhou Qing's hand and finally revealed the truth.
I'm called Lu Yue.
After a few more drinks, Lu Yue completely let his guard down and looked at Zhou Qing with a dazed expression. That screaming pill, it's so amazing, I saw it with my own eyes, really, Hiccup. Before he could finish speaking, his head lolled to the side, and he collapsed to the ground, completely drunk. Zhou Qing sneered, took out a pill from his pocket, and shoved it into Lu Yue's mouth with lightning speed. Then, like dragging a dead dog, he turned him over so that he was lying face down. In the corner, Zhang San, who had been resting with his eyes closed and pretending to be drunk, suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the rapid change in Lu Yue's posture while he was lying on the ground in an extremely awkward position, even he, with his extensive experience, couldn't help but gasp.
Ding! Shock level from Zhang Yin plus 100. Zhang Yin's innocent big eyes widened in surprise.
She instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with barely suppressed curiosity. She stared intently at the arched bridge.
The presidential suite reeked of alcohol. The so-called VIPs were sprawled out on the floor, Shunzi was fast asleep hugging a table leg, and Su Mengmeng and Yin Feng were dumbfounded.
Only Zhou Qing calmly straightened his slightly disheveled collar and dusted off the dust on his sleeves.
Dude, I'm not a god of wine.
Zhang Yin stared intently at Zhou Qing. That gaze filled him with a sense of triumph, as if he were in complete control. The constant pop-up of shock values in the system's backend was even more pleasing to the ear. However, this moment of tranquility was quickly shattered by a piercing cracking sound.
Clang!
A thick-bottomed glass filled with whiskey was smashed hard onto the polished marble floor, scattering amber-colored liquor and shards of glass everywhere. Su Mengmeng's eyes were bloodshot like a lioness, and she pointed at the swallows in the corner, her voice hoarse and resolute.
Swallow! I, Su Mengmeng, am making this clear today. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. We are severing all ties. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth.
After saying that, she turned around and staggered out of the suffocating private room, resolutely severing ties with everything in the past. The swallows, however, never raised their heads. She simply gripped Wan Shangyi's hand tighter, her knuckles turning white from the force, her slender shoulders trembling slightly as she tried her best to suppress something. Zhou Qing frowned slightly. This was beyond his expectations. He helped up Yin Fong, who was also slightly tipsy and had a dazed look in her eyes, and whispered comfortingly in her ear, "Let's go." The two walked through the mess and arrived at the elevator. Yin Fong leaned against the wall, her cheeks flushed, and her breath carried a faint smell of alcohol.
"Uncle!"
A hurried voice came from behind. Wan Shangyi caught up, her face full of anxiety and distress. "Uncle, don't blame Yanzi, she has her reasons." Zhou Qing turned around and simply waved his hand dismissively. "I understand the affairs of young people." He doesn't know anything, but he knows that asking any questions at this moment is pointless.
The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out Wan Shangyi's anxious face.
Inside the smoothly descending metal box, Zhou Qing looked at his and Yin Fong's reflections in the mirror, his mind a jumble, as if he had forgotten something crucial.
What is it? The next morning.
The hangover headache hadn't subsided when Zhou Qing was woken up by her phone vibrating incessantly beside her pillow. He rubbed his aching back and answered the phone. Immediately, Yin Fong's excited screams, like she'd been injected with adrenaline, came through the receiver.
"Brother Chang. Look at the group."
The group for aspiring socialites like Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu is going crazy. Someone's vying for the top spot, and they're showering us with red envelopes.
A battle for the top spot? Another one?
Zhou Qing jolted awake and sat up abruptly in bed.
Shunzi.
That kid was drunk to the point of unconsciousness last night, and I actually forgot about him. His heart sank, and he hurriedly pulled out Shunzi's number and dialed it.
The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Shunzi's sleepy but energetic voice came from the other end. "Hello? Bro, what's up?" "I was sleeping soundly." Zhou Qing's heart finally settled down. He cursed irritably. "You're really lucky. How did you get home last night?" "Go home? I didn't go home."
Shunzi yawned and spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I saw those bastards were all drunk, so I just lay on the table and pretended to be dead. After you all left, the waiter came to clear the room, and seeing how pitiful I was, he even gave me a staff lounge to sleep in for the night. Hey, I even saved on taxi fare."
Zhou Qing. This thing's survival ability is sometimes outrageously strong.
After hanging up the phone, he finally opened the WeChat group that Yin Fong had mentioned. Sure enough, thousands of unread messages flooded the screen instantly, almost freezing it. An ID with a pink cartoon avatar and the name Strawberry Sweetheart Princess belongs to Zhang Yin from last night. Surrounded by the flattery and praise of several young men, including the Snake Demon, she was showering red envelopes in the group chat with an air of supreme authority.
The Strawberry Sweetheart Princess sent a red envelope. The Strawberry Sweetheart Princess sent a red envelope. A series of red envelope links, each one promising a lucky 888 yuan.
In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of messages had been posted on the screen. The more than 200 young women in the group were going crazy, screaming, "Thank you, Sister Enin. Sister Enin is so generous. Sister Enin is our only sister."
Zhou Qing's brows furrowed instantly. Broken.
These young women are his playground, a stable source of his shock value. But now, everyone is drawn to this online carnival, glued to their phones grabbing red envelopes.
Who has the mind to go out clubbing or shopping and create an opportunity to shock others? This is tantamount to cutting off his source of income.
He turned to look at Yin Fong, who was still excitedly tapping on the screen. "Do you want to be the number one female star?" Without a second thought, Yin Fong shook her head vigorously. "No way, it's too flashy. I'll just grab some red envelopes." Chapter 63 Grand Prize Draw 5 million in cash.
Zhou Qing understood.
He opened another chat window. It was Su Mengmeng, who had left disappointed the night before.
"Uncle Zhou, do you want to earn back the face you've lost, 10-fold or 100-fold? Uncle Zhou, I'll help you get promoted."
Almost instantly after the message was sent, Su Mengmeng's reply popped up, containing only one word.
"So arrogant that nobody loves me. I want to."
Zhou Qing couldn't help but smile. The next second, he opened his mobile banking app and dropped a bombshell in the group called Shanghai Socialite Reserve.
The arrogant uncle who got no love sent out a red envelope.
The cover of the red envelope features eye-catching gold lettering.
Congratulatory gifts for the coronation.
Someone clicked on it instinctively, and then a scream loud enough to lift the ceiling exploded in the group voice chat.
Holy crap! 8,888. Ding! Shock level from Wu Sihan plus 30. Ding! Shock level from Zhou Nannan plus 30. After a 3-second silence, the entire group erupted in cheers.
Before everyone could recover from their shock, the second, third, and 10th huge red envelopes of 8,888 yuan each appeared like an impenetrable barrage of messages, overwhelming Zhang Yin's previous ones with an overbearing and domineering attitude. In a luxurious villa in Shanghai, in the princess room with a pink velvet bed, Zhang Yin rolled around in anger, her face flushed.
Snake demon! Top up my account. Today I'll show her who the real queen is. The battle for the top spot has begun. The 8,888 yuan red envelopes were exchanged back and forth. The energetic young women in the group had given up thinking and were left with nothing but mechanical, trembling fingers that were frantically clicking the screen due to excessive excitement. The amount in the red envelopes quickly exceeded 500,000, then 1 million. Seeing that the liquid funds in his account were about to run out, Zhou Qing's eyes sharpened, and a plan came to mind. He exited WeChat and dialed Zhang San's number directly. The call connected, and a calm, indifferent male voice came from the other end. "What's going on?" "Your sister," Zhou Qing said bluntly, his tone indifferent. "There is someone in a group of young, spiritual girls who is competing with me for the title of number one. They've already sent out over 1 million yuan in red envelopes." "I don't care, I'm just giving you a heads up." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Zhou Qing could even imagine the fascinating expression on Zhang San's icy face. Less than 10 minutes. In the group chat, Zhang Yin, who had been frantically spamming the chat, suddenly stopped and sent a message. "Sister Meng Meng is amazing, I admit she's number one." Immediately afterwards, an unfamiliar ID with a completely black profile picture joined the group chat. Zhang San requests to join the group chat. "I am Zhou Qing's alternate account." The next moment, everyone witnessed what a true number one influencer looked like. Zhang San sent a red envelope. Zhang San sent a red envelope. A full 100, each worth 8,888 yuan. This isn't just a rain of red envelopes, it's a financial tsunami. Ding. Shock level from Lu Xian plus 10. Ding. Shock level from Lu Qingqing plus 10. Byte. The system notification sound exploded in Zhou Qing's mind. Looking at the rapidly increasing points in the background, he finally revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment, Su Mengmeng, the newly crowned top star, was sitting blankly on the edge of her bed in her rented room, staring at the screen full of congratulations on getting rich and good luck and prosperity messages on her phone, her mind completely blank. How can she repay Uncle Zhou? When Zhang San sent out 100 red envelopes containing 8,888 yuan each, Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat. This is no longer about money, it's about favors, an immense favor that weighs heavily on us. It seemed like they were helping him out by giving Su Mengmeng a hand, but in reality, they were pulling him from behind the scenes to the forefront, putting him in the spotlight. Sure enough, the phone screen lit up and a text message from an unknown number popped up, brief and to the point. "Tonight at 7 p.m., at Gingan Mansion, I'm hosting to apologize on behalf of my younger sister. Zhang San." There was no room for negotiation, the only outcome was notification. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath, tapped her fingertips on the screen, and replied with a single word, "Okay. Even if it's a trap, I have to go. But this favor can't just be left unpaid." He took out 10 screaming pills from the system's inventory. These were a godsend for dealing with those good-for-nothings from last night, and they might also serve as a surprise gift for someone like Zhang San. We just need to think carefully about what excuse to use to send it out. He was holding those few dark pills, contemplating whether to package them in an old-fashioned wooden box or a trendy metal can, when a faint voice came from behind him. "Uncle, do you have a crush on Meng Meng?" Yin Fang had woken up at some point and was leaning against the headboard. Her usually clear eyes were now covered with a layer of mist, carrying a hint of grievance and scrutiny. Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively tried to hide the pills. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I was just..." Was that to help her vent her anger? Yin Fang interrupted him with a cold smile. "You spent millions in one night to help her? Brother Qing, you're really good to your friends." Explain yourself." Yin Fang suddenly became agitated, snatched the pills from his hand, and her eyes instantly reddened. "If you have nothing to hide, why are you explaining yourself? What good thing is this that you gave her?" Zhou Qing felt like her head was about to explode. A woman's logic when she's jealous is simply a mystery. "This is not..." Before he could finish speaking, Yin Fang had already pinched his chin and shoved a pill into his mouth with lightning speed. "It's a disaster." Before Zhou Qing could even resist, the pill slid down her throat. "It's time to plow the fields." 1 hour later, everything is bustling with activity.
Hey, upstairs.
Can't a person get any sleep? What are you yelling about in broad daylight? Do you believe I'll get my dad up here and beat you up? Zhou Qing. 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Zhou Qing rubbed her aching lower back. Yin Fang, sleeping soundly beside him, had long eyelashes fluttering slightly and her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhou Qing sighed, gently pulled the blanket over her. He summoned the system panel, and the frenzied screen filling last night had brought his shock level, which was now his bragging point, to an unprecedented height.
Current bragging points, 1,600.
System, he murmured to himself. Give me 1 grand prize draw, and the rest, all premium prize draws.
Instructions received. A grand prize draw is in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 million yuan in cash. 6 rounds of premium lucky draws are currently underway. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 3D holographic projection home entertainment system. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 screaming pills.
Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 free attribute point.
Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Grand prize draw. 5 million in cash. Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat. This money is enough to solve all his current financial anxieties. Host has been detected to have gained free attribute points. Should they be allocated? Chapter 64 388,000, the bride price cannot be less than a penny. Distribute. Random assignment in progress. Assignment successful. Physical fitness +1.
Slightly above the average for a normal adult male. Looking at the result, Zhou Qing shook his head with a wry smile.
Sure enough, with my unlucky streak, getting charm or intelligence randomly is just a pipe dream. However, when it comes to physical constitution, if you're over 18, your condition is unparalleled.
Just as he was mocking himself, Yin Fang suddenly turned over and mumbled 3 words as if in a dream.
Coward. Zhou Qing was furious.
His eyes changed instantly, the dejection brought on by back pain and bad luck in the lottery vanished, replaced by a blazing fire. The father of the child downstairs has returned, but he can only feel ashamed of himself. When Zhou Qing opened her eyes again, the setting sun outside the window was already blood red. He got up quietly, left a note and some living expenses for Yin Fang, and went straight to the nearest bank.
5 million, I definitely need to save it.
While parking his car in the underground parking lot, he happened to witness a real-life scene. A young man wearing a floral shirt and with his hair slicked back was standing respectfully next to an old Passat, bowing and scraping to a middle-aged woman with curly hair and sharp, hawk-like eyes. The woman tapped the hood of the Passat with her knuckles, and Zhou Qing recognized her.
Isn't that an old Indian turtle dove? Why are you in the underground parking garage during work hours?
Now that they were closer, Zhou Qing finally understood what they were talking about.
388,000, the bride price cannot be less than a penny. Here's the deal, you transfer the money to my account first, and I'll observe you for a month.
If you perform well during this month, consider this money as startup capital for the young couple.
If not.
The woman gave a cold laugh, the meaning of which was self-evident.
Zhou Qing gasped. My goodness, this isn't some old Indian dove, this is even more ruthless than an old Somali hyena.
With these methods and this look in his eyes, I'd believe it if you told me he was the reincarnation of an old corpse beetle who had sworn brotherhood with the great blood Zongzi in the 7-star palace.
We can't afford to mess with them.
He quietly walked around the bank, withdrew 4.9 million of the 5 million reward from the system, and deposited it into his own account. Looking at that long string of numbers, he finally felt a little more confident.
The trendy street at dusk was strangely enlivened by the rain of red envelopes.
Almost every young woman there had switched to the latest iPhone 16. They were in groups of 3 or 5, no longer discussing which club to go to, but instead showing off their new bags and cosmetics. When they saw Zhou Qing, their eyes lit up, and they familiarly surrounded her.
Brother Qing, a cigarette.
Zhou Qing casually strolled around, watching them contentedly puffing on their cigarettes, but felt no emotion whatsoever.
He dialed Shunzi's number, wanting to ask him out for dinner. Bro. No way.
Sister Meng Meng is live streaming, and I'm sending her gifts and helping her climb the rankings.
I have to help her get to number 1 on the hourly rankings today.
Shunzi on the other end of the phone was as excited as if he'd been injected with chicken blood.
Zhou Cheng hung up the phone and walked alone into the familiar Shaxian snacks restaurant.
As soon as I sat down, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of my eye.
It's Su Hui.
I don't recognize her face, but I can recognize her by her yoga pants. At that moment, she was clinging affectionately to the arm of a middle-aged man, and the two were ordering food together intimately. The middle-aged man was wearing a faded tank top and flip-flops, looking simple and unpretentious. But Zhou Qing's gaze was drawn to the deep blue color on his wrist.
Patek Philippe, the Starry Night watch.
Zhou Qing was secretly astonished. It seemed that the market was really bad this year. Even yoga pants manufacturers in the 5 outer counties had begun to lower their selection criteria and develop the lower-tier market. He silently ate his duck leg rice, gazing out the window at the young women on the street, frantically spending money on their phones and squandering their windfall wealth, and fell into deep thought. This shower of red envelopes certainly gave him plenty of opportunities to show off. But it's like a spiritual opium, turning this group of people who could have been shocked by his youth and energy into a bunch of mindless consumers who have lost all motivation to strive.
This is not what he wanted.
The real challenge, however, was the treacherous banquet with Zhang San that evening. This debt of gratitude, which cost $1 million, is the sharpest knife hanging over his head.
Night swallowed the entire city.
Zhou Qing was on a mountain road leading to the suburbs. The destination on the navigation was called Yunshan Shaozhai, which sounded ethereal and otherworldly, but when paired with the winding mountain road with its meager streetlights, it gave off a feeling of strange tales from a Chinese studio. He glanced at Yin Fong, who was touching up her makeup in the passenger seat, and a sense of vigilance quietly tightened in his heart.
That bastard Zhang San, would he really stage a scene where he's ambushed with knives and axes on a rocky hill? Brother Ching, are you nervous?
Yin Fong put down the small mirror, her eyes sparkling in the dim light. Your palms are sweating. The mountain roads are difficult to navigate, Zhou Cheng said succinctly.
Fortunately, the unease did not last long.
Ahead, the view suddenly opened up, revealing an ancient courtyard built against the mountain, with the words Yunshan Shaozhen cloud deep and inscribed in a flamboyant style on a huge screen wall. Beneath the plaque, a familiar figure paced anxiously back and forth. It was none other than Lu Yue, the bald donkey. He wore an inappropriate pair of tight-fitting trousers, with an extremely unnatural bulge at the crotch. To avoid walking around the swollen area, he looked like a deformed compass.
Brother Chang, you finally arrived.
Bald Donkey limped up to greet him, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace.
Zhou Qing's gaze shifted downwards, landing on that strange part of his body. You stuffed a baguette into your mouth? Hey! The bald donkey blushed, waved his hand, and forced a show of magnanimity.
I missed a step going down the stairs and fell, but it's nothing. Anyway, I've never been that useful before, so it's just a structural injury and won't affect the overall situation. Zhou Qing's lips twitched, but he didn't press further about what exactly this big picture was. As the car entered the courtyard, his heart sank again.
Well, this isn't some kind of trap, it's a luxury car show.
A gleaming black Rolls-Royce Phantom, a flashy purple McLaren 720S, and several other top-of-the-line sports cars whose names I don't know but which look like formidable opponents, stand like a group of silent steel behemoths, making his Cayenne look like a dwarf who has wandered into a land of giants. Pushing open the wooden door of the tea room, a whiff of top-quality agarwood mixed with the aroma of tea wafts out. Zhang San, dressed in a plain tang suit, sat upright, his fingers lightly twirling a jianzhan, a type of Chinese teacup, his movements fluid and graceful, displaying the air of a young nobleman. Beside him, Zhang Yin sat there sulking, a peony in full bloom in her hand, which she had plucked petals off one by one. The petals drifted down, like her broken heart at that moment.
Brother Zhou, you finally arrived. Zhang San stood up, a warm smile on his face that was just right.
Chapter 65. The streamer used excessive language and insulted others. His gaze swept over Yin Fong behind Zhou Qing, and then he saw his sister's lifeless expression, a knowing look flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yin's gaze, as if equipped with radar, was precisely locked onto Zhou Cheng and Yin Fong's hands, which had somehow become clasped together, as if she wanted to burn 2 holes in them. It's just a small token of my appreciation, Zhou Qing said without any further formalities, pushing a palm-sized sandalwood box in front of Zhang San. The box was opened, and 10 dark pills lay neatly on a bright yellow silk, unremarkable in appearance, even somewhat rustic. But Zhang San's pupils suddenly contracted, and his composed demeanor as a young master from a prominent family instantly collapsed, revealing an almost manic expression bursting forth from his eyes. The bald donkey next to him stared wide-eyed, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, his longing gaze like that of a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing a fresh, fat sheep. At this moment, Zhou Qing felt much more at ease. He knew that this debt of gratitude was now settled. This gift struck precisely at the most primal, secret, and vulnerable desires of these men at the top of the pyramid.
The banquet was held in the waterside pavilion in the inner courtyard.
As soon as the dishes were served, they stunned Yinfang, a self-proclaimed well-traveled and rebellious young woman. Civet cat stewed with soft-shelled turtle penis, mushroom stewed with grouse, braised goose, every dish exudes the flavor of Shenzhouxing. Zhou Qing frowned slightly. He didn't want to get a silver bracelet just because of a meal. Zhang San seemed to read his mind, chuckled, and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a person handed over a stack of documents. Brother Zhou, don't worry, they're all from our own farm, with complete documentation, and are legal and compliant. This impeccable work further increased Zhou Qing's opinion of Zhang San. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal and clinking glasses, Zhou Qing's phone started buzzing. It was a live stream link sent by Shunzi.
Brother! Come quick! Sister Mingming's first broadcast needs your help to climb the charts.
Zhou Qing had no choice but to click the link. The scene was both hilarious and absurd. In a pink-themed live streaming room, several young men, shirtless and displaying their tattoos, blue dragon on one side and white tiger on the other, grinned at the camera. A large message appeared in the center of the screen: streamer's behavior is vulgar, suspected of displaying tattoos, banned for 10 minutes.
But
Yinfang leaned over for a look and couldn't help but burst out laughing. 10 minutes later, the live stream restarted. This time it was a game, but less than 5 minutes later, a young man stole Su Mingming's kill and was subjected to a barrage of insults and censorship, which was extremely offensive and unbearable to hear. The screen went black again. The host used excessive language and insulted others. Yinfang was laughing so hard she was shaking, and Zhou Qing felt ashamed.
Just as he was about to turn it off, Yinfang suddenly exclaimed, "Eh!"
It turns out that after the third broadcast, in order to boost popularity, Su Mingming brought Yinfang, Zhou Xiaoka, and other sisters in front of the camera. 7 or 8 girls squeezed onto a big bed, laughing and playing around.
The screen went black for the third time in the next second.
Permanently banned for allegedly engaging in sexually suggestive activities due to multiple people sharing a bed and wearing revealing clothing.
Number 1 sister?
Zhang Yin snorted coldly, silently took out her phone, and sent a message to the snake demon. The top streamer Su Mingming has started a live stream.
You know what to do. The meal ended in this subtle and eerie atmosphere. Zhang San was clearly anxious for the effects of the 10 pills, so he hurriedly said goodbye with his sister.
Before leaving, he insisted on giving Zhou Qing several insulated boxes filled with rare ingredients as a return gift. Brother Qing, I think we need to register a company for that drone project as soon as possible and operate it in a formal way.
Donkey Baldy took the opportunity to sneer at Zhou Qing's pocket.
Sure, Zhou Qing agreed verbally, but in his heart he had already made up his mind that the legal representative had to be Shunzi, so that if the sky fell, someone taller would hold it up. When Donkey Baldy wanted to bring up the pills again, Zhou Qing had already pulled Yinfang into the car, stepped on the gas, and the Cayenne roared away, leaving Donkey Baldy with only exhaust fumes and a cloud of dust. On the beach late at night, with no one else around, Yinfang completely let loose, running barefoot on the sand like a wild horse, her silvery laughter echoing in the cold sea breeze. After she'd had her fill of fun, she breathlessly threw herself into Zhou Qing's arms, looking up at the starry sky with dreamy eyes. Brother Qing, how romantic! Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to say something when Yinfang in his arms suddenly cried out, curled up, and turned deathly pale.
What's wrong?
Yinfang grimaced in pain, barely able to speak. My stomach hurts.
I got my period today.
I was so focused on looking pretty that I forgot to put on padding.
Zhou Qing.
The romantic atmosphere was instantly shattered. He was both amused and exasperated as he carried Yinfang back to the car, turned the car around, and hurriedly drove away. On the way back to the city, my phone started vibrating incessantly again. Shunzi was like a madman, relentlessly pushing new live stream links to him, as if she would take Zhou Qing down with her if he didn't click in and send him gifts. Zhou Qing opened WeChat expressionlessly, found Shunzi, and immediately added him to her blacklist. This general manager could retire early. The blacklist notification had just popped up when that familiar third-party platform notification appeared on my phone screen again. The streamer you followed, Meng Meng, who aspires to be the top streamer, has been permanently banned for allegedly inducing sexual misconduct.
Zhou Qing looked at the notice and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems that the entrepreneurial path of this group of energetic young women is destined to be even more arduous and rugged than the mountain road beneath his feet. The morning sunlight streamed through the blinds,
cutting out strips of light on the reflective floor of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. The air was filled with the somber smell of printer ink and old paper, a smell unique to the system. Zhou Qing sat on the cold plastic chair, her fingertips tapping lightly on the smooth folder, but her heart was already in turmoil. Beside him, Shunzi sat upright, dressed in brand new knockoff streetwear, his cheeks flushed with excitement, looking like a monkey about to enter its bridal chamber.
Brother Qing. I, Shunzi, will be the legal representative of the drone technology company from now on?
His voice trembled, as if these words weighed a ton. Zhou Qing hummed in response, without even lifting her eyelids.
I'm the fucking CEO of the company?
Shunzi jumped up, attracting stares from everyone around him. Zhou Qing pulled him back into the chair and lowered her voice.
Keep your voice down. Do you want the whole hall to know that your ancestors for 3 generations were poor farmers?
Shunzi then realized his lapse in composure and quickly covered his mouth, but the light in his eyes was as bright as 2 searchlights, as if he wanted to kowtow to Zhou Qing on the spot. On the other hand, Lu Yang, who was temporarily brought in to fill in, was a completely different story. He crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and his face was full of wary words that said, "I'm not well educated, so don't try to trick me." Chapter 66. The first year's rent is waived.
Brother Qing, does the legal representative thing mean you have to go to jail if something happens? Lu Yang's gaze darted back and forth between Zhou Qing and the registration document.
Zhou Qing took a small porcelain bottle out of his pocket and waved it in front of Lu Yang.
Screaming pills, you can use them as much as you want from now on, there's plenty.
Lu Yang's pupils focused instantly, and his breathing became heavier. His Adam's apple bobbed as he snatched the documents and pen, signing his name with a flourish, the movements fluid and seamless, as if afraid Zhou Qing might change her mind.
Deal. Don't even mention being the legal representative, I'd even be the legal representative's father.
Everything seemed to be going smoothly until the staff member at the window, wearing reading glasses, slowly pushed up his glasses.
Drone companies must have their registered address in Binjiang High Tech Zone. Your address is not compliant. A problem has arisen.
Binjiang, near the trendy street, is a prime location where every inch of land is extremely valuable. The rent for a year is enough to buy another top-of-the-line Cayenne. Shunzi's eyes darted around, and he crept closer furtively.
Brother, I know a master who's good at feng shui. They say he can turn stones into gold. Why don't we ask him to take a look and find us an affordable place to prosper?
Zhou Qing looked at his earnest, foolish expression, and the veins on his forehead throbbed.
Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Industry and Commerce Bureau.
A master dressed in a Bagua Taoist robe but wearing anti-sportswear underneath was holding a plastic compass he had bought wholesale from the Yiwu small commodities market, chanting incantations around a telephone pole.
The dragon's energy here is stagnant, a very ominous sign. I must perform a ritual to draw water from the East Sea, only then can this be resolved. Zhou Qing stared at the unmoving compass needle and the small English words "Made in China" below it, and completely lost his patience. He took out 200 yuan and stuffed it into the master's hand. Roll. Shunzi is deflated.
Zhou Qing took a deep breath, dialed Donkey Baldy's number, and briefly explained the situation. The bald man on the other end of the phone was silent for 3 seconds, then a fawning laugh came through.
Brother Qing, wait for my message. This isn't something I can decide on my own, it has to be decided by Boss Zhang.
Zhou Qing hung up the phone and looked at the endless stream of vehicles outside the car window, not holding out much hope.
Less than 5 minutes.
His phone rang. It was an unfamiliar local number.
Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Qing?
I am the property manager of Hongsheng Building. Mr. Zhang has instructed that a 500 square meter fully furnished office space in Area A on the top floor of the building has been reserved for you. In addition, Mr. Zhang said that the first year's rent will be waived. The voice on the other end of the phone was respectful to the point of being humble. Zhou Qing's heart was in turmoil, but his face remained calm as he uttered a few words indifferently.
Please thank Mr. Zhang for me.
He hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. His feelings were a mix of emotions.
Every act of generosity by a merchant comes with a hidden price.
Zhang San's seemingly insignificant favor was actually a calculated move, driven by his desire for the unfathomable gold mine hidden behind that infamous screaming pill that could drive any man mad.
This game is getting bigger and bigger. It was dusk when I got home.
Yin Fong, like a boneless cat, curled up listlessly on the sofa, clutching a Pikachu pillow in her arms, the light from her phone screen reflecting on her pale face. On the screen, Su Mengmeng and Zhou Xiaoka's live streams were experiencing a dismal number of viewers. Several girls, with their exquisite makeup, couldn't hide the exhaustion on their faces as they mechanically completed the tipping tasks scrolling on the screen. Thanks to Sister Hulu from Trendy Street for the 99 little stars. Su Meng Meng immediately forced a stiff smile and made a set of clumsy and awkward hand gestures in front of the camera.
Thanks to Sister Hulu from Trendy Street for the 99 light sticks.
Zhou Xiaoka struggled to her feet and performed a disjointed and chaotic dance called Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens, leaving her breathless with exhaustion. That account, called Sister Hulu of Trendy Street, was like an emotionless tipping machine, frantically squeezing out their last bit of energy with the cheapest gifts. Finally, after completing yet another mission, the girls collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to stand up.
The next second, the screen went black.
The streamer's channel has been banned for 24 hours for failing to fulfill their promise to accept donations. Yin Fong silently turned off her phone, buried her face in the pillow, and spoke in a muffled voice.
Uncle, I also want to start a live stream, to help relieve some of your pressure. Zhou Qing's heart softened.
He walked over, sat down on the sofa, and looked at the girl's reddened eyes. She wasn't some wild little horse running wild on the beach, she was just a little girl who wanted to share her burdens.
Pressure? His biggest pressure right now is how to control this increasingly out of control game.
In that instant, a thought flashed through the chaotic thoughts like lightning.
The system reward that 3D holographic projection device.
He had always treated it as a high-end toy, a future technology forgotten in the system space. Zhou Qing's eyes lit up, and he gently ruffled Yin Fong's hair, the soft touch bringing him peace of mind.
If you really want to help, I have a better idea.
His voice carried a hint of excitement that he himself was unaware of. Yin Fong looked up curiously and met his fiery eyes. With a thought, Zhou Qing opened the system space. The futuristic device was quietly suspended in the virtual darkness. The silvery white metal shell shimmered with light, and countless intricate runes appeared and disappeared, exuding a coldness and power far beyond this era.
Perhaps, it's time.
Let these so-called socialites and internet celebrities who only know how to attack with cheap gifts and malicious reports show them what real, technological subversion attacks are. Zhou Qing stared at the quiet, floating 3D holographic projector in the system space.
This system, though it's talkative and stingy, provides things that are absolutely groundbreaking and revolutionary.
Golden Finger's first ironclad rule: anything produced by Brother Tong is guaranteed to be a masterpiece. Zhou Qing firmly believed this. He pulled himself out of his thoughts and looked at Yin Fong's expectant and uneasy face, which touched his heart.
The office is newly set up and still empty.
Tomorrow I'll set aside a space for you to renovate that will serve as your live streaming studio. Yin Fong's originally dim eyes were instantly brightened, shining with an amazing light. She suddenly jumped up from the sofa, looking at Zhou Qing with a mixture of surprise and delight. Her lips moved for a long time before she finally managed to squeeze out a few words.
Uncle. Thank you. Thank you.
She had assumed that Zhou Qing would be like the other wealthy men she had met, treating his woman like a caged bird, unwilling to let her show her face in public and face the lustful and filthy gazes in the livestream. Zhou Qing waved his hand, wanting to say it was nothing, but the words that came out were slightly teasing. "We're all family, no need to thank me." He was stunned for a moment as soon as he finished speaking. Yin Fong's cheeks rose visibly, turning red all the way from her neck to her ears, like a boiled shrimp. She stood there helplessly, her eyes darting around. Suddenly, she turned and rushed to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of chilled mineral water, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Seeing her like this, Zhou Qing secretly thought to himself that something was wrong.
Chapter 67: A 100 square meter live streaming room? This little wild horse, isn't it too exciting to have something so cold? Why are you drinking ice water? It's bad for your stomach.
Yin Fong put down the water bottle, took a deep breath, her eyes regained their firmness, even carrying a hint of determination, and walked towards him step by step. Zhou Qing subconsciously moved back a little.
Don't come any closer, Yin Fong.
I'm warning you, I'm a respectable person. The next morning, Zhou Qing was dragged out of bed by Yin Fong. The girl's enthusiasm was like the summer sun over the riverside, so intense that it was irresistible.
Uncle! Hurry, hurry! Go see our office. Zhou Qing yawned as she was shoved into the passenger seat.
Yin Fong held a cup of steaming hot soy milk in one hand and had already gripped the steering wheel with the other, her face beaming with excitement as she prepared to conquer the mountain. However, when Zhou Qing's G63 joined the morning rush hour traffic, that excitement instantly turned into terror. The surrounding traffic was so tight it was almost impenetrable, filled with the sounds of horns, engines, and the hissing of the pressure relief valve on the bus next to her. Yin Fang gripped the steering wheel tightly, her palms sweaty. The car moved in a terrifyingly slow, stop-and-go manner, sometimes braking suddenly, sometimes crawling along at a snail's pace. Zhou Cheng, however, sat calmly in the passenger seat, picked up a piece of eel with his chopsticks, and slowly slurped it into his mouth.
Left. There's an electric scooter on the left. Yin Fang screamed. Don't panic, he'll dodge. Hey! That car in front is trying to cut in. Let him have it, we're not in a hurry.
When they finally moved the car into the underground parking garage of Hongsheng Building, Yin Fang's hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably as she unbuckled her seatbelt.
She slumped silently over the steering wheel, like a dehydrated fish. After a long while, she finally raised her head and looked at Zhou Cheng with a deathly pale face. Uncle, you should drive next time. It's too scary. Zhou Cheng handed over a tissue and wiped her mouth. It's okay, she's a female driver, she'll get used to it. Top floor of Hongsheng Building, Section A. When the heavy glass door was pushed open, the scene before her eyes made Yin Fang gasp. The nearly 500 square meter open space features almost 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the bustling Binjiang New area, with rows of high-rise buildings resembling building blocks lying at one's feet. Sunlight streams in unobstructed, gilding the floor with a layer of scattered gold. The hard furnishings are all complete, simple yet luxurious, and every detail exudes the word expensive. This area by the window, with the best view, I'll give you 100 square meters, Zhou Cheng said, pointing to the area facing the river. I plan to put a few servers in the remaining space. Yin Fang was still in shock when the elevator doors opened with a ding. Zhang San walked in with a voluptuous woman, wearing smoky makeup, his arm around her. Brother Zhou. I'm not late, am I? Look at this place, are you satisfied? His gaze swept across the empty office, finally landing on Yin Fang, a mixture of knowing and ambiguity flashing in his eyes. Your sister-in-law is here too? Little brother, you've really got a golden cage to keep her in. I'm so envious. Before Zhou Cheng could speak, Zhang San seemed to remember something and asked curiously. By the way, bro, with all these drones and servers, what big project are you planning? Yin Fang answered eagerly, her tone brimming with undisguised pride. Mr. Zhang, my uncle is going to give me the best spot here as my live streaming studio. Zhang San's smile froze instantly, and he remained stunned for a full 3 seconds. He looked at Zhou Cheng in disbelief. A 100 square meter live streaming room? Brother, you're not kidding me, are you? His voice even changed tone. Your screaming pills are a revolutionary money printing machine. If you mass produce these things, not only Binjiang, but all the socialites and models in Jiangnan will line up to give you money. You're using this 500 square meter Riverview office building to do live streaming? Zhou Cheng's expression remained unchanged. She simply took a sip of the coffee the property manager had brought her. The core ingredients of the screaming pill are extremely rare and cannot be mass-produced. Zhang San's eyes instantly dimmed. Zhou Xian changed the subject abruptly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. However, I'm currently working on a basic version. While the effects aren't immediately noticeable, consistent use can gradually restore functionality, and even bring users back to their peak performance. Boom! These words struck Zhang San like a thunderbolt. He excitedly pushed away his female companion, grabbed Zhou Cheng's arm with both hands, and looked at her with the fervor of a traveler who had seen an oasis in the desert. Brother! Is this really true? When will this initial version be available? I'll buy the entire first batch. Name your price. It's still uncertain, Mr. Zhang, don't be in such a hurry. Zhou Cheng subtly withdrew his arm. How can I not be anxious? This is a matter of life and death. Zhang San paced back and forth, then suddenly slapped his thigh. All the expenses for the office's furnishings and equipment are on me. You don't need to worry about anything, just focus on developing the miracle drug. Noon, Daiji Plaza. The dazzling array of luxury goods made Yin Fang a little dizzy. Uncle, I've made up my mind. I want to go for a sexy, mature woman style. As Yin Fang spoke, she picked up a deep V-neck bodycon dress and held it up against herself. This style attracts fans the fastest. Zhou Cheng glanced at it, then took the clothes from her hands without hesitation and put them back in their place. Showing skin is the most basic approach, we're going for the technical stuff. Yin Fang looked completely bewildered. You'll find out later. As Yin Fang passed a Chanel boutique, she slowed her pace. Her gaze was immediately drawn to a pink lambskin chain strap backpack in the shop window.
The bag was exquisitely designed, with a touch of girlish sweetness and a touch of luxury, perfectly capturing her aesthetic. She walked into the store, carefully picked up the bag, and saw the price tag.
118,000.
Yin Fong felt as if she had been burned, and immediately put the bag back down, pulling Zhou Qing along as they walked out.
It's not good looking, it's too childish, let's go.
Zhou Chang stopped and looked back at her lingering gaze, understanding dawning on him.
He waved to the sales assistant. Wrap this up. Uncle. No. It's too expensive.
Yin Fong said anxiously, her face turning red.
It's just a bag.
Zhou Qing took out his bank card without the slightest hesitation.
Shock level plus 90. Shock level plus 120.
The envious glances from the sales assistants and surrounding customers made Yin Fong feel a little smug. Just as Zhou Qing was about to swipe her card to pay, a sharp argument suddenly broke out not far away, shattering the elegant atmosphere built up by money in the luxury store.
What the hell do you mean? Say it again?
That voice sounds familiar. Zhou Qing peeked out and saw a scantily clad woman with a snake demon tattoo standing with her hands on her hips, cursing loudly at a middle-aged man in a suit.
It was none other than the snake demon from the trendy street.
However, the person holding her arm now was no longer that obsequious bald man, but a young man with arrogant yellow hair, many earrings, and a haughty expression. As Ottleby once said, impoverished love is like a banana, either green or yellow. You eagerly wait for it to ripen, only to find that it has already turned black before you even have a chance to take a bite. Zhou Qing had heard a little about the story of the bald donkey. That guy is really rich, but he's also really stingy. He has to calculate the cost-effectiveness for ages before buying a bag for the snake demon. Now that the snake demon has found a new companion, it seems understandable. After all, although this young blonde guy in front of him looks poor, he has the advantage of being young, sweet-talking, and can provide emotional value that the old guy can't.
What the hell do you mean? Are you blind? I can't wear this.
The snake demon's voice was so sharp it could shatter glass as she pointed at a haute couture dress and cursed at the sales assistant.
Do you even know who I am? Believe me or not, I can kick you out tomorrow. Chapter 68, A Happy Day Trip to the Green Grassland?
The sales assistant was a young woman who had just graduated. She turned pale from being scolded, clutching the hem of her clothes, and explained aggrievedly. Madam, I'm sorry, this is one of our store's prized possessions, and it's not allowed to be tried on casually.
Rules? I am the rule.
The blonde-haired guy next to the snake demon immediately stepped forward, shoved the sales assistant aside, and casually put his arm around the snake demon's waist.
Honey, why waste your breath on this snobbish jerk? If you like it, just buy it and make her kneel down and pack it for you. But she won't let me try. The snake demon's chest heaved violently with anger. Fine, I won't try.
The blonde-haired guy rummaged in his pocket for a while, pulled out a card, and casually tossed it on the ground. With a crisp snap, a jet-black card with a matte finish slid across the polished marble floor, tracing a cold arc.
That's not an ordinary bank card.
There is no bank logo on the card, only a string of gilded numbers and a dark pattern resembling dragon scales.
Black card. The young sales assistant's breath caught in her throat for half a second.
The pressures of life and the dignity of her profession clashed fiercely in her mind, but ultimately, the former prevailed overwhelmingly. She bent down and, with slightly trembling hands, picked up the black card as if it were a sacred object, then quickly walked to the counter.
Hello, could you please?
Her voice stopped abruptly because a composed man was standing in front of the reception desk. It was Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing didn't turn around, but slowly raised his phone. The cold light from the screen reflected in his calm pupils, and the camera was precisely pointed at the couple flirting not far away. In the scene, the blonde-haired boy is smugly giving the snake demon a kiss on the face. The image is both intimate and jarring. Almost the instant the phone was raised, the snake demon's blood seemed to freeze. The arrogance and anger on her face vanished instantly, leaving her frozen in place like a petrified statue.
Snake demon sister, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pay the bill. Let those bumpkins see what's what.
Little Yellow Hair, however, was completely oblivious and continued to urge him on. The next second, he also noticed the phone camera pointing directly at them.
Damn it! What the hell are you filming?
The blonde-haired guy's face instantly turned liver-colored, and he raised his fist to charge over.
Sir! Sir, please calm down.
Two security guards and the sales assistant from before held him firmly in place. Zhou Chang put down her phone and gently swiped her finger across the screen.
His fearsome reputation is no secret in the trendy street circle.
His track record is verifiable, and each and every one of his exploits is enough to make people tremble. But the blonde-haired guy in front of him was clearly a stubborn and headstrong young man.
Damn it, let me go.
The blonde-haired boy struggled, glaring venomously at Zhou Chang with his eyes. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow by cigarette smoke, his tone extremely provocative.
Uncle, you're so old, why are you still playing with younger kids? Can you keep up with the stamina? Should I help you out?
Upon hearing this, even the security guard who was blocking him changed his expression. Yin Fong was so angry that she trembled all over. She was about to step forward when Zhou Chang stopped her with a look.
Zhou Chang laughed, a cold laugh. You're really brave.
He casually uttered 3 words, then, in front of everyone, opened WeChat and forwarded the high-definition video to Su Mengmeng. Send this to all the trendy street groups, especially the one where Donkey Baldy is. A message, concise, yet filled with unquestionable commands. Almost instantly after the message was sent, all the social media groups, big and small, along the Binjiang trendy street were bombarded with it.
Holy crap! Isn't that a snake demon? And who's that guy next to her? Have you managed to snag a day trip to the green grassland? High definition, uncensored, kissing and touching the angle is amazing. The photographer really knows us.
In a high-end tea house in Binjiang, Donkey Baldy, who was accompanying Zhang San to sample new tea, suddenly had his phone vibrate incessantly. He didn't think much of it at first, until the same video popped up in dozens of groups.
He clicked on the video.
In the picture, the woman he cherishes is seen embracing and kissing a blonde young man in a Chanel store, appearing very intimate.
Snap!
The purple clay teacup in Donkey Baldy's hand shattered with a crack, and scalding tea splashed all over his hand, but he was completely unaware. That face, which usually wore a smile like that of Maitreya Buddha, was now so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. Inside the Chanel store, the snake demon's phone also started ringing incessantly. With trembling hands, she tapped the screen and saw the overwhelming number of mentions and screenshots in the group chat. Her vision went black, and she almost fainted. She suddenly looked up, staring intently at Zhou Chang, and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth.
You are ruthless. Get lost.
Zhou Chang's reply was just 1 word. The blonde-haired boy was also bewildered by the scene, but he still refused to back down. Before leaving, he pointed at Yin Fong fiercely and warned her in a low voice.
You better watch out. There will be times when your uncle isn't around. Zhou Chang took Yin Fong and left the mall without looking back.
Even after getting into the car, Yin Fong was still shaken.
Uncle, that kid. Just a clown.
Zhou Chang started the car, but his eyes became deep.
However, that black card is quite interesting.
With the engine roaring, Zhou Chang didn't go home, but drove straight towards the trendy street.
Royal Dynasty Shopping Mall, the most informed place in the trendy street.
Zhou Chang pushed open the door to a private room. Amidst deafening music, a woman with exquisite makeup, who was shaking dice, looked up. When she saw Zhou Chang, her eyes lit up, and she immediately put down the dice cup and came to greet him.
Brother Chang? What brings you here? Sister Butterfly, I have something to ask you. Zhou Chang got straight to the point. That blonde guy who was with the snake demon today, what's the origin of the black card he had? Bai Jiayan's smile faltered slightly, then she pointed to a private room with its curtains tightly drawn at the end of the corridor. It was given to me by Yi Qing. He's the guy who's been chasing after Zhang Yin lately. He's pretty crazy, and he's not even 16 yet. 16 years old? Black card? Zhou Chang raised an eyebrow. He walked to the door of the private room, but the heavy door could not block out the ambiguous sounds of men and women laughing and joking that could be faintly heard from inside. An image instantly formed in Zhou Chang's mind. A crazy, lawless teenager with an aura of intellectual disability and an overpowered cheat ability, who acts entirely on his whims. These kinds of people are natural troublemakers, the most unstable element in every story. Zhou Chang suddenly realized that this kid named Yi Qing was probably going to turn the entire trendy street upside down. We can't afford to mess with them. Alarm bells rang in Zhou Chang's mind. His years of experience in the online novel world told him that there are 3 families whose names are considered taboo in the novel world: Yi, Lin, and Xiao, and touching them is certain death. If you beat up a young man with an aura of destiny, an older one will inevitably follow.
Even if you are incredibly powerful and defeat the old man, he can still spit out a saying through gritted teeth as he watches your retreating back, making you unable to sleep soundly for the rest of your life, fearing an unfortunate end. The Yi Ching in front of me is 16 years old, holds an unlimited black card, and acts crazy.
He is simply the ultimate Frankenstein's monster, embodying all the flaws of the main characters from the three major families. Getting involved with this kind of person will only bring you trouble. They're gone.
Without a word, Zhou Qing grabbed Yin Fang's wrist and pulled her out without even a second's hesitation. To him, even glancing at the tightly closed private room door was considered unlucky. As soon as the two stepped out of the shopping mall, the curtain behind them was suddenly lifted, and the blonde-haired guy, with a cigarette in his mouth and a smug look on his face, swaggered out. Immediately after, a woman wearing yoga pants with a curvaceous figure staggered out, her clothes disheveled, and tear stains still clinging to the corners of her eyes. She was the personal trainer of the famous gym in this area. Zhou Cheng didn't stop walking, but in his mind, he added another label to that kid named Yi Qing, a humanoid self-propelled cannon.
Chapter 69. Do you have a black card?
5 minutes later, at a Shasian snack shop across the street, Zhou Qing slurped up a bowl of wontons with oil floating on top, while the various groups on his phone screen remained quiet.
The bald donkey ultimately didn't even utter a fart. Zhou Cheng scoffed. What business tycoon, what Maitreya Buddha?
In the end, he's nothing more than a pure-hearted war god who bumped into a minotaur a complete waste.
However, since we've already made our move, let's wait and see how the bullets fly.
Sure enough, at 2 p.m., the Binjiang Trendy Street group chat, which had been quiet for several hours, suddenly exploded. A newcomer with a golden crown avatar and the ID Trendy Street Dad was quickly pulled into the group by the Snake Demon. Not a single wasted word, not a single expression. The Trendy Street Dad sent a red envelope to the group members. The Trendy Street Dad sent a red envelope to the group members. 10 in a row, and the screen was instantly filled with them. Each red envelope had "Wishing you prosperity" written on it. When the people in the group clicked on it, everyone was stunned. 20,000. A single red envelope contains 20,000 yuan. 10 of them, that's a full 200,000. However, the expected frenzy of bag snatching and screen full of "thank you" boss messages did not materialize. The entire group fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Those 10 bright red, dazzling red envelopes, each bearing the amount of 20,000 yuan, hung forlornly in the chat history, like 10 neglected tombstones. The Snake Demon isn't the only one. Daddy is so generous. Daddy is awesome. Welcome Daddy to give us your guidance. At all members. The Snake Demon and her few fake besties started to frantically play along, but apart from them, there was no other sound in the group. The energetic young men and women displayed astonishing teamwork and backbone at this moment. Joke. Just 2 days ago, we received hundreds of thousands of yuan in red envelopes from Brother Cheng and Brother Zhang, and ate a banquet worth tens of thousands of yuan. Do you think you can bribe us with this little bit of money? Besides, what's your ID? Trendy Street Dad? Who are you taking advantage of? Integrity is something you can't see or touch in ordinary times, but it's harder than gold when it matters. Seemingly sensing the awkward atmosphere, the Trendy Street Dad's offensive became even more intense. Another wave of red envelopes flooded the screen, this time with the amount soaring to 300,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan in cash was casually dumped into a group of 500 people, barely causing a ripple. The number of respondents remains very small. The Snake Demon was completely humiliated. The Snake Demon isn't the only one. At Baiji and Yanzi, what's going on? I can't even see Dad's red envelopes? Has he become mute? Baijian was now in a difficult situation. She steeled herself, silently took the smallest one, and said a sentence. Baijian, welcome, Dad. The next second. Trendy Street Cute, that's fucking despicable. System message, Trendy Street Momo has left the group chat. Yin Fang, Su Meng Meng, Zhou Xiaoke, all the core members of the spirited little sister group, upon seeing Meng Meng leave the group, seemed to receive an order and clicked exit without hesitation. One domino was pushed over, instantly triggering a chain reaction like an avalanche. System message, a cone has left the group chat. System message, Wildcat is not afraid of the dark has left the group chat. System log. On the screen, system notifications for leaving the group flooded the screen. In just half a minute, half of the original 500-person group disappeared. Just as Zhou Qing was about to send Meng Meng a message praising her for doing a great job, he caught a glimpse of an ID flitting about in a rain of red envelopes, happily grabbing them. Trendy Street No Pudding.
This ID, why does it look so familiar?
When Zhou Qing clicked on the profile picture, she almost spat out the wontons in her mouth.
Isn't this Shunzi's alternate WeChat account?
He immediately made a phone call.
Bro, calm down.
Shunzi's voice on the other end of the phone carried a confident, smug air. My cousin's a live streamer, he can get as many of these accounts as he wants.
Watch me.
Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Cheng watched as 4 more accounts with distinct but unfamiliar IDs pounced on the pile of red envelopes like hungry wolves. Trendy Street Loves Rabbit Heads has received your red envelope. Trendy Street Long Live Sister Zhou has received your red envelope. Shunzi used 5 smaller accounts to precisely divide up the remaining red envelopes. Then, he did something that caught everyone off guard. He compiled screenshots of each of his alternate accounts receiving the red envelopes, along with a screenshot of the Trend Street Dad ID, and then silently clicked the 3-dot icon in the upper right corner of WeChat.
Complaint. Report this group chat, suspected of gambling. Click to confirm.
The entire movement was fluid and seamless, completed in one go.
1 minute later.
A bright red, bold system notification appeared on the phone screens of all group members. This group chat has been permanently banned for suspected violations.
That's all.
This group, which had existed for several years and gathered the core circle of the entire Binjiang Trendy Street, is just gone.
The group owner and administrators appealed frantically, but the result left them in despair.
Customer service requested a screenshot of the comment attached by the recipient to prove that it was a normal social interaction and not gambling. As for Shunzi's accounts, they just collected the bags without saying a word.
This road is completely blocked.
The snake demons went to great lengths, even selling their bodies, to get a ticket to this Trendy Street Dad, only to have it become worthless. In an instant, the entire Trendy Street scene was thrown into complete chaos, with countless people frantically trying to find out what had happened. At the heart of the chaos, an invitation notification popped up on Zhou Qing's phone screen.
Trendy Street's cute invitation to join the group chat, Trendy Street's new order.
That girl, Meng Meng, took advantage of the power vacuum and quickly established her own faction. The original group leader was clearly unwilling to let the matter end there and was trying to rebuild the community. Zhou Qing pursed her lips. TSK, the world of the Trendy Street is about to change. On the phone screen, gold light flashed and numbers jumped. The new group had just been created. Yi Qing's profile picture was topped with a string of diamond crowns, and her ID had a string of 888s at the end. Upon joining the group, she received hundreds of 200 yuan red envelopes, and the chat was flooded with comments.
Yi Qing, new group open. Feel free to grab anything, don't be shy. The group chat exploded instantly. Holy crap, Yi Qing is awesome. Now that's what you call style. Sister Zhang Yin, brother Yi Qing, please help me out.
The screen was filled with scrolling comments and flying emojis. Meng Meng was so anxious that she stomped her feet and sent 3 WeChat voice messages in a row, speaking at a speed like a machine gun.
Brother Qing, should we send some red envelopes too? We can't let them steal the show. Look at their momentum, we have to back them up.
Zhou Chang leaned back in her chair and chuckled softly. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, his gaze fixed on the screen.
What are you swiping for? Do you have a black card? Can you compete with them?
If you're really rich, you might as well just buy the group owner out.
Meng Meng was speechless for a long time, finally managing to stammer out, then we just watch like this? Watch.
Zhou Qing said calmly, but what he was thinking was,
unless the red envelope can be exchanged for points, I won't spend a single cent. He knows it perfectly well. Zhang Yin and Yi Qing, these 2 black card holders, are just asking for trouble by competing with money. Chapter 70. You can play however you want.
What I want is not vanity, but the points that can be exchanged for shock value. This group of people has been numbed by money. Any more red envelopes will only make them more numb.
Shunzi rubbed his hands together, eager to try. Brother Qing, how about I report them again? Let's see how arrogant they can be then.
Save your breath, Zhou Qing glanced at him. The new group has such strict screening process, I'll eat my hat if you manage to sneak in. Shunzi rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction, but could only give up in frustration. Zhou Qing's phone vibrated. The old group admin had created a new group and invited him to join. Zhou Qing entered the group and glanced at the member list. Trendy Street Immortal Emperor, how lonely it is to be invincible. The snake demon is not a snake. Zhang Yin, Yi Qing.
They're all terminally ill Shinibu patients, and their IDs are all more outrageous than the last.
He frowned and simply changed his nickname back to Zhou Qing.
The next second, the snake demon's image popped up. Snake demon is not a snake. Oh, isn't this Zhou Qing? What, trying to get a free red envelope again?
Zhou Qing was too lazy to pay attention and was just about to set the Do Not Disturb mode when the snake demon's ID suddenly went gray.
System message: the snake demon is not a snake and has been removed from the group chat by the administrator.
Zhang Yin's avatar flashed, her tone strangely enthusiastic. Brother Qing.
How about we go for drinks at Royal Dynasty tonight? It's on you.
Zhou Qing paused, then replied coldly, no, I'm busy. After sending the message, he immediately set the group chat to Do Not Disturb mode, showing no consideration whatsoever.
Zhang Yin was still spamming the chat, hey, don't act all high and mighty. I'll pick you up myself.
He didn't even look at it and just closed WeChat. Infong, go downstairs and wait for me.
I have something to do. He casually sent Infong away. The girl blinked and gave him a suspicious look, but still obediently left.
On the top floor of Hongsheng Building, in the newly renovated live streaming studio, the smell of paint still lingered in the air.
Zhou Qing locked the door behind him and took out the black cube-shaped 3D holographic projection device from his backpack. Lightly touch the button with your finger. An invisible ripple spread outwards.
The next second, the four walls disappeared, the ceiling transformed into the sky, and soft moss and fallen leaves sprouted underfoot. Light and shadow danced through the woods, mist swirled around, deer darted by in the distance, and a stream murmured nearby.
Day and night alternate, and the Milky Way rotates.
The entire room felt like an immersive experience, as if I had fallen into another world. Zhou Qing took a deep breath, her heartbeat slowing down. He couldn't resist reaching out to touch the fluorescent light, but only touched nothingness.
Awesome, he murmured to himself.
There was a knock on the door.
Uncle, what are you being so mysterious about? Let me in.
He smiled slightly, walked over, blindfolded Infong, and led her into the room.
Don't peek. TCH, you're being all mysterious.
Once she had stopped, he let go of her hand.
Open your eyes.
Infong's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes.
Holy crap!
She jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end, covered her head with her hands, and looked completely incredulous.
Uncle, where is this? Am I dreaming?
She spun around, jumped, and reached out to grab the virtual butterfly, her face beaming with excitement.
Uncle, are you a magician? Can I use this for my live streams? Can I become the queen of the forest? You can play however you want.
Zhou Qing laughed and ruffled her hair.
The girl rushed over and hugged his neck, whispering in his ear. Uncle, if you get married in the future, I'll be your mistress.
Zhou Qing froze, her lips twitching several times.
What did you say?
Infong tilted her head and looked at him intently. Marriage is too troublesome. Being a mistress is great, all you need to do is take a shower. She blinked, looking completely matter-of-fact.
I don't want to be anyone's wife, and I don't want to have children.
I just want to be with you and take a bath together occasionally.
Zhou Qing's lips twitched, and he was speechless for a moment. Whose way of thinking did you learn that from? It's me.
Infong proudly raised her chin.
Uncle, if you don't want me, I'll go take a bath somewhere else.
Okay, you're the best. He smiled helplessly. The girl suddenly quieted down, leaned on his shoulder, and mumbled softly.
Uncle, I want to eat at the buffet. Now. Why do you suddenly want to eat this?
Infong remained silent for a moment.
When I was little, my dad promised me that if I got first place in my exams, he would take me to a buffet. That night, I waited at home all night.
He didn't come back, he only took my stepmother and younger brother. My mom called and yelled at him for ages before he finally came home, without saying a word to me. She bit her lip, her eyes defiant. Later, Xiao Huang sold his virginity for 300 yuan to the old man and treated me to 17 grilled sausages.
I felt that the meal was better than any buffet. Zhou Qing felt a pang in her heart and instinctively asked, why is it only 300? No bargaining? Infong rolled her eyes at him. All you care about is the price. No, I'm just curious. She chuckled, what can an old man do at his age? He's just a con artist. The atmosphere was a little awkward.
She suddenly leaned in and blew air into his ear.
Uncle, your dash skill is still on cooldown, right?
Don't worry, I have plenty of skills and strength, I'm not afraid you won't be able to hold on. Zhou Qing's face flushed, and before she could retort, she had already made her move.
An hour later, the buffet restaurant was bustling with activity.
In Fong piled her plate high with shrimp and roasted meat and held her hand out to Zhou Qing.
Keep peeling, my hands are getting tired. Zhou Qing was both amused and exasperated. Can't you do it yourself?
No, she said confidently, putting her hands behind her back.
It's because I just took a shower. My hands are so soft.
As the waiter passed by, she suddenly switched into her dramatic persona and called out in a high-pitched, affected voice.
Brother-in-law, please come out with me. I hope my sister won't be upset.
The waiter paused, his eyes gleaming with gossip.
Zhou Qing lowered his head and smiled bitterly, utterly speechless.
In the buffet restaurant, the young waiters skillfully handled the grilled meat and seafood, their ears perked up high. The more he listened, the more engrossed he became, his facial muscles twitching, his eyes filled with disbelief at the world. He had worked at this shop for 2 years and had seen people drunk and clinging to pillars calling for brothers, as well as people who were so full that they were vomiting and defecating while leaning against the wall. But this was the first time he had ever seen someone openly flirting with his brother-in-law.
What is all this about? Are mistresses really this arrogant now? Or is this some kind of trendy new way to have fun? Rich people are just different.
In the waiter's mind, a melodramatic soap opera spanning hundreds of episodes was already playing out at lightning speed. Ultimately, he came to the conclusion that his values might need to be reshaped. He took a deep breath, revealed a world-weary professional smile, silently collected the empty plate, and fled this place of trouble. Zhou Qing picked up a glass of plum juice, using the act of drinking to hide the embarrassment on her face.
Yin Feng is practically a living death-making machine. The next morning,
the shrill ringing of the bell woke Zhou Qing up. He fumbled for his phone, and answered it without even looking at it.
Hello?
The voice was still heavy with sleepiness. On the other end of the phone, Shunzi said anxiously, Brother Qing.
Something's happened. Our shop was vandalized with excrement yesterday. Chapter 71. Yeah, who's looking for a guy? Zhou Qing jolted awake, instantly becoming more and more alert, and sat up in bed. What the hell? But the good news is, that blonde-haired kid was arrested yesterday. Shunzi's tone revealed a hint of excitement. The police officers are so efficient. I just finished giving my statement at the police station. That bastard's surname is Xiao.
Zhou Qing frowned, her mind racing through all the people she knew.
Surname Xiao? Which one is surnamed Xiao?
He had no recollection of ever offending such a person. But then, he roughly guessed who was behind it.
And the bad news? He asked in a low voice. The bad news is.
Shunzi sighed, her voice trailing off.
That kid was too young, he had a newbie aura. He was only in there for 2 hours when someone paid to bail him out. No problem at all. A newbie protection aura?
Zhou Qing was amused by this term. Shunzi was indignant.
I overheard people around me talking, and it seems like he has some powerful connections. Brother Qing, tell me honestly, did you sleep with his girlfriend? Otherwise, who would be so ruthless as to use biological weapons like that?
Zhou Qing was too lazy to waste words with him, and rubbed her temples. How's the shop?
Don't even mention it, that smell, it could kill a cow even 3 streets away.
Shunzi seemed to remember something and gagged twice.
Don't worry, I've hired 4 college students to clean. It's only 61 yuan a day, which is very cheap. I guarantee they'll clean it spotless for you. Zhou Qing, with his sharp mind, immediately grasped the key point. College student? 61 days? There was silence on the other end of the phone.
After a long pause, Shunzi stammered, Brother Qing, you're incredibly resourceful.
I was just trying to save you some money. I'll personally cover the cost of these girls up to 100. Alright, Zhou Qing interrupted him. For female college students? Yeah, who's going to date a guy? New. Don't worry about this, I'll handle it.
Go find me a new storefront right now, the bigger the better, in a prominent location.
Money is no object.
After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qing opened the live streaming platform. On the screen, Yin Feng's live stream was attracting a large audience. Dressed in an elven outfit, she sat gracefully on a swing in a magical forest filled with shimmering light. Behind her were towering ancient trees and a cascading waterfall, while several translucent butterflies danced around her. The 3D holographic projection effect instantly elevated the level of the live stream. The comments section is going crazy. Holy crap! Is that background special effects? It looks so real.
The budget must be burning. Where was this filmed, streamer? Even Juice Hagu isn't this ethereal. I love this streamer. Not for anything else, just for the scene. I've followed them.
Joe Chang nodded in satisfaction, switched to Shunzi's alternate account, that of AAA Building Materials CEO Wang, and without saying a word, clicked on the most expensive gift in the gift list. A virtual red convertible sports car roared past with dazzling light effects, traversing the entire screen. In the live stream, Yin Fong was bragging to the audience when she was suddenly stunned by the valuable gift. Her mouth opened into an O shape and her eyes widened in disbelief.
Ding. Shock value from Yin Fong, points plus 10. Points earned. Holy crap.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wang from AAA Building Materials, for the sports car. Yin Fong exclaimed excitedly, her voice cracking.
The boss is generous. The boss is in good health. The boss takes a shower every day.
The audience joined in the commotion, with comments like, "The boss is confused," and "Restore the real economy," filling the screen. Zhou Qing smiled slightly, just as she was about to appreciate Yin Fong's talent, but Yin Fong cleared her throat and started singing. In that instant, Zhou Qing felt as if his eardrums had been devastated. The singing was terrible, it couldn't reach the high notes or the low notes, and the melody sounded like it had wandered off to Siberia. It was nothing short of a ghostly wail. The number of viewers in the live stream plummeted at a visible rate. Zhou Qing's lips twitched. To shut her up and to gain another wave of shock points, he gritted his teeth and sent out another sports car, while also posting a comment. General Manager Wang of AAA Building Materials, stop singing, show us a dance. To everyone's surprise, when Yin Fong saw the comments, her eyebrows furrowed and her face instantly fell.
Dancing? Dance my ass.
She rolled her eyes at the screen.
I'm a talent streamer, not a sex symbol. The next second, a notification popped up on Zhou Qing's screen. You have been kicked out of the live stream. Holy crap?
Zhou Qing stood there stunned. Then her phone pinged, and she received a WeChat message from Yin Fong, her tone full of smugness.
Yin Fong, uncle. I have something to tell you that cracked me up.
Some idiot just gifted me 2 sports cars and wanted to see me dance, but I immediately blocked and kicked him out.
Aren't I awesome?
Zhou Cheng looked at her phone screen, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I spent my own money, and I was treated like a fool. Meanwhile, in another live streaming room, a completely different scene unfolded. The cute live stream from Trendy Street was pushed to the top of the platform's homepage. In the video, Zhang Yin and Yi Qing's IDs are displayed side by side at the top and second positions on the contribution leaderboard, with rockets, castles, and supercars plastered all over the screen as if they were free. In just 1 hour, the two of them had already spent 200,000 yuan on gifts. The snake demon was also in the live stream, and his eyes turned red with envy. He sent a private message to Zhang Yin.
The snake demon isn't a snake, Sister Calabash. If you guys keep spending like this, isn't this little brat going to make a fortune?
Letting her earn this money is too easy for her.
Zhang Yin's profile picture flashed, and a mysterious smiling emoji appeared in response.
Yi Qing's private message followed immediately, filled with contempt and coldness.
Yi Qing, earn? I'll eat my hat if she gets even a penny. The snake demon was taken aback, not understanding why. Yi Qing, I used a miner's account to make the purchases.
A week later, on the platform's settlement day, when she was happily preparing to withdraw her money, I directly initiated a refund for the miner's purchases in the back end. At that time, the platform would return all the money, and she would not only not get a penny back, but also have her account banned by the platform due to abnormal data. The snake demon looked at the words on the screen and felt a chill run down her spine.
That's fucking ruthless.
Inside the police station, the smell of disinfectant mixed with a faint tobacco odor, which was somewhat pungent. Lei stubbed out his cigarette, tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, and looked at Zhou Qing across from him with a hint of helplessness in his eyes.
Xiao Zhou, the case is very simple. We have both witnesses and physical evidence, and the kid has confessed.
Zhou Qing listened quietly, his face ashen. But the problem is, the moment the person came in, before they even had a chance to settle down, the bail papers were handed over. They were prepared all along. Lei sighed and pushed a document in front of Zhou Qing. According to regulations, in this kind of public order case where the other party didn't cause any substantial physical harm, the most you'd get is detention and a fine. Now that someone's been released on bail, detention has been waived.
The most I can get for you is compensation for up to 7 days estimated revenue, you see. Zhou Qing's gaze fell on the document, and he couldn't help but sneer. 7-day sales?
His Shaxian snack shop barely makes a little over 1,000 yuan a day, and only about 10,000 yuan in 7 days.
This is like giving money to a beggar. Chapter 72 Your Majesty, he's playing you. Lei, I understand your difficulties. I just want to ask, who is this person with so much power? Lei gave him a deep look, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he changed the subject. Young man, it's good to be hot-tempered, but sometimes, taking a step back isn't admitting defeat, it's wisdom. Binhai is only so big, and you'll run into people all the time. When you're in business, you're looking for harmony to make money. The implication in these words is all too clear. The other party's background is not something an ordinary person like him can easily shake. The nameless anger in Zhou Qing's heart was instead doused with cold water and burned even more fiercely, but he calmly nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Lei. I understand. He doesn't know anything. But there's one thing that has set this grudge in motion. Back on the trendy street, before even reaching the store entrance, a pungent, sour stench assaulted my nostrils through my mask, making me dizzy and nauseous. At the entrance of the store, there was a yellow warning tape, the ground was a mess, and the glass door was in a terrible state. The 4 female college students that Shunzi had found were wearing double masks and plastic gloves, holding shovels and buckets, and with expressions of fearlessness, they were struggling against this biochemically contaminated area. Lu Yang, who was directing from the side, also looked pale and sickly. Alright, stop now. Zhou Qing's voice wasn't loud, but it made the group feel like they'd been granted a reprieve. He walked over to Lu Yang and patted him on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. I'll take care of the rest. You take them to the bubble tea shop next door and put the bill on my tab. After seeing Lu Yang off, Zhou Qing's gaze fell on the 4 girls. Thank you all for your hard work today. Zhou Qing opened the money transfer page on his phone. It was wrong of me to say that it would be 100 yuan. For this kind of work, 100 yuan is an insult. Without saying much, he directly transferred 500 yuan to each person's WeChat account. The 4 girls heard their phone notifications almost simultaneously. They instinctively opened the phones and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. 500 yuan. Ding. Shock level from Li Jing plus 10. Ding. Shock level from Wang Xiaoye plus 10. Ding. Shock level from Chen Cixi plus 10. Ding. Shock level from Zhao Shui plus 10. A series of pleasant system notification sounds rang in my mind. The 4 girls looked at each other, momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with immense joy. One of the bolder girls stammered, Boss, this is too much. It's deserved. Zhou Chang waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Go take a shower, change your clothes, and have a good meal. Don't take it to heart. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Amidst their surprised and grateful expressions, the 4 girls bowed repeatedly to Zhou Qing, as if they had seen a living bodhisattva descended to earth. Zhou Qing watched their departing figures and gave a bitter smile to his heart. College students are so naive they can buy 40 shock points for 500 yuan. This deal is a good one. As night falls, the streetlights come on. Zhou Chang, all alone, used a high-pressure water gun to repeatedly wash the stained shop door. The icy water splashing on my body couldn't extinguish the fire in my heart. Hey, isn't this Boss Zhou? Working hard himself, you must be exhausted. A sarcastic voice came from behind. Zhou Qing paused, then slowly turned around. The snake demon and the blonde-haired boy stood side by side not far away, watching him with a mocking expression, as if they were enjoying a good show. The blonde-haired boy took 2 steps forward, his face full of undisguised provocation and smugness. He even leaned closer to smell the air and exaggeratedly smacked his lips. Uncle, I just pooped yesterday, it's still warm, tastes pure, right? Zhou Qing gripped the high-pressure water gun so tightly it made a cracking sound, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. A violent impulse surged to the top of his head, and he almost wanted to aim the water gun at that sleazy face and spray it hard. But he held back. Taking a deep breath, he turned off the water gun. It's only because the store doesn't have security cameras that someone like you was able to get away with it. Don't worry, we'll settle this eventually. I'll wait, the blonde-haired guy shrugged nonchalantly. Zhou Qing ignored them, turned around, took out her phone, and opened a newly created WeChat group, Trendy Street Leader. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and he directly tagged the most conspicuous profile picture in the group chat. Zhou Qing at Huluji Zhangyin, let's go for drinks and chat at the Dynasty Club tonight, wanna come? The group chat exploded instantly.
Zhang Yin replied almost instantly, sending out a string of overjoyed emojis.
Sister Hulu Zhang Yin, come on over. You have to come. Qing Ge, you choose the place, I'll be there right away. However, the next second.
System notification, Zhou Qing has retracted a message.
Immediately afterwards, a new message popped up. Zhou Cheng at Zhang San, Mr. Zhang, how about a drink at Royal Dynasty tonight?
A few seconds later, Zhang Yin's avatar began to shake wildly, and a barrage of question marks flooded the screen like a machine gun.
Sister Hulu Zhang Yin? Sister Hulu Zhang Yin, Zhou Cheng, what do you mean by this? Fake Lu Ren from Trendy Street, Your Majesty, he's playing you. Your Majesty.
Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment, Zhang Yin was trembling with anger, and her phone shattered against the wall. Sitting next to her, Yi Qing's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He picked up his phone from the table and dialed the number of the blonde-haired guy without expression. You handled things too cleanly.
Give him a little something extra to teach him a lesson.
In the evening, Lu Yang, along with 2 workers, installed 8 high-definition cameras with night vision capabilities in one go at the entrance, under the eaves, and on both sides of the Shaxian snack shop. The cold lenses, like silent eyes, silently watch over every corner of the street. After Zhou Qing finished his inspection, he took out a piece of white paper, wrote "Store Upgrade," temporarily closed in large characters with a marker, and neatly pasted it on the glass door before turning and leaving.
Night was falling. The atmosphere in booth number 1 at the Royal Dynasty Club was completely different from the hustle and bustle outside.
Zhang San, dressed in a well-tailored casual outfit, swirled the amber-colored whiskey in his glass, his smile gentle. You've got some nerve, daring to mess with someone I, Zhang San, have my eye on.
Need me to teach you a lesson?
Zhou Qing raised her glass and clinked it against his, but didn't continue the conversation.
It's just kids playing house.
Zhou Qing put down his wine glass and leaned forward slightly. Mr. Zhang, I'd like to rent the 2 shops next to mine, and the 2 shops next to that.
Do you know the landlord?
The ice cubes between Zhang San's fingers gently collided in the glass, making a crisp sound. His gaze pierced through the amber-colored liquor and landed on Zhou Qing's face, which was unusually calm.
Take over the 2 shops next door? Xiao Zhou, that's an interesting idea.
He put down his wine glass and leaned back into the soft sofa.
However, I advise you not to waste your energy. The landlords of those 2 shops probably won't dare to rent to you. The implication is that the Yi family has already given instructions.
In this trendy street, no one would risk offending Yi Qing for the sake of a Shaxian snack shop owner.
Chapter 73 was probably omitted.
Zhou Qing showed no surprise or frustration. He simply picked up his glass, downed it in one gulp, and felt the spicy liquid slide down his throat, bringing a burning warmth.
He didn't reply.
His composure in the face of imminent collapse caught Zhang Sangao's attention.
This kid is something else.
Just then, the partition of the booth was pulled open from the outside, and a bald man with a shiny head and a thick gold chain around his neck poked his head in.
It was Donkey Baldy.
Behind him were 2 burly, dark-skinned men. The 2 men, dressed casually in t-shirts and shorts, with bulging muscles and sharp eyes, seemed completely out of place in the decadent atmosphere of the Royal Dynasty Club, exuding an aura of menacing indifference.
Third brother, Brother Qing, did I disturb you? Baldy Donkey grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth.
Zhou Qing frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 2 black men before turning to Baldy Donkey with a puzzled look. Baldy, what's this? The bald donkey chuckled, plopped himself into the booth, and made the leather sofa groan. He lowered his voice, a sinister glint in his eyes. Teach that snake demon a lesson.
Damn it, daring to run wild on my turf, does it really think it's someone important? Zhang San frowned as well. Baldy, don't do anything rash, things are tense right now.
Exactly, it's not worth it for such a minor character, Zhou Cheng echoed, trying to dissuade him. Although he wanted revenge, he didn't want to escalate the situation to the point of no return. Baldy Donkey waved his hand, his smile becoming enigmatic. Don't worry, Brother Qing, third brother.
These 2 brothers aren't meant for the snake demon. He paused, then added, word by word.
I, Baldy Donkey, will not do anything illegal. Upon hearing this, Zhang San was taken aback at first, but then, as if he had figured something out, the seriousness on his face instantly turned into a knowing smile. He raised his wine glass and gave a distant toast to the bald donkey. Everything was understood without words.
Zhou Cheng had a vague idea of what was going on. Let's not talk about this anymore. Bald Donkey clearly didn't want to discuss this topic any further.
He changed the subject and stared intently at Zhou Qing.
Brother Qing, I've heard about your drone delivery project. How about you include me?
He held up one finger. 10 million, for 40% of your shares, how about it? Zhou Qing almost choked on the wine he had just drunk.
Want to take 40% of 10 million? That's blatant robbery.
He shook his head, a forced, bitter smile on his face. Baldy, you must be joking.
I've poured over 100 million yuan into overcoming these technical challenges, and that doesn't even include the investment in personal connections.
He held up 5 fingers, his tone resolute. 10 million, I'll give you 5% at most. And, if the project encounters any trouble outside, you'll have to smooth things over.
The smile on Donkey Baldy's face froze.
This kid was even more ruthless than him. After a heated negotiation, Zhang San, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. How about this? Baldy and I will each take 10 million, and together we'll own 10% of your shares. Baldy will handle things on the ground, and I'll help you pull some strings at the higher-ups.
Little Zhou, this deal isn't a bad one, is it?
Ultimately, an agreement was reached. Zhou Qing's account was about to receive an extra 20 million yuan in cash flow, and he had completely tied Zhang San and Donkey Baldy, these two local bullies, to his side. Meanwhile, in a KTV room more than 10 kilometers away, another exciting show was quietly unfolding. The deafening music was turned down to the lowest setting, and the private room was filled with smoke. Shanzi, Lu Yang, Yin Feng, Su Mengmeng, and the others were all nervously huddled around a mobile phone. On the phone screen, there was a live surveillance video of the entrance to the Shaxian snack shop. Lu Yang stared intently at the screen, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the scene. It was that blonde-haired kid. He swaggered to the shop entrance, carrying a specially made, foul-smelling bucket, a smug smile on his face. He even noticed the newly installed camera, and instead of being afraid, he casually made a V sign at the camera.
Brother Cheng. The fish has taken the bait. Lu Yang immediately dialed Zhou Qing's number, his voice trembling with excitement.
On the other end of the phone, Zhou Qing's voice was calm. Shanzi, record the video as evidence.
Meng, get ready to go downstairs, you'll be a witness.
However, before they could take any action, something unexpected happened in the surveillance footage. Just as the blonde-haired boy was about to throw the filth from the bucket at the glass door, he seemed to see a notice posted on the door.
Curious, he leaned forward to see what it said.
In that instant, 2 burly black figures emerged from the shadows of the street like ghosts, one on the left and one on the right, and instantly lifted up the blonde-haired boy.
Holy crap!
Who are you guys? The blonde-haired guy was startled, and the bucket in his hand clattered to the ground. The 2 black men completely ignored his shouts and acted swiftly and decisively. One of them reached out and unbuckled his belt.
Hey! Why are you taking your pants off? What are you doing?
The blonde-haired boy panicked completely, and all the English he had ever learned in his life burst forth at that moment, although it was just a few elementary school words over and over again.
Unfortunately, the black guys obviously couldn't understand. The next second. Ding! Shock value from Meng. 100 points gained.
In the KTV room, Su Mengmeng, who witnessed this shocking scene through her phone screen, turned pale and froze, scattering the potato chips in her hand all over the floor.
Holy crap!
Shanzi reacted the fastest, snatching the phone and slamming the screen face down on the table to block the other girl's view, muttering to himself.
Don't look. It's too brutal, it'll give you a sty.
In a booth at the Royal Dynasty Club, Zhou Qing slowly put down his phone and shook his head helplessly.
Damn it, that bald donkey's work is way too rough. This kid's done for. He probably slipped up.
However, as soon as the thought flashed through Zhou Qing's mind, he instantly understood the true meaning of the playful smile on Zhang San's lips.
That was an appreciation for such an extremely insidious method. How is this defined legally? Is it considered picking quarrels and provoking trouble? At most, that's the maximum.
But for someone like Xiao Huangmao, who lives off his image in the trendy streets, this is worse than breaking one of his legs. Public, physical and psychological castration.
That's a really vicious move.
Zhou Qing's original plan was to wait. When the young thug came to throw feces a second and third time, he had the irrefutable evidence of the 8 high-definition night vision cameras that Lu Yang had installed, which directly escalated the matter from a simple public security dispute into an organized and continuous commercial suppression with the characteristics of organized crime. Once the nature of the situation changes, that thread can be traced all the way back to Yi Qing. But when those 2 black guys, Donkey Baldy and Donkey, made their move, all his plans were instantly disrupted. Just as Zhou Qing was about to hang up the phone and tell Liu Yang and the others to leave first, Liu Yang's heart-wrenching scream suddenly came through the receiver.
Holy crap! Brother Chang! He moved. That bastard moved. That damn blonde guy came back to life?
Chapter 74, the kind where the loser takes off their clothes or something similar. Zhou Qing's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately turned his gaze back to the monitoring split screen on his phone. In the video, the blonde-haired boy who had been curled up on the ground, having lost all dignity, actually managed to get up from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face showed only madness. Then, amidst the incredulous screams of everyone in the KTV room, he ripped off his tattered pants, which had been torn to shreds by the black man, pulled out a lighter, and, trembling, lit it.
Liu Yang! Don't move! Nobody move!
Zhou Qing's voice was as cold as ice, instantly silencing all the noise on the other end of the phone.
The flames suddenly shot up.
With all his might, the blonde-haired boy slammed the burning trousers against the glass door of the Shasin snack shop.
The notice posted on the glass door was instantly ignited.
Our store has just been disinfected with high-concentration alcohol. A small flame, fueled by the alcohol, shot up like oil, instantly reaching over a meter high. The next second, the entire floor-to-ceiling glass shattered under the intense heat, turning the tables, chairs, wallpaper, and everything Zhou Qing had bought into a fiery dragon ready to devour anyone who dared to touch it. The surveillance footage showed flames shooting into the sky, illuminating the entire street. The blonde-haired young man, clutching his backside, limped away, filled with humiliation, and disappeared into the end of the dark alley. Inside the booths of the Royal Dynasty Club, there was a deathly silence. The fat on Donkey Baldy's face was trembling, and the wine glass in his hand clattered to the ground, spilling amber-colored wine all over the floor. Zhang San's face turned pale, and he even forgot to put the ice cube in his mouth.
Damn it!
Baldy Donkey was the first to react, his voice even changing tone.
Quick! Get those two brothers out of here. Now! Immediately!
They need to leave from the south and cross the border.
Hurry! Zhang San immediately took out his phone, clearly making arrangements for his escape route. Arson is a serious crime.
If those two black guys are caught, neither of them will escape.
Amidst the chaos, Zhang San's gaze instinctively swept towards Zhou Qing, and then he froze completely. Zhou Qing didn't move.
He just sat there quietly, his face showing no panic, no anger, and not even the slightest surprise. He simply picked up the glass of whiskey he hadn't finished earlier, swirled it gently, and watched the flickering light and shadow cast on the glass by the firelight, his eyes eerily calm. A flash of lightning struck Zhang San's mind. He suddenly remembered everything that had happened before. From the moment Zhou Qing started asking about the two shops next door, to the calm after he was told that the Yi family had blocked the road, and then to his comment after Donkey Baldy's men took action.
It's too rough, it's probably leaking. What's too rough? What's fine?
This kid never intended to play by the rules with Yi Qing from the very beginning. He knew he couldn't take over the shop, and he knew Yi Qing would use underhanded tactics, and might even deliberately escalate the conflict. What he wanted was not to settle things peacefully. What he wanted was a huge fire. A fire big enough to escalate the situation completely and force the Yi family out of the shadows and into the spotlight. Zhang San felt his throat go dry. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was no more than 20 years old, he felt a chill for the first time.
Brother, his voice was a little hoarse. You've got some serious skills involved.
Zhou Qing slowly put down his wine glass, looked up at Zhang San, and showed a just right look of astonishment and bitterness on his face.
Third brother, you're joking. The shop's burned down, what's there for me to plan?
He stood up and straightened his collar.
I have to go to the police station. 20 million, transfer it to my account tomorrow. I'm leaving now, brothers.
After saying that, he turned and left without any hesitation. But the moment he stepped out of the booth and his figure disappeared into the shadows, the corners of his mouth, which had been tightly clenched, could no longer be controlled and turned up wildly.
That's right, his initial plan did include a final move.
That is, after obtaining enough evidence, if the Yi family can still suppress the matter, he will set a trap himself, frame little yellow hair, and forcibly overturn the mahjong table.
However, this move was too obvious and could easily provoke an even more frantic counterattack from the Yi family. But who could have imagined that Donkey Baldy's rough and crude stroke of genius would perfectly fill the most dangerous loophole in his plan? A petty thug, stripped of all dignity, loses his mind in extreme humiliation and rage, and sets fire in revenge.
All of this seems so logical and so seamless.
Sure enough, less than half an hour later, Lei called.
Thanks to the surveillance video provided by Liu Yang, which clearly recorded the entire arson incident involving Little Yellow Hair, the police arrested both Little Yellow Hair and Snake Demon in the presidential suite of the Binjiang International Hotel, where they were preparing to celebrate. The suspect was caught red-handed, and the evidence was irrefutable. It is said that after receiving the call, Yi Qing was so angry that she smashed her most beloved satellite phone on the spot. But it was all too late to change anything.
Uncle, you wouldn't become like Sister Xian, willing to do anything to win, would you?
On the way back, Su Mingming's big eyes were filled with worry and barely perceptible fear.
The kind that has no bottom line.
Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat, but he smiled calmly and reached out to rub her head.
What are you thinking, Meng Meng? That was done by Donkey Baldy, what does it have to do with me? I'm the victim.
When I got home, there was only a dim floor lamp on in the living room. Yin Fan was curled up asleep on the sofa, still wearing the standard outfit of a trendy young woman, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyes. She was still clutching her phone, the screen flickering faintly, displaying a search page.
How to get the top spender to willingly spend 100 carnivals.
Zhou Qing smiled wryly and shook his head.
He didn't wake her.
Instead, he took a bottle of whiskey from the liquor cabinet, sat on the carpet, and drank it glass after glass by the moonlight streaming through the window. Meng Ming's words were like a thorn stuck in his heart.
Is there absolutely no bottom line? Maybe.
Just as his thoughts were racing, he heard a rustling sound coming from the sofa behind him. He turned around and saw that Yin Fang had woken up at some point and had changed into a cute pink bunny pajama set. She was looking at him with sleepy eyes.
Brother, it's no fun drinking alone.
She lightly jumped off the sofa, walked a few steps to him, and then very naturally plopped down in his lap, her soft body carrying the unique fragrance of a young girl.
Shall we play dice?
Just as Zhou Qing was about to refuse, he heard Yin Fang whisper in his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. The kind where the loser has to take off their clothes. For the next 3 days, the trendy street was eerily quiet.
The Yi family's counterattack remained undefeated, hanging in the air, turning the waiting itself into an ordeal. This made Zhou Qing even more uneasy than a violent storm.
The anxiety of having nothing to do gnawed at my nerves. To find something to do, Zhou Qing started scrolling through social media apps out of sheer boredom. An account with a pure-looking profile picture and a signature that read, "I'm working hard to earn money to treat my mother's illness," caught his attention. In the private message, the other party tearfully described their predicament and hoped to get some startup funds for live streaming sales, promising a tenfold return.
Chapter 75 Now, let's talk about hush money.
Zhou Qing knew exactly what was going on, but he was really bored out of his mind.
He casually transferred 200 yuan and typed a joking message, "Keep it up, you can do it."
The next second, a blood-red exclamation mark popped up in the center of the screen.
The other party has blocked you.
Zhou Qing shook his head helplessly, his fingertips gliding smoothly across the screen as he opened the appeal page, uploaded screenshots, and filled in the reasons, all in one go.
Scam, amount, 200 yuan.
Less than 10 minutes later, with a soft ding, the platform's refund notification and the announcement that the scammer's account had been banned arrived simultaneously.
Brother! My dear brother! Is there any way to get this money back?
Shunzi's big head suddenly peeked over from the side, his face full of disbelief, as if he had witnessed some amazing magic trick. He snatched Zhou Qing's phone and examined the refund message over and over, his eyes wide with disbelief.
Quick! Brother! God! Teach me! Help me take a look at this.
He hurriedly pulled out his phone, opened a chat window, and shoved the transfer record in front of Zhou Qing. It was a sea of green-red envelopes, with pitifully small amounts.
Transfer 5.20 yuan. Transfer 13 yuan. Transfer 0.14 yuan.
Next to each transfer was a cheesy declaration of love from Shunzi that made you want to dig your toes out. Zhou Qing's brows furrowed into a deep frown. He took the phone, swiped up, and the chat history was practically a modern-day tale of a sycophant's blood and tears.
Brother, I don't have any money for food today, wah. Transfer 50 yuan. You posted it, take a look at your legs. Picture. Honey, my phone is disconnected, what should I do? Transfer 100 yuan. You posted it, look at what you're wearing today. Picture.
Zhou Qing calculated the total amount expressionlessly, 186.84 yuan. As Shunzi pleaded so desperately he almost knelt down, he sighed, took the phone, and directly transferred the 186.84 yuan to him using his own phone.
Brother? What's wrong with you? Shunzi was dumbfounded.
Zhou Qing turned her phone screen towards him, revealing the explicit chat log she had just captured. A smile played on his lips, and his voice was light and airy.
I got the money back for you. Now, let's talk about hush money. He waved his phone. Tell me, what if I accidentally send these things to Meng Meng?
Shunzi's face instantly went from flushed to deathly pale, her eyes widened, and large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Looking at Zhou Qing's harmless smile, he felt a chill run from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. With trembling hands, he scanned the 200 yuan QR code that Zhou Qing had popped up, then like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he picked up the bucket of water he was using for cleaning and fled the scene without looking back.
After dealing with this minor incident, Zhou Qing opened Yinfang's livestream.
In the picture, Yinfang is sitting on a newly bought white swing, gently swinging her two fair legs. Behind her was a holographic projection, purchased at great expense, depicting a tranquil Nordic forest. Sunlight filtered through the digital leaves, casting dappled shadows on her serene profile. She held an original English novel in her hands, reading it softly. The scene was serene and beautiful, like a painting.
However, the style of the comments section was completely out of place with this beautiful scene. The streamer insulted me. Please. Just one insult. Ah, my wife looks so cute when she's swearing. Let's do it again.
The top donor sent 10 rockets, specifically requesting to hear Karen phone from the South District. As if hearing the call of the believers, Yinfang slowly raised her head, and the scholarly tranquility on her face vanished instantly, replaced by extreme contempt and disdain. Facing the camera, she uttered a string of classic Karen-style English swear words in a tone so fluent it was almost like a local's. That wondrous scene, both pure and mad, perfectly blended beauty and wildness, instantly flooding the entire screen with gifs in the livestream. Zhou Qing couldn't help but chuckle. This girl always managed to find the track that best suited her.
Just then, my phone vibrated suddenly.
It wasn't a platform notification, but a bank text message.
Your savings card account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 10 million yuan on X month X day at XXXX.
Immediately afterwards, a WeChat message popped up from Donkey Baldy, accompanied by a crying emoji.
Brother, I've given you all my savings for a wife.
Whether we live a life of poverty or luxury from now on is entirely up to you. The laziness in Zhou Qing's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by the sharpness of a falcon. He immediately dialed Donkey Baldy's number, his voice full of infectious enthusiasm and passion.
Brother Donkey. The money has been received.
Our drone delivery plan can now be launched. Imagine a city-wide hive delivery network, using big data for precise delivery. This is building the future of urban logistics. On the other end of the phone, Donkey Baldy was stunned by the grand plan he described and kept praising it. However, the moment he hung up the phone, the excitement on Zhou Qing's face turned into a cold calm. Without even pausing, he dialed Lu Yong directly.
Yoko, I've transferred 8 million to you.
His voice was low, calm, and devoid of emotion. Go back to the county town immediately, find a few trustworthy food processing workshops, and buy all the usable materials for me.
Don't worry about anything else for now. The first batch is to produce 50,000 doses of the initial version of the screaming pill. Remember, don't be like that bald donkey and act all loud and boisterous. What we need to do now is to develop quietly, be sneaky, and not attract anyone's attention. After settling everything, he remembered the financial issues and contacted Sister Hong. After the call was connected, the other party's attitude was businesslike, even somewhat wary, until Zhou Qing reluctantly added that he was Yinfang's boyfriend, at which point the tone on the other end of the phone became warm. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qing couldn't help but sigh. These days, it's not enough to guard against men, you also have to guard against women. As dusk falls, the city lights begin to illuminate the scene. The phone he had been waiting for finally rang as dusk settled. Zhou Qing took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Zhang San's hoarse, laughing voice came through the receiver. Zhou Qing, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together, and I'll introduce you to some friends. This invitation instantly triggered all the tension within Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing hung up the phone, quite surprised. Someone of Zhang San's stature was hosting a dinner, and the location was still on Trendy Street? On this street, apart from Shasan Snacks and Lanzhao Ramen, the most luxurious restaurant is just a rundown hot pot place where the average cost per person is less than 100 yuan, which is really not worthy of his status. What's going on?
Zhou Qing muttered to himself as he walked to the entrance of the gym, following the location sent by Zhang San.
Does this look like a place where you can eat?
Inside the heavy glass doors, the lights were on, but no machinery could be heard, only deep jazz music flowed out. The moment Zhou Qing pushed open the door, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. He had imagined 100 scenarios, but he never expected what was happening before his eyes.
Chapter 76 I Don't Want a Single Penny.
The spacious hall, which should have been filled with gantry cranes and treadmills, was now completely cleared out. A bright red carpet stretched straight from the entrance to the end, flanked by 2 rows of tall, elite instructors, all with high ponytails and curves accentuated by tight yoga pants, serving as greeters. In the air, the scent of expensive perfumes and the faint aroma of protein powder mingled strangely, creating an indescribable atmosphere. At the end of the carpet was a huge open-air balcony. A giant mahogany round table that can seat 20 people is placed in the center, and several chefs dressed in white chef's uniforms are cooking on the spot.
The fat of Wagyu beef sizzles on the hot plate, and the aroma overpowers everyone's sense of smell. This is no longer a meal, this is a blatant display of wealth.
Zhou Qing's gaze swept across the entire room, and his eyes locked on her instantly. At the head of the round table, Zhang San was sitting sideways, chatting happily with a young man, his face showing appreciation for a worthy opponent. Beside the young man, Yi Qing was dejectedly tapping on her phone screen, looking as listless as a wilted eggplant, as if all her energy had been drained away.
Baldy Donkey stood behind Zhang San, bowing and scraping like a lackey. Further out, Bai Jiayan and the Snake Demon didn't even have the right to sit down, they could only stand far away with their followers, their eyes filled with awe.
Zhou Qing, come, sit down. Zhang San waved to him, his aura of a ruthless and domineering man naturally emanating from him. He stood up, patted the young man next to him on the shoulder, and introduced Zhou Qing.
Let me introduce you. This is Yi Quan, Yi Qing's brother. Zhou Qing's gaze fell on Yi Quan.
Unlike Yi Qing, whose face was brimming with arrogance and naivety, Yi Quan wore gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored custom-made suit, exuding a frighteningly calm demeanor. He just sat there quietly, and there was an unfathomable sense of oppression about him, like a bottomless abyss beneath a calm lake. That refined yet scoundrel-like elite demeanor is practically straight out of a TV drama, just like Meng Yanchen. Yi Quan stood up, his eyes behind his glasses calm and unwavering. He extended his hand to Zhou Qing, a perfectly timed smile playing on his lips.
Hello, Mr. Zhou.
My younger brother is being irresponsible and has caused you trouble. His voice was gentle, and his posture was extremely humble, as if the previous farce of throwing excrement and setting fire was really just a harmless childish game. Zhou Qing sneered inwardly, but remained calm on the surface, casually extending her hand to shake his.
It's all right.
His voice was flatter and colder than Yi Quan's. Children distinguish between right and wrong, adults only consider advantages and disadvantages. In a single sentence, the carefully cultivated family atmosphere of Yi Quan was shattered. Releasing his grip, Zhou Qing didn't even glance at Yi Quan again, turning directly to Zhang San as if the previous pleasantries were merely an insignificant interlude.
Third brother, when will my investment arrive in my account? Ding. Shock value from Bai Jiayan, points plus 15. Ding. Shock value from the Snake Demon, points plus 15.
A series of system notifications exploded in Zhou Qing's mind.
Bai Jiayan, the Snake Demon, and the others stared wide-eyed, their hearts pounding. Is this kid crazy? How dare he so brazenly demand debt from Zhang San right in front of the eldest son of the Yi family? Where did he get the nerve? However, something even more shocking happened, causing their jaws to dislocate. Instead of getting angry, Zhang San slapped his forehead and gave an apologetic smile. Hey! Look at my memory, I was so busy chatting that I forgot about the important matter. He took out his phone and started operating it in front of everyone. Wait a moment, I'll transfer it to you right away. Your savings account has received a transfer of 10 million yuan. The crisp sound of a text message notification was particularly jarring on the quiet balcony. Zhou Qing glanced at the payment notification, didn't even lift his eyelids, and immediately transferred 6 million to Lu Yan with a concise voice message. The money has been spent. We need to speed up the construction of the factory and see results. This series of smooth and fluid actions caused Yi Quan's pupils behind his glasses to shrink slightly. He finally looked at the young man in front of him, who was only a few years older than his younger brother. I've always trusted third brother's judgment, Yi Quan said sincerely, adjusting his glasses. I wonder what kind of amazing project third brother has invested in. Could you give me a try? Upon hearing this, Zhang San let out a low laugh, a cunning glint in his eyes. Sure. As long as you can outdrink Zhou Qing, I'll not only take you along, but I can even transfer my entire quota to you. The atmosphere instantly became awkward.
Yi Quan still wore a gentle smile. He adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze to Zhou Qing, his expression carrying an undeniable sense of challenge.
Brother Chang, shall we have 3 drinks first? Zhou Qing's lips curled up slightly.
Instead of accepting the challenge, he waved to the swallows in the distance. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears.
Yanzi, don't stand, come and sit down. Bai Jiayan was flattered and surprised.
Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, she happily ran over to sit down next to Zhou Qing, her back ramrod straight. After doing all this, Zhou Qing picked up the full glass of mutai in front of him and raised it to Yi Quan in the distance.
Please.
A glint flashed in Yi Quan's eyes. Without saying another word, he picked up his wine glass and drank 3 glasses in quick succession, each one faster than the last.
His Adam's apple bobbed as he downed the glass in one gulp.
His movements were elegant and swift, drawing cheers from those around him. Zhou Qing remained unfazed and calmly drank the 3 cups of strong liquor as if they were just water. The crowd cheered again, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. However, just as everyone was anticipating a fierce battle, Yi Quan, who had been so imposing just moments before, suddenly swayed, rolled his eyes, and fell straight down under the table. The entire room fell silent. Zhou Qing shook his head, feeling both amused and exasperated. After all that, I thought he was a master, but it turns out he's just a bronze player who only knows 3 basic moves. Zhang San burst into laughter and waved to the astonished crowd.
Never mind him. That's all the kid can do. After 3 drinks, he'll be out of luck if he can't intimidate anyone.
2 young women in yoga pants immediately stepped forward and skillfully helped the unconscious Yi Quan away. Having cleared the obstacles, Zhang San finally got to the point, flicking his cigarette ash and speaking casually. The Yi family is willing to offer 2 million to settle this matter with you, and that will be the end of it.
What do you say?
Zhou Qing shook his head.
3 million, Zhang San added.
Zhou Qing shook his head again, and finally spoke, his voice calm but firm.
I don't want a single penny.
He pointed to the 2 shops next door that had already closed down. Have them help me take over those 2 shops and transfer the ownership to my name. Also, complete all the renovations according to my requirements within a week. Zhang San gave him a deep look and smiled. He snapped his fingers, and the bald man immediately understood and took a document out of his bag and handed it over.
Chapter 77. Hey, move aside, go home and do your homework. That was clearly a pre-prepared shop transfer and renovation contract.
Zhou Qing took the contract and was about to examine it closely when his phone started vibrating wildly in his pocket. It was a WeChat message from Yin Feng, a voice message with a sobbing tone.
Uncle. I've had too much to drink. They've all passed out. Could you come and get me? Zhou Qing's expression suddenly changed.
He suddenly stood up and slammed the contract on the table. Third brother, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Before he finished speaking, he had already strode out, leaving the crowd at the table stunned.
10 minutes later, at the Mystic Bar.
Zhou Qing kicked open the door to the V888 VIP room, and a strong smell of alcohol mixed with perfume hit her.
The private room was a mess.
Yin Feng, her pretty face flushed, slumped on the sofa with a dazed look in her eyes, already showing signs of drunkenness. On the ground, Shunzi and several other energetic young men lay sprawled out, unconscious. Su Mengmeng was the only one still conscious in the entire room. She was desperately protecting Yin Feng, bracing herself, and glaring warily at the several ill-intentioned strangers in the private room. The door to the V888 VIP room groaned under Zhou Qing's feet, unable to bear the weight any longer. He stepped into the mess, his gaze sweeping across the entire area. The young men, sprawled haphazardly on the ground, still wore foolish smiles, clearly still immersed in the false paradise created by alcohol before losing consciousness. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Qing bent down and reached out to Shunzi, who was closest to him.
Hold your fingertip under your nose for 2 seconds. It's gassy.
He quickly checked the others and confirmed that they were all just deeply intoxicated before the murderous intent surging in his chest subsided slightly. These idiots deserve to die, but they can't die here, and they can't implicate Yin Feng. He stood up and strode towards the corner of the sofa. Yin Feng huddled there, like a frightened cat. Her sexy slip dress was crumpled up, and her bare shoulders were flushed an unnatural red. Hearing footsteps, she instinctively flinched until that familiar face came into her hazy vision.
Uncle?
With a murmur, she used up her last bit of strength. The string that had been stretched to its limit snapped the moment it saw that the person who had come was Zhou Qing. All pretense, crumbled in an instant.
Zhou Qing didn't ask any more questions.
He bent down, put his arms under her knees and back, and lifted her up from the sofa in a standard and powerful princess carry. The body in his arms was burning hot, yet trembling slightly.
"What happened?" he asked in a low, cold voice. "How could you have drunk so much?"
Yin Fang, whom she was holding, struggled to raise her hand and pointed to several bottles of fruit wine with fancy packaging on the coffee table. The bottle features a cartoon devil striking a pose, with a line of small print below.
"Date rape drug.
Rumor has it that 1 jar can cause blackouts, and 2 jars can lead to loss of virginity. This stuff has a huge after effect. It tastes sweet and cloying like a beverage when you drink it, but once the alcohol hits, there's no cure."
Its sister Hulu Yin Fang's voice was broken and intermittent, with a heavy sob in it.
Meng Meng and the others were tricked by her. She claimed she was a minor, and all the donations in the live stream were returned by her mother. She said, "If we have 1 drink, she'll give us 10,000 in cash." Zhou Qing suddenly tightened his grip on Yin Fang's arm.
Loopholes in refund policies for minors. A meticulously planned scam.
Using a bunch of cloyingly sweet industrial alcohol, they robbed these girls of their last vestiges of clarity and dignity. Yin Fang, who was in Zhou Qing's arms, finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her head tilted to the side, and she fell into a deep sleep on Zhou Qing's chest, with a tear still hanging in the corner of her eye. Just then, a clear, bell-like voice rang out at the door.
"Hee, uncle, would you like to have a few drinks? 10,000 a glass."
Zhou Qing slowly turned around. A girl wearing a white princess dress and with her hair in pigtails skipped and hopped in. Her eyes were clear, and she wore an innocent smile. She looked like a naive girl next door.
It was Zhang Yin.
When her gaze fell on Yin Fang in Zhou Qing's arms, her innocence vanished instantly, replaced by undisguised jealousy and resentment. Although it lasted only a moment, Zhou Qing caught it precisely. Zhou Qing looked at the seemingly innocent and harmless girl in front of him and felt a surge of physical disgust.
"Some people are born evil spirits in human skin. Hey, isn't this our trendiest street's newest god of wine?"
A provocative voice came from behind Zhang Yin. Yi Qing walked in with his hands in his pockets, looking Zhou Qing up and down with disdain.
"What nonsense about having a high alcohol tolerance? To me, it's all just so-so. 10,000 for a glass, do you dare?"
Zhou Qing scoffed, his laughter filled with undisguised contempt.
"Save your breath."
He didn't even bother to look up at Yi Qing.
"You're so poor you have to rely on refunds from minors to save face, and you're still pretending to be a rich kid? If I actually drink it, and you turn around and she says I'm a minor and don't keep my word, who am I supposed to complain to?"
Zhou Qing paused, then stepped aside to make way for Yin Fang, speaking as if he were shooing away a fly.
"Sweetie, move aside and go home to do your homework."
In an instant, system notification sounds flooded the screen like a waterfall. The patrons who had been watching the commotion suddenly erupted into a clamor, their pointing and whispering creating an invisible pressure that enveloped Yi Qing.
"Holy crap, this guy's ruthless, exposing my weakness right to my face. Refunds based on minors? Really? Is young Master Yi really that low? Go home and do your homework. That's like killing someone's spirit."
Yi Qing's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Every word Zhou Qing uttered felt like a resounding slap in the face. He felt like he had been stripped naked and thrown into the center of a trendy street, to be watched and ridiculed by people. Zhou Qing, he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word as if he wanted to chew them up and swallow them whole.
"Don't you fucking act so arrogantly."
He pointed at Zhou Qing, his fingers trembling slightly with anger.
10,000 for 1 cup.
You drink 1, and I'll fucking give you 10,000 right now in the livestream.
The platform is my witness, let's see what you have to say then.
In the corner, Su Mengmeng stood up unsteadily, picked up an empty wine bottle, and tried to smash it at Yi Qing, but the world spun before her eyes, and she collapsed to the ground after taking just 1 step, without even the strength to stand up.
Zhou Qing's mind was clear. Live stream tipping?
He knew very well that rules were only ever used to constrain ordinary people. For someone with Yi Qing's family background, the so-called platform rules are nothing but empty words. There are countless ways to circumvent them. While refunds for second donations may be difficult, they are by no means impossible. He didn't want to, and didn't need to, waste time on such trivial matters. Holding the sleeping Yin Fang in her arms, she didn't even glance at Yi Qing again, and walked straight past him towards the bar exit.
That was a complete and utter disregard. It is more damaging than any insulting words. The next morning,
Zhou Qing was awakened by a slight rustling sound.
He opened his eyes, and the blinding sunlight squeezed in through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden beams of light into the air. Chapter 78. Call Me Master.
The sound was coming from the carpet beside the bed. Yin Feng was sitting cross-legged, wearing a large t-shirt that just covered his upper thighs. She was holding a thick Oxford Advanced Learner's English-Chinese dictionary in her arms, engrossed in reading it and muttering to herself.
Zhou Qing was a little dazed.
The hangover headache hadn't completely subsided, and the scene before him made him wonder if he was still half asleep.
Yin Feng, what are you doing?
Upon hearing the sound, Yin Feng abruptly raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unusual light, a mixture of excitement and determination.
Uncle!
I'm learning English, she said, waving the dictionary in her hand like a treasure.
I've made up my mind.
I'm going to make a career change and become an English teaching broadcaster. Zhou Qing couldn't help but feel ashamed.
Of all those perverts in her livestream who call Feng Feng wife, is even one of them genuinely there to learn English? This transformation might just lead to disaster.
Seemingly sensing the suspicion in Zhou Qing's eyes, Yin Feng snorted, pouted, and immediately jumped up from the ground, rushing out of the room like a startled rabbit.
She returned in less than a minute.
However, the scene before him made Zhou Qing's breath catch in his throat. Yin Feng had changed into a well-tailored white women's shirt, with the top button fastened.
She wore a tight black pencil skirt that accentuated her curves perfectly.
Her long, straight legs were encased in sheer black stockings, and she wore 10-centimeter stilettos that could crush a person.
In her hand, she was also holding a thin, long black pointer. Tap, tap, tap.
The high heels clicked rhythmically on the wooden floor as they approached the bed. Yin Feng walked to the edge of the bed, looked down at Zhou Qing who was still lying on the bed, and smiled mischievously. She tapped the edge of the bed lightly with her pointer, and then a fluent and standard London accent came from her rosy lips.
Call me master. Zhou Qing deliberately frowned, pretending to look blank. What's the meaning?
Yin Feng did not answer directly. She straightened up, raised her foot clad in black stockings and high heels, and gently touched Zhou Qing's lips with the pointed tip of her shoe, the gesture carrying an undeniable sense of command. The cool touch of the leather contrasted sharply with the warm breath from her mouth.
Shut up. Hormones surged in the closed bedroom, Zhou Qing's eyes darkened, and his Adam's apple bobbed.
He suddenly reached out and grabbed the slender ankle that was stepping on his lips. Her skin was smooth and supple, and even through the thin stockings, you could feel its amazing elasticity. Yin Feng let out a short gasp, instantly losing her balance and falling backward. Zhou Qing pulled her petite body directly into his arms. The stockings ripped against the sheets with a shrill sound, and the black pointer fell to the carpet with a thud.
Master?
Zhou Qing's hot breath sprayed onto Yin Feng's sensitive earlobe, his voice low and hoarse, full of aggression.
Now, who is the master?
The body in his arms stiffened for a moment, then began to struggle violently. The queen-like aura she had just exuded vanished, replaced by a frightened, deer-like panic.
Uncle, you let me go.
Yin Feng's cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed, and her voice was barely audible. Her resistance only added fuel to the fire. Zhou Qing rolled over and pinned her down, his arms bracing on either side of her body, forming an impenetrable cage. He looked down at her, watching her wide, panicked eyes, and couldn't help but smirk. However, just as he lowered his head to seize those red lips, Yin Feng's eyes suddenly reddened, and a hot tear slid down without warning, landing on the back of his hand. Zhou Qing's movements came to an abrupt halt. That tear, like a bucket of ice water, extinguished all his desires.
I'm not ready yet.
Yin Feng turned her head away, her voice thick with nasal tone, as if she were pleading.
A few seconds later, Zhou Qing let out a long breath, rolled off her, lay back down on the bed, and covered his eyes with his arm. Yin Feng felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She scrambled out of bed, grabbed the pointer from the floor, and rushed out of the bedroom without looking back. Zhou Qing lay in bed, a nameless anger rising in her heart, so irritable that she wanted to punch the wall. He felt like a spring wound up to its fullest extent, only to be forcibly stopped just before it was about to release, stuck in limbo, feeling suffocated and on the verge of death. Outside the window, the construction noise that started on time sounded like an electric drill, precisely drilling into every sensitive nerve of his. The dull thud seemed to strike his temples one after another. He got up irritably, went to the balcony, and wanted to hang up the clothes he had washed the night before.
The moment the curtains were drawn back, a voluptuous young woman in a silk nightgown came out from the balcony of the building across the street, carrying a laundry basin. Their eyes met, and the other person's gaze lingered on his muscular chest for a moment before he lowered his head in a flustered manner, a slight blush creeping up his ears.
This is not the first time.
Since moving in here, every time he comes to the balcony shirtless, he always catches that faint gaze. Zhou Qing tugged at the corners of her mouth, revealing a self-deprecating smile. There's a system, there's money, there are young and beautiful girls throwing themselves at you, and even the neighbors across the street are silently watching.
But what about me?
I'm still here getting upset over such trivial matters.
They were simply far too lax. A strong sense of alertness welled up inside me.
Comfort is the grave of heroes, and the allure of gentle pleasures is a knife that cuts to the bone. The Yi family's affairs are not yet completely resolved, and the situation in the trendy street is unfathomable. With my current strength, it is far from time to be able to rest easy. Thinking of this, all the heat in his heart subsided, replaced by a cold clarity. He immediately turned around, went back into the house, and picked up his phone.
The moment the screen lit up, WeChat messages practically exploded.
The pin groups for mentally unstable young women are filled with tagged messages and messages asking for help.
Brother Chang. Help. That top donor from last time said I cheated him out of his money and is asking me to return the tips. Uncle.
There's this old guy who insists on meeting me offline. If I don't go, he'll apply for a refund for being a minor.
It's so annoying. Brother Zhou, I've been warned by the platform. They said I'm maliciously misleading consumers.
Zhou Qing quickly flipped through the pages. Ever since he spoiled these young women with large red envelopes, their spending levels and the threshold for tipping in the livestream have risen accordingly.
The old rule of adding someone on WeChat used to be as cheap as a few dozen yuan, but now you can't even get their eye on you without spending hundreds or thousands of yuan.
This directly led to one consequence.
Many older men who originally intended to hunt for women were deterred.
Those who gritted their teeth and went for it, once they found that the girls weren't as easy to get as they'd imagined, would become furious and use the minor refund weapon to retaliate.
Zhou Qing's eyes remained completely calm.
He knew very well that he had to support these girls. They were his most stable and largest source of shock value.
Chapter 79. Who is Zhou Qing? You've got the wrong person.
Without saying much, he opened each private chat and sent a 200 yuan red envelope without hesitation.
Ding. Shock value from Yuzhinjin, points plus 35. Holy crap. Brother Qing, you're like my own brother. I love you. Ding. Shock value from Su Yao, points plus 40. Uncle. You're my god. I'll return that old man's money to him right now, what bad luck. Ding. Shock value from Fengqin, points plus 30. Thank you, Brother Zhou. You're the best to me. System notifications rang out one after another like popping beans.
He operated the system expressionlessly, sending out nearly 20,000 yuan in total and earning 105 hard-earned points. He opened the system panel and checked his balance.
Shock value points, 535. That's still too little. These points aren't even enough for one high-level lottery draw. Just then, an unfamiliar number called, with the caller ID showing it was a local number.
Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. On the other end of the phone, Zhang San's calm yet slightly urgent voice came through. Zhou Qing, it's me.
Things have changed a bit. Are you free to come over now? Zhou Qing's brows furrowed instantly. Has something unexpected happened?
His first thought was that the Yi family had gone back on their word. Last night, that guy named Ji Quan seemed generous and righteous, constantly calling his younger brother ignorant, and he acted just like it was real.
But Zhou Chang knew exactly what was going on.
There's a saying online that goes something like this: when you find that one child in a family is a brat, he's very likely the least ill one in the family.
Send me the address. Zhou Qing's voice was unreadable. After hanging up the phone, Zhang San's location was immediately sent over, Shanyan.
Zhou Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Shanha Bay is a truly top-tier luxury residential area in the coastal region, exclusively for the wealthy and powerful. To live there, you need a net worth of at least several hundred million. Without delay, he changed his clothes, drove the still somewhat unfamiliar Cayenne, and headed straight for Shanyan. However, when his luxury car, worth millions, slowly stopped at the entrance of the residential area, the security guard in the guard booth, who stood upright and wore white gloves, revealed undisguised disdain in his eyes. That look seemed to say, another guy renting a car to show off. Feeling helpless, Zhou Cheng rolled down the car window and dialed Zhang San's number.
After some confirmation, the electronic gate at the entrance slowly rose. An interior sightseeing vehicle silently glided up beside his car. The security guard gave a respectful salute and gestured for him to board the sightseeing bus. As the car drove along the tree-lined private road, Zhou Qing looked out the window at the villas that resembled works of art and asked the security guard in the driver's seat, "Handsome, could you tell me how much the monthly salary is here?" The security guard kept his eyes straight ahead and said in a flat tone, "After deductions for social insurance and housing fund, I get 18,000 yuan. This number made Zhou Qing gasp in shock. The sightseeing bus eventually stopped in front of a villa located on a hilltop. This villa occupies almost the entire hilltop and features a private rooftop garden and an infinity pool. Even more outrageous is that the doghouse at the entrance, which is for the German Shepherd, is actually a 2-bedroom apartment with central air conditioning. A servant dressed in an English butler's uniform was already waiting there and respectfully led him into the villa. After passing through a hall as luxurious as a palace, the servant led him to a side room. The moment Zhou Qing pushed open the door, her gaze swept across the entire room. Zhang San, Yi Quan, Yi Qing, and even Zhang Yin, the girl with the twin ponytails from last night, were all there. In the main seat sat a middle-aged woman dressed in a custom-made cheongsam, adorned with jewels. She was very well maintained, but her eyes were as cold as knives, carrying the scrutiny of someone who had long held a high position. She slowly raised her eyelids, her gaze falling on Zhou Qing, and her thin lips parted slightly. "You are Zhou Qing?" Just then, Zhou Qing's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He subconsciously took it out and glanced at it. A WeChat message lit up on the screen. It was sent by Fatty. The content consists of only 5 brief words. "I've arrived in Binjiang." Zhou Qing calmly put her phone back in her pocket, her gaze meeting the cold scrutiny of the person in the main seat with a faint smile. "Zhou Qing," the bejeweled middle-aged woman asked again, her voice revealing a condescending impatience. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, put his hands in his pockets, lazily glanced around, and finally fixed his gaze on the woman's face. "Who is Zhou Qing?" "You've got the wrong person." The moment he finished speaking, a system notification exploded in his mind. Ding! Shock value from Zhang Yin, points plus 95. Shocking value points, 750. For the first time, a slight look of surprise appeared on Yi Saiwei's well-maintained face. She clearly hadn't expected that Zhou Qing, whom she considered an aunt, would dare to play dumb in front of her in this way. Big sister. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is Zhou Qing. Yi Qing, who was standing next to her, was so anxious that her face turned red. She pointed at Zhou Qing's nose and almost jumped up. "I would recognize him even if he were ashes." "Big sister?" Zhou Qing deliberately dragged out the tone, her eyes filled with innocent confusion. He looked Yi Kaiwei up and down, his gaze lingering for a moment on her elegant cheongsam and dazzling jewelry before returning to her face and scratching his head. That one sound is more destructive than 100 swear words. Yi Kaiwei is old enough to be Yi Qing's mother, and she is very sensitive about others mentioning her age. To hear Zhou Qing call her out in such an innocent and carefree tone was like publicly ripping off her most expensive fig leaf. Put. Zhang Yin, who was in the corner, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her violently shaking shoulders still betrayed her. Zhang San swept a sharp glance over, and Zhang Yin immediately fell silent. Yi Saiwei's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water, but she was a woman who had seen a lot, and she managed to suppress her anger. Seeing this, Zhang San immediately stood up, put his arm around Zhou Qing's shoulder, pulled him aside, lowered his voice, and said in a serious tone, "Little Huang Mao is very stubborn." After going in, he refused to say anything and insisted that Yi Qing ordered it. Now the witnesses are inside. The Yi family wants to pay to get rid of the trouble. They hope you can claim to the outside world that the shop caught fire accidentally and has nothing to do with anyone. Zhou Qing felt a slight tremor in his heart. He really didn't expect that the seemingly sleazy blonde kid would actually have such backbone. These days, it's a rare quality. He hesitated for a moment, then gave a watertight answer instead of immediately agreeing, "I don't care. I'll sign whatever Judge Cheng decides." The implication was that the ball was passed back to him. He neither offered to help nor deliberately made things difficult for the other party. "Okay." Zhang San's eyes flashed with approval, and he patted him on the shoulder heavily. "I'm relieved to hear that." He changed the subject, a mysterious excitement appearing on his face. "By the way, I gave that screaming pill you gave me last time to a friend. He's having a private auction at the Hongshang building tonight, but the final item had an accident, and now everyone's waiting to see him fail." He wants you to save the day. I guarantee each of your items will fetch at least $1 million. Chapter 80. It's all over. A woman stole our house.
Zhou Qing was overjoyed, but feigned difficulty on his face, frowning as if he were calculating something.
I don't have that many on me. Aren't you making things difficult for me? I have 10 now, is that enough? Enough.
That's more than enough. Zhang San was so excited he almost jumped up, looking at Zhou Qing as if he were looking at a god of wealth. Just then, Yi Quan, that smiling tiger, came over again, his face beaming like a Maitreya Buddha. Brother Qing, my sister sent me over to ask about the results. Let me tell you something privately. My sister's idea is to add 2 million to the original compensation, and that'll be the end of it.
However,
he winked, lowered his voice, and said in a threatening tone, if you use my stupid brother as leverage and refuse to budge, I reckon getting 5 million isn't impossible.
Zhou Qing was completely at a loss for words, neither laughing nor crying.
The Yi family is truly a den of oddities. He followed Yi Quan back to his seat, but before he could even speak, Yi Qing across from him couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and glared at him fiercely. Zhou Qing, name your price.
Don't try anything funny.
But I advise you to be careful. You might get the money, but you'll have to live to spend it.
My Yi family doesn't mind playing along to the end.
These incredibly childish remarks made Zhou Qing unable to suppress a laugh. He picked at his ear and asked seriously, excuse me, are you named Ji Qing, or
Yi Lianchen?
Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yin couldn't hold back any longer this time, laughing so hard she almost cried. Ultimately, through Zhang San's mediation, the two parties reached a settlement for 8 million. Yi Kaiwei was too lazy to sign the agreement herself, and the lawyer handled the whole process on her behalf. After signing the document, Yi Qing glared at Zhou Qing resentfully, threw down her pen, and left. Before leaving, Yi Quan deliberately went around to Zhou Qing's side, winked at him, and made a "you're awesome" gesture.
Zhang San quickly took his leave, saying he needed to make arrangements for the auction.
In the side hall, only Zhou Cheng and Zhang Yin, who was laughing uncontrollably, remained. Zhang Yin swayed her slender waist and leaned closer, a fragrant breeze wafting towards her. Uncle, I didn't know you were so capable.
Tell me, what kind of girl do you like?
Zhou Qing looked at her seriously, his eyes clear and his tone sincere. First of all, you have to be good-looking. Second, you have to be kind-hearted. Third, you can't have any close male friends who are entangled with you, and you have to be there for me during the lowest point in my life. Oh, right, the most important thing.
He paused, and under Zhang Yin's expectant gaze, slowly uttered a few words. She can't have the surname Zhang.
Zhang Yin's smile froze instantly. By the time she realized what was happening, Zhou Qing had already vanished, leaving her with only a dashing silhouette.
Zhou Qing, you bastard! Zhang Yin's furious screams echoed through the empty villa.
As Zhou Qing drove his Cayenne away from Shanha Bay, he glanced back at the magnificent villa standing atop the mountain, a burning ambition rising within him. Sooner or later, I will own a house of my own here. He stepped on the gas and sped off toward the Hongxing building. When he rushed to the company entrance, just as he was about to push the door open, he heard Yin Fong's heart-wrenching yet strange scream coming from inside the office.
Ah! Fatty, be gentle, it's going to break, it's going to break. Zhou Qing's heart tightened suddenly. Fatty? Didn't she just arrive in Binjiang? A very ominous premonition welled up in my heart. Oh no, my house has been hacked by a woman. He kicked open the office door and shouted angrily, what are you doing?
The next second, he froze on the spot. In the center of the office, Yin Fong was like an octopus pulled ashore, her limbs fixed to the office chair in an extremely twisted position. A woman with an unusually voluptuous figure and a terrifyingly powerful aura was pressing one hand on Yin Fong's lower back and the other hand on her ankle, vigorously helping her do some kind of difficult office yoga. Yin Fong threw herself into Zhou Qing's arms, her voice filled with undisguised joy. Uncle, you're back. Her t-shirt and jeans were relatively neat, her hair was messy, but her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes were full of trust and reliance. Zhou Qing subconsciously glanced at her collar and trouser legs, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that nothing was exposed. As she tidied up the yoga mats, the chubby woman wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel, her tone cheerful. Qingzi, you've got a knack for picking your timing.
What? You didn't even tell me you were coming, making me lug all these bags over here? No way, Fatty.
Zhou Qing smiled and handed her a tissue. I was just thinking of picking you up, but I was worried you wouldn't be able to find the place.
Don't mention it.
The chubby woman waved her hand, a smile playing on her lips.
Reimbursement is fine. Besides, I can manage this short distance.
Yin Fang held onto Zhou Qing's arm tightly, whispering, "Uncle, I'd like to treat Fatty to a meal."
It's her first time in Binjiang. Shall we go together?
Just as Zhou Qing was about to agree, the auction in his mind started ringing like an alarm clock. He hesitated for a moment before carefully speaking, "I have something to do tonight, I have to go to an auction."
How about I treat Fatty to a big meal tomorrow to make up for it?
Yin Fang pouted, but quickly smiled again. "Then it's a deal, no backing out." As the three of them went downstairs, Zhou Qing took out his phone and sent a message to Shunzi.
Shunzi made excuses, saying he had to work overtime or there was an emergency at home. Zhou Qing bluntly replied, 1,000 yuan for the errand, plus another 500 for bringing Meng Meng out.
The moment the message was sent, the other person's avatar started flashing.
Shunzi's voice practically leaped off the screen. "Bro. I'm coming. 10 minutes.
I promise I'll bring the person to the right place." Before he could even catch his breath, a video call request from Baijian popped up on his screen. As the camera panned, a girl in a black dress with bandages wrapped around her wrists came into view. Her makeup was ruined by sweat, but she gritted her teeth and maintained her composure.
"Uncle. I heard you're going to an auction? Can I come with you?"
I promise I won't cause you any trouble." The air conditioning in the carriage was whirring loudly. Zhou Qing looked at Yin Fang in the passenger seat, expecting her to roll her eyes or make sarcastic remarks, but Yin Fang just quietly looked out the window and then nodded gently. "Let her come, she's had a tough time too."
"I really didn't expect that," Yin Fang added in a low voice.
"I only understand how much pressure she's under after hanging out with you for a while. Wan Shangyi is so outstanding, but she lives in the shadow of him every day, which must be quite difficult for her." Half an hour later, the riverside streets were scorching hot. Bai Jiayan stood by the roadside carrying milk tea, her little face flushed red from the sun. A black dress clung to her body, soaked with sweat and turning into two colors. Gauze was wrapped around her wrists, making her look both disheveled and stubborn. The moment the car door opened, she handed over the chilled drinks, smiling cautiously. "It's so hot today, I bought 2 milk teas, one with less sugar and one with full sugar."
"You can share them."
Yin Fang was taken aback for a moment, then handed the candy back. "You drink it yourself, I'll have less sugar." Her tone softened, without her usual petulance.
Chapter 81. Who's going to the proper place?
When the three arrived at Hongsheng Club, it was already late at night. The lobby was brightly lit and filled with people.
A group of people in suits and jewels walked in and out, each straddling a line between arrogance and respectability.
But right at the door, a cold female voice stopped them.
"I'm sorry, each invitation only allows one person in." The female greeter held out her hand expressionlessly. "Please wait a moment, my friends."
Bai Jiayan lowered her head, clutching her skirt, and explained softly, "We came together." The greeter looked her up and down a few times, her meticulously drawn eyebrows, which revealed a sharp edge, slightly raised. "Excuse me, this isn't a community square where you hand out flyers, nor is it a night market stall."
"This kind of outfit really lowers the class."
Yin Fang's face flushed red, and she stepped forward.
"What do you mean? Who lowered the standard?"
The female greeter scoffed and turned her gaze to the crowd in the distance.
"Mr. Fu, these people are trying to force their way in, and they're dressed like this. Should we call the police?"
Zhou Qing wanted to turn around and leave, but Zhang San and Fu Han had already rushed over.
Zhang San, all smiles, jogged over. "Hey, isn't this my brother? What are you doing blocking the door?"
Fu Han was dressed in a sharp suit, his big, youthful eyes sparkling with shrewdness and curiosity. He reached out and shook hands tightly with Zhou Qing. "We were saved by your stuff today, otherwise we would have really lost face." Fu Han appears to be in his early 20s, but his speech and mannerisms reveal a shrewdness and worldliness that makes it difficult to discern his true age.
The female greeter panicked upon seeing this and whispered an explanation. "Mr. Gu,
they don't have suitable attire, and this young lady." She pointed at the swallows, then withdrew her finger.
"This is really outrageous."
Fu Han squinted at her, the chill emanating from her making the air seem to freeze.
"From now on, you don't need to do it anymore."
The scene fell silent, leaving only the female greeter standing there, her eyes wide open as if her mind had short-circuited.
But the next second, even stranger words came out of Zhou Qing's mouth.
"Since she doesn't have to work anymore, how about this? Let her take off her uniform and switch with my friend. My friend's attire is indeed not very formal, so let us not make things difficult for anyone." Everyone's expression froze, including Fu Han and Zhang San, who both wore smirks as if they were watching a good show. The system notification sounds rang out in a series of beeps.
Ding. Shock level from the female greeter, points plus 20. Ding. Shock value from Bai Jian, points plus 20. Ding. Shock value from Yin Fong, points plus 20. Current points balance, 830 points.
The female greeter turned pale and subconsciously took a half step back, her chin trembling but unable to utter a single word. Bai Jian gripped her milk teacup tightly, exchanging glances with Yin Fong, who bit her lip, unsure whether to laugh or cry, feeling that this uncle had gone completely mad. Zhang San suppressed a laugh, nudged Fu Han with his elbow, and muttered, "That's a ruthless move, even more exciting than our usual bargaining." Fu Han shrugged and gave a helpless, wry smile. "That's what you call a real big brother's demeanor." The female greeter's lips trembled, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger. She stared intently at Zhou Qing, as if she wanted to gouge two holes in him with her gaze. But Zhou Qing simply looked back at her calmly.
This indifference is more hurtful than any mockery.
Fu Han cleared his throat, waved at the almost shattered female greeter, and said impatiently, "Go, take this lady to the staff changing room.
Hurry up, don't waste time."
The female greeter's shoulders slumped, like a defeated rooster, and she lowered her head resignedly, her voice barely audible. "Yes." She turned around mechanically and gestured for Bai Jiayan to enter, her movements as stiff as a puppet on a string. Bai Jiayan looked at Zhou Qing, then at Yin Fong, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear.
Yin Fong walked over, gently patted her back, and whispered, "Go on, you'll look different once you put it on."
This seemingly random remark made Bai Jiayan refocus her gaze.
She bit her lip and followed the distraught figure deeper into the corridor. As soon as the person left, Fu Han immediately put on a frantic expression, moved closer to Zhou Qing, lowered his voice, and said anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan, "Brother. My dear brother. Where's the stuff? Did you bring it? We're going on stage soon."
Zhou Qing glanced at him and slowly pulled a crumpled red plastic bag with the logo of Haoyu Duo Supermarket printed on it from her pocket. He casually shook the bag, and there was a soft rustling sound inside, as if it contained a few candies.
He opened the bag and handed it to Fu Han.
Fu Han and Zhang San leaned in at the same time, and saw 10 pills, each the size of a pigeon egg, lying quietly in the cheap red plastic bag. They were completely black, but their surfaces shimmered with a faint light. A faint, exotic fragrance emanated from it, which stirred the soul.
Fu Han's eyes widened instantly.
He snatched the plastic bag, held it carefully in his hands.
"Brother!"
His voice changed, trembling with sobs.
"This is the screaming pill? Such a valuable item, and you use this to package it?"
Zhou Qing scratched his head helplessly, looking completely matter-of-fact. "I also want a box made of sandalwood or white marble, but we don't have any." Zhang San, standing next to him, twitched his lips violently, almost bursting with suppressed rage. "At least use a black plastic bag.
This red one looks like we're buying groceries. If people see this, they'll think we're selling miracle cures." "It'll do for now," Zhou Qing waved his hand dismissively.
Stepping into the magnificent inner hall of the clubhouse, melodious classical music flows through the air. Zhang San took 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter's tray, handed one to Zhou Qing, and put on an ambiguous smile. "Brother, the auction still has an hour left.
How about going upstairs for a massage to relax?
Our technicians here are all high-paid foreign hires, their techniques are absolutely professional." As soon as he finished speaking, a head popped out from behind Zhou Qing.
Yin Fong blinked her big eyes and asked innocently, "Is it legitimate?" Zhang San was taken aback by the question. He opened his mouth, stammering, "It should be, probably, it's legitimate, right?"
Unexpectedly, Yin Fong pursed her lips, with a look of disgust, and shrank back, muttering something under her breath.
"Who goes through the proper channels?" This sentence, though not loud, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, almost causing several eavesdropping guests to spit out their drinks.
Just then, a discordant female voice, laced with sharp laughter, came from behind them.
"Hee, uncle, you really do like flirtatious girls."
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl dressed in a flamboyant manner holding up a mobile phone with the screen facing them. On the phone, an edited voice, clearly Zhou Qing's, was playing on a loop.
"Uncle, what kind of girl do you like? A sexy one."
"What kind of girl is she sexy?"
"So sexy."
The sound, amplified, clearly resonated throughout the entire corner, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Countless gazes focused instantly like searchlights, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and disdain. The girl was Zhang Yin. She was waving her phone triumphantly, looking at Yin Fong with a defiant gaze, declaring her victory.
Yin Fong's face instantly turned cold.
But she didn't scream or yell. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yin Fong suddenly stood on tiptoe, hooked one arm around Zhou Qing's neck, pressed the back of his head with the other hand, and kissed him fiercely. It was a deep kiss, full of possessiveness and a declaration of sovereignty. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. As their lips parted, a glistening thread stretched ambiguously under the light, then snapped with a snap. Yin Fong licked her rosy lips before turning her head and giving Zhang Yin, whose face was ashen, a cold laugh in the manner of a victor. Hee hee, I like flirtatious girls, but I don't like you. Zhang Yin was so angry that she trembled all over. She pointed at Yin Fong and kept saying you for a long time, but she couldn't say a single word. Zhou Qing ruffled Yin Fong's hair, put his arm around her waist, and said to the dumbfounded Zhang San and Fu Han, "Let's go get a massage." Then he walked straight towards the elevator. Inside the private massage booths, a faint scent of essential oils filled the air.
Two technicians, a man and a woman, stood bowing to one side.
Zhou Qing glanced at the male technician, frowned, and decisively said, "Change them.
Send 2 women." Chapter 82. Can you be a full-time husband?
The male technician looked somewhat embarrassed, but still respectfully withdrew.
Soon, another female technician walked in. The 2 female technicians were indeed professional, with just the right amount of pressure and precise acupoints, which relaxed Zhou Qing's tense nerves considerably.
Yin Fong lay on another massage bed, but seemed somewhat absent-minded.
A moment later, she suddenly sat up and waved to the 2 technicians, "You can go out now, I want to rest by myself."
The technicians exchanged glances, obediently withdrew, and closed the door behind them.
Only the 2 of them remained in the room.
Yin Fong walked barefoot on the soft carpet, step by step, to Zhou Qing's bedside. She leaned down, her hands supporting her on either side of his body, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, the ends of which gently brushed against his cheeks. Her voice, languid and husky, was like a kitten's claws scratching at the heart. "Uncle, do you like sexy girls?" A silent contest then unfolded in the aromatherapy-filled room. An hour later, as the auction entered its intermission and guests began to leave, Zhou Chang and Yin Fong finally arrived late. Zhou Chang remained calm, while Yin Fong's face was flushed with a healthy glow from exercise, her eyes and brows exuding a languid and contented charm. She looked like a flower nourished by rain, delicate and beautiful. As soon as the 2 appeared, Zhang Yin's resentful gaze shot over them. She looked Yin Fong up and down, and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. "So sexy." Upon hearing this, Yin Fong not only did not get angry, but instead smiled charmingly. She walked up to Zhang Yin, and under the other's wary gaze, suddenly leaned closer and gently breathed warm air onto Zhang Yin's face. The scent was a mixture of her own body fragrance and another unique, masculine aroma. "Let me let you smell it." Yin Fong's voice was as soft as a whisper, but the content was as vicious as a curse.
Uncle's childlike side.
Zhang Yin's pupils suddenly contracted, and she seemed to have lost her spine. She screamed and took 2 steps back, her face deathly pale. She pointed at Yin Fong, her lips trembling, and she was so distraught that she couldn't utter a single word.
Current points balance, 920 points. That's enough.
Zhou Qing finally stepped forward, blocking Yin Fong's path and looking coldly at Zhang Yin, who was almost collapsing. His voice wasn't loud, but it was as sharp as an icicle.
"If there's a next time, it won't be so simple." Just then, Zhang San arrived after hearing the commotion.
Seeing the tense situation, he quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Oh dear, we're all friends, don't let this ruin our friendship. Come, have a drink, have a drink." Zhou Qing ignored Zhang Yin and his gaze swept around the room before he suddenly asked, "Where's Bai Jian?" Zhang San followed his gaze and pointed to the corner, there. Bai Jian, dressed in a well-fitting welcoming uniform, looked like a frightened quail as she struggled to weave through the crowd. She held a stack of business cards in her hand, handing them out again and again, only to be ignored and rejected time and time again. The uniform that was supposed to enhance her image only accentuated her humility and lack of confidence when worn by her. She was about to fall when a greasy middle-aged man impatiently pushed her away again. A hint of reluctance flashed in Yin Fong's eyes. Zhou Qing gestured to Yin Fong with his eyes.
Yin Fong understood immediately.
She strode over to Bai Jian in her high heels, snatched a business card from her hand, and then walked straight to an old man who was chatting and laughing with someone on the other side. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yin Fong slammed the business card onto the old man's table with a loud thud. The old man was startled and looked up, about to lash out, when he heard Yin Fong announce in an unquestionable, boss-like tone. "This is from General Manager Zhang. He wants you to visit his club when you have time." The general manager Zhang she was referring to was naturally Zhang San, who was standing next to her with a forced smile. The old man was taken aback. He glanced at the words special services on the business card, then at Zhang San, who was smiling like Maitreya Buddha not far away, and suddenly realized what was going on. He quickly put the business card away and even took out his phone on the spot, enthusiastically asking Bai Jiayan to accept his WeChat friend request. "Oh, Mr. Shang's friend is my friend. Young lady, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. By the way, what about your company's membership? Give me the most expensive one." Bai Jiayan was completely bewildered when she was pulled into adding him on WeChat and then charged a membership fee. She was still in a daze. Zhang San, who was forced to become a background figure in this favor, could only stand there with an awkward but polite smile on his face. Bai Jiayan, dressed in a brand new uniform, seemed like a completely different person. She held a thick stack of membership cards and business cards in her hand, her face filled with disbelief. She approached almost every guest in the room she could strike up a conversation with, and even nearly pulled a waiter into signing up for a membership card. In just half an hour, she managed to attract more than a dozen members, and even the old man offered to introduce her to two friends. "Brother Zhou." Bai Jiayan ran over breathlessly, her eyes glistening with tears. I really did it. Thank you, if it weren't for you, I." Before she could finish speaking, Zhou Chang waved her hand and pushed her toward Zhang San. "Why thank me? You should thank President Zhang. He's the one protecting you." Zhang San's lips twitched, and he gave a helpless bitter smile. "Brother, your move has really screwed me over. Fu Han is definitely going to be furious with me later." Yin Fong chuckled beside her. "President Zhang, aren't you always the one who likes to mentor younger generations? This time it's a truly good deed." Zhou Qing was even more self-righteous. "How can you call it a scam? It's your own club, and I didn't take a single penny. It's all for your performance." Zhang San was speechless for a long time before finally managing to stammer, "You've got a sharp tongue, you're ruthless." Just then, a lean, well-dressed man approached, looking on with a gossipy expression. "What are you two brothers talking about? It's so lively." Yin Fong glanced at him sideways. "Who are you?" Zhang San quickly introduced Yi Quan, an old acquaintance. Yi Quan's gaze swept over Yin Fong twice, his curiosity piqued. "Who is this beautiful lady?" Without hesitation, Zhou Qing replied, "Girlfriend." Yin Fong blinked, looking completely innocent. "The mistress." Zhang Yin sneered and added, "Friends with benefits." Yi Quan stood there, stunned, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. He looked around, then at Yin Fong and Zhou Qing, and then at Zhang Yin. What's your relationship? I don't understand." Yin Fong chuckled and said, "Whatever uncle says goes." Zhang Yin rolled her eyes, tossed her head, and walked to the next table to sit down, her face dark the entire time. Zhou Qing gently tapped Yin Fong's head. "Don't be silly, she's my girlfriend, she's just a little mischievous." Yin Fong stuck out her tongue and leaned obediently on his shoulder. Yi Quan was completely stunned and could only pour himself a drink to calm his nerves. The lights in the venue were dimmed. The second half of the auction was about to begin. The auctioneer cleared his throat, and the room gradually quieted down. Zhou Qing handed the bidding paddle to Yin Fong. "Want to give it a try?" Yin Fong paused for a moment, then carefully took the sign, her eyes sparkling. "You really want me to do this?" "Play however you like," Zhou Qing said with a smile. The auctioneer announced the first major item, a bottle of 1987 Matai with an iron cap. The crowd stirred, some whispered amongst themselves, while others rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Yin Fong raised her bidding paddle without the slightest hesitation. 1 million. The entire room fell silent instantly, and countless eyes turned to them. Some gasped, while others whispered among themselves. The auctioneer paused for a second before reacting. "This young lady has bid 1 million. Any higher bids?" No one dared to match the price. Zhang San, standing to the side, clicked his tongue in amazement. "Brother, you're really generous. You spoil this girlfriend even more than your own daughter." Zhou Qing simply smiled faintly and reached out to ruffle Yin Fong's hair. Holding the bidding paddle, Yin Fong leaned happily against him and whispered, "Uncle, if you go bankrupt, I'll support you." Zhou Qing chuckled. "Can you afford to support him?" Yin Fong blinked. "You can be a full-time husband." While the commotion was raging, chaos suddenly erupted on the other side of the venue. Fu Han rushed to Zhang San's side in a panic and whispered, "Old Zhang, something bad has happened. Several important items have been stopped at the last minute. They say there are problems with the paperwork and they can't go on stage." Zhang San's expression changed. "What? Are you kidding me? Tonight's guests are all big clients." Fu Han stamped her feet anxiously. "There's nothing we can do, they've already sealed it off."
You need to quickly find a way to send some replacements, otherwise things will fall apart.
Zhang San gritted his teeth, took off a string of sandalwood beads from his wrist and handed it to Fu Han. Take this and use it to hold things up.
Fu Han took the bracelet and looked at Zhou Qing. Brother, do you have anything good on you? Could you take it out and use it to tide you over? Chapter 83 Birthday Party? Whose?
All eyes immediately turned to Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing lowered his head and thought for a moment, then took out a small ball wrapped tightly in toilet paper from his pocket. He slowly unwrapped the paper ball, revealing 10 small, round, black pills inside. These are hangover pills. He waved the pills in his hand. Take one, and you'll be able to drink 1,000 cups of alcohol without getting drunk for an hour, and the breathalyzer won't detect it. The air became instantly completely silent.
Zhang San's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Really? This thing, no wonder that last time Baldy Donkey invited a whole table of people, and they still couldn't outdrink you. Fu Han also looked like she'd seen a ghost, staring at the small pill wrapped in a wad of toilet paper, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Yi Quan went even further, grabbing Zhou Qing's arm. Brother, no, godfather. You know how bad my alcohol tolerance is. I've always been the one getting drunk and passed out since I was a kid. If I had this thing of yours, I wouldn't be afraid of anyone anymore. Zhang San was impatient. Brother, do you have any more? Name your price. I'll take care of this emergency tonight, and I'll take as many as you have later. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, divided the pills into 4, and gave 2 to each of Zhang San and Yi Quan. I'm not giving them away for free. I'll transfer the money to them at the auction price later. Yi Quan was so excited he almost cried. Godfather, you are my second parents. From now on, if anyone dares to force me to drink, I'll make them drink until they doubt their existence. Zhang San didn't mince words and immediately took out his phone to scan the QR code. Brother, if this thing really works, you'll be the god of wealth in our circle from now on. Fu Han stared blankly at the pills wrapped in toilet paper in her hand, unsure whether to worry about hygiene first or figure out how to package the auction title. Yin Fang watched the commotion from the sidelines, laughing heartily, and muttered under her breath, Uncle, that was a really ruthless move. Zhou Qing was secretly planning that this time, he would not only save the day, but also set an example for these people. If I want something in the future, won't I have to obediently buy it from him? As soon as Fu Han stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in cheers. Someone sarcastically shouted, Why aren't any items up for auction yet? Are you out of stock? Holding an auction when you have nothing to offer? Don't embarrass yourself. A burst of laughter, mixed with whispers, filled the air with the smell of gunpowder. Zhou Qing squinted, scanned the crowd, and felt a chill run down his spine. These people have ill intentions. They're probably Fu Han's old rivals causing trouble. Sure enough, near the table in the corridor, several middle-aged men in suits were whispering to each other, their lips curled in mockery. Fu Han remained calm, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said in a clear voice, Everyone, please don't be impatient. Since the Gu group dares to hold an auction, they must have some hidden gems. Tonight, we'll show you all what they've got to offer. As soon as the words were spoken, 10 waitresses in Cheongsams filed out, each carrying a white porcelain wine jug. Their steps were synchronized, and their presence was commanding. Under the spotlight, the wine shimmered slightly with gold, and the words Hangover Relief Pill were written in large handwriting on the bottle. Yin Fang's eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. Uncle, your pills are going to become a legend. Zhang San muttered to himself, this spectacle is like something out of a TV drama. The women in Cheongsams introduced in unison, this special auction item is a hangover cure. It works immediately after taking it, making you immune to alcohol for up to an hour, with no detectable alcohol in your body and absolutely no side effects. The laughter from the audience grew even louder. Really? Unfazed by drinking? Are you selling drugs? If such a thing really existed, I'd eat the table tonight. Fu Han remained calm and smiled slightly. Since everyone doesn't believe it, why don't we invite the guests to come up on stage and try? A hush fell over the room. No one was willing to be the first to step forward. Just then, a young man in a floral shirt, his hair slicked back, swaggered onto the stage with an exaggerated smile. I'll go. I love drinking, and I'm not afraid of drug testing. Yi Quan frowned and muttered under his breath, why is this idiot here? Zhang San snorted coldly, that kid from the Lin family, the young master of Lin Pawnshop. Tonight's trouble is probably related to him. Zhou Qing's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze fell on the person on the stage. Young Master Lin's manners were affected, and his smile concealed a dagger. Fu Han had the woman in the Cheongsam pour 3 large glasses of Baijiu Chinese liquor and handed them to young Master Lin. Please drink them first,
and we will test you on the spot with an alcohol tester. Young Master Lin downed 3 glasses in a row, his face immediately turning red. The woman in the cheongsam handed him a testing device, and the readings skyrocketed. Alcohol content, 210 milligrams per 100 milliliters. The audience roared with laughter. Let's see how you pretend to be a god now. Fu Han remained expressionless and handed a black pill to young Master Lin. Please take this and wait 5 more minutes for the test. Young Master Lin swallowed the pill with feigned nonchalance, and even winked at the audience. If it doesn't work, I'll run naked 3 laps around the entrance tonight. 5 minutes later, the tester lit up again. Alcohol content, 0. The entire room fell silent. Some people rubbed their eyes, while others muttered curses under their breath. Impossible. Is the machine broken? Fu Han handed the testing equipment directly to several bigwigs in the audience. You can test it yourselves. Several big bosses, their faces flushed and necks red from drinking, took turns testing the drink, and they were all dumbfounded. The data is crystal clear, there is absolutely no alcohol content. Discussions and exclamations rose and fell. Zheng San's lips twitched. Brother, if you could mass-produce these pills, I bet all the liquor factories in the country would be bowing down to you. Yi Quan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Godfather, I'll take all of this stuff. Fu Han pressed on while the iron was hot. Now that everyone has witnessed the effect, the remaining 9 hangover pills will be auctioned off starting at 1 yuan. The gavel fell, and the bidding erupted instantly. 500,000. 1 million. 3 million. 6 million. The price of the 9 pills skyrocketed, quickly surpassing the 10 million mark. Yi Quan and Zhang San joined forces and fought to the bitter end. 9 million. Yi Quan practically roared. The auctioneer raised his gavel. 9 hangover pills, sold for 9 million yuan, jointly won by General Manager Yi and General Manager Zhang. The crowd erupted in cheers, with some exclaiming that it was insane and others secretly cursing the spendthrift. Before everyone could react, the screaming pill made its grand entrance. A woman in a cheongsam walked to the front of the stage carrying a small jade box. When the lid was opened, a faint fragrance wafted out. Fu Han's voice was deep. The screaming pill can give a man an hour of ultimate pleasure after taking it. There was a commotion in the audience. Many male guests covered their mouths and snickered, while some female guests shrank back in fright. Really? Fu Han directly invited a live experiment, and a middle-aged man with a large belly volunteered. I'll give it a try, I don't believe in this nonsense. The screaming pill melts instantly in the mouth, and in less than 3 seconds, the old man experiences astonishing effects. The audience erupted in thunderous laughter, some even taking out their phones to record the scene. The bidding resumed. 20 million. 25 million. 30 million. In the end, a female guest with a cool and elegant demeanor, dressed in a white dress, raised her placard to decide the winner. 30 million. Everyone turned to look at her, only to see Yi Kaiwei expressionlessly put away her bidding paddle and a smile playing on her lips. Yin Fang and Bai Jiayan were completely dumbfounded, their mouths agape in an O shape, unable to close them for a long time. Bai Jiayan muttered to herself, 30 million, that's more than my dad earned selling snacks for 8 lifetimes. Yin Fang glared at Zhou Cheng and muttered under her breath, Uncle, what's the formula for these pills? Should we open a pharmaceutical factory? Zhou Cheng simply smiled faintly, but his mind remained perfectly calm. This price is a house for ordinary people, but for these wealthy people, it's just a chip in a game. As more items were put on the stage, the atmosphere had already reached its peak. Finally, a piece of glass-type jadeite rough was revealed, its surface shimmering with a hint of green under the light, drawing everyone's breathless gaze. The bidding was fierce, with each bid increasing by hundreds of thousands. Zhou Qing raised his sign and announced 9 million, and the scene instantly fell silent. No one dared to respond. With the sound of the hammer falling, the ownership of the jade was finally settled. Zhou Qing handed the heavy piece of jade to Bai Jiayan. Bai Jiayan froze, her hands trembling, neither daring to accept it nor put it down. Uncle, this is too expensive. It's just for my birthday, and you're giving me this. I can't accept it. Shock level increased by 100. Yin Fang also stared wide-eyed at Zhou Qing, looking at him like he was a monster. Are you crazy? This piece of jade could be traded for a Porsche, and you're giving it to Xiaoyan? Zhou Cheng blinked and spoke in a serious tone. You're overthinking it. I had Xiaoyan hold it to help you measure your size and see what size would fit you best. Zhou Qing looked at the 980 points balance on the system panel and felt completely bewildered. Buying a stone for 9 million just to see Fong smile. This impulsive spending habit is something he'll probably never break in his lifetime.
He never expected that his casual joke would be misunderstood by Bai Jian.
The little girl's cheeks flushed bright red instantly, like ripe apples. She held the warm, lustrous jade in her hands, unsure whether to hand it over or accept it, and was so embarrassed that she almost cried.
"Uncle, I'm sorry, I thought."
The experienced craftsman on site already understood, put on white gloves, and respectfully accepted the raw stone. Cutting, grinding, polishing, the whole process was fluid and efficient.
In just over 10 minutes, the harsh friction sounds subsided, and a breathtaking turquoise color bloomed under the lights. A flawless glass-type jadeite bangle, entirely emerald green and with excellent translucency, was presented to everyone.
Fong already had 3 heavy gold bracelets on her left wrist, and at this moment she unhesitatingly put the jade bracelet in the middle. The metal and jade struck each other, producing a clear and melodious tinkling sound. To those in the know, the sound was like a thunderclap, making their hearts clench.
Putting glass-type jadeite head-on against gold is not wearing jewelry, it's just burning money and making a racket. Fong was completely unaware, and happily shook her wrist.
The green color shimmered in the golden light, making her skin appear even whiter than snow. She looked up at Zhou Qing with bright, sparkling eyes.
"Uncle, is it good? Chapter 84, isn't this insane?"
A smile appeared in Zhou Qing's eyes. He reached out and pinched her cheek, his tone teasing, "It's beautiful. Next time someone dares to lay a hand on you, just hit them in the face with this bracelet.
If it breaks, it's on me. Make them pay for it until they're bankrupt." Pop.
A loud kiss landed unexpectedly on Zhou Qing's cheek. Not far away, Zhang Yin's face instantly turned ashen, and her carefully drawn eyeliner looked as if it had been poisoned. She glared at Zhou Qing, then abruptly turned and strode away in her high heels, her back view filled with boundless rage. Yi Qing, on the other hand, felt as if he had swallowed a fly, his face turning bright red. In the end, all he could do was glare fiercely at Zhou Qing, as if he wanted to burn 2 holes in him with his gaze. After the auction, Fu Han arranged a dinner at the Binjiang International Hotel, and invitations had already been sent out to everyone present. However, as soon as Zhou Qing stepped out of the Hongsheng clubhouse, he was stunned by what he saw in the parking lot. Wan Shangyi was standing awkwardly next to a van, carrying a slightly worn paper bag. Beside him, Bai Jian, like a bird returning to its nest, buried her head in his arms, and the image of the capable young woman who had been in charge just moments before was nowhere to be seen. What made Zhou Qing's eyes twitch even more was that Shunzi and Meng Meng were sticking their heads out of the dilapidated van, winking at him. Zhou Qing frowned and walked over in a few steps.
"Weren't you supposed to be at the company helping Fatty with the accounts? What are you doing here?"
Shunzi, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, shrugged confidently.
"I'm done. I've taken care of everything, and the accounts are all clear."
He suddenly pulled open the van door, only to see Fatty's sister sitting inside as steady as a mountain, smiling and waving at Fong.
Surrounding her were 7 or 8 chattering young women, cramming the small carriage to the brim. Fatty handed Zhou Qing a thick stack of financial statements, as thick as bricks. The professional printing and binding made Zhou Qing feel a little dazed.
He was racking his brains about how to arrange accommodation for Fatty's sister when she spoke first, all smiles.
"Mr. Zhou, you don't need to worry about it. I'll find a hotel myself after the party." Zhou Chang was taken aback and subconsciously asked, "Birthday party? Whose?"
Bai Jian finally lifted her head from Wan Shangyi's embrace, a happy yet shy smile on her face, and swayed her arm around Wan Shangyi's.
"My dear uncle."
Zhou Qing suddenly realized. No wonder this girl mistook that piece of jade for a birthday present. Looking at the girl in front of him, who had grown into a graceful and capable young woman, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Time really flies. He politely declined Fu Han's invitation to dinner, but accepted a bottle of expensive perfume that she insisted on giving him. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Quan, with a face that screamed foolish and rich, shamelessly approached him, pleading with a smile, "Brother Zhou, can I come along?
What kind of party is it? I love a lively atmosphere."
When a black Ferrari Aventador worth nearly 10 million yuan appeared at the entrance of the trendy street with a deafening roar, it instantly became the focus of the entire scene. Countless mobile phone cameras were pointed at the wild-looking car body and Yi Quan, who got out of the car looking completely bewildered. Zhou Qing casually stuffed the perfume bottle into Bai Jian's arms, as a belated birthday gift. The location of the gathering severely impacted Yi Quan's worldview.
The Shaxian snack shop has expanded its storefront.
At this moment, the small shop was already packed with people, filled with young men and women with smoky makeup and ripped jeans, and the air was filled with the peculiar smell of fried wontons mixed with cheap cigarettes. Yi Quan took a deep breath, forced out what he thought was a very handsome smile, waved his hand, and announced in a loud voice, "Brothers and sisters, hello.
Tonight, all expenses are on me, Yi Quan."
The cheers he expected did not materialize. Instead, there was an undisguised chorus of boos. With her legs crossed and a thin cigarette dangling from her lips, Meng Meng squinted at Yi Quan through the swirling smoke and lazily asked Zhou Qing in a low voice, "Uncle, who's this idiot?
He's such a show-off."
Before Zhou Qing could answer, the younger girl next to her had already rushed to explain Yi Quan's glorious deeds. Meng Meng's eyes lit up instantly, like Columbus discovering a new continent. She exhaled a smoke ring, licked her lips with interest, and asked a question that made Zhou Qing both laugh and cry.
Can he withstand the collapse?
Zhou Qing's temples throbbed. He looked at the girl in front of him, whose name was Bangren but whose eyes were clear, and for a moment he was in a daze. What kind of distorted values are these? Yin Fong, instead of being a proper girlfriend, insists on playing the taboo game of uncle and mistress. This Meng Meng in front of you, young and capable, is single-mindedly thinking about how to take down Lao Deng, treating blackmail as a shortcut in life.
His Adam's apple bobbed, and he lowered his voice. "What about your Shunzi? You're just going to ignore him?"
"We broke up," Meng Meng replied casually. She held a cigarette but between her fingers, lazily lifting her eyelids, her eyes revealing a world weariness and resolve beyond her years.
"Uncle, you don't think that people like a state with marriage in mind, do you?
We're just living together as partners, and no one should be hindered from making money." Zhou Qing was so choked up that he couldn't speak for a long time. Fortunately, although Yi Quan may seem foolish and rich, he is ultimately a man who can navigate a sea of women without getting entangled, having seen countless people.
Meng Meng's little tricks of feigning reluctance and making unintentional physical contact were as bland as plain water to him.
Moreover, Yi Quan, who had just taken the hangover cure, was currently immersed in a mysterious state he had never experienced before. The spiciness of the alcohol burns down the throat and into the stomach, but brings a refreshing sensation like drinking sweet spring water. His eyes gleamed as he went from table to table with a bottle of beer, boasting about his enormous drinking capacity. To him, women would only seriously slow down his drinking speed. Seeing that her attempt to seduce him was hopeless, Meng Meng was not discouraged. She turned to Zhou Cheng, winked, and whispered, "Uncle, just pretend you didn't see anything."
Zhou Cheng rubbed her temples and changed the subject. "Didn't you and Bai Jiayan always get along? How come you're hanging out together again?"
Upon hearing this, Meng Meng unusually put away her mischievous expression. She stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray on the corner of the table, gazing at Bai Jiayan surrounded by the crowd with a distant look, a complex smile playing on her lips. "I was naive before, always thinking that by taking her place, I was the boss. Now I understand that some things can only be truly understood by those who have been the top dog, not by those who have been the top dog." Before he could finish speaking, a sweet voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Uncle, take this." Zhou Qing's eyelids twitched, and she subconsciously turned to the side to dodge. A clump of white cream, carried by a strong gust of wind, flew past his nose and landed precisely on Meng Meng's face, which had just finished contemplating life.
The air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. "Yin Fong, I'll kill you." Meng Meng's scream completely ignited the battle.
A sudden cake fight turned one Chinese carefully prepared 3-tiered fruit and cream cake into a chaotic battlefield in just 3 minutes. The energetic young men and women laughed and chased each other, using cream as a weapon to smear it freely on each other's faces and hair. In the chaos, the crowd surrounded Zhou Cheng and made their way to the nearby intoxication bar.
"Tonight, all expenses will be on me, young Master Yi."
Yi Quan stood on the sofa in the booth, raised his arms and shouted. This time, he finally received a thunderous response.
The atmosphere was instantly pushed to a climax by the deafening music and flashing laser lights.
Zhou Qing had originally planned to go home early, as the basic screaming pill production equipment that the system had rewarded him with was still lying in his inventory. But Yin Fong, who was having so much fun, clung to him like a koala, refusing to let him leave no matter what. Zhou Qing had no choice but to keep him company, letting himself drink down one colorful cocktail after another. Just as he was getting dizzy from the noise, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar Mediterranean hairstyle out of the corner of his eye. Baldy Donkey was sitting in a semi-open private room, and the young woman he was holding in his arms had a different face. Before Zhou Qing could look away, 2 more figures appeared at the bar entrance and walked straight toward their table. Zhang San still had that same smiling Maitreya Buddha look, while Fu Han was dressed in a well-tailored suit.
The two of them seemed out of place among a group of strangely dressed young women, yet they exuded a powerful aura.
Without a doubt, these two people definitely came looking for the scent. Brother! Fu Han's voice preceded his arrival, and he patted Zhou Qing's shoulder warmly. I was thinking of asking you out another day, but I didn't expect to run into you here. His gaze swept across the entire room, and with an air of grandeur, he waved his hand towards the bar. Tonight, all expenses will be covered by me, Fu Han. Brother Fu, stop shouting. Yi Quan jumped off the sofa with a mournful face. I've already bought it. Fu Han's hand froze in mid-air, and she could only awkwardly touch her nose. Third brother, Brother Fu, you have to save me. Yi Quan, with snot and tears streaming down his face, approached Zhang San. I'm about to go bankrupt. The money spent on the auction was all embezzled public funds. If I don't find a way to earn it back, my dad will definitely break my legs. Do you guys have any ways to make money? Please help me out. Zhang San and Fu Han exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh, their words full of teasing. You? Bankrupt? Yi Quan's face flushed red and then paled from the teasing, but he abruptly changed the subject, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qing. Brother Zhou. I heard that third brother invested in your project. How can you not include me in such a good thing? Count me in. Fu Han's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately chimed in, that's right, bro. With such a great project, why not give your older brother a hand? Whatever third brother invests, I'll invest the same amount. Zhou Qing suddenly realized that all along, these two people had come for him. He picked up his glass, took a sip, and looked completely at ease. I'm sorry, gentlemen, Mr. Zhang invested in a drone delivery project, and this project doesn't need money right now. The room fell silent upon hearing this. Both Fu Han and Yi Quan had expressions of utter disbelief on their faces. Drone delivery? What's that? Why not explore the highly profitable business opportunities of hangover cures and screaming pills, and instead invest in a high-risk, money-burning drone delivery service? Isn't this just insane? Chapter 85 Pants Off 2. However, it was precisely this completely illogical choice that gave them a jolt, making them even more convinced that there must be a shocking secret hidden behind this project. If ordinary people can't understand it, that's what makes the project amazing. Yi Quan was the most decisive, slapping his thigh. I don't care about drones or anything like that, I only trust my third brother's judgment. If my third brother invests, I'll invest too, we definitely won't lose out. After a moment's thought, Fu Han immediately nodded, that's right, Brother Zhou is no ordinary person. The projects he has his eye on must have something special about them. Count me in. Just as Fu Han and Yi Quan were arguing heatedly, a man with a slicked back, Mediterranean-style haircut pushed his way through the crowd, approaching with a strong smell of sweat and a fawning smile. Brother Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Baldy rubbed his hands, almost kneeling down to Zhou Qing. Look at me, although my business isn't very big, I still have some savings. Please take me on this project. I'm begging you. Behind him, a stylishly dressed young girl was looking at Zhou Qing with wide, curious, doe-like eyes, full of admiration. She is the new goddaughter of Donkey Baldy, Su Jiaozhou. In her world, a transaction worth tens of millions can be made with a wave of her hand, which is more magical than a movie plot. Zhou Qing's fingertips gently caressed the inside of the wineglass, while his mind raced with calculations. To be honest, after all the commotion at the auction, the numbers in his account had ballooned to a point that even he felt numb to. Money is not a problem for him right now. Is it really necessary to sell more shares and dilute one's control? He hesitated. This feeling of being in control was far more addictive than money alone. Just as he was pondering, a clear, unfamiliar mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected strong shock from Su Jiaozhou, 10 points awarded. Current balance of show-off points, 990 points. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. I see. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the bald donkey's face, which was filled with longing, before finally landing on the girl named Su Jiaozhou, and he smiled meaningfully. He finally relented, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable determination. 20 million, 5% of the shares. Upon hearing this, the bald donkey almost burst into tears of joy, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Fu Han was stunned, his face full of surprise. Brother, when third brother invested before, wasn't it 10 million? Before he could finish speaking, Yi Quan, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristled and roared, Brother! If you think it's too expensive, give me the spot. I'll offer 40 million. A 10% stake. He was terrified that Zhou Qing would change his mind, and his impatient manner made it seem as if he would miss out on a fortune if he was even a second late. Fu Han was speechless, both amused and exasperated by his actions, and could only shake her head helplessly. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. After several rounds of drinks, Yi Quan, no longer aided by the hangover pills, finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught from the energetic young men. His tongue lolled out, his eyes glazed over, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the soft sofa in the booth, unconscious. In the chaos, Meng Meng, like a slippery eel, silently approached Zhou Qing. A shrewd glint in her eyes as she lowered her voice, tentatively asking, "Uncle, you really invested 40 million? Can those drones deliver food?" Zhou Qing nodded calmly. Meng Meng and her friends, who were eavesdropping nearby, all gasped in shock. 40 million, what does that mean? For them, it was an astronomical figure that could stun anyone. Ding! Shock from Su Meng Meng, Zhou Xiaoke, and others. 20 points awarded. Zhou Qing ignored them and searched through the noisy crowd. He quickly found Shunzi, who was embracing a new, spirited young woman. The two were cuddling together, getting very intimate. Zhou Qing walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and succinctly instructed, "Starting tomorrow, find a new storefront, the bigger the better." Shunzi immediately stood up straight, his face serious. "Understood, Brother Qing." As the group left the bar in a grand procession, Zhou Qing deliberately went around to the DJ booth and slipped 2 unopened packs of Jinzongzi cigarettes to them. The young DJ was taken aback at first, then immediately understood and gave an OK sign. The moment Zhou Qing stepped out of the bar, a burst of high-energy electronic music erupted behind him, followed by the DJ's screaming shouts that echoed throughout the venue. Breaking news! To celebrate President Gu and President Ye's generous investment of 40 million to join President Zhou Qing and President Zhang's drone empire. Tonight, every table will receive a complimentary ace of spades and a deluxe fruit platter. A powerful addition to President Zhou Qing's drone empire. Each table will receive a complimentary ace of spades. Drone empire. Ace of spades. Fruit platter. The 3 consecutive broadcasts were like 3 bombshells, completely igniting the atmosphere in the bar. The cheers and screams of countless drinkers merged into a frenzied wave of sound, which also brought Zhou Qing a rich reward. Ding! The entire audience is shocked. You have gained 200 bragging points. Current balance of bragging points, 1,132 points. As for the considerable cost of the drinks, it was naturally recorded in Yi Quan's account, who was already dead drunk, without his knowledge. On her way home, Yin Fang drove with soothing music playing in the car. Zhou Qing leaned against the passenger seat, watching the neon lights rushing past the window, discussing the arrangements for returning to his hometown the next day. "Uncle, let's go to Deji Plaza tomorrow first." Yin Fang's voice was unusually gentle. "It's not right to meet your aunt and uncle empty-handed for the first time. I was inconsiderate last time, so I need to prepare a proper gift this time to make up for it." Zhou Qing felt a warmth in his heart and turned to look at her. Having shed the wildness and allure of the bar, Yin Fang's profile appeared exceptionally soft under the streetlights. This girl always manages to touch the softest part of his heart when he least expects it. Back home, the warm atmosphere lingered. The two tacitly divided the work. Zhou Qing took out instant noodles and eggs from the refrigerator and headed to the kitchen. Yin Fang rolled up her sleeves and began to tidy up the bed, which they had made a bit messy, and gather up the scattered clothes. The water was bubbling and steaming in the pot, and the aroma of the flatbread gradually filled the air. Zhou Qing was concentrating on cracking eggs when a pair of soft arms suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind. Yin Fang's cheek pressed against his back, her voice languid, her warm breath brushing against his ear. "Uncle, take off your dirty clothes." Her fingers deftly reached out to him, unbuttoning his shirt one button at a time. Zhou Qing stiffened, letting her peel the shirt off her body. Immediately following was the crisp sound of the belt buckle being unbuckled. His pants were off too. When only one line of defense remained on her body, Yin Fang had a faint smile on her face. "Take off your underwear too, I'll hand wash it for you." Zhou Qing's Adam's apple bobbed suddenly. He subconsciously reached into his inventory to pull out a screaming pill to prepare for battle. However, Yin Fang anticipated all his moves. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he was suddenly turned around by a tremendous force. In a dizzying moment, Yin Fang pushed him down onto the newly made bed. Chapter 86: The First Crematorium in the Coastal Area. The madness and passion of last night still seemed to burn in my blood, and Yin Fang's even breathing beside me was like a catalyst for sleep. Sunlight struggled to squeeze in through the gaps in the curtains, cutting golden streaks of light through the air, within which tiny dust particles danced aimlessly. This rare tranquility was brutally shattered by a piercing cell phone ringtone. Zhou Qing suddenly opened his eyes, his chaotic consciousness thrown into turmoil by the piercing noise. He groped for his phone on the bedside table, where the words Shunzi were flashing wildly on the screen. As soon as the call connected, Shunzi's excited voice, almost cracking, burst forth from the receiver. "Brother Chang! Brother Chang! I've found it! I've found you a geomantically auspicious place." Zhou Qing's temples throbbed, and an extremely ominous premonition instantly gripped his heart. He subconsciously lowered his voice, afraid of waking Yinfang beside him. "Didn't I tell you not to go looking for that unreliable cousin of yours anymore? Don't worry, bro." Shunzi patted his chest on the other end of the line, his voice full of excited boasting. "This time it's definitely reliable. I've found my second uncle." Zhou Qing was completely numb. Upgrading from cousin to second uncle didn't sound like something to be happy about. He felt his blood pressure rising at a dangerous rate. Shunzi was completely oblivious to his older brother's emotional breakdown, still immersed in immense joy, and proceeded to describe the grand plan for that auspicious location. "Brother, you have no idea how amazing that place is. It faces north, with auspicious energy coming from the east. Let me tell you, the road in front of the gate has a huge flow of people, and there's never a break in traffic 24 hours a day. And my second uncle said that as long as you use it, the fee will be halved. You can sign a 5-year contract if you want, or a 10-year contract if you want, no questions asked." These words did manage to quell some of the nameless anger in Zhou Qing's heart. In a coastal city where land is incredibly valuable, how can such a windfall happen? Half price reduction, flexible lease terms. These terms are so attractive they seem like a scam. His business instincts were triggered. "Send me the address." Zhou Qing's voice regained its usual calmness. A moment later, a location message popped up on the phone screen. He opened the navigation, and when the 3 golden characters of Fuguiyuan came into view, Zhou Qing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. On the navigation map, the place that Shunzi had touted as a feng shui treasure was marked with a shocking line of small print: Binhai First Crematorium. Around noon, at Deji Plaza. The dazzling array of luxury goods was blinding, and the air was filled with the fragrance of expensive perfumes mixed with money. Zhou Qing forcibly banished the terrifying memory of the auspicious feng shui site from his mind that morning and focused all his attention on Yinfang beside him. At this moment, Yinfang shed her usual flamboyance and unruliness, and her expression became focused and serious. She didn't linger over the glittering jewelry or trendy clothes, but instead led Zhou Qing straight to the high-end skincare counter. Auntie's skin must be dry, so this aquamarine set is perfect for her. It's hydrating, moisturizing, and anti-aging. She picked up a bottle of serum and carefully examined the ingredient list. Afterwards, she took Zhou Qing to the men's boutique section and picked out a classic Hermes belt for Zhou's father. "I was being immature when we met last time," Yinfang said apologetically. "This time, we must get our revenge." Looking at her serious profile, Zhou Qing felt a gentle touch on the softest part of her heart. Upon returning to the village, the scene before them caught both of them somewhat off guard. A brand new red carpet was laid all the way from under the old locust tree at the village entrance to the front door of their own yard. On both sides of the carpet, relatives and neighbors stood packed together, and the sound of firecrackers crackled and popped like popping beans, filling the entire village with a thick smell of gunpowder. This is 100 times more grand than celebrating the Chinese New Year. Upon entering the house, a table was already filled with 16 dishes, 8 meat dishes and 8 vegetable dishes, all steaming hot and fragrant. The tableware on the table was no longer the usual scattered bowls and plates, but a whole set of brand new blue and white porcelain, which gleamed with a warm light under the lamp. At the dinner table, the mother held Yinfang's hand, beaming from ear to ear. She brought out a mahogany box from the inner room, opened it in front of all the relatives, and solemnly placed a jade bracelet with a clear, bright green color on Yinfang's wrist. "This was passed down from your grandmother, Zhou Qing. Before she passed away, she instructed that it must be carefully kept by your future granddaughter-in-law." The mother's gaze was loving and gentle. She patted Yinfang's hand and expressed her deepest acceptance with the simplest words. "Honey, you can wear it. If you don't like it, you can throw it in the toilet." The phrase "it's okay to throw it in the toilet" instantly shattered all of Yinfang's psychological defenses. Her eyes reddened, and crystal tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. The atmosphere at the banquet reached its climax after Zhou Qing took out the bottles of specially supplied fine wine that Fu Han had given him. Friends and relatives toasted and drank merrily, eventually getting completely drunk and staggering around. After dinner, Yinfang insisted on staying to help her mother clean up the dishes. The two women chatted and laughed quietly in the kitchen, creating an incredibly harmonious atmosphere. Zhou Qing then went to the other end of the village, to the primary screaming pill production workshop that had been converted from an abandoned pig farm.
Unlike the slick Shunzi, his childhood friend Lu Yan was a down-to-earth and hard-working person.
Even though he had drunk quite a bit and his face was flushed, he was still wearing his work clothes and personally directing the workers to paint the walls. Zhou Qing took 2 bottles of beer from the ice bucket next to him and handed one to Lu Yang. The two leaned against the freshly painted wall, sipping ice-cold beer and chatting idly about everything under the sun. Their conversation ranged from childhood memories of being chased by a dog while stealing peaches from their neighbor's yard, to the turbulent international situation.
It wasn't until Lu Yang's steps became unsteady and he was helped back by his family, still somewhat drunk, that Zhou Qing was finally left alone in the workshop.
He locked the door, and with a thought, a futuristic, silver-white extraction machine appeared out of thin air in the system space. He then took it out and placed it steadily on the ground. Following the recipe provided by the system, Zhou Qing fed one expensive Chinese herbal medicine after another into the machine. With a slight hum, the machine started running at high speed. 10 minutes later, with a soft beep, 7 jet black pills emitting a strange medicinal fragrance rolled out from the discharge port. Zhou Qing carefully put the pills away and then recalled the cost accounting in his mind. When he saw the number given by the system, he couldn't help but gasp. The cost of raw materials alone, the average cost of each screaming pill, fluctuates between 180 and 360 yuan. This price completely shattered his illusions of low profit margins and high sales volume, and a mass market approach. This thing is destined to be a plaything for only a few. After careful consideration, Zhou Qing's eyes gradually hardened. He already had a preliminary pricing strategy in mind. 1,888 yuan. We'll use this price as a test to see how it goes in the market. If the effect is not good, then completely abandon ordinary consumers, package the screaming pill as a top luxury item, and specifically target high-end customers who have too much money to be true. A faint smell of firecracker smoke still lingered in the night air, the afterglow of the daytime clamor. As Zhou Qing pushed open the door, a warm breeze carrying a mixture of the scent of shower gel and the fragrance of a woman's body wafted towards her. The bedroom was dimly lit, and Yinfang was lying on the large bed, taking stock of her treasures. The bed, which should have been soft and comfortable, was now covered in red. Why is chapter 87 moving forward the more I rub it? All of these were red envelopes that her relatives had given her today, of varying thicknesses, piled up like a mountain. Hearing the door open, Yinfang paused slightly, then hurriedly gathered the red landscape into her arms and stuffed it under her pillow, her movements as fast as a squirrel. You're back? She looked up, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her eyes shone brightly under the light. Zhou Qing chuckled, walked to the bedside and sat down. He casually pulled out the thickest red envelope from under her pillow and weighed it in his hand. Great, our Yinfang is quite wealthy now. Get lost. Yinfang snatched it back, patted it like a treasure, and then snuggled up to Zhou Qing, her whole body almost hanging on him, her warm breath blowing on his ear. Brother Qing, can I talk to you about something? She rarely spoke in such a coquettish tone, and Zhou Qing's heart stirred, his arms naturally encircling her slender waist. Explain. It's my 2 girlfriends, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu. You've met them before. They've always wanted to come to Binjiang and try their luck. Your company is just starting out, right? Do you need any help with odd jobs? Yinfang's voice grew softer and softer, tinged with a tentative tone. Zhou Qing hesitated almost without the slightest hesitation. He knew that these were not just 2 job positions, but that Yinfang was showing him the little world behind her that needed her protection. Of course we're lacking. He pinched Yinfang's cheek, his tone serious and leaving no room for argument. People can come anytime, and the salary and benefits will be at the highest standard. But there is one condition. What are the conditions? Yinfang's eyes lit up instantly. Before starting the job, you must undergo a full medical examination at the best hospital in the city. I will review the report myself. Zhou Qing's gaze was calm and profound. He can give them a chance, but he will never allow any potential trouble, especially the trouble that those who walk in the gray area are prone to get into, getting close to their lives. Yinfang was taken aback for a moment, then understood Zhou Qing's deeper meaning. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. This man was always clearing obstacles in her path in his own way, without making a sound. Okay. I'll let them go tomorrow. Overjoyed, she wrapped her arms around Zhou Qing's neck and kissed him hard on the cheek, her breath sweet as orchids. Here's your reward. Go take a shower, you reek of alcohol. I'll scrub your back for you. Zhou Cheng wanted to say that a simple bath would be fine, but when Yin Feng pushed him into the steamy bathroom and her soft, boneless hands began to roam over his broad back, all his words of refusal were melted away by the rising steam. Every inch of his spine felt like his fingertips were igniting a fine current of electricity, and he quickly lost all resistance and completely succumbed.
Isn't this supposed to be a back rub? Why is it moving forward the more I rub? The next day, it was nearly noon.
The hangover headache and the tenderness of the previous night intertwined, allowing Zhou Qing to immerse herself in a long-awaited deep sleep. However, the cell phone on the bedside table went berserk, launching a deadly barrage of calls with a piercing ringtone loud enough to penetrate eardrums.
Zhou Qing was pulled out of her dream by the intrusive noise.
She closed her eyes and reached for her phone, where the name Lu Yang was flashing wildly on the screen. Hey, his voice was as hoarse as sandpaper.
Brother Cheng. Come quick. Come and see what kind of amazing thing you've brought here.
On the other end of the phone, Lu Yang's voice was completely distorted by extreme shock and excitement. Zhou Qing's consciousness instantly returned to normal. When he arrived at the factory converted from the village committee office, the scene before him surprised him slightly. Lu Yang was circling the silver-white extraction machine that had appeared out of nowhere, as if he were admiring something from outer space, and he kept making sounds of amazement.
Brother Cheng, where did you get this? It's so futuristic. Lu Yang's eyes sparkled with childlike curiosity and admiration. Zhou Qing gave a brief demonstration of the operating procedure.
When Lu Yang saw several common Chinese herbs turn into black pills and roll out after a few minutes of humming inside the machine, his jaw almost dropped to the ground.
After the initial shock, a real problem confronted Zhou Qing. Yoko, this machine is our core secret, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes.
Zhou Qing's expression turned serious. I need to find someone I can absolutely trust to stay here 24 hours a day.
My parents are getting old, and I can't let them worry about this. Shunzi's mouth is looser than a cotton trouser waistband.
If you let him guard the door, in less than 3 days, the whole of Binhai will know that Zhou Qing has a treasure that can turn stones into gold. This choice gave Zhou Qing a lot to think about.
Lu Yang also frowned.
He picked up a newly produced defective product, put it to his nose and smelled it. The strange medicinal fragrance invigorated him, and something in his mind seemed to be touched.
Brother Ching, I just remembered someone. Lu Yang slapped his thigh. My old classmate, Xiao Jin, nicknamed Jinzi. He's as honest as a block of wood, and his mouth is tighter than a clam shell. If you have him guarding things, you'll be absolutely safe. Xiao Jin?
Zhou Qing searched his memory quickly, but had no recollection of the name. Seeing Zhou Qing's blank expression, Lu Yang added a statement that was enough to cause a huge uproar. His wife's name is Huang Shijuan. Huang Shijuan, a name he had buried deep in his memory and almost faded away, now occupied his thoughts again with unparalleled clarity. The girl with pigtails, 2 shallow dimples when she smiled, and a faint scent of soap always lingered on her body. She was the most hazy and beautiful dream of his entire adolescence.
It was my first love.
Zhou Qing's mind went blank for a moment. Helping an old classmate is a favor, but once this relationship gets involved, who knows what unpredictable consequences might arise. He glanced at his phone screen, which displayed a selfie that Yin Feng had just sent. On one side is the chaotic past, and on the other is the passionate and vibrant present. Just then, a series of light footsteps came from the factory gate.
Zhou Qing. What good stuff are you guys tinkering with here? Yin Feng appeared at the doorway.
She had changed her outfit today, wearing a white shirt and a plaid skirt, giving off a pure and innocent schoolgirl vibe, completely different from her usual flamboyant aura, yet with a unique charm. Curious, she walked into the factory, her gaze immediately drawn to the futuristic-looking machine. Zhou Chang and Lu Yang exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a tacit understanding and seamlessly switching to their local dialect.
Yoko, what's the situation with that gold you mentioned? What else can we do? It's the same as always. He works in a factory and doesn't earn much money. Shijuan and he are living a very frugal life.
The two spoke very quickly, mixing in their local dialects and slang. Yin Feng, listening from the side, was completely confused and could only blink her big eyes, curiously examining the buzzing machine.
Zhou Qing had already made up her mind. Running away will only complicate things further.
He switched back to Mandarin and smiled at Yin Feng. An old classmate of mine isn't doing too well, and Lu Yan wants to give him a hand.
I'm organizing a get-together tonight, you can come with me to meet him. He specifically emphasized that you should come with me.
This not only gives an old classmate a chance, but also declares a clear attitude to Infang and to his own long-gone youth in the most direct way. At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed another number. The call connected, and Donkey Baldy's signature hoarse voice came through. "Brother Zhou, what good projects do you have to offer me this time?" Zhou Cheng smiled confidently. "Brother Donkey, the new product is out, and it's 10 times more effective than the last one.
Interested in being the first to try it? Chapter 88. What illegal thing have you done? Yes. Absolutely. Bald Donkey roared almost impatiently. Send me the address, and I'll send someone to pick it up right away.
After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qing looked at the 7 jet black pills in his hand, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. The first batch of products, priced at 1,888 yuan, will soon be launched on the market. The novelty of that extraction machine, gleaming with a silvery white metallic sheen, faded from Infang's eyes faster than the tide receded. She watched for less than 5 minutes as the dried-up Chinese herbs went in and came out as dark, round pills.
The whole process was so monotonous that she started to yawn. For her, this was far less interesting than squatting at the village entrance and watching people argue. Just as she was idly thinking of taking Zhou Qing to town for a stroll, a screeching sound of tires broke the afternoon tranquility of the village. A black Buick GL8, kicking up a trail of dust, drifted and came to a precise stop at the factory gate. The car door slid open, and 2 burly men wearing black tight-fitting t-shirts with dragon tattoos on their arms jumped out. They scanned the area sharply before finally fixing their gaze on Zhou Qing. "Is this Mr. Zhou?"
The burly man at the head of the group asked in a hoarse voice, carrying a hint of jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry.
Zhou Qing nodded.
Without further ado, the burly man pulled a black briefcase from the car and opened it with a snap in front of Zhou Qing. In an instant, the briefcase was filled with red banknotes, like a concentrated sunset, searing the eyes of everyone present.
Brother Donkey ordered 188,000, not a penny less. Where's the goods? Lu Yan was stunned.
He had never seen so much cash piled up together in his life. The unique smell of ink mixed with the stench of money made it hard for him to breathe. Zhou Qing remained expressionless and handed over a small brocade box that had been prepared beforehand. The burly man took it, opened it, glanced at it, carefully closed it, then turned around and heavily placed the box full of cash on the ground.
"The money and goods are settled. Until we meet again."
The GL8 arrived quickly and left even faster, whipping up a gust of wind and disappearing at the end of the village road as if it had never existed, leaving only the heavy briefcase as proof that what had just happened was not an illusion.
Infang didn't react much to the money. She had seen far bigger scenes before. She just kicked the box out of curiosity. "Brother Qing, what are you planning to do with this money? How about we go to Deji Plaza and buy that limited edition bag?"
Zhou Qing smiled and shook his head. He closed the suitcase, picked it up, and walked straight to his own yard not far away. The parents were picking vegetables in the yard when they saw Zhou Qing carrying a whole box of money in. The old couple's expressions were first shocked, then turned into deep worry.
"Qingzi, what illegal thing have you done?"
The mother's voice trembled. Zhou Qing placed the box on the stone table and pushed it in front of them, his tone more solemn than ever before. "Dad, Mom, this money is clean. You should fill in all those fish ponds that require oxygenation and medication.
We're not doing that kind of high-tech, grueling work anymore.
Just keep the turtle pond and raise them well, make sure they're raised with the best care. From now on, your son will take care of you." Mr. Zhou silently smoked his cigarette, his weathered face obscured by the swirling smoke. After a long while, he finally stubbed out the cigarette and exhaled a heavy breath.
"Okay, whatever you say."
The mother's eyes instantly reddened. She didn't ask any more questions, but simply reached out and touched the cold box, then looked at her son's determined eyes. She knew that her son had truly grown up. Zhou Qing's parents' open-mindedness and trust were like a warm current, instantly filling her heart. He knew that all his adventures and struggles now had the strongest backing. The afternoon sun was no longer so harsh, and Zhou Qing began to work on the next task. Organize manual cleaning of production raw materials.
He pulled Lu Yang aside and lowered his voice.
"Yangzi, go to the village and find people, especially old men and women who are poor and whose children are not very filial.
The wage is 30 yuan an hour, paid daily." After hearing this, Lu Yang's brows furrowed into a knot. "Brother Qing, you mean well, but you might end up doing something wrong." "How so?" 30 yuan an hour is an astronomical price for them.
Believe it or not, they won't get a single penny of that money. It will all be squeezed clean by those unfilial sons that same day. In the end, we'll be exhausted and frustrated, and we'll be the ones who are guilty.
A single word awakened me from my dream.
Zhou Qing instantly understood the key point: human greed can sometimes be more damaging than any hardship. After discussing for a while, the two finally settled on a plan. The salary would be changed to 15 yuan in cash, plus 15 yuan worth of supplies: rice, flour, oil, and meat. They could choose whatever they wanted and carry it home. The news caused an uproar throughout the village. The elderly people who were idle at home seemed to have been given a second spring, rushing to sign up one after another.
Washing medicinal herbs is not tiring work, and you can get paid in things too. It's like a windfall.
Some people even tried to cut in line by stuffing their 1-month-old puppy into Yinfang's arms, who was supervising the work.
Miss Yinfang, look how cute this dog is. It's yours. Let my old woman do some chores too, she's very quick and efficient.
Yinfang was no match for the furry little thing and was instantly captivated by the whimpering puppy.
Overjoyed, she held the puppy and immediately forgot her supervisory duties.
She ran home to find a basin and water, and busied herself with bathing and drying the puppy, her white shirt covered in fine dog hair. When Zhou Qing reminded her of the dinner party that evening, Yinfang was holding a small pair of scissors, intently trimming the stray hairs on the dog's paws, muttering without looking up, "Can't I skip it?
I haven't decided on a name for it yet."
Zhou Chang leaned against the doorframe, looking at her with amusement.
It's a very important meeting, I have to go.
Yinfang reluctantly put the puppy down, placed it in a pile of soft towels, and went into the bathroom, looking back every few steps. The sound of running water filled the air.
A moment later, the bathroom door opened a crack, and Yinfang poked her wet head out, asking curiously, "Uncle, why are we being so mysterious? Who are we going to see tonight?"
Zhou Qing was leaning against the headboard, looking down at her phone. On the screen, the game character's dazzling special effects flashed by. He had just gifted a set of the latest skin worth 648 yuan to a female online friend he got along with. Hearing Yinfang's question, he didn't even lift his eyelids and casually uttered 3 words.
"My first love."
The sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped.
The next second, the bathroom door was flung open, and Yinfang rushed out wrapped in a bath towel, water droplets splashing everywhere from her hair.
Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Zhou Qing, as if she wanted to gouge 2 holes in him.
Say that again?
Chapter 89, Double Cashback on Purchases Made by Members of the Opposite Sex. Zhou Qing then realized what he had said. Looking at Yinfang's terrified expression, he knew things were going badly, but the words were already out and couldn't be taken back.
For the next hour, the bedroom became Yinfang's personal battlefield.
At the vanity, bottles and jars jingled as she meticulously performed each step, from lotion and serum to foundation and sunscreen, more diligently than when she was answering questions on her college entrance exam. When she finally walked out of the bedroom, Zhou Qing's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. On her left wrist, she wore a family heirloom jade bracelet given to her by her mother. On her right wrist, she wore the gold bracelet and the valuable watch that Zhou Qing had given her last time. A delicate fragrance lingered around her neck. It was a rare perfume given to her by Fu Han, said to be worth 4 figures per drop. She had a brand new Gucci bag slung over her shoulder. She exuded a powerful aura of "I am the rightful queen" from head to toe, adorned with jewels and armed to the teeth. The private room in Boss Kai's restaurant was warmly lit. The moment Xiao Jin walked in with his wife, Zhou Qing felt the string of youth in his mind snap. In my memory, that pretty girl with a high ponytail, wearing a faded, well-fitting school uniform, and 2 shallow dimples when she smiled, has completely disappeared in the torrent of time. The woman in front of me, Huang Shijuan, was wearing a 4XL size t-shirt that was so loose that her waist was not visible. She had a round figure and her weight was estimated to be close to 180 pounds. She smiled somewhat awkwardly at Zhou Qing, her face contorted with wrinkles, making it almost impossible to discern her former features. In that instant, all of Zhou Qing's beautiful fantasies about first love, those hazy, soapy memories of youth, shattered like glass smashed by a hammer, leaving countless pieces that could never be pieced back together.
Instead of feeling disappointed, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief.
Sitting next to him, Yinfang was stunned for a moment, then looked Huang Shijuan up and down with a complex look that mixed shock, sympathy, and schadenfreude. She leaned close to Zhou Qing's ear and whispered a sentence in a voice only the two of them could hear.
"Uncle, you didn't eat very well before either." Zhou Qing's lips twitched slightly, and he almost couldn't hold it in.
He forced himself to stop and picked up the teacup to take a sip. He looked up and gazed at Huang Shijuan, who was now frozen in place.
"Long time no see, old classmate."
Xiao Jin, standing to the side, remained silent and unmoved. He silently stacked the cases of beer he had unloaded from the car in the corner, the bottle opener clanging against the bottle caps, making a series of crisp sounds, a silent way of easing the awkward atmosphere. Huang Shijuan's gaze, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, was fixed on Yin Fang's excessively young and beautiful face. She opened her mouth, but it took her a long time to find her voice. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Yin Fang's hand, which was tightly clasped around Zhou Qing's arm.
Who is this?
A sickeningly sweet smile instantly bloomed on Yin Fang's face. She blinked her innocent big eyes, parted her red lips slightly, and uttered two words.
The mistress.
The air froze. Huang Shijuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and she was completely stunned. Almost simultaneously, the familiar mechanical prompt sounded crisply in Zhou Qing's mind.
Ding. Huang Shijuan's intense shock was detected. 10 points awarded. Balance of show-off points, 1,050 points. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Qing finally couldn't resist and gently tapped Yin Fang's smooth forehead with his finger.
He turned to look at Huang Shijuan, his face filled with an awkward mix of laughter and tears.
My girlfriend is young and likes to joke, don't take it seriously. Huang Shijuan finally came to her senses. She scrutinized Yin Fang closely.
Her floral dress, her almost bare face, and the youthful aura she exuded made her look like a student who hadn't graduated yet. Then look at Zhou Qing, mature, steady, and generous.
Is this some seasoned social manipulator who preys on naive young girls?
Zhou Cheng and Xiao Jin chatted casually about embarrassing incidents from their high school days, from getting caught climbing over the wall to having notes confiscated by the teacher during exams.
Xiao Jin had no objection whatsoever to working for Zhou Qing. On the one hand, he could see that Yin Fang, as the empress, had a powerful aura. On the other hand, he secretly glanced at his wife, who was engrossed in eating beside him. Her weight of nearly 180 pounds completely dispelled his last concern. He was absolutely certain that no matter how nostalgic Zhou Qing was, he would never be able to stir up any more feelings for Huang Shijuan in her current state. It was late at night when I returned home. Yin Fang had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Zhou Qing gently covered her with a blanket, then took out his phone and opened the familiar game icon. He opened the game's group chat and, without saying a word, sent over 10 sets of the latest skins, each worth 648 yuan. 10 more points have been added, and now I have just enough for one grand prize draw. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a one-time item, double spending card with the opposite sex. Card effect: within the valid period, all purchases made for any person of the opposite sex will be returned in double the amount by the system. Valid duration: 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds.
Zhou Qing's breathing stopped instantly. Get double the cashback when you make a purchase for someone of the opposite sex. A crazy thought struck him like an electric current. All the funds he currently has, including the 180,000 he just received, plus the system rewards and investments from Yiquan, Fuhan, and others, add up to nearly 90 million. If this money were spent entirely on Yin Fang within 24 hours, the cashback would amount to 180 million. 180 million. What if you had more cash? Zhou Qing felt his blood rush to his head, and his heart pounded wildly. He suddenly jumped out of bed, rushed to the sofa, and shook the sleepy Yin Fang awake. Wake up! Come on, let's go back to Binhai. Ha! Uncle, what's wrong? It's not even dawn yet.
Yin Fang rubbed her eyes, looking completely confused.
Don't ask, it's a matter of saving a life.
Zhou Qing didn't have time to explain. He grabbed Yin Fang and drove through the night, speeding along the quiet country roads towards Binhai City. Zhou Qing's phone never stopped ringing in the car. His first call was to Zhang San.
Third brother, is that villa in Cloud Bay still with your friend? I want to buy it, right now.
On the other end of the phone, there was deafening music and howling singing.
In the background, an arrogant and domineering voice was particularly clear. It was Yi Quan. Fu Han. Are you fucking raising fish? Drink up. And you, Su Zi, are you on drugs? Are you mute? If you don't drink, sing Conquer for me.
Amidst the noise, Zhang San shouted at the top of his lungs, Qingzi.
Okay. I'll ask around for you. Wait for my news. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Qing immediately dialed Fu Han's number.
The phone rang for a long time before being answered, but Ji Quan's drunken voice came through.
Who is it? Looking for Fu Han? He's dead. I'm his godfather. Talk to me if you need anything. Zhou Qing's brows furrowed.
Mr. Yi, let him answer the phone, I have an urgent matter.
Urgent matters?
No matter how big the matter is, we'll talk about it after I've taken my revenge.
Yi Quan let out a burp.
Damn it, last time at the club, this bastard got me drunk like a dead dog.
Today, if he doesn't get his revenge, nobody's leaving. Unless, you give me 2 hangover pills, and I'll think about it.
Zhou Qing suppressed her anger.
Okay, 2 it is. Now let him answer the phone. No way. I haven't had enough fun yet. Chapter 90. Who the hell treats a villa worth hundreds of millions as a basic necessity?
Zhou Cheng took a deep breath, knowing that reasoning with a drunkard wouldn't work, so he decisively changed his approach. President Yi, I need some money for short-term loans, just for one day. Yi Quan's attitude on the other end of the phone changed completely in an instant, and his drunkenness dissipated somewhat.
Money? You want to borrow money? How much? 500 million, the more the better.
Pay it back tomorrow, and we'll calculate the bridge toll at the highest market rate.
500 million?
Yi Quan's voice suddenly rose. He was silent for a few seconds, then lowered his voice.
Qingzi, tell me honestly, did you go to the casino in Macau? Did you lose so much you were blinded by greed?
Zhou Qing was too lazy to explain. Just tell me if you'll lend it to me or not.
I have collateral. What collateral could be worth 500 million? Yi Quan scoffed.
Zhou Qing calmly recited a string of numbers. 134 screaming pills, and 70 hangover cure pills.
Yi Quan's heavy breathing was clearly audible. He knew the value of these items, and even more so, he knew what they meant on the black market. That's a hard currency that money can't buy, enough to drive any top billionaire crazy. The value of this shipment is well over 500 million. You're not kidding me, are you? Yi Quan's voice was trembling. He finally realized that Zhou Qing was not fooling around. This was a groundbreaking deal that could shake up the entire elite circle of Binhai City. Holy shit!
Yi Quan swore, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and shock.
Wait for me, I can't decide this on my own, I have to go find third brother.
Immediately following was Zhang San's trembling question.
Qingzi, you're with that madman Yi Quan? He just said something about the gambling dens in Macau. You're not really involved, are you? Under the gambling table? A question mark popped into Zhou Qing's mind. What kind of slang is this?
However, upon hearing the words Hao Jiang, he immediately realized what it meant.
These bastards think they're gambling with their lives.
Zhou Cheng knew perfectly well how many people who received compensation for demolished properties became rich overnight, only to fall into ruin at the gambling table and eventually lose even their ancestral graves. He chuckled softly, his tone utterly calm.
What are you thinking about? I'm on my way back to Binhai. I'm in a hurry to buy a villa in Yunziwen. It's a necessity. A deathly silence fell over both ends of the phone call.
5 full seconds passed before Yi Quan's hoarse voice rang out again, 8 octaves higher than when he heard about the 500 million, filled with unbelievable shock.
A basic necessity? Bro! Can I call you my real brother? Who the hell considers a villa worth hundreds of millions a basic necessity? You tell me, is your wife from Gongcheng? Are you asking for a dowry or your life?
In Yi Quan's mind, there is only one possibility in the world for someone to claim that a villa worth hundreds of millions is a necessity: the scheme devised by their mother-in-law. Apart from the wedding house, no other demand could be described as so rigid. Before Zhou Qing could explain, her phone beeped with a WeChat notification, a message from Zhang San.
I'm familiar with the properties in Yunziwen. The cheapest detached house is 60 million.
The most expensive, the king of buildings, is 600 million, and it must be paid in full. No loans of any kind are accepted. He spoke clearly and deliberately into the receiver, repeating the sentence word by word.
Yes, it's a necessity.
So, I'll offer you 134 screaming pills and 70 hangover relief pills as collateral to borrow 500 million yuan for a day's work. These words exploded in the minds of both people on the other end of the phone simultaneously. From Yi Quan's side came a loud crash as something was overturned.
He practically roared, "Damn it! Qingzi! Say it again? How many?"
He would never forget that his own sister, Yi Baiwei, spent 30 million to buy only 9 screaming pills, and when she returned home, the old man praised her for her foresight, saying that she had made a great contribution to the family. On the black market, one of these things was once sold for as much as 8 million, and even then, there was no market for it. That's the social currency of the top circles, a strategic resource that can be used to prolong life and exchange favors. Now, Zhou Qing can just open his mouth and say more than 100. Just then, Zhou Qing's phone vibrated again. An unfamiliar number was calling. The moment he answered the call, Fu Han's tearful scream pierced his eardrums.
Brother Chang. I just sobered up. Send me your bank card number. I'll raise the money for you.
Just don't give the stuff to that bastard Yiquan. Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang came from the other end of the phone, accompanied by Yiquan's angry curses, and the call abruptly ended.
Fu Han, you fucking bastard. How dare you try to steal my food?
Zhou Qing could even picture the scene on the other side. Fu Han's phone was probably shattered into 8 pieces.
High-level business battles often employ such simple yet effective methods. The atmosphere inside the car became tense because of these phone calls.
Yin Fong listened with trepidation. Although she didn't understand what those numbers and pills meant, she could sense that Zhou Qing was facing enormous trouble. Seeing Zhou Qing's furrowed brows, she silently took everything out of her small bag. The jade bracelet Zhou Qing had given her, several gold necklaces, and all the cash in her wallet, totaling only a few thousand yuan. She pushed all these things in front of Zhou Qing, speaking softly but with unusual determination.
Uncle, how about we pawn these for now? We should be able to get some money.
Zhou Qing looked away from her phone screen and onto Yin Fong's small face, which was filled with nervousness and sincerity.
A warm current instantly flowed through my body. Is this the purity of a spiritual young woman?
While those old Indians were fighting tooth and nail for their own gain, she only thought about using everything she had to help herself. Zhou Qing didn't say anything, but simply reached out and ruffled her hair vigorously.
At 4 o'clock in the morning, a private plane roared down at the coastal airport.
Yiquan, Zhang San, and Fu Han, all sporting huge dark circles under their eyes, looked like they had just returned from the Iraq War. They went straight to Zhou Qing's hotel as soon as they got off the plane. They call it inspection of goods. As a local bully, Zhang San didn't hesitate to grab a screaming pill first and led the woman into the bedroom of the suite. An hour later, he came out with a blushing, dazed second-tier starlet in his arms. He gave Zhou Qing a thumbs up, and everything was understood without saying a word. Fu Han carefully held the remaining pills and placed them one by one into a specially made temperature-controlled and shockproof box. When they learned that Zhou Qing still had some milder versions of the screaming pills, their eyes lit up and they each ordered 1,000 on the spot.
Qingzi, this stuff won't be hard to sell. I'll buy it all for you. Get lost.
I'm the major shareholder in Brother Qing's project.
You get out of the way.
In the end, Zhang San calmed down a bit. He patted Zhou Qing on the shoulder and finally advised, the annual property management fee for building one in Yunji Bay is over 2 million yuan.
Are you really sure about this?
The young starlet named Huang Jia next to him gasped in surprise upon hearing the number, her beautiful eyes filled with shock.
Ding! Huang Jia's intense shock was detected. 20 points awarded.
Zhou Qing simply smiled faintly, his mind made up.
As dawn broke, the three of them immediately completed the transfer in the bank's VIP lounge.
Looking at the long string of zeros in the text message on his phone, Zhou Qing finally felt a huge weight lifted from his heart.
Without lingering for a moment, he drove home.
Yin Fong barely slept all night. When she heard the door open, she jumped up from the sofa like a startled rabbit, her eyes red, and rushed over to hug him tightly.
Uncle, are you all right now? It's all right now.
Zhou Qing patted her back, his voice filled with unprecedented tenderness.
Take your ID card, we're going somewhere. Chapter 91. Do I need an ID card to book a hotel room?
Yin Fong curled up in the passenger seat, the exhaustion from not sleeping all night finally washing over her like a tidal wave. Her eyelids were heavy, her head bobbed up and down, and Zhou Qing's gentleness still echoed in her remaining consciousness.
Where are we going? Uncle, are you taking me to see the sea? She loves the sea. That boundless blue can always wash away all the noise and fatigue.
A sweet smile unconsciously curved her lips as she drifted off to sleep. She didn't know how much time had passed when a slight jolt woke her up. Yin Fong rubbed her sleepy eyes and groggily looked out the window. The next second, her pupils suddenly contracted. Before our eyes, a massive gate tower, 10 meters high, rises from the ground, resembling the triumphal arch of ancient Rome, with an imposing presence. Above the gate tower, the three large, gilded characters Yunjiwan Cloud Bay in a flamboyant style reflected dazzling light in the morning sun, almost scorching one's eyes.
This is not the road to the beach. Yin Fong instantly regained consciousness.
She sat up abruptly, her heart pounding. Yunji Bay, a legend in Binhai City, is a place name that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to set foot in, even in their dreams. She finally realized, belatedly, that Zhou Qing's comment about buying a villa was neither drunken talk nor a joke. A black VIP sightseeing vehicle was already waiting at the door. Zheng San was wearing a well-tailored casual suit, with a woman with exquisite makeup and a seductive figure by his side. She was Huang Jia, the second-tier starlet from last night. "Qingzi, I've been waiting for you for ages." Zheng San greeted him with a smile, his eyes darting between Zhou Qing and Yinfang with a meaningful look. The sightseeing bus glided silently into the park, and Yinfang felt as if she had stumbled into a real-life fairy tale kingdom. The road is lined with gardens that are manicured like works of art, dotted with white marble sculptures. In the distance, there is a shimmering artificial lake, and further still, the sea and sky merge into one, an endless expanse of azure blue. Wow! Yinfang looked like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden for the first time, holding her phone, unsure where to point the camera. Every frame was enough to make her group of trendy young women scream in terror. She excitedly took photos until the sightseeing bus slowly stopped in front of a magnificent European-style villa. It's just a small palace. It occupies an entire hilltop on its own, facing the sea, and boasts a private garden of over 2,000 square meters and an infinity pool that shimmers with blue light. Every piece of stone, every window, silently proclaims two words: expensive. Zheng San got out of the car, pointed to the magnificent building in front of him, and said with a hint of regret, "Brother, this is building number 1. The original owner was a big shot in the capital market. He put a lot of thought into preparing this wedding house for his son. It's a pity that he went in before his son's wedding." Deep in his eyes was admiration for the mansion, and even more so, admiration for Zhou Qing's extravagant spending. A lawyer with gold-rimmed glasses, who was accompanying Yinfang, saw that she was still taking pictures with her phone. He immediately stepped forward, with a professional smile, but his tone left no room for argument. "Miss, I'm sorry, filming is prohibited inside. Please understand." He clearly mistook Yinfang for the kind of internet celebrity streamer who wanted to ride the wave of popularity and use her mansion as a backdrop for her live streams. Yinfang blushed deeply and reluctantly put away her phone. She looked up at the towering dome, feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust. She cautiously tugged at Zhou Qing's sleeve and mumbled in a voice barely above a whisper, "Uncle, this must cost tens of millions, right?" She felt that tens of millions was the limit of her imagination. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sneer, undisguised, came from the side. Huang Jia crossed her arms and looked Yinfang up and down with disdain in her eyes. "Little sister, your eyesight isn't very good. With tens of millions, you'd be lucky to even buy an underground parking garage here." These sharp and sarcastic words were like a thorn, instantly piercing Yinfang's heart. Zheng San's expression darkened slightly, and he suddenly pulled his arm away from Huang Jia's grasp. Just as Yinfang was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear into the ground, a warm, large hand firmly took her cold little hand in its grasp. Zhou Qing didn't even glance at Huang Jia, his gaze fell tenderly on Yinfang. "Do you like it?" Yinfang nodded blankly. "If you like it, then let's buy it." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the lawyer and smiled calmly. "Handsome, what's the market price of this villa now?" "No need to give an inflated figure, I'll buy it." A seemingly casual remark, yet it exploded like a depth charge in everyone's hearts. The air froze. The lawyer stood there with his mouth agape, forgetting what he was about to say. Zheng San's eye twitched, while Huang Jia's pretty face, which had been full of sarcasm, was now only blank and horrified. Ding! Huang Jia's intense shock has been detected. Points plus 100. Ding! Yinfang's intense shock was detected. Points plus 100. Zheng San was the first to react, and quickly whispered in Zhou Qing's ear, "Qingzi, don't worry. This house has been on the market for almost a year, there's room for negotiation. I can help you cut the price by 30 to 50 million, no problem." Zhou Qing waved his hand, refusing his offer. His composure made Zheng San feel pressured. The lawyer composed himself and quickly added, "Mr. Zhou, it's like this, the original owner still has an entire private collection in the wine cellar that he didn't have time to move. If you can finalize the deal today, we can give you those collections as a small token of our appreciation." "No need." Zhou Qing's answer was crisp and decisive, directly interrupting him. "I need to get the paperwork done now, I'm in a hurry." That indifference to discounts of tens of millions and a cellar full of wine was the most devastating blow. However, the most astonishing scene was just beginning to unfold. Zhou Qing turned around, squeezed Yinfang's palm, and spoke in a tone so doting it was almost dripping with affection.
Do you have your ID card? Take it out.
Yin Fang's brain had completely shut down, and she could only instinctively pull out her ID card from her bag and hand it over stupidly. She looked at Zhou Qing, blinked innocently, blushed, and asked a question in a low voice.
Uncle, do I need your ID to check into a hotel?
Zhou Qing was amused by her and reached out his finger to affectionately flick the tip of her nose.
Fool. He announced it publicly. The villa we bought for you, if we don't use your ID, whose ID is it?
The folder in the lawyer's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Zhang San gasped, looking at Zhou Qing as if he were a monster.
Huang Jie's legs went weak, and she almost couldn't stand up.
She finally realized that the mongrel she had mocked had become the mistress of this palace in the blink of an eye. Yin Fang froze, her mind went blank, and only Zhou Qing's words echoed wildly in her mind.
Bought for me. Ding.
Extreme shock detected in Yin Fang.
Points plus 100. Ding. Huang Jie's extreme shock has been detected. Points plus 100. Badass points balance, 450.
Looking at the rapidly increasing score, Zhou Qing even felt a slight pang of regret. If I had known, I should have brought all those little girls, Meng Meng and the others.
We would have been so shocked by their presence that we wouldn't know what to do with them. No. Uncle. I can't take it.
Yin Fang was the first to break free from the petrified state. She jumped up suddenly, reaching out to snatch the ID card from Zhou Qing's hand, her voice trembling.
This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Chapter 92. Let's have a baby.
This scream, however, brought Huang Jia, who had been in a daze, back to her senses, though her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her brain raced as she tried to understand. When faced with a top-tier luxury mansion worth hundreds of millions, enough to ensure her a comfortable life for several lifetimes, a young, spirited woman's first reaction was to refuse. This is illogical and completely overturns the understanding she has built up over many years of navigating the world of fame and fortune.
Is he really that stupid? So stupid that he can't even understand the concept of 100 million? Or is he just too skilled, using retreat as a tactic to advance, employing 1,000 layers of tricks?
Huang Jie's gaze swept back and forth across Yin Fang's face, which was filled with panic. In the end, she was more inclined to believe the latter. This woman is absolutely a scumbag saintess, her level is outrageously high.
Dude. Calm down.
Zhang San rushed forward, grabbed Zhou Qing's shoulder tightly, and lowered his voice, his tone full of anxiety. He was an insider and knew that Zhou Qing had even mortgaged his most treasured possessions to raise this money. If the house is given away and the person runs away, then they will truly become the biggest victim of injustice in Binhai City this year. He leaned close to Zhou Qing's ear and practically spat out a sentence through gritted teeth. If you really want to give it to me, I won't stop you.
But can we go get our marriage certificate first? Just for peace of mind, okay?
He simply couldn't bear to see Zhou Qing lose both his money and his wife. However, Zhou Qing simply patted his hand casually, then turned her gaze to Yin Fang, her doting affection undiminished, replaced by a gentle tenderness that seemed perfectly natural.
I won't hesitate, because next month is her birthday. A reason so romantic it's flawless. A multi-million-dollar mansion was given as a birthday gift. The brains of everyone present suffered another severe blow.
Zhang San opened his mouth, but all the words of persuasion stuck in his throat. The lawyer with the gold-rimmed glasses felt his career was facing an unprecedented challenge. He realized that the world of the wealthy truly allowed them to do whatever they wanted. Then comes the transfer of ownership. The atmosphere in the transfer hall of the administrative center was somewhat eerie. When Zhou Cheng and Yin Fang handed over the property ownership document representing Yanziwen Building No. 1 at the VIP window, the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. The whispers hummed like a disturbed swarm of bees. Even the female civil servants in their uniforms, who were used to seeing all sorts of large transactions, were unable to remain calm at this moment.
My God, Cloud Bay No. 1? Is that the 600 million yuan king of buildings? The recipient. Yin Fang? I've never even heard of that name before. Look at that girl, she's so young, what incredible luck. A barrage of gazes, filled with jealousy, envy, and shock, focused on Yin Fang like searchlights, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. In Zhou Qing's mind, the system's notification sounds had already formed a rapid symphony. Ding. Shock detected in Xiang Lily. Points plus 20. Ding, Sun Qi's shocked expression detected, points plus 10. Bite.
Finally, when the brand new, red property certificate bearing Yin Fong's name, still smelling of fresh ink, was handed to her trembling hands, a grand and mechanical electronic voice exploded in Zhou Qing's mind.
Ding!
Detected that the host has completed a purchase with someone of the opposite sex. Funds have been credited to the account. The next second, Zhou Qing's phone screen lit up, and a bank text message popped up.
Your account has been credited with 1,200,000,000 yuan.
Zhou Qing tapped the screen lightly with her fingertip and immediately dialed Zhang San's number, putting it on speakerphone in front of everyone.
Third brother, here's your money back.
Also, I sent you 2 screaming pills by express delivery as a thank you gift. After a brief silence on the other end of the phone, Zhang San let out a pig-like scream. That evening, a piece of news exploded like a nuclear bomb in the circles of young women and gold-digging women in Binhai City. Yin Fong was gifted a villa in Yunziwen by a mysterious tycoon. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. This topic was discussed wildly in countless chat groups, with emotions of envy, jealousy, and hatred intertwined, contributing a steady stream of points to Zhou Qing. The system notification sounds continued late into the night without stopping. On the ocean view balcony of Villa No. 1 in Yunji Bay, Zhou Qing leaned back in a deck chair, gently swirling the wineglass in his hand.
The 1982 La fight in the cellar was sour and astringent, and he didn't really like it.
But at this moment, that doesn't matter. Importantly, the evening breeze carries a slightly salty ocean scent, and before you stretches a private beach to the horizon and an infinity pool shimmering with sparkling waves. In his ears, he heard the butler's respectful report that the annual property management fee for this villa alone was as high as 1 million.
This is the taste of money. A taste of being able to look down on all living beings and control everything. Uncle, what are you looking at?
A sweet, charming voice sounded from behind.
Zhou Qing turned around and saw that Yin Fong had changed into a pure white one-piece swimsuit, and her skin was so white that it seemed to glow in the moonlight. She twirled playfully in front of him, her girlish innocence perfectly blending with her curvaceous figure. Zhou Qing put down his wineglass and extended his hand to her. Yin Fong obediently sat in his lap, her cheeks flushed, her breath carrying the fresh scent of her bath. The two did not speak, but simply embraced each other quietly. The waves lapped against the beach, whispering softly. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The night was so gentle it seemed to drip with moisture. A primal urge fermented in the air, eventually transforming into an entanglement between lips and teeth. 10 minutes later, the sea breeze grew cool, and Zhou Qing wanted to get up to get a blanket. But as soon as he moved, a pair of soft little hands gently pressed against his chest, stopping him from moving. Yin Fong raised her head, her watery eyes shining brightly in the moonlight. She leaned close to Zhou Qing's ear and whispered a few words in a voice that was almost a dream, yet incredibly firm. Uncle, don't get up. Let's have a baby.
The first rays of dawn pierced the horizon. Zhou Qing stood shirtless, wearing only beach shorts, on the huge terrace on the top floor of the villa, large enough to park a helicopter. The sea breeze whipped his hair, behind him stretched the azure sky and sea, and beneath his feet lay the power that overlooked the entire coastal area. He raised his phone, adjusted it to what he considered the most unruly angle, and snapped a picture, capturing the scene and himself in one shot. There was no caption, just a photo, which was immediately posted to my WeChat moments.
1 second, 2 seconds.
The phone screen was like a lake surface tossed with a stone, instantly creating violent ripples. The red hearts for likes and the bubbles for comments poured out like crazy, so fast that they almost left after images.
Holy crap! Where are you? The Maldives? Isn't this the number 1 penthouse in Cloud Bay? I just saw it on the real estate news yesterday. You bought it?
At all members, come out and pay your respects to this super rich person.
Hey Qing, long time no see. How have you been? When are you free to grab a bite? My treat.
Mr. Zhou, our company has received a new batch of wealth management products with stable annualized returns.
What do you think?
Those classmates who had lost contact after graduation were now as warm as long-lost brothers. Those snobs who used to treat him like he was invisible have now changed their address from Zhou Qing to Brother Qing and President Zhou at lightning speed. As Zhou Qing's fingertips traced those flattering words, she felt nothing. In fact, she found them somewhat amusing.
He logged out of the social media app and opened the system interface that only he could see. Shocking points, 675.
The profits from simply buying a 600 million yuan villa overnight far exceeded the total gains from painstakingly showing off to everyone on the trendy street.
Money is indeed the most efficient shock value harvester. Chapter 93, Go back and get 2 walkie-talkies? Just as he was basking in the joy of this bountiful harvest, a clear female voice drifted up from afar below. "Uncle! Come downstairs for breakfast." Zhou Qing peered down and saw Yin Fong, who looked as small as a matchbox in the garden on the first floor, craning her neck and waving enthusiastically at him. Only then did he truly understand the first trouble that comes with owning a top-tier luxury mansion. This house, isn't it fucking huge? The two of them live together, and they basically communicate by shouting. Should we get 2 walkie-talkies later? He shook his head, both amused and exasperated, and turned to walk into the indoor elevator. Inside the restaurant, steaming hot, exquisite Cantonese morning tea was served early in the morning by a Michelin-starred chef team that Zhang San had specially arranged for. Zhou Qing took a bite of a shrimp dumpling and casually remarked, "This villa is too big. It must be inconvenient for you to live alone. I'll find a housekeeping company and hire some professional nannies and gardeners to take care of it." Yin Fong was sipping her porridge when she heard this, her eyes lit up, and she quickly put down her spoon. "Uncle, no need to find outsiders. My sisters, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu, are very efficient. Let them come, they can keep me company, and I'll pay them. I'll pay them." She wanted to use her own allowance, but when she thought about the value of the villa, she felt that her savings were just a drop in the ocean, and her face couldn't help but turn red. Zhou Qing looked at her sincere expression, eager to find a way out for her friend, but did not immediately agree. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, his gaze calm and profound. "Fong, I know you want to help them. But sometimes, not all good intentions lead to good results. Human nature cannot withstand the test. They are your sisters now, but once they become your servants, watching you live in a mansion worth 1.2 billion, using bags worth hundreds of thousands, and wearing dresses worth tens of thousands, while they can only earn a few $1,000s a month, sweeping and dusting here. Do you think they can always maintain a sense of balance? When the seeds of jealousy take root, even the best friendships will be gnawed away and riddled with holes. You may think you are helping them, but in reality, you may be harming them and planting a time bomb for yourself that could explode at any moment." These words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all of Yin Fong's enthusiasm. She stared blankly at Zhou Qing, her mouth slightly open, but she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. She had to admit that what Zhou Qing said was a harsh reality she had never imagined. The light in the girl's eyes dimmed instantly, and an indescribable sense of loss enveloped her. After a leisurely breakfast, Zhou Qing nestled on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, idly scrolling through short videos. More than 10 minutes passed, but Yin Fong still hadn't come downstairs. Zhou Qing frowned, a vague feeling that something was amiss. He got up, took the elevator again, and went straight to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The bedroom was empty, only from the direction of the bathroom came a faint, suppressed sob. His heart tightened, and he quickly pushed open the slightly ajar frosted glass door. The sight before him caused his pupils to shrink sharply. Yin Fong curled up on the cold marble floor, her shoulders trembling violently, tears already soaking her clothes. At her feet, a brand new iPhone screen lay shattered into a spiderweb pattern, all alone. "What's wrong?" Zhou Qing rushed forward, helped her up from the ground, and pulled her into his arms. The girl's body was ice cold, like fallen leaves in late autumn. She buried her face in Zhou Qing's arms, and the sob she had been suppressing for so long finally broke free, turning into a heart-wrenching wail. "Uncle, let's go to the administrative center." Her voice was thick with sobs, each word seeming to be squeezed out with difficulty from her throat. I'll transfer the house to you. I don't want it anymore, I really don't want it." Zhou Qing's brows furrowed, completely bewildered. "What exactly happened? Explain yourself." Under Zhou Qing's repeated questioning, Yin Fong finally revealed the whole story in fits and starts. It turns out that after receiving the property certificate yesterday, she was so excited that she took a picture and posted it on her WeChat Moments, just to show off to those sisters who used to look down on her. To her surprise, her father called early this morning. He saw my WeChat Moments." Yin Fong cried so hard she could barely breathe. He said he wanted to bring that woman to see my new home." When the so-called home was mentioned, a mixture of fear and disgust appeared on Yin Fong's face. "Back then, my mother was in a car accident and was lying in the hospital on her last breath. But he was flirting with that woman in the next ward. After my mother passed away, he wouldn't even let my mother be buried. He brought that woman and her whole family to block the hospital entrance and make a scene, demanding a large sum of money from the hospital. He's a beast. He's sexist and never cared about me when I was little. Now that I have this house, he wants to bring his whole family of vampires to pounce on me. I 1T stand for it. I'd rather die than let them set foot in here." I see. Zhou Qing's eyes instantly turned cold.
He gently patted Yin Fang's back, his tone resolute.
Don't cry.
With me here, no one will take a single needle or thread from you. He immediately dialed the phone number of the lawyer with the gold-rimmed glasses and briefly explained the situation.
Professional advice came quickly.
Considering that the process of directly gifting and then revoking the gift is cumbersome and prone to disputes, the lawyer proposed a radical solution. Taking advantage of the discrepancy between Zhou Qing's and Yin Fang's information, they applied for a change on the grounds of registration error. This was originally a complicated process, but Zhou Qing had a shortcut. One phone call was made to Zhang San and the other to Fu Han. Half an hour later, the director of the Binhai Municipal Bureau of Land and Resources personally called back, saying that it would be handled as a special case and dealt with immediately. Thus, the transfer hall of the administrative center, which had just witnessed a grand spectacle of a tycoon's gift yesterday, once again welcomed its protagonist.
This time, however, the atmosphere was completely different.
At the VIP window, the girl's eyes were swollen and red like two walnuts. She lowered her head, bit her lip tightly, and her shoulders were still trembling slightly. The handsome man next to him, with a cold expression, slammed a stack of documents heavily onto the counter.
The luxury house was transferred to the owner just 1 day ago, and today they're already going to process the change of ownership and change the name back?
This scene, in the eyes of those female civil servants who were used to seeing all walks of life, was instantly imagined as a melodramatic soap opera. A rich second-generation scumbag used an expensive mansion to seduce an innocent girl, and after succeeding, he immediately turned his back on her and forced her to return the house.
Look how sad that girl is crying. I must be blind to have run into such a scumbag.
For a moment, all the women in the hall looked at Zhou Qing with disdain, anger, and pity. Zhou Qing could clearly feel countless condemning gazes piercing her like steel needles. Meanwhile, the system's notification sounds in his mind had gone mad.
Ding! Zheng Jiro's intense shock was detected. Points plus 10. Ding! Zhou Jiali's intense shock was detected. Points plus 10. Ding! Yuan Shueping's intense shock was detected. Points plus 10.
A series of score notifications, like a rapid drumbeat.
He watched helplessly as his points balance increased at an unbelievable speed. Chapter 94. Uncle, we're not sick, are we? This is a huge misunderstanding, and the rate of return is so ridiculously high?
Zhou Qing stood there, feeling the hostility around him almost engulfing him, and then listening to the pleasant system notification in his mind.
For a moment, he was both amused and exasperated. Zhou Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the absurd joy in his heart.
He turned his head and looked at Yin Fang, who was still sobbing silently beside him. The coldness in his eyes instantly turned into tenderness. He took off his coat and gently draped it over the girl's trembling shoulders, shielding her from the murderous gazes around them.
The formalities are complete, let's go home. Go home? Go home? Which home?
Of course, it was the mansion that should have belonged to the poor girl.
In an instant, the disdainful gazes in the entire hall turned into sharp edges, almost piercing through Zhou Qing's spine. Ding! Shock level calculated, points plus 50.
Zhou Qing ignored them, put his arm around Yin Fang, and calmly walked away as the crowd parted to leave in disgust. Back at Villa Number 1 in Cloud Bay, the absurd feeling of being misunderstood vanished, replaced by a suffocating dullness. Yin Fang locked herself in her bedroom on the 3rd floor and didn't come downstairs for 2 whole days. The food was served untouched. If Zhou Qing hadn't used his spare card to check that she was still breathing, he would have almost thought the girl was going to commit suicide.
This can't go on. Zhou Qing dialed Yin Fang's number.
The phone rang softly upstairs, and it took a long time for it to be answered. Hello, the girl's voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded. Have your 2 sisters, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu, come and keep you company for a few days. I've sent them the address, and a car has been sent to pick them up.
Zhou Qing's concern was commanding.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a faint hum.
In the afternoon, a black minivan drove into the villa courtyard.
Zhou Qing stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching the 2 figures get out of the car, his brows instantly furrowing into a deep frown. If the previous Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu were just rebellious girls with smoky makeup and tattooed arms, then the 2 in front of us look like female thugs who just stepped out of a Southeast Asian gangster movie set. Xiao Huang, who used to be the girl with only a string of letters tattooed on her collarbone, now has a hideous 8-faced Buddha tattooed all over her left arm and back. Little Green was even more ruthless, with a bizarre black rose in full bloom tattooed from her neck all the way to her chest, with a blood-red eye open at the center of the flower, making one's scalp tingle. Their changes set off alarm bells in Zhou Qing's mind.
Uncle.
When the two girls saw Zhou Qing, they bowed respectfully as before. Zhou Qing nodded expressionlessly and pointed to the sofa in the living room. Sit down first. Fangfang is upstairs, she's in a bad mood, you can go up and keep her company. But before that, there's something we need to take care of first. He dialed a number. Assistant Wang, arrange for 2 people to have a full body, in-depth physical examination at the first municipal hospital, the highest standard available.
We need it now.
Little Yellow and Little Green looked at each other, completely bewildered.
Uncle, we're not sick, are we? I need a report to confirm that you are not sick.
Zhou Qing's gaze swept over the shocking tattoos on their bodies, her tone calm. I don't want to ask what you two have been through these past few months.
But I have to make sure you're both clean. It's good for you, and it's good for Fangfang, understand? The 2 girls dared not say anything more and obediently nodded. Fortunately, the test results came back normal. Although their pasts may be complicated, they are physically healthy. With her girlfriends by her side, Yin Fang's mood visibly improved. The 3 of them spent all their time in the villa, sometimes playing in the infinity pool, sometimes watching movies in the home theater. The girls' laughter finally dispelled the gloom that had hung over the mansion. That evening, Zhou Qing drove his Maybach back from outside.
As he entered the huge underground garage that could park 50 cars, a strong sense of incongruity arose within him.
Empty, deathly silent.
In the vast space, only his car was parked there all alone, looking incredibly shabby. He took out his phone and sent a message to Yin Fang, bring your sisters and come down to the garage. The 3 girls, puzzled, took the elevator down and saw Zhou Qing leaning against the hood of his car, pointing to the empty parking spaces around him.
It's too empty, it doesn't look right.
Zhou Qing's tone was as if she were complaining about her empty refrigerator and that she needed to go to the supermarket to restock. Let's go shopping tomorrow, fill this place up with some stuff, and buy you a new car so you can relax.
Buy a car?
Before Yin Fang's eyes even lit up, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu were already screaming excitedly.
Uncle! We want to buy a sports car.
The kind that, when you step on the gas, will throw your soul out of your body.
Yes, yes, yes. And I want the kind of door that opens upwards. So cool.
Yin Fang was also infected by their emotions, and a long-lost smile finally appeared on her face. Uncle, let's listen to them and go take a look at the sports cars.
Okay.
Zhou Qing snapped his fingers.
Tomorrow, we'll visit every luxury car dealership in Binhai, one by one.
Little Green's eyes darted around, and a classic script for showing off and getting slapped in the face quickly took shape in her mind. She pulled Yin Fang and Xiao Huang aside, whispered to each other for a while, and then ran back with a mischievous grin.
Uncle! How about we put on a show tomorrow? The 3 of us go in first, dressed casually, and those snobbish salespeople definitely won't pay any attention to us.
When they're kicking us out, you can make a grand entrance and shower them with money.
How about that? Isn't that exciting?
Seeing their excited, almost mischievous, attitude, Zhou Qing nodded, both amused and exasperated. All right, I'll do whatever you say.
The plan began the next day. First stop, Rolls-Royce.
The 3 girls deliberately changed into the most ordinary t-shirts and jeans, with bare faces, and stepped into the magnificent exhibition hall with high spirits. However, the anticipated neglect of the plot did not occur at all. A sales manager, dressed in a well-tailored suit and wearing white gloves, greeted them immediately with an impeccable smile. Good afternoon, ladies.
How can I help you? Would you like some drinks? We have freshly ground Blue Mountain coffee in Perrier.
Throughout the entire process, he maintained just the right amount of enthusiasm and politeness, without showing the slightest disdain because of their attire. Even the water cups handed out weren't disposable paper cups, but heavy 304 stainless steel cups with the double R logo. Little Yellow and Little Green swallowed back all the prepared lines for a slap in the face, looking at each other with utter disappointment. Zhou Qing then slowly walked in from outside the door, and chuckled as he looked at their dejected expressions.
Did you mess up?
He pointed to Yin Fang's wrist. That jadeite bangle with imperial green color on your wrist, and that Richard Mille watch, are more expensive than any car in their store. Their sales staff must be blind to treat you so poorly. The 3 girls suddenly realized what was going on and immediately felt bored.
No. Next store. We'll take all our jewelry off at the next store. Chapter 95, Credit Card Payment, Full Amount. Second stop, Ferrari.
This time, they were smarter. They locked all their valuable accessories in the car. As soon as the three ordinary girls with bare faces stepped into the exhibition hall, the long-awaited cold reception arrived. A saleswoman who was applying makeup and touching up her eyebrows only glanced at them out of the corner of her eye before continuing to pose in front of the small mirror, without even standing up. Another male salesman was even more direct, letting out a soft snort as he leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, his contempt undisguised.
Hey! We want to see the car. Xiao Huang shouted impatiently.
The salesperson then lazily raised his chin and said, "Look for yourself, the car isn't going to run."
This is exactly the attitude they want.
The three exchanged a glance, barely suppressing their laughter, and began to wander aimlessly through the exhibition hall. Just as they were about to signal Zhou Qing, Yin Fang suddenly seemed to remember something, took out the Richard Mille watch from her pocket, and put it back on her wrist. Almost the instant the dazzling white ceramic and diamond light shone, the male salesman who had been leaning against the wall suddenly narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed visibly from contempt to shock, and then from shock to fawning ecstasy. He rushed over, his face beaming with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. "Oh dear.
Miss. I'm so sorry, I was a little distracted just now. That piece of jewelry you're holding is a limited edition. It suits your style perfectly. Please have a seat, I'll get you some water right away. Which car would you like to see? I'll give you the most detailed introduction." The change in attitude was so swift, it was like a clumsy face-changing act. Little Yellow and Little Green almost burst out laughing. The extreme contrast made them feel even more satisfied than being directly slapped in the face. The third stop was Porsche. Having learned from the previous two experiences, the girls were already having a lot of fun. This time, they decided to let Zhou Qing go first. As soon as I entered, a voluptuous female saleswoman dressed in a tight-fitting suit skirt immediately greeted me. Her suit was impeccably tailored, perfectly accentuating her stunning curves. The buttons on her shirt seemed to be under immense pressure, and the slightly open collar revealed a patch of delicate, snow-white skin. "Hello sir, my name is Lin Lin, and I'm one of our top sales representatives. Which model are you interested in?" Her voice was sickeningly sweet, and as she spoke, she moved closer to Zhou Qing, her body instantly enveloped in a rich perfume scent. When introducing a car, she even knelt down by the car door, one hand on the car body and the other pointing to the dashboard inside. This posture made her already tight skirt even more precarious, and her chest was revealed intermittently as she explained. However, Zhou Qing's attention was completely drawn to this top-of-the-line supercar with its exaggerated and futuristic design. He looked like he had received a beloved toy, his eyes sparkling with pure excitement as he reached out to touch the cool car body, feeling its smooth lines. "Fong Fong. Little Yellow and Little Green. Come over here and try it out. The seats are incredibly supportive. The carbon fiber steering wheel feels amazing." He completely ignored the charming female saleswoman beside him and instead loudly called out to three girls not far away. Lin Lin knelt on the ground, her carefully designed posture and the almost imperceptible physical contact all vanished into thin air. A crack appeared in her professional smile as she looked at the man who seemed oblivious to her charm and was only concerned with sharing his joy with a few young girls. A hint of surprise and confusion flashed in her eyes. Ding! Lin Lin's shocked expression detected, points plus 100. Zhou Qing chuckled inwardly as he listened to the notification in his mind, but kept talking. "What's the price of this car?" "Sir, this is the top-of-the-line 918 Spider, equipped with the WestJack package." "The final price will be around." Lin Lin quickly adjusted her mindset and quoted a figure that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to achieve. 19,880,000. She thought the price would scare the other party away, or at least lead to some bargaining. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Qing simply took out a black card from his pocket and casually handed it over. "This one's the one. Swipe your card, full payment." Lin Lin's prepared string of professional remarks about installment payments and loans instantly caught in her throat. She stared blankly at the black card that represented unlimited credit, her mind a complete blank. A sports car worth nearly 20 million, without even haggling over the price, from seeing it to deciding to buy it, took less than 5 minutes? What kind of deity is this? Ding! Lin Lin's cognitive breakdown has been detected. Points plus 100. "Sir, are you sure?" Lin Lin's voice trembled. "Sure. And while you're at it, also order that 911 Turbo S for me, as a toy for them."
Zhou Qing pointed to another bright pink sports car next to him, as if he were buying 2 cabbages at the market. Just as Lin Lin was frantically preparing to complete the formalities, and the 3 girls were excitedly screaming around the new car, Zhou Qing's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Lei. Zhou Qing answered the phone, and Lei Sua's serious yet somewhat helpless voice came from the other end.
Brother Zhou, where are you? Come to the station right away. What's wrong, Brother Lei? What happened? Lei sighed on the other end of the phone and lowered his voice. Someone called the police, saying that you abducted his daughter. Zhou Qing couldn't help but sneer. He didn't even need to think. The image of Yin Fang's father's greasy, obsequious, and somewhat cowardly face instantly appeared in his mind. This spineless coward is surprisingly fast. His daughter had just blocked him in the morning, and by the afternoon he was able to cross half the city and precisely arrive at the police station in Binhai City to stage a heart-wrenching drama of a loving father searching for his daughter. Zhou Qing's eyes remained completely unmoved. He calmly replied to the person on the other end of the phone, I understand, Brother Lei. I'll come over as soon as I finish what I'm doing. After hanging up the phone, he turned to look at the 3 girls who were excitedly screaming around the flashy pink car. The coldness in his eyes melted instantly, turning into a helpless indulgence. He clapped his hands to attract their attention. Something came up and I have to go out for a bit. Your car paperwork will be done soon. Once it's done, you can drive your new car to Daiji Plaza and shop around. Buy whatever you want, from clothes to bags, from cosmetics to jewelry, and put it all on my tab. Wow! Long live Uncle! The cheers from Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu almost lifted the roof off the Porsche showroom. Yin Fang, however, keenly sensed something was wrong. She stepped forward with concern and asked, Uncle, what happened? It's all right. Zhou Qing gently ruffled her hair. There are a few flies to deal with. You guys go have fun, I'll treat you to a big meal when I get back tonight. He didn't give Yin Fang a chance to continue asking questions, and went straight to Lin Lin, the sales manager who was terrified and running over with a stack of documents in her hand. He calmly signed his name, confirmed that all the procedures were correct, and then took the keys to the 2 top-of-the-line sports cars, tossing one of them to Yin Fang. The roar of the engine echoed throughout the exhibition hall as the sports car, worth nearly 20 million, drove out of the hall and merged into the traffic. Chapter 96 We Want to Live in a Villa. Inside the police station, a farce is unfolding. A middle-aged man with a beer belly and thinning, greasy hair was slamming his fist on the table, spitting as he spoke, My daughter. My own daughter. She's just turned 18, and she's been swindled away by some thug. Are you police not going to do anything about this? Huh? If something happens to her, can you take responsibility? Beside him, a middle-aged woman with exaggeratedly curly hair and a face covered in foundation that looked like it was plastered with putty chimed in, her voice shrill and piercing, That's right. My daughter has always been naive. She must have been bewitched by that Joe guy with his sweet talk. He might even have restricted her freedom. We demand that a case be filed. A case be filed immediately. In the corner, a chubby boy who looked about 12 or 13 years old was wearing headphones, his fingers flying across the phone screen, occasionally letting out a strange yell that said kill him, completely oblivious to the noise around him. The moment Zhou Qing stepped through the gate, this joyous family scene came into view. He didn't say anything and casually placed the car keys on the reception table. The exquisite key, emblazoned with the Porsche crest, reflected a subtle yet dazzling light under the fluorescent lamps. The couple, who had been throwing a tantrum, suddenly stopped talking. Their gazes were like iron filings drawn to a magnet, stubbornly fixed on the car key. Then, following Zhou Qing's line of sight, they passed through the glass door of the police station and saw the extravagantly designed, obviously ridiculously expensive supercar outside. 1 second they were filled with righteous indignation, the next they were instantly filled with greed. Yin Fang's father's facial muscles twitched, and his grief-stricken expression instantly melted away, replaced by a fawning smile that was even uglier than crying. He rubbed his hands together and cautiously approached. Oh, son-in-law, you're here. The way he addressed his son-in-law was so natural and so confident. Lei's lips twitched violently. He glanced at Zhou Qing, who was expressionless, and then at this bizarre couple whose expressions changed faster than flipping through a book. He wisely chose to avoid them. He cleared his throat and waved to his subordinate beside him. Xiaoli, come with me to the archives. Let them handle their own affairs here. The office area was emptied instantly, leaving only Zhou Qing and his family of 3. A villa. We want to live in a villa. The stepmother was the first to lose her temper, her eyes practically overflowing with greed.
Fang Fang lives in such a big house, there is no reason for us, her parents and her brother, to still be living in that dilapidated house outside. Zhou Qing's eyes were icy cold. He didn't even bother to waste words with them and made a phone call directly. Assistant Wang, book the best executive suite at the Binhai Hotel.
I'll send you their ID information. Let the family of 3 stay there.
He hung up the phone, looked at the 3 bewildered people in front of him, and said in a completely emotionless tone, "Your accommodations have been arranged, a 5-star hotel.
As for the villa, forget about it. Fang Fang doesn't want to see you."
Over the next few days, Zhou Qing finally witnessed what the ultimate shamelessness truly meant. Yin Fang's father was indeed like a persistent leech, arriving at the entrance of the Yunziwen Villa district every day on time for work. He bought a small stool and sat at the door, telling everyone he met how his daughter had been bewitched, and now that she was successful, she didn't even recognize her own father. What's even more troublesome is that he actually started a live stream. The live stream title was sensational: Elderly Father, Abandoned by His Own Daughter, live streams in tears in front of his billion-dollar mansion. With the backdrop of Yunji Bay, a top-tier affluent residential area in the coastal city, and his superb acting skills of crying and sniffling, the popularity of his live stream room actually soared. Even television programs dedicated to mediating disputes came to the scene, armed with cameras and microphones, eager to seek justice for this poor father. In no time, Zhou Qing's reputation as a scumbag who cheated people out of their houses spread throughout the entire Binhai city. All this commotion was shut out outside the heavy gates of Villa No. 1 in Cloud Bay on Yin Fang's birthday. The villa's lawn and poolside area had already been transformed into a dreamy party venue. The champagne tower shimmered with golden light, and melodious music flowed through the air. Yin Fang wore a white dress and looked like a real princess. Xiao Huang and Xiao Lu, along with Meng Meng and Zhou Xiaoke, who rushed over upon hearing the news, all changed into exquisite makeup and chattered excitedly around her. However, there are always uninvited guests at parties. Fu Han and Yi Quan, having somehow obtained the information, arrived uninvited. The bald donkey was even more outrageous. He brought along a newly adopted goddaughter who looked even younger than Yin Fang, and she came up to Zhou Qing with a big smile, trying to get close to him.
"Meng Meng, look at Fang Fang, that's what you call a winner in life."
Su Meng Meng held a glass of juice, her eyes full of envy, and nudged Xiao Huang next to her.
"Look at you, look at me. I just broke up with that idiot Shunzi a couple of days ago. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others." Xiao Lu immediately perked up. "You broke up? Why? Didn't he treat you like a queen?"
Su Meng Meng rolled her eyes, lowered her voice, and complained in a tone of exasperation, "Don't even mention it.
That idiot is insane. When we're being intimate, he keeps whispering my ex-boyfriend's name in my ear. And he changes her every single day. Asking me if this one is better than him, if that one is better in bed. I got so annoyed that I just kicked him off the bed." Puff.
Zhou Qing almost spat out the champagne she had just taken. A sip of the reason for the breakup was simply unheard of. Looking at his speechless sisters, he felt both amused and exasperated. On the other side, Fu Han was trying hard to integrate into the circle of these young people. He held his wine glass and tried to clink glasses with Xiao Huang, just like those energetic young men, but as soon as he got close, Xiao Huang pushed him away with a look of disgust.
"Uncle, can you stay away from us?"
Xiao Huang pinched his nose, making an exaggerated expression. "The moment you get close, that old-fashioned smell wafts over."
"You still want to act young? How are you going to do that?"
This sentence, clear and loud, instantly stopped the surrounding laughter for a second. Immediately following was an uncontrollable burst of laughter. The bald donkey laughed so hard he almost fell over, and even the few sparse hairs on his head trembled. Yi Quan turned his face away, his shoulders shaking violently.
Even Yin Fang couldn't help but laugh so hard she bent over.
Fu Han's hand holding the wineglass froze in mid-air, and the smile on her face instantly vanished, turning from green to white in an instant, as colorful as a palette. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word, leaving him only speechless and devastated. Zhou Qing looked at it and couldn't help but shake his head slightly.
Chapter 97. Did you fall into a latrine?
The next second, Fu Han seemed to go crazy, suddenly raising her arm and bringing her nose to her armpits, cuffs, and chest, sniffing desperately.
Where? Where is it?" His delirious appearance was both comical and pathetic.
Zhou Qing subconsciously turned to the side, subtly creating a half-step distance between them.
"Brother Han, did you fall into a latrine?"
Yi Quan hugged a petite and energetic young woman beside him, laughing so hard he was shaking, mercilessly rubbing salt into Fu Han's wound.
"Why are you smelling yourself?" Stop smelling it, that smell is ingrained in your bones.
The laughter around him resumed, and Fu Han finally snapped out of his obsessive self-examination. He abruptly turned to Zhou Qing, his eyes gleaming with a desperate, feverish fervor. Young Master Zhou, don't waste your breath on these small fry. The screaming pills. I want exclusive sales rights. Exclusive distribution rights for the entire country of China. Name your price. This abrupt change stunned everyone. Yi Quan's smile vanished instantly. He pushed away the girl in his arms, stepped forward, and stared sharply at Zhou Qing. Brother Han, isn't your appetite a bit too big? You want to swallow it whole? Young Master Zhou, don't listen to him. I don't want anything else, I just want the agency rights in Beijing. I guarantee that within 3 months, all the top clubs in Beijing will treat it as their prized possession. The atmosphere instantly shifted from the playful banter of a party to the tense atmosphere of a shopping mall. Two wealthy businessmen were arguing heatedly over a rare and unheard of screaming pill, like they were fighting over cabbage at a market. The scene itself is absurd, and it also proves the huge uproar that the little pill caused in the circle of the wealthy. Just then, a calm voice with a hint of teasing broke in. Wow, it's so lively here? Qingzi, what good thing have you come up with this time that's making them fight like cockfighting? Everyone looked over at the sound and saw Zhang San walking over leisurely with a girl in his arms. The girl was in her early 20s, wearing a custom-made long dress. Her face carried just the right amount of reserve and aloofness. Her gaze swept across the room, and when she saw Zhou Qing, a hint of barely perceptible curiosity flashed across her face. Before Zhou Qing could answer, Zhang San seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his forehead, and shouted at Zhou Qing in a seemingly casual but actually boastful tone, "Oh right, I forgot to congratulate you. I heard you quietly made over $100 million on the US stock market? Well done, kid, making a fortune in silence without even mentioning sharing it with your brother. Hundreds of millions of US dollars? The air froze. The sound of water ripples in the pool, the music in the distance, everything quieted down. The argument between Fu Han and Yi Quan abruptly stopped, and Donkey Baldy opened his mouth wide, even forgetting to tremble the few hairs on his head. Yin Fang and her friends were even more surprised. The aloof girl named Wang Jingyao next to Zhang San instantly lost her composure. Her beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, and deep in her eyes was a turbulent shock and disbelief. She comes from a privileged background and has met countless wealthy people, but for someone so young to be able to rake in hundreds of millions of dollars in the legendary US stock market, where gods fight like wolves, is simply a fantasy. Ding! Detected Wang Jingyao's shocking emotions. Points plus 100. A series of system notifications flooded Zhou Qing's mind, and his points skyrocketed at an unprecedented rate. He remained outwardly calm and collected, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Brother Chang. Azure God. Fu Han and Yi Quan pounced on them almost simultaneously, their faces filled with fervor. Please help me. I'm begging you. I'll let you manage my entire fortune. And me. Xingshin, from now on you're like my own brother. We don't need to talk about agency anymore, just let me invest with you. I'll just have a taste of the profits. Zhou Qing was getting a headache from their noise, so she waved her hand and forcibly changed the subject. All right, let's talk about this later. I have something more troubling me right now. He glanced at Yin Fang not far away, sighed, and briefly recounted how her father had been live-streaming his grievances at the villa entrance. Hey! It's no big deal. Upon hearing this, Baldy Donkey immediately thumped his chest loudly, his face full of fierceness. Leave it to me. I'll find a few brothers, put him in a sack, beat him up, and throw him out of town. I guarantee he won't even be able to find his way around Cloud Bay again. That is too crude, Fu Han immediately retorted, pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses and revealing the calculating air of a cultured man. This kind of person is a tough nut to crack. Beating him up won't do any good, it will only make him more aggressive. If you ask me, we should have someone detain him and lock him up for 10 days or half a month. That will wear him down and make all his problems disappear. We can't do anything illegal. Yi Quan shook his head and proposed his own solution. We live in the internet age, so we have to use magic to defeat magic. He has live streaming, right? Let us hire an online army to dig up his entire family history, fabricate some dirt on him, and say that he is a gambler, womanizer, and drug addict with a mountain of debt, and that he is trying to extort money from his daughter. Once we ruin his reputation, no one will believe him anymore. These ideas are all ruthless and dirtier than the last. Zhou Qing frowned and rejected them one by one.
A violent solution will have endless consequences.
Illegal detention is tantamount to courting death. As for hiring online trolls, it's a temporary fix, and if it backfires, he'll be even more unable to shake off the label of a scumbag who cheated people out of their houses. Zhang San, who had been silent until now, suddenly laughed. He took a sip of champagne and slowly began, "There is a way to get rid of this pest.
However, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. If Fang Fang holds a grudge against me later, I would be at a huge loss."
He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on a corner, where a meaningful smile appeared on his face.
"However, I can recommend someone to you.
She is the most suitable person to handle this matter." Following his gaze, everyone saw a woman wearing a black tight dress, with a hot figure and exquisite smoky makeup, leaning against the bar, listlessly swirling the wineglass in her hand.
Zhang Yin.
Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yin raised her eyes, her fox-like eyes shining brightly. She walked over step by step in her high heels.
"Looking for me?"
His gaze locked onto Zhou Qing.
"Sure. But my appearance fee is very high."
Zhou Qing looked at her and said, "Name your price." Zhang Yin smiled, extended a slender finger, and gently touched Zhou Qing's chest, her breath sweet as orchids.
"Be my boyfriend for a week." The entire audience erupted in uproar. "No way."
Yin Fang instantly bristled, rushed forward, shoved Zhang Yin's hand away, and stood in front of Zhou Cheng like a protective guardian.
"One day. One day at most."
Seeing her puffed up face, Zhang Yin giggled, her laughter swaying wildly. "Okay, then it'll be one day."
"The deal is done."
Everyone looked at her with curiosity, wondering what extraordinary abilities she possessed. The smile on Zhang Yin's face slowly faded.
"You can't stop this kind of scoundrel by just blocking him, you have to go along with him and flatter him." She looked around at everyone.
If heaven wants someone to perish, it first makes them mad.
The first step is to meet their demands and let them live in a villa. Give them the best rooms and the best treatment so that they feel like they are the owners here. Then, defeat them one by one. Her gaze shifted to Yin Fang. "Your younger brother, is his name Yin Peng?"
"He's 12 or 13, the age when hormones are raging and he knows nothing."
"Meng Meng, Xiao Ku."
She named a few young, energetic girls. "Your job is to take him out to play. Games, clubbing, racing, calling him little brother today and baby tomorrow, pamper him to the skies, make him think that every girl in the world loves him. In less than 3 days, this kid will be so corrupted by you that he'll forget even his own name."
Chapter 98. You still have the nerve to ask for a reward? As for that stepmother, Zhang Yin said with a cold smile. This kind of woman is nothing but greed. If she accidentally sees a few bottles of those expensive wines in the villa, and then you arrange for her to be tempted by a high price for buying wine, do you think she can resist taking advantage of it? The most crucial thing is that father.
Her gaze shifted to the bald donkey.
Brother Donkey, this is something you'll have to handle.
Pretend to be his fan, befriend him, and take him out for a good time.
Arrange some young models at the club, take some photos, record some videos. Is that so hard?
The bald donkey chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his expression both lewd and excited. Zhang Yin looked at Zhou Qing one last time, her eyes flashing with a venomous light.
Once we have all the evidence, we'll ask the whole family to leave.
If they refuse to leave, we'll make a scene, the bigger the better.
Then we'll dump all their dirty secrets online.
A womanizing gambler who abandoned his wife and children, a greedy and vicious stepmother who instigated theft, and a spoiled underage hooligan. She smiled gently, but that smile sent chills down the spines of everyone present.
If you then play the victim and recount Fang Fang's grievances over the years, do you think public opinion will be on your side then?
Zhou Qing shuddered. The rest of them were only thinking about how to drive this family away, but Zhang Yin wanted to send them to hell, ruin their reputation, and ensure they could never recover. Fu Han and Yi Quan, who both prided themselves on being ruthless, were now looking at Zhang Yin with a hint of surprise in their eyes.
This isn't solving a problem, it's punishing the person who raised the problem.
The two men turned their gazes to Zhang San simultaneously, their eyes filled with questioning. How did you raise such a prodigy?
Zhang San spread his hands, feigning innocence to distance himself. Don't look at me.
This girl's mind isn't something I taught her, it's purely a natural talent.
This explanation, instead of offering any comfort, sent chills down everyone's spines. The most terrifying thing is that you are born with talent.
In the midst of this deathly silence, the cold calculation on Zhang Yin's face instantly melted away, replaced by a sickeningly sweet smile. She strode up to Zhou Qing again, tilting her delicate face up and speaking in a sweet, coquettish voice.
Uncle, now, can you be my boyfriend? No.
Like a mother hen fiercely protecting her chicks, Yin Fong once again spread her arms wide, standing firmly in front of Zhou Qing, and glared warily at Zhang Yin. Uncle, can only be your boyfriend after my dad and the others are driven away.
And only for 1 day. 7 days. Zhang Yin retorted without backing down, holding up 7 fingers.
My plan is a series of interconnected steps, and it will take at least a week to develop.
1 day? 1 day is only enough for me to buy 2 skins for that little brat.
This bizarre transaction was negotiated in a childish manner by 2 girls who looked no more than 20 years old. Fu Han and the others who were watching felt that the scene was extremely absurd. The chill did not dissipate, but instead seeped even deeper into their bones. Ultimately, with tears in her eyes, Yin Fong compromised and agreed on a price for a week after the deal was done. The party atmosphere had vanished, and the guests were making excuses to leave as if avoiding a plague. Zhang San was the last to leave. He deliberately stayed behind, patted Zhou Qing on the shoulder, and said with a serious look in his eyes, "Brother, this is just a child's game, don't take it seriously." The warning in his eyes was obvious. He was reminding Zhou Qing not to have any inappropriate thoughts about a girl like Zhang Yin. Zhou Qing handed him a cigarette, lit one for himself, took a deep drag, and the smoke he exhaled blurred his expression.
"Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I promise I'll just be playing around." "Something just doesn't sound right about that."
Zhang San's eyelids twitched, but he tacitly refrained from pursuing the matter further. He knew that someone who could quietly rake in hundreds of millions of dollars in the US stock market was definitely not some innocent young man.
Wan Shangyi and Bai Jiayan also came to say goodbye.
Zhou Qing looked at Wan Shangyi, who was exhausted but still full of energy, and was very satisfied. During this period, from opening the store to preparing for the villa party, this kid has been running around and has made a great contribution.
Shangyi, you did a great job.
Tomorrow, go to the 4S store and pick up a top-of-the-line Passat.
Put it in the company account as your bonus.
Upon hearing this, Shunzi's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved closer, rubbing his hands together with a fawning expression. "Brother Qing, what about me?"
"What about me?"
Zhou Qing glanced at him sideways, and the anger she had just suppressed instantly surged up again, so she kicked him.
"You still have the nerve to ask for a reward? I asked you to find a shop, and you fucking found me a place next to a crematorium. Are you trying to provide a one-stop service for customers after they finish eating? Then I changed the location, and you found me a red light district. Are you trying to turn the bubble tea shop into a brothel? Finally, you directly chose a location opposite the Market Supervision Administration. Shunzi, do you have some kind of special fetish? Or are you just a pervert?" A barrage of questions left Shunzi reeling. He clutched his head, looking utterly aggrieved, and after a long pause, he finally muttered something under his breath. I just want her to treat me a little better, like Sister Yen treated Shangyi." He was referring to the moment when Bai Jiayan personally wiped Wan Shangyi's sweat.
Zhou Qing was stunned. He then realized that in this seemingly strong woman-weak man couple, Shunzi, this burly man, was actually the one who loved so humbly that he was practically in the dust.
It's late at night. In the swimming pool, Yin Fong and her energetic friends finally shed their day's fatigue, changed into cool swimsuits, and frolicked under the moonlight.
Colorful lingerie peeked through the shimmering water, and the girls' cheerful laughter echoed in the villa's night sky, carrying a sense of unbridled revelry reminiscent of an apocalyptic celebration. Zhou Qing leaned against the second-floor balcony, quietly watching all of this without intervening.
"Laugh as much as you want, make as much noise as you want.
Anyway, tomorrow, some uninvited guests will come to share this peace in quiet." As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, Zhou Qing drove his Maybach, carrying the meticulously dressed Yin Fong, out of the Cloud Bay Villa district. The car door opened, and Yin Fong took a deep breath of the cool morning air. Beneath her exquisite makeup was a face filled with determination and exhaustion. She looked at Zhou Qing beside her with a complicated expression, as if she were looking at an ally, or a devil who had let a wolf into the house. Zhou Qing ignored her gaze. He simply took out his phone, dialed a number, and spoke in a calm tone, as if he were informing a delivery driver to pick up their food at the door.
"We're here, get off." No sooner had he finished speaking than a commotion broke out in a dilapidated Wuling Hongguang minivan not far away. The car door was violently pulled open with a bang, and 3 figures eagerly crawled out. The man leading the group was a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a protruding belly. He was Yin Fong's father, Yin Jianjun. His faded, cheap jacket looked out of place against the backdrop of the affluent neighborhood in the dim morning light. Chapter 99. Dad. Have you no shame?
Following closely behind was Yin Fong's stepmother, Wang Mimi, who greedily scanned her surroundings. The last one to roll out of the car was a chubby boy of about 12 or 13 years old.
Oh my! My precious daughter! You're finally here! Wang Nini's shout broke the morning's tranquility.
She swayed as she rushed over, but her target wasn't Yin Fong, it was the gleaming Maybach. She stretched out her hand, painted with cheap nail polish, and carefully touched the car's paint. Yin Fong's father's gaze was fixed on the villa standing on the hillside, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Zhou Qing opened the heavy, carved door of the villa for them with a blank expression.
My God! These floor tiles are even shinier than my dining table. Wang Nini screamed as soon as she entered the door.
She immediately pulled out her phone, opened the beauty camera app, and started snapping selfies like crazy.
Look! Look! My daughter found me a great son-in-law. We'll be living here from now on.
She took pictures while frantically sending voice messages in the family group chat, her pride overflowing.
The chubby boy was even more uncouth.
He didn't even bother to change his shoes, wearing his mud-splattered sneakers, and stomped up to the second floor. He casually pushed open the door to a bedroom, threw his oil-stained backpack onto the handmade carpet worth hundreds of thousands, and then plopped down on the soft bed, his stinky feet wafting out. He then turned on all the gaming equipment in Zhou Qing's hundreds of thousands of yuan esports room. Yin Fong's father stood with his hands behind his back, like a leader on an inspection tour, touching and tapping here and there. From the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room to the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, his eyes were filled with possessiveness. Zhou Qing leaned against the door, coldly observing this farce. Yin Fong stood behind him, her nails digging into her palms, her breath coming in angry gasps.
Ahem! Zhou Qing cleared his throat, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He said it casually. This place is alright, it was just bought in a bit of a rush, but it'll do for now. It's only 600 million. Wang Nini's hand, holding her phone, froze in mid-air. Her mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg, and her expression instantly shifted from ecstatic joy to utter blankness. Yin Jianjun's hand, which was stroking an antique vase, suddenly trembled, and he almost swept the vase to the ground. He turned his head sharply, his eyes wide like copper bells, staring intently at Zhou Qing, trying to discern the truth or falsehood of his words from his face. Ding! Extreme shock detected. Wang Nini's shock level plus 100.
The system notification sounded pleasantly in Zhou Qing's mind.
Sex, hundreds of millions?
Wang Mimi uttered these words in a trembling voice, her phone falling to the ground with a thud, but she was completely unaware of it.
Yin Jianjun's breathing suddenly quickened.
He rushed to Zhou Qing in 3 steps, forgetting to put down his luggage, and a fawning smile appeared on his face.
What a good son-in-law. He's really my good son-in-law. On the property deed for this villa, will Fong's name be on it?
Zhou Qing smiled insincerely.
No. He uttered 2 words, crisp and decisive. My premarital property.
Yin Jianjun's smile froze for a moment, but then immediately changed into the earnest expression of an elder. He patted Zhou Qing on the shoulder, his gesture perfectly measured. Hey, young people like you, it's good that you think things through. Now that this house is yours, we need to talk about the bride price. You've already bought a house worth 600 million, so the bride price should be at least 88.88 million, for good luck, don't you think? You. Yin Fong could no longer hold back, trembling with anger, her chest heaving violently.
Dad. Have you no shame? Shut up. Yin Jianjun's face darkened. Do you even have the right to speak here?
I'm having serious business with your future husband. Just as an argument was about to erupt, Zhou Qing gently raised his hand and stood in front of Yin Fong. He whispered to Yin Fong in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear.
A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan.
His gaze was calm as still water, yet it instantly calmed Yin Fong down. Yes, Zhang Yin's plan has only just begun. Now that it's happening, all previous efforts have been wasted.
The next 2 weeks were hell for Yin Fong. For Zhou Qing, however, it was a large-scale observation show on human nature. Events unfolded precisely as Zhang Yin had predicted.
After experiencing the success of live streaming, Yin Jianjun set up his equipment in the living room of his villa the very next evening.
Against a backdrop of a huge crystal chandelier and a spiral staircase, he used a sensational headline, "What's it like in the home of a billionaire son-in-law? Let his father-in-law show you." Initially, it did attract a lot of traffic.
But when he started vehemently promoting his cheap stockings for 9.9 yuan with free shipping, the comments section exploded. Fans who had initially sympathized with him for being abandoned by his daughter felt insulted and turned against him faster than flipping through a book. Even more outrageous, he used his wealthy father-in-law's false identity to maintain ambiguous relationships with several female fans at the same time, and even went so far as to arrange for them to stay in rented houses near Yunji Bay. On a dark and stormy night, he was cornered in his room by the husband of one of his female fans, who brought his brothers, and a full-blown brawl ensued. Stepmother Wang Mimi, on the other hand, was completely immersed in the fantasy of being a wealthy socialite. Her daily routine consisted of wearing designer clothes stolen from Yin Fang's wardrobe, taking photos in various corners of the villa, and posting them on social media. She drank the treasured red wine in Zhou Qing's wine cellar like it was juice, and even secretly packed it up and shipped it out in an attempt to cash it in. Even the finest ingredients air freighted from all over the world, stored in the refrigerator, could not escape their fate. As for that brat Yin Hao, with his parents busy with their careers, he was completely left to his own devices. His bedroom had been turned into a garbage dump, with takeout boxes piled up like mountains and a sour, rotten smell permeating the air. Faced with this mess, Zhou Cheng chose to ignore it. For the past 2 weeks, he has practically become a resident warrior on the trendy street, spending all his time there. Those young women, now they truly understand what a super rich person looks like. Today, I'll buy out all the limited edition sneakers tomorrow, I'll clear out the entire streetwear store the day after, I'll treat everyone in the internet cafe to an all-nighter. Every move I make is accompanied by a massive amount of shock points. In just 2 weeks, Zhou Qing's bragging points skyrocketed by a full 1,000 points, and his balance soared to nearly 2,000. He originally wanted to see what it was like to participate in the lottery, but he was really angry with Yin Fang's father and stepmother and needed to calm down. System lottery draw, proceed immediately. Giveaway in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained drone delivery system 20% unlock progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained basic hangover relief pill production machine small. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Congratulations, host, you have received 3D virtual projection material pack 10 items. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 million yuan in legal cash. Looking at this series of gains, Zhou Cheng nodded in satisfaction. The drone system is a long-term investment, the hangover cure has huge commercial potential, and the more free attribute points the better. As for cash, it's just a bonus. Just as he was figuring out how to use these new rewards, his phone screen lit up, and a message came from Donkey Baldy's number. Brother Ching, all the materials are ready, videos, audio recordings, and transfer records, all in high definition and uncensored. They can be released anytime, guaranteed to fry him to a crisp. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Qing's eyes. The fish are fattened up and ready to be slaughtered. He stood up and dialed the first number, which was answered almost instantly. Director Lei, I need your help with a personal matter. At Cloud Bay number 1, there's a woman suspected of theft, involving a huge sum of money. Could you please bring your men to handle this? Yes, caught red-handed. The things she stole are quite valuable. I estimate she'll be out of there around the time cabbages can be grown in the lunar soil. Chapter 100 I Want to Kiss Too. After hanging up, he dialed a second number. Hello, is this Director Wang from Yutsai Middle School? I'm the temporary guardian of Yin Hao from Class 3, Grade 8. Yes, I want to file a formal complaint. This student didn't do a single word of his homework during the entire holiday. Zhou Qing hung up the phone. He picked up the latte in front of him, which had long since gone cold, and took a small sip. The bitter taste spread across his tongue. Human nature, indeed, cannot withstand testing. If you put it in the sunlight, it will grow desires. If you throw it into the darkness, it will grow fangs. Just half an hour later, the internet frenzy swept in at an unprecedented speed. Several influential social news accounts with tens of millions of followers dropped bombshells almost simultaneously, as if they had planned it in advance. The headlines were increasingly horrifying. Shocking reversal. Billionaire son-in-law's father-in-law is actually a scumbag who cheated on multiple women during his marriage, and deep dive into the tragic father in Jianjun, his daughter cut off money and food during her college entrance exam, and his hotel room records with multiple women exposed. If public opinion was previously overwhelmingly in favor of Yin Jianjun, now the tide has turned. The entire internet exploded. Those netizens who were just 2 days ago in Yin Jianjun's live stream expressing sympathy for the uncle and pity for the unfilial daughter felt their compassion being repeatedly trampled on, and their intelligence being fried in oil.
The anger of being fooled instantly transformed into a raging inferno. Holy crap! I must have been blind.
I sent 2 rockets to this guy. I was cursing at Infong yesterday. I slapped myself. I'm such an idiot. No wonder I always felt he was greasy watching his live streams. He was rotten to the core. He even flirted with female fans. I'm disgusted. So he wasn't abandoned by his daughter, he brought it on himself.
Anyone who ends up with a dad like that is doomed. The comments section has completely become a forum for judging human nature.
Hashtag Yin Jianjun's infidelity. Hashtag the biggest plot twist of the year. Hashtag. These terms shot up to the top 3 of the trending topics list at lightning speed. Zhou Qing refreshed the page expressionlessly, coldly observing the scheme he had laid out and precisely reaping the market's reaction.
He didn't stop there.
Instead, he anonymously fed the second wave of information sent by Donkey Baldy to several marketing accounts that were best at stirring up emotions.
This time, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back.
The new revelation is complete with pictures and text, and the chain of evidence is outrageously complete. Next to the photos of Yin Fang's biological mother's memorial service, there is a screenshot of a video showing Yin Jianjun going to the hospital the next day and fighting with his relatives from his mother's family over the inheritance. The irony is stark when Yin Fang's top-scoring middle school entrance exam results are placed alongside her admission notice for being forced to attend a third-rate vocational high school.
There are also old photos and recorded testimonies from neighbors, revealing a chilling truth.
Starting from junior high school, Yin Fang was sent to live with her aunt because of her family's financial difficulties, and she rarely saw her father throughout the year. At this point, Yin Jianjun's image as a loving and devoted father was shattered, leaving him with nothing but a fig leaf.
He was taken away by the police on suspicion of fraud.
Wang Mimi was unaware that her days were numbered, and she was staging a hysterical farce. Like a mad hen, she scratched and clawed at the dejected Yin Jianjun beside her, her sharp nails leaving several bloody marks on his face.
Yin Dashing. You heartless bastard. I'll fight you to the death. You've been keeping a vixen on the side, treating me like a fool. Why is my life so miserable?
She cried out, her voice piercing and shrill. However, in the brief moment the police tried to pull her away, her unrestrained hands swiftly pulled her phone out of her pocket, skillfully unlocked it, opened a live streaming app, and pointed the camera at her tear-streaked face.
Family. I've been tricked. This damned man lied to me. I didn't know anything about it. You have to help me.
1 second she was a shrew throwing a tantrum, the next she transformed into a delicate, pitiful flower seeking sympathy.
The speed at which he changed his expression left even seasoned police officers stunned. Unfortunately, her performance didn't last long. Another policeman walked over with a document in his hand, his face ashen. Wang Mimi, stop acting. We've received a report that you're suspected of stealing valuable liquor from Mr. Zhou Qing's villa. Come with us. I didn't. You're making baseless accusations. Wang Mimi screamed.
The police simply and indifferently opened the video on the body camera, which was footage retrieved from the villa's surveillance cameras. The footage clearly records how she started by sneaking away from the wine cellar to steal a bottle of red wine on the first day, and later became bolder and bolder, directly carrying out boxes of mutai in her suitcase.
The evidence is irrefutable.
When Wang Mimi looked at herself on the screen, the light in her eyes went out instantly, and her body went limp, collapsing to the ground like a lump of mud.
Yin Jianjun was completely panicked at this moment.
Ignoring his disheveled appearance, he saw Zhou Qing leaning against the car not far away through the car window, and rushed over, grabbing Zhou Qing's trouser leg with a smile that looked more like a grimace.
Qing. Zhou Qing. Good son-in-law. You have to save me. Save your aunt. We know we were wrong, we'll never do it again.
Zhou Qing looked down at him, her eyes devoid of any emotion. She simply lifted her foot and gently shook his hand off her trouser leg. Not far away, in a bright red Ferrari, Zhang Yin rolled down the window and watched the farce with great interest. She spoke to Yin Fang and Zhou Qing inside the car in a seductive tone.
TSK, the heat doesn't seem quite right. Should we add a bit more heat?
She blinked, her eyes innocent and guileless, but the words that came out were like a viper spitting venom.
Just say that you broke up to get rid of these awful family members.
Turn Yin Fang into a tragic heroine who broke ties with her family for love, only to be abandoned in the end.
That way, she'll be completely clean.
Yin Fang's breath hitched, and she had to admit that she felt a fleeting flutter in her heart.
Yes, a complete break, a complete rebirth. No. Zhou Qing was resolute.
He glanced at Zhang Yin's excited expression in the rearview mirror, and alarm bells went off in his mind.
Given Zhang Yin's nature, if we continue to go along with her wishes, it's really uncertain who will end up getting burned. She was hoping that she and Yin Fang would get themselves into trouble. Zhou Qing's words were like a bucket of cold water, waking Yin Fang up. Looking at Zhou Qing's resolute profile, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Zhou Qing turned her head and looked at Yin Fang, whose eyes were red and whose expression was complicated. Her tone softened for the first time. Don't think too much. It's good that things are resolved. By the way, the villa is so big, it's just sitting empty. Why don't you invite your aunt's family to stay here for a while? They've been good to you, they deserve to enjoy themselves.
This suggestion instantly brightened Yin Fang's gloomy heart. Her aunt was one of the few sources of warmth she had in this world. Yin Fang could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. But this time, they were not from humiliation and pain, but from emotion and joy. She suddenly leaned forward and planted a big kiss on Zhou Qing's cheek.
Thank you.
After saying that, she wiped away her tears like a happy little bird, couldn't wait to get off the car, took out her phone to call her aunt, and her steps were full of joy. Inside the car, Zhang Yin watched this scene, her pretty face instantly falling, her jealousy almost overflowing from her eyes. She sidled up to Zhou Qing, pointing to her own cheek.
Uncle, I've given you some advice too. I want a kiss too. Chapter 101 Grandpa, let me explain.
Zhou Qing glanced at her sideways, then reached out a finger and flicked her smooth forehead lightly.
With a loud, crisp bang. Little friend.
Zhou Qing withdrew his hand, started the car, and spoke calmly. I'm just your boyfriend for 7 days, not your dog for 7 days. Zhang Yin covered her forehead, stomped her feet in anger, and her face turned bright red. But watching Zhou Qing's car drive away so gracefully, she could only angrily start her own car and follow closely behind. When Zhou Qing, carrying a disgruntled Zhang Yin, reappeared on the trendy street, the atmosphere on the entire street froze. The energetic young women gathered in front of the bubble tea shop forgot to drink their bubble tea.
Ziyan even spat out the pearl in her mouth. What does this mean? Has the Empress been relegated to the sidelines?
The others were also extremely shocked.
Brother Qing, you've changed people? That's so sudden. I knew he wasn't a good person either. Ding. Shock level from Lu Xian plus 100. Ding. Shock level from Zhou Xiaoxiao plus 100. Ding. Shock level from the stray cat plus 100.
Everyone's gaze swept back and forth between Zhou Qing and Zhang Yin like searchlights, and a level 10 storm was raging in their minds. They simply couldn't understand how Zhou Qing, who had just been furious for a woman, could suddenly be seen with another top beauty.
What about Yin Fang? In a corner of the crowd, one figure stood out as particularly forlorn.
The snake demon was dressed in a tight-fitting sportswear and followed respectfully behind a rich second-generation businessman with slicked-back hair and a water bottle. Young Master Shang, please pay attention to your breathing rhythm.
Yes, tighten your core.
Having lost his strategist, bald donkey, and his money bag, Yi Qing, the once arrogant snake demon has now been reduced to working as a personal trainer. The shadow swallowed most of the snake demon's form, pressing her down. She respectfully opened an expensive bottle of mineral water for the rich second generation in front of her. Once upon a time, he was the undisputed figure on this street, surrounded by his underlings, and commanded respect wherever he looked. But now, his gaze cut through the crowd and was fixed on the slowly moving Maybach. As the car window rolled down, Zhou Qing's unremarkable face and Zhang Yin's charming and captivating smile in the passenger seat sent a shiver down her spine. All the young women were swarming around them. But she lost even the right to go up and say hello. The man she once regarded as an ant has now reached a height that she can only look up to, or even see clearly. The snake demon lowered its head silently and handed over the water, its voice as humble as a dog's.
Young Master Shang, water.
Once inside the gym, Zhou Qing naturally wanted to spend some money. As soon as Zhou Qing lay down, before he could even feel the masseuse's touch, a fragrant breeze swept past him. Like a cunning Persian cat, Zhang Yin lay down on the empty bed next to him without warning, turned to her side, propped her head up with one hand, and affectionately took Zhou Qing's arm with the other, pressing his palm under her warm and soft arm. Click. The sound of the phone's shutter was crisp and piercing.
Before Zhou Qing could react, Zhang Yin was already holding up her phone, admiring the awkwardly angled and ambiguous group photo.
In the photo, the two are head-to-head. Zhou Qing looks bewildered, while she smiles like a naughty child who has stolen candy. The next second, the photo, accompanied by a simple heart, appeared in her WeChat moments. The ripples that Zhang Yin's WeChat moments can create are sometimes more ferocious than a tsunami. Just 1 minute later, in a private room at a high-end club in Beijing, Zhang San was enjoying a gentle massage from his new girlfriend's fingertips when his phone on the table started vibrating incessantly, as if it had gone crazy. The caller ID pictures were all incredibly unsettling. Some were dressed in crisp military uniforms with general stars on their shoulders, some were dressed in Zhongshan suits against a backdrop of red walls, and others were dressed in white coats and protective masks, hiding in a small darkroom.
Hey, Grandpa, let me explain. That's not true. Grandpa.
Don't be angry, it's just that girl Zhang Yin playing house again.
Third uncle. It's fake. It's absolutely fake. How could Xiaoyin be in a relationship? You know her perfectly well.
Zhang San jumped up from the sofa with a start, bowing and scraping, sweating profusely, and talking to the phone like a grandson. Every phone call made him feel like he was being skinned alive. His unruly aunt has stirred up a hornet's nest this time, a mess that has blown the sky apart. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin was enthusiastically spamming a chat group called Beijing's #1 Beauty Girl Group, with a smug introduction below the group photo.
Zhang Yin, the cool and aloof girl. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Zhou Chang. Don't let his slightly ugly appearance fool you, he's incredibly capable.
He invented a miracle drug called the screaming pill, which can make people fly.
I asked him to save me a box of it.
Oh, by the way, he casually played around in the US stock market a couple of days ago and made $1 billion. This Ferrari he gave me was bought with his pocket money. As Zhou Qing listened to the system notification, he felt that he might be about to pass the 7th day after his death.
Ding. Shock level from Liao Roro plus 100. Ding. Shock level from Meng Liao plus 120. Ding. Shock level from Shiyun plus 100.
The Yi family mansion in the capital. With a bang, Yi Qing slammed the blue and white porcelain teacup in her hand onto the ground, scattering shards everywhere. He stared intently at Zhang Yin's WeChat moments on his phone screen, his eyes practically spitting fire.
Sis. Let me go to Binhai. I'm going right now. I want to personally crush that Zhou bastard.
His sister beside him merely glanced at him indifferently, her brows slightly furrowed, and she remained silent, but the chill in her eyes seemed to lower the temperature of the entire room. Not only the Yi family, but the younger generation of all the major wealthy families in the capital were now in an uproar, as if a pond had been filled with pebbles.
Countless applications requesting permission to travel to the coastal area were submitted to the desks of the elders in each family.
Even some pampered young ladies who rarely left their homes were tempted by the whimsical idea that the seaside was so fun, as posted on Zhang Yin's WeChat moments. While Zhang Yin was on the phone bragging, Zhou Cheng slipped away into a small alley and disappeared into his Shasen snack shop. He just wanted to find a quiet place. However, the scene before him made him pause slightly. The once slovenly Shunzi, who spent his days wasting time in internet cafes, is now dressed in a sharp suit, his hair slicked back, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and writing furiously in a notebook filled with a thick stack of documents. He was muttering to himself, using technical terms related to store revenue, customer profiling, and cost control. Zhou Qing couldn't help but step forward and pat him on the shoulder.
Well done, Shunzi. You've been away for a while now, so you're ready to be a good boss? Shunzi looked up abruptly and saw Zhou Qing.
A hint of panic flashed across his face, but he quickly put on a smile.
Brother Cheng. What brings you here? Oh, just wondering, just wondering.
Just as Zhou Qing was about to praise him, an anxious voice came from the doorway.
My notebook. Where's my notebook? Wan Shangyi rushed in with a flustered expression and immediately saw what Shunzi was holding. Shunzi! You little rascal!
So it was you who stole my shop information. Chapter 102. Welcome to Trendy Street, you idiot. The documents in Shunzi's hands scattered all over the floor with a clatter.
All those densely packed data and analytical charts bore Wan Shangyi's watermark.
Shunzi's face turned deathly pale, his eyes darted around, and he suddenly slapped his thigh, his expression one of deep sorrow.
Oh dear. I just remembered. My cousin's wife back home is about to give birth. I have to hurry back to see her. Brother Ching, Mr. Wan, let's talk later.
After saying that, he scrambled out of the Shasen snack shop and disappeared into the crowd in an instant. As evening falls, the city lights begin to twinkle. Zhou Qing ultimately couldn't escape Zhang Yin's clutches and was forced to accompany her as she paraded through the streets, enduring torture in front of everyone. Just then, a deep and oppressive engine roar came from afar, instantly drowning out all the noise on the street.
Everyone instinctively turned around. A black Maybach slowly drove into the trendy street.
The license plate hanging on the front of the car made everyone who saw it gasp in shock.
Emperor A000009. Following closely behind was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, its body gleaming like moonlight under the neon lights, and its license plate plunged the entire street into a deathly silence. Beijing 999,999. This isn't over yet.
Following the Phantom, a convoy of top-of-the-line luxury cars, including Bentleys, Ferraris, and Lamborghinis, filed in. Every single car bore a license plate with a special Beijing number that sent chills down the spine. The air along the entire trendy street became scorching hot.
Shop owners rushed out of their stores, their faces pale. The sales staff stared at them intently.
Those young men who had been showing off their newly bought trendy brands just a moment ago now wished they could disappear into the ground. This scene was very similar to the scene when Yi Qing first arrived in Binhai, but this time the scale was even greater. The lead car stopped 10 meters away from the crowd. The door opened, and a young man dressed in haute couture with silver gray hair stepped out.
His eyes were flippant, and his face bore an innate arrogance as he surveyed the entire room, his gaze as if he were appraising the cats and dogs in his own backyard. Behind him, the group of energetic young men and women, though their faces were also a little pale, stood ramrod straight. There was no fear in their eyes, but rather a wildfire burning within them, as if their territory had been invaded.
This is their territory. The silver-haired boy seemed to enjoy the attention he received. He pulled out a thick wad of red banknotes from his pocket, flicked it, and the rustling sound was ear-piercing to everyone.
Who is Zhou Qing?
Tell me where he is, and this money is yours.
A suppressed commotion arose in the crowd, but no one stepped forward.
A young man with a wolf-tail hairstyle spat on the ground and glanced at him with contempt.
From the capital?
The silver-haired boy raised an eyebrow, seemingly somewhat surprised.
You've got some sense. What, 10,000 isn't enough?
Behind him, another boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked like a refined scoundrel, sneered, stepped forward, and slowly pulled out 9 stacks of banknotes, rounding them up to a whole number.
10,000.
Tell me where he is, or tell me who knows where he is. The money hit the hood of the Maybach with a dull thud. Just then, a girl wearing a crop top and with a black rose tattooed on her arm pushed through the crowd and stepped out.
It's Su Mengmeng.
Her eyes were as cold as ice as she walked straight to the car and glanced at the 10 stacks of banknotes.
I accepted it.
She spoke succinctly, reaching out to grab the 100,000 yuan into her arms without even glancing at it. The boy with the gold-rimmed glasses curled his lips into a smug smile.
Very good. Where is he? Royal Dynasty Bar.
Su Mengmeng uttered 4 words casually, then turned to leave.
Stop.
The silver-haired boy blocked her way, his face already showing anger.
10,000 yuan for just 4 words?
Take us there. Su Mengmeng stopped and slowly turned around, her beautiful eyes now hiding disdain. She looked the silver-haired boy up and down. Then, she smiled.
That smile was like a poison knife. Lead the way?
Sure. She extended a finger with black nail polish and gently shook it.
100 million. Are you fucking looking for death?
The silver-haired boy was completely enraged and grabbed her collar.
However, Su Mengmeng reacted even faster than him.
She suddenly raised her knee, but stopped an inch away from the other man's lower abdomen. The sharp gust of wind made the silver-haired boy stiffen and subconsciously let go.
The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Can't afford it?
Su Mengmeng's tone was full of extreme sarcasm. She didn't even look at the 100,000 yuan in her arms, and suddenly threw it into the air.
Whoosh! Red rain pours down. Thousands of brand new banknotes spun and fell under the neon lights.
Her clear and resolute voice echoed through the wind, reverberating throughout the entire street. Remember me, I'm Su Mengmeng, the queen of the trendy street. She pointed her middle finger directly at the silver-haired boy's nose, enunciating each word with utmost contempt in her eyes. Welcome to the trendy street, you idiot.
Awesome. Sister Mengmeng is awesome.
After a brief silence, the entire street erupted in thunderous cheers and whistles.
Those energetic young men and women are holding their chests out even higher now.
Inside the Royal Dynasty Bar, Zhou Qing could see everything happening outside through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. He was completely stunned. On the system panel, a series of shock values were jumping wildly, but he had no time to pay attention to them. Only one thought crossed his mind: is this still the same Su Mengmeng who could argue with the taxi driver for half an hour over a 10 yuan fare? Has she thrown away 100,000 yuan like trash? Has she gone mad? Bang! The bar door was pushed open, and Su Mengmeng walked in, bringing with her a chill. She went straight to the booth opposite Zhou Qing, picked up a beer from the table, and downed the whole bottle in one gulp. The wine dripped down her fair neck, mingling with her sweat, conveying an indescribable sense of dejection and resolve.
It's my birthday today.
She slammed the empty wine bottle heavily on the table, her eyes reddening. I originally wanted to get my tattoo removed and give that bastard Shunzi a surprise. Her voice was choked with sobs.
And what happened?
I saw him reading the palm of some little slut. And he was bragging about how it was his great-uncle's family secret technique, that he could calculate birth dates, predict marriage, and even determine life and death. Su Mengmeng became increasingly angry as she spoke, and picked up another bottle of wine.
Pa! He can't even figure out how many fried dough sticks he'll eat for breakfast tomorrow. Zhou Qing was both amused and exasperated.
This move was indeed very smooth. Just as he was about to say a few words of comfort, Zhang Yin suddenly leaned closer, her breath sweet as orchids.
Look, all men in the world are the same. You're no different from him. Zhou Qing's eyes instantly turned cold.
He looked at Zhang Yin expressionlessly, his tone indifferent.
If you want to break up, I can make that happen.
Zhang Yin's smile froze, and for the first time, she showed panic. Her seemingly invincible arrogant persona was shattered in front of Zhou Qing.
I was wrong, brother Qing.
1 second Zhang Yin was like a proud queen, the next she softened, pressed herself against Zhou Qing, held his arm tightly with both hands, rubbed her head against his shoulder, and her voice was full of grievance and flattery.
He was just joking, don't be angry, okay? Chapter 103. Even training a dog wouldn't be this fast, right?
Just then, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the bar. The one leading the group was Zhang San, who had just been frantically talking on the phone. Behind him followed a group of elegantly dressed socialites from Beijing, each with an extraordinary air about them. They came to see the joke, to expose Zhou Qing, that swindler from Binhai. However, what they saw at that moment was a scene that made their eyes almost pop out. Zhang Yin, who was so powerful and unruly in Beijing social circles that she dared to slap even the eldest son of the Yi family, was like a kitten clinging to a seemingly ordinary man, desperately trying to be cute and apologize.
Ding! Shock level from Li Xiaotong plus 10. Ding! Shock level from Su Qingji plus 10. Ding! Shock level from Miao plus 10. In an instant, Zhou Qing's system backend was flooded with messages.
He could even clearly feel the gazes fixed on him, which had initially been contemptuous and scrutinizing, now turning into shock, astonishment, and disbelief. He didn't spend a penny, and he didn't even say a word.
Ding! Host's subtle showing off is the most lethal. Showing off points instantly surged to 340.
Zhang San stared blankly at his younger sister, who was practically clinging to Zhou Qing, perfectly embodying the phrase "a little bird clinging to a woman." Is this the same Zhang Yin who can shut up a bunch of spoiled brats with just a glance?
This is fucking. Even dog training doesn't go this fast.
Zhou Qing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, so embarrassed that he felt like he was digging a royal bar out of his shoe with his toes. He could clearly feel that the gazes cast by the group of socialites from Beijing behind him had evolved from initial scrutiny to a complex mix of jealousy, inquiry, and even a hint of fear. He felt like he was Zhang Yin's ultimate tool for showing off, passively enduring all the firepower. Just as this eerie atmosphere was brewing amidst the alcohol and hormones, the heavy doors of the bar were pushed open once more. A gust of cold wind swept in, accompanied by several arrogant figures. Leading the group was the silver-haired boy who drove a Maybach and was humiliated by throwing money around on the trendy street. Beside him was Xiao Yan, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a feminine demeanor. Their faces looked even worse than when they were on the street. The silver-haired boy, in particular, had a fury in his eyes that seemed to burn Zhou Qing to ashes.
The atmosphere in the bar instantly plummeted to freezing point.
Zhang San immediately stepped forward, his brows furrowed, and stood between Zhou Qing and the group of people, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure.
What are you doing? Bringing people here to cause trouble?
Xiao Yan, the boy with gold-rimmed glasses, pushed up his glasses, and the lenses reflected a cold light. He forced a smile onto his face.
Third brother, you've misunderstood.
We just heard you were here, so we came to pay our respects and, by the way, broaden our horizons.
His gaze passed over Zhang San's shoulder and locked onto Zhou Qing. The words "broaden your horizons" were practically squeezed out between his teeth.
I don't have much knowledge here, read it and then get lost. Zhang San was blunt. He knew these people's character very well. However, while he could stop others, he couldn't stop his own sister, who seemed to thrive on chaos.
Oh dear, don't be so fierce.
Zhang Yin's sweet voice was like adding fuel to the fire. She leaned halfway out of Zhou Qing's arms and smiled sweetly at Xiao Yan and his group in a tone of showing off a toy.
Let me introduce you all.
This is my boyfriend, Zhou Qing. He's a very nice person, but he's not very good at controlling his strength. She extended a slender finger and tapped Zhou Qing's chest.
One of me can probably take on 10 of you. Boom! A string in Xiao Yan's mind snapped completely. This is an insult, a blatant and extreme insult in front of everyone.
A million grass mud horses galloped through Zhou Qing's mind. He vowed that once this was over, he would pin Zhang Yin down on his lap and teach her a lesson about how one's words can lead to trouble.
Is that so? Xiao Yan sneered coldly.
He ignored Zhang San's warning look and walked straight up to Zhou Qing, extending his right hand.
Hello, my name is Xiao Yan. It's nice to meet. Sister Yin's boyfriend.
Zhou Qing could only reach out his hand.
They were instantly stunned.
The moment their hands clasped together, a terrifying force suddenly surged from each other's palms.
Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly contracted.
This guy's strength is beyond imagination.
It felt like holding a small hydraulic press.
The group of socialites behind him held their breath. Their faces were filled with shock and horror.
Who is Xiao Yan? A notorious human weapon in Beijing's social circles.
He practiced Bajikwan from a young age, and it is said that he could punch through plywood with one punch. Countless sandbags died at his hands. Once, a foolish bodyguard provoked him, and he dislocated his arm in one move. But now, this seemingly ordinary Zhou Qing is able to accept Xiao Yan's full-force grip without changing his expression.
The series of system notifications made Zhou Qing even happier.
Push harder. Zhang Yin added fuel to the fire, giving Xiao Yan a disdainful glance.
Didn't you eat? With that little strength, you can't even tickle my boyfriend.
These words completely ignited Xiao Yan's anger. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, the veins on his neck bulged, and the muscles on his arms bulged like rocks, stretching the sleeves of his expensive shirt so much they almost burst. The power surged once more, like a flood bursting its banks. In a flash, Zhou Qing opened the system panel.
Free attribute points, 1 point. Should it be allocated? Give it your all. Without the slightest hesitation.
The power of freedom instantly surged into Zhou Qing's limbs and bones. Before the ferocious smugness on Xiao Yan's face had faded, his pupils reflected endless terror.
He felt as if he was no longer holding a human hand.
Even when he tried to pull his hand away, he found that his hand was as if it were welded shut and he couldn't move it at all.
Ugh!
Cold sweat instantly beaded on Xiao Yan's forehead, veins bulging like earthworms beneath his skin. His left hand, tucked into his pocket, pressed tightly against his thigh, his entire body trembling, yet he still couldn't budge Zhou Qing an inch.
If this continues, I'm afraid this hand will be ruined. Enough! Zhang San finally couldn't stand it anymore, stepped forward, and separated the two with a stern face.
Xiao Yan staggered back 2 steps, clutching his numb and purple right hand, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of fear as he looked at Zhou Qing. He was panting heavily, his voice hoarse. How did you train? Zhou Qing shook his hand, a mischievous smile on his face. He glanced at Zhang Yin, who was still fanning the flames beside him, and casually took a bright red lipstick from her small bag. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he walked up to Xiao Yan and grabbed his muscular arm. Then, using that lipstick, she carefully wrote a series of clear chemical formulas on his arm.
CO2 plus CaOH2 CSO3 plus H2O.
Xiao Yan stared intently at the line of bright red chemical formulas on his arm, his brain completely shutting down.
What the hell is this thing? You ate this, that's why you're so strong? Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow. Dude, this is a chemical formula.
It means you're like calcium, so you'd better drink more carbonated drinks to settle it down.
Chapter 104, he even has other girlfriends? Xiao Yan was numb.
He was a martial arts expert who had practiced Bajikwan since childhood and believed in the power of brute force. His mind was filled with nothing but muscles and bones, and he even had to count on his fingers to calculate the multiplication table. But now, facing this string of incomprehensible symbols, he felt as if his intelligence was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground. This was even more humiliating than losing in terms of strength.
It was a blow from a lower dimension.
The group of socialites from Beijing around them were also completely bewildered, whispering and gossiping among themselves.
What does this say? A spell? It looks like something from our chemistry textbook back in school. Why did he write this? Does he mean Xiao Yan's brain is as muddy as lime water?
In an instant, all sorts of outrageous speculations arose, each one piercing Xiao Yan's already fragile self-esteem. However, at the heart of this storm, some people remained uninvolved. Ho Qian, the silver-haired boy driving the Maybach, didn't even glance at Xiao Yan. Bypassing the frozen battlefield, his gaze precisely locked onto the most harmless and beautiful figure in the corner. He walked straight towards Su Mengmeng, a standard smile that he thought was charming on his lips, and his voice was deliberately gentle and magnetic. "Hello, this is Ho Qian from the affiliated high school of the Teachers' College.
Beautiful lady, may I get to know you?"
When he announced his name, he raised his chin slightly, exuding an innate sense of superiority.
That was the elite circle in Beijing, a symbol of status.
The socialites around her exchanged glances, their eyes instantly turning scrutinizing and envious as they looked at Su Mengmeng. Unexpectedly, Su Mengmeng, who was full of confidence just a moment ago and called herself the queen of the trendy street, changed her entire demeanor drastically the moment Ho Qian approached, like a startled deer. She instinctively shrank back, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her large eyes watery and filled with innocence and fear, her voice barely audible.
You're here to ask for money? I'm sorry, that 100,000 yuan, I've already given it all away.
That timid, tearful look instantly struck the softest and most vain part of Ho Qian's heart.
It's done. He likes these innocent, naive girls who are intimidated by his aura.
This feeling of being in control made him feel completely at ease.
Money?
Ho Qian chuckled lightly, waving his hand casually.
His wrist slipped out of his sleeve, revealing a Patek Philippe watch gleaming with platinum. The deep blue dial, under the dim lights of the bar, resembled a deep starry sky. I don't care about that kind of thing. That nonchalant, pretentious air was perfectly captured. However, Su Mengmeng's next words were like an invisible slap in his face. She blinked her innocent big eyes, stared curiously at the watch, tilted her head, and asked softly in an even more innocent and casual tone. "Brother, which is better, your Patek Philippe or the Richard Mille that my uncle gave to his girlfriend?" Ding. Shock level from Li Xiaotong plus 10. Ding. Shock level from Su Qingji plus 10. Ding. Shock level from Miao plus 10.
A series of system notifications exploded in Zhou Qing's mind.
Ho Qian's smile instantly froze. Richard Mille?
A tourbillon chronograph watch, touted as a ticket to billionaire status, has a price tag several times that of this Patek Philippe.
Even more fatal was what she said? Uncle gave it to his girlfriend? Which uncle? All eyes in the room instantly focused on Zhou Qing. These words caused a huge uproar among Beijing's socialite circles.
This Zhou Qing not only has a powerful Zhang Yin, but also has another girlfriend.
And Richard Miller, who spends tens of millions of dollars in one go. Uncle.
Zhang Yin's sweet voice rang out at the right moment. Like a lazy cat, she clung to Zhou Qing, stretched out her slender fingers, and tapped Zhou Qing's wrist. Her coquettish tone carried a hint of domineering authority that could not be refused.
"They want a watch too, and yours is pretty good."
Zhou Qing felt like she was being roasted over a fire. All eyes were fixed on him like searchlights. If he refused, all the pretentious image he had just created would instantly crumble. He could only give a helpless bitter smile, and under the envious, jealous, and shocked gazes of everyone, he took off the Vacheron Constantin patrimony watch from his wrist, worth more than 3 million yuan, and personally put it on Zhang Yin's wrist. This action completely ignited the competitive spirit at the scene.
"Enin, it's just a Vacheron Constantin."
Yi Qing, the young master of the Yi family who had been nearly choked to death by Zhou Qing earlier, immediately found a breakthrough. He glanced at Zhou Qing with contempt. "If you like it, I'll have someone send you the Patek Philippe Starry Night model tomorrow."
Yes. Xiao Yan also realized that this was a perfect opportunity to save face.
He ignored the lipstick stain on his arm and hurriedly spoke up.
"The commemorative watch about the territory that my grandfather gave me back then, there's only one in the world, I'm giving it to you." Suddenly, the names of various exorbitantly priced luxury watches were thrown out.
However, Zhang Yin simply fiddled with the Vacheron Constantin watch on her wrist, which was clearly a men's model, with a satisfied and sweet smile on her face. She didn't even bother to look at the two men who were trying to curry favor with her. She just rubbed her cheek against Zhou Qing's shoulder, her voice sickeningly sweet. "No, those are all meaningless. It's only meaningful because it was given to me by my uncle.
This one sentence directly declared Zhou Qing's complete victory.
Yi Cheng and Xiao Yan's faces instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, Su Mengmeng's offensive continued. Her bright, sparkling eyes only had eyes for Ho Qian.
Brother, please don't be angry with me, okay? I'll treat you to a drink to make up for it.
She picked up a glass of wine and looked at Ho Qian pitifully.
But I'm not a good drinker. How about we play rock, paper, scissors? If I lose, I'll drink it for you. How could the naive Ho Qian withstand such an offensive?
The slight embarrassment of being outshone by the watch was instantly replaced by the immense satisfaction of being admired and flattered by a beautiful woman. He immediately felt like he could do it again.
Okay.
After a few rounds, Ho Qian not only added Su Mengmeng's contact information, but also said to her, "Brother, you're amazing, you won again."
"Oh, I'll drink this one for you." Amidst such flattery and clinking glasses, he completely lost his way, drinking one glass after another. With the fish already hooked, the atmosphere was getting more and more enjoyable. Just then, a discordant, greasy voice came from not far away, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. "Hey, isn't this Meng Meng? Are you here to beat up Lao Deng?"
Zhou Qing looked over at the sound and saw the bald monk walking over with a heavily made-up woman. The woman, nicknamed Donkey Bald Man, was currently looking Ho Qian up and down with a flippant and disdainful gaze, clicking her tongue in disapproval. "Not bad, Meng Meng, your skills are improving. But this old Deng you messed up this time doesn't seem to be doing so well." This familiar scene, these seemingly familiar lines. Zhou Qing picked up his wineglass, took a sip, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Ho Qian suddenly stood up, his movement so forceful that it knocked over the bar stool behind him. The glass collided with the marble floor, producing a sharp, jarring sound.
"Who the hell are you talking about?"
Ho Qian's face instantly turned a deep liver color, his temples throbbing with the heat of the alcohol and his anger. He pulled Su Mengmeng behind him and assumed the standard posture of a protector of a flower.
Chapter 105 You Can Be Even Better.
The bald donkey was not afraid at all. Instead, it grinned, revealing a mouthful of teeth that had turned yellow from smoking.
"Oh, getting impatient? What's wrong, did I poke your gut?"
Brother Su Mengmeng's timid voice came from behind Ho Qian. She gripped Ho Qian's clothes tightly, her body trembling slightly, and her voice was trembling with sobs. He's called Bald Donkey, and the woman next to him is called Gu Jiaojiao. She's my mortal enemy. That bald donkey is her newly recognized godfather." Zhou Qing almost spat out the wine in his mouth when he heard that. Ho Qian was clearly disgusted by the nickname, and his contempt for the bald donkey deepened as he looked at him.
"You dare to show off an entry-level Patek Philippe?"
The heavily made-up woman, known as Gu Jiaojiao, completely disregarded Ho Qian's anger.
She stepped forward, affectionately took Donkey Baldy's arm, and casually rolled up the cuffs of his ill-fitting suit.
The deep blue starry sky dial suddenly lit up under the hazy lights, and the diamond set in the bezel resembled a dazzling galaxy.
"Patek Philippe, Starry Night Edition."
Gu Jiaojiao stroked the watch, her eyes sweeping contemptuously over the one on Ho Qian's wrist, a victor's smile playing on her lips.
"Little brother, do you know what a difference there is?
Yours might be good for fooling naive young girls, but with my godfather, it's not even worthy of carrying his shoes." The bald donkey puffed out his chest in perfect compliance, raising his chin almost to the ceiling, looking as arrogant as could be.
At that moment, Ho Qian felt doubly humiliated.
First, he was mocked by a thug, and then he was brutally humiliated by the thug with a watch worth several times his own.
How could a hot-blooded young man withstand such stimulation? "It's just a watch."
In a moment of impulsiveness, Ho Qian's veins bulged on his hands. He abruptly took off his wristwatch, slammed it on the table, grabbed it, and shoved it into Su Mengmeng's hand without a word.
"Meng Meng, here you go. I'm giving this to you."
Zhou Qing was completely stunned by the absurd scene before him.
This is how it was given away? A watch worth millions, all because of a single argument?
Before he could react, Donkey Baldy and Gu Jiaojiao exchanged a glance, and the latter snorted triumphantly before taking Donkey Baldy's arm and walking away. Zhou Qing instinctively followed him out. He had to figure out what was going on. As soon as she stepped out of the side door of the bar, Gu Jiaojiao's arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. She let go of Donkey Baldy's arm, jogged over to Zhou Qing, her face showing a hint of shyness and ingratiation.
"Uncle, we're here to help out.
Meng Meng told me a long time ago that she caught a big fish today and asked us to come and assist her."
The bald donkey also came over, his arrogance completely gone, bowing and scraping as he offered a cigarette.
Brother Ching, don't worry, it's all a routine. Meng Meng knows what she's doing and will return the watch later. She'll keep that kid firmly under her thumb.
Zhou Qing's mind went blank.
He suddenly remembered that back on the trendy street, a woman named by Jiayan and Donkey Baldy had been arguing and slapping each other in the street, which eventually led him to intervene.
So that was all an act too. These energetic young men and women are truly wasting their talents if they didn't become actors in Hengdian.
Zhou Cheng took the cigarette, took a deep drag, and felt a bittersweet sense of vicissitude welling up inside him. The city is full of tricks, and this old man, who prides himself on being knowledgeable and worldly wise, has truly seen it all today. He turned and went back to the bar, and sure enough, the atmosphere in the booths was completely different. Su Meng Meng was putting the Patek Philippe on Ho Qian's wrist, her face full of sincerity and emotion. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but it's too precious for me.
I'm already very happy that you're willing to stand up for me.
Ho Qian's eyes melted as he looked at the girl in front of him, who was unmoved by money and as pure as a white lotus. This time, he not only didn't suffer any loss, but he also gained a perfect girlfriend.
The immense sense of satisfaction from being understood and cherished completely captivated him. He held Su Mengmeng's hand, his eyes almost overflowing with love.
With the show over, Zhou Cheng lost interest in staying any longer and got up to leave.
Uncle, where are you going? Yin will go with you.
Zhang Yin, like a piece of chewing gum, immediately clung to him, asserting her dominance. At that moment, Xiao Yan and Yi Qing's eyes turned red, their jealous gazes almost piercing through Zhou Qing. Just as the atmosphere became tense again, Zhang San arrived. He first bowed respectfully to Zhou Qing, then turned to Yi Qing and Xiao Yan with a beaming smile.
Young Master Yi, young Master Xiao, it's late.
I've arranged a presidential suite for you both.
The car is right outside the door.
He resolved the impasse with just a few words and arranged for everyone to leave without any mishap. However, as Yi Qing sat in the car, his eyes grew increasingly cold. He glanced at the alluring snake demon beside him and a sinister smile crept across his face.
Why go back to a hotel?
The night in Beijing is just beginning. Back at the villa, I opened the door and found only a dim floor lamplit in the living room. As Zhou Qing was changing her shoes, she caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a figure on the sofa out of the corner of her eye. Upon closer inspection, Yin Fang was lying on her side on the sofa, wearing only a black lace nightgown. Her long, slender legs were crossed, outlining a breathtaking curve in the dim light. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was even. She seemed to be asleep.
Zhou Cheng knew perfectly well what tricks this little vixen was up to now.
He deliberately ignored him and went straight to the bathroom. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the bathroom, he heard a series of hurried footsteps behind him. The next second, a warm and soft body pressed against him from behind, and two arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Yin Fang's warm breath brushed against the back of his ear, her voice both cloying and resentful.
Uncle, tell me honestly, have you been cheating on me?
I smelled another woman's perfume on you. Before she finished speaking, she nimbly turned around, pushed Zhou Chu against the wall, and climbed on top of him like an octopus. After a passionate encounter, the bathroom mirror was covered with a thick layer of steam. Yin Fang lay lazily on Zhou Qing's chest, her fingers tracing circles on his firm pectoral muscles, seemingly still unsatisfied.
Oh, right.
Zhou Qing said breathlessly, trying to distract her.
I've arranged everything for your aunt's family. They can start work tomorrow.
When her family was mentioned, Yin Fang's eyes lit up noticeably, her coquettishness faded, and she became more like a happy little girl.
Really?
My aunt told me that you're paying her too much, which makes her uneasy.
She asked me to talk to you and ask you to lower the salary. It's okay, just go with that number.
I'll give them a big red envelope at the end of the year. Yin Fang stopped moving. She raised her head and stared intently at Zhou Qing, her eyes slightly red. She didn't say anything, but simply lowered her head, buried her face in Zhou Qing's chest, and rubbed against him, silently expressing her gratitude. A warm and cozy atmosphere filled the bathroom.
However, this warmth didn't last 3 seconds.
Yin Fang suddenly rolled off him, took out a small, dark pill from a delicate little bag on the sink, and handed it to Zhou Qing. She stuck out her tongue and licked her bright red lips, murmuring in an almost coquettish tone with seductive eyes.
Uncle, you're amazing, but I think you could be even better. Chapter 106. Shut up.
You little bastard. In the early morning, Zhou Qing rubbed her aching back and staggered downstairs, each step feeling like walking on cotton. The refrigerator door was opened with a crisp click. Inside, several lunchboxes were neatly stacked, and under the transparent lids were sandwiches, milk, and fruit salad that In Fong had carefully prepared last night.
The colors are distinct and make one's mouth water. He had just picked up a sandwich and hadn't even taken a bite when he heard a series of light footsteps behind him. "Uncle, why are you eating what was left over from yesterday?"
In Fong was wearing a nightgown, her hair was messy and hanging over her shoulders, and her two fair little feet made no sound when they stepped on the tiles. She blinked and leaned closer, snatching the lunchbox from his hand.
"Wait 5 minutes, I'll make you something fresh and hot."
After saying that, she went into the kitchen and quickly flipped the eggs and sliced the bread. The spatula struck the bottom of the pot with a crisp rhythm, and she smiled, but suddenly stopped.
His gaze lingered on Zhou Qing's empty wrist. "Where's your watch? Your Patek Philippe Starry Night model, it's gone?" The air froze instantly.
Zhou Qing paused for a second, then subconsciously touched his wrist, finding only a faint mark.
He sighed, pulled his chair back, and sat down. "Don't even mention it, Zhang Yin tricked me out of it."
But she said she'd only wear it for 7 days and would return it afterward. In Fong's eyebrows immediately shot up, her face filled with jealousy.
"Oh ho, so generous. Uncle, why don't you take this opportunity to take her in, make her your concubine, and I'll be your mistress?"
His tone was light and airy, yet it carried a barb. Before she finished speaking, she had already brought the fried egg toast to the table and slammed the plate onto the table.
Smack! Zhou Qing was both amused and exasperated.
He pulled her into his arms and gave her a hard slap on the bottom.
"What are you thinking about all day long?"
The bouncy texture bounced back from his fingertips, and he couldn't resist squeezing it again. In Fong was amused and struggled a couple of times but failed to break free.
She could only look up at him and say, "Wow, Uncle, you're even willing to pat girls' butts now. Are you really that wild outside?"
Even though she said that, her eyes softened, and all her little emotions were hidden under her eyelashes. The two of them started bickering, pushing and shoving each other, turning the kitchen into a playground. Zhou Chang meant to say that Zhang Yin, that little girl, definitely couldn't compare to In Fong in terms of figure.
"Confess honestly."
In Fong immediately stood still with her arms crossed.
"You saw Zhang Yin's figure? To what extent? Was she dressed? Did you see her last night?"
Zhou Chang was about to argue when she was cut off with a retort in English. "Shut up.
You little bastard."
His English accent was mixed in, both arrogant and fierce. After speaking, he pounced on Zhou Chang and pushed him down onto the back of the chair. Sunlight streamed into the kitchen, casting the shadows of the two figures entangled and wrestling.
In the afternoon. The phone vibrated incessantly, like a death knell.
The screen lit up, showing a string of missed calls. Shunzi's name was prominently displayed at the top, with a dozen or so unfamiliar numbers mixed in a scene reminiscent of a large-scale social trypophobia. A sense of unease inexplicably rose in my heart. He called back, but the person on the other end spoke in a very businesslike tone.
"Hello, who are you looking for?"
Familiar yet unfamiliar, it was Shunzi's voice, but cold and distant.
"Shunzi, it's me."
The other party was silent for a moment, then responded in an extremely official tone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, our schedule is currently quite full for cooperation.
Please contact my assistant if needed."
Beep. The call ended without any room for negotiation. Zhou Qing's head buzzed.
What's going on?
He didn't bother to change his clothes, and ran all the way to the garage, got in the car, floored the gas pedal, and headed straight for the trendy street.
The entrance to the trendy street was bustling with people.
However, the area in front of the Shaxian snack shop was packed with people, several times more lively than usual.
A brand new BMW was parked across the entrance, a red ribbon still affixed to its hood, and a loudspeaker was playing an advertisement on a loop. Small investment, unlimited possibilities. Franchise hotline.
Pushing open the glass door, a pungent smell of cooking oil mixed with chalk dust wafted out. The scene was breathtaking. Shunzi, dressed in a suit and gleaming leather shoes, held a pointer in his left hand and a PPT remote control in his right, passionately and confidently gesturing at the blackboard. The blackboard was covered with crooked formulas and flowcharts. Middle-aged men and women sat upright, some writing furiously, while a few young girls looked around. Two of them were the academically challenged sisters that Zhang Yin had known in high school.
Shunzi's voice was incredibly loud. "We're not just building a food delivery platform, we're building a business empire. Brothers and sisters, we're going to usher in a new era for China's food delivery industry, turn every delivery rider into a capitalist, and make every order a driving force for social progress."
The applause from the audience was sparse, but the middle-aged men's eyes were bright and alert, as if they had heard the sound of a second spring in their lives. The women were completely bewildered. Some were secretly playing on their phones, while others were drawing turtles with their heads down. However, their applause was the loudest. Even more outrageous, Shunzi actually solemnly announced, "I voluntarily give up the opportunity to pursue a double degree at Steinfair University, to return to the team for my dream, and only to realize the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation." These words caused an uproar in the audience. An auntie immediately raised her hand and asked, "Where is Steinfancy University? In Beijing or Shanghai?" Just as Shunzi was about to answer, a sweet, charming voice came from the doorway. "Uncle, I arranged all of this." Everyone turned to look, and saw Zhang Yin, lifting the hem of her school uniform skirt, swagger into the store, waving at the counter with a mischievous grin. "Everyone, let's adjourn the meeting and go about your business." The once solemn and dignified classroom instantly crumbled. The middle-aged men lowered their heads and packed their things, while the young girls breathed a sigh of relief and ran out to buy milk tea. Only Shunzi maintained a serious demeanor, slamming his pointer onto the podium. "The great cause is not yet accomplished. Let each of us strive on our own." After the crowd dispersed, he quietly leaned close to Zhang Yin's ear and whispered, "Sis, this role was too difficult to play. Next time, could you please not make me pretend to be a highly educated elite?" All I got in return was an undisguised eye roll from the girl and a chilling remark. "Isn't this just trying to scare those academic underachievers?" Don't worry, all of them combined couldn't answer a single multiple-choice question on the test. Zhou Qing, standing to the side, was completely speechless. He looked at the dispersing crowd, then at the franchise agreement and notebook on the table, and felt as if he had stumbled into a live broadcast studio of a mental hospital. Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Zhang Yin turned around and winked at him. "Uncle, you don't really think I'm going to start a business, do you? I'm just fooling them for fun." Zhou Qing's temples throbbed, and an unnamed fire shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. "You even scheme against your own classmates? Zhang Yin, what's going on in your head?" Zhang Yin casually shrugged, her delicate nose slightly upturned, her gaze drifting towards Shunzi, who was still completely absorbed in the domineering CEO persona. "Uncle, you can't blame me for this. He came up with the idea himself." Her voice was clear and crisp. "This morning, that silly boy Ho Qian specially drove his beat-up motorcycle and took Meng Meng for a couple of laps around the trendy street. The way he was being so affectionate made Shunzi's eyes practically spit fire in the store. So, he insisted that I put on a big show for him and make him save face." Zhou Qing's gaze instantly froze on Shunzi. Shunzi held a slender cigarette with a special pattern in his left hand. Amidst the swirling smoke, he flicked open a gilded, intricately carved lighter with his right thumb. Chapter 107. Brother, you are really amazing. The flame shot up much higher than that of a regular lighter, making for an extremely flamboyant display. He took a deep breath, and the smoke rings he exhaled carried a heavy feeling. This behavior completely pushed Zhou Qing to her limit. He strode forward and, before Shunzi could react, snatched the special supply cigarette from his fingers, slamming it hard onto the greasy dining table, crushing it into a messy pile of tobacco. "Act! You act again!" Zhou Chang said, exasperated. "Where did these cigarettes and lighter come from? And these middle-aged men listening to your bragging? Which construction site did you recruit as extras?" Shunzi's domineering CEO expression instantly collapsed, like a punctured balloon. He looked at the destroyed cigarette, a flicker of pain crossing his face, which was quickly replaced by overwhelming panic. Brother, I. Speak!" Zhou Qing roared. It was stolen by Sister Ian from her brother." Shunzi's voice was barely audible, and her eyes darted around. "Those people attending the lecture were temporary workers hired by Brother Baldi, 80 yuan a day, plus one meal at Shaxian's snack bar. They were originally supposed to hand out flyers." Zhou Qing's chest heaved violently, feeling as if his understanding was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground by this group of people. He wanted to ask more, but Shunzi spilled everything out like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. "Bro, Donkey Baldi and the others said that this whole fuss is just for show. They think our drone delivery business is moving too slowly, and they want to push you to expand quickly and raise more money." These words struck Zhou Qing like a thunderbolt. It turns out this was not just a farce, but a deeper scheme was hidden behind it. Donkey Baldi and his gang are no longer satisfied with the status quo. Their ambitions are growing wildly, and they have even begun to try to manipulate his decisions. This has crossed his bottom line. "Shunzi." Zhou Qing's voice was as cold as ice. Hey! Brother! 1 second he was all high and mighty, the next he had completely reverted to that humble little follower. He even scrambled onto a nearby stool, kneeling on it, looking up at Zhou Qing with a face full of remorse.
Brother, I was wrong.
I was just momentarily blinded by love. Zhou Qing looked down at him, her eyes devoid of any warmth.
I'm warning you, and I'm warning everyone. He spoke each word clearly, his voice echoing distinctly in the empty snack shop. If they continue to use these underhanded tactics, I don't care what their background is, they'll all suffer the consequences.
He paused, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in Shunzi's ear, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. But if anyone dares to use my name to seduce women, especially naive young girls, don't blame me for personally sending him to jail and making him spend the rest of his life there. After saying that, he straightened up, no longer looking at Shunzi and Zhang Yin, and turned to push open the door and leave. The sunlight was blinding, and the trendy street was still bustling with people, but Zhou Qing felt a chill in his heart. The people surrounding him could also drag him into the abyss at any moment. He needed a touch of everyday life, a sense of groundedness, to dispel the restlessness in his heart. The car turned around at the street corner and headed towards Wan Shangyi. Pushing open the glass door, a rich and mellow aroma of braising liquid wafts out, instantly shutting out the hustle and bustle of the outside world. Inside the store, 7 or 8 young people were gathered around the counter, looking very focused. Each person had a small pressure cooker in front of them, with tempting-looking braising sauce bubbling inside. Wan Shangyi, dressed in a clean white uniform, was bending down to carefully instruct a trainee. Look, you can't rush the heat, you have to let the flavor of the spices slowly seep in.
Time is the best catalyst.
His voice was steady and powerful, and every word conveyed his respect and love for the craft. The entire shop was filled with an almost devout learning atmosphere, a stark contrast to the absurd scene in the Shaxian snack shop just now. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, Wan Shangyi wiped his hands and walked over with a simple smile on his face. Brother Qing, what brings you here today?
I came to see you. How's the business expansion going?
Zhou Qing found a corner to sit down, his mood much calmer. Wan Shangyi poured him a cup of hot tea, shook his head, and said with a clear and rational look in his eyes, Brother, I've thought it through carefully. The people we have now are all trained by me one by one, which can guarantee the quality of every pot of braised food.
If we blindly open branches, we won't have enough people, and the training won't keep up.
It's a small matter if we ruin the brand, but it's a big deal if we cheat the franchisees.
We have to proceed steadily and surely. These words almost perfectly matched Zhou Qing's innermost thoughts.
What he wanted was precisely this sense of groundedness, taking things one step at a time. Zhou Qing felt much more at ease and patted Wan Shangyi on the shoulder. Okay, we'll do it your way. By the way, I'll get you a car, it'll be more convenient for business trips and sourcing goods in the future. He didn't give Wan Shangyi a chance to refuse, and added directly, also, please keep an eye out for any unusual movements from Little Yellow Hair and the Snake Demons group recently. After explaining everything, Zhou Qing felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He drove away, intending to go directly to a nearby 4S store to place an order for Wan Shangyi's car. The car merged into the traffic on the main road and turned at an intersection. However, while he was waiting at the traffic light, a glance out of the corner of his eye caused his pupils to suddenly contract. Across the street, several familiar faces were seated at an outdoor cafe. Ho Qian was talking animatedly, while Su Mengmeng, chin in hand, laughed heartily. Sitting opposite them was none other than Zhang Yin, the mastermind behind the farce that had just unfolded.
The three chatted happily. Brother, are you really going to buy me a car?
Su Mengmeng's body was so limp it felt like she had no bones, and she was hanging on Ho Qian's arm.
Isn't it too expensive? Will your family agree to it?
These words of tea and conversation completely shattered Zhou Qing's worldview. The Su Mengmeng before him was no longer the timid young woman who had asked him for 10 yuan to top up her phone credit. Every blink and every pout of hers seemed to be precisely calculated.
Ho Qian clearly enjoyed this approach immensely, waving his hand and puffing out his chest.
I gave away a Patek Philippe worth over $1 million without batting an eye, so why would I care about this mere Volkswagen? His voice carried a hint of feigned arrogance.
Meng, if you ask me, you shouldn't buy a Volkswagen, it's beneath you.
I'll just give you a Porsche or a Ferrari, you can choose whichever you prefer. Su Mengmeng's eyes lit up instantly, the light of admiration even more dazzling than the headlights of a 4S store showroom.
Wow! Brother, you're really amazing.
She praised him perfectly, then changed the subject, glancing seemingly unintentionally in the direction where Zhou Qing had parked his car. Unlike some people, who hesitate for a long time before even adding another chicken leg to their chicken leg rice.
Zhou Qing's eye twitched violently.
Immediately afterwards, Su Mengmeng switched back to her understanding demeanor, using a strategy of retreat to advance, and perfecting the art of playing hard to get. But brother, are you sure you can do this? If your family will say something about you, then forget it. I don't want you to be in a difficult position because of me. This cup of top-grade 1982 Longjing green tea put Ho Qian in a very difficult position. He enjoyed the thrill of boasting, but he must bear the consequences of his boasting coming to fruition.
Chapter 108. Since it's already collapsed, why not make it collapse even more drastically? Ho Qian's cheeks flushed red as he forced a last shred of dignity. Let alone a Volkswagen, even a Lamborghini Aventador, do you think I could afford to give it away? This is just my allowance for a year.
However, his voice involuntarily lowered in the second half of the sentence, and he clearly lacked confidence.
Su Mengmeng noticed this slight wavering, but gave him no chance to back down.
She pressed her advantage, gently resting her head on Ho Qian's shoulder, her breath sweet as orchids.
Brother, will you come with me to the tattoo shop this afternoon? You're the best person I've ever been to in my life. I want to get your tattoo on my chest, to remember you for the rest of my life.
These words instantly exploded in Ho Qian's heart. His gaze involuntarily drifted downwards, scanning back and forth over the alluring curves outlined by the tight t-shirt. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he felt an irresistible itch in his heart. Just as Ho Qian was completely swayed, Su Mengmeng unleashed her ultimate weapon.
Then, let's post it on WeChat Moments to officially announce it? We'll use the photo of you swiping your card to buy me the car.
Ho Qian's face drained of all color in an instant, turning from flushed red to deathly pale, his expression as colorful as a palette. Seeing his appearance, a barely perceptible look of disdain flashed across Su Mengmeng's eyes. But her expression became even more obedient and sensible, and she took the initiative to take responsibility.
Oh, brother, I was just kidding. My dad doesn't know I'm dating yet. If he sees me, he'll kill me.
She gently patted Ho Qian's chest to soothe his frightened heart, and then whispered in his ear.
Let's go see the stars together tonight, okay?
After a series of combined attacks, Ho Qian was completely outmaneuvered.
It eliminates the risks of going public while providing a promise of privacy, instantly maximizing emotional value.
He stood up, feeling dizzy and disoriented, pulled out his card, and strode towards the Volkswagen 4S store across the street, his back view filled with the tragic grandeur of trying to save face. When the green light came on, Zhou Qing didn't leave. He parked the car on the side of the road and got out. He walked to the coffee shop, sat down in the empty seat opposite Su Mengmeng, flicked a cigarette out of his pack, and offered it to her.
Su Mengmeng took it without surprise, lit it skillfully, took a deep breath, and the smoke rings she exhaled carried a hint of vicissitude that did not match her appearance. No. Zhou Qing felt like a newbie who had just entered society. Since it's already collapsed, why not go all the way? Aren't Porsche and Ferrari better than this Volkswagen? Su Mengmeng's fingers, holding the cigarette, were slender and fair.
She flicked the ash, her eyes revealing a worldly wisdom. Uncle, our top personal trainer once said that when it comes to a major upheaval, you have to go all out because they have a large family and business, so they don't care. But when it comes to a minor upheaval, you have to take it slow and steady. She parted her red lips slightly and uttered a profound truth that left Zhou Qing speechless. Someone like Ho Qian may have some money, but it's far from the point where he can squander it. If I had actually accepted his Patek Philippe last night, do you believe that within 3 days, his family would have come after me, demanding it back with interest? I would have ended up with nothing and would have gotten myself into a lot of trouble. She paused, looked at the figure swiping a card in the 4S store across the street, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. But this Volkswagen CC is different. It costs 200,000 or 300,000 yuan after purchase. Even if his family finds out, they won't lose face by coming to ask for that amount of money back. This is something I can hold on to securely. Zhou Qing felt that his brain had been subjected to an unprecedented shock. This theory has a perfectly closed logical loop, and it is many levels more sophisticated than Shunzi's fallacies about the food delivery empire. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was no more than 20 years old, he realized for the first time that the circle of spiritual young women was far more complicated than he had imagined. Zhou Qing took a deep breath, stubbed out his cigarette, and asked one last question. Where's Shunzi? Upon hearing the name, Su Mengmeng's smile vanished, replaced by silence. She didn't answer, but simply raised the hand holding the cigarette and silently pointed towards the coffee shop entrance. Zhou Qing followed her gaze. Shunzi, dressed in a brand new suit and tie, was standing at the door, her hair slicked back and holding a large, gaudy bouquet of roses. He nervously adjusted his tie, his eyes searching for something in the crowd. The suit was poorly tailored, making him look like a child wearing adult clothes, which was both comical and pathetic.
Zhou Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted.
Because he clearly remembered that about 10 days ago, Su Mengmeng posted a screenshot on her WeChat Moments showing that she had sold her latest model phone, with the caption, "Giving my boy a new set of armor." Shunzi walked straight through the outdoor cafe without glancing to the side and pushed open the heavy glass door of the Volkswagen 4S store across the street. He didn't approach Ho Qian, who was swiping his card, nor did he approach Su Mengmeng, who was pale-faced in the corner. They had only glanced at Zhou Cheng once. His goal was clear, and he walked straight to the other side of the exhibition hall, where 3 young girls were already waiting. Beside Zhou Cheng, Su Mengmeng's fingers, which were holding a cigarette, trembled almost imperceptibly. The color drained from her face, and her eyes visibly reddened. Those eyes, which had just been sparkling with calculation and clarity, were now filled with an almost broken emptiness.
Laugh.
A soft laugh came from the side. Zhang Yin picked up her coffee cup, blew on it to cool it down, and made no attempt to hide the mockery in her eyes.
Uncle, is this what you wanted to see?
Zhou Cheng slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, looking at Zhang Yin's face, which seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold.
Is this what you wanted to see?
His question made Zhang Yin smile freeze for a moment, but she immediately resumed her playful demeanor, gently swinging her legs and completely absolving herself of any responsibility.
Hee, uncle, this has nothing to do with me. Buying and selling is free, and love is voluntary.
The show has already started at the 4S store. 3 girls with exquisite makeup and smart clothes, like 3 chattering sparrows, surrounded Shunzi in the center.
Brother Shunzi, why are you looking at this beat-up Volkswagen? It's not worthy of your status. Yeah, let's go look at that Mercedes S-Class next door.
That's more in line with your image as the future founder of a food delivery empire. It's only a little over $1 million, which is just our New Year's money for a year. Brother Shunzi, you can't lose face over such a small thing. Their voices penetrated the glass clearly and reached the coffee shop.
Every word pierced Su Mengmeng's heart.
Surrounded by admirers, Shunzi stood ramrod straight, his hands tucked into the pockets of his ill-fitting trousers. He tried to imitate the wealthy young men he had seen before, waving his hand dismissively with an air of superiority.
Forget it. The company is in its early stages, and everything needs to be built up. Mercedes is still too low-key for me.
Zhou Qing's temples throbbed. He could see clearly that Shunzi's eyes had begun to wander, and her feigned composure was crumbling under the increasingly adoring gazes and flattery of the 3 girls.
He can't hold on any longer. Shunzi!
With a low shout, Zhou Cheng stood up and strode into the 4S store.
To everyone's astonishment, he grabbed Shunzi's wrist and forcibly pulled him out of his boudoir. Brother? What are you doing? Shunzi's face was full of dissatisfaction as he struggled violently.
Ignoring the hostile gazes from the 3 girls, Zhou Cheng dragged Shunzi to a corner, his voice low but stern.
Not a single penny can be accepted. Chapter 109 Uncle, how are you planning to torture me? Shunzi's face flushed red instantly, and a feeling of resentment surged in his chest. Why should I? It's not like I forced them. If Meng can accept Ho Qian's car, why can't I accept theirs?
Zhou Qing's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly increased the strength in his hands, almost dragging him to a more distant rest area, completely cutting off their view.
I'm warning you one last time. Not a penny of money. As for the car, if you really want it, I'll give it to you.
He leaned close to Shunzi's ear, his voice icy.
Otherwise, you can get out of here. Zhou Cheng knew exactly what was going on. Ho Qian's family might suffer a loss of 200,000 or 300,000 yuan just to save face.
But these 3 girls in front of me are obviously spoiled by their families and are very young. If they really spend more than 1 million yuan, their families will devour Shunzi, bones and all, within 24 hours. Shunzi was frightened by the ruthlessness in Zhou Qing's eyes. The resentment in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sense of grievance and sorrow. Suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes without warning, like beads falling from a broken string.
Brother, I don't really want the car.
He choked up, his voice broken and fragmented.
It's because Meng said a few days ago that she wanted to go on a road trip, so I thought.
He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. He was frozen in place, staring intently out the floor-to-ceiling window. Zhou Qing followed his gaze. At the entrance of the 4S store, Ho Qian, who had just finished the paperwork, was beaming with pride as he embraced Su Mengmeng. He lowered his head and planted a loud kiss on the girl's cheek.
That kiss shattered the last vestige of hope in Shunzi's heart. He has finished, Shunzi.
Zhou Qing patted his stiff shoulder.
Wake up.
However, the three girls surrounded him again, and without saying a word, they grabbed the distraught Shunzi and pushed him back to the center of the exhibition hall.
Shunzi, ignore him, let's continue looking at the cars. At the same time, Su Mengmeng, who was outside the window, also saw this scene.
She saw Shunzi surrounded by three girls, and she saw his glaring suit.
A surge of anger and disappointment welled up inside her.
She abruptly shook off Ho Qian's hand, turned around, opened the back door of a black Maybach next to her, and got in decisively.
Ho Qian was stunned for a moment, then scurried off and got into the car.
With a roar of its engine, the luxury car, a symbol of wealth and status, sped away, carrying Su Mengmeng, whose face was as cold as ice.
The farce ended in a lose-lose situation.
Zhou Qing returned to the coffee shop, where Zhang Yin was idly stirring her latte.
Uncle.
She suddenly looked up, a strange light in her eyes.
Yuan Fong, is your love genuine?
Zhou Qing paused.
He slowly sat down, reached out, and gently lifted Zhang Yin's chin with 2 fingers, forcing her to look him in the eye.
Zhang Yin, if you dare to use some of these methods on Yin Fong. His voice carried a chilling undertone.
Don't blame me for being ruthless.
Zhang Yin showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, she smiled even more brightly and leaned closer, her warm breath almost brushing against Zhou Qing's face.
Uncle, how do you plan to torment me? I have 2 supreme sects, I can do both S&M. Zhou Qing gave a wicked laugh.
I have a medicine, he said slowly and deliberately. Whether you're male or female, after eating it, you'll grow a thick beard, and a full chest of hair.
Do you want to give it a try?
Zhang Yin's smile froze instantly. The image kept flashing through her mind, and a chill ran down her spine.
Ah! I don't want to.
She let out a short scream, covered her mouth, and ran away without looking back, as if she had seen a ghost. Zhou Qing withdrew his hand, picked up his coffee, and remained calm. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, on the other side of the city, in a dark basement, Little Yellow Hair was using pliers to cut the last cable tie binding the snake demon. Looking at the bruises and welts on her body, a chilling glint flashed in the eyes of the blonde-haired man. Zhou Qing stood at the entrance of the 4S store, holding the newly processed car keys and a thick stack of car purchase contracts in her hand. As the setting sun cast its rays, the expression on his face looked as if it had been sliced by a golden blade, half weary and half calm.
Shunzi hadn't reacted yet, staring blankly at the brand new black Volkswagen parked outside the showroom. His lips trembled slightly before he finally managed to stammer out, "Brother, you really gave it to me? Enough with the nonsense."
Zhou Qing shoved the key into his palm. If you want to be more open-minded, then stop getting involved with those young girls. In the future, if you're capable, earn your own money and get better girls. Shunzi gripped the key tightly, her eyes instantly reddening. He took a deep breath, swallowing all his grievances, gratitude, and shame, then rushed towards the new car, circling it 3 times, each step making a gust of wind.
"Brother! You're a real man."
Shunzi's voice was so hoarse it was almost cracking.
"Once I make it big, you'll be the first one I protect."
Zhou Qing waved his hand, laughing impatiently. "All right, clean up this mess first before you start bragging."
Shunzi ignored him and jumped into the driver's seat in 2 quick steps.
The moment the engine roared to life, he felt as if he had been reborn, and he pulled out his phone and started sending messages like crazy.
Meng, I have a car now. Can we meet up? Let's chat."
He ran towards the distant sunset, full of hope, perhaps with a lingering trace of love.
The sunset glow spread across the city sky like fiery clouds.
Suddenly, 2 figures jumped out from the crowd, one wearing a yellow Pikachu hoodie and the other wearing a blue Stitch hoodie, standing out conspicuously in the crowd. Panting heavily, Wan Shangyi ran up to Zhou Qing and slapped his thigh before he could even stand properly.
"Dude, a new car? Really?"
The swallows circled around the crowd, their little faces beaming with excitement, as if they had found a treasure.
"My god, this is the legendary first car in one's life. It's so cool. What's the rush?"
Zhou Qing teased them, raising an eyebrow.
"Another high-speed chase? Why do they look like they're running for their lives?"
Wan Shangyi chuckled and put his arm around Bai Jiayan's shoulder. "No, it's because she insisted on wearing matching outfits, saying it was for the sake of ceremony. She almost got mistaken for an idiot by passers-by." Bai Jiayan glared at him defiantly, then leaned closer to the new car window to look at it from left to right, and even used her phone to measure the angle.
"Brother-in-law, let's take a picture together, so we can brag about it when we're old." Come on, everyone, get closer.
Zhou Qing called out to everyone to squeeze into the frame, confidently stretching out his arm to press the shutter. The moment the flash went off, their smiles blended with the twilight, as if their youth had been frozen in that instant. After the photos were taken, the noise gradually subsided, leaving only the evening breeze gently brushing against our ears. Suddenly, a strange sense of loss welled up in my heart. Over the years, I had been so busy with this and that, and I had never been able to watch a sunset quietly with Yin Fong, let alone have a romantic date. Before nightfall, he opened WeChat video and dialed Yin Fong's number, which she answered quickly. On the other end of the screen, she was sitting on the edge of the bed, hugging a pillow, looking like she had just finished tidying up for the elderly in her family.
He looked up and revealed a sly smile. What's up, boss? Need my help? Want to go camping tonight? Zhou Qing asked directly.
Yin Fong was stunned for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up.
Really? Where to? By the sea. I've prepared the tent and food and drinks, all I'm missing is a leading lady.
Great, she shouted, almost jumping up.
Wait 10 minutes, I'll pack my things and come find you right now. Chapter 110 didn't stab the front, it stabbed the back.
After hanging up the phone, Yin Fong wasn't the only one whose heart was pounding. Zhou Qing, who was speeding towards them, was also gripping the steering wheel tightly. He sped along, leaving the city's neon lights behind, just to get to that night that belonged to the two of them. It was already deep blue dusk when we arrived at the seaside campsite. He had just parked his convertible when he heard cheers behind him. Yin Fong pounced like a little leopard, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and rubbing her nose against his before letting go.
You're late, you'll have to drink a penalty shot.
The sea breeze ruffled the girl's long hair. She simply took off her shoes and socks, stepped onto the passenger seat, and raised her arms high to welcome the last rays of the night sky. In an instant, her whole being was bathed in a gentle orange glow, like an elf princess from a fairy tale, captivating onlookers. The tent area was bustling with activity, with men, women, and children gathered in small groups. A chubby middle-aged man strolled over carrying a beer bottle, looked the two of them up and down several times before finally managing to utter a sentence.
Young man, is this your girlfriend?
Not bad, you've got guts. Faced with such blatant envy and inquiry, Zhou Qing smiled slightly but did not respond. Instead, she used her actions to protect Yin Fong to her side. Not far away, a bikini-clad young woman swayed over and kissed the fat man's round face, but couldn't help casting a meaningful glance in their direction. Her big, watery eyes could practically drip with honey, but the next second she was dragged back by her man, her gaze lingering on him with reluctance, making everyone both laugh and cry. Yin Fong bounced back, holding two giant rainbow ice cream cones, and stared curiously in the direction where the couple had disappeared, muttering softly, "Uncle, who are those people?
They look quite interesting."
I don't know him, Zhou Qing shrugged, indifferently.
I guess they're just here to watch the show. Because they arrived late, they could only choose the outermost spot to set up their tent, and coincidentally, the family of the fat man and the bikini-clad young woman was right next door. There were sounds of laughter all around, but when it came to actually getting started, they discovered the real problems. The tent was taken out and found to contain a pile of parts and instruction manuals, densely covered with letters, numbers, and symbols, making them extremely difficult to read. It's hard to tell which cord is which in a zipper with a cord. The pole would go in and pop out again, and after half an hour of this, it was still crooked and weak, just like Lu Yang's thing, unable to stand upright. Meanwhile, the fat man next door had already skillfully set up his equipment, which was not only straight and sturdy, but also specially equipped with a moisture-proof mat and LED string lights, making people grit their teeth but helpless. The fat man laughed heartily and patted his chest in a show of bravado. Brother, newbie, huh?
That's bound to happen the first time, just try a few more times and you'll get the hang of it. The sense of superiority in his tone made you want to roll your eyes, but you couldn't refute it because the facts speak louder than words. This round was a complete defeat. When it came to the picnic, it was a disaster. The other party simply pulled out a magnetic stove, a small spray gun, and pre-made seasoning packets, and the food was ready to eat right away, with a wonderful aroma. Meanwhile, they could only frantically thaw the ingredients and then slowly burn charcoal and produce smoke with a cheap alcohol stove, with dust flying everywhere and oil stains running all over the place. After finally managing to grill the meat skewers, they ended up with half of them burnt and half of them raw, leaving the two of them drenched in sweat and extremely disheveled, and they could only blame each other for their poor skills. Despite being hungry, they managed to fill their stomachs and barely survive.
Another narrow defeat.
After the meal, the moon rose, and the sea murmured softly. An ambiguous atmosphere wafted from the neighbor's tent at some unknown time, with a bikini-clad young woman speaking in a coquettish tone.
Honey, you're so amazing.
But before she could finish speaking, she quietly lifted the curtain to peek next door, her heart already soaring to someone else's lawn. At this very moment, spring is in full bloom inside their little tent. Yin Fong couldn't wait to wrap herself around him and kiss his lips forcefully.
Uncle, this is much better than the one next door.
Driven by a competitive spirit, the screaming pills became unnecessary, leading to even more interesting effects. This battle was a great victory. As dawn broke, the salty sea breeze still lingered in the gaps of the tent, and Zhou Qing could even smell the lingering fragrance of shampoo in Yin Fong's hair. The memory of last night's madness and tenderness still lingers in every muscle. The warm body in my arms is like the softest cat, breathing evenly. However, this tranquility was instantly shattered by a sharp, piercing cell phone ringtone. Zhou Qing suddenly opened her eyes, her brows furrowing.
Who would make a phone call at a time like this?
He fumbled for his phone, and the word Shunzi flashed wildly on the screen. As soon as the call connected, Shunzi's almost tearful scream came through the receiver. Brother!
Something terrible has happened. Meng Meng. Meng Meng has been taken away. Zhou Qing's sleepiness vanished instantly.
He sat up abruptly, the movement so large that it woke Yin Fong, who was beside him.
Speak slowly, what happened?
His voice was still hoarse from the early morning, but it was already as cold as ice. She called me this morning, just said save me. Her voice was trembling so much, and she said she was terrified. When I called back, her phone was off.
Brother, do you think it could be that Ho Qian?
Shunzi's voice trembled with fear, and she spoke incoherently.
Zhou Qing's heart sank.
He immediately hung up the phone, scrolled through his contacts, and finally stopped at Zhang San's name. The call was dialed, and it was answered almost instantly after only one ring. A steady but weary voice came from the other end of the line.
The first sentence made Zhou Qing's heart skip a beat. Brother, something's happened. Sure enough. Countless bloody images flashed through Zhou Qing's mind in an instant, Ho Qian's possessive face intertwined with Meng Meng's stubborn eyes. He instinctively lowered his voice and blurted out, Ho Qian, is he still alive?
Zhang San on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned, and asked in surprise, Huh?
Ho Qian? What happened to him?
Now it was Zhou Qing's turn to be dumbfounded.
He grabbed his messy hair and asked, didn't Meng Meng and Ho Qian have an accident?
Zhang San remained silent for a full 3 seconds, as if he had finally sorted out this mess, his tone revealing a sense of helplessness. Forget it, it's hard to explain over the phone. You should just come over directly to the Zheng family villa.
Coincidentally, someone else wants to ask you something.
Half an hour later, Zhou Qing's sports car drifted and stopped in front of the Hong family villa. He pushed open the door and entered, and an invisible pressure hit him. The living room was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed like you could wring water out of it. Yi Weiwei and her brother Yi Quan sat on one side with livid faces. Next to them was an unfamiliar middle-aged man, who, judging from his features, was probably Fu Han's father. The usually arrogant and domineering Zhang Yin was now like a frightened quail, standing obediently behind Zhang San, not daring to breathe. Zhou Qing's gaze swept across the room like a sharp sword, finally fixing precisely on Zhang Yin, her tone devoid of any warmth. Zhang Yin, where's Meng Meng?
Did you do this?
Zhang Yin shuddered under his gaze, quickly waving her hands and her voice trembling. Uncle, what are you saying?
It has nothing to do with me. I swear.
She looked at Zhang San for help. Zhang San stubbed out his cigarette, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and came to her rescue. Zhou Qing, this has nothing to do with my sister.
It's Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin?
Zhou Qing didn't recognize the name for a moment. The bald donkey, who had been silent in the corner, reminded him in his hoarse voice, the one who set fire to your shop. He had someone stab Yi Qing and the others last night. Zhang San's tone was as calm as if he were talking about a trivial matter.
Zhou Qing was shocked. Did he do it? Did he stab him? Is he dead? He's not dead.
Zhang San looked troubled, raised his hand, gestured to the area below his waist, and revealed a strange smile. It wasn't the front that was stabbed, it was the back.
Chapter 111. We made a bit too much noise. Zhang San began to explain in detail.
It turns out that Xiao Jin's revenge came so swiftly and creatively. After having someone drug Yi Qing and his gang, he didn't immediately use a knife. Instead, he tied them up tightly and then returned the favor tenfold, just as they had done to him. What's even more surprising is that no one expected that there was a guy in Yi Qing's group with an extremely chaotic private life who had been carrying poison all along. This act of revenge, a case of an eye for an eye, directly escalated into a disastrous cross-infection. The result was that the chrysanthemums withered and the ground was covered in wounds. Zhou Qing's eyes twitched as she listened, and it took her a while to find her voice.
What about Meng Meng? Was she involved too? No.
Zhang San shook his head.
She was just taken for a mandatory physical examination and then released.
No sooner had she finished speaking than Yi Weiwei, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, her words aimed directly at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, where were you last night? The interrogative tone instantly ignited Zhou Qing's anger. He suddenly chuckled, a very casual laugh, even carrying a hint of provocation.
Me?
I was camping at the beach with my girlfriend yesterday. He looked around, his gaze lingering on each person's face for a moment before finally settling back on Yi Weiwei.
There are surveillance cameras and witnesses.
Oh, I forgot to mention, we were making quite a bit of noise. In that entire camping area, our voices were the loudest and longest lasting.
If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate one by one.
These vulgar yet irrefutable words were like a resounding slap across the face of everyone in the living room who was pretending to be serious. Yi Weiwei's face instantly turned a deep liver color. After Zhou Qing finished speaking, she didn't even bother to look at them again, turned around and left without looking back. Outside the door, Shunzi paced back and forth anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Zhou Qing emerge, he rushed forward in 3 quick steps. Zhou Qing patted him on the shoulder and repeated the information he had just received in the simplest terms.
Meng Meng is fine.
She was taken for a medical checkup by the Ho family.
Shunzi was stunned. A physical exam? Why?
Zhou Qing looked at his innocent yet anxious face and sighed. Some things, after all, cannot be hidden.
The mandatory physical examination can only mean that something has indeed happened between her and Ho Qian. Surprisingly, Shunzi didn't cry or make a fuss. She just squatted down and sat silently on the cold steps in front of the Hong family villa. 1, 2, 3.
He mechanically pulled cigarettes from the pack, lit them, took a deep drag, let the smoke burn in his lungs, and then slowly exhaled. The flickering light of the cigarette butt illuminated his young yet weathered face. The light in his eyes, like a candle flame extinguished by a gale, dimmed inch by inch, until only a deathly silence remained. Zhou Qing stood to the side, her throat feeling like it was stuffed with cotton. Any words of comfort seemed pale and powerless. He didn't ask anything, but after Shunzi threw down another cigarette butt, he bent down to pick it up and threw it, along with the previous ones, into the trash can not far away. A whole pack of cigarettes, 20 sticks, exhausted Shunzi's last bit of strength. He crumpled the empty cigarette pack into a ball and threw it at his feet. Then he raised his bloodshot eyes, looked at Zhou Qing, and his lips moved, but no sound came out. Finally, he stood up, like a puppet whose soul had been taken away, and staggered away into the morning mist. Zhou Qing silently swept up the mess on the floor and returned to the car, only to find that Yin Feng had woken up at some point and was rubbing her sleepy eyes, lazily yawning.
Uncle, who's here?
Her nose twitched slightly, and her delicate eyebrows furrowed.
The smell of smoke is so strong, it's choking me. Shunzi. Oh, what's wrong with him? We broke up.
Yin Feng gave an "oh," seemingly unsurprised by the result, turned over, and muttered something.
Then I'll sleep a little longer.
She fell into a deep sleep again. All the joys and sorrows of this world seemed to pale in comparison to her taking a nap. Zhou Qing started the car and looked at Yin Feng's peaceful sleeping face in the rearview mirror, a sense of irritation rising in his heart for no reason.
That morning, on the trendy street.
Zhou Qing originally wanted to check on the progress of Wan Shangyi's store preparations, but unexpectedly saw a familiar figure at the entrance of Shaxian Snacks.
It's a straight.
He did not become decadent or depressed. Instead, he was like a wild grass that had been struck by lightning but still grew tenaciously. He was wearing a t-shirt with a huge QR code printed on it, holding a stack of flyers, and enthusiastically promoting his takeout business to passers-by.
Don't miss out. Scan the code to place your order and get 5 yuan off when you spend 30 yuan.
In Shaxian, we believe in small profits and quick turnover, making our products economical and affordable. His voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes were still red, but his fighting spirit was stronger than ever before. Zhou Qing stood not far away watching, her heart filled with mixed feelings. He suddenly realized that his brother was perhaps much more resilient than he had imagined.
Without disturbing Shunzi, Zhou Qing turned and went into a nearby office building. Zhang San's security company is located here. Pushing open the office door, I found it filled with smoke.
Zhang San, Fu Han, Yi Quan, and a few others were gathered around a table, seemingly discussing something. The atmosphere was somewhat tense.
Hey, what brings our boss Zhou here?
Yi Quan was the first to look up and greet him with a forced smile. Zhou Qing ignored him, walked straight to Zhang San, pulled out a chair and sat down. Has everything been taken care of last night? Zhang San flicked his cigarette ash, his face not looking too good. They've all been sent to the hospital, but the relationships behind it are a bit complicated. Xiao Jin went too far this time, and it's going to be hard to clean up the mess. He paused, his eyes suddenly sharpening, and lowered his voice. But you need to be careful. Little Yellow Hair ran away, and Lei's people have been looking for him for days without finding a trace. Zhou Qing felt a chill run down her spine. He scoffed dismissively, a mere punk, what can he possibly do? He said that, but his fingers were already flying across his phone, sending Yinfang a message, don't go out alone lately, especially at night. The message had just been sent when the office door was suddenly slammed open. Zhang Yin rushed in like a whirlwind, her eyes red-rimmed, followed by a helpless-looking Xiaoyan. Brother! I won't leave. I'd rather die than go back. She threw herself at Zhang San's table, her voice trembling with tears. Zhang San's face instantly darkened. He picked up the landline on the table, dialed an internal line, and said in a cold, emotionless tone, have the people downstairs get ready to take the young lady to the car in 5 minutes. Brother! Zhang Yin snatched the phone and slammed it to the ground. You can't do this to me. I'm not a criminal. This is a direct order from Dad. Zhang San stood up, looking down at her without wavering in his eyes. The car is already downstairs. Making a scene won't change anything. Despair overwhelmed Zhang Yin like a tidal wave. Her gaze swept frantically across the office, like a drowning person grasping at a last straw. Suddenly, she spotted Zhou Qing hiding behind Fu Han, watching with great interest. Zhang Yin's eyes lit up, and she rushed over in 3 steps, grabbing Zhou Qing's arm affectionately. Uncle! Could you please talk to my brother for me? Just say that we've gotten together and I want to stay with you. Chapter 112 All In is an art. Zhou Qing almost choked on her own saliva. She suppressed her laughter, forcefully pulled her arm away, and waved her hands repeatedly. No, I won't take the blame for this. You siblings are arguing, don't drag me into it. You. Zhang Yin was so angry that her face turned pale. She stomped her foot hard and kicked Zhou Qing's shin. Humph. Men are all pigs. Not a single one of them is any good. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Xiaoyan, who had been standing silently at the door, before shouting out in a desperate manner. Xiaoyan! Haven't you been chasing after me like a fly all the time? Fine. I'll give you a chance. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed it straight at Zhou Qing, her voice sharp and loud. If you can beat my uncle, I'll agree to date you. The moment those words were spoken, the air in the entire office seemed to freeze. Fu Han and Yi Quan, never once to miss a good show, immediately started jeering, hey! A hero saves the damsel in distress. Xiaoyan, your chance has come. If you don't seize it, you're not a real man. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, preparing to refuse this boring farce. But Xiaoyan's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. His previously somewhat casual gaze instantly became incredibly focused, revealing his sharp and piercing gaze. He solemnly clasped his hands in a fist salute to Zhou Qing, his posture upright, and every word he uttered was resounding. Mr. Zhou, please do not hesitate to give me your advice. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, and added a sentence that instantly chilled Zhang Yin to the bone. Life and death are none of your concern. Zhang Yin was completely stunned. She just wanted to save face and embarrass Zhou Qing, that bastard. She never intended to escalate the situation to the point of bloodshed. Has Xiaoyan gone mad? Zhang San also narrowed his eyes with interest. Instead of stopping him, he added fuel to the fire. Zhou Qing, give me some face and have a little sparring with my future brother-in-law? Xiaoyan felt even more energetic. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Zhou Qing. Refusal is perfectly reasonable. However, Zhou Qing slowly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile that held a hint of amusement. Okay. He actually agreed. Zhang Yin's eyes widened, her pupils filled with disbelief, her small mouth slightly open, forgetting even to say anything to change her mind. Almost at the same time, the familiar and pleasant mechanical prompt sounded in Zhou Qing's mind. Ding! Strong shock detected from Zhang Yin, points plus 100. They're all crazy, fucking crazy. Yi Quan slapped his thigh, his face beaming with excitement. Let's go! Let's go downstairs! Such a spectacular scene, it would be a life-changing experience not to see it with our own eyes. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd, always eager for a good show, surged out.
The open space below the office building was instantly packed with people.
Across the street, in a black luxury RV, the curtains were quietly pulled open a crack. Several young men dressed in oversized hospital gowns, their faces pale, were peeking around. They were none other than Yi Qing's group, who had been thoroughly dealt with by Xiao Jin the night before. Yi Qing looked through the window, her eyes filled with intense resentment. Yi Quan cleared his throat, jumped onto a nearby stone block, and adopted the air of a bookmaker. Betting begins.
Xiao Yan wins, odds of 1.5. Zhou Cheng wins, odds of 1.2.
Place your bets now, no credit. These odds clearly indicate that Zhou Qing is not favored.
Xiao Yan's muscular physique wasn't built in the gym.
Anyway, Zhou Qing is good at making money, but he's not necessarily good at fighting.
I'm betting on Xiao Yan. 500,000.
Yi Qing gritted his teeth, practically squeezing out the words. He wished Xiao Yan would tear Zhou Qing's bones apart right now.
I'll bet on Xiao Yan too. Damn it, we have to bet on Xiao Yan. Zhou Qing's small frame can't even lift a finger. The crowd stirred and began placing bets.
I bet 1 million on Zhou Qing. Fu Han slowly took out her phone, transferred the money, and wore a confident smile on her face. Count me in, Zhang San said succinctly, placing his bet of 1 million on Zhou Qing as well.
The clamor of the crowd subsided. Zhang San and Fu Han's attitudes made some shrewd people start to hesitate.
Just then, a clear female voice rang out, I bet on Uncle to win.
1,200,000.
Bai Jiayan squeezed into the crowd, showed Yi Quan her phone screen, her face full of admiration and trust for Zhou Qing.
All in is an art. I'm betting too.
Another timid voice came from behind. It was Meng Meng. She transferred all the money in her phone account, 1,655 yuan.
Yi Quan couldn't help but take a second look to make sure she hadn't missed a single character.
This number, with its whole and odd numbers, is indeed quite amusing. Yi Quan was about to make a few jokes when he saw Zhang Yin suddenly take off her Richard Miller from her wrist and slap it into Yi Quan's hand. I'm betting on Zhou Qingxing for this watch.
Zhou Qing's eye twitched violently.
This little vixen actually used the things I gave her as bets.
And she even bet on me to win? What exactly is going on in her head?
Holding that valuable watch, Yi Quan felt as if he were holding a scorching hot iron. He glanced back at Xiao Yan, who was stretching his joints, and broke out in a cold sweat. He lowered his voice and leaned closer, saying, Little brother, my happiness for the rest of my life depends entirely on you. Xiao Yan did not respond, but stared intently at Zhou Qing, his aura as taut as a fully drawn bow.
The battle was about to erupt under everyone's watchful eyes. However, the ending was completely beyond everyone's expectations.
There was no probing, no maneuvering. Just as Xiao Yan assumed a fighting stance, preparing to find an opening, Zhou Qing made his move. His figure lunged forward without warning, and the next second, he was already standing to Xiao Yan's side.
With a series of quick moves, Xiao Yan was completely suppressed. The final chop, swift as lightning, abruptly stopped just an inch from Xiao Yan's carotid artery.
The sharp wind stung Xiao Yan's skin. Xiao Yan's pupils dilated in shock, and the hairs on his body stood on end instantly. He didn't even see Zhou Qing's movements clearly. Before he could react, Zhou Qing flipped his wrist, his 5 fingers gripping his throat like iron clamps, lifting him off the ground.
In the blink of an eye, the outcome was decided. The entire process takes no more than 3 seconds.
The bodyguards around them were all true experts in martial arts. They all gasped in shock, their faces filled with horror. They could see it clearly. If Zhou Qing's final chop had gone in just 1 more inch, Xiao Yan would be a corpse by now. That terrifying control, which allows for effortless maneuvering, is even more chilling than mere physical suppression.
A series of system notifications flooded Zhou Qing's mind, and his points balance skyrocketed. Uncle, you won? Bai Jiayan's face flushed with excitement as she rushed forward first.
Zhou Qing released his grip, and Xiao Yan collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud, coughing violently. Zhou Cheng acted as if nothing had happened, dusted off his hands, and smiled modestly. Well, it was a narrow victory. Yi Quan watched this scene with a heart full of pain.
Who has ever seen a bookmaker lose money? With trembling hands, he transferred out bet after bet, finally lying on the car, utterly despondent, staring blankly at the sky. Chapter 113. Our romance isn't over yet.
Zhang Yin, like a victorious little peacock, ran to Zhou Qing, tilting her head back with bright, sparkling eyes.
Uncle, do you still stand by my promise to be my boyfriend for 7 days? No, that doesn't count. Zhou Qing's answer was firm and decisive.
It was your brother who told you to leave, it has nothing to do with me.
You!
Zhang Yin stomped her foot in anger and kicked Zhou Qing's shin, but it didn't hurt at all. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly put on a tearful expression, tugging at Zhou Qing's clothes and acting coquettishly.
Uncle, you've been my longest-lasting boyfriend of all. I'm about to leave, can't you give me a hug?
Seeing her like this, Zhou Qing's heart softened. She was, after all, just a little girl. He sighed helplessly, bent down slightly, and prepared to give the 1.6-meter-tall girl a polite hug. At 1.85 meters tall, this movement brought his neck right up to Zhang Yin's mouth.
The next second, Zhou Qing's neck tightened.
Zhang Yin chuckled mischievously, then suddenly looked up and gave Zhou Qing a hard kiss on the neck. A hot, damp pain shot through Zhou Qing, who froze instantly. After her successful strike, Zhang Yin immediately retreated, proudly waving the Richard Mill in her hand, her smile both sly and deliberate.
Hee, uncle, let's see how you explain this when you get back.
She winked playfully.
Our relationship isn't over yet.
I'll leave this watch with you as collateral. When you come to the capital to find me, I'll return it to you 3 times the original price. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and jumped into the car that was already waiting by the roadside. The car door closed quickly, and she drove away, leaving behind only a string of silvery laughter and a bewildered Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing was so angry he almost exploded on the spot. He touched the extremely conspicuous hickey on his neck, turned around and glared at Zhang San, wanting an explanation. Zhang San, however, seemed not to see anything. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, whistled leisurely, and then slowly strolled away.
As the second generation gradually dispersed, the trendy street quickly returned to its former bustling state.
Clutching her car keys, Meng Meng beamed with an unprecedentedly radiant smile as she happily pulled by Jian along, heading to the driving school to enroll in the most expensive crash course.
Zhou Qing touched the freshly made, slightly stinging hickey on his neck, both amused and exasperated. That little devil Zhang Yin, even before leaving, was going to put a shackle on him. His gaze shifted from the departing car to the entrance of a Shaxian snack shop not far away. Then, he was completely stunned. Is that man with his hair neatly combed and his shoes polished to a mirror shine Shunzi?
Shunzi had already changed into a sharp suit. He stood meticulously at the door, politely guiding each customer to scan the QR code to order food. Despite looking dejected after smoking a whole pack of cigarettes that morning, he had completely devoured the food. At that moment, Shunzi was facing a middle-aged woman who had just parked her electric scooter, flashing a set of white teeth with a smile so perfect it looked like it had been measured with a ruler. He held a flyer in his hand, his back ramrod straight, and he was clearly explaining the drone delivery service.
That level of professionalism makes you think he's a top salesperson from a Fortune 500 company.
Zhou Qing felt like her brain wasn't working properly. He didn't rush forward, he just leaned against the car door, quietly observing. Shunzi skillfully guided customers to register as members and receive new customer coupons, her movements fluid and efficient, while she continuously explained the convenience and efficiency of drone delivery. Only after the woman entered the store satisfied did he breathe a sigh of relief, take out a small notebook, and begin to write something down. Zhou Qing then walked over and stood in front of him.
Shunzi looked up and saw Zhou Qing.
His businesslike smile vanished instantly, replaced by the serious expression of a subordinate meeting his superior. He closed the notebook and bowed slightly. Elder brother. This sound was calm, composed, and devoid of any personal emotion.
Brother, when would be a convenient time for you to get some more delivery drones? Shunzi got straight to the point before Zhou Qing could even speak.
The drones at both stores are in short supply right now, and the scheduling pressure is very high during peak periods. Zhou Qing was taken aback by his businesslike attitude and felt somewhat uncomfortable for a moment. He was still thinking about how to comfort his heartbroken friend when the other guy switched straight to business negotiation mode.
Oh, okay.
Zhou Qing scratched his head subconsciously.
Then I'll get some more later. Approximately how many units do you need?
Shunzi pushed up the non-prescription glasses he'd somehow acquired, and a glint of wisdom, incongruous with his usual style, flashed in his eyes behind the lenses.
Our initial estimate is that 15 to 20 units should be enough to cover our next phase of business expansion. The next stage? Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow.
Yes. Shunzi opened the notebook in her hand, which was covered with dense markings in different colored inks.
Brother, I've done some research.
Within a 3-kilometer radius of our store, there are 5 internet cafes, 3 billiard halls, and a large area of single apartments. This part is a blue ocean market for food delivery, with high average order value and strong repurchase rate. I estimate that if we can capture this market, it can increase the store's profits by at least 30% to 40%. As Zhou Qing listened to his clear and logical analysis, a wave of emotion surged within her.
What happened to this kid that caused him to have his Ren and Du meridians opened up overnight?
But he immediately shook his head, his tone leaving no room for argument. Don't touch this business for now. Shunzi was taken aback, her eyes showing confusion. Zhou Qing looked at him and patiently explained. What we need to do now is to focus on refining the model of the new stores and making a big splash with drone delivery. My goal is to open Shasian snacks all over the coastal area within a year and cover the skies of this city with a drone network.
Shunzi's grip on the pen tightened slightly, and her breathing quickened.
He looked at Zhou Qing, remained silent for a few seconds, and then silently turned to the next page of his notebook.
Brother, I have another suggestion.
His voice was lower and more determined than before.
I've done the math.
Recently, the prices of pork, flour, and cooking oil have all been rising. Our costs are constantly increasing. I suggest that we contract a hill in our hometown, set up a breeding base, and build a small processing plant. This way, we can ensure the quality and safety of our ingredients and control costs at the source. When we grow bigger in the future, we won't be at the mercy of others. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing was truly impressed.
He looked at Shunzi, who actually had a business mind and even strategic foresight. All right.
Zhou Qing suppressed the turmoil in his heart and nodded calmly.
This seems like a good idea. I'll go back to my hometown when I have time and check it out.
He turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, he couldn't help but turn back and tentatively ask a question.
Shunzi, how are you and Meng Meng doing now?
Shunzi's body visibly stiffened for a moment. His hand holding the notebook froze in midair. He neither turned around nor answered. A moment later, he simply turned around silently and continued to count the takeout boxes on the shelf by the door, as if he hadn't heard Zhou Qing's words.
Zhou Qing understood, sighed, and drove away without asking any further questions. Chapter 114. The bed isn't big enough.
In the following days, Shunzi completely switched to CEO mode. He was the first to arrive at the store every day and the last to leave, managing the operation, scheduling, procurement, and promotion of both stores in an orderly manner.
Under his strong leadership, the revenue of Shasian snacks skyrocketed.
He was like Yang Bailao wielding a small leather whip, pushing all the young men and women who were just trying to make a living around him, chasing after Zhou Qing for resources and equipment. This made Zhou Qing, the hands-off manager, too embarrassed to show his face in front of him, for fear of being caught by him for a 2-hour business promotion meeting. To meet Shunzi's ever-expanding business needs, Zhou Qing gritted his teeth and spent a full 500 shot points to redeem 50 of the latest model of food delivery drones from the system store. That afternoon, Zhou Chang was slacking off, playing games in the security company's office, when Wan Shangi rushed in, plopped down on the sofa, and looked utterly miserable.
Brother Chang! Help! Those bastards are killing me! What's wrong? Zhou Qing put down her phone. Isn't your shop doing pretty well? It's because it's too popular that this happened.
Wan Shangi slapped her thigh, her voice full of grievance. I just followed your instructions, made the plating a bit more refined, used better ingredients, perfected the flavor, and made the prices more affordable.
As a result, the Mala Tang restaurant next door and the Bibimbap restaurant across the street are not happy. They say I'm stealing their business.
These past few days, they've been reporting me for failing fire safety standards, complaining about my cooking fumes disturbing the peace, and even hiring a few thugs to loiter in front of my shop every day, scaring customers away from entering. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing frowned and his eyes turned cold. Without saying a word, he grabbed the Cullinan key from the table and went straight downstairs. The afternoon sun was shining brightly when Zhou Qing quietly stopped in front of Wan Shangi's Shasian snack shop, his huge car front almost taking up half of the sidewalk. The owner of the spicy hot pot shop next door had just poked her head out, about to start cursing, but when she saw the prestigious Flying Goddess car logo, she swallowed her curses back, her face changing color repeatedly. Zhou Chang got out of the car but did not rush to make a scene.
Instead, he went into Wan Shangi's shop first. He understood the crux of the problem at a glance.
Wan Shangi, that kid, is a real talent. A simple duck leg rice dish features a carefully deboned duck leg with tender, juicy meat coated in a rich sauce. The side of the dish is garnished with vibrant green vegetables and a few white sesame seeds, making the presentation comparable to a high-end Japanese restaurant. That bowl of fragrant mixed noodles, with its chewy noodles and the aroma of peanut sauce mixed with the savory flavor of minced meat, was incredibly tempting.
Most importantly, this set meal only costs 15 yuan. Damn it, Wan Shangyi is such a bastard. Judging by his personality, he's not doing business at all, he's creating art. Offering a product experience that far surpasses its competitors with the best price-performance ratio is a game-changer for the two companies next door. Zhou Qing's gaze passed over Wan Shangyi and landed outside the shop. The owners of the spicy hot pot restaurant next door and the bibimbap restaurant across the street practically blocked the entrance to Wan Shangyi's Shaxian snack shop with their billboards and outdoor tables and chairs, like two gatekeepers, leaving only a narrow gap for one person to pass through sideways. That kind of attitude wasn't about soliciting customers, it was about taking lives. Zhou Qing knew exactly what was going on. He could completely understand the two men's raging fury. Anyone would be driven crazy if a Roll King restaurant opened next door to them. This chicken leg rice costs only 13 yuan, but it's presented like something out of a Michelin-starred restaurant. The chicken leg is deboned clean, and the sauce is so good you'll lick the plate clean. What makes you, a hot pot vendor, competitive? What makes you, a bibimbap vendor, stand out from the crowd? Unfortunately, if it were just because they couldn't roll it up, Zhou Qing would have been very understanding of them. The key issue is that the two neighboring companies have too narrow a perspective. Zhou Qing snorted inwardly. Wan Shangyi's shop has become the key to attracting customers to this street. Countless people come here specifically for this popular Shaxian snack, and even if they can't eat there, they'll still stroll around the area. They couldn't handle this immense wealth, so they resorted to such despicable means to push it away. Foolish and short-sighted. Zhou Qing had no interest in lecturing them on business logic. To deal with thugs, you had to use even more thuggish methods. He took out his phone, tapped the screen lightly, and dialed a number. "Hey, Meng Meng, what are you doing?" A burst of loud music and laughter came from the other end of the phone, which quieted down after a moment. "Uncle! Missed me? I'm singing karaoke with my girlfriends, what's up? Bring your men, as many as you can, and bring them to the trendy street. It's on me. I have some work to do." "Okay." The voice on the other end of the phone instantly became excited. "Send me the address, I'll be right there." Half an hour later, a brightly modified Wuling Hongguan van and several electric scooters roared in like a locust swarm. As soon as the car door opened, a dozen or so men and women stepped out, their brightly colored hair almost blinding in the sunlight. Meng Meng, who was leading the group, tossed her signature long pink hair and ran up to Zhou Qing with a bright and energetic expression. "Uncle, what's going on? Why such a big commotion? Are we going to fight?" She rubbed her hands excitedly, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. Zhou Qing pointed to the block shop entrance, then to the owners of the two shops, and briefly explained the situation. After listening, Meng Meng curled her lips in disdain, then patted her chest, which was barely higher than an airport, and took full responsibility. "Just this little thing? Uncle, just you wait and see, I'll take care of it all. I'll make sure they're all taken care of perfectly." The next few days were a hellish nightmare for the Malatang spicy hot pot and bibimbap stone pot rice restaurants. Every day at mealtime, a group of energetic young men and women would flood in on time. They ordered the cheapest clear broth spicy hot pot, and 7 or 8 people sat around a table, sharing the food with their own chopsticks, eating for 2 hours straight. With the phone speaker turned up to the maximum, all I could hear were deafeningly loud, lowbrow pop songs. What's even more amazing is the content of the chats among these spiritual young women. They were incredibly loud, and the topics they discussed were utterly disgusting. What? That 1.8 meter tall handsome guy from last night was no good at all. It's all about the 1.7 meter tall guy from last time. What? My best friend is even more amazing. She's got a history of surpassing her predecessors. The scene was quite something. There are also fights like Naruto characters, 1 against 7, but 1 against 7 is nothing compared to 1 against 8. The bed isn't big enough. The explicit language was like free bullets, spraying the surrounding tables of diners with red faces and sending them fleeing in disarray. The proprietress was about to yell at someone when a young man with smoky eye makeup immediately stood up and slammed his arm, which had half a dragon tattooed on it, onto the table. "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll report you for having hair in your dish." What's most frustrating is that after they finished eating, they wiped their mouths and ran away, scattering like birds and beasts, bursting out the door. The boss chased after him, but the man had already gotten on his electric scooter and disappeared. Call the police? Even if the police come, they will only mediate. The other party insists that they forgot and will make it up next time. When you come back next time, it will be a new wave of people, using the same tricks all over again. The key is that we can't afford to offend them. Zhou Qing's luxury car is parked outside. Chapter 115. What? You're no longer useful at 60? The air froze instantly upon hearing this. Wan Shangyi's face turned from red to liver color, and she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Yin Fong instantly bristled. She stepped forward, pointed at Bai Jiayan's nose, and her voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. You're talking nonsense. I don't know if my uncle is good or not. Let me tell you, my uncle is the same height as him and has special skills. Zhou Qing's mind was even more shattered than when Bai Jiayan had witnessed it. He rushed forward and tightly covered Yin Fong's mouth, which was always ready to spill everything. As relatives passed by, they visibly paused, casting several envious glances that even men would understand back and forth between him and Yin Fong. Yin Fong was still struggling in his hand. Zhou Qing wished she could die on the spot. Just as he was trying to separate the two enemies, a deep, slightly hoarse male voice suddenly rang out behind him without warning. Hello, are you Zhou Qing? Zhou Qing froze. He slowly turned around, and a middle-aged man wearing a traditional Chinese jacket was already standing less than 3 meters behind him. The man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a refined appearance, but his attire was anything but understated. On her left wrist was a string of lustrous Bodhi seeds, on her right thumb was a jade ring, and around her neck hung an enormous imperial green jade pendant, its translucency almost overflowing with light. This face. Zhou Qing's pupils suddenly contracted. It's 7/10 similar to the one who publicly humiliated someone at the auction last time. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Qing's mind worked faster than the system prompts. The embarrassment on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a polite but distant smile. He pointed to Wan Shangyi, who was still frozen in shock and whose face was so red it was almost bleeding, and spoke with utmost sincerity. Excuse me, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not him, he is. The middle-aged man was stunned. Ha! Wan Shangyi was also stunned. He slowly raised his head and looked at Zhou Qing with a completely bewildered expression. What? Beside the middle-aged man, the woman with a voluptuous figure and exquisite makeup crossed her arms and glanced down at Zhou Qing, her contempt almost tangible. Her voice, with a metallic chill, pierced through the chaos of the scene. We have investigated you, Mr. Zhou. All the health pills circulating in the market point to you as their source. Zhou Qing knew perfectly well that these people were indeed after the hangover cure, and their intentions were clearly hostile. His innocent expression grew even more genuine, tinged with a hint of hurt. He stepped forward and affectionately patted Wan Shangyi's shoulder, which was still in a daze, so hard that Wan stumbled. Boss, you've really mistaken me for someone else. My name is Wan Shangyi, and he, Zhou Qing pointed firmly at Wan Shangyi, is Zhou Qing, no doubt about it. Look, he is so nervous he can't even speak. The woman called Blue Ocean Fan curled her lips into a mocking smile, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Mr. Zhou, you're really joking. These words were like a fuse, instantly igniting the explosive barrel next to them. Who the hell do you think you are? Yin Fong suddenly broke free from Zhou Qing's grasp, like an enraged mother leopard, all her quills standing on end. She took a step forward, her chin slightly raised, the ferocity in her eyes causing Lan Haimi to instinctively take a half step back. Are you kidding? Our uncle doesn't want to talk to you, can't you understand human language? Or did your breasts, with their layers of silicone padding, squeeze all the water out of your brain? These extremely vulgar words instantly turned Lan Haimi's carefully made-up face a deep purplish red. Just as she was about to scream in retaliation, Zhou Qing gave her a look. Bai Jiayan, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, understood perfectly. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly she slapped her thigh, her face showing an exaggerated expression of sudden realization as she pointed at Lan Haimi. Hey! I remember now. Aren't you that Blue Ocean Fan? Oh my, what a coincidence. Lan Hai was taken aback. Bai Jiayan, as if they were old friends, came forward and laughed heartily. We both came from the same socialite training class. We were both taught by Sister Wang, isn't that a coincidence? I remember you said back then that your goal was to find old men over 60 who were taking care of their grandchildren. What, you're no longer useful at 60? What nonsense are you spouting? Lan Haimi's composure completely collapsed, and her voice became shrill and piercing. You're the one who goes to places like that. Your whole family goes. His exasperated appearance was tantamount to admitting it in public. Enough.
The middle-aged man, Lin Tianao, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. He gave a low shout, interrupting the farce. He forced a smile, though it looked more like a grimace. He nodded slightly to Zhou Qing, adopting a very humble posture. My name is Lin Tianao, the general manager of Baibao's. It was all a misunderstanding, please excuse me. He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qing. I wonder if Mr. Zhou has some time tonight? The Fu family's son has hosted a banquet at Jingding Xian. I would like to invite Mr. Zhou to join us for a casual meal alone? Zhou Qing sneered inwardly. He had just made contact with Fu Han, and this guy surnamed Lin had already come knocking on his door. His information network was quite efficient. He waved his hand, his expression indifferent and aloof. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had any free time. Lin Tianao's facial muscles twitched slightly, clearly not expecting such a decisive refusal. But being a seasoned veteran, he immediately adopted a sincere and earnest demeanor. Mr. Zhou, please don't be so quick to refuse. Everyone in the world is driven by self-interest. Whatever conditions Fu Han can offer you, I, Lin, can negotiate, and I can even offer more. He changed the subject and winked at Lan Jaime. This is just a small gift, nothing special. 100 reluctances flashed across Lan Jaime's face, but she still reluctantly pulled a velvet box from her Hermes bag. Inside the box lay a string of eerily colored purple jadeite beads, its translucency exceptional, clearly indicating its high value. Lin Tianao took the box and, without saying a word, shoved it into Yinfang's hands, his face full of fawning smiles. I think your lady has an extraordinary air about her, and she's a perfect match for this auspicious purple chi from the East bracelet. Take it away. Yinfang flung his hand away as if she had been touched by something dirty, her face full of disgust. I don't want it. This lousy chain has probably been worn by countless people, it's so dirty. Lin Tianao's hand froze in mid-air, utterly embarrassed. Hee, a sweet laugh broke the silence. Bai Jiayan quickly grabbed the string of purple jade from the box and put it on her wrist. She looked at it from left to right under the light, admiring it with great delight. I don't mind the dirt. Yinfang, please don't give it to me. The Blue Ocean fan got impatient and blurted it out. This is a gift from General Manager Lin to Mr. Zhou Qing's girlfriend. Chapter 116 Sleep with her? I'd have to pay for it? Oh, swallows. Zhou Qing frowned dramatically, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Quickly return it to Mr. Lin. This item is too valuable, it's clearly one of Mr. Lin's most cherished possessions, and he didn't acquire it easily. We can't even get our business done, so how can we accept something that belongs to someone else? His words put Lin Tianao in a very difficult position. Lin Tianao's lips twitched violently, his heart was bleeding, but he could only force a magnanimous and generous appearance on his face and waved his hand. It's nothing, it's nothing. It's just a small trinket, nothing valuable. His gaze swept over the bright purple stain on Bai Jiayan's wrist, and he felt a pang of heartache, as if a piece of his own flesh had been ripped out. Since Mr. Zhou's friend likes it, then let him wear it and play with it. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You are so generous. Bai Jiayan immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, her voice sickeningly sweet, then pulled Yinfang aside and winked at Zhou Qing. Uncle, Sister Yinfang and I will go upstairs first. You two can continue chatting. The three of them tacitly understood each other and, while Lin Tianao was still immersed in the pain of losing his own flesh, quickly turned around and made their escape. Away from the garage, walking along the path leading to the villa, Bai Jiayan took off her bracelet and handed it to Yinfang. Here, you can have it. Yinfang glanced at it, shook her head, and her expression still showed undisguised disgust. No, too many people have worn it before, I don't like it. Then can I really accept it? Bai Jiayan asked tentatively. Seeing that Yinfang did not object, she immediately put the bracelet back on her wrist with great joy and admired it with delight. Looking at her pathetic appearance, Yinfang couldn't help but roll her eyes, but then she couldn't help but become curious. By the way, Bai Jiayan, how did you know that woman's name was Lan Jaime? And that she knew about some socialite training class? Bai Jiayan proudly swung her wrist, and the purple jade shimmered under the streetlights. She lowered her voice and whispered mysteriously in Yinfang's ear. Zhou Qing quickly gave Bai Jiayan a meaningful look, and Bai Jiayan understood. Keep it a secret. Then we went into the auction hall. Yinfang smoothed her striking purple hair, nudged Zhou Qing's waist with her elbow in an ambiguous manner, and her eyes burned with the fire of gossip. Uncle, what's going on? You slept with that Lon Hai guy.
How much did it cost?
Zhou Qing knew she was jealous, so he pouted and deliberately tried to annoy her.
Sleep with her? I'd have to pay for it?
Yinfang then said she wanted to be a mistress, and then went to find Bai Jiayan, but Bai Jiayan probably wouldn't say anything out of the blue. At this moment, an extremely anxious figure emerged from behind a pillar and practically lunged at Zhou Qing.
Brother! Brother Zhou! We've been waiting for you!
The person who came was Fu Han. His usually pampered face was now filled with anxiety, and fine beads of sweat were on his forehead. He pulled Zhou Qing into the shadows of a corner.
I'm in dire need of help. Brother, I'm really begging you this time, could you sell me a few more screaming pills?
Zhou Qing frowned slightly. He remembered clearly that his cooperation model with Fu Han had already been finalized, and this sudden change of heart displeased him.
Mr. Fu, didn't we agree last time that this thing is scarce, and only 9 will be available in each trading session? We can't break the rules.
Oh, my dear brother, rules are rules, but people are flexible. Fu Han wrung his hands anxiously, his voice trembling with tears.
That's true, but I can't afford to offend any of the gentlemen at today's auction.
They're all waiting for this thing to entertain them and prolong their lives.
How am I supposed to divide these 9? Giving them to anyone would offend the others.
He gritted his teeth, as if he were going all out, and stretched out a hand.
All right. I won't let you suffer a loss. 5 million. 5 million per piece. I'll take as many as you have, okay? 5 million per pill?
Zhou Qing remained calm and composed. He knew that once this door was opened, the nature of the situation would change. What he wants is not a quick profit from a one-off deal, but a steady stream of goodwill and resources. He shook his head, his tone still calm, yet leaving no room for argument.
Mr. Fu, I don't need the money. The price is the same.
Seeing Fu Han's face fall instantly, Zhou Qing changed the subject.
However, we can make an exception this time. But I have 2 small favors that I need your help with, Mr. Fu. Fu Han's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded repeatedly. Tell me. Don't just say 200 will do.
First, Yinfang has 2 younger cousins who are going to high school this year, and I want them to get into one of the best schools in the city. You have to handle this matter properly and without any future problems. Second, Zhou Qing paused, his gaze becoming distant.
Get me a motorhome.
The top-of-the-line model, spacious, with an interior that can be modified. Upon hearing this, Fu Han felt completely relieved.
He patted his chest and readily agreed to take full responsibility. That's it? Don't worry, bro. Send me the information of those 2 kids later. I'll find them whichever one they want, not just the best in the city. As for the RV, hey, you've come to the right person. A guy asked me to get him a top-of-the-line Raptor modified version. It's just been finished and hasn't been delivered yet. If you like it, I'll have my driver take it over for you. Consider it a gift from your brother.
Just as Zhou Qing was about to nod and express his gratitude, his cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently, the sharp ringtone shattering their conversation. It was Yinfang who called. Zhou Qing answered the phone, and immediately Yinfang's suppressed screams of panic and anger came through the receiver.
Uncle! Something terrible has happened. Wan Shangyi and Bai Jiayan are fighting with someone outside.
Zhou Qing's face darkened, he hung up the phone, and rushed inside. When he arrived at the scene, the chaotic scene was like a boiling pot of oil, instantly bursting into his eyes. Wan Shangyi's eyes were bloodshot as he straddled a man, ignoring the barrage of punches and kicks he received from his 2 accomplices. He mechanically and frantically swung his fists, each punch carrying the ferocity to smash the man beneath him into the ground. On the other side, Bai Jiayan was struggling with a woman, while Yinfang was being entangled by another burly man. The strangely colored purple jade bracelet that she had just acquired was suddenly slammed against the corner of the wall during the scuffle.
Smack!
With a crisp cracking sound, the bracelet shattered into pieces, turning into a pile of debris. Yinfang paused for a moment. She lowered her head, and the next second, Yinfang's eyes instantly turned red. A surge of rage could no longer be contained. She abruptly shoved the man in front of her, turned around, grabbed an empty wine bottle from the table next to her, and without any hesitation, smashed it hard on the head of one of the men who was ganging up on Wan Shangyi.
Thud!
With a muffled thud, shards of amber glass mixed with blood splattered everywhere.
Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene.
The burly man whose head had been split open slowly raised his hand and touched his forehead, feeling a warm, sticky sensation on his fingertips. He looked at his hands covered in blood, and the shock on his face was quickly replaced by a ferocious rage.
You bitch. You fucking want to die. Chapter 117. If I and your mother fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first?
Before he could finish speaking, a large hand snatched the phone away.
Wan Shangyi's eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of losing control, letting out a deafening roar into the receiver. Wan Da. I'm putting this out there today. Either you accept Bai Jiayan and make her your daughter-in-law, or from today onwards, we sever all ties as father and son. After yelling, without waiting for any response, he slammed the latest model iPhone onto the marble floor with a loud bang. The phone screen shattered instantly, breaking into 4 pieces and becoming completely unusable. Zhou Cheng watched in stunned silence. Holy crap, that's incredible? This blow seemed to shatter the last line of defense in Bai Jiayan's heart.
She could no longer hold on, squatted on the ground, hugged her knees and cried uncontrollably.
It's over, it's all over.
Through intermittent sobbing, Zhou Qing finally pieced together the whole story.
It turns out that Wan Shangyi's father, Wanda, has always looked down on Bai Jiayan's background.
He used a black card to make a bet with her. If she could use this card as capital and earn the same amount of money within a year through her own abilities, he would agree to their relationship. If she cannot do that, she must take the initiative to leave Wan Shangyi permanently.
This is a task that is simply impossible to complete.
Bai Jiayan cried and begged, desperately trying to grasp this last glimmer of hope, all for the sake of this bet. With Zhou Qing's help, this once unattainable goal began to see the light of day in a short period of time. Wanda probably never dreamed that the 10 million he used to persuade his future daughter-in-law to give up would be nothing to Zhou Qing and Bai Jiayan now.
Holy crap, 10 million?
That's like loan sharking. Yin Fang's exclamation broke the frozen sorrow. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, burning with 2 flames of anger. She couldn't understand how a father would test his son's lover in such an almost insulting way.
In her view, this was blatant harassment. She stepped forward, grabbed Wan Shangyi's arm, and her voice was full of indignation. Wan Shangyi, your dad's actions are definitely not good. Who knows what dirty tricks he is up to? Listen to me, let us just go all the way and get him in jail. That'll solve everything. These shocking remarks left everyone present speechless.
Zhou Qing felt completely overwhelmed. This girl's thought process was indeed extraordinary. Her way of solving problems was always so, like taking a radical approach. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Yin Fang away, then lightly tapped her on the head, both amused and exasperated.
You'd better shut up and stop giving bad advice. No matter what, he's Shangyi's own father. If word gets out that family members are killing each other, what kind of talk will that make?
Zhou Qing turned to Wan Shangyi, whose eyes were still bloodshot and who exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay, and softened his tone.
Brother, don't be impulsive. Don't worry about the money.
If all else fails, I'll cover the 10 million for you. However, Wan Shangyi seemed not to hear him at all. His scarlet eyes were fixed on the wreckage of the phone, his chest heaving violently, as he silently confronted the entire world. What he wanted was never money, but recognition and respect.
All right.
Zheng San, who had been silent all along, stepped forward and patted Wan Shangyi's shoulder heavily with his large, fan-like hand. The force was steady and powerful, causing Wan Shangyi's tense body to relax slightly.
It's just 10 million, it's no big deal. Zheng San's tone was calm, yet it exuded confidence. Later I'll have Donkey Baldy transfer 30% of his snake demon business to you. That stuff makes money fast. If you work hard, you'll have 10 million in less than a year.
Wan Shangyi suddenly raised her head, the madness in her eyes fading slightly, replaced by disbelief. Bai Jiayan, standing to the side, was already overwhelmed by the successive waves of tenderness. She covered her mouth, tears of emotion streaming down her face like broken pearls. She never imagined that so many people would be willing to stand up for her, a girl with no relatives or friends. Just then, a slightly sorrowful and exaggerated voice broke in.
Oh my goodness, why are you crying? I asked you to help me hand out some flyers here, and instead you beat someone up and sent them to the police station.
I didn't even make the deal, and I'm not even crying. Auction house representative Fu Han appeared before everyone at some point, his face filled with worry and despair, yet also revealing a shrewdness. He wasn't really blaming anyone, he was just cleverly diffusing the awkward atmosphere. All right, stop standing at the door, it's not a good look. Come on in, everyone, come in and sit down, have a cup of tea and calm down. As he greeted them, he subtly pulled Zhou Qing aside and lowered his voice.
Brother, what do you think about those two rascals from the Wei family who got into a fight with you earlier?
I've already had Zhang San detain them. Zhou Qing glanced at the two pale-faced young men not far away, who were being watched by security guards. They were the two rich kids who had provoked him earlier. He was feeling conflicted at the moment and didn't bother arguing with such a minor character.
Forget it, let them go.
Upon hearing this, Fu Han's eyes flashed with approval, but his gaze was drawn to the bracelet on Zhou Qing's wrist.
They did this? Zhou Qing glanced down at the bracelet.
It was bought from an auction raw stone and was quite valuable.
It was a real pity that it broke like this. He nodded.
Without saying a word, Fu Han carefully took the broken bracelet.
Alright, bro, leave this to me. I guarantee you will receive a satisfactory answer.
After saying that, he seemed to remember something, took out a black, opaque plastic bag from his pocket, stuffed it into Zhou Qing's hand, and winked.
Don't use those transparent bags to pack the baby next time, they're too conspicuous.
Zhou Qing chuckled to himself. Fu Han was truly a shrewd person. He took out 5 more scream pills from his backpack and put them into the black bag as compensation for his kindness.
Back in the magnificent auction hall, everyone calmed down a bit.
Yin Fang moved closer to Zhou Qing, her big eyes blinking, and suddenly asked a tricky question.
Uncle, what if in the future, your aunt and uncle also look down on me and ask me for a dowry of 10 million? What will you do then?
Zhou Qing glanced at her sideways and flicked her smooth forehead in an annoyed manner.
What, you look down on your uncle? Am I bankrupt or something? I gave you a villa worth 600 million just like that, and you think I can't afford a mere 10 million?
Yin Fang covered her forehead, hissing and panting, but her heart was bubbling with sweetness. But she clearly had no intention of letting Zhou Qing off the hook. With a quick glance, she threw out that age-old question again.
So, if I and your mother fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first? Chapter 118. Of course, we want both.
Zhou Qing rolled her eyes at her.
You don't need to ask me that question.
My mom was on the provincial swimming team when she was young. She can swim, and she swims better than me.
I don't even have to lift a finger, she just casually scooped you out of the water. The auction has officially begun.
One by one, antique paintings and calligraphy were presented on the display stand, and the auctioneer introduced their origins and value in a highly engaging voice. However, these were like heavenly books to Zhou Qing and his group. Before long, the group became drowsy. Just then, Shunzi, carrying a large backpack, crouched down and slipped in, handing the backpack to Zhou Qing.
Brother Qing, I've brought everything. Alright, don't leave either. Sit down and take a look with us, broaden your horizons. Zhou Qing casually left a comment.
To everyone's surprise, Shunzi showed no interest in the priceless antiques on stage. All his attention was focused on the graceful female auctioneer in her high-slit cheongsam.
He even took out his phone and snapped a series of photos of the scenery peeking through the slit of the cheongsam, then proudly shared his masterpiece with Zhou Qing. A dull auction finally came to an end. Fu Han walked over with a beaming smile and went straight to Zhou Qing's side. Brother, there's something I want to discuss with you. He lowered his voice, but his expression was quite excited. The Wei family wants to reconcile with you. I wonder if you agree.
Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. They offered 2 compensation plans, Fu Han said, holding up 2 fingers. Plan 1, cash, 12 million, as compensation for your bracelet.
The other one.
Fu Han paused deliberately, her eyes gleaming mischievously, and spoke each word carefully. If you're willing, brother, they can compensate you with a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom, the extended version.
Shunzi's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, making a crisp gurgling sound. Damn it.
His lips trembled, his mind went blank, and only the most primal desire remained. Only children make choices, Brother Qing, of course we want both. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain shot through his lower back. Zhou Qing withdrew his elbow expressionlessly, giving him a look that said, if you say another word, you're dead. Shunzi immediately swallowed the rest of her sentence like a duck being choked, her face turning bright red. Zhou Qing ignored the good-for-nothing and turned his gaze to Fu Han, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. Although he had the system, when it came to understanding the intricacies of this circle, Fu Han was undoubtedly the true expert.
Brother Fu, what do you think?
Fu Han's smile grew even deeper. He was truly a cunning and shrewd fox. He gently patted Zhou Qing's shoulder, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice considerably.
Brother, take my advice and choose the second one. His gaze swept over Zhou Qing, carrying an assessment in it.
That Phantom extended wheelbase cost well over 12 million.
And to be honest, your current Cayenne is no longer befitting your status. Zhou Qing is no longer the ordinary young man struggling to find a house for his wedding. Fu Han's words were both flattery and a reminder. Okay, then I'll listen to Brother Fu.
Zhou Qing made the decision immediately.
Great.
Fu Han snapped his fingers and, without any hesitation, immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
Hello? Is this Lao Wei? My brother has agreed. Bring the car to the entrance of Jinding Auction House right now. It has to be brand new, and get all the paperwork done. Their swift and efficient work impressed even Zhou Qing. The group walked to the magnificent entrance of the auction house, and within minutes a luxury car silently pulled up in front of them, its powerful aura instantly overshadowing everything around it. Wow! Yin Fong's scream broke the silence.
Like a kitten that had discovered a new toy, she excitedly circled the behemoth, touching and tapping the cold, hard body with her little hands, her eyes shining with disbelief.
Uncle! This is too awesome. Is this really a gift for us?
A salesperson dressed in a sharp suit and wearing white gloves quickly stepped forward and respectfully handed Zhou Qing a uniquely shaped key.
Hello, Mr. Zhou, we are here to deliver your car on behalf of Mr. Fu.
The car doors opened upwards like wings. Subsequently, the RV that Zhou Qing requested was delivered. Yin Fong was the first to jump up and roll around on the soft sofa. Then, as if she had discovered a new continent, she grabbed a microphone and wouldn't let go.
Uncle! Let's not go back tonight.
She poked her head out of the car, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhou Qing, her tone full of coquettishness.
Let's drive this to the beach. We're going camping. Just the two of us.
Bai Jiayan and Shunzi also showed longing in their eyes, but seeing Yin Fong's protective look, they wisely kept quiet.
Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, a piercing engine roar came from afar.
A black Maybach pulled up beside the RV with an eagerness that belied its composed nature. The door opened, and a well-dressed middle-aged man stepped out quickly.
It was Wan Shangyi's father, Wanda.
His face was plastered with a warm smile, but deep in his eyes lay a hint of barely perceptible arrogance and scrutiny.
Hey, brother! I've finally found you. Wanda walked straight to Zhou Qing, adopting a very humble posture. Look, about Lu Xuanqi's matter, could you please be lenient and let him go? After all, your sister will need their help in her business in the future. Zhou Qing's eyes remained indifferent, showing no emotion whatsoever. He couldn't even be bothered to correct the other person's overly familiar way of addressing him.
It's nothing, he said casually. My sister and her colleagues may not need to work in this industry anymore. They can consider switching to another industry from their factory later.
Wanda's smile froze. He clearly hadn't expected this answer. He misjudged the situation, and even more so, he underestimated the confidence of the young man before him.
He took a deep breath, pulled a check from his pocket, and played his last trump card.
5 million. Brother, that's the compensation they're willing to offer. Just agree to release them. He paused, then added. I'll give you another 3 million, it's a personal matter. Let's be friends. In his view, 8 million was enough to tempt any ordinary young person.
He looked at Zhou Qing with a condescending gaze, waiting for his grateful reply. However, Zhou Qing just looked at him quietly, with a hint of pity in her eyes.
Just then, Fu Han finished her business and walked over leisurely.
He ignored Wanda and spoke directly to Zhou Qing, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. Brother, the paperwork for the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbase that the Wei family is using to compensate you has been completed.
Another family also asked me to pass on a message that they will compensate you with 10 million in cash as compensation.
Chapter 119. The Lobbyist Invited by Lu Xuanqi.
Wanda's facial muscles twitched suddenly.
He looked at the multi-million-dollar RV in front of him, and when he heard Fu Han casually utter the numbers, his mind went blank. His proud 8 million became a complete joke at this moment. Fu Han seemed to have just noticed Wanda, a professional smile appearing on his face as he habitually extended his hand.
And this is?
Oh, not very familiar with each other. Zhou Qing's tone was as flat as water.
The Lobbyist Invited by Lu Xuanqi.
Fu Han withdrew her hand, which was halfway out, at an extremely skillful and smooth angle, as if nothing had just happened.
The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a businesslike indifference. Then what's there to talk about? Brother, I'm leaving now. Come over for dinner tomorrow if you're free. Wanda's hand hung awkwardly in midair, unsure whether to retract it or not, his old face turning a deep purplish red. He felt as if all the gazes around him were like needles pricking him, making him feel utterly ashamed. You. He suppressed the humiliation in his heart and forced out a smile that was more like a grimace, trying to regain some face. I heard from your sister that you don't live in the same place anymore. Where do you live now? Zhou Qing opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat of the behemoth. Yin Fong immediately followed him like a little tail. He took one last look at Wanda through the car window. I now live in Sanhian. The color drained from Wanda's face instantly. What is Sanhian? That was the true pinnacle of the city, a city in the clouds that even someone with a net worth of $1 billion could only boast about at the dinner table, but who might not even be able to get the right to view a property there. Each address represents an unimaginable amount of wealth and connections. You said, Sanha-bei? Wan's throat felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, his voice dry and sharp, with a tremor he himself was unaware of. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, forcing out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. He subconsciously pulled a pack of special supply cigarettes from his pocket and hurriedly handed it to Zhou Qing. Young man, I was just kidding. Here, have a smoke. Zhou Qing didn't even lift his eyelids, just sat quietly in the driver's seat, as if Wanda and his hand hanging in midair were just air. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at that moment. Every second felt like a public, agonizing torture of Wanda's dignity. The hand offering the cigarette was stuck in midair, unsure whether to hold it up or put it down, becoming a comical laughingstock. The onlookers around him now felt like needles, making him feel hot all over and wishing he could disappear into the ground. A full 10 seconds passed. Just as Wanda's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat, Zhou Qing slowly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one with a click using an old-fashioned lighter, took a deep drag, and let the pale blue smoke envelop his indifferent face. Mr. Wan. Smoke escaped from his lips, his voice icy. Back then, you begged me to help you mentor Wan Shangyi and stop him from always fooling around outside. Wanda's heart sank suddenly. And what happened? You stabbed me in the back. Zhou Qing's gaze finally fell on him, her eyes filled not with anger, but with a condescending coldness. The only reason I'm still standing here talking to you today is because you gave birth to a good son. Not because of you. The words were spoken, and then not another word was uttered. Boom. The luxury car's engine let out a deep roar, signaling the end of the conversation. Zhou Qing didn't look at Wanda again, drove the mobile fortress away, with Yin Fong, who was looking at him with admiration, inside. Only Wanda was left standing there, dejected and lost. The cigarette in his hand fell to the ground and was run over by a car wheel, just like his pride that had been crushed to pieces. Inside the car, luxurious ambient lighting flows softly. Yin Fong curled up on the soft leather sofa, looking at Zhou Qing's profile with a hesitant expression, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. Uncle, did you say something a bit too harsh on Wan Shangyi's father just now? Will it cause problems when Sister Bai Jiayan comes to his house in the future? Zhou Qing kept his gaze fixed ahead, but a confident smile played on his lips. Don't worry. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an all-knowing confidence. When the swallows are in every household, Wanda will have no right to disagree. In his mind, logical chains were rapidly connecting. Wanda, that old fox, won't get up early for nothing. Lu Xuanxi was nothing more than a lowly hoodlum, yet Wanda was willing to lower himself and even offer 8 million to bail him out. No one would believe there wasn't something shady going on behind the scenes. The RV drove smoothly out of the city and finally stopped on the beach at dusk. When this colossal vehicle, with its post-apocalyptic wasteland style, rolled onto the soft sand, it instantly drew the attention of the entire beach. Ding! Strong shock detected. Points plus 80. System notifications flooded Zhou Qing's mind like a tidal wave. This rich man's toy was indeed the most efficient points-collecting machine. Just then, a familiar yet greasy figure entered Zhou Qing's field of vision. It was the same middle-aged, overweight man as last time, but this time with a new female companion. However, this time, the female companion was really not flattering. A similarly dark-skinned, overweight woman, her face covered in excessive hyaluronic acid fillers, was holding up her phone and live-streaming with spittle flying everywhere. Zhou Qing rolled down the car window and lazily greeted the fat man. Dude, they changed the player? He looked the woman up and down, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Your taste is getting worse with each generation. At least the last one was a sandbag, but this one, it's a sandbag with a plastic bag over it. It's getting worse with each generation.
Upon hearing this, the middle-aged fat man was not angry at all. Instead, he seemed to have found a kindred spirit. His fat face scrunched up like a bitter gourd, and he turned his phone screen toward Zhou Qing with teary eyes.
Brother, look again.
On the screen, the beauty filters were turned up to the maximum. A fair-skinned, beautiful internet celebrity with a V-shaped face and big eyes is interacting with her fans in a sweet and coquettish voice. She is completely different from the dark-skinned, overweight woman in real life.
It's like an evolution across species.
Zhou Chang and Yin Fang exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. Yin Fang had already changed into a sexy black one-piece swimsuit and was now setting up dinner outside the carriage like a busy little bee. With a professional RV this time, Zhou Qing skillfully connected the external electric stove. As the spatula flew across the pot, the spicy and numbing flavor of boiled pork slices, the savory aroma of braised pork intestines, and the freshness of braised sea cucumber with scallions blended together, instantly invading the surrounding air.
Chapter 120. Someone's trying to kill me.
The fragrance, like an invisible hand, lured the plump, dark-skinned woman who was live streaming over as well. She sniffed, her eyes gleaming with greed, and approached the car familiarly, shouting in a high-pitched, affected voice.
Wow, handsome guys. You guys have such a great lifestyle. Can we take a look inside your car? My name is Snorlax, and I'm a food streamer. Excuse me, this is a private place, it's not convenient here.
Zhou Qing didn't even look up, and refused decisively.
Snorlax's face fell instantly after being publicly humiliated.
She immediately turned around, pointed her phone camera at the RV, and began to make sarcastic and disparaging remarks to the live stream audience.
Dear family members, did you see that? He thinks he's something special just because he drives a beat-up RV. He has no manners at all. This beach is so beautiful, and he actually drove his car here, ruining the environment. Please help me report him. Zhou Qing frowned. He took out his phone and dialed the beach management office to complain about someone illegally live streaming and maliciously defaming him. On the other end of the line, he only received a dismissive voice. Sir, we will look into the situation. Please wait patiently. The perfunctory attitude infuriated Zhou Qing. Just as he was about to get out of the car to resolve the problem himself, Yin Fang, who was beside him, took out her phone with a grin and winked at him playfully. Hee hee, uncle, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry with someone like that. After she finished speaking, she tapped the screen a few times with her slender fingers, skillfully opening her live stream room, and pointed the camera at the pot of fragrant boiled pork slices. Watch me. Hello everyone, I'm Yin Fang, a new anchor. Today I'll take you to see the sea and eat some delicious food. Her voice was sweet but not cloying, with a refreshing quality. There was no deliberate showing off. The camera simply panned slowly across the pot of boiled pork slices bubbling in red oil, then focused on the braised pork intestines with their rich sauce and enticing color. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed, soaring from a few dozen viewers to over 1,000 in the blink of an eye. The chat exploded with comments. Holy crap! This is life. This girl is so pretty. She looks amazing even without makeup. I'm starving. What an amazing RV. And this food is so hardcore. Yin Fang glanced at the still noisy Snorlax not far away, a sly smile playing on her lips. Without hesitation, she directly clicked on the online PK function and accurately found the food streamer with the exaggerated beauty filter in the list of nearby streamers. Invitation sent. In Snorlax's live stream, she was enthusiastically inciting her fans. Family members, it's them. They have no manners, thinking they're something special just because they drive a beat-up car. We're all in this together. A pop-up window inviting me to a PK battle suddenly appeared. Snorlax paused for a moment, then recognized the other party's ID and the more than 100 people watching the livestream. A contemptuous smile immediately appeared on its face. In her view, this was nothing more than an arrogant ant trying to ride on her coattails. Hey everyone, someone's trying to get me killed. She gave a strange laugh at the camera and clicked accept without hesitation. Sure, little sister, how do you want to play? The two live streams instantly split on opposite sides of the screen. One side was a fake internet celebrity with heavily filtered and smooth skin, and the other side was a vibrant and real sunset scene. The contrast is stark. Yin Fang smiled, her eyes crinkling, her voice clear and melodious. Sister, let's not play those games. Let's make a big bet, and the loser will be punished. How about that? Go ahead, Snorlax said, looking confident of victory. It's very simple.
Yin Fong's gaze was like a sharp knife. If you lose, you have to turn off all your beauty filters, face slimming effects, and eye enlargement effects.
Dare you? Snorlax's expression stiffened slightly. Turn off the beauty filter? That's like public execution. But then I thought, how could those 100 or so people on the other side possibly win against my group of several thousand fans? Even if we lose, can't we just make up some excuse to get by?
Sure, she agreed with feigned generosity, a wicked glint in her eyes.
What if I win?
She looked Yin Fong up and down, admiring her hot figure outlined by the swimsuit, and deliberately raised her voice.
Little sister, your swimsuit is really pretty. It'll be too hot wearing a jacket over it. If you lose, you have to take off your jacket and dance for the brothers to liven things up, okay? She's very shrewd.
This kind of risque adventure is the perfect way to stimulate the hormones of the male fans in the livestream. She even speculated that the big spenders in the other person's livestream might turn around and send her gifts for this prize.
Okay. Yin Fong agreed readily, as if she didn't know it was a trap.
The PK has officially begun, and the progress bar appears in the center of the screen. As expected, the battle situation instantly turned one-sided. On Snorlax's side, gift effects were appearing non-stop, with icons for sports cars and carnivals appearing constantly. Meanwhile, on Yin Fong's side, the progress bar barely moved. Several top-ranked users who had just sent some small gifts actually turned against each other and started sending glow sticks on the other side. Snorlax laughed so hard he was shaking, and his words became increasingly offensive.
Oh dear, little sister, it seems your brothers here would rather see you dance.
Yin Fong, however, remained completely calm. She turned her phone camera towards Zhou Qing, who had been silent the whole time, and nestled softly against his arm like a lazy kitten, speaking in a coquettish tone that could melt anyone's bones.
Honey, look at her, bullying her, just give her a little something, just a tiny bit.
Zhou Qing shook his head helplessly, but a hint of indulgent smile was hidden in his eyes. He took out his phone and slowly clicked into Yin Fong's livestream.
The next second, a dazzling golden light exploded across the entire screen like a nuclear blast.
A golden dragon spirals upwards, encircling a fantastical royal castle. The domineering special effects practically dominate everyone's phone screen.
The platform's top-tier gift, Royal Number 1.
The entire livestream chat, both on Yin Fong's and Snorlax's side, was instantly emptied of comments. Everyone fell into a deathly silence, as if someone had been choked. A truly magical scene unfolded on the PK progress bar at the top of the screen. On the left, representing Snorlax's stats, it remains a pitiful 1200. On the right, the value representing Yin Fong instantly surged from almost 0 to a bright red 100,000.
Absolutely crushing. This is a decisive, overwhelming victory.
Snorlax's smile froze completely. His face, filled with hyaluronic acid and now stiff, was twisted like a ghost. She stared at the number 100,000, her mind went blank, and she completely gave up resisting. She turned to the middle-aged fat man next to her like a madwoman and screamed.
Honey! Honey, look! Help them get some points too. Hurry up! Chapter 121. Uncle, what a coincidence!
The fat man's body jiggled as she shook him, but he pushed her hand away with a troubled expression.
His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet live stream room.
I'm sorry, honey, my card is at its daily limit. I can't use it.
The countdown to the end of the PK has come to a close. Snorlax lost.
I'll shut it down then, she said. Though she was being unreasonable with her words, she resorted to physical tricks. She reached out and snapped off the switch of a nearby fill light, then faced the camera with an air of self-righteousness.
See? I turned it off. Punishment over.
She simply turned off the lights, but never mentioned turning off the beauty filter.
Yin Fong smiled.
She didn't say anything, but silently turned her phone camera around and aimed it out of the RV window at the Snorlax on the beach. Under the high-definition lens, without any beauty filters, a completely different image from the one on the phone screen was brutally displayed to all viewers.
She was a woman with dark skin, an oily face, and an overweight figure.
Her face looked strangely swollen from excessive fillers, like an over-fermented dough, with her features squeezed together and giving off a cheap, plastic feel. The audience was silent at first, then erupted in a tidal wave of nausea and anger.
I'm disgusted. Is this the same person? Princess Xiaobiluo has a successor. Refund. My carnival. Give me my money back. The number of Snorlax's fans plummeted at a visible rate. However, to everyone's surprise, this woman's mental fortitude was outrageously strong.
She simply changed locations and started broadcasting again, still incessantly accusing Zhou Qing of occupying the public beach with her RV and ruining her live streaming environment. Zhou Qing's face turned completely cold. He initially thought it was just a minor incident, but he hadn't expected to run into such a stubborn and unreasonable person. He decided to teach this ungrateful woman a lesson she would never forget. He reopened the live streaming platform and randomly clicked into a small streamer's live stream with only a few dozen viewers.
On the screen, a young girl named Zhou Huanhuan was singing her heart out.
Without saying a word, Zhou Qing flicked his finger and a small rocket launched into the sky. The girl's singing stopped abruptly. She looked at the screen, flattered, and stammered her thanks.
Thank you for the rocket, brother Qingdi. Thank you, brother. Zhou Qing typed directly, go PK Snorlax. Without the slightest hesitation, the girl immediately agreed. For a small-time streamer like her, a big spender who sends her rockets is like a god. Ding.
The host's arrogant behavior has triggered a strong emotional fluctuation in the streamer Zhou Huanhuan, shock value +10.
The system notification sound made Zhou Qing's eyes light up.
He immediately had Zhou Huanhuan initiate a battle against Snorlax.
The moment the PK started, Zhou Qing immediately threw out another top-tier gift from the platform, Douyin number 1. The special effects are going viral again. Ding.
The host's arrogant behavior has triggered a severe emotional fluctuation in the streamer Zhou Huanhuan, shock value +100.
Zhou Qing's lips curled up in a smile.
He discovered a new continent. These young, inexperienced live streamers are far more likely to have their values swayed by money than those young, frivolous girls, and they provide a much greater level of shock.
These are practically mobile, high-value points ATMs.
Moreover, the live streaming tipping method does not seem to have the same resistance-increasing problem as giving red envelopes. For the next hour, the entire live streaming community near the beach erupted in a frenzy.
Zhou Qing is like an elusive king, randomly selecting lucky streamers.
As long as the other party dares to challenge Snorlax, he will start by using Douyin number 1 to pave the way.
In an instant, countless small streamers flocked to Snorlax's live stream room like madmen, launching wave after wave of suicidal attacks. Snorlax was completely stunned. She watched helplessly as she was repeatedly crushed by the PK bar and publicly executed by Guan Meiyan. The popularity of her livestream was completely lost under the siege organized by Zhou Qing. Ultimately, after another failed PK, a flood of reports overwhelmed her back end, and a bright red permanent ban notification brought this farce to an end.
Zhou Qing put away his phone and looked at the sunset gradually sinking into the sea in the distance. A bold plan had already taken shape in his mind.
Since live streaming tipping can so efficiently generate buzz, why not be your own boss? Images of Yin Fong, Su Mengmeng, Zhou Xiaoke, and even by Jiayan's aloof face flashed through his mind.
Set up a live streaming company featuring young female celebrities, making them your exclusive, ever-growing points production line.
The cigarette butt between Zhou Qing's fingers flickered intermittently.
He needs fierce generals to charge into battle, and he also needs capable commanders to stabilize the rear. Yin Fong and Su Mengmeng are like two sharp double-edged swords, wild and crazy enough to instantly ignite the atmosphere in the livestream.
But their personalities are like firecrackers, easily ignited.
If left to their own devices, they might blow up the company in no time. As for Bai Jiayan, she is like a cold scabbard, perfectly able to restrain the sharpness of Yin Fong and Mengmeng.
These three people are indispensable.
Zhou Qing stubbed out his cigarette and started the car.
Instead of just talking about it, let's get the people together. He decided that this so-called Qingdi media would be jointly managed by these three people, letting them fight and work together to eventually form a cohesive force that could earn him shock value. The next afternoon, the sun was so intense it could melt the asphalt.
At a driving school on the outskirts of the city, a group of college students, all covered up except for their eyes, were practicing reversing into a parking space listlessly. Amidst the ear-piercing roar of the engine, a luxury car, completely out of place in this dilapidated scene, silently glided to the edge of the training ground like a ghost. The car door opened, and Zhou Qing got out, her gaze precisely locking onto a corner under the shade of a tree. Two girls were squatting there, clearly distinguished from the other trainees around them who were wearing arm sleeves and sun hats. Beneath the cool hot pants and short skirts were two slender legs covered in tattoos. They held cigarettes between their fingers, their posture of puffing out smoke was both skillful and decadent.
It was Su Mengmeng and Donkey Baldy's goddaughter. Uncle, what a coincidence!
Su Mengmeng had sharp eyes. As soon as she saw Zhou Qing, she immediately threw away her cigarette but skipped over, and her little hand naturally reached into Zhou Qing's pocket. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, dodged her groping hand, took out the pack of Royal No. 1 Special cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to her, and then handed another to the girl who had followed him. "It's not a coincidence, I came here specifically to find you." He lit one for himself and took a deep drag. "Why can't I get through on the phone?" "Wow, thanks, uncle." Meng Meng happily took the whole pack of cigarettes, stuffed it into her pocket without even looking at it, and then casually threw her crumpled pack of Lacoon cigarettes into the trash can. Chapter 122 Mouth ulcers, and my period came along with them. She lit a cigarette with a satisfied smile and gave a vague explanation. "I threw away that old phone a long time ago. I've been taking taxis back to Trendy Street every day lately, it's too expensive. Selling the phone can cover my taxi fare for a few days." Zhou Qing was speechless. He had already heard Yinfang mention that nowadays, those trendy young women on the street can only take taxis back after going out, because the drivers who depart from there have become smarter and lock the car doors tighter than a safe until they receive payment, so no one can get out of the car. Too lazy to waste words, he pulled a brand new, unopened iPhone 16 Pro from another pocket and tossed it directly to Meng Meng. Ding! Su Mengmeng's emotions have been detected to be fluctuating drastically. Shock level +50. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Zhou Qing's lips curled up slightly. "Wow!" Meng Meng hurriedly caught the phone, and after seeing the packaging, she screamed excitedly. She clung to Zhou Qing like a koala, her warm body pressed tightly against him. "Thank you, uncle. You're so good to me. Have you finally come to your senses and come to your senses? I knew it. It must be because that woman Yinfang has hemorrhoids, mouth ulcers, and her period lately, so she can't take care of you, right?" These outrageous words made even the bald donkey's goddaughter roll her eyes. "Get lost." Zhou Qing yanked her off him. "If Yinfang hears this, she'll come over and tear your mouth apart. Hurry up, take down the package, and gather all your girls. You're treating tonight, and it'll be my bill." While Meng Meng was excitedly squatting on the ground fiddling with her new phone, Zhou Chang looked at the girl next to him who hadn't said a word. "Where's your godfather? Baldy donkey has disappeared lately." A hint of resentment flashed in the girl's eyes, and she pouted. "He's been really into having sex with a girl who wears yoga pants lately, he doesn't care about me at all." "Yoga pants?" Zhou Qing seemed to be thinking about something, then changed the subject. "Interested in becoming a live streamer and making some quick money?" The girl's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. "Of course I want to. But my previous account got banned." "Why?" "I don't know, I just chatted with the top-ranked guy." Zhou Qing gestured for her to take out her previous phone. He opened the private message history and understood it instantly with just a glance. The explicit chat, comparable to erotica, was filled with highly suggestive selfies. If it weren't banned, the platform's moderators could have fired them outright. He had a plan in mind, took out his phone, and quickly created a group with a simple and direct name, Xingdi Media Reserve. He first pulled by Jiayan, Su Mengmeng, and Yinfang inside. "This is the prototype of the company." Zhou Qing's voice message rang out in the group. "The three of you, start recruiting female live streamers now, recruit as many as you can. There's only one condition, absolutely no gambling, prostitution, or drugs, especially the latter two. As for smoking, drinking, and tattoos, I don't care about those." He paused deliberately and added a sentence. "Oh right, and also, the people you recruit should ideally be people you can manage yourselves." The message was sent out, and there was an immediate response in the group. Almost instantly, the number of group members began to skyrocket. Yinfang was the quickest to act, and in the blink of an eye, she pulled in two girls with yellow and green hair on their profile pictures. Su Mengmeng's side was even more significant. It was as if she had stirred up a hornet's nest, with a string of flashy usernames filled with various non-mainstream symbols flooding into the group chat and instantly flooding the screen. What surprised Zhou Qing the most was the swallows. She didn't say a word, but she pulled in more than a dozen people in succession. The profile pictures of those people were all identical, showing their backs or profiles in tight yoga pants, striking various difficult poses in the gym, their curves fully exposed, arousing the imagination. The three groups of people were clearly distinct, and upon entering the group, they were like three opposing energies colliding violently. The group chat hadn't been quiet for 3 seconds before the battle was ignited. A young woman with the online name Zhang Ai Lang Xiao, meaning cold young master who buries love, was the first to fire, directly tagging all yoga pants users. At everyone, are you dressed so tightly to go to the market to sell your body? Who are you trying to seduce? A yoga pants standout immediately retorted, we're still better than you minors who don't study properly and just mess around in society. We're showing off our health, you're showing off your brainlessness. Upon seeing this, the blonde-haired guy that Fong had brought in immediately sided with Meng Meng. Oh, this fitness BTCH is showing off her superiority now? Believe me or not, I'll tear your yoga pants apart? Fong seemed to want to maintain her status as the boss, so she posted a meme that silenced everyone, along with the message, shut up, everyone. Listen to Brother Qing's instructions. Su Mengmeng was the first to object. Fong, who are you yelling at? My sister is none of your business to lecture her. The group chat exploded instantly. Insults, emojis, and various tag messages flooded in like a tidal wave, and the phone vibrated incessantly, buzzing incessantly. Zhou Qing's phone vibrated wildly in his palm, almost burning his hand. He watched the chaotic scene on the screen with great interest, as if he were watching a unique animal fight performance. Just then, a private message popped up. It was from Bai Jian. Her profile picture remained the same aloof figure stretching on a yoga mat, and her text, like her personality, was calm and restrained. Uncle, the group is too chaotic. Should we mute or kick out the ringleaders? Zhou Qing tapped the screen lightly with her fingertip and replied with 2 words, no need. He admired the composure of the swallows, but now, what he needed was not order, but extreme chaos, and the absolute authority that he would establish himself after the chaos. Exiting the private messaging interface, Zhou Qing opened the group chat's red envelope function and entered a number without hesitation, 8888. Then, he clicked send. Then came the second, the third. 10 huge, exclusive red envelopes were thrown one after another into that boiling hornet's nest, like 10 depth charges. The insults and memes that were flooding the screen just a second ago instantly froze. The next second, the entire chat interface was replaced by a row of neat and uniform system prompts. Has received your red envelope. Fong has received your red envelope. Yoga pants enthusiasts have received your red envelope. Just moments ago, the 3 groups of people were at loggerheads, practically ready to fight each other online. Now, it was as if the pause button had been pressed, and the whole world went silent, leaving only the eerie scene of everyone frantically tapping their phone screens. Ding! Detected a violent emotional fluctuation in Fong, shock level plus 15. Ding! Su Mengmeng's emotions have been detected to be fluctuating drastically. Shock level plus 20. A series of system notification sounds blended into a symphony in Zhou Qing's mind. All in all, I gained over 200 shock points. With the previous accumulation, the total amount instantly exceeded 1,000. Ding! Shock value has reached 1,000 points. The grand prize draw has begun. Would you like to draw now? Chapter 123. Are you too worth this price? Droll Zhou Qing silently chanted in his heart. The virtual roulette wheel in front of me spun rapidly, finally stopping on a glittering gold card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare item, Opposite Sex Financial Loss Compensation Card. Opposite Sex Loss Compensation Card, designate any person of the opposite sex to use your funds for investment or business activities. If a loss occurs, the system will compensate you with double the amount and return it to your account. Note, this card is a consumable item and can only be used once. It will take effect after a target is specified. Zhou Qing's pupils contracted slightly. This card, it's practically a money-making machine tailor-made for him. Find a spendthrift woman, give her a sum of money to squander, and the more she loses, the more you earn. Several candidates flashed through his mind instantly. Fong? Su Mengmeng? No, those 2 crazy girls may spend money like water, but they have too many shady dealings. If they happen to get lucky and invest their money in some crooked scheme and make a profit, I'll be at a huge loss. Swallow? That woman looks shrewd. Getting her to lose money is probably harder than climbing to heaven. It seems that this matter needs further consideration. At this point, the atmosphere in the group had completely changed. Thank you, Brother Cheng. You're so generous. Brother Cheng. You are like my second parents. Holy crap. I stole over 300. Brother Cheng, I love you. Zhou Qing looked at the flattery with satisfaction and directly tagged Bai Jiayan in the group. At Bai Jiayan, you're in charge of organizing a dinner for everyone tonight so we can all get to know each other. By the way, set up the company rules. Put the bill in my name. He tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, leaned back in the Phantom's soft leather seat, and closed his eyes to rest. These wild horses must be reined in, and Bai Jian is the most suitable person to hold the reins. He himself needs to find a suitable location to truly and properly establish the Qingdi Media brand. Just as I was pondering this, a screeching sound of tires shattered the tranquility of the driving school, followed by a loud bang that jolted the entire car violently. Zhou Cheng leaned forward and opened his eyes instantly. He turned to look out the window and saw a white driving school car with a logo on its rear end kissing the rear door of his Phantom at an extremely bizarre angle. The car door opened, and Zhou Cheng got out without expression. The Phantom's expensive suicide doors were now dented inwards in a menacing arc, and the expensive starry silver paint was scratched beyond recognition, revealing the black substrate underneath. In the driver's seat of the training vehicle, a glamorous girl wearing a revealing low-cut miniskirt and sky-high heels was covering her mouth, her face pale with shock. In the passenger seat, her companion, a girl wearing hot pants and a white tank top, also screamed. The two opened the car door and immediately put on a show of sisterly affection.
Oh no! What do we do? Did we crash into a luxury car? Xiaoya, don't be afraid, let me take a look. Sir, this car shouldn't be very expensive, right? You see, we're still students, we really can't afford to pay for it. The two women sang in unison, their eyes reddening instantly, their voices trembling with sobs, yet their eyes kept glancing at Zhou Qing. Their pitiful appearance made it seem as if Zhou Qing had bullied them, not the other way around. Zhou Qing didn't even lift his eyelids. He calmly took out his phone and snapped a dozen photos of the collision site, the license plate, and the surrounding environment before dialing the police. They completely ignored the two girls who were still putting on a great performance. The driving school instructor rushed over upon hearing the commotion. When he saw the Phantom's winged angel emblem and the pitiful state of the car door, his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the scorching asphalt, his eyes filled with despair. Seeing that Zhou Qing remained unmoved, the scheming woman in the miniskirt rolled her eyes and immediately changed tactics, running to help the instructor. Instructor, please don't do this, it's all my fault. I insisted on practicing driving on the road, it has nothing to do with you. After finishing her act, she turned to Zhou Qing with tears welling up in her eyes. Sir, can I add you on WeChat? I'll definitely pay for the medical expenses, no, the repair costs. I can work as your housekeeper, I'll do anything, I'll pay for the debt with my labor. These words, spoken with an air of tea fragrance, practically screamed, come and take advantage of me. Zhou Qing finally put away his phone, a mocking sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. You too, didn't you even bother to search online to see how much that car emblem is worth before you crashed? His voice wasn't loud, but it pierced their ears like an icicle. This car cost 18 million. Just this door that you dented will cost at least $1 million to repair and replace parts. According to the Division of Traffic Responsibility, whether you are fully or primarily responsible, a 30-70 split would be merciful of me. Zhou Qing's gaze swept over the two of them, as if he were assessing a product. Do you two think you're worth this price? Ding. Detected a violent emotional fluctuation in Luya, shock level plus 100. Ding. Zhang Mingming's emotions have been detected to be fluctuating drastically. Shock level plus 100. The two girls' faces turned deathly pale instantly. The fantasy of a domineering CEO falling in love with them was shattered by the figure of 18 million. The scheming woman tried to appeal to emotions again, but before she could speak, the insurance company's surveyor had already arrived at the scene. Zhou Qing was too lazy to waste any more words with them. He simply gave a few instructions to the surveyors, then hailed a ride-hailing car in front of them and drove off without looking back. The two girls were completely dumbfounded. Their carefully crafted dreams of chance encounters, clashes, paying off debts with their bodies, and marrying into a wealthy family were shattered before they even began to form in the face of absolute reality. They will never have any chance to see Zhou Qing again. Because next, the insurance company will make the payment first, and then they will receive a cold lawyer's letter, which will become a nightmare that they cannot get rid of for the next few years. The air conditioning in the ride-hailing car was barely adequate, so Zhou Qing rolled down the window, letting the warm evening air rush in and dispel the slight annoyance brought on by the farce earlier. The place he was going to was not far away, it was the city's most famous trendy street. That place is a holy land for young people, and it was also the first base he chose for Qingdi Media. However, when he stood in front of a brightly lit and bustling Shasan snack shop, based on the location sent by Bai Jian, even Zhou Qing, with his composure, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Through the greasy glass door, he could see a burly man in a floral shirt and a thick gold chain directing a group of energetic young men and women to put together a table. That person was Shunzi. Zhou Qing didn't even go inside, he dialed Shunzi's number directly. Hey, brother Cheng. You're here?
Come on in, I specially saved you a prime spot, right in front of the air conditioner vent, it'll be cool.
Chapter 124 isn't much, I'll give you 8 million to play with first.
Zhou Qing pinched the bridge of her nose, her voice revealing neither joy nor anger. What are you doing? Arrange a get-together for the brothers and sisters.
Didn't you say so?
Tonight we'll have the whole place to ourselves, with unlimited braised pork trotters and duck legs.
We'll even throw in 2 cases of iced tea.
Shunzi's voice was full of pride and self-satisfaction. Zhou Qing fell silent. He felt his blood pressure slowly rising.
Are you suggesting that a group of female live streamers whose future careers depend on their looks should start by eating braised pork trotters with garlic and chili oil?
The scene was too beautiful for him to imagine. He took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and his fingers flew across the screen. A few seconds later, he sent a screenshot of an electronic reservation form directly to the Qingdi Media Reserve Group. Binhai International Hotel, Rooftop Revolving Restaurant, Imperial Lounge.
Dinner starts promptly at 7 p.m. Latecomers will be responsible for any consequences.
Below the screenshot, he also added a line of small print, meal price, $12.88 per person, drinks not included. The order caused an uproar in the group chat, and the door of the Shasen snack shop was suddenly pushed open.
Shunzi rushed out, holding his phone and looking completely bewildered. Brother Qing, isn't this too much of a waste?
Zhou Qing was too lazy to explain the importance of brand image to him, and simply glanced at him indifferently. Where's your car? Shunzi immediately pointed to a used Wuling Hongguang parked on the side of the road, covered in ghost-themed stickers.
Zhou Qing walked over expressionlessly.
As soon as he opened the car door, a terrifying heatwave, a mixture of cheap perfume, fermented tobacco, and some indescribable sour smell, rushed towards him like a materialized biological weapon.
Vomit.
Su Mengmeng, who was following behind Zhou Qing, was a spirited and daring girl just moments before, but now she turned pale and immediately gagged, covering her mouth and backing away. She wrinkled her nose and glared at Shunzi with disgust. Shunzi, you're still as stingy as ever.
You've been having too many casual sex trips outside, and you can't even afford a hotel room? Did someone just die in this car? Shunzi chuckled, showing no embarrassment whatsoever, but rather a hint of smugness.
He bent down and crawled into the back seat, deftly grabbing a pair of oversized lace underwear that clearly didn't belong to him from a pile of miscellaneous items, and casually tossed it onto the curb outside the car. Zhou Qing's eye twitched violently again. Without hesitation, he slammed the car door shut, as if isolating himself from some deadly plague.
Just then, a Maserati Quattroporte with elegant lines slowly pulled up beside them.
The car window rolled down, revealing Wan Shangyi's slightly tired face.
Get in my car. Zhou Cheng didn't stand on ceremony and directly opened the passenger door and got in.
In stark contrast to the hellish scene depicted in that Wuling Hongguang, the interior was spotless, the air conditioning was at a comfortable temperature, and the air was filled with a refreshing scent of orange blossoms.
The car started smoothly and merged into the traffic.
Zhou Qing glanced at Wan Shangyi, who was focused on driving beside her. Where's your dad?
Wan Shangyi's eyes dimmed slightly. He's gone.
Lu Xuanxi was arrested, and with him came a lot of trouble. It seems he bribed a certain leader in the city with a lot of money for some of Lu Xuanxi's projects, and now he's in a hurry to cover it up.
Zhou Cheng responded, and didn't ask any more questions.
Your family matters are your own responsibility, you don't need to worry about me.
The seemingly disclaimer actually made Wan Shangyi's tense shoulders relax slightly.
She knew that this was Zhou Qing giving him the greatest freedom he could muster. The car quickly stopped in front of a top-tier luxury car customization club. Fu Han, the auction house manager, was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Zhou Qing, he immediately greeted her with a beaming smile.
Brother Zhou. You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages.
Come on, 2 cases of top-grade Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea just arrived upstairs.
Let's drink and chat. I've already made dinner arrangements. Brother Fu, you're too kind.
I have a company dinner tonight, so I won't bother you.
Zhou Cheng politely declined the invitation.
Su Mengmeng, who was following behind, had her eyes glued to Fu Han as if she were being attracted by a magnet. Fu Han is about 30 years old. He wears gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored custom-made suit. His every move exudes the elegance and composure of a mature man, which is exactly the type that a tomboy like Su Mengmeng finds most irresistible. His eyes were practically bulging with tears.
Fu Han noticed Su Mengmeng's gaze, smiled politely, and then lowered his voice to Zhou Qing. Little brother, I heard you started a live streaming company? What, just dabbling in it? Interested in letting your brother invest some money? It's not much, I'll give you 8 million to play around with first.
Zhou Cheng waved his hand, a hint of amusement in his expression. Stop, brother Fu. This thing is just a toy I got for Yao Yao and the others, just for fun. It's nothing special, not worth your investment. These words, though seemingly humble, actually reveal an unparalleled arrogance. To treat a company like a toy, what kind of wealth and confidence does that require? Fu Han felt a chill run down her spine, and her assessment of Zhou Qing rose to a new level. Just then, a taxi pulled up to the side of the road, the door opened, and a beautiful figure stepped out. Yin Feng has arrived. Today she wore a pure white sleeveless dress with a simple cut, which perfectly accentuated her tall and well-proportioned figure. Her hair was as black as a waterfall, her skin as white as snow, and her face was without makeup, yet she was more stunning than anyone with heavy makeup. In that instant, she was like a first love, a pure and innocent image straight out of a youth movie, so pure that it was almost unbearable to look directly at her. However, the moment this white moonlight opened her mouth, all those beautiful illusions were shattered. Her gaze locked precisely on Su Mengmeng, her eyebrows arched, and she uttered 2 words from her red lips. You bitch Meng, what are you doing here?
Su Mengmeng immediately went into battle mode, crossed her arms, raised her chin, and retorted, why can't I be here? Unlike some people, I've been with Uncle all day today. You.
Yin Feng's almond-shaped eyes instantly ignited with anger.
Alright, stop talking so much. Zhou Qing interrupted their daily bickering with a headache.
He pointed to a massive vehicle in the garage whose curtain had just been lifted, and gestured with his chin to Yin Feng, your new ride, go take a look. It was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, an extended version. It had an even stronger presence than the one that had been hit before, its body gleaming with a deep obsidian black light under the lights, like a lurking black beast. Yin Feng's attention was instantly diverted, her eyes lit up, and she rushed over in a few quick steps. She opened the car door and, like a child who had just received a favorite toy, touched and explored the luxurious back seat. A moment later, she took off her white canvas shoes, revealing her bare, delicate feet. She carefully placed her toes on the seat and pressed them against the dazzling starry sky ceiling.
Wow! Uncle! This doesn't hurt your feet.
She turned around and smiled at Zhou Qing with her eyes crinkling.
We can watch the stars together here tonight. Chapter 125. Are you satisfied with this setup?
Zhou Qing felt a sudden chill in his lower back, and an ominous premonition arose within him.
That crazy girl, she's probably going to cause trouble again tonight. Fu Han, who was standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. He quietly tugged at Zhou Qing's sleeve, winked, and whispered, little brother, does your wife have any sisters? Introduce me to one, I'm single.
A thought suddenly flashed through Zhou Qing's mind, and he remembered Lin Xiao, Yin Feng's cousin in the first year of high school. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips as he patted Fu Han's shoulder in a serious manner. She does have a cousin, a blood cousin.
But, you might have to wait a few years. Fu Han was overjoyed and rubbed his hands together excitedly. It's alright. Brother, as long as it's someone you introduced, I can wait for 10 years, let alone a few years. Zhou Qing pursed his lips and didn't say anything more, but he was secretly laughing to himself. Can we afford to wait? He wondered if Fu Han's expectant face would break down on the spot when she learned that she had to wait for a girl to grow up. The convoy, like a black sword, silently sliced through the city's dazzling night, finally coming to a steady stop in front of the magnificent main entrance of the Binhai International Hotel. The doorman's eyes were sharper than radar almost the instant the Phantom entered the private lane. A young man in a crisp uniform and white gloves jogged up to greet it with utmost respect. Zhou Qing casually stepped out of the car with one hand in his pocket, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Back when I was driving that second-hand Cayenne, I was lucky if I didn't get a dirty look from the security guards, let alone this level of attentiveness. The world of capital is just that nakedly realistic. However, the next second, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. Hello, Sister Meng.
A unified, high-pitched greeting, loud enough to shake dust off the roof, rang out from both sides of the hotel entrance.
Zhou Qing's eyelids twitched suddenly. He looked in the direction of the sound and instantly felt that his aesthetic sense had been subjected to a precise and saturated attack. On either side of the gate, 2 rows of girls stood in a dense crowd, numbering at least 30 or 40. The row on the left is all wearing tight yoga pants and crop tops, they're peach-shaped but sticking out so wide they could hang oil bottles on them. The row on the right is a chaotic mess, with sequin suspenders, ripped fishing nets, and multicolored hair paired with eyeshadow that can be used as a color palette, exuding an aura of energetic young women so strong it's almost tangible. This spectacle didn't look like a welcome, it resembled a grand release ceremony for a mafia boss.
A girl wearing a cheongsam with azalea print and a slit that reached her upper thigh quickly squeezed out of the crowd, a fawning smile plastered on her face. She walked a few steps to Su Mengmeng, but her eyes kept glancing at Zhou Qing out of the corner of her eye.
Uncle. Sister Meng. Are you satisfied with this setup? My name is Du Wan, and I just started working for Sister Yin.
Please take care of me in the future.
Yin Fang's eyes instantly became wary.
Like a protective guardian of her food, she subtly took half a step, standing between Zhou Cheng and Du Wan, her scrutinizing gaze as if scanning for some dangerous item.
Du Wan was quick-witted and immediately sensed the hostility.
She quickly added, Sister Fang, please don't misunderstand.
My godfather is a bald donkey. We're all family. Upon hearing that she was Donkey Baldy's goddaughter, Yin Fang's tense shoulders relaxed slightly.
The circle is only so big, and Zhou Cheng knows what level Donkey Baldy is at.
His people don't pose a threat for the time being.
The group walked through the dazzling welcoming procession and entered the reserved Imperial Hall, where the scene inside the private room was even more lively.
Beneath the enormous crystal chandelier, two worlds are clearly separated.
The yoga pants-wearing people were gathered in small groups, each finding a good angle, holding their phones high, pouting or smiling at the camera, and their captions on social media were strikingly similar.
Thanks for the meal, brother. It's just a simple meal.
Then, a precise positioning of the Binhai International Hotel is added at the end, and the persona is perfectly captured. On the other hand, the young women were much more direct, like a group of monkeys who had entered the Grand View Garden. They shouted and yelled at any expensive-looking item in the private room, took selfies like crazy, and seemed to want to have the words "I've hooked up with a rich man today" etched directly on their faces. Dressed in a smart black women's suit, Bai Jiayan walked quickly to Zhou Qing's side, handed him a menu, and said respectfully, Uncle, before the meal begins, would you like to go up on stage and say a few words to the ladies? To boost their morale. Zhou Cheng waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. No need, you can host. He lowered his voice again and gave a word of advice. Tonight is a company team building event, not a nightclub party. Keep an eye on them, and no one is allowed to drink or cause trouble. Bai Jiayan understood immediately and nodded emphatically. When the waiters pushed the food carts, bringing out Alaskan king crabs the size of wash basins, bright red Australian lobsters, and all sorts of unidentifiable delicacies in a continuous stream to the table, the differences between the two worlds became even more vivid. The young women burst into exclamations of surprise, then transformed into gluttons, devouring the food with both hands until their mouths were greasy and they were having a great time. The women in yoga pants, on the other hand, were much more reserved. They spent a good 10 minutes taking photos of each dish, from overhead shots to side shots to close-ups, making sure they had enough material on their phones for the next week's installments before carefully picking up a small piece of crab leg meat and taking a small bite. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Bai Jiayan cleared her throat and stepped onto the small stage in the private room, instantly silencing the entire room. Dear sisters, on behalf of Brother Cheng, I will now announce the future salary and basic regulations of Qingdi Media. She paused for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. For all contracted streamers, the company and the individual will split the gift revenue 20-80. You get 80%, the company gets 20%. These words caused an uproar in the entire room. Whether it's yoga pants or trendy young women, everyone's gone crazy. A 20-80 split? This is an unheard of fantasy in the entire live streaming industry. Regular platforms usually split profits 50-50, while some unscrupulous ones even split it 30-70. That's practically charity. Ding. Shock level plus 100. Ding. Shock level plus 80. Zhou Qing calmly sipped his tea, watching the system's back-end numbers fluctuate wildly, a slight smile playing on his lips. After a brief pause in their discussion, Bai Jiayan and the others added, however, high returns mean high requirements. The company will implement a bottom-ranking elimination system. The bottom 10% of monthly revenue will be automatically terminated. The private room, which had been boiling like a pot of oil just moments before, was instantly doused with ice water. The frenzied atmosphere cooled down rapidly, and everyone's face was filled with a complex expression of excitement mixed with seriousness. Zhou Qing observed the various forms of life with great interest. He noticed that Su Mengmeng had been covering her mouth from time to time since earlier, and her face was a little pale, as if she was trying hard to hold back gagging. Chapter 126. A college student in his 30s? Yin Fang sat quietly beside him, not interrupting at all. After all, she was still relatively inexperienced, and in this kind of situation, it was wise for her to observe and listen more. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and the appearance of a figure unexpectedly attracted everyone's attention.
It's a straight.
The man who had been wearing a floral shirt and reeking of sweat not long ago was now dressed in a well-tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled, making him look exceptionally sharp and energetic. Gone was his former sleazy demeanor. His face held a touch of composure as he walked straight to Zhou Qing and bowed deeply.
Brother Chang.
That voice, full of energy, drew the attention of many girls. Even Duan, who had just been fawning over Su Mengmeng, couldn't help but lean close to her ear, lower her voice, and stare intently at Shunzi's retreating figure. Sister Meng, are you really not going to date Shunzi?
He's actually quite handsome now. If you don't want him, then I'll go after him.
Su Mengmeng's fingers tightened slightly as she held the juice glass, but she forced a nonchalant expression and snorted coldly, suit yourself. But the corners of her mouth that turned down unconsciously clearly betrayed the turmoil in her heart. As the banquet ended, everyone, each with their own thoughts, headed towards the elevator. As Zhou Qing stepped out of the private room, she happened to bump into Donkey Baldy coming out of the next room with a bespectacled, bookish woman in yoga pants. When Donkey Baldy saw Zhou Qing, his eyes lit up immediately. He mysteriously pulled him to a corner of the corridor, his weathered old face beaming with joy. Brother Qing.
Great news. I'm getting married.
Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The bald man proudly gestured with his chin toward his female companion not far away, his voice full of boasting. See that?
My fiancée. She's a proper college student, knowledgeable about Ming Dynasty history. Completely different from those flashy, cheap women.
He leaned closer, rubbing his hands together, his face pleading. So, Brother Qing, you see, could you sell me one of those screaming pills from last time? I want to give my wife an unforgettable surprise on our wedding night. Zhou Qing's gaze passed over the bald man's shoulder and landed on the female college student. Although she wore glasses and tried to appear innocent, the fine lines around her eyes that even foundation couldn't cover revealed her true age.
A college student in his 30s? And he knows about the history of the Ming Dynasty?
Zhou Qing shook his head inwardly, glancing with pity at the bald donkey who was blinded by love. This isn't finding true love, it's clearly being completely manipulated, even losing one's brains along with the person. Just as Zhou Qing was inwardly complaining, the female college student gracefully approached, carrying a carefully blended, sweet but not cloying fragrance. Her gaze didn't fall directly on Zhou Qing. Instead, she first looked tenderly at the bald donkey beside her, and then, as if casually, turned her eyes, which were made sparkling by colored contact lenses, to Zhou Qing.
Is this handsome guy also a friend of Brother Lu?
Her voice was so soft it seemed to melt water, and every word sounded like it had been soaked in honey.
Zhou Qing was slightly taken aback. Brother Lu?
He frantically searched his mind for the title, only to find a blank. The bald man beside him instantly panicked, his weathered face twitching slightly with tension. Before Zhou Qing could speak, he darted between the two, frantically winking and gesturing at Zhou Qing with an expression as complex as Morse code.
Ahem. Brother Chang, my real name is Lu Yue. Yue as in having achievements.
He was terrified that if Zhou Qing opened her mouth, she would reveal his nickname, Bald Donkey, which was well known among young intellectuals.
If that happened, the impressive image he had painstakingly built up in front of his highly educated fiancée would instantly crumble into a complete mess. Zhou Qing almost burst out laughing. Good heavens, Lu Yue? The contrast between his name and his personality is like the distance between two galaxies.
A sense of absurdity welled up inside him after knowing each other for so long. He didn't even know the other person's name. He slid down the slope along the donkey's back, a perfectly timed look of realization on his face. Look at my memory, I'm so familiar with Brother Lu that I forgot his real name.
Hello.
The woman, who claimed to be a college student, gracefully extended a well-maintained hand with delicate French manicures, which seemed out of place with her deliberately cultivated innocent student image.
My name is Shan Qingchun.
Her seemingly expressive eyes glanced subtly between Zhou Qing and Yin Fong, a knowing smile flickering across her gaze. It was a unique, somewhat superior understanding that adult women had when they watched little girls being jealous of each other.
Yin Fong's mind went on high alert instantly.
Before Zhou Qing could react, she took a step forward like a cat with its fur standing on end, shielding Zhou Qing behind her without even looking at Shan Qingchuan's outstretched hand. She raised her chin and spoke in an icy tone.
We are not happy to know you.
The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Shan Qingchuan's hand froze in mid-air, but there was no embarrassment on her face. She chuckled softly, a sound like a feather, gently tickling the hearts of every man present. She withdrew her hand and casually took Donkey Baldy's arm. No, it was Lu Yaowei's arm. She leaned against it like a vine, her voice becoming increasingly sweet and coquettish.
Brother Lu, it's getting late. My mom won't let me come home after 10 o'clock.
Lu Yue felt his bones melt at the address of Brother Lu, and he was so elated that he completely forgot about the tense situation with Zhou Qing.
He nodded and bowed repeatedly, saying, okay, baby, let's go now.
A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan silently pulled up to the door, and the driver got out and respectfully opened the door. Lu Yue helped Shan Qingchun into the back seat, then followed her there eagerly. As the car window slowly rolled up, just as the last gap was about to close, Zhou Qing seemed to catch a glimpse of a provocative, seductive wink from Shan Qingchun in the rearview mirror. That look seemed to say, "Little sister, you're still too green." Only when the black taillights merged into the traffic and disappeared completely did Yin Fong relax from her fighting stance. She suddenly turned around, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Zhou Qing, her jealousy almost overflowing.
Uncle, is it good?
Seeing her puffed-up face, Zhou Qing found it amusing and deliberately didn't answer, instead pulling her wrist to get her into the car.
However, he stopped at the doorway.
Under the streetlights not far away, Su Mengmeng stood alone, like a statue that had lost its soul. Her gaze was fixed on the distant figure of Shunzi, who was throwing the last garbage bag into the recycling bin.
Tonight, Shunzi took off her greasy floral shirt and put on a sharp black suit.
Her neat short hair swayed slightly in the night breeze, and the lines of her profile looked resolute and composed.
Chapter 127 I'm getting married right away.
He was no longer the sycophant who followed Su Mengmeng around, but a completely transformed stranger. Su Mengmeng's lips moved, as if she wanted to call out to him, but in the end, no sound came out.
In that moment of hesitation, a figure moved faster than her. It's a rhododendron.
The girl in the flamboyant cheongsam had somehow circled around to Shunzi's car. Without the slightest hesitation, she opened the car door and slipped into the passenger seat like a slippery eel. The car window rolled down, and Duan poked half her head out, flashing a sweet, victorious smile at Su Mengmeng.
Su Mengmeng's face turned deathly pale in an instant.
She turned around abruptly, refusing to look in that direction again, and rushed to another stroller carrying her friends. She angrily opened the door and threw herself inside. Back in my penthouse home, the air still held the lingering sounds of last night's hustle and bustle, along with the scent of perfume. Zhou Qing had just sat down on the sofa in the living room and was about to pour himself a glass of water when he heard light footsteps coming from the stairs. He looked up and his breath caught in his throat. Yin Fong came down. She was wearing only a pair of tight black yoga pants, which perfectly outlined her young and elastic body curves, while her upper body was completely bare. Her slightly wavy long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, concealing the key spring scenery, but adding a touch of wildness that sparked the imagination. She walked down the stairs step by step, as if surveying her territory, her eyes burning with intensity. Before Zhou Qing could react, Yin Fong had already walked up to him and then, with a classic wall slam, pinned him firmly against the soft sofa back. She placed her hands on either side of his cheeks, leaned down, and breathed her hot air onto Zhou Qing's face as she asked him a question, word by word.
Who's prettier, me or that girl named Shan Qingchun?
Zhou Qing chuckled. This girl's jealousy was stronger than her alcohol. He didn't answer, but instead stretched out his arms, wrapped them around her slender waist, and with a sudden burst of strength, lifted her up horizontally and flipped her over so that she straddled him. The balance of power shifted instantly.
Of course it's you.
Zhou Qing pinched her puffed-up cheeks, his tone teasing. I'm just curious how badly our comrade Lu Yue will be tricked by that college student who knows the history of the Ming dynasty this time.
Hearing this, Yin Fong's expression softened slightly.
She shifted her body, finding a more comfortable position, and traced circles on his chest with her fingers. Her voice softened, carrying a hint of subtle teasing.
Uncle, are you strong? Can these yoga pants be torn? Zhou Qing's Adam's apple bobbed.
He looked down at the girl in his arms, her eyes filled with seductive allure, and gave a slight, wicked smile.
You can give it a try. The next morning.
The brilliant sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the room in a beautiful golden hue. It took Zhou Qing a great deal of effort to break free from Yin Fong's arms, which were wrapped around him like an octopus. He tiptoed downstairs, only to find someone already in the living room.
It's Lin Xiao.
Yin Fong's cousin was sitting nervously at the dining table. When she saw him come down, she quickly stood up, like a primary school student who had made a mistake.
Cousin, good morning.
Just then, Yin Fong, yawning and casually draped with Zhou Qing's white shirt, swayed as she walked down the street. When she saw Lin Xiao, her eyes lit up, and she treated her like a fun toy.
Oh, my little cousin's here? Perfect timing. Didn't you need English tutoring?
Don't hire anyone else, from today onwards, I'll tutor you myself.
Puff.
Zhou Qing spat out the mouthful of porridge he had just taken a sip of.
You fix it?
He mentally scoffed. Besides that universally accepted friendly greeting starting with F, how many other words do you know? You're practically trying to teach a kid to do something completely wrong. He didn't even bother to wipe his mouth. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
Hey.
Third brother.
I need help urgently. Find me the best female tutor, and I need it fast.
After hanging up the phone, he didn't dare to delay for a moment. He grabbed his car keys and prepared to go to Zhang San's place to make contact in person. Half an hour later, when Zhou Qing's Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of Zhang San's Chinese-style villa, he was stunned by the sight before him. Inside and outside the courtyard gate, lanterns and colorful decorations were hung everywhere, creating a festive and joyous scene. He walked into the living room and looked at Zhang San, who was directing the workers to set up the site, with a look of astonishment on his face.
Third brother, you're getting engaged too?
Upon hearing this, Zhang San turned around, his expression even more surprised than Zhou Qing's.
What do you mean by also?
Zhou Qing shook his head and briefly recounted the strange encounter of Donkey Baldy last night. Lu Yue, that is, Donkey Baldy, found a female college student in her 30s who said she knew about the history of the Ming dynasty, and they are going to get married. After hearing this, Zhang San's expression became even more dejected. He sighed and waved his hand. I'm different from him, I'm going straight to marriage. He picked up a gold-embossed invitation from the mahogany coffee table beside him and handed it to Zhou Qing, his tone filled with a numb despair. It was arranged by my family, a business marriage. I've seen the photos. She's not ugly, but definitely not pretty either, just so-so. Zhou Qing accepted the invitation, her fingertips touching its solid texture. Zhang Yin's cold and obsessive face involuntarily appeared in his mind, and a sense of apprehension rose in his heart.
If you go to the Zheng family's wedding, you'll most likely run into that woman.
He hesitated for a moment, but seeing Zhang San's dejected face, he put the invitation into his pocket. Just then, his phone rang at the perfect moment.
What's jumping on the screen is a bald donkey. As soon as the call connected, Donkey Baldy's signature loud voice boomed from the receiver. Brother Chang. Are you free at noon?
I'll treat you and your wife to lunch. The bald donkey's fawning voice almost overflowed from the receiver, so sticky it made one feel uncomfortable all over. Zhou Qing held her phone a little further away, her brows furrowing slightly.
Offering unsolicited favors is either a sign of malice or theft. This guy just put on a pathetic show of a domineering CEO and an innocent college student in front of me yesterday, and today he's rushing to host a banquet. If there's nothing fishy going on behind the scenes, I'd be ashamed to admit it. Brother Chang, I was just thinking that your media company is just starting out and you need people right now. Lu Yue's voice rose 8 octaves, sounding almost unnaturally enthusiastic.
I happen to have a friend who's a top-notch drone expert in China. His skills are top-notch. I was thinking of introducing you to him. Maybe he can be of great help in the future.
Drones?
A glint of shrewdness flashed in Zhou Qing's eyes.
This was an unexpected delight. And another one.
Lu Yue hurriedly threw out another bargaining chip, fearing that he would refuse.
I heard from my third brother that you're worried about your little cousin's schooling? Leave that to me. My fiancé's uncle is a minor leader in the city's education system. It'll be a piece of cake for him. Chapter 128. Do you want to see a civet cat?
Having said that, Zhou Qing wasn't in a hurry to hang up. His fingertips tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his mind racing.
The Lu Yue storyline seems to be more complex than I imagined.
That Shan Qingchun was by no means a simple female college student. Very well, might as well go and meet them, and see what they're really up to.
Okay, send me the address.
He agreed succinctly and hung up the phone. Before leaving, Zhou Qing habitually opened the noisy live stream group, tapped the screen repeatedly, and sent in 10 bright red 8,888 yuan red envelopes like bombs.
The group chat instantly erupted, with a flood of praise for the emperor's might and the boss's generosity pouring in.
Meanwhile, the cold system notification sounds rang out in his mind one after another.
Ding.
Host has caused widespread shock, plus 10 points for showing off.
Ding. Detected, plus 10 points of showing off. Byte.
After a series of notification sounds, Zhou Qing glanced at the system panel and saw that the number in the bragging points balance column had quietly jumped to 351. He smiled with satisfaction before starting the car. The destination was a private restaurant hidden in a deep alley. The storefront was so unassuming that it was almost shabby, but Zhang San had to pull several strings to get a reservation.
Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to find the door.
The massive phantom glided silently to the entrance like a ghost, where Lu Yue and Shan Qingchun, who had been waiting, immediately came to greet it. When Shan Qingchun saw the obsidian black extended phantom, even though she pretended to be reserved, the undisguised amazement and greed in the depths of her eyes could not escape Zhou Qing's notice. As soon as the car door opened and Su Mengmeng, who was following behind Zhou Qing, stepped off the train, she was immediately captivated by the antique and secluded environment. Like a butterfly that has wandered into a garden, she looked around with curiosity, completely forgetting Zhou Qing's instructions to look more, listen more, and speak less before getting on the bus. Zhou Qing shook his head helplessly, too lazy to bother with her anymore.
Inside the private room, a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air.
A woman wearing gray yoga pants was sitting by the window with her back to them, quietly flipping through a book in her hands. She had a slender figure and long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. Even just her back view exuded a scholarly air that was out of place with her surroundings. On the small pearwood table beside me, there was an unopened bottle of Evian mineral water, the label reflecting a faint blue light under the lamp. Hearing the noise, the woman slowly closed the book and turned around. The moment her face was fully exposed to the light, both Zhou Qing's and her pupils contracted sharply.
It was her? Tang Xinyi, my class monitor from university.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and a deathly silence filled the air. It was Shan Qingchun who first broke the strange atmosphere. She keenly noticed the unusual expressions on the two people's faces, and her expressive eyes looked back and forth between them before she tentatively opened her lips.
What, Mr. Zhou knows my cousin? I don't know him.
Tang Xinyi blurted it out almost subconsciously, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of panic. But she quickly regained her composure, forcing a polite smile while subtly avoiding Zhou Qing's gaze. I just didn't expect Mr. Zhou to be so young and accomplished. As she spoke, she quickly and subtly gave Zhou Qing a look that was complex, containing both pleading and warning. Dan Qingchun, unsuspecting, immediately smiled and took Tang Xinyi's arm, enthusiastically introducing, "Let me tell you, sis, Mr. Zhou is no ordinary young and promising man. He started from scratch and is not only a top drone expert but also a stock market genius. With just a flick of his finger, he could earn enough for us to live on for a lifetime." Listening to this blatantly flawed praise, and seeing Tang Xinyi's increasingly uneasy expression, almost biting her lip until it bled, Zhou Qing understood the situation perfectly. He leaned back lazily in the mahogany armchair, his long fingers tapping the table casually, while his gaze lingered on Tang Xinyi with interest. He deliberately drew out his words, speaking to Su Mengmeng, who was still curiously examining the antique display shelf beside him.
Mengmeng, do you want to see a civet cat? It's very nutritious.
He paused, then turned his gaze to Tang Xinyi, his lips curving into an even more amused smile. I'd like to have an in-depth discussion with this lady about some technical issues related to drones.
Dan Qingchun immediately understood and quickly chimed in, yes, Mengmeng, I'll take you there. I heard the desserts here are quite unique. Unexpectedly, Su Mengmeng started acting up at this moment. She probably noticed Zhou Qing's interest in Tang Xinyi, and her lips twitched, her face clearly showing her displeasure. No way. What's so interesting about civets?
Zhou Qing gave her a meaningful look, then fixed his gaze back on Tang Xinyi and uttered 4 words indifferently.
This is acceptable. These 4 words, like a needle, instantly pierced the last line of defense in Su Mengmeng's heart. Pa! All men are the same.
She glared fiercely at Zhou Qing, her eyes instantly reddening. She stomped her foot, turned around, and rushed out of the private room with Shan Qingchun. The door was slammed shut, cutting off all outside noise. Only Zhou Chang and Tang Xinyi remained in the private room. Even the sandalwood scent in the air seemed to take on an ambiguous quality. Zhou Qing picked up his teacup, gently blew on the floating tea leaves, and broke the silence with a playful smile on his lips.
Class monitor, I don't recall any of our school's teachers ever teaching about drones?
He clearly remembered that Tang Xinyi got married in a grand ceremony after graduation. Her husband was an executive of a company that partnered with the school, and the wedding was known to everyone. How did I end up here, sitting with a bunch of shady characters, putting on this ridiculous show?
Could it be that he's like Louis Fei?
Tang Xinyi's fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly, and her posture holding the teacup stiffened for a moment. She lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under the light, concealing the turbulent emotions in her eyes. Embarrassing, awkward, and a bit embarrassed by being exposed on the spot. Zhou Qing leisurely observed the ever-changing expressions on her face, but the scene of her enrollment many years ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Finance, the sexiest major of this century. The counselor was in high spirits at the opening ceremony, speaking with great enthusiasm. It's as if stepping through this threshold means these privileged individuals can step onto Wall Street one step ahead and into the financial district the next. They could then don suits and ties and dominate the international capital markets. They could retreat and sit comfortably within the system, holding onto their secure jobs and living a peaceful life. At that time, everyone's eyes shone with the brilliant light of the future. Until my junior year of college, the surging river of life quietly began to fork in the water.
Chapter 129. Interested in joining forces to pull off a big heist? Someone with an internship offer from a top investment bank posted photos of the Luji Azui night view on their WeChat moments. Some people packed their bags and traveled the world, chasing the aurora borealis in Iceland.
Meanwhile, Zhou Qing was still struggling to find his next meal, moving between different part-time jobs, his youth being crushed in the fumes and sweat. It was at that moment that he truly understood that human joys and sorrows have never been shared. The Tang Cine before us was once one of those shining stars at the top of the pyramid. Jasmine told me that today's distinguished guest drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and stayed in a villa worth 600 million yuan. Tang Cine finally raised her eyes again, the panic in them gone, replaced by a calm indifference that suggested she had seen through the ways of the world. She gently stroked the rim of the bone china cup with her fingertips, her tone as calm as if she were describing the weather.
Even the best professor in our department hasn't taught this script. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing burst out laughing.
He recalled that when he was in college, in order to save money, he took his then-girlfriend to eat the cheapest Malatang spicy hot pot at the back gate of the school. The two of them even argued for a long time about whether to add a 5 yuan serving of luncheon meat. The sheer scale of this phantom and villa complex truly resembles a scene straight out of Arabian Nights' Tale. He followed her lead, leaning back lazily and sinking into the soft chair back.
Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. He reached for the bottle of Evian mineral water on the table, its deep blue color, but as soon as his hand touched the bottle, a warm, smooth hand gently patted the back of his hand.
Props.
Tang Cine's voice was very low.
It's a private label product, costing a few dozen yuan a bottle.
We're counting on it to break even today. Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, looking at her with amusement. Old classmates meeting again, and you can't even afford a bottle of water?
Tang Cine rolled her eyes at him, but silently let go of his hand, which was taken as tacit consent. He clicked open the bottle cap, tilted his head back and took a big gulp, then smacked his lips, his brows furrowing like the Chinese character river.
What's the difference between this and a bottle of Waha that costs 1.5 yuan?
A sly glint flashed in Tang Cine's eyes, and the corners of her lips turned up slightly, revealing a very shallow dimple.
Because it was originally Waha. Beep beep beep.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a shrill cell phone alarm rang out. Tang Cine moved swiftly, picked up her phone without even glancing at it, swiped away the notification, and then solemnly put the phone to her ear.
Hello, Mr. Wang. Yes, I'm talking about something. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. The entire process was seamless and flawless.
Zhou Qing was amazed and couldn't help but clap his hands. Master. If I had this skill when I went on a blind date, I wouldn't have been tricked so badly.
Tang Cine put away her phone and calmly picked up her teacup. Which sucker are you trying to scam into investing in you? I just checked, renting this phantom for a day would cost at least 3,000 yuan, right? Ha ha ha.
Zhou Qing laughed loudly, neither admitting nor denying, but instead extending an olive branch to her.
Squad leader, interested in teaming up for a big heist?
Tang Cine took an elegant sip of Waha, took out a mirror and lipstick from her small bag, and began to fix her makeup without any distractions.
We're on different tracks.
Her refusal was decisive and straightforward.
Zhou Qing wasn't annoyed.
Curious, she leaned closer and looked at her phone, which still had its screen on. On the screen was a recruitment brochure for a program called Top Socialite Training Class. He was amazed to see that there were even male trainees in the training course, and the requirements clearly stated that they should be young, innocent, and have no bad habits.
Female trainees face higher requirements, needing to be interviewed for their talents.
The tuition fee of 30,000 yuan per semester was actually more expensive than the 4 years of university he had painstakingly studied for.
Zhou Qing sighed and pounded her thigh. Oh dear. If I had known there was such a shortcut, why would I have studied finance?
I should have come here for training and started working sooner. Tang Cine was amused by his exaggerated appearance, and her hands paused for a moment while applying makeup.
The atmosphere between the two became strangely harmonious amidst their banter.
During their conversation, Zhou Qing learned that she had indeed married a rich second generation after graduation, and the wedding was already on the agenda. Just before the engagement, someone leaked her hotel records from her university days, printing them out in dozens of pages, and the engagement was called off on the spot. After listening, Zhou Qing stroked his chin and commented seriously, "Wow, this record is even more exciting than my losing streak in King of Glory." With a bang, the door to the private room was pushed open. Shan Qingchun walked in arm with Lu Yue, followed by Su Mengmeng, who was holding a bottle of dark blue Evian and chugging it down like a little calf.
"Uncle, you know what? The water from these foreigners is really sweet."
Looking at her silly expression, Zhou Qing glanced at Lu Yue, who was fawning over her, and smiled meaningfully.
"Drink as much as you like, there's plenty."
During the banquet, delicacies from land and sea were served in a continuous stream.
Girls like Su Mengmeng and Shan Qingchun took photos of every dish that was so exquisite it looked like a work of art, their phone shutters clicking incessantly.
Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng and Lu Yue were toasting each other, calling each other brothers, and chatting happily, as if they had been close friends for many years. After several rounds of drinks, the banquet came to an end. As they parted, Tang Xinyi lagged 2 steps behind, quietly approached Zhou Cheng, and spoke quickly in a voice only the two of them could hear.
"I'm not contradicting you today.
But remember this, if Shan Qingchun really marries that scoundrel, that man's wallet will be in real trouble." Zhou Cheng paused, then turned to look at her. Under the cover of night, Tang Xinyi's face bore the slight intoxication of alcohol, yet her eyes were frighteningly clear. After she finished speaking, she didn't linger. She turned and disappeared into the city's neon lights, her back view resolute and lonely. Zhou Qing gazed in the direction she had gone, and couldn't help but sigh softly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In this world, even an emperor would lose half of his cultivation if he got divorced. With those few pitiful tufts of hair on Donkey Bald's head, it's probably not enough for Shan Qingchun to pluck. Looking at the bald man, who had been completely bewitched by Shan Qingchun's few words, Zhou Qing's last shred of hope for persuasion vanished. This wasn't love, it was clearly a curse. Too lazy to waste any more words, he turned to Tang Xinyi, who was watching the scene with her arms crossed, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "Once things are settled here, I'll get you a 12-hand, water-damaged Mercedes so you can experience the joys of the wealthy." Tang Xinyi's eyes sparkled, and she gracefully brushed a stray hair behind her ear. A slight smile curved her lips, carrying a hint of worldly wise mockery. "Don't do that.
Just don't betray me when things come to light."
Seeing her calm and composed demeanor, as if she had everything under control, Zhou Qing's heart suddenly stirred. A thought flashed through my mind like lightning.
What the company is really lacking right now is a human resources manager, isn't it? Chapter 130. She's already like this, how much worse can she get?
Yinfang and Mengmeng and their group of girls are loyal enough, but they are also too soft-hearted and easily swayed by personal relationships.
Although Shanzi has become more mature since the Ho Chin incident, he's still the same guy who can't resist beautiful women. If he were to manage people, the company would eventually turn into his harem. On the contrary, Tang Xinyi in front of me is very knowledgeable about human nature, has a clever mind, and is a green tea with a cunning heart. She is simply tailor-made for this position. Throughout her 4 years of university, her organizational skills and interpersonal abilities were evident to everyone in the department. As for his character? Zhou Cheng scoffed inwardly. She's already like this, how much worse can she get? Even a broken ship can still have 3 pounds of nails. Making use of waste is the key. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. This unspoken understanding appeared quite differently to the bald donkey not far away. He watched as his female companion and old classmate chatted happily, and a smile of gratification, like that of an old mother watching her son find a partner, appeared on his face. Beep beep. A sharp, piercing car horn shattered the brief moment of harmony. It was Su Mengmeng. She had already impatiently honked the horn from inside the Rolls-Royce. As Zhou Cheng got into the car, a warm breeze carrying a mixture of perfume and alcohol wafted towards her. Su Mengmeng rubbed her slightly protruding belly, let out a burp, turned her head to the side, and stared at him with her big, bright eyes in the dimly lit carriage. "Uncle, are all men this lustful?" Zhou Cheng started the car, chuckled upon hearing this, and instead of answering directly, he held up 2 fingers in front of his nose. "Put your hands up here." Su Mengmeng didn't understand why, but she did as instructed anyway. "Can you feel your breath?" Remember this, every man who can breathe is a lecher." Zhou Qing's tone was calm.
The only difference is that some people have the desire and the courage to steal, some have the desire but not the courage, and some don't even have the courage to steal, so they can only dream about it. Su Mengmeng was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned her head to look at the neon lights rushing past the window, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible grievance and resentment.
TCH, no man is any good.
Zhou Cheng stopped talking and silently turned on the car stereo, and an old song, Spring Breeze and Autumn Rain, slowly flowed out. He knew about the emotional wounds this girl had suffered, and he also knew that some things could only be understood after one had suffered setbacks and pains.
The truth is sometimes the most painful.
The Phantom glided smoothly into the apartment's underground parking garage. The moment I pushed open the door, a wave of heat, a mixture of perfume, takeout, and youthful hormones, hit me. The apartment was brightly lit, and everyone was working hard. Shunzi was shouting and directing several energetic young women to set up the background wall of the live broadcast room. Dozens of phone stands were arranged in a matrix on the ground, creating a spectacular scene.
Zhou Qing's management style is unique, even unconventional.
He didn't restrict the content of the live streams or impose mandatory KPIs, but he provided the girls with 5-star accommodation, 3 meals a day plus a late-night snack, and even hired a dedicated cleaning lady. Both Baijian and Shunzi strongly opposed it at the time, believing that it would breed a group of lazy people.
But Zhou Chang knew exactly what was going on.
It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Once they've enjoyed this pampered life, sending them back to the past, when they worried about a few $100s in rent and stayed up all night eating instant noodles, would be worse than killing them.
To maintain this semblance of dignity, they will do everything in their power to do so. Uncle!
2 girls with dyed yellow and green hair saw him and their eyes lit up as they happily came to greet him. Zhou Cheng smiled and took out 2 packets of Slim Zuanheman cigarettes from his pocket, handing one to each person, before continuing to patrol the crowd. Several young men who had mingled in with the girls looked away and nervously rubbed their hands when they saw him. Zhou Cheng simply smiled faintly and ignored him. As long as they don't cross the line and everyone earns money based on their own abilities, he doesn't care.
Brother Qing, Shunzi said, wiping his sweat as he ran over.
The enterprise-grade fiber optic cable, costing 100,000 yuan a year, has been installed. All the phones have been upgraded to the latest flagship models, guaranteed to run smoothly. Ever since that incident with Ho Qian, this kid has indeed become much more composed in his work.
Zhou Chang nodded in satisfaction, clapped his hands, and attracted everyone's attention.
His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly.
I'll only say the rules once. Everyone has a 3-day trial period. If the live streaming data doesn't meet the standard after 3 days, you'll get a warning. If you still don't meet the standard after 7 days, you're fired. As soon as he finished speaking, the once noisy corridor fell silent. The girls' playful smiles vanished instantly, replaced by a tense feeling as if they were being watched by a predator. The next second, everyone rushed back to their positions like wound-up machines, turned on their phones, adjusted the beauty filters, and instantly entered battle mode. The problem quickly became apparent.
Some girls have fiery tempers. If they are criticized by the comments, they will start arguing with the audience on the spot, and their popularity will drop instead of increase. Some were too daring, recklessly testing the limits of account banning. Within 10 minutes of broadcasting, their live streams were banned by the platform for allegedly being vulgar. Zhou Cheng rubbed his temples in exasperation and had no choice but to send out more than a dozen live streaming guidelines in the workgroup. Just then, a few daring young women spontaneously started an internal power struggle. The punishments were increasingly harsh. The losers either had words written on their faces with a marker or had to drink cola while standing upside down. The live stream was filled with wailing and screaming, but the effect was surprisingly good, and the number of online viewers soared. Seeing the atmosphere gradually becoming more lively, Zhou Cheng decided to personally try it out. He glanced at the back-end data and saw that Su Mengmeng had received several sports car donations thanks to her previous fan base. Meanwhile, the live streams of other newcomers remain largely deserted. Zhou Cheng lightly tapped the cold screen of her phone, casually opening a live streaming aggregation interface. Dozens of small windows are arranged like a honeycomb, and the noise and clamor come rushing in through the screen. His gaze finally settled on the most intense PK player versus player battle in the upper left corner. In the video, a girl with a frizzy yellow hairstyle is Xiao Huang, one of Yin Feng's capable henchmen. On her fairly pretty face, 2 large characters were scrawled in black marker: Biaozi, a derogatory term for a prostitute, the handwriting conveying a sense of humiliation. Clearly, she suffered a crushing defeat in the last round. But there was no fear in Xiao Huang's eyes.
Instead, a fierce fire of defiance burned within her.
She stiffened her neck and roared at the other end of the screen.
Smelling your socks. Cross-eyed. Washing your hair upside down. You little vixen, dare to do something really ruthless? On the other side of the screen, a female anchor with the ID yoga pants goddess Xiaoyinin was wearing a tight pink yoga outfit, revealing her curves.